Introduction asterisk. In a land of runes, magic flows like air, yet it also gives birth to an abyss that devours all. The runes that drive this force are both a source of power and destruction. The Damatian Empire maintains a decaying order with an iron fist, while the lofty star spirits find amusement in the affairs of mortals. A university student named Caesar unexpectedly awakens an ancient bloodline and is chosen as the Void Watcher. As his power begins to spiral out of control, he embarks on a journey to unravel the nightmare, forming alliances with the cursed little fox Ahri, the frost witch pursued by her tribe, and the enigmatic rune Collector Rise. The shattered crown, blood-stained runes, and the eye that gazes from the abyss. As Caesar draws closer to the truth, he discovers that the so-called prophecy of saving the world is merely another sacrifice set by the ancient deities. This boy, who once struggled at the bottom, finds himself unwittingly at the center of the storm. Will he become an emotionless hollow vessel, or will he retain his love and will, wagering everything on the end of all things? The abyss has opened 1,000 eyes, and Caesar's heart hangs in the balance. This time, the Watcher must safeguard not only peace, but also the final right to choose to be oneself. The story unfolds in 6 volumes: Awakening of the Void, Arrival of the Dark Moon, Launch of the Source Project, Shattered Throne, Dawn of the End, and the Age of White Robes. Each volume encompasses distinct themes and narratives. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Abyss, The Shed Scales of the Boy. The briny sea breeze whipped up by the waves crashed against the jagged rocks of Ionia's southern shore, shattering into a mist. A boy curled in the shadows of the rocks. Tall and upright in stature, even curled in agony, his innate vigor as a youth could not be obscured. The pain in his arm caused his nails to dig deep into his left shoulder, piercing the flesh. Yet, what seeped between his fingers was not the bright red of blood, but a dark purple liquid, thick and shimmering with starry glimmers. It wound down his arm, dripping onto the damp rocks below, emitting a faint sizzling sound and rising wisps of white smoke. His heavy breaths mingled with the roar of the waves. Ugh! Another wave of excruciating pain erupted from deep within his marrow. The boy arched his back suddenly, his forehead crashing against the cold rocks. His vision was instantly engulfed by swirling purplish blackness, countless sharp shrieks, and incomprehensible whispers colliding madly within his mind. At the vortex of this mental tempest, a chilling voice echoed. Flesh decays, the vessel ultimately returns to the void. Uncertain how much time had passed, as the pain subsided slightly, the boy gasped and lifted his head, his pupils constricting once more from the agony. His skin, bronzed from years spent with the sea breeze, now bore an unhealthy pallor due to recent changes, the two hues intertwining at his neck and collarbone, rendering his complexion as translucent as if kissed by moonlight. In the dim light, he observed his left arm, where skin grotesquely twisted and peeled away, revealing patches of grayish-white scales adorned with peculiar spiral patterns, emerging from the depths of his flesh and covering the original skin. The edges of the newly formed scales were sharp, slightly parting to greedily draw in some invisible energy from the air. No, what is happening? His voice was hoarse, trembling with fear. His fingers grazed over the cold, hard scales, a heart-stirring resonance reverberating through him. He yearned to tear them away. Stay away from the sea, little one. What flows from you frightens even the waves. A voice, cool as shattered jade, yet laced with a hint of languid allure, suddenly rang out behind him. Startled, the boy turned abruptly. His eyes, deep indigo orbs with silvery flecks around the pupils. Even though bloodshot from pain, there remained a flicker of unwavering light deep within, a stubbornness unique to youth. A woman stood a few paces away on the rocks, the owner of the voice. She was barefoot, with tiny bells tied around her ankles, her silver-white hair cascading like a waterfall, revealing a pair of furry, pointed fox ears tinged with a ghostly blue. Her attire, a blend of cherry blossom pink and pure white, billowed in the wind, accentuating her alluring, breathtaking curves. The boy glanced into her eyes, but instinctively looked away. Her vertical pupils, gleaming with an emerald sheen, now scrutinized the dark purple liquid seeping from his shoulder and the newly formed scales with unabashed curiosity. Behind her, 9 fluffy fox tails swayed gently, as if woven from moonlight and stardust. You. The boy instinctively wanted to retreat, but was pinned in place by the intense pain, his gaze warily fixed on her. Who are you? My name is Ahri. The corners of the woman's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gracefully leapt from the rocks. Her landing was soundless, the bells producing only the faintest chime. She approached slowly, her emerald eyes scanning the boy's transformed scales and the dark purple blood still seeping forth. A passing, let's say, doctor? She tilted her head, her tone laced with a teasing inflection. Specializing in various terminal illnesses, especially yours, which seems to be a condition on the brink of explosion. She bent down, close enough for Caesar to catch a whiff of her fragrance, a blend of rain-kissed forest and a peculiar coolness. Ahri extended her slender, pale fingers, the tips aglow with a faint pinkish light, carefully avoiding the bleeding wounds, and gently pressed against the most intact new scale on the boy's left arm. Ah! The boy inhaled sharply, not from pain, but from a profound resonance that stirred deep within his soul. It felt as if something had been ignited and awakened in an instant. At the same moment, Ahri let out a short gasp. The glow at her fingertips suddenly intensified and became chaotic. She recoiled as if electrocuted, her exquisite face displaying an unprecedented astonishment. Resonance, she gasped, her emerald vertical pupils fixated on her fingertips, then darting back to Caesar with an intensity that sharpened her gaze. The power within you resonates with something deep within the essence of my soul. How is this possible? Unless... Her gaze fell upon the intricate, dark golden patterns faintly visible beneath the boy's skin, revealed after the scales had shed, and her pupils constricted sharply. Star Spirit Mark? No, wait. The mark is a binding, a shackle. What you possess resembles remnants? Some fragment forcefully torn away. Who are you? What star spirit? What mark? What fragment? The boy was overwhelmed by this sudden barrage of questions, feeling dizzy. My name is Caesar, and all I know is that I have the same nightmare every day. In the dream, the sky is burning purple. A massive, indescribable eye. It is watching me. It wants to devour everything. And this damned scales and pain. Mentioning the dream made him feel as though he would shatter his teeth, the oppression and suffering of recent days erupting at that moment. If you know, just tell me. What is this? The teasing and languor on Ahri's face vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of almost empathetic compassion. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly raised her right hand, palm facing up. A gentle yet potent life force radiated from a soft pink light that gathered and swirled in her palm, ultimately coalescing into a spirit pearl the size of a dove's egg, warm and translucent. Within the spirit pearl, it seemed to encapsulate a miniature starry sky, countless tiny glimmers slowly swirling within. However, at the heart of this resplendent celestial sphere, a remarkably subtle yet striking dark golden fissure lay ensconced. At the edges of the crack, intricate runes pulsated like living beings, emanating an aura of cold superiority. Did you see it? Ahri's voice sank, laced with a barely perceptible fatigue and anger. This is the gift left by the celestial spirits. An eternal mark, a beacon of location. They monitor all entities that may threaten their order. Your nightmare. She lifted her gaze, her emerald-hued eyes piercing deeply into Kaelvissa's soul. That purple sky, the burning stars, the enormous eye. That is the void, the most feared enemy of the celestial spirits. Though some say the void is merely a tool they employ to cleanse the world and maintain their dominion. And you. She paused, enunciating each word with clarity and weight. The scales that flow through your body, birthed from your anguish. They are fragments eroded by the void, remnants belonging to the Starforged Dragon King. That is a power capable of both creating and destroying stars. Though merely shattered dust, its essence is far too elevated. Elevated enough to attract the attention of the void, and elevated enough. Her fingertips lightly brushed over the dark golden fissure on her spirit pearl, to render the celestial spirits restless, eager to either control you or obliterate you before you truly awaken. Starforged, Dragon King? Kaelvissa murmured the name he had only encountered in ancient legends. He gazed down at the cold scales on his arm, the intricate spiral patterns seemingly harboring the mysteries of the cosmos. Fear did not dissipate, yet a strange, primal stirring from the depths of his lineage eclipsed pure panic. Why? Me? I am merely an ordinary person, he asked, his voice parched. Ahri gently shook her head, her 9 fox tails unconsciously drawing closer. I do not know. Perhaps it is a cruel jest of fate, or perhaps a deeper conspiracy. But your suffering and transformation originate from this very point. The celestial imprint observes all anomalies, and your existence represents the greatest anomaly to them. She regarded the fury and confusion rising in Kaelvissa's eyes, her tone softening slightly. As for my spirit pearl, it harbors my primal power and fragmented memories. I have been pursuing the shards of memory, sensing an unusual pain and lostness calling to me from this shore. It seems that what calls to me is the fragment within you, belonging to the Starforged Dragon King, colliding with the erosion of the void. The wailing of your soul. She held the spirit pearl closer to Kaelvissa, its soft pink glow enveloping him tenderly. I can feel your pain, stemming from the agony of your soul being torn and eroded. My spirit pearl may temporarily help stabilize that erosion from the void. This resonance, though perilous, may be our only recourse at this moment. Her gaze was resolute and sincere. Shall we attempt this, the boy shedding his scales? Allow me to share a portion of your burdensome starlight. Kaelvissa beheld the genuine concern and empathetic resolve in Ahri's eyes, looked at the pearl that bore her power and memories, shackled by the celestial spirits, then cast his gaze down at the cold scales on his arm, symbols of pain and the unknown. Beneath the rocks, the roar of the waves seemed to fade into the distance. He closed his eyes, his long, thick lashes casting delicate shadows on his eyelids, reminiscent of butterfly wings poised for flight, adding a fragile beauty to the moment. He inhaled deeply, the air tinged with salt and volcanic sulfur, and upon reopening his eyes, though fear lingered, it was overshadowed by a resolute determination. All right, he rasped a single word, his body trembling from pain and tension. Yet he straightened his back, presenting his left shoulder, flowing with dark purple blood and covered in nascent scales, toward the warm, glowing spirit pearl in Ahri's hand. Ahri's expression turned solemn. She hesitated no longer, her wrist twisting gently as she pressed the warm spirit pearl against the most grievous wound on Kaelvissa's left shoulder, where dark purple blood still seeped and the scales were densely clustered. Ah! The moment the pearl touched his skin, Kaelvissa's body jolted violently, a muffled groan escaping his throat. It was not the excruciating pain he had anticipated, but rather an indescribable torrent of icy fire surged into his being. The vast life essence and soul power contained within Ahri's spirit pearl enveloped his nerves and flesh, which had been scorched and eroded by the void, like the most gentle of warm currents, bringing a soothing and refreshing relief akin to the long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly quelling much of the tearing agony. Yet, what followed was a deeper, soul-shaking resonance. The power of Ahri's spirit pearl clashed violently with the remnants of the Starforged Dragon King's fragment within him, creating an even more intense resonance. He saw not with his eyes, but through the perception of his soul, deep within the splendid celestial sphere of Ahri's spirit pearl, where the dark golden celestial imprint suddenly blazed to life. Countless intricate, cold, and merciless chains of runes spread like living creatures, attempting to invade his consciousness along this channel of soul connection. These rune chains, imbued with an absolute will of order, sought to link, analyze, and locate the unstable Dragon King fragment within him, intending to impose the same shackles, or even directly detonate it into oblivion. Celestial spirit, Ahri's emerald vertical pupils ignited with fury, and she uttered a sharp command, her pink-white aura surging. Her 9 fox tails fanned out like a peacock's plumage, each tail tip condensing a fiery essence of the soul, forcefully suppressing the restless celestial imprint within the spirit pearl. Do not dare lay a hand on him. Her voice bore a commanding authority, a stark contrast to her previously languid demeanor. In the moment when their soul powers clashed fiercely against the celestial imprint, an unexpected change occurred. Chirp! A shrill cry, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, suddenly tore through the roar of the waves. The source of the sound did not emanate from the distant land, but from beneath their feet, where the sea was tainted by Kaelvissa's dark purple blood. The once deep blue waters now roiled violently like boiling liquid, rapidly turning murky and viscous, frothing up with eerie purple-black bubbles. A strong, nauseatingly sweet and rotten odor surged upward. Then, a massive and grotesque silhouette abruptly broke through the viscous surface. It was a creature beyond description. Its form resembled an enormous, skinned abyssal slug magnified countless times, its entire body coated in a continuously secreting, dripping dark purple slime. At the top of its bloated body, there was no distinct head, only a spiraled abyssal maw occupying most of its face. The edges of its orifice were lined with writhing, glimmering teeth, and within lay an unfathomable darkness. Several short, thick tentacles, also encrusted with slime, flailed chaotically around the maw. Most disconcerting were its eyes, if they could be called eyes. Merely two sunken holes within the slick surface, oozing pus, now fixated intently on Kaelvissa and Ahri atop the rocks, exuding pure, greedy malice. The abyssal maw. Kog'Maw. Ahri's expression shifted dramatically, clearly recognizing this low-level predator from the void. It has been drawn here. Is it Kaelvissa's blood, or the power we released while resisting the celestial imprint? The monstrous Kog'Maw was evidently driven into a frenzy by the tantalizing scent of deliciousness. It emitted a series of increasingly frantic and excited chirps, its massive, slimy body suddenly contracting before launching upward from the boiling, purplish-black sea like a colossal slingshot. It spiraled, abyssal maw open to its utmost limit, exuding a suffocating stench and a devastating suction, akin to a decaying meteor plummeting down to fiercely bite at the two figures atop the rocks. Viscous saliva cascaded like a torrential downpour, carrying a potent corrosive quality, sizzling upon contact with the rocks and releasing wisps of white smoke. The air was thick with the scent of death, mingled with a maddeningly sweet, putrid aroma from the void. Be careful. Kaelvissa's pupils constricted sharply, his survival instinct instantly overshadowing the pain coursing through his body and the tremors within his soul. He had no time to think. His body reacted instinctively. He forcefully pushed Ahri behind him. Simultaneously, he instinctively raised his left arm, now covered in newly formed gray-white scales, to shield himself against the torrential downpour of corrosive saliva and the terrifying maw. Just as Kog'Maw's toothy jaws were about to engulf Kaelvissa, a transformation occurred. The sharp-edged scales on his left arm, seemingly threatened by imminent danger, stood erect in an instant. Beneath the scales, intricate dark golden patterns beneath the skin erupted in a blinding radiance. An indescribable, ancient power, imbued with the essence of primordial celestial bodies, surged uncontrollably from his arm and every pore of his being, mingling with the suppressed, violent purple energy from the void. A low, resonant hum echoed, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, shaking the very fabric of space. An invisible force field erupted from Kaelvissa's center, expanding rapidly. The force field radiated a chaotic hue, its outer layer a deep, twisted dark purple that seemed to devour light, while the inner layer flowed with molten golden starlight. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. Kog'Maw's enormous body, descending to bite, collided with an unseen wall of spiky starlight. Its slippery, resilient skin shattered upon contact with the force field, crumbling like fragile glass. Countless dark purple flesh and slime were obliterated into the finest particles by the overwhelming force. Its saliva, once proud for its ability to corrode steel, silently melted. They are not merely curses. The fragments of a Starforger have chosen you. The void has set its gaze upon you, and the Celestials will not spare you. You must survive. You must learn to harness the destructive power that resides within you. Otherwise, her voice paused, laden with gravity. The next eruption will not merely be a volcano. The entirety of Ionia, and perhaps even the Rune lands, may face its demise prematurely due to the uncontrollable stirrings within you. Chapter 2. The Flames of Preethecan. The sea breeze, infused with the acrid scent of sulfur from the volcano and the peculiar cold fragrance of cherry blossoms drifting from afar, forcefully filled Kaelvissa's nostrils. He cast his gaze downwards, observing the cold scales on his left arm, seemingly harboring the secrets of the universe, before lifting his eyes towards the peculiar rain of cherry blossoms swirling towards Preethecan, a profound weight coiling around his heart like creeping vines. To survive was no longer merely for oneself. At this moment, amidst the tremendous roar of the erupting Galrin volcano and the urgent call of the Noxian warhorn, a cargo ship, its hull weathered and deep in the water, hung the Bilgewater Twin-Axe skull flag as it struggled to adjust its course amidst the suddenly raging waves, attempting to flee from the erupting volcano. Deep within the ship's hold, a massive cargo box, covered in heavy oilcloth and marked with the gears of the Zon alchemy workshop, emitted a dull thud from within, as if something heavy was rolling and struggling inside. Soon after, tendrils of viscous, dark green mist, reeking of a sickly sweet odor, began to seep through the cracks in the lid. In the captain's cabin, the burly captain, with a patch over one eye, took a hearty swig of rum, wiped his mouth, and gazed out at the apocalyptic volcanic scene and the ominous cherry blossom spectacle along the distant coastline. He spat on the floor and cursed. Damn it! Volcanoes and flower rains. This cursed Ionia coast is more restless than the souls of Shadow Isles. Crew, raise the sails. To hell with the Noxian orders. Let's get out of this cursed place. I feel something more sinister is about to emerge. Bad luck. Truly bad luck. Ahri, with her 9 tails swirling in a pinkish-white current, sped like a leaf in a tempest, carrying Kaelvissa over the charred foothills. The heat from the volcanic eruption scorched the skin even from miles away, the sulphurous scent clashing violently with the salty sea breeze, creating a suffocating chaos. Kaelvissa crouched behind Ahri, as the wound on his left shoulder tore deeper with their rapid movement, dark purple blood soaking the bandages and trailing a bizarre shimmering streak in the air. He fixated on the valley, obscured yet glowing with the volcano's red light. Preethecan. It should have been a most serene sanctuary of Ionia, yet was now shrouded in an ominous gray mist. What unsettled him further was the insanity of the cherry blossoms blooming against the season, their petals twisting into grotesque forms in the searing air, as if countless dying butterflies were performing their final dance beneath the heavens. We're almost there. Ahri's voice trembled slightly. The frequency of her 9 tails movements quickened. The situation is worse than anticipated. I can smell the scent of blood and fire, along with the metallic tang of Noxian steel. Before she could finish, a cacophony of metallic collisions and dull explosions pierced through the clouds, mingled with faint cries and wails. Ahri's heart sank. She beheld thick black smoke rising from the valley's entrance. The ancient wooden gate, once a symbol of protection, now lay in smoldering ruins. The halo above the crumbling eastern watchtower of Preethecan abruptly vanished. As they approached Preethecan, the nauseating blend of sweetness and blood grew increasingly pungent, nearly overpowering the chilling fragrance of the early blooming cherry blossoms. Her silhouette halted mid-air, abruptly turning towards a relatively concealed section of broken walls. "We should descend here, avoid populated areas," she whispered, the currents suddenly contracting, and the two plummeted like falling meteors towards the charred remnants of the watchtower. The fierce winds howled past their ears, and Kaelvissa began to discern the crimson figures darting through the ruins, the armor of Noxian soldiers glinting coldly in the firelight. The entrance to the Preethecan Valley, once revered as the heartbeat of the newborn earth, now pulsated under the iron boots of invaders, scorched by war, emitting a dying whimper. Ahri landed lightly, her 9 tails unfurling like a screen behind her, shielding them from the onslaught of smoke and blood. Kaelvissa stumbled, bracing himself against the charred wall to steady himself. The sight before him churned his stomach. As their feet finally met the searing ground, they were engulfed by an overwhelming stench of blood, mixed with the sickly sweet aroma of burning cherry blossoms, composing a nauseating symphony of death. The land beneath them no longer trembled with the might of nature, but with a heavier, more brutal cadence. The synchronized march of Noxian heavy infantry, the dull thud of siege hammers striking ancient wooden gates, the shrill cries of steel tearing through flesh, and the desperate moans of the dying. What was once a tranquil and harmonious valley now resembled a garden ravaged by a monstrous beast. The charred earth was littered with broken Ionian pikes and the Noxian eagle-emblazoned flags. Makeshift barricades and obstacles lay trampled and shattered, while burning houses stood like colossal torches, thick smoke rolling forth, staining the ominous cherry blossom rain a grimy black. Corpses, a mass of bodies, Ionian militia, civilians clad in simple leather or coarse garments, and even children, lay twisted in the mud and pools of blood. A squad of Noxian soldiers, clad in crimson armor with black trims and grotesque masks, coldly rifled through the dead, delivering fatal blows to those still gasping for breath. The heavy footsteps, the clinking of armor, the dying groans, and the soldiers' crude jests blended into a symphony of annihilation. The sacred tree, Ahri's voice trembled subtly, pointing towards the center of the valley. There stood an unimaginably massive ancient cherry tree, its trunk gnarled like a dragon, requiring 10 men to encircle. The pinkish-white blossoms erupted wildly amidst Lady Irelia. The eastern gate. "We cannot hold it any longer." A young dancer, bloodied and with a severed arm, stumbled beneath the tree, his voice hoarse with despair. "The main force of Darius. The heavy infantry is advancing. And that madman Draven is here too." As if to corroborate his words, a raucous, arrogant laugh shattered the oppressive din of the battlefield. Draven is on a killing spree. Draven is dominating the match. Draven is reveling in his art. Accompanied by this signature, frenzied proclamation, A crimson figure surged like a whirlwind through the burning ruins, crashing into the cherry blossom-laden square. The newcomer was tall and muscular, clad in a half-suit of golden armor that revealed his scarred, powerful arms. His hair was shaved on the sides, leaving a striking tuft dyed a glaring red in the center, and his face bore an unabashed fervor for slaughter. In his hands were two enormous, exaggerated throwing axes, spinning rapidly, their blades gleaming with an eerie crimson light in the reflection of fire and blood, connected to long chains. It was none other than the glorious executioner, Draven. He spun and leaped like a mad dancer, his axes carving lethal crimson arcs wherever he passed. A blade dancer attempting to block him raised his weapon, only to have it severed by one axe, the other swiftly following to cleave open his chest. Blood and entrails sprayed across the fluttering cherry blossoms, a shocking tapestry of red and white. One, two, too slow, too slow. Let Draven spice things up for you. Draven cackled, launching his axes with a piercing whoosh, akin to two blood-red moons, as they spiraled towards the injured and weary dancers gathered beneath the cherry trees. Scatter! Aurelia shouted sharply, her voice hoarse from anger and shouting. She waved her right hand fiercely, and 8 floating blades around her transformed into an agitated swarm, coalescing into a silver-green barrier to meet the deadly axes. Clang! 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 The sound of iron meeting iron rang out like a torrential downpour. Sparks flew. Aurelia's blades were agile and swift, deftly parrying and colliding with Draven's powerful axes. With each clash, her body swayed slightly, her complexion paling, and her injured arm trembled violently. Draven's strength was overwhelming. Her mental and physical stamina, already stretched to their limits from the prolonged combat and defense, was nearing exhaustion. Oh, the little butterfly can still flutter? Draven taunted, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, excitement flashing in his eyes. But Draven's axes are quite hungry. With the next move, Draven will tear your wings off, piece by piece. Art demands the nourishment of blood. He yanked the chains violently, and the axes, propelled by a furious force, spun back towards her with even more vicious angles. Aurelia bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She forced her will, summoning the remaining blades once more. This time, amidst the thunderous clash, a faint, heart-wrenching crack echoed. One blade was cleaved away by Draven's ferocious strike, spinning deep into a nearby tree trunk. Aurelia felt as if she had been struck hard, letting out a muffled groan as her body swayed, nearly collapsing at the roots of the tree. Lady Aurelia! The surrounding warriors cried out in desperate alarm. At this critical moment, buzz! A pink-white aura of spirit energy sliced into the battlefield as if teleporting. Within the glow, Ahri's figure appeared gracefully and swiftly, her 9 foxtails curling like ethereal serpents around the chains of Draven's deadly axes. Simultaneously, she formed hand seals, sending forth a powerful, pink-white energy orb directly at Draven's face. Where did this vixen come from? Draven screeched, forced to retract some of his strength, his axes rotating to block the orb. Boom! The orb exploded, a powerful mental shockwave ringing in his mind, slowing his movements. Meanwhile, Ahri's foxtails had ensnared the chains, and with a sudden, powerful tug, she pulled with a blend of flexibility and might. Draven stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Damn it! Anyone who disrupts Draven's performance must die. He roared in fury, struggling to free himself from the foxtail's grasp. This momentary distraction granted Aurelia a precious respite. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her roiling energy and the intense pain in her arm, her gaze sharpening with renewed clarity. The remaining 7 blades erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, like 7 falling meteors, weaving into an impenetrable net of death that spiraled toward Draven. My homeland, I shall protect. Aurelia's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a resolute finality, piercing through the chaos of the battlefield. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every surviving Ionian. Ionia shall rise indomitable. The remaining blade dancers and the standing militia erupted in one last furious roar, akin to wounded wolves, fearlessly charging at the Noxian soldiers, whose momentum had waned following Draven's setback. The crumbling defense miraculously stabilized for a fleeting moment due to this unexpected support and their leader's determination. Kaelvissa leaned against the charred remnants of a wall, gasping heavily. Moments ago, Ahri had propelled him at high speed, nearly exhausting his remaining strength. As he neared the massive cherry blossom tree, he felt a strange, scorching sensation emanating from his left arm scales, as if something deep within the roots of the tree was calling to him, resonating with him. The air was thick with the heavy sentiments of blood, despair, anger, and protection, crashing against his already sensitive and fragile soul, eroded by the void. Those painful whispers began to churn in the depths of his mind, intertwining with the real cries of anguish from the battlefield, causing him a splitting headache. He fixated on the bloodied figure of Aurelia, fighting fiercely beneath the cherry blossom tree. Every movement of hers conveyed a weary tenacity, but her gaze, those eyes ablaze with fire, were sharper than any weapon. Her declaration of Ionia shall rise indomitable, cleaved through the chaotic fog, clouding Kaelvissa's consciousness like a bolt of lightning. It was not a hollow slogan. It was a vow forged from flesh and soul. An indescribable shock, and a faint resonance blossomed within him. The cold, restless power within him seemed to undergo a subtle, almost imperceptible change under the impact of that vow. Ugh! A nearby scream jolted Kaelvissa back to reality. A Noxian soldier, grinning cruelly, had just pulled a spear from the chest of a fallen Ionian elder. The elder's murky eyes gazed at the drifting cherry blossoms, her hand weakly reaching toward the sacred tree, ultimately falling limply. This scene pierced Kaelvissa's heart like a cold dagger. It was more immediate than the threat of Kog'Maw, sharper than any physical pain. An instinctive power, woven with anger and a deeper impulse, surged within him. Almost uncontrollably, he raised his left hand, covered in gray-white scales, toward the Noxian soldier who was turning to seek his next target. There was no explosion of chaotic energy as he had anticipated. Only a faint, nearly transparent dark purple energy filament, like a serpent's tongue, silently shot from his fingertips, instantly penetrating the soldier's nape. The soldier's movements abruptly froze. The malevolent grin on his face solidified, giving way to an overwhelming sense of terror and agony. He dropped his spear and clutched his throat with both hands, his eyes bulging, bloodshot, as he emitted a gasping sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Dark purple veins spread visibly from his neck, rapidly crawling over his entire visage. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, his once robust physique withered, as if all moisture had been drained from it, his skin turning a ghastly gray before he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Kaelvissa was equally astonished by this unconscious strike. He gazed at his slightly trembling fingers, which still bore a trace of chilling numbness. This is consumption? This is the instinct of the power that resides within him? Such a direct and horrifying act of life plundering? Chapter 3. The terrifying void creature, a panicked voice emerged from beside him. Kaelvissa abruptly turned to see a small girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8, huddled next to the elderly woman who had just been wounded by a soldier. The child's face was smeared with dirt and streaked with tears, clutching a tattered rag doll tightly in her arms. Her large eyes were filled with profound terror, which was presently fixated on Kaelissa's left hand, the very hand that had just taken a life. The girl's teeth chattered, weak yet alert, as her diminutive form shrank back, as if Kaelvissa were more fearsome than the Noxian soldiers themselves. "No, I am not." Kaelvissa instinctively wished to protest, to retract his hand, but the pure, abyssal fear reflected in the girl's eyes washed over him like a cold deluge. The turmoil within him instantly froze, leaving in its wake only a chilling sting and a deeper confusion. What was he? Had he saved this child, or in her eyes? Was he no different from the Noxian soldier he had slain, or the all-consuming Kog'Maw? "Don't dawdle. Over here." Ahri's voice cut through the air, urgent and brisk. She had just assisted Aurelia in repelling a fierce onslaught from Draven, her 9 foxtails deftly sweeping away several Noxian soldiers attempting to ambush. She quickly perceived the anomaly of Kaelissa's demeanor and the girl's fear, swiftly approaching them. She glanced at the strangely contorted corpse of the Noxian soldier on the ground, then took in Kaelissa's pale visage and the scaly hand that marked him. A flicker of complexity flashed in her emerald vertical pupils, overshadowed by a pressing sense of urgency. Now is not the time for contemplation. Aurelia cannot hold out much longer. "Take this child and go," she instructed hastily, gesturing toward a relatively secluded alley piled with debris at the edge of the square. "That way, quickly." Kaelvissa snapped back to reality, suppressing the turmoil within. He inhaled deeply, striving to soften his expression as he extended his right hand toward the trembling girl. "Do not be afraid, come with me." His voice was hoarse, yet he endeavored to imbue it with gentleness. The girl stared at him in terror, glancing between him and the distant, blood-soaked struggle of Aurelia and her fellow combatants, her tiny body shaking violently. Ultimately, the instinct for survival and a flicker of trust in Ahri's gentle radiance overcame her fear. She lunged forward, tightly grasping Kaelvissa's outstretched arm, burying her tear-streaked face into his sleeve, her small form quaking like a leaf in the wind. Kaelvissa's heart felt as though it had been sharply tugged. No longer hesitating, he lifted the girl with his functioning right arm, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the weakness of his body. As he stumbled toward the alley indicated by Ahri, she followed closely behind, her foxtails nimbly clearing obstacles and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Just as they plunged into the shadows of the alley, the battle in the square behind them shifted dramatically. "Aurelia, the game is over." The frigid, iron-like voice of Dougal resonated through the battlefield, amplified by magic, echoing across the expanse. At the rear of the Noxian formation, the general known as the Blades Inn sat astride a towering black steed, clad in heavy runic steel armor, his face obscured by a grotesque metallic mask that revealed only his emotionless gray eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, adorned with a metal gauntlet. With a mere gesture, the Noxian ranks parted like a receding tide. A dozen heavy siege crossbows, gleaming with ominous runic light, were pushed to the forefront. Bolts as thick as a bowl, crowned with colossal explosive runes, glimmered with a deadly chill, coldly aimed at the massive cherry blossom tree, targeting the bloodied Aurelia beneath its boughs. Aurelia's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She sensed the terrifying energy coalescing within the bolts, potent enough to shatter mountains. Bound to protect the sacred tree and the wounded, she found herself unable to evade with agility. "No." A heart-wrenching wail escaped her lips as 7 blades whirled frantically before her, striving to form a final line of defense. "Release." Dougal's hand swung down with force. Buzz. Whoosh. The hair-raising twang of bowstrings shattered the air. A barrage of enormous bolts, trailing fiery tails like javelins from the abyss, soared forth with a piercing shriek, slicing through the flurries of cherry blossoms, hurtling toward the sacred tree and Aurelia. The air crackled with explosive friction. The vow of Aurelia to protect her homeland was drowned in the cacophony of the bolts' howls, and for the first time, despair cast its shadow in her eyes. The belief in her guardianship still burned, yet human resilience has its limits. In that moment of impending doom, boom, a thunderous sound, as if the very heart of the earth had ruptured, reverberated beneath everyone's feet. The entire Preethecan Valley shook even more violently than during the recent volcanic eruption. The grand cherry blossom tree trembled violently as countless blossoms, already in bloom, rained down like a torrential storm. Even more chillingly, deep within the intricate roots of the cherry blossom tree, a profound, dark purple fissure, exuding a maddening aura, suddenly gaped open without warning. Within that chasm lay a viscous, writhing darkness, teeming with countless greedy, watchful eyes. An essence of void, far purer and more ancient than that of Kog'Maw, surged forth like a toxic spring, instantly enveloping the area. The deadly explosive bolts, upon entering the domain of the cherry blossom tree and encountering this emanating void essence, reacted as if touched by a potent acid, emitting a hissing sound as their runes quickly dimmed and faded. Deprived of their runic power, the massive bolts, deprived of their spirit, lost momentum, careening erratically into the trunk and thick roots, producing dull thuds, only managing to scorch a few patches of bark, failing to deliver the anticipated catastrophic blow. This sudden and terrifying anomaly, arising from the depths of the earth, plunged the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. Whether it be the frenzied soldiers of Noxus or the valiant defenders of Ionia, they stood as if ensnared by an unseen spell, gazing in terror at the gaping fissure at the base of the colossal tree, a dark violet maw that seemed to lead into the abyss of hell. What in the world was this? Even Draven halted his spinning axes, his fervor replaced by a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Had Draven's theatrics been overshadowed? The brow beneath Darius's mask furrowed deeply, his gray pupils fixated on the ominous crack, his grip on the reins tightening unconsciously. As one of Noxus's most ruthless generals, his instinct for danger surpassed that of ordinary men. The aura emanating from the fissure sent a shiver of primal dread coursing through him, a sensation long forgotten. This was not a spirit of nature from Ionia. It was something far older and more terrifying, an entity from beyond this realm. Aurelia stood frozen, her 7 blades languidly drooping around her. She stared at the crack in the roots of the sacred tree, which radiated an ominous purple glow, observing the viscous darkness at its edges, writhing as if alive, attempting to crawl outward. Her gaze shifted from despair to a deeper, incredulous bewilderment. As if her very foundation of belief was crumbling under the weight of this harsh reality. Beneath the sacred tree she had vowed to protect lay such filth and ruin? Had the spirit of her homeland, for which she had bled, already been tainted? A gasp escaped the small girl cradled in Kael's arms as she was hit by the intangible mental corruption emanating from the fissure, violently coughing up black blood. Her tiny form convulsing as her eyes glazed over. This is bad. Ahri's complexion changed dramatically as she quickly crouched down, her hands weaving intricate seals. A soft, pink light of spiritual energy flowed into the girl, temporarily stabilizing her crumbling consciousness. Simultaneously, she lifted her gaze sharply, her emerald-slit pupils fixated on the fissure. Then turning to the pale-faced Kael beside her, whose left arm's scales flared wildly, as if resisting yet resonating with the malevolent energy. Her voice, laced with unprecedented urgency and dawning realization, proclaimed, "It is the void, an exceedingly ancient rift of the void. It has been eroding the very roots of the sacred tree. No wonder the cherry blossoms bloom out of season." That was the tree's final lament and warning. Kael, the power within you resonates with it. The tremor we just felt was the result of you, and it being simultaneously provoked. This fissure is 1,000 times more perilous than the Galrin volcano. If it fully opens, Ahri's words hung in the air, unspoken yet understood by both Kael and the semi-conscious Aurelia, the unspeakable horror resonating within them. Retreat. Darius's cold voice rang out once more, firm and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. He too recognized that the terror of the fissure far surpassed their conquest-esque goals. All troops, alternate cover, withdraw from the valley. Keep away from that tree. The horns of Noxus sounded again, but this time, it was a signal for retreat. The well-trained soldiers of Noxus swiftly retracted their formation, retreating like the ebbing tide from the valley, leaving behind a scene of devastation and burning ruins. "Hey, Darius. Draven isn't finished yet." Draven roared in dissatisfaction, but as he gazed upon the ever-expanding dark purple rift, feeling the chilling aura that raised the hairs on the back of his neck, he ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, reluctantly hurling his flying axe to fell 2 Ionian militia who were unable to escape in time. "Damn it, such misfortune." Draven grumbled as he began to follow the main force in retreat. The Noxians withdrew like a receding tide, leaving behind a haunting silence in the once blood-soaked land of Preethecan. Only the grand cherry blossom tree continued to silently shed its early blooms, carpeting the ground beneath it with the fallen. The dark purple rift, splitting the earth's roots, resembled a grotesque scar, silently oozing a viscous darkness that exuded a suffocating despair. Aurelia stood despondently beneath the tree, gazing at the rift, then surveying the few surviving warriors around her, all wounded, their eyes filled with confusion and despair, both blade dancers and militia alike. Home. The sanctuary she had sworn to protect had long since decayed. Resilience? In the face of this terrifying encroachment from beyond the world, could Ionia's spirit truly remain unyielding? Ahri, cradling the small girl who had just settled into a slumber, approached Aurelia, observing the shattered light in the young leader's eyes, and let out a soft sigh. "Aurelia." Ahri's voice bore a weight of weariness. "We must leave this place at once. The Noxians have merely been temporarily frightened. They will soon seal off the valley. Moreover, the rift is awakening." As if to affirm Ahri's words, the edges of the dark purple rift writhed with a viscous motion, and a massive, centipede-like appendage, covered in armor and lined with barbed spikes, suddenly thrust itself from the depths of the rift, clawing violently at the nearby tree roots. The viscous fluid clinging to the claws, exuding a sickly sweet aroma, dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding shallow pits that sizzled ominously. Aurelia's body trembled violently, her gaze struggling to maintain focus. She looked towards Ahri, then to Kaelvissa, who stood pale, his left arm scales twitching nervously, and finally to the unconscious girl nestled in Ahri's embrace. Pain, confusion, and the collapse of her homeland coalesced into something deeper, more resolute within her eyes, a consciousness burdened with blood vendettas, a determination to rise from the brink of death. "Move." Aurelia's voice, though hoarse, carried an undeniable strength. Drawing in a deep breath, she inhaled the mingling scents of blood, the cold fragrance of fallen blossoms, and the nauseating sweetness of the void, then sharply turned away. No longer looking at the once sacred tree that had become a source of nightmares, nor at the rift that symbolized the earth's lament. To the Shadow Isles, Aurelia uttered with conviction. She gazed at Kaelvissa, her eyes, having recently endured a shattering of faith, now sharp enough to pierce through his very soul, reaching the restless, chaotic power within him that resonated with the rifts of the void. Zed, the traitor, the madman who slayed his own master. He possesses the ancient and dark forbidden knowledge of the Balanced Sect, Chronicles of the Void, detailing how to combat and even harness such power. Her voice deepened, laced with profound hatred and a desperate resolve. The spirit of Ionia has gathered dust. The roots of the sacred tree have been hollowed out. If there exists anyone who knows how to resist the corruption rooted beneath our land, it can only be that man who has forsaken everything, wandering in the deepest shadows. The Shadow Isles. Ahri's fox ears perked up, a hint of gravity flashing in her emerald-slit pupils. Zed, the traitor rumored to have slain his mentor for power? Aurelia, are you certain you wish to seek his aid? That would be akin to bargaining with a tiger. Better to risk the tiger than to sit idly by, watching Ionia succumb to this subterranean malignancy. Aurelia's voice rose sharply, infused with a near-tragic fervor. Look at this land. Look at these fallen souls. Behold the claws extending from the rift. We have no choice. Time is of the essence. Whether it be the chains of the star spirits or the devouring void. Someone must tear apart the darkness that envelopes us. If the balance is dead, if the light has dimmed. Her gaze swept once more over the cold, eerie scales on Kaelvissa's arm, finally resting on the spirit orb in Ahri's palm, marked with the cracks of the star spirits. Each word she uttered was like an oath. Let shadows be our final weapon. Let madness confront madness. With a sudden flourish, she summoned the last 7 blades, which returned to her side like weary birds, circling protectively. She cast a final glance at the ominous cherry blossom tree wilting beside the rift, her eyes now devoid of confusion, replaced by a chilling resolve and an indelible pain. Gather those who can still walk, collect all usable supplies. Aurelia's voice regained the steely authority of a battlefield commander as she issued orders to her surviving comrades. We shall retreat to the ruins of the Jean family ancestral grounds in southern Navali. There lies a secret passage to the Shadow Isles, and it is where I last beheld Master Kog'Maw. Deep within the Shadow Isles, remnants of the ancient tome left by Master Kog'Maw, detailing the world runes and the origins of the void, awaited. These were the very texts that Zed would seek to seize. Mentioning his name, a barely perceptible tremor laced her voice, quickly overshadowed by a deeper chill. She turned to Ahri and Kaelvissa, her gaze flitting between them before finally resting on Kaelvissa. The power within you is both key and calamity. Find it, control your own strength, or be utterly consumed by it. This is your sole path to survival. Kaelvissa met her gaze, the scales on his left arm pulsing with a clearer, more fervent thrum at the mention of world runes and the origins of the void. It seemed as if certain fragments, long dormant within the depths of his bloodline, were forcefully awakened by these few keywords. Fear still lingered, yet it was overshadowed by a profound realization of being swept away by the currents of fate. He nodded silently. Ahri gazed into Aurelia's eyes, which were filled with an undeniable resolve, while feeling the faint breath of the girl in her arms and the chaotic energy within Kael's body resonating with the rift. In the end, 9 foxtails slowly descended. She sighed softly, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in her emerald eyes. It appeared that this scaled boy was destined to tread into the deepest shadows, she murmured. The harsh truths of the Herod and the stolen tomes must be revealed. Chapter 4. The pursuers of Noxus. The setting sun bled crimson, casting an eerie warmth over the ruins of the Preethecan valley. Aurelia's figure appeared particularly solitary amidst the shattered cherry blossom rain. She cast one last glance at the ancient holy tree, its roots splitting the void, and the tumult of emotions within her crystallized into a frozen resolve. The surviving Bladesingers supported the wounded, silently trailing behind her, each face etched with exhaustion and bewilderment, save for the lingering echoes of Ionia, ever resilient, which faintly trembled in the still air. Ahri, cradling the still slumbering Bella, approached Kael's side. The scales on the boy's left arm glimmered coldly in the twilight, dark purple blood having congealed into a blackish-brown scab, a stark contrast to his pallid skin. "Can you walk?" she inquired softly, her fingertips trailing a pale pink glow that gently caressed his wounds, bringing a hint of warmth. Kael nodded, struggling to stand upright. The chaotic force within him had nearly shattered him during the rift's eruption, and he still felt lightheaded. Looking down at his left hand, he sensed the lingering thread of intangible energy at his fingertips, accompanied by a chilling numbness from the life it had siphoned. The little girl's word, monster, echoed in his mind like an incantation, refusing to fade away. "We must leave swiftly," Aurelia's voice called from ahead, having gathered the scant supplies. Her deep green battle robe rustled in the wind, for the Noxians could return at any moment, and the rift continued to expand. Her gaze swept over Kael, finally resting on the scales of his arm. Your power is of the void. The longer you remain, the more likely you become a beacon for the rift. The group quietly retreated along a concealed path on the western side of the valley. The remnants of the volcanic eruption lingered, the earth occasionally trembling slightly. The air thick with the scent of sulfur and dust. After about half an hour, Ahri suddenly halted, her emerald vertical pupils narrowing in vigilance, her fox ears twitching slightly. Something is amiss. We are being followed. In an instant, Aurelia gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, 7 blades hovering silently beside her. It is a vanguard squad from Noxus, not many in number, but they move swiftly. She listened intently for a moment, her brow furrowing deeper. There is more than one wave. Another presence is concealed, carrying the scent of the Shadow Order. A heaviness settled in Kael's heart, as a slight sting emanated from the scales on his left arm, an indication of the shadowy energy unique to the Shadow Assassins drawing near. They intended to launch a pincer attack. Aurelia's voice was as cold as steel, yet her gaze sharpened with determination. Talia, escort the children and the wounded to the right canyon. There are natural crevices for concealment. Ahri, Kael, follow me. Wait. Ahri suddenly grasped Aurelia's arm, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Instead, let us employ a strategy of using others to our advantage. She whispered a few words into Aurelia's ear, who initially hesitated before her expression transformed into one of resolve. Let it be as you say. Aurelia nodded, and 7 blades surged forward with newfound velocity. Blade dancers, follow me. Let us surprise the wolves of Noxus. Kael was pulled by Ahri into a thicket of lush ferns. He observed Aurelia, accompanied by 3 blade dancers, intentionally revealing their position as they retreated towards an open glade to the left, leaving behind subtle markings on the branches along their path. These markings were a common communication signal among the Ionia resistance. However, at this moment, they served as bait to lure the Shadow Assassins. Moments later, the sound of heavy footsteps grew nearer, and a dozen soldiers clad in crimson heavy armor from Noxus emerged into the woods. The captain, wielding a massive axe, surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze. We have found the remnants of Ionia. The general commands the capture of that scaled boy alive. Just as the Noxian soldiers stepped into the clearing, Ahri suddenly pressed down on Kael's left arm and whispered, "Release a fraction of your power to entice them." Kael gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the chaotic energy swirling within him, allowing only a faint dark purple aura to seep through the gaps in his scales. This essence, akin to the most tantalizing scent of blood, instantly stirred the lurking Shadow Assassins. With a swift motion, 3 shadows shot forth from the depths of the towering ancient trees. Like phantoms, cloaked in pitch-black attire, their sharp arm blades glimmered with an eerie green light, aimed directly at the Noxian squad. More precisely, towards the direction from which Kael's aura emanated. It's the rabble of the Shadow. The Noxian captain bellowed, swinging his massive axe to fend off the first assailant. Form a shield wall. These lurking rats. However, the speed of the Shadow Assassins exceeded their expectations. One assassin glided along the trunk like a gecko, arm blade akin to the scythe of death, swiftly severing the throats of 2 Noxian soldiers. Blood splattered against the vibrant green moss, a shocking sight. Another assassin hurled several poisoned shurikens, accurately striking the joints of the Noxian soldiers, eliciting cries of agony. Yet, the ferocity of the Noxian soldiers was formidable. The captain's axe, with its tremendous force, cleaved through the air, compelling the Shadow Assassins to avoid direct confrontation. The remaining soldiers quickly formed a shield wall, their polearms extending through the gaps in their shields, creating a deadly thicket of steel thorns. They viewed the Noxians as mere prey. Ahri chuckled softly, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. The Shadow Order were fiercely protective of their spoils, particularly when it came to their chosen quarry. Kaelvissa felt a chill run down his spine. The assassins struck like a tempest, swift, elusive, and deadly, with each blow accompanied by the splatter of blood. The Noxian soldiers, like unyielding stones, stood their ground, clad in heavy armor, resisting valiantly amidst the thunderous clash of great axes and the dull thud of polearms piercing flesh, mingling with the brief, anguished cries of the dying, creating a grotesque symphony of death. Now is the moment. Aurelia's voice rang out from the other side. Seizing the perfect opportunity amidst the chaos, 7 blades shot forth like silver lightning from the thicket, striking with precision at the back of a Shadow Order assassin. Taken by surprise, the assassin was pierced through, letting out a muffled grunt before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. An illusion, a mere shadow. Yet this unexpected assault ignited the fury of the Shadow Assassins. unable to discern whether the attack originated from the Ionian resistance or their Noxian foes. They assumed it to be the work of Noxian allies. The remaining 2 assassins roared in anger, abandoning the Noxian soldiers before lunging toward Aurelia's concealed position. Fools! The Noxian captain bellowed, though he relished the opportunity to observe the unfolding chaos, directing his soldiers to regroup and momentarily stand by. Irelia, however, did not engage with the shadow assassins. In a swift motion, she vanished into the depths of the thicket, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. The 2 assassins pursued relentlessly, soon disappearing at the forest's edge. "Let us go," Ahri urged Kaelvissa, as they seized the fleeting moment when the Noxian squad's attention was diverted, darting swiftly along the periphery of the melee towards the canyon where Talia and the others lay in hiding. Behind them, the Noxian soldiers quickly realized they had been outmaneuvered, their enraged roars and the sound of their footsteps in pursuit echoing. Yet, as they burst into the clearing, they were ensnared once more by the returning shadow assassins. This time, the assassins unleashed their pent-up fury upon these outsiders. The sharp blades clashed violently against the heavy armor, dark green venomous blood mingling with vivid crimson. As Kaelvissa and the others vanished into the canyon's entrance, the clearing behind them was left with the brutal aftermath of their conflict, a scene of mutual destruction and the pervasive scent of death. Ahri glanced back at the grove shrouded in the crimson light of the setting sun, exhaling softly. For now, they were safe. The rift between the Shadow Order and the Noxians had deepened. Kaelvissa observed his trembling left hand. The brief surge of power had left his scales aching. Yet he felt an odd sense of accomplishment. They had not relied on brute strength, but rather on cunning and the enemy's own avarice to navigate a perilous crisis. Irelia soon caught up with them, her battle garb marked with fresh scars, yet her gaze remained sharp. This was merely a temporary measure. The formidable forces of Noxus and the main troops of the Shadow Order would soon discern the anomalies. "We must hasten to the ancestral grounds of Zanjia and locate the hidden passage to the forbidden realm of the Shadow Order." The breeze of the canyon carried a damp chill, stirring the scattered stones and fallen leaves beneath. Kaelvissa lifted his gaze towards the profound depths of the canyon, where a dense rainforest draped like an immense, inky curtain, shrouding unknown dangers and secrets. The ruins of the ancestral grounds resembled a colossal wound, forgotten in the crevices of time, deeply embedded within the impenetrable depths of the southern Navali rainforest. Towering ancient trees twisted and coiled, their robust vines constricting the remnants of stone pillars and crumbling walls like a giant serpent. Thick moss and slick fungi enveloped everything, emanating a scent of damp decay. Once a symbol of glory and legacy, the family crest now lay as a mere shadow of its former self, half embedded in the mire, embraced by several eerie, luminescent purple mushrooms, evoking an indescribable sense of desolation and strangeness. The air was as viscous as congealed gelatin, suffused with the sweet, acrid odor of rotting vegetation and the chill of deep, damp earth. Light was fragmented by the dense canopy, casting only fleeting, feeble shafts of green luminescence that barely illuminated the slick path beneath, strewn with roots and stones. Each step echoed with a disconcerting creak, reminiscent of treading upon decayed bones. Kaelvissa trudged laboriously at the rear of the group, each movement tugging at the wound on his left shoulder, where the dark purple scab throbbed in the oppressive humidity. What troubled him further were the grayish scales on his left arm. Ever since approaching these ruins, the dark golden patterns beneath the scales had begun to radiate a faint heat, as if resonating with some dormant entity deep within this desolate land. A chilling, viscous whisper, imbued with malice, no longer merely a muffled hiss, but an intermittent string of words, like the grinding of rusted gears, incessantly burrowed into his mind. "Chains, starry sky, traitor." Return. "Chains, starry sky, traitor?" Kaelvissa furrowed his brow, softly chewing on these fragmented words, attempting to piece together their significance. Instinctively, he touched the heated scales on his arm, casting his gaze towards the silent, yet resolute figure of Aurelia ahead of the group. She strode at the forefront, her steps steady, though the taut line of her shoulders betrayed the turmoil within. Her deep green battle robe appeared nearly jet black in the dim light, stained with mud and dried, darkened blood, rendering her an embodiment of the ominous ruins. The 7 blades hovered around her like the most loyal sentinels, their edges flickering with a faint, cold light in the shadows, alertly slicing through the descending vines and cobwebs. She neither turned back nor uttered a word, as if all her emotions and words were suppressed beneath her straightened spine. Only occasionally, when passing a particularly familiar yet drastically altered corner, such as the half-obliterated family crest, Would her steps momentarily falter, her hand gripping the ancestral sword, in non-blade form, tighten abruptly, knuckles paling. Oh, this wretched place is more suffocating than the sewage pipes of Zwan. A voice, slightly hoarse and unmistakably tinged with a Zwan accent, shattered the oppressive silence. It belonged to Talia, the mother of the little girl whom Kaelvissa and Ahri had rescued. A petite young woman with sun-kissed skin and a mess of deep brown hair. She donned a pair of tattered, mud-stained work overalls and a vest, her feet clad in severely worn leather boots. At this moment, she was irritably fanning herself, striving to dispel the pervasive humidity. Hey, Blade Caller, where exactly is that damned secret passage you mentioned? If I stay here any longer, I swear I might sprout mushrooms. She called out, unabashedly directing her words at Aurelia's back, her tone reflecting the characteristic bluntness and a hint of recklessness typical of Zuanites. Be patient, Talia, Aurelia replied without turning around, her voice as frigid as ice. The entrance to the passage lies beneath the last retreat of Master Cuso. We shall arrive shortly. She deliberately avoided naming the place, which held memories of her spiritual father, the one who had awakened her martial prowess and faith, only to be betrayed and slain by the very brother she had once trusted. Talia? I quite like that nickname. Talia seemed pleased with the moniker, momentarily forgetting her complaints and even feeling a flicker of pride as she lifted a nondescript pebble in her hand. The stone hovered briefly in her palm before settling back. This was a peculiar ability she had unwittingly discovered, a gift that allowed her to influence rocks and the earth ever so slightly. She cast a glance at Kaelvissa, who was silently making his way beside her, and playfully nudged the bandaged arm he held close. Hey, Scaled One, you look worse than a corpse. Is your arm still hurting? I must say, those black market doctors in Zwan may charge a fortune, but their skills in healing are, Talia. Ahri's gentle, yet slightly admonitory voice interjected. She cradled the still sleeping little girl, Bella, Talia's daughter, positioned between Kaelvissa and Talia. 9 ethereal tails formed a soft barrier, deftly separating Talia's overly enthusiastic concern while warding off much of the encroaching dampness and insects. Her gaze fell upon Kael'vissa's pallid face and slightly trembling arm, a flicker of understanding flashing in her emerald vertical pupils. His suffering was not of the ordinary kind. Quiet down, don't disturb him, Talia huffed, yet she complied, murmuring under her breath, what's wrong with being loud as a Zuanite? Ahri ignored Talia's grumbling, her focus firmly on Kael'vissa. Her voice lowered to a mere whisper only he could hear. Are those whispers becoming clearer? About chains and the starry sky? Her gaze was sharp, as if she could penetrate the chaos swirling in Kael'vissa's thoughts. Kael'vissa nodded slowly, his voice dry. Yes, and also about traders and keys. They are urging something to be returned. In this ruin, something is calling for my scales. He raised his left arm, the scales glimmering with a cold light under the dim illumination, the dark golden patterns below pulsating as if breathing. Ollie furrowed her brows deeply, softly repeating the phrase chain starry sky as her contemplative gaze swept over the gentle orb of spirit nestled in her palm. Within the orb, the dark golden fissure of star spirit seemed to pulse more vigorously upon nearing this desolate ruin, the rhythm of the runic chains faint yet palpable. Could it be that the secret tome left by the Master of Suffering recorded not merely the void, but also the shackles binding the celestial forgers? And your very existence, the fragments within you, might be the key to unshackling those bonds? This conjecture sent a shiver through her heart. At that moment, Aurelia halted before a partially collapsed stone archway, completely enveloped by colossal vines. Above the arch, one could still discern a distorted emblem symbolizing the balanced sect, intertwined rings, and a sword. We have arrived. Aurelia's voice was low, almost a whisper, laden with an indescribable weight. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling imperceptibly as she gently parted the heavy curtain of decaying vines that hung in the arch's center. Chapter 5. Rise and Zed engage in battle. Beyond the curtain lay not the anticipated chamber, but a seemingly bottomless vertical shaft, a mingled scent of ancient dust, cold stone marrow, and an indescribable essence, reminiscent of a millennium of bloodshed and dark intent, suddenly erupted from the well's mouth. The walls of the shaft were smooth as glass, not formed by nature, but rather carved by some extraordinarily sharp force. Embedded at intervals along the walls were runed stones, radiating a dim, ghostly green light, akin to the flicker of a dying candle, barely illuminating the profound darkness below. Wow! Talia peered over the edge, quickly retracting, dramatically clutching her chest. This descent? Quite exhilarating. Even more thrilling than the deepest chasms of Zon. I wonder if a millennial-old specter resides below. Though her words brimmed with bravado, her eyes sparkled with eager curiosity. Ollie, however, remained transfixed on the ghostly green rune stones, her emerald-slit pupils narrowing slightly. The power of the shadow flow carried an intense resentment and defiance. This force brimmed with mockery of balance and curses of betrayal. Bella, nestled within her arms, seemed to sense this chilling aura, stirring restlessly in her slumber. Aurelia paid no heed to Talia's exclamations or Ollie's scrutiny. Silently, she retrieved a bundle of resilient vines from her satchel, deftly securing one end to a sturdy stone pillar beside the shaft, while tossing the other end into the unfathomable darkness below. Down, her command was succinct and cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Without hesitation, she seized the vine and slid into the abyss, the 7 blades adhering to her back like a sheath, leaving only a cold reflection in their wake. Talia shrugged. All right then, time for the rock shaman to take flight. She rubbed her hands together, grasped the vine, and with an agility and recklessness surprising for her petite frame, she swiftly descended, her excited yet slightly trembling voice echoing in the darkness. Hey, it's so dark down here. Is there a light? Ollie held Bella close, casting a glance at Kaelvissa, silently urging him to follow. Kaelvissa inhaled deeply, suppressing the searing pain in his left arm and the tumultuous whispers swirling in his mind as he grasped the icy vine. Just as he prepared to descend, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A resounding hum erupted as an exceptionally pure, ancient blue arcane light, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky, shot forth from the direction of the dense forest they had traversed. The radiant beam did not target them, but rather struck with ferocity upon the massive stone beam above the entrance of the shaft, etched with half of the equilibrium emblem. The ground shook violently with an ear-splitting crash as stone debris flew in every direction. The entire ruin trembled with intensity. The stout stone beam groaned under the onslaught of arcane energy, instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. Enormous chunks of stone began to plummet. Be careful, Ollie shouted sharply, her 9 fox tails swelling dramatically, transforming the pale pink essence of her soul into a colossal shield that narrowly deflected several falling rocks aimed at Kaelvissa and Bella. Kaelvissa was nearly toppled by the blast's force, almost losing his grip on the vine. He clung tightly, looking up towards the source of the attack. From the dense shadows of the rainforest, a tall figure emerged, draped in a tattered, deep blue travel cloak. The hood cast a heavy shadow, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a weathered chin and tightly pressed, chiseled lips. His bare hands and arms were adorned with arcane runes that glowed with an otherworldly blue light, flowing like living entities. Most disconcerting was the enormous, exaggerated scroll on his back, inscribed with countless runes, radiating a heavy and ominous energy. It was the rune mage Rise. He did not direct his gaze towards the group by the shaft, but his eyes, hidden beneath the hood's shadow, resembled 2 unfathomable, frigid pools, coldly fixated on Kaelvissa's left arm, now shimmering brilliantly due to the arcane energy surge, covered in grayish-white scales. His voice rolled over the ruins like distant thunder, each word laden with formidable weight and an undeniable tone of judgment. The forbidden power, the stench of the void, and the echoes of the cosmos. The vessel of sin. You must be sealed. As his words lingered, Rise's rune-etched arm shot upward with sudden force. The air crackled with surging arcane energy, countless tiny blue arcs leaping and coalescing in his palm, swiftly forming a violently rotating arcane orb, seemingly teeming with the essence of storms and thunder. The cataclysmic energy oscillated, causing the surrounding air to emit a piercing wail of strain. Get down. Ollie's expression shifted dramatically, urgently urging Kaelvissa. One arm cradled Bella, while the other swiftly formed a seal, as the pale pink soul shield coalesced once more, positioned before Kaelvissa. Yet, in the face of Rise's pure and ancient arcane power, her soul's strength appeared woefully inadequate. Kaelvissa's heart raced, the shadow of death never having felt so vividly present. He no longer hesitated, gripping the vine tightly as he leaped into the unfathomable darkness of the vertical shaft. The sensation of weightlessness struck him instantly. There was no escape. Rise's roar echoed like thunder. The arcane sphere in his hand released a piercing shriek that tore through the fabric of space, hurtling forth with unyielding force, targeting the plummeting Kaelvissa. Boom! The arcane sphere collided violently with the hurriedly erected soul shield of Ahri. The delicate pinkish-white barrier shattered like fragile glass. Ahri emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, as the immense force sent her and Bella careening backward, crashing against the stone wall at the edge of the shaft. The residual arcane energy surged like a frenzied blue serpent, relentlessly pursuing the descending Kaelvissa, forcefully plunging into the abyss. Kaelvissa felt a cataclysmic force collide with his back, the protective vines around him severed by the energy's aftershock. He plummeted like a kite severed from its string into the endless chasm. The scales on his left arm erupted in a blinding display of dark gold and purple-black hues, as if they sought to tear him asunder. The excruciating pain and the uncontrollable energy surge caused him to lose consciousness in an instant. Kaelvissa, Ahri's anguished cry and Talia's scream from the shadows below were drowned by the thunderous explosion. The entrance to the shaft, under Ryze's wrathful strike, collapsed entirely. Massive stones crashed down, sealing the entrance tightly. Dust and debris swirled in the air. Ryze stood motionless, his rune-etched arms slowly lowering. He gazed at the completely sealed shaft entrance, his brow furrowed beneath the hood. He sensed that the vessel had not been utterly destroyed. The mingled aura of the void and starlight had merely been temporarily buried, sinking deeper into the shadows. The enormous scroll behind him trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if recording all that had transpired. In the shadow aisles, Ryze's voice was deep and grave, laced with an almost imperceptible sense of trepidation. The will of the shadow domain's runes would ultimately pierce through the darkness. He lingered no longer, turning away as his towering figure quickly vanished into the dense shadows of the rainforest, leaving behind the ruins and silence. Cold, viscous, and lifeless, Kaelvissa's consciousness drifted in the boundless darkness, as if submerged in an ink-like abyss. The searing pain in his left arm was akin to an unquenchable brand, scorching his nerves. The cold whispers grew clearer, more urgent, like countless icy needles incessantly piercing his awareness. The key to the chain of the starry traitor must be returned. Awaken the vessel from the shadows of the contract. He let out a tortured groan, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision was obscured, engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the chilling aura of ancient stone marrow, and a more profound coldness. As though a millennium of murderous intent had solidified around him, he realized he lay upon a cold, rough stone slab, the unyielding chill seeping into his body. Awake? Quite resilient, indeed. A cold, raspy voice, reminiscent of metal scraping against stone, unexpectedly echoed above him. Kaelvissa was startled, suddenly attempting to rise. But every bone in his body ached as if it were dislocated, particularly the area on his back that had been struck by arcane energy, burning with an intense fire. He could barely lift his head and turn toward the source of the sound. Illuminated by the faint glow of several clusters of eerie green runes on the distant stone wall, he beheld the figure responsible for the voice. The individual appeared to be a manifestation of the deepest shadows, silently standing a few meters away on a low stone platform. Encased in obsidian-like, grotesque ninja armor, sharp spines jutted from the joints of his armor, and the helmet's sides curved upwards like demonic horns, obscuring his face behind a metal mask that revealed only his eyes. Those eyes, devoid of any human emotion, glowed with a pure, blood-red hue, reminiscent of two droplets of congealed blood radiating a chilling light in the darkness. Most striking were the enormous, menacing arm blades affixed to his arms. These were no ordinary metal weapons. Their blades exhibited a flowing, light-absorbing, deep black color, while their edges shimmered with trails of eerie green energy, exuding a strong aura of death and foreboding. It was the Master of Shadows, Zed. He stood there quietly, as if he were one with this dark, forbidden place. An oppressive weight, heavy as a mountain, and a frigid intent to kill permeated the space, making Kaelvissa's breathing laborious. Zed. A cold voice emerged from beside him. Kaelvissa then noticed Ahri cradling the still unconscious Bella, while Talia timidly hid behind Ahri, the three of them not far away. Aurelion Sol stood at the forefront, 7 blades hovering around her, their edges pointed threateningly at Zed on the stone platform, glinting with a wary light. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, filled with profound hatred and icy vigilance. Traitor who murdered your master. Where's the tome of Master Kuso? Zed's blood-red eyes shifted slightly, his gaze slicing through Aurelion's soul like a cold blade, revealing a hint of unmasked mockery and indifference, as if she were an insignificant insect. His voice remained icy and hoarse, akin to a serpent's hiss. The balance is dead, Aurelion Sol. You persist in clinging to that rotten doctrine. Like a child wailing over a pile of bones. He slowly raised a hand covered in armored gauntlets, dark, light-absorbing shadow energy swirling around his fingertips. Kuso? A fool shackled to death by the chains of the starry sky, still foolishly attempting to maintain a laughable equilibrium. His tome? Zed let out a brief, ironic chuckle. It was but another veil for the celestial to manipulate the mortal realm. I have torn it apart and burned it, along with his pitiful, pleading remnants of balance. You. Aurelion Sol's pupils suddenly constricted, her body trembling with intense rage as the image of Master Kog'Maw, akin to a father in her heart, was so desecrated that she nearly lost her sanity. The seven blades erupted with a piercing hum, seemingly ready to shoot forth. Wait. Suddenly, Ahri spoke. Her emerald-hued vertical pupils fixated on the arm that Zed had raised. In the crevice where the dark arm guard met the sleeve, illuminated by the faint glow of the eerie green runes, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar dark golden brand, intricately composed of minute symbols. Although shrouded by the power of the shadow flow, that distinctive aura resonated with the star spirit fissure upon her spirit pearl. The star spirit brand. Ahri gasped in disbelief, her voice laden with incredulity. You bear the shackles of the star spirit upon your arm, Zed. You have betrayed Kog'Maw, usurped power. Could it be that the star spirits manipulate you from behind? Upon her utterance, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a silent abyss. Irelia froze mid-action, her gaze fixated upon Zed's arm in sheer disbelief. Talia's eyes widened, her hand clasping her mouth in shock. For the first time, a pronounced fluctuation emerged within Zed's crimson gaze. It was not surprise, but a ferocious intent akin to a wound being provoked, a violent urge to kill. The dark energy of the shadow flow surged from him like boiling ink, causing the temperature within the underground sanctum to plummet to freezing levels. Insolence. Zed's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the depths, frigid and piercing, imbued with unfathomable wrath. Star spirits? Those pretentious demigods. They are but dust beneath the might of the shadow flow. He stepped forward with force, the stone platform beneath him fracturing silently like a web of cracks. Your spirit fox's perception is excessively acute. This will only hasten your demise. No sooner had he spoken, Zed's form abruptly blurred, like a specter merging with shadows. He vanished from sight in an instant. Beware, Aurelia warned sharply, seven blades transforming into a protective barrier before her. Yet Zed's target was not her at all. A shadow, dark and swift beyond the limits of vision, appeared before Kaelvissa, who had just struggled to sit up. A hand, clad in cold arm guard and surrounded by an overwhelming aura of death, reached with fingers like hooks, shrieking as it tore through space, aiming fiercely at Kaelvissa's scaly left arm. Zed's crimson gaze was mere inches away, burning with a near-greedy thirst for a certain power. Indeed, the fragment of the Starforger resides within you. Hand it over. The shadow of death descended instantaneously. Kaelvissa could even scent the potent metallic tang of blood emanating from the arm guard. The power within him instinctively stirred under the threat of death, the scales on his left arm standing erect. Dark gold and violet-black light flashing wildly as he endeavored to conjure a chaotic force field. However, weakened. The consolidation of power was delayed by a mere fraction of a second. As the deadly hand of the arm blade neared Kaelvissa's left arm, a sharp command rang out. Clear off. Ahri's form appeared as if teleporting, placing herself before Kaelvissa. Her movement was astonishingly swift, 9 foxtails lashing out like blazing white flames towards Zed's arm. Simultaneously, she grasped the warm spirit pearl tightly, pressing it forcefully against Zed's outstretched hand. Within the luminous depths of the spirit pearl, a dark golden fissure of celestial energy erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Countless ethereal chains of runes danced frantically, exuding a fierce rejection and impact against their shared origin. Seeking death, the malevolent fury surged in the crimson depths of his gaze, while he maintained his menacing gesture toward Kaelvissa. The colossal blade affixed to his arm glimmered with a shadowy light, ruthlessly cleaving towards Ahri's head. The swiftness and ferocity of the strike seemed intent on shattering both her and the spirit pearl into oblivion. Boom. The spirit pearl collided violently with the armored palm of Requiem. The ethereal pink light of the soul clashed against the turbulent dark energy of the shadow stream and the erupting chains of celestial runes within the pearl, resulting in a fierce confrontation. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted yet heart-stopping roar. The chaotic energy surged forth like an uncontrollable tempest. Ahri, struck as if by a mighty hammer, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a disconnected kite. The spirit pearl slipped from her grasp, tracing a dim arc through the air before crashing into Kaelvissa, sending them both tumbling away. Requiem's figure wavered slightly, his palm encased in armor crackling with sparks, as the shadowy power of the stream clashed violently with the ethereal chains of the celestial runes, annihilating each other in a fierce struggle. A flicker of astonishment and incredulity flashed in his crimson eyes. He fixated intently on his palm, emanating wisps of smoke, then abruptly turned his gaze to the flung Ahri and Kaelvissa, his eyes narrowing like a serpent spotting its prey. The resonance of their twin souls could momentarily resist the erosion of the mark. For the first time, Requiem's voice bore an unusual tremor. No longer a mere cold intent to kill, but tinged with a chilling curiosity akin to the discovery of a new frontier. What a delightful surprise. It seems your value extends far beyond that key. Just as this tempest of energy raged on, Requiem's gaze locked onto Ahri and Kaelvissa. Buzz. Without warning. The entire underground sanctum trembled violently. The intensity far exceeded the tremors caused by Ryze's earlier assault, as if a colossal beast, long slumbering in the depths of the earth, had been utterly awakened. Chapter 6. The Residual Will of the Star-Forged Dragon King Crack. In the center of the sanctum, behind the stone platform where Requiem had previously stood, a massive black stone wall, once as smooth as glass and inscribed with ancient, obscure runes, suddenly fissured under the violent tremors. Within the depths of the crack, there was no stone but rather a profound void, shimmering with molten dark golden light. Countless minuscule fragments, reminiscent of stardust, floated and swirled within the void. A vast, ancient will, seemingly originating from the dawn of the universe, yet imbued with endless sorrow and fury, surged forth like a torrent breaching its dam, instantly engulfing the entire sanctum. This will was remarkably potent, remarkably pure. As it swept over Requiem's form, the boiling energy of the shadow stream recoiled violently, as if encountering the fierce rays of the sun. The concealed dark golden mark upon his arm flared to life, emitting a sharp hum and searing pain. With a low growl, a surge of apprehension and a deeply concealed yearning flickered in the crimson depths of his gaze for the first time. This formidable will swept over Ahri and Kaelvissa, eliciting starkly contrasting responses. The blood that Ahri coughed up splattered onto the spiritual orb, and upon contact with this will, the orb erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to sparks igniting in a barrel of oil, radiating a resplendent pinkish-white light. Within the orb, a fissure of star essence pulsated wildly, desperately attempting to suppress something, yet was relentlessly assailed by this overwhelming intent. In contrast, Kaelvissa felt the inverted scales on his left arm resonate with an echo akin to a million stars harmonizing as they encountered the torrent of this will. The dark golden patterns shimmered with an unprecedented brightness, voraciously absorbing the celestial energy that permeated the air. A profound tremor of emotion, steeped in sorrow, surged from the depths of his bloodline, engulfing him like a rising tide. He seemed to hear a grand and mournful voice cry out from the depths of his soul, "Fragments of my shattered existence return from the chains of betrayal in the starry void." Kaelvissa clutched his head, letting out a tortured howl as fragmented images exploded in his chaotic mind like lightning. A frigid expanse of stars intertwined with colossal chains. A chillingly elevated golden gaze, and an immense claw formed of constellations, violently torn apart by the chains, with shards scattering in all directions. Was this the lingering will of the star-forged Dragon King, Aurelion Sol? Ahri struggled to raise her head, wiping the blood from her lips, and gazed in awe at the cracked stone wall and the dark golden void flowing within it, her emerald vertical pupils filled with shock. The secret tome of the Master is not merely a record. This is a fragment imbued with the fury and lament of the Dragon King at the moment of his tearing apart, a living scar of the starry sky. Effacing the searing pain of the arm's brand and the restlessness of the shadow energy, he fixated on the dark golden fragments swirling within the wall as fissure. Then abruptly turned to Kaelvissa, who was howling in agony, his left arm's scales resonating intensely with the fragments, before finally glancing at the spiritual orb in Ahri's hand, which was also reacting strangely to the fragments' will. Fragments of the twin soul vessel, scars of the starry shackles. His cold, raspy voice now bore a trace of near-manic, twisted excitement. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the cracked wall and the tormented Kaelvissa, as if pronouncing fate. Balance is dead. Shadows shall arise. The shackles of the pseudo-god of star spirits and the shadows devoured by the void shall crumble under this chaotic key. The ultimate power of shadow energy requires the baptism of this starry grievousness. He abruptly turned, his scarlet gaze piercing like a tangible blade toward Ahri and Kaelvissa. You shall become the sacrifices that unlock a new era. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the heart of the shadow flow forbidden zone, unleashing a devastating brilliance. Azure arcane energy collided violently with the inky shadow power and earthy rock energy, annihilating all in their path, forming a ferocious shockwave that swept everything away. Debris, dust, and even fractured rock were hurled into the air like leaves in a tempest. The blinding radiance rendered everyone temporarily sightless. while the deafening roar caused the eardrums to thrum as if the very fabric of reality was collapsing and reassembling in that singular moment. Kaelvissa and Ahri were violently hurled by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily against the frigid stone wall. The fragile bridge of their soul connection flickered violently, nearly severing. Kaelvissa felt as though his innards had been displaced, the searing pain from the arcane-inflicted wound on his back tearing through him. While the scales on his left arm shimmered erratically under the assault of three forces, the dark golden patterns swirling like molten lava. Coughing violently, Ahri spilled blood from the corner of her mouth, her pallor even more pronounced than before. Her emerald vertical pupils were filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Talia's earth-shattering rock shield, they would have been reduced to ashes by the dual onslaught of arcane and shadow. Instinctively, she glanced at Kaelvissa, who was biting down hard, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enduring unimaginable agony. Amidst the swirling dust, the cracked stone wall, exuding a dark golden glow, expanded once more under the force of the explosion, releasing more shards of stars and a more ferocious Dragon King's will. The very dome of the forbidden ground trembled perilously, massive stones plummeting like raindrops, while fissures in the ground spread at an alarming rate. What is this monstrous power? Talia murmured weakly, slumped on the ground. The recent surge of energy had nearly depleted her entirely. Her complexion was ashen, gasping for breath. Her arms trembling, barely able to lift a finger. Bella, frightened, nestled within her embrace, her small face buried in her mother's garment. Shivering so violently she had forgotten to cry. In the instant of the explosion, Aurelia had constructed a barrier with 7 blades, barely protecting herself and the Talia mother-daughter duo. Yet she too was pushed back several steps by the shockwave, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She scanned the smoke-filled surroundings warily. Searching for the whereabouts of Rise and Zed, these formidable foes would not relent easily. Indeed, a cold, hoarse voice, like a serpent hissing, emerged from the haze. Laced with unmasked fury, "Fools, you have destroyed everything." It was Zed. He seemed to have been caught in the explosion as well. His voice laced with a hint of disarray, but more so with an enraged madness. The Shadow's grand enterprise. The mysteries of the starry sky. All tarnished by you insignificant insects. His words were abruptly cut off, replaced by a dull thud and the hum of energy bursts. Evidently, Rise had launched an attack against him. This rune mage would not permit anyone to disrupt his mission of purifying Kaelvissa, even if it meant facing the threat posed by the Master of Shadows. Madmen. All of them mad, Talia muttered weakly. Ahri took a deep breath, mustering the strength to rise, once more pressing the spirit orb against Kaelvissa's chest, striving to stabilize the tenuous soul connection. We must leave this place. Her voice was frail, yet resolute. Once Rise and Zed determine the victor, or temporarily join forces, our demise is inevitable. Kaelith nodded with great difficulty. He could sense that as the fissures in the stone walls widened, the will of the Dragon King, emanating from the starry grief, surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave, resonating more intensely with the fragments within him. Images and whispers of stars, chains, and betrayal became startlingly vivid, threatening to engulf his sanity entirely. At that moment, the tremors within the forbidden ground intensified once more violently than ever before, as if an ancient behemoth were awakening deep within its confines, roaring ferociously. The crack at the dome's center suddenly expanded, revealing deeper, darker strata above. Debris cascaded down like a torrential waterfall. "Hurry," Aurelion decisively commanded, as 7 blades danced through the air, cleaving the falling stones to forge a path for the others. There is an alternative escape route here. It was left by Master Cuso for unforeseen circumstances. Ahri supported the almost unsteady Kaelith, while Talia, despite her exhaustion, lifted Bella and followed suit. The 4 of them trudged through the crumbling forbidden ground, with the increasingly fierce clash between Rise and Zed rumbling behind them, accompanied by the ever more violent will of the Dragon King emanating from the stone wall of starry grief. Kaelith's consciousness oscillated between agony and chaos. He felt Ahri's warmth and support through their connection, as well as the overwhelming and mournful will of the Dragon King wreaking havoc within him. He understood that this race against fate had only just begun. The cold, viscous darkness enveloped Zed's shadowy domain like congealed ink. Only the colossal cracked stone wall remained, resembling a bleeding scar of the starry sky from the depths of the earth, glowing with a molten, dark, golden light. Countless fragments of stars floated and spun within it, exuding an ancient and vast will, saturated with endless sorrow and fury. This will surged like an invisible tsunami, relentlessly crashing against everyone in the forbidden ground. instilling a profound pressure and tremor at the very core of their souls. Kaelith curled on the frigid stone floor, his left arm's scales burning like a red-hot brand, voraciously absorbing the starlight permeating the air. Dark, golden patterns flickered with unprecedented brightness beneath his skin, each pulse accompanied by a searing sensation that penetrated to the bone. Fragments of memories from the Dragon King Aurelion Sol's torment pierced his chaotic consciousness like icy needles. The frigid starry vault, the desolate vacuum, the colossal body of a star, impaled by countless chains burning with cold, golden flames. At the other end of those chains lay the essence of the colossal celestial entity, the god of the peaks, exuding a facade of false brilliance. On the surface of those celestial bodies, blurred yet filled with greed and arrogance, golden eyes emerged. The chains suddenly tightened and tore apart, accompanied by a soul-shattering cry, a cacophony of rage and disbelief. A colossal claw, forged from countless stars, was wrenched asunder. Fragments cascaded like a burning meteor shower, entwining the flesh and will of the Dragon King, plummeting toward the azure planet of runes below. A cold, emotionless voice echoed across the celestial expanse. The Purifier has decreed that order shall not be desecrated. Kaelvissa emitted a primal roar once more, his hands clutching his head fiercely, nails embedding into flesh as he endeavored to expel the horrific images and sounds from his mind. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of burning glass. Each heartbeat tugged at a wound deep within his soul, a wound forcibly torn from the essence of the Dragon King. Kaelvissa, hold on. Ahri's anxious voice rang in his ears. Ignoring her own injuries from being hurled by the assault, she knelt beside Kaelvissa. The dislodged spirit pearl was summoned back to her, hovering in her palm, its pale pink light struggling against the onslaught of the Dragon King's will, appearing alarmingly feeble. Her emerald vertical pupils brimmed with concern and determination. Useless, spirit fox. The cold, raspy voice of Zed slithered from the fissures in the stone wall like a venomous serpent. He forcibly suppressed the searing pain coursing through his arm from the impact of the Dragon King's will, the flickering star mark upon him glowing ominously. His crimson eyes fixated intently on the agonized Kaelvissa and the fiercely protective Ahri, ignited by a twisted excitement and an insatiable greed. His suffering stemmed from his bloodline, resonating with the lament of the starry skies. Unless he fully assimilated the fragments or was utterly shattered by them, Zed's gaze shifted toward the spirit pearl in Ahri's hands, which trembled violently under the Dragon King's influence, its inner star cracks pulsating madly. To him, that spirit pearl shackled by the starry chains was both a balm and a provocation. What exquisite contradiction! The might of shadows craved such chaotic nourishment. Silence, you madman who slays his master. Irelia admonished sharply, her 7 blades humming as they pointed toward Zed, their gleaming edges glinting ominously against the dark golden backdrop. Yet, she dared not act rashly. The terrifying aura emanating from Zed, a fusion of shadowy power and the oppressive will of the Dragon King, left her breathless. Talia clung tightly to Bella, who had just awakened and was trembling in fear at the sight before her, cowering behind Ahri, her face ashen, scarcely daring to breathe. Madman. Huh. Zed let out a brief, mocking laugh. Irelia, the equilibrium you protect is merely a deceit crafted under the manipulation of the star spirits. A ruse to blind the world. That stubborn old fool, until his dying breath, clung to that illusory balance, willingly becoming a puppet of the star spirits. Do you think I killed him for no reason? He abruptly raised his searingly branded arm, pointing toward the dark golden shards floating in the stone fissure. Because he knew. He knew of the lament of the starry skies. He knew of the star spirit's betrayal of the star-forged Dragon King. He understood that the so-called void threat was nothing but a tool wielded by the star spirits to cleanse dissenting civilizations and maintain their dominion. Yet he chose silence. He chose to numb himself with that laughable balance, to numb all of Ionia. The voice of the Harbinger suddenly soared, infused with a frenzied hysteria and a fury that had festered for millennia. The equilibrium is dead. Only the power of shadows can shatter the shackles that envelop the world. The lament of the Dragon King, the scars of the starry sky, hold the key to breaking it all. His crimson gaze, like tangible hooks, once more fixated on Kaelvissa, and on the ethereal fox by his side, a being of dual souls capable of resonating against the celestial brand. This is the key to ushering in a new era. Your suffering? Your struggles? Merely the necessary kindling to ignite the torch of a new world. Shadows shall rise. The old god shall be vanquished. Kindling? A key. Ahri's voice trembled with rage, icy flames igniting within her emerald-slit pupils. Harbinger, you have allowed power to consume your very essence. The might of the Dragon King is both the force of creation and the calamity of annihilation. To aspire to control it is to invite disaster, dragging the entire realm of runes into an abyss of irretrievable doom. She cast her gaze upon Kaelvissa, writhing in agony and convulsing from the clash of powers. A flicker of resolute pain crossing her eyes. He is but an innocent swept away by fate. Not a key. Innocent? Huh. The Harbinger's cold laughter was like shards of ice, tainted with the blood of the Starforger, bearing the corrosion of the void. He is chaos itself, the embodiment of destruction and rebirth. Ethereal fox, stow away your futile pity. The realm of shadows requires no weakness. The dark flow of shadow energy surged around him once more, akin to a beast that preys on the unwary, slowly advancing. Hand him over to me. And you. Your soul's resonance is the most fitting conduit to stabilize the power of this starry lament. Otherwise, his blood-red gaze swept over Irelia, Talia, and Bella. You all, along with this land, shall become the sacrificial offerings to awaken the power of the shadow flow. The thread of death tightened like a frigid noose, constricting the throats of all present. Aurelia's blade hummed to its utmost, yet failed to pierce. Talia tightly covered Bella's eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Just as the moment of impending explosion of the Harbinger's shadow energy approached, ugh! Talia, who had been curled up behind Ahri, clutching Bella, suddenly emitted a painful groan. She collapsed to the ground, hands pressing fiercely against her temples, her complexion turning ashen. Bella in her arms seemed to sense something, crying out in terror, "Mommy! Below! Something is calling. It hurts. Bella's head hurts." Talia? Ahri gasped, momentarily distracted by her. Talia's body shook violently, her eyes rolling back. And within the depths of her pupils, the veins of the earth and the patterns of stone faintly emerged. A weak yet remarkably clear resonance, filled with chaos and suffering, emanated from the depths of the earth's veins through her being. The icy stone ground beneath her began to display extremely minute cracks, resembling a spider's web. The stones are screaming. Talia's voice twisted and contorted, imbued with indescribable pain and terror. Something has awakened deep below. It is gnawing. It is burrowing. It hurts. The entire earth is bleeding. Chapter 7. The power of the rock sparrow tears the earth. Path to escape, she spoke in a disjointed manner, as if her consciousness were being forcibly dragged into the depths of the earth, experiencing an agony beyond the perception of ordinary mortals, a profound pain emanating from the very core of the land. This was the uncontrollable power of the rock sparrow within her, spiraling out of control under the influence of the Dragon King's will and the aberration of the earth's veins. Talia's transformation and the palpable distress of the earth's essence struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving through Ahri's chaotic thoughts. She suddenly turned her gaze towards the dark golden void flowing through the fissures in the stone wall, then to the struggling Kael and the frantic Talia. And a terrifying thought instantaneously took shape. It was resonance. Ahri cried out, her emerald vertical pupils filled with horror, as the fragments of the Dragon King within Kael resonated with the sorrow of this starry expanse, stirring not only the whispers of the void, but also unsettling the very foundations of the earth. What Talia felt was the anguish of the earth's veins being torn asunder by this elevated force. It was akin to the Galrin volcano being prematurely detonated. Something was about to emerge from the depths of this forbidden place, or perhaps even deeper, something far more terrifying than the rifts of the void. As if to validate her worst fears, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire Shadow Isles trembled with a ferocity tenfold greater than before. This time, it was not merely the tumult of the Dragon King's will, but a tangible, violent rending from deep within the earth's crust. Enormous boulders plummeted from the ceiling like a torrential downpour. The ground undulated wildly, cracking open. The fissures in the stone wall, suffused with dark golden light, violently expanded amidst the tremors. More viscous, writhing dark matter seeped from the edges of the cracks like festering sores, exuding an intoxicating aura of the void. Cursed be it. Even the Reaver's expression shifted subtly in the face of this cataclysmic upheaval, compelling him to divert his focus to harness the power of the Shadow Isles for his own protection, while intently observing the widening fissures. A gravity of concern emerging in his crimson gaze for the first time, unforeseen in his plans. He craved the Dragon King's strength. Yet he fervently wished for this power not to spiral out of control and rend the earth, inviting an even more dreadful calamity. "Mother!" Bella cried out in heart-wrenching despair within Talia's embrace. Talia, however, was wholly ensnared in the vortex of the earth's pain, her eyes rolling back, froth escaping her lips, as the fissures beneath her grew ever wider. "Ahri, get them out, Aurelion decisively commanded. The 7 blades no longer aimed at the Reaver, but transforming into a rapidly spinning barrier, frantically blocking and shattering the colossal stones plummeting from above, buying space for Ahri. Her voice pierced through the deafening roar with an unusual sharpness. This place was about to collapse. Take the secret passage. Hurry. Ahri hesitated not for a moment. She glanced at the nearly shattered Kael, then at the near-frantic Talia and the terrified Bella, a fleeting glimmer of resolute anguish crossing her eyes. With determination, she pressed the spirit orb against her chest. With the soul as a guide, let us share in the resonance. Ahri shouted, her voice imbued with a sacrificial resolve. The spirit orb erupted with an unprecedented, radiant pinkish-white light. This brilliance was no longer gentle. It bore a piercing sharpness that transcended the very essence of the soul. A bridge of ethereal light, composed purely of soul energy and tinted a delicate pink, instantaneously extended from the spirit pearl. One end connected to Ahri's heart, while the other mercilessly pierced through the heaving chest of Kaelvissa, who writhed in agony. A ghastly scream, twisted by torment, escaped the lips of both Kaelvissa and Ahri simultaneously. This was not a mere transfer of energy. It was a profound communion of souls. Ahri opened herself completely, willingly embracing the dual anguish that stemmed from the Dragon King's shattered essence and the corruption of the void within Kaelvissa. Images of torn stars, chains piercing through, and the terrifying gaze of a colossal golden eye surged into Ahri's consciousness like a tsunami. The ultimate pain, born from a soul being torn asunder and tainted, overwhelmed her in an instant. She gasped, spewing forth a torrent of crimson blood, her complexion paling to the hue of gold paper. Her emerald-slit pupils quivered violently, threatening to shatter. Tremors coursed through her delicate form, and her 9 foxtails drooped in exhaustion, as if on the verge of total collapse. Meanwhile, for Kaelvissa, the moment Ahri shared the burden of his soul, the agonizing torrent that had nearly torn him apart seemed to find an outlet. Though he still endured excruciating pain, the despair of his soul being ground to dust was alleviated by half. In the chaos of his mind, the mournful wails and fragmented memories belonging to the Dragon King Aurelion Sol became clearer and more structured through Ahri's intervention. The frigid chains of the starry prison were not mere arcane constructs. Deep within the chains flowed a viscous, dark purple energy, reeking of a sickly sweet rot, an essence of the void forcibly infused by the star spirits to taint and corrupt the Dragon King's very nature. Those immense golden eyes, as they tore at the Dragon King's colossal claws, briefly flickered with a glimmer of conspiracy, mingled with greed and fear. They not only imprisoned the Dragon King, but also sought to exploit the void's corruption against him. They feared his might, yet longed to harness it. The command issued by the Harbinger pointed directly to the Void Watchers, drawn by the fragments of the Dragon King, poised to descend upon him. The star spirits were orchestrating betrayal, starbound shackles, and the void's tainted snare. Kaelvissa, amidst his torment, managed to claw his way to a semblance of clarity, rasping out these crucial keywords in a disjointed manner. Each utterance felt like a lament steeped in blood and tears. Ahri's soul bore the dual weight of Kaelvissa's suffering and the brutal truth, akin to 2 searing blades stirring within her consciousness. Yet she comprehended, within her emerald-slit pupils, amidst the agony, an unparalleled horror and chilling realization erupted. The shackles were a trap. The star spirits were corrupting the Dragon King with void energy. Ahri's voice, though frail, reverberated with a soul-piercing shock. They were the true puppeteers behind the scenes. As her spirit pearl connected with this harrowing reality, the fissures of the star's spirit within it throbbed violently, as if incited, extending outward. Countless spectral chains of cold runes re-emerged, imbued with a fierce backlash of intent, assailing the very core of Ahri's soul, seeking to extinguish this perilous awareness. Once again, Ahri let out a harrowing cry as the bond of their souls fluctuated violently, the pale pink light bridge flickering erratically. She bore the brunt of a dual assault, one stemming from the torment of Kaelvissa and the other from the backlash of the star spirit's mark. Ahri. Kaelvissa sensed the tremors of the bond and the rapid weakening of Ahri's soul, an unprecedented panic seizing him. Instinctively, he extended his scaly left hand, grasping tightly onto Ahri's cold, trembling wrist. The moment his scaled palm made contact with her skin, a resonating hum echoed. The dark golden patterns on Kaelvissa's left arm intertwined with the pale pink glow of the spiritual pearl within Ahri, creating an unprecedented and profound resonance amidst the pressure of the backlash from the star spirit's mark. A chaotic yet resilient force. Infused with the celestial power of the Dragon King fragment within Kaelvissa, the chaotic attributes of the void's corruption, and the essence of life from Ahri's soul began to merge and flow spontaneously through the bond. This nascent power surged forth like a chaotic river of stars, colliding fiercely against the chains of star spirit runes that threatened to pierce Ahri's soul. Sizzling sounds erupted, akin to boiling oil splashed onto snow. The cold and merciless phantom of the rune chains emitted a piercing sound of annihilation under the impact of this chaotic force, which amalgamated the key of the Dragon King fragment with the Twin Soul's resistance, quickly dimming and retreating. Although it did not entirely obliterate the mark, it successfully suppressed the backlash from the star spirit for the time being. Ahri's soul, on the brink of collapse, suddenly felt lighter. She gasped for air as if surfacing from drowning, a flicker of disbelief and the thrill of survival flashing in her emerald vertical pupils. The resonance of their twin souls truly held the power to resist the mark. Weak yet exhilarated, Ahri gazed at Kaelvissa, her voice trembling with excitement. Kaelvissa too felt the spontaneously formed resistance against the backlash, and as he observed the renewed light in Ahri's eyes, he tightened his grip on her hand and nodded vigorously. An unspoken bond, transcending words, forged in the shared experience of life and death, deepened silently through their souls' resonance and resistance. A deeply moving moment. However, the cold and hoarse voice of Jia, tinged with impatience and irritation, cut through the air like a chilling wind. His crimson gaze swept over the temporarily stabilized duo, surprisingly invigorated in their resistance, before glancing at the ever-widening fissure in the dome and the increasingly violent tremors, as well as the suffering Talia and her mother, whose surroundings were crumbling further. Yet, the struggles of mere ants could not alter the destined course. The power of shadows could not be delayed. Jia's patience seemed to have reached its limit. No longer willing to wait, he abruptly raised his armored hands. The furious, dark shadow flow surged like a boiling sea of ink before him, gathering and compressing violently. Two massive, grotesque shurikens, forged purely from shadow flow energy, materialized in an instant. At their centers, a flicker of crimson light shone like the eye of a demon, exuding a destructive aura. Their target was none other than Kaelvissa and Ahri, trapped in the state of soul linkage and unable to evade. Let them become the cornerstone of the shadow flow. The proclamation of doom resounded like the death knell of the Reaper. No. Aurelia's eyes blazed with fury as 7 razor-sharp blades hurtled towards Zed in a desperate attempt to thwart him. Yet, the barrier forged from the shadows effortlessly deflected her assault. As the 2 devastating shadow shurikens threatened to tear apart Kael and Ahri, along with their very souls, a thunderous roar erupted. It was a sound more profound than the tremors of the earth, ancient and terrifying, seemingly emanating from beyond the world itself. And it came without warning from the direction of the sealed shaft, now a ruin, where Rise stood. Immediately following this, crack, boom, the seemingly indomitable dome of the Shadow Isles, struck as if by an invisible hammer, was suddenly riddled with vast, spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, the entire dome shattered with a resounding explosion. Countless massive stones, ablaze with azure arcane flames, cascaded down like divine retribution. The blinding arcane radiance instantly dispelled the darkness of the Forbidden Land, revealing the fissures flowing with dark golden lava, Zed's menacing figure, and the entwined forms of Kael and Ahri, all laid bare beneath the destructive blaze. A tall figure, cloaked in a tattered, deep blue mantle, hovered above the breach in the shattered dome like a deity of judgment. Enveloped in a tempest of arcane fury, his rune-etched arms were raised high, cradling an orb of terrifying arcane energy that shone like a miniature sun, swirling with thunder and storms within. It was none other than Rise, the returning rune mage. His eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, resembled 2 frigid blue moons, indifferent to the crumbling forbidden realm, the roiling shadows of power, and the mournful echoes of the starry void, fixated intently, with an absolute sense of judgment, upon Kael's left arm, now glimmering with renewed brilliance due to Rise's presence and arcane pressure. The forbidden vessel, the corruption of the void, the remnants of the cosmos. Sin must find its end here. Rise's voice boomed like 1,000 thundering storms, enveloped in the absolute will of ancient runes, crashing down. The arcane orb in his grasp, imbued with the power to purify all, plunged towards Kael and Ahri like a falling star, its speed and might rendering Zed's impending shadow shurikens utterly insignificant. A double execution. The shadow blades of the Master of the Shadows. The arcane retribution of the Rune Mage. The shadow of death loomed more heavily than ever above Kael and Ahri. However, in this moment of impending destruction, don't touch my stone. Talia, tormented by the agony of the earth's veins, Her consciousness teetering on the brink of chaos, erupted into a frantic scream as the dome above shattered and the arcane light pierced through. Her eyes, pale and reflecting the intricate patterns of the earth, suddenly focused on the massive stones raining down, ablaze with arcane flames. A surge of wild power, born from the depths of her very blood, mingling the agony of the earth and her instinct to protect, erupted uncontrollably from her petite frame. Buzz, centered around Talia, a surge of earthy energy, tangible in its essence, erupted violently. Wherever the shockwave traversed, the ground writhed as if it were a boiling cauldron. Countless fragments of stone and soil, imbued with a semblance of life, instantaneously levitated and coalesced. A colossal rock shield, inscribed with primordial patterns, rose abruptly from the earth before Talia, responding to her unconscious cries, like the arm of a deity. Daringly confronting the arcane orb hurled by Rise and the shadowy shurikens cast by Zed. It also stood defiantly above Kael and Ahri. Boom! An unimaginable explosion erupted at the heart of the Shadow Isles, amidst the flowing starry remnants of sorrow. The cataclysmic blast unleashed a torrent of energy. As the earthy shield succumbed to the dual onslaught of arcane and shadow forces, fracturing inch by inch before ultimately shattering into pieces. Scorching fragments and shards of energy scattered like a meteor shower, enveloping all within the confines of obliteration's inferno. Kael felt an irresistible force crashing upon him. Instinctively, he shielded Ahri beneath him, only to be met with excruciating pain akin to being scorched by lava on his back. The rampant energy tore at his consciousness, as the scales on his left arm erupted in blinding dark gold light, clashing violently with the void's corruption and the remnants of arcane energy within him. Coughing violently, he struggled for breath amidst the choking smoke, his vision clouded. He strained to lift his head, witnessing the stone wall radiating dark gold light collapse entirely in the explosion. Countless star fragments cascading like broken pearls, their emanation of the Dragon Kings, while now chaotic and furious. The entire domain was collapsing at an accelerated pace, with fissures above widening to a staggering extent, revealing the profound rock layers above and a sliver of dim daylight. Ahri, Kael rasped, trembling as he reached for her in desperation. Ahri lay still, her eyes shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, the starry fissure upon her brow more pronounced than before. Intricate runes still subtly writhing, exuding a chilling aura of decay. Her breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, evidently gravely injured from the recent resonance of souls and the explosive shock. Hurry, leave. A voice echoed nearby, unmistakably weakened. It was Aurelia. Following the sound, Kael beheld Aurelia half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from her lips, 7 blades feebly hovering by her side, clearly drained of energy. She fought valiantly to maintain a barrier with her blades, fending off the relentless cascade of debris. The passageway remains uncollapsed. It was then that Kael noticed. At the edge of the explosion, the backup escape route Aurelia had mentioned miraculously remained intact, though the surrounding rocks had become loose, threatening to seal it off entirely at any moment. Talia lay slumped near the entrance of the passage, still in a semi-conscious state, while Bella clung tightly to her arm. Her small face pale with fear, tears brimming in her eyes. There was no time for hesitation. Kael gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to hoist Ahri in a horizontal embrace, stumbling toward the entrance of the passageway. Irelia, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, strained to rise, her 7 blades once more swirling to clear the fallen debris, forging a path ahead. Hurry inside, she urged, casting a wary glance towards the tumultuous energy surging behind them. There, amidst the flickering flames, 2 indistinct figures emerged, evidently Rise and Zed, poised to unleash their next assault after a brief skirmish in the aftermath of the explosion. Kaelvissa cradled Ahri as he slipped into the narrow passage, with Irelia following closely behind, sealing the entrance with her remaining blades. The passage was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glimmer emanating from the scales on Kaelvissa's left arm. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the path beneath their feet was uneven, punctuated by the occasional cascade of loose stones. Talia, Bella's voice, tinged with tears, broke the silence as she clutched tightly to her mother's garment. Kaelvissa halted, turning to see Talia still in a state of unconsciousness. With a sigh, he cautiously leaned Ahri against the rocky wall before bending down to carry Talia on his back. Irelia then lifted Bella, and the group trudged forward through the constricted corridor. The passage seemed interminable, and after what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. As they rounded another bend, a rush of fresh air greeted them. and they emerged from the passage into a secluded valley. Beyond the valley lay the coastline, where the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the rocks could be faintly heard. Chapter 8. Aboard the pirate ship, Noxian naval ambush. The Noxians may still be nearby, Irelia remarked, her brow furrowed as she gazed beyond the valley. We must leave the land swiftly. At that moment, a ship's horn echoed across the distant sea. Kaelvissa and Aurelion exchanged a glance, a flicker of hope igniting in their hearts. Supporting one another, they carried the unconscious Ahri, along with Talia and the shaken Bella, as they navigated the rugged path towards the coastline. At the shore, a merchant vessel adorned with the Bilgewater twin-axe skull flag hurriedly loaded its cargo, seemingly preparing to depart this place of turmoil. It was none other than the Iron Claw, a pirate ship. A moment of hesitation flickered in Aurelia's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. They had no choice but to take the risk, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos. They evaded the crew's notice and stealthily approached the merchant ship. Just as they were about to board, a watchful sailor spotted them. "Hey, who are you?" The sailor barked, raising his voice while sounding the alarm. Aurelia's expression hardened. Without waiting for a response, a blade shot forth, deftly disarming the sailor of his curved dagger. "We require your vessel," she declared, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The commotion aboard summoned the captain, Grayson, who upon seeing Aurelia's weaponry and Kaelvissa's injured Ahri, was momentarily overtaken by greed and trepidation. "Hey, you Ionians think you can commandeer my ship?" Grayson sneered, fully aware of whose territory they had encroached upon. "The Noxian pursuers will arrive shortly. Do you wish to remain here and share tea with them?" Irelia responded coldly, her 7 blades poised for action. Grayson's expression shifted slightly. Although consumed by greed, he was acutely aware of the formidable might of the Noxian army. Weighing the pros and cons, he spat in frustration. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Come at me. But if you damage my belongings, you shall compensate me doubly." Thus, Kaelvissa and his companions boarded the Iron Fin. The ship swiftly hoisted its sails and gradually departed from the shores steeped in death and chaos. Standing on the swaying deck, Kaelvissa gazed back at the receding land, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ahri remained unconscious. The explosion at the Shadow Isles, the threats posed by Rise and Zed, the schemes of the Star Guardians, and the shadows of the void, all felt like an invisible net, ensnaring him tightly. He glanced down at Ahri in his arms, then at the shimmering scales upon his left arm, a fierce resolve swelling within him. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, he must survive. Not only for himself, but for those whose fates intertwined with his own. The cold, briny sea breeze lashed against the battered wooden hull of the Iron Fin like a whip wrapped in sandpaper. This medium-sized cargo ship, adorned with the Bilgewater twin-axe skull flag, resembled a drunken giant, struggling amidst the tumultuous waves stirred by the eruption of the Galrin volcano and further agitated by the will of the Dragon King from the depths of the Shadow Isles. The cabin was suffused with the noxious odors of inferior rum, rotting fish, sweat, and the sickly scent of decaying cargo, inducing nausea. On deck, sailors fought like ants in a tempest, bellowing and cursing as they desperately pulled at the slick, heavy ropes, attempting to rein in the sails that flapped violently, threatening to tear apart at any moment. Their coarse shouts intermittently pierced through the roar of the storm. "Hard to port. Damn it. Hard to port. Steady. Here comes a wave. Hold on tight. Even the sewers of Zon smell better than this cursed place." Talia leaned over the ship's railing, her complexion pale as she retched violently, gripping the cold railing with white-knuckled fingers as if it were her only lifeline. The drenched deck beneath her feet pitched wildly. Each time the ship was cast high by a monstrous wave and then slammed back down, it churned her stomach. "Bella, hold on to mommy," she croaked, shielding her terrified daughter, whose face was ashen, tightly clutching her leg. In between her bouts of vomiting, Talia groaned in agony, her eyes bloodshot from seasickness and lingering resonance with the land's energies. "Something beneath the waves is following us, making a ruckus and causing pain." Unconsciously, she stamped her foot on the deck, sending a faint, earthy wave radiating from her soles, causing several loose planks nearby to creak, startling an old sailor into a startled leap. "Shut up, Rock Sparrow," bellowed Grayson, the burly captain of the Iron Fin, clad in a greasy leather apron, his face a mask of flesh, with a black eye patch over his single eye, gripping the helm fiercely as he roared in Talia's direction, spittle mingling with the rain. "Should you dare to use that cursed stone magic to damage my ship again, I shall cast you overboard to feed the abyssal fishfolk. You wretched rodent of Zon." He grunted as he forcefully turned the heavy helm, battling the wild currents, his mouth spewing profanities. "Damn it. First, the volcano erupts, then the earth quakes. And now even the sea god has lost his mind. This voyage to Ionia is truly the epitome of misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck. Deep within the ship, in the only somewhat dry and modest captain's quarters that Captain Grayson deemed a sacred space, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eye of a storm. Kaelvissa leaned against the frigid wall, seated on the floor, her complexion pale to the point of translucence. Each violent jolt of the ship sent agonizing, tearing pain through the wound on her left shoulder, but what troubled her more were the grayish-white scales on her left arm. Beneath those scales, dark golden patterns pulsed like restless creatures. A peculiar sensation, a blend of arcane burning and the icy erosion of the void, coursed through her, relentless and invasive, emanating from the lingering aftermath of Ryze's arcane orb that had struck her back. This was the taint of Ryze's devastating arcane energy, clashing violently with the chaotic fragments of the Dragon King and the encroaching void within her, inducing waves of dizziness and nausea. She shut her eyes tightly, striving to calm the tumultuous energies surging within her, yet the images of the ruins of shadow and the cataclysmic collapse haunted her thoughts, alongside Ahri's final piercing scream and her crumpled form. With great effort, Kaelvissa opened her eyes and gazed at the figure resting on the humble hammock across from her. Ahri was curled up there, draped in a relatively clean coat that Kaelvissa had removed. Her eyes were shut, long eyelashes quivering like the wings of a wounded butterfly, while her once rosy lips now bore the pallor of death. Her exquisitely beautiful face betrayed the signs of profound exhaustion and soul-deep anguish. Her breath was faint and rapid, each inhalation seemingly requiring all her strength. Most distressing was the faint yet distinctly visible dark golden fissure at her brow, resembling a lethal scar upon exquisite porcelain. The edges of the crack were adorned with intricate, shimmering runes that slithered like venomous serpents, exuding a cold and malevolent aura. A wound left by the backlash of the Star Guardian's mark. Each pulsation of the runes caused Ahri's body to involuntarily convulse, eliciting a muffled groan of suppressed pain. Kaelvissa's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an icy hand. She yearned to approach, to grasp her hand, to share in her suffering. But the lingering arcane agony and the restless power within her forbade her from daring to touch Ahri's fragile spirit. All she could do was clench her fists, her nails digging into her palms, using the physical pain to combat her inner torment. "How is she?" A cold voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp, broke the silence. Aurelia stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe of the captain's quarters. Her position afforded her a vantage point to monitor both the exterior and the interior of the room. The deep green battle robe was saturated with seawater and grime, clinging to her figure, delineating taut and weary lines. Her complexion was equally unappealing. The collapse of the Shadow Isles and the brief confrontation with Zed had drained her immensely, with the wound on her left arm throbbing painfully in the damp environment. Yet her gaze remained as sharp as a blade, albeit beneath that sharpness lingered an inescapable shroud of despair, the cold ashes left in the wake of a shattered faith. She observed the starry fissure on Ahri's brow, her brow furrowed in concern. The backlash of the star spirit was more insidious than anticipated. Kaelith silently nodded, his voice dry. "The soul link shared my suffering, but it also drew the backlash of the star spirit onto her." He watched Ahri tremble in agony, a chilling fury igniting within his chest, each name, Zed, Ryze. And those damned star spirits, saturated with loathing. Yet, anger proved futile. Aurelia's voice was as hard as iron, interrupting Kaelith's turbulent emotions. The immediate priority was to escape this cursed sea and find a place that could help suppress the brand and control the power within you. Her gaze swept over the restless scales on Kaelith's left arm. The bloodline of Shurima could perhaps activate the sun disk, a remnant of ancient ascendants, containing solar power that might suppress the void's encroachment and even counter the shackles of the star spirits. She paused, adding that this was also the only path away from Noxus and the pursuit of the Shadow Isles. "The sun disk," Kaelith murmured, repeating this unfamiliar name, the scales on his arm quivering faintly at the mention, as if something deep in the desert was calling out. "Who is Shyvana?" A mercenary leader who only recognized gold. "The goddess of war, Shyvana." Aurelia's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Yet, she bore the blood of the last royal line of Shurima, Azir, one of the few capable of harnessing the power of the sun disk. Finding her was the key to entering the ascendant ruins deep within the desert. She cast a glance out the window at the still tumultuous sea. The prerequisite was that we must survive the approach to shore and shake off those damned tails. As if to validate Aurelia's concerns, a sailor's frantic voice accompanied by urgent knocking erupted. "Captain, Captain, it's bad. Starboard, a ship, bearing the black sails of Noxus. It's a dreadnought." Captain Grayson's roar echoed from the deck. Following was a cacophony of chaotic running and cursing. Damn it. Persistent as a ghost. Ballista. Prepare the ballista. Aim it. Do they think they can seize my cargo? Not a chance. The pirates of Bilgewater are not to be trifled with. The expressions of the three in the captain's cabin shifted simultaneously. Aurelia instantly darted to the porthole, peering through the thick glass, splattered with seawater. There, off the starboard side, on the tumultuous, dark green sea, loomed a steel warship, far larger than the ironclad, its lines more ferocious, surging through the waves like a leviathan of the deep. The scarlet flag of the Noxian eagle billows fiercely at the mast's pinnacle. The gun ports on the warship's side have swung open, revealing menacing crossbows that glimmer with a cold light, ominously locking onto our position. On the deck, a throng of Noxian heavy-armored soldiers swarms like a mass of red ants, their armor reflecting a chilling metallic sheen beneath the somber sky. At the forefront stands a towering figure clad in formidable runic steel armor, his face obscured by a frigid metallic mask, none other than Darius, the Hand of Noxus. He stands resolutely at the ship's bow, his gaze piercing through the tempest, fixated intently on the iron fin, particularly towards the cabin. It is Darius. He has come for us. Aurelia's voice is icy. The target is us, as well as the treasures aboard this vessel. Damn it, Darius. I will fight you to the bitter end. Captain Grayson's roar accompanies the thunderous sound of the crossbows firing. Thick, flaming bolts, wrapped in burning oil, whistle through the air towards the Noxian warship. However, influenced by the tumult of wind and distance, their aim falters, with most plunging into the sea, erupting into towering columns of water. Only one barely grazes the side of the enemy's ship, igniting a small burst of flame that is swiftly extinguished. The Noxian warship's retaliation is swift and lethal. Several crossbows on the side unleash a deep, thunderous roar simultaneously. A volley of fiery bolts, akin to the spears of death, pierces the curtain of rain, striking fiercely at the deck and mast of the iron fin. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupt upon the deck, with splinters, flames, torn canvas, and human remains scatter in an instant. The anguished cries drown out the roar of the tempest. One of the main masts is severed in half, crashing down with burning canvas and unleashing a terrifying cacophony. The entire ship tilts violently, swaying perilously. The screams of Talia and Bella pierce the air from the deck. Steady! Damn it! Steady! Captain Grayson's frantic shouts are lost amidst the echoes of the explosions and the groaning of the ship under its burdens. Within the captain's quarters, Kaelvissa is hurled against the wall by the violent tremors and shockwaves of the explosions, the arcane pain in his back intensifying to the point of blackening his vision. In the hammock, Ahri emits a more agonized groan, the luminescence of the star's spirit crack in her forehead flaring brightly, the runes writhing more frantically. Aurelia clings desperately to the doorframe to steady herself, her complexion ashen. No, the ship cannot withstand this. We must abandon ship. Grayson's desperate cry is abruptly silenced. For at that moment, another raucous, brazen laughter, infused with a mad metallic quality, pierces through the storm's roar and the blast's thunder from the left side of the iron fin. Ha ha ha. Draven is wreaking havoc. Draven is dominating the match. Draven is reveling in his art. A vessel more bizarre in design, adorned with garish, multicolored graffiti, resembling a floating circus, emerges from the tempest like a specter, slicing through the waves. The ship's bow resembles a gigantic, spinning axe. Upon the deck of the ship, the striking figure with a crimson mohawk and sinewy muscles stood out prominently, none other than the illustrious executioner, Draven. He laughed maniacally as he spun his colossal throwing axes with reckless abandon, their blades slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Ducal, you soulless wretch. Are you daring to steal Draven's prey? Have you consulted Draven's axes? With a sudden flourish, he hurled one of his axes. Imbued with terrifying kinetic energy and a precise trajectory, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, it struck fiercely against the freshly loaded crossbow on the Noxian warship. The resounding clang of metal fracturing was accompanied by a violent explosion. The crossbow, along with several nearby soldiers, was instantaneously sent skyward. It was that madman Draven. Ducal's cold voice echoed through the enchanted speakers, tinged with a hint of ire. He intended to turn the tables. The target remained unchanged. Sink that pirate ship and capture the intended quarry. The artillery of the Noxian warship immediately redirected, unleashing a more ferocious barrage towards Draven's swift vessel. Meanwhile, Draven leapt and twirled across the deck, his axes dancing like the harbinger of death, shattering the incoming bolts or accurately hurling them back at the Noxian soldiers. Yes, yes, just like that. Let the flames and blood surge more fiercely. Draven's stage demands the most resplendent fireworks. Ha! The three ships were engulfed in a chaotic maelstrom of death upon the turbulent sea. Bolts flew, explosions erupted, and the cacophony of battle cries, screams, maniacal laughter, and furious shouts melded into a dissonant symphony. The Iron Fin, like a withered leaf amidst a storm, floundered desperately in the crossfire. Its hull battered increasingly by arrows and explosive debris, water rushing violently into the lower hold. Captain, the lower hold. It's flooding. There's a massive breach. The terrified cries of the sailors echoed from below. What? Where has it been breached? Captain Grayson bellowed in exasperation. It's that Zonite cargo. It has cracked open. The substance inside is corroding the hold. The sailor's voice trembled with sheer terror. It's a green, viscous substance alive. Anything it touches melts away, and it reeks of a sickly sweet, deathly odor. Captain Grayson's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Damn it. The plague cargo from Zon. I knew that stuff was cursed. Unlucky. Truly damned unlucky. He abruptly cast a fierce glance towards the captain's quarters, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his lone eye. Abandon ship. Prepare the lifeboats. Take what is valuable. Quickly. Inside the captain's quarters, Kael, Vayne, and Aurelia also heard the sailors' frantic cries. Aurelia's expression shifted at the mention of the Zonite cargo, instantly connecting the dots. Is it the void contamination source we sensed in the Shadow Isles? Just then, curled up in the hammock, the feeble Ahri suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, struggling to open her eyes. Her emerald-slit pupils filled with agony and a tremor that emanated from the depths of her very soul. She struggled to raise her hand, pointing towards the depths of the cabin, her voice faint yet imbued with an urgent warning. The darkness below awakened the decaying king, whispering to leave quickly. As her words faded, she was once again seized by excruciating pain. The fissure of starlight on her forehead flared brightly, violently expelling a small spurt of blood. And her body slumped weakly, her breath growing even fainter. Chapter 9. Fugitive from Shurima, seeking the oasis of the desert Ahri. Kaelvissa's heart constricted sharply, disregarding the agony coursing through him as he struggled to the edge of the hammock. There was no time left. Aurelion, resolute, swiftly tore down several sailors' raincoats hanging from a nearby hook, tossing one to Kaelvissa. Carry her. Follow me. To the deck. Seize a lifeboat. Kaelvissa gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to carefully hoist the unconscious, weakened Ahri onto his back. Her feverish forehead pressed against the nape of his neck. Her faint breaths and the pulsating starlight fissure on her brow seared into his heart like a red-hot iron. He secured her tightly with his coat, inhaled deeply, and, suppressing the restless agitation of the scales on his left arm and the searing pain in his back, followed Aurelion out of the precarious captain's cabin. The deck lay in utter chaos. Flames engulfed the shattered hull, thick smoke billowing into the air. The Noxian warship and Draven's swift-axe ship circled around the battered Iron Fin like two monstrous sharks, tearing into it with reckless ferocity, bolts and axes crisscrossing the sky. Draven's maniacal laughter mingled with Dukol's icy commands, drowned out by the sailors' anguished cries and the groans of the breaking ship. This way, Aurelion's seven blades carved a path, deftly deflecting splintered wood and flying arrows as she led Kaelvissa and Ahri towards the rear of the ship, where the lifeboats hung. Talia, clutching Bella, stumbled behind them, her face pale, muttering unconsciously, "The stones are weeping. Something is coming out below. Stop them." Dukol's cold voice resonated through the amplification magic. Several Noxian soldiers, realizing their intent, screamed and charged at them, brandishing swords and knives. "Get away." Aurelion's gaze sharpened, and her seven blades transformed into a whirlwind of destruction, instantly shredding the soldiers to pieces. Blood sprayed across the burning deck. "Oh, trying to escape? Have you consulted Draven's axe about that?" Draven had noticed the commotion, having just cleaved an arrow aimed at him with one of his throwing axes. His crimson eyes locked onto Kaelvissa, who bore Ahri upon his back. "That scaly little brat. Draven has a keen interest in your arm. Leave it as a memento. Art demands a unique collection." He sneered, his muscular arm tensing as a whirling throwing axe, shrieking through the air, traced a deadly crimson arc towards Ahri on Kaelvissa's back. The angle was viciously precise. Kaelvissa's pupils dilated in terror. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. He instinctively attempted to turn and block, but with Ahri on his back, his movements were severely restricted, just as the lethal axe was about to cleave them both in two. At this critical moment, "Do not touch my stone." Talia let out a frantic scream. not directed at Draven, but towards the hull below. Her pale eyes fixated on the violently trembling deck, where a viscous green liquid seeped from the cracks. A ferocious guardian force, provoked by the taint of the void from deep within the earth, erupted uncontrollably once more. She abruptly thrust Bella into the arms of a startled sailor, her hands striking the damp deck with tremendous force. Buzz! A powerful, earthy shockwave exploded around her. The deck at the rear of the Ironfin seemed to come alive. Countless splintered planks, burning charcoal, severed ropes, and even a few empty barrels affixed to the deck were forcibly lifted and coalesced by an invisible power amidst Talia's unconscious screams. In an instant, a massive, twisted barrier of debris formed, standing between the trajectories of Kael, Ahri, and Draven's flying axe. Boom! Draven's axe struck the debris barrier with great force. The explosive power shattered the barrels and planks into fragments that scattered like shrapnel. The barrier was cleaved open, leaving a gaping hole. However, much of the axe's momentum was expended, veering off course to graze Kael's shoulder before embedding deeply into the rear bulkhead. Kael staggered from the shockwave of the explosion and the flying debris. A piece of burning charcoal struck his back, intensifying the arcane burn. Yet, he steadfastly protected Ahri on his back. After unleashing this force, Talia seemed to have been drained of all her strength, collapsing to the ground. Her eyes rolling back as she fell into unconsciousness. Damn that stone witch! Draven roared in exasperation. His flawless performance had been ruined. Unforgivable. Now, launch the small boats. Aurelion commanded sharply amidst the chaos. Simultaneously, her 7 blades coiled around the ropes, securing the small boat at the stern, slicing through them with ferocity. Splash! Splash! 2 relatively intact lifeboats were severed from their moorings, plunging into the tumultuous, frothy waters below. Jump! Without hesitation, Aurelion leaped first into the frigid sea, landing firmly on one of the lifeboats, her 7 blades swirling protectively around her. Kael glanced at the unconscious Ahri on his back, then at the collapsed Talia and Bella cradled by the sailor, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. He took a deep breath, hoisted Ahri onto his back, and leapt towards another lifeboat. The icy waters instantly engulfed him. The biting cold and briny seawater choked him as it surged into his nostrils. Ahri, jolted by the water, let out a pained groan, the starry fissure on her forehead appearing even more unstable under the water's onslaught. Worse still, as Kael's scaly left arm made contact with the seawater, an intense burning pain surged through him, as if it were being corroded by a potent acid. Simultaneously, an exceedingly frigid and malevolent spiritual corruption, akin to countless slippery tendrils, forcefully penetrated his being through the wound on his back, seared by Rise's arcane energy. This insidious essence emanated from the void pollution released after the cargo from Zon had ruptured in the sea. Kaelvissa was nearly rendered unconscious by the searing pain. The already tumultuous energies within him, the fragments of the Dragon King, the encroaching void, and the remnants of arcane power, were ignited by this external taint, erupting like a powder keg. The dark golden patterns on his left arm erupted with blinding radiance, and his scales stood on end in frenzy. An uncontrollable, devastating chaos field surged outward from him, expanding violently. Boom! The surrounding seawater was as if struck by an invisible hammer, instantly displaced, creating a fleeting vacuum. A colossal column of water shot skyward. Seizing the momentum, Kaelvissa clumsily crashed into the small vessel, shielding Ahri beneath him. The boat rocked violently, nearly capsizing. At the very moment of the chaos field's explosion, an exceedingly faint yet anciently regal sensory wave rippled outward from Kaelvissa, as if a stone cast into a lake, disregarding the distances of space. The icy seawater surged into the small craft, each crashing wave threatening to topple the vessel. Kaelvissa clutched Ahri tightly, allowing the frigid water to soak through his garments. As the searing pain in his back and the stabbing agony of his left arm felt like twin daggers relentlessly tearing at his nerves, he could distinctly sense Ahri's breath becoming fainter, the dark golden fissures on her brow glimmering ominously under the corrosive embrace of the sea. Hold on. Aurelia's voice cut through the tumult with piercing urgency as she fervently paddled, striving to navigate the small boat away from this chaotic battleground. The Noxian warships and Draven's swift axe ship continued their fierce clash in the distance, the explosive flashes illuminating half the sky like lightning in the dark. Time became elusive, and after an indeterminate duration, the tumultuous waves began to subside, the distant conflagration transforming into indistinct points of light. Kaelvissa slumped within the vessel, gasping for breath, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. Talia held the shivering Bella close, the the mother and daughter curled up in a corner of the boat, their faces etched with lingering terror. Have we shaken them off? Talia's voice trembled. Aurelia glanced up at the dim sky and surveyed the vast, empty sea. Her brow furrowed. For now, we are safe. But Coral will not relent. This maritime expanse is not far from Shurima. We must reach the shore swiftly. The hatred for their homeland lay buried deep within. The failed negotiations with Zed compelled Aurelia to once again seek other powers. Perhaps Shurima held her only chance. In the ensuing days, they drifted precariously upon the sea. Food and fresh water dwindled rapidly, as the scorching sun and the chilling nights tormented them in relentless succession. With the faint energy drawn from the scales on his left arm, Kaelvissa barely managed to hold on, while Ahri remained in a state of unconsciousness. Her life sustained solely by Kaelvissa's dwindling strength. Just as despair began to envelop the group, a familiar hue of yellow finally emerged on the distant horizon, the coastline of the Shurima Desert. Land. It is indeed land, Talia exclaimed, her eyes rekindling with hope. The small boat, propelled by the waves, gradually approached the shore. When the vessel's bottom finally kissed the scorching pebbles, everyone collapsed onto the ground, feeling the solidness of this unfamiliar terrain beneath them. As Kaelvissa, with Ahri unconscious on his back, staggered onto the searing sands of Shurima, he was struck by the sensation of stepping into a furnace forgotten by the gods. The endless golden dunes shimmered under the blinding sunlight, resembling frozen titanic waves that stretched into the horizon blurred by heat. Kaelvissa struggled to rise, cautiously cradling Ahri out from his embrace. The sun seared his skin, a stark contrast to the chill of the sea breeze. He cast a worried glance at Ahri in his arms, anxiety swelling within him. We have arrived in Shurima. Aurelion's voice, laced with both fatigue and determination, broke through. Now, we must find Sivir, locate the sun disk. Surveying the barren and desolate coastline, she noticed only endless dunes sprawling towards the distance. The air was suffused with a parched essence, starkly different from Ionia's humidity. The heat warped the atmosphere, each breath akin to swallowing scalding sand, setting his parched throat ablaze. The wind, carrying the soft whimpers of shifting grains, resonated like the eternal sigh of the desert, stirring up clouds of dust that stung against exposed skin, delivering a pinprick-like pain. Kaelvissa inhaled deeply, the dry air igniting discomfort in his throat. With Ahri on his back, he followed Aurelion step by step onto this ancient and enigmatic land. Talia, holding Bella's hand, followed closely behind, her eyes reflecting a profound fear of the unknown. Scorching, arid, suffocating. The dunes shifted beneath their feet, alive in their undulating motion. Each step demanded immense effort. Kaelvissa could sense the scales on his left arm becoming unusually vibrant on this land. The dark golden patterns subtly glowing as if resonating with some deep-seated power within the earth. It's so hot, Bella's voice came weakly. Talia clutched her daughter tightly, her eyes filled with maternal concern. Hold on, Bella, we will find water soon. They trudged laboriously through the desert, evading the searing sun by day and enduring the bone-chilling cold by night. The scarcity of food and water pushed everyone to the brink. Yet the thought of Ahri's condition and the distant hope compelled them to persevere. Kaelvissa gasped for breath, beads of sweat barely forming on his forehead before being instantly evaporated by the voracious desert. The wound on his left shoulder burned fiercely under the harshness of the arid environment and the jolting movements, while the numbness from Rise's arcane burns intertwined with the frigid encroachment of the void, creating a tumultuous clash of ice and fire within him. What troubled him further were the grayish-white scales adorning his left arm. Ever since he set foot on this ancient sea of sand, the dark golden patterns beneath the scales had been subtly radiating warmth, as if a colossal magnet lay buried deep within the desert, persistently attracting and beckoning him. A deep, grand resonance, seemingly emanating from the very core of the earth, accompanied by the whispering sounds of sand grains, continually penetrated his mind. Return, my bloodline, and reclaim glory. This voice was neither the pure avarice of Kog'Maw nor the poignant fury found within the fragmented memories of the Dragon King, but rather a call imbued with boundless authority and a hint of urgent longing. Each invocation caused the scales on Callista's left arm to undulate, drawing forth some intangible, ancient energy that originated from the desert itself, providing a strange, delicate nourishment that somewhat quelled the chaos and suffering within him. Far away, deep within the Shurima Desert, beneath an unfathomably vast tomb, buried beneath endless golden sands, a pair of enormous eyes, ablaze with an ethereal blue flame, suddenly opened. These eyes were filled with the weight of ages, wisdom, and a spark of intense surprise at being disturbed. A low voice, reminiscent of the ancient sans friction, slowly echoed through the stillness of the tomb. The remnants of arcane embers, the echoes of a starry sky, and the filth of the void? Such a chaotic yet familiar essence? The voice of Talia, weary and despondent, broke through. This wretched place is far worse than the acidic mists of Zon. She trudged through the dunes, dragging Bello along, her lips cracked and peeling, her previously tousled brown hair now matted with sweat and sand. The vibrancy in her eyes had dimmed, and she cast vigilant glances at the ground beneath her, as if it concealed monstrous creatures ready to devour them. Something down below is moving. It's large and loud, like stones snoring, she muttered anxiously, while Bella clutched her hand tightly, her wide eyes brimming with fear of the unfamiliar surroundings. Aurelia led the way, her deep green battle robe caked in dust, the frayed edges hardened by sea salt and the relentless sun. She stood like a blade thrust into the sea of sand, her back straight, her gaze sharp as she scanned the horizon for any signs that could serve as landmarks or potential sources of water. Her lips were similarly cracked, yet her expression was more resolute than when she had been at sea. The collapse of the Shadow Isles, the impact of the Dragon King's will, the relentless pursuit by Rise and Zed, and the startling imprint upon Ahri's brow weighed heavily on her heart. The once cherished belief in safeguarding Ionia had long since gathered dust. Now, what sustained her was a cold, life-or-death sense of duty and an unwavering pursuit of truth. She had to find Shyvana, activate the sun disk, and discover a means to suppress the void and the celestial beings. Otherwise, the sacrifices of all would be rendered utterly meaningless. Hold on. According to the vague descriptions of the sailor and the star map, the nearest oasis should lie just beyond these dunes. Aurelia's voice was hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, for there was a water source here, and perhaps news of Sivir could be gleaned. Her gaze swept over the faintly breathing Ahri on Kael's back, her brow furrowed in concern. The dark golden fissure on Ahri's forehead seemed to stand out even more under the blazing heat of the desert. And although the pulsating runes were restrained by the strange bond between Kael and Ahri, each throb elicited a pained groan from Ahri in her unconscious state. The flickering flame of her soul appeared to be the only thing sustaining her life. Kael, feeling the scorching heat radiating from Ahri's body and hearing her faint pained groans, felt as though his heart was being scorched upon the sandy ground. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to lift his leaden legs, each step sinking deeply into the searing gravel. Time stretched on endlessly, and as the setting sun painted the vast sea of sand a haunting crimson, a tremor of verdant green finally appeared at the horizon. It was a sizable oasis. Towering date palms rose like majestic green canopies, casting elongated shadows in the golden light of dusk. In the center, a clear spring glimmered under the evening glow, resembling the eye of the desert. Surrounding the spring were several rudimentary dwellings made of palm fronds and mud bricks, with faint signs of life visible. However, the scene at the oasis's periphery caused the recently ignited hope of the onlookers to falter. At the entrance of the oasis, tension hung thick in the air. Two factions were locked in confrontation. One side comprised local tribal warriors clad in tattered leather armor, wielding curved sabers and spears. Their skin was dark and rugged, faces painted with white tribal markings, their eyes filled with anger and a resolute determination to defend their territory. Leading them was a towering elder shaman, his hair and beard white as snow, wielding a staff embedded with rough green gemstones, which he pointed at the ground while muttering incantations, seemingly communicating with the forces of the earth. The opposing faction was far better equipped, donned in polished chainmail, armed with standardized sabers and round shields, each emblazoned with a unified emblem resembling a burning sun. At their forefront was a middle-aged man, riding a tall sand camel, adorned in opulent golden-embroidered leather armor, with a meticulously groomed black goatee. His demeanor was haughty, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, looking down condescendingly upon the tribal warriors, a hint of impatience curling at the corner of his lips. Behind him, dozens of uniformly equipped soldiers stood in formation, exuding an aura of menace. It was the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps. Aurelia lowered her voice, laden with gravity. The infamous desert hyenas. Their leader is Hassam. What are they doing here? Clashing with the local tribe? Just as Aurelia pondered this, a heated argument erupted between the two confronting sides. Hassam, you greedy wolf. The elder shaman's voice was like the desert winds, aged yet imbued with strength. This spring of tears is the final lifeblood bestowed upon the Stone-Beak tribe by the mother of the desert. Each droplet is imbued with the essence of our ancestors. Do you intend to siphon it away through your filthy pipes, delivering it to those mercenary caravans who worship only gold? You shall do so only over the corpses of our warriors. Stubborn fools. Hassam, perched upon his sand camel, let out a disdainful laugh, his voice resonating with a metallic chill. In the realm of the sands, the strong dictate the terms. You cling to this meager water, merely awaiting your demise. Look at your children, parched and bereft of even the strength to weep. We, the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps, will take control of the water source and construct the pipelines, providing you with a path to survival. This is order. Do you understand? Order. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the mercenaries behind him stepped forward in unison. The sound of metal scraping against metal piercing the air, an aura of menace enveloping them. Nonsense. A youthful warrior of the tribe brandished his spear with fervor, his face flushed with anger. You seek only to monopolize the water source, selling it to the unscrupulous merchants from Piltover. Then you will sell it back to us at exorbitant prices. You are nothing but parasitic leeches of the sands. Indeed. Get out. The other tribal warriors echoed his outrage. Humph, obstinate fools. Hassam's impatience morphed into palpable fury, if reasoned words fell on deaf ears. Then let the curved blade teach you the true meaning of order in the desert. Wait. A clear, decisive voice, imbued with an undeniable sharpness, pierced through Hassam's commands, capturing everyone's attention like the sudden ringing of camel bells in the desert. At the edge of the oasis, beneath the shade of a towering date palm, a figure lounged against the trunk. She was tall and athletic, clad in a sleeveless, cream-colored shirt and matching trousers designed for ease of movement in the desert, cinched at the waist with a broad belt adorned with golden sun motifs, accentuating her powerful physique. Her bare arms and shoulders showcased sun-kissed skin, a tapestry of old and new scars akin to a warrior's medals. Cascading locks of hair, shimmering like molten gold, were casually tied back, with a few strands framing her full forehead. Her face boasted striking features, a high nose, full lips, and a naturally mischievous curve at the corners of her mouth. Most captivating were her eyes, reminiscent of the purest desert oasis, a vibrant emerald green, now glinting with unabashed mockery and a hint of sharpness as they surveyed the standoff. In her hands, she toyed with a uniquely designed weapon resembling a massive crossblade. The sharp edge glinted with a cold light under the setting sun. It was none other than the goddess of war, Sivir. She appeared entirely unperturbed by the impending bloodshed, as if she were merely an amused spectator to an unfolding farce. She weighed the crossblade in her hand, emitting a faint metallic hum, her verdant gaze turning toward Hassam atop his sand camel. Her voice laced with a languid magnetism, yet resonating clearly throughout the gathering. Hey, Hassam, allow me to interrupt your lecture on order. The corners of Zivil's mouth widened, revealing a brilliant yet cold smile. Your gang of sand lizards seized 3 carts of spices from me last month at the Bone Dry Pass. Perhaps it is time to settle this debt. My rules are simple. A debt must be repaid, as is only just, including principal and interest. That amounts to 3,000 Ruema golden eagles. If the price is right, all matters can be negotiated. Otherwise, she subtly twitched her wrist, and the crossblade emitted a clearer hum, its sharp edge reflecting a blinding red light. I wouldn't mind using your blood to consecrate my new blade. Zivil's sudden appearance and her unapologetic declaration of debt transformed the already tense atmosphere of the battlefield into something peculiar. Hassam's expression darkened considerably, as if he had swallowed a live scorpion. He clearly did not anticipate this harbinger of doom to appear here. In the mercenary circles and among the sand bandits of Shurima, Zivil's name was synonymous with both power and trouble. Countless self-important heads had been severed beneath her crossblade. Zivil. Hassam's voice was laced with suppressed fury, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. That shipment was a misunderstanding. Your people crossed the line first. According to the rules of the sand lizards, trespassers die. Consider that shipment a form of compensation. Misunderstanding? Zivil let out a cascade of clear, mocking laughter, as if she had heard the grandest joke. I, Zivil, have navigated the deserts for so many years, adhering to one principle. What I desire is mine. If others take what is mine, they must pay the price. Your rules? To me, they are worth less than a fleeting sound. Her emerald eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, akin to a lioness fixating on her prey. 3,000 golden eagles, paid in full now. Or will you offer your life as repayment? Choose one. My patience is as precious as water in the desert. You. Hassam's fury flared, veins bulging on his forehead, his grip on the reins tightening. The mercenaries behind him grew tense, clutching their weapons. The warriors of the Stone Beak tribe exchanged glances, their initial anger morphing into suspicion and a hint of anticipation, as if they were spectators to a play. This woman who had appeared so suddenly seemed far more formidable than the sand lizard mercenaries. Just as Hassam found himself in a predicament, wavering on whether to confront this madwoman, an unexpected change occurred. A faint yet ancient wave of power emanated from Kaelvissa without warning. This wave resonated from the scales on his left arm, harmonizing with the grand hum of the desert depths, infused with a trace of unique Ryza arcane remnants. The wave spread across the oasis like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the center of the oasis, the crystalline tear spring abruptly rippled with an unusual disturbance. Deep within the spring, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed. Zivil, who had been idly toying with her crossblade, suddenly fixed her piercing green gaze. Her eyes, like tangible probes, swiftly pierced through the crowd, locking onto Kaelvissa with precision. More precisely, it was locked onto his left arm, which was covered in scales and currently radiating a gentle heat. At that moment, the pupils of Shiver constricted slightly, and her previously nonchalant smile faded for the first time. She felt a faint yet unmistakable tremor emanating from the depths of her bloodline, as if the long-dormant core of a volcano had suddenly stirred with a pulse of molten magma. Her hand, which gripped the crossblade, instinctively tightened, her knuckles turning pale. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the vast sandy basin known as the resting place of the fallen, located not far from the oasis. The entire oasis trembled at the sound, the sand dunes undulating like waves, with countless grains cascading down. Following this, a blinding pillar of light, resembling molten gold, surged skyward from the center of the basin, piercing through the clouds stained crimson by the setting sun. Within the light, countless golden grains of sand swirled as if alive, vaguely coalescing into a grand, imposing silhouette adorned with an eagle's helm and wielding a scepter. This apparition radiated boundless warmth and an overwhelming will, as though it had slumbered for millennia and was now poised to awaken. His Majesty Azir, the elder shaman of the Stonebeak tribe, was the first to react, trembling with excitement as he cast aside his wooden staff and prostrated himself on the scorching sand, tears streaming down his face. It is the glory of the sun. It is a portent of his majesty. The ascended are returning. Shurima shall rise again. The solar disk. Hazem and his mercenaries were equally dumbfounded by this sudden miracle, their faces etched with shock and fear. Some soldiers of the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps instinctively loosened their grips on their weapons. Irelia and Talia were also taken aback by the awe-inspiring sight. Aurelia's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. The power of the solar disk has been activated? Who could it be? Talia, on the other hand, turned as pale as a ghost, clutching Bella tightly, her body trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. The one snoring beneath has awakened. How terrifying! The stones are melting. At that moment, as the pillar of light ascended, the scales on Kaelvissa's left arm ignited with unprecedented heat and radiance. The dark golden patterns flickered with an intensity never before seen. The deep call that resonated in his mind transformed into a grand and urgent longing, mingled with an indescribable sorrow. Return, my bloodline. Reclaim the glory. Shatter the shackles of the stars. Betray. With a suppressed groan, Kaelvissa's legs buckled, and he knelt upon the sand, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a brook. The fox spirit on his back, stirred by the intense energy fluctuations, emitted a pained moan. The starry fissure on its forehead glowing fiercely, the runes writhing with wild and malevolent fervor. Now is the moment. Irelia snapped back to her senses, determination flashing in her eyes. Seizing the instant when everyone was awestruck by the solar disk's manifestation, she moved like lightning. 7 blades swirling silently as they sliced through the weapons of several sand lizard mercenaries blocking Kaelvissa's path. She firmly supported the faltering Kaelvissa, hissing, "Let us proceed to the oasis." Talia, regaining her composure, grasped Bella's hand, and together they stumbled through the throng, following Irelia towards the depths of the oasis, heading for the glimmering spring of tears. "Stop them!" Hassam, jolted from his shock, bellowed in exasperation. Yet the sand lizard mercenaries remained enraptured by the divine spectacle and the rekindled fervor of the tribal warriors, their reactions lagging just a moment too late. Shiver remained motionless, her emerald gaze fixated upon Kaelvissa's left arm, which, though its radiance was waning, still emitted a unique aura. She then lifted her eyes toward the golden beam of light in the sandy basin, which was slowly dissipating yet still bore an ominous weight. The playful demeanor on her face vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a flicker of ambition ignited by her bloodline stirring. The ascendant power of the solar disk. And that peculiar arm, Shiver murmured to herself, her crossblade halting its spin, the sharp edge reflecting the last rays of the setting sun, mirroring the glimmering intensity in her eyes. The price of this desert seems poised to escalate. However, just as Aurelia, accompanied by Kaelvissa and the others, was on the verge of plunging into the depths of the oasis, approaching the crystalline spring, a voice commanded, "Halt." Outsider. A deep, raspy male voice, as if shaped by the winds of time, echoed like a specter in Kaelvissa's ear. Startled, Kaelvissa recoiled. This voice did not travel through the air. It resonated directly within his mind, laden with an undeniable authority and profound warning. He whirled around, and there, beside the spring of tears, cast in the elongated shadow of a colossal wind-eroded rock, stood a figure that had materialized without his awareness. Clad in a weathered, oversized cloak that obscured much of his face beneath a low hood, only a deeply wrinkled chin, reminiscent of a parched riverbed, was visible. Although not particularly tall and somewhat stooped, he emanated an aura of profound gravitas, as if he were one with the ancient earth and desert surrounding him. Most striking was the peculiar weapon slung across his back, not a sword or knife, but a primitive arm blade, reminiscent of a giant insect's forelimb. Bathed in a haunting shade of deep purple, the blade's edge lacked a metallic sheen, instead flowing with an enigmatic, almost light-devouring void of purple luminescence. A faint yet disquieting chill emanated from the arm blade. Upon sensing this eerie presence, Kaelvissa's scales quivered violently. A simultaneous sensation of attraction and repulsion surged within him. The void within him seemed to awaken, intensifying the conflict with the starlight power of the Dragon King's shard. The cloaked figure did not part his lips, yet his deep, gravelly voice once again infiltrated Kaelvissa's consciousness, imbued with an ineffable weariness and urgency. The rising sun heralds the awakening of the demon Azar, whose glory has been tainted by the shadows of the void. Zera's whispers beneath the seal, while Kassadin's deep, hoarse warnings ripple through Kael's mind like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The voice does not enter through the ears. Rather, it is indelibly imprinted upon the very depths of the soul, imbued with an undeniable urgency and authority. Kael abruptly turns, fixating on the cloaked figure beside the wind-eroded rock, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, the figure appears motionless, as if it has already melded into the surrounding shadows. As Kael's gaze sharpens, she can only discern the corner of the cloak fluttering in the night breeze. In the next moment, the figure vanishes as though it had never existed, retreating into the profound shadows cast by the rock, leaving behind a chilling, ethereal breath lingering in the air. He is gone. Talia clutches Bella, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear, her body shaking more violently as the sounds from below swell ominously. He speaks the truth. Something is about to emerge. Aurelia's expression grows gravely serious as 7 blades silently hover around her, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. She senses the faint yet exceptionally pure essence of the void emanating from the cloaked figure, far beyond that of ordinary void creatures. The mention of Zera's sends a wave of dread through her heart. He is the ancient sorcerer sealed in the legends of Shurima, known for his power and destruction. Zera's. Aurelia murmurs, her brow furrowed. If he truly whispers beneath the seal, then the sun's anomalous activity portends ill fortune. Kael presses her hand against her left arm, where the scales continue to tremble slightly, as if responding to the essence of the void that envelopes Kassadin. She feels the fragments of the Dragon King within her. Alongside the encroaching void, becoming increasingly restless, their conflict intensifying, bringing waves of excruciating pain. That is Lord Kassadin. The elder shaman of the Stonebeak tribe suddenly realizes. Excitedly pointing in the direction Kassadin vanished, he is the one who roams the deserts, hunting the creatures of the void. His presence is a warning, a harbinger. The elder shaman gestures fervently towards the sky, muttering incantations, his face filled with awe and trepidation. Upon hearing Kassadin's name, the warriors of the Stonebeak tribe exhibit shock. Their initial wariness of Kael and her companions swiftly replaced by a deeper, more profound fear. They commence more frequent patrols, tending to the fire with greater fervor, as if to dispel the unseen threat. Sivir stands beneath the date palm, her emerald eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Clearly, she too has heard Kassadin's warning. The earlier nonchalance has vanished, supplanted by a weighty contemplation. She glances at Kael, then towards the direction where the sun's radiant pillar has disappeared, lost in thought. Night quietly descends, the desert evening enveloped in a chilling coldness. Chapter 11. In the tranquil night of the oasis, swarms of insects emerged. The oppressive heat of the day was supplanted by a refreshing coolness, yet the tension in the air remained palpable, exacerbated by Kassadin's ominous warning. The members of the Stonebeak tribe gathered around the campfire in silence, their eyes vigilantly scanning the dark expanse, as if anticipating a monstrous creature to surge forth from the sea of sand. Kaelvissa and his companions sought a relatively secluded corner, erecting a makeshift shelter. Aurelion, having procured some herbs from the elder shaman, began tending to the wounds on Kaelvissa's back. Talia, cradling Bella, curled up nearby with a vacant gaze, occasionally muttering to herself, clearly still reeling from Kassadin's foreboding words and the resonant noise of the ley lines. The night in the Tearspring Oasis, typically a rare moment of coolness and serenity in the desert, was now shrouded in an eerie, suffocating silence. Towering date palms rustled softly in the night breeze, casting dappled shadows beneath the moonlight. The central spring shimmered like a jewel, glistening under the silvery glow, reminiscent of a polished emerald embedded in a golden sea of sand. However, the oasis was now enveloped in a stifling atmosphere of tension. The confrontation of the day, the ominous portent heralded by the sun's disk, and Kassadin's whispers, seemingly drawn from the abyss, coiled around each heart like a chilling serpent. The warriors of the Stonebeak tribe remained alert, unyielding in their vigilance despite the miraculous events, igniting additional bonfires around the perimeter of the oasis. The sentinels patrolled with eyes sharp as eagles, gripping their spears and curved blades adorned with tribal paint, scanning the boundless darkness beyond the oasis while remaining wary of any uninvited guests within. Deep within the oasis, near the edge of the Tearspring, a cluster of palm trees provided a relatively secluded refuge, where makeshift shelters of palm fronds and tattered cloth had been hastily assembled. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs. Kaelvissa leaned against the sturdy trunk of a date palm, sweat soaking through the coarse linen of his makeshift shirt. Clinging to his skin, the sleeves of his left arm were rolled high, revealing grayish-white scales that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. Beneath the scales, dark golden veins pulsed rhythmically, each beat sending waves of searing pain and a resonance that harmonized with the profound hum of the desert depths. He clenched his eyes shut, his jaw tight, striving to suppress the tumultuous energy of the starry shards of the Dragon King within him, the cold, viscous touch of the void's corruption, the burning numbness left by Rise's arcane remnants, and the ancient call emanating from the desert itself, all clashing within his fragile form like raging torrents. The skin on his back, scorched by the arcane energy of Rise, exhibited an unsettling charred hue, from which oozed thin, dark purple viscous fluid, sweet and pungent. A grotesque mutation born of the void's taint under arcane incineration. Endure. Aurelion's voice was low and steady. She knelt beside Kaelvissa, holding a cloth smeared with a dark green, pungently herbal paste. This was acquired from the old shaman of the Stonebeak tribe, rumored to be a desert elixir capable of soothing the earth's wounds. With a deft yet subtly rigid motion, she carefully applied the salve to the horrifying wound on Kaelvissa's back. The moment the icy ointment made contact with the injury, Kaelvissa gasped sharply, his body tensing uncontrollably. The sensation was akin to a searing hot iron suddenly plunged into icy water, the intense shock rendering him momentarily blind. The energy within him seemed to be ignited by this external stimulus. The scales on his left arm stood upright, the dark golden patterns glowing fiercely. "Control yourself," Irelia commanded sharply, her hand firmly gripping Kaelvissa's shoulder to prevent any erratic movements. Her strength was formidable, akin to that of a vice. "Endure it, lest the wound fester into a void of pus." Her gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning the restless scales on Kaelvissa's left arm. Her brow furrowed in concern. She could sense the tumultuous power lurking beneath those scales, a force that was both a key and a potential explosive at any moment. Beside Lady Irelia, a faint voice tinged with tears emerged from Talia, who huddled beneath another shelter, tightly cradling the sleeping Bella. Even in slumber, the little girl clutched her mother's garment with a fierce grip, as if terrified of losing her last bastion of support. Talia's complexion was pale. The strain of forcibly summoning the power of the rock sparrow to counter Draven's flying axe, coupled with the incessant noise from the depths of the earth, had left her utterly drained and her gaze vacant. The sound from below grew louder, akin to countless large insects gnawing at the stone, drawn inexorably towards the water. Parched with thirst, unconsciously, she rubbed her feet against the ground, the gravel beneath her shifting uneasily. "Conserve your strength, rock sparrow." Without turning her head, Aurelia's voice was imbued with an undeniable coldness. "Keep watch over Bella. The water source here is the lifeblood of the tribe and our hope for survival. Until we locate Sivir, we must not allow complications to arise." She applied the last remnants of the salve to the edges of Kaelvissa's wound, meticulously bandaging it with a clean strip of cloth. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, they were marked by unwavering focus. Once the bandaging was complete, she stood, brushing the remnants of the salve from her hands, her gaze sweeping over Kael'Thatz's pallid face and Talia's helpless figure before finally resting on the largest, closely guarded adobe structures opposite the Tear Spring, the heart of the Stonebeak tribe, and the last known direction of the mysteriously appearing and disappearing Kassadin. Deep within her eyes lingered an inescapable heaviness and an icy resolve. At that moment, a breeze, imbued with the unique coolness of the desert night, swept through, carrying with it the sound of laughter from another direction. It was bright, cheerful, and imbued with a carefree irreverence, rendering it particularly jarring in the tense silence of the oasis. Kael'Thatz and Irelia turned their heads in unison toward the sound, not far from their shelter. Near the other side of the Tear Spring, Sivir sat casually upon a few smooth boulders. She had shed the gilded leather armor of the day, donning only a form-fitting beige sleeveless top that revealed her smoothly contoured, powerful arms and shoulders. Her molten golden hair cascades under the moonlight, reminiscent of melted gold. In her hands, she deftly plays with a gleaming crossblade, her movements both graceful and practiced, the blade tracing cold arcs in the moon's glow. Before her lies a heavily worn leather map, accompanied by an open wineskin that exudes a potent, spicy aroma characteristic of the desert. She appears utterly unaffected by the tense atmosphere of the oasis, sipping her drink leisurely while sketching something on the map with a charcoal pencil, humming an off-key desert tune. Her emerald green eyes shimmer with a mischievous and sharp glint under the moonlight, occasionally lifting to seemingly unconsciously sweep over the direction where Kael'Thatz and the others are located, lingering momentarily on Kael'Thatz's scaled left arm. "Hey, you gloomy lad over there." Sivir suddenly speaks, her voice not loud, yet piercing the night's silence. Infused with her unique, languid magnetism, aimed directly at Kael'Thatz. She shakes the wineskin in her hand, asserting that the desert night can freeze one's soul, along with their sorrows hard as stone. "Care for a sip? Fine liquor from Zon, guaranteed to make you forget the minor inconvenience on your arm. As for the price, just what seems fair, first sips on the house." A characteristic, playful smirk curves her lips, tinged with calculation. Kael'Thatz pauses, instinctively glancing at Irelia. Irelia's brow furrows slightly, her gaze filled with distrust and vigilance towards Sivir's frivolous demeanor. She subtly shakes her head, signaling Kael'Thatz to disregard her. "What? Afraid I'll poison you?" Sivir, as if reading their thoughts, bursts into a peal of laughter, tossing the wineskin over, landing it precisely at Kael'Thatz's feet. "I, Sivir, conduct business with integrity. Poisoning my employer is a fool's errand." Her gaze returns to Kael'Thatz's left arm, curiosity flickering in the depths of her emerald eyes. "That arm of yours looks rather intriguing. A new contraption from Zon, or perhaps some biochemical weapon concocted by those madmen from Noxus?" Her question seems casual, yet carries an undeniable sharpness. Kael'Thatz tightens his cracked lips, refraining from touching the wineskin. Sivir's scrutiny leaves him feeling as though he is being dissected. He remains silent, the energy within him surging once more due to the emotional turbulence, the scales on his left arm subtly expanding and contracting, the dark golden patterns glimmering in the moonlight. Not inclined to speak, Sivir raises an eyebrow, unfazed, withdrawing her gaze to refocus on the map, her finger pointing to a region marked with an ancient sun symbol. "No matter. In Shurima, everyone harbors secrets, and with the right price, secrets can be traded." She lifts her head, her emerald eyes, glistening like gems in the moonlight, cast a playful smile towards Irelia. "The Blade's will from Ionia has traveled all the way to this forsaken desert. Surely not just to witness the desert lizard mercenaries perform tricks? You seek me? For the sun disk?" She directly unveils Irelia's intentions, her tone unwavering. Irelia's gaze sharpened instantly, as piercing as a blade, with 7 glistening daggers hovering silently around her, emitting a low, resonant hum. "Do you know who we are? And our purpose?" A short, mocking laugh escaped from Sivir as she flicked her wrist, making the crossblade twirl deftly in her palm. In the desert, there are no walls that do not whisper, especially when it comes to valuable information. A peculiar boy with strange arms, a beauty of a fox in a comatose state, a Zonite who converses with stones, and an Ionian resistance leader. This motley crew of yours is bound to attract attention. She folded the map away, leaning slightly forward, her emerald eyes locking onto Irelia's, sparkling with shrewdness and wildness. "Let us be candid, Irelia. The price for hiring the goddess of war is quite steep, especially when the task at hand concerns that ancient relic recently aglow, uncertain if it brings fortune or misfortune," she added, casting a pointed glance towards the direction where the sun disk's light pillar had vanished. Just as Irelia was about to respond, calamity struck. An enemy attack. A shrill, distorted screech, reminiscent of a night owl's lament, suddenly shattered the tranquility of the oasis. The sound originated from the eastern sentry post on the outskirts of the oasis. Immediately following was the thunderous roar of explosions, accompanied by surging flames that erupted in the east. Fiery orange flames swiftly engulfed several makeshift shelters constructed from palm fronds. The air was filled with piercing screams, the furious roars of tribal warriors, and the clashing of metal, all shattering the night's serenity. Sand lizards. It's the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps. They breached from the east. Chaotic shouts erupted from the direction of the flames. That bastard Hazem. In an instant, Shiver sprang from the boulder, her earlier nonchalance replaced by a chilling resolve akin to a drawn sword. The crossblade in her hand vibrated with a deep hum. Dare to disrupt my livelihood. Seeking death, like a bolt of lightning, she surged towards the source of the explosions. However, faster than Shiver was Talia's reaction. Water. They're stealing our water. Talia, who had been curled up, leapt up as if a cat had stepped on her tail, her previously vacant eyes now filled with sheer terror and fury. She pointed towards the spring, her voice sharp and distorted by extreme fear. Insects. So many insects. They're burrowing up from the ground. They're gnawing at the pipes. They're contaminating the spring water. Bella. Bella can't drink dirty water. She screamed hysterically, utterly disregarding Bella, who had been startled awake and was now crying in fright. A tempestuous force, born from the violation of the Earth's veins and the pollution of the water source, erupted uncontrollably within her. Don't touch my water. Talia roared like a beast. She forcefully pushed Bella towards Irelia, her hands slamming down on the moist sand beneath her feet. A tremendous surge of energy, far more violent and solid than during the day on the ship, erupted from Talia, centered around her. The earth groaned in agony. The tranquil surface of the tear spring suddenly erupted into a tumultuous frenzy, akin to boiling water. The moist earth and gravel at the spring's edge seemed to be imbued with life, rising and reshaping in a wild frenzy. A thunderous roar resounded. Massive stone spears, forged from soil, gravel, roots, and even portions of the tear spring's water, erupted violently from the ground before Talia, resembling the furious fangs of the earth itself, accompanied by a piercing sound as they surged forth. Their target was the area to the east, where the explosions blazed most fiercely and the cries of battle were most fervent. That was the direction of the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps breakthrough. The chilling sound of piercing accompanied by brief, horrific shrieks filled the air. The foremost Sand Lizard mercenaries were instantaneously impaled by the ferocious earthen spears, as if they were insects pinned to a specimen board. Blood mingled with fragments of viscera sprayed upon the raging flames, producing a hissing sound. A monster. That stone, which is a monster. The surviving mercenaries let out terrified shrieks, their charge momentarily faltering. However, Talia's uncontrollable full-force strike had also ignited the malevolence that had long been stirring deep beneath the earth. With a crack and a boom, at the edge of the tear spring, not far from where Talia had unleashed her fury, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a vast, bottomless chasm, an intensely nauseating stench. A noxious blend of sweetness, decay, and sulfur erupted from the fissure like a belching poison gas. A viscous, dark liquid, shimmering with a sinister purple glow, gushed forth from the crack's edge, instantly polluting the surrounding clear waters. Then came a hissing sound, a spine-chilling cacophony, akin to countless appendages rubbing together, emanated from the depths of the chasm. Countless void creatures, the size of fists, covered in chitinous purple-black shells, with sharp mandibles and compound eyes, surged forth from the fissure like an overwhelming tide. They ravenously lunged toward the tainted water source, toward the stunned tribesfolk nearby, and toward everything that radiated the breath of life. Voidlings. They are creatures from the void. The elder shaman of the Stonebeak tribe gazed at the polluted tear spring and the swarming insects, uttering a desperate wail. The prophecy of Lord Cassidon has come true. The demons have awakened from the depths. The entire oasis descended into utter chaos. The assault of the Sand Lizard Mercenary Corps, the desperate resistance of the tribal warriors, the frenzied rampage of the void insects, and the corpses of mercenaries impaled by Talia's earth spear amidst the flames, screams, insect chirps, explosions, and the clash of blades created a symphony reminiscent of hell. Bella. Talia screamed in anguish as she beheld several void creatures advancing toward her daughter. She yearned to summon her power once more, but the exhaustion from her previous strike and the backlash from the depths of the earth left her vision darkening. Staggering as if she might fall, Aurelia's gaze sharpened, and 7 blades transformed into a storm of lethal fury, shredding the insects that lunged at Bella into pieces. "Protect the child," she yelled at the nearby, stunned tribal women, while simultaneously redirecting her blades to slice through more of the oncoming swarm. Seville was utterly taken aback by the sudden upheaval. She gazed at the tainted tear spring, the surging swarms of insects, and the uncontrolled, terrifying power of Talia. Her emerald eyes brimming with shock and a hint of avaricious realization. The void beneath harbored that girl's strength, and she abruptly turned her gaze to Kaelvissa, discovering him fixated on the gaping chasm from which the swarming void insects erupted. The scales on his left arm flared wildly, their dark golden patterns glowing as if ablaze. An intense agitation, a blend of longing and loathing, emanated from him. "Indeed, the troubles you have brought are worth far more than the sand lizard mercenary corps." A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Seville's lips as the crossblade in her hand hummed with excitement. She was determined to wade through this murky water. The price must be doubled. Chapter 12. The multilateral clash breaks the seal. The black mist begins to spread at the critical moment when the oasis descended into chaos and the insects ran rampant. A pure, distilled, cerulean arcane light, imbued with the will to purify all filth, shot down from the crest of the dunes on the western side of the oasis. Like a meteor cleaving through the night sky, without any forewarning. The light did not target anyone or any insect, but struck precisely at the edge of the tear spring, where a thick black liquid and void insects gushed from a massive fissure. Boom! The blinding arcane brilliance collided violently with the viscous void black liquid, producing a hissing sound akin to strong acid corroding metal. A multitude of void insects were instantly reduced to ashes under the purifying arcane energy. The black liquid surging from the chasm seemed temporarily suppressed, with some evaporating away. A tall figure, shrouded in a tattered deep blue cloak, stood like a rock atop the dune. His arms, covered in runes, glimmered with a ghostly blue light, pulsating like breath. It was the rune mage Rise. His eyes, concealed beneath the shadows of his hood, glinted like cold sapphires, disregarding the chaos of the oasis, the rampaging void insects, and even the uncontrollable power of Talia's rock sparrow, as he resolutely focused on Kaelvissa's left arm, which shone ever more brightly amidst the turmoil due to the turbulence of power. Forbidden vessel, corruption of the void, the echoes of the starry sky. You are the source of chaos. The voice of Rise thundered like a mighty storm, enveloped in the absolute will of ancient runes, crashing down. He raised his other arm, also inscribed with runes, abruptly. A far more refined arcane sphere, seemingly compressing the core of storm and thunder, instantly took shape. The devastating energy wave caused the surrounding air to screech under the unbearable strain. The target was none other than Kaelvissa. The shadow of death, accompanied by the chilling will of purification, descended once more. Kaelvissa's pupils constricted. The power within him spiraled into uncontrollable chaos under the threat of death and the stimulus of arcane energy. The scales on his left arm bristled upright. Chaotic light of dark gold and purple-black flashing wildly. Instinctively, he raised the scaled hand, attempting to construct a defensive force field. Yet, amidst the grievous injuries and chaos, the convergence of power faltered and raged. The cataclysmic arcane sphere loomed, poised to utterly engulf Kaelvissa. "Get away!" A more frenzied, hysterical scream erupted. It was Talia. She beheld the lethal arcane radiance directed towards Kaelvissa, while her daughter Bella was shielded not far behind by Irelia. An overwhelming terror and the instinct to protect utterly crushed her last vestiges of reason. The agonizing and maddening tremors from the depths of the earth, unleashed by the rift of the void, surged forth like a flood, obliterating her fragile consciousness. "Touch my Bella." Talia's eyes rolled back completely, her pupils reduced to mere veins of the earth and illusions of shattering rocks. She no longer sought control but surrendered herself entirely to the violent force that emanated from the core of the earth, now tainted by the void. Her hands plunged into the sandy ground beneath her as if she were embedding herself into the very earth. Her body trembled violently from the chaotic extraction of power, her skin even manifesting fissures resembling those of rock. The ground trembled and convulsed around Talia as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, heaving and collapsing. The waters of the spring were violently upheaved, forming a murky tidal wave. Countless grains of sand, soil, splintered palm trunks, and even massive stone bases buried underground were forcibly torn from their resting places by an invisible, frenzied power. Amidst Talia's unconscious, agonized wails, they converged and compressed madly. In an instant, They coalesced into an immense, towering barrier, forged from a mixture of rock, soil, and flowing water. This barrier, imbued with the Earth's wrath and a mother's despair, defiantly stood between the arcane sphere of Rise and Kaelvissa, along with Bella behind him. It also obstructed the rift, spewing forth swarms of the void. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted at the heart of the Oasis of Tears. Rise's arcane sphere, potent enough to purify mountains, collided violently with Talia's forcibly extracted super barrier. Infused with the essence of void pollution, the purifying radiance of the arcane and the Earth's might contained within the rocky barrier, mingled with the viscous energies of the void. Engaged in the most ferocious, primordial clash, a blinding light instantaneously consumed all. The violent shockwave of energy surged forth like a rampaging hurricane, spreading outwards in a furious circle. Everywhere it passed, burning shelters were shredded and blown away like parchment. Sturdy date palms were uprooted. The mercenaries of Sand Lizard, tribal warriors, and even the swarms of the void, barely had time to scream before being vaporized or ground into a pulp. Kaelvissa, Aurelia, Sivir, and Bella, fiercely protected beneath Aurelion, were swept away like leaves in a tempest. Kaelvissa felt an irresistible force collide with his chest, a sweetness surged in his throat, and blood erupted forth. The fox spirit, Ahri, on his back was violently shaken free from her restraints, soaring like a severed kite towards the tumultuous tears of the earth. The crack in her star spirit glimmered with blinding golden light amidst the chaotic energy, the runes writhing with frenzied malevolence. Ahri. Kaelvissa's eyes widened in desperation as he reached out, only to grasp at the frigid air, at the heart of the chaotic energy storm. The super barrier constructed from Talia's power crumbled under the immense force of the arcane sphere, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The explosive aftermath and the countless fragments of the shattered barrier rained down upon the chasm that spewed forth void creatures like a hailstorm. Thud, thud, thud. Countless stone shards plunged deep into the abyss, triggering a more violent chain reaction. A roar, filled with fury and brutality. As if it were the anguished cry of an inhuman entity suppressed for millennia, erupted from the depths of the chasm. This roar carried a terrifying soul-shattering impact, sweeping across the entire oasis. Everyone felt their heads struck by a heavy hammer, their vision darkening. Then, a colossal torrent of deep purple arcane energy, thick and searing like molten lava, intermingled with the viscous, writhing void material, erupted skyward from the chasm further widened by the falling debris. Where the energy flowed, the very fabric of space seemed to corrode and twist. An ancient and pure terror, imbued with boundless hatred and a will for destruction, enveloped the desert oasis in an instant. Zyra's presence was unmistakable. The elder shaman of the Stonebeak tribe was rattled to the core by the soul-shattering roar. Blood streaming from his orifices, yet he struggled to emit a desperate howl. The seal had been broken. The ancient spirit was returning. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the chaotic battlefield, several Sand Lizard mercenaries, seizing the opportunity amidst the explosion and confusion, crept towards a pile of supplies at the oasis's edge, their eyes gleaming with greed. Their target was not the tribe's treasures, but a large crate, marked with the gear emblem of the Zon Alchemy Workshop, salvaged from the iron fin, which was now seeping dark green mist from its cracks. Hurry, that's the crate. The leader, Hazem, had said its contents were worth more than gold. One mercenary growled, brandishing his blade to sever the ropes binding the crate. Hey, dared you to touch what belongs to Lord Draven? A frenzied voice, metallic in quality, echoed like a wraith. Suddenly, a crimson figure dashed forth like a whirlwind from the burning shack. It was none other than the glorious executioner, Draven. He had evidently been lurking in the shadows, waiting for his moment. Draven was in a frenzy of slaughter. Draven was dominating the fray. Draven was reveling in his art. Amidst his maniacal laughter, two whirling axes, shrieking with deathly intent, cleaved through the mercenaries attempting to lift the crate. Blood and entrails splattered upon the cargo box. Draven, paying no heed to the lifeless body below, fixated his scarlet gaze upon the ominous cargo box, a twisted grin of avarice adorning his face. The black box from Zon. What surprises or terrors lie within? Draven revels in the thrill of unboxing. Ha! He cackled maniacally, brutally cleaving the chains and oilcloth binding the cargo box with his flying axes. Crack! A fissure opened in the lid of the box. A chilling black mist, far more frigid and despairing than the void's insects, surged forth as if it had coalesced from millennia of resentment. Within the mist, the anguished wails of countless souls echoed, accompanied by a deep, hoarse sigh imbued with decay and regal authority. Isolde, my love, where art thou? This lament was not merely sound. It resonated deep within the souls of all present. It bore a heart-wrenching sorrow and an icy silence capable of freezing one's very essence. For Draven, the closest to the cargo box, his maniacal laughter abruptly faltered. In his scarlet eyes, a look of sheer horror emerged for the first time. He staggered back several paces as if bitten by a venomous serpent. What in the world is this? Draven's voice trembled ever so slightly. Meanwhile, from afar, Kaelvissa, who had just struggled to rise from the ground, felt a bone-chilling cold emanate from the scales of his left arm upon hearing that soul-stirring sigh. It was as though he had been directly frozen by the ice of Shadow Isles. The void's corruption within him now writhed restlessly before this overwhelming aura of death. In the chaotic battlefield of the oasis, Xerath's roar echoed from the depths of the dunes, while the sigh of the ruined king whispered within their souls. The explosive aftermath of death's essence rampaged like a furious beast, ravaging the Tyrell oasis, tainting the waters, spreading the void. As Draven had already pried open a corner of the black mist box containing the remnants of the ruined king's spirit, Kaelvissa struggled to lift his head from the sands, a metallic sweetness filling his mouth, causing waves of nausea. His greatest concern remained for Ahri, desperately scanning the chaos until he finally spotted her fragile form floating atop the tainted waters of the Tyrell, akin to a delicate petal. Ahri, he bellowed, recklessly rushing towards the Tyrell. The frigid, viscous lake water engulfed his knees, the mingled void energy sending sharp pangs through the scales of his left arm. He strained to lift Ahri from the water. Her body was icy, her breath barely perceptible, and the crack of starlight on her brow shone painfully under the reflected water's glow. We must leave. Aurelia's voice, laced with breathlessness and resolve, urged as she shielded Bella with one hand while using her blade to fend off several advancing void creatures. Xerath's power was spreading, and only a dead end remained. Sivir, jolted from the shock of the explosion, gazed at the chasm that continuously spewed forth swarms of void creatures and torrents of energy. She cast a glance at the cargo box, partially uncovered by Draven, emanating an ominous black mist, and a flicker of calculation crossed her emerald eyes. Follow me, she commanded suddenly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. There exists a shortcut through the desert that leads to the tomb of the Emperor, a place where we might temporarily evade this wretched chaos. At that moment, Talia had exhausted her strength, collapsing to the ground while clinging desperately to Bella, her gaze vacant. Kaelvissa glanced at Ahri in her arms, then at the weary Talia and her daughter, nodding in agreement. They had no better options at present. Aurelia supported Talia, while Kaelvissa held Ahri tightly, trailing closely behind Sivir as they retreated along a concealed path deeper into the oasis. Behind them, the roars of Xerath, the screeches of void creatures, Draven's cries, and Ryze's thunderous voice intertwined, composing a lament of despair. Ryze stood atop the sand dune, watching as Kaelvissa and the others vanished into the depths of the oasis, the arcane orb in his hand gradually dissipating. It was not that he lacked the desire to pursue, but Xerath's eruption and the sudden appearance of the black mist commanded most of his attention. The aura of death emanating from that mist stirred even his ancient runes. Chaos is spreading, Ryze murmured to himself, his gaze beneath the hood growing ever more grave. He turned to face the chasm spewing energy and the cargo box shrouded in black mist, ultimately deciding to first suppress the threats before him. Control over this area was imperative. Under Sivir's guidance, Kaelvissa and the others traversed the rugged sand valley. The night provided them with cover, yet also heightened the challenges of their journey. Talia, with Aurelia's assistance, mechanically placed one foot in front of the other, muttering incantations under her breath. Bella clutched her mother's garment tightly, her large eyes filled with fear. Leading the way, Sivir's familiarity with the desert far surpassed that of her companions, always discovering hidden paths where none seemed to exist. Occasionally, she would cast a complex glance back at Kaelvissa, who held Ahri in her scaled arms. Time passed, and the horizon began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Sivir halted before a weathered rock face, pointing to a narrow fissure partially obscured by shifting sands. Here it is. Once inside, follow the corridor straight ahead, and it will lead you to the tomb of the Emperor. Kaelvissa regarded the dim, narrow opening, resembling the maw of a great beast, a wave of unease washing over him. However, casting a glance at the lifeless Ahri in his arms and then at the exhausted group behind him, he gritted his teeth. Let us go. Chapter 13. Exploring the tomb of the Emperor, seeking the ascendant power of the seal. The entrance to the tomb of the Emperor was not the grand archway or hall one might envision. but rather a narrow fissure deeply embedded at the base of the weathered rock wall, half buried by shifting sands. The slanted corridor resembled the gullet of a colossal beast, extending downward and consuming the last vestiges of external light. The air was thick and frigid, permeated with the earthy scent of millennial dust, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of sulfur and arcane char that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth's core. Each breath carried a stinging sensation, as if grains of sand were scraping against the throat. Talia ignited the last few desert torches acquired from the Stonebeak tribe. The flickering, amber light struggled to pierce the oppressive darkness, illuminating the walls of the corridor on either side. These walls were not natural rock, but rather constructed from massive, precisely cut blocks of yellow sandstone. Time and moisture had eroded their surfaces, yet intricate murals and reliefs, breathtaking in their complexity, remained discernible. The content of these murals cast a deeper shadow upon the hearts of all who beheld them. The left wall depicted the exalted ascendant era of the Shurima Empire. A colossal solar disk hovered in the firmament, casting down a golden luminescence. Countless towering figures, radiant with divine light, stood upon the earth, receiving the adoration of the masses. They varied in form, some resembling majestic dog-headed beings, Nasus, others as agile eagle warriors, and some as scaled leviathans. Beneath their feet lay vanquished foes, fertile lands, and grand pyramid cities. At the center of this tableau stood Emperor Azir, adorned with a golden helmet and resplendent armor, arms outstretched as if to embrace the sun, welcoming the disk's most fervent rays. In stark contrast, the right wall portrayed a chilling scene. The sky was torn asunder by immense chains wreathed in icy golden flames. These chains originated from colossal celestial bodies, the star essence of the Great Spirit, suspended in the heavens, exuding a duplicitous radiance. The surface of these celestial entities was obscured, yet dominated by greedy and arrogant golden eyes, surveying the world below. Beneath the chains lay not enemies, but ascendants. The mural vividly showcased those once sacred and towering forms, pierced, entwined, and dragged by the frigid chains of the star essence. Their brilliance dulled and distorted under the chain's corrosive grip, their faces contorted with anguish, disbelief, and fury at betrayal. One particular image was especially striking. An ascendant Zereth, engulfed in deep purple arcane flames, was ensnared by the thickest chains, being dragged toward an unfathomable abyss radiating a void-like purple light. His gaze was filled with ultimate resentment and a madness bent on annihilation. At the mural's end lay the Empire's ruin. The solar disk shattered and fell. Cities crumbled into ruins, and the sands consumed all, leaving only broken walls and scattered bones. The voice of the star essence, Kaelvissa, emerged dry and hoarse. As he paused before a mural depicting ascendants being dragged by chains, his left arm's gray-white scales twitching nervously in the torchlight. The dark golden patterns beneath the scales radiated a peculiar warmth, resonating eerily with the cold designs of the chains depicted in the mural. He seemed to once again hear the cold, inhuman whispers of fragmented will echoing in his mind, the chains of betrayal beneath the starry sky. A wave of sorrow and fury, rising from the depths of his bloodline, engulfed his consciousness like a frigid tide. Instinctively, he reached out, his trembling fingertips yearning to touch the cold, chain-like relief depicted on the mural, as if seeking to confirm the existence of those shackles from a millennium past. "Do not touch." Sivir's icy voice lashed out like a whip. She walked at the forefront of the group, her crossblade slightly inclined, its edge reflecting the flickering flames like the vigilant eyes of a serpent. Her emerald gaze swept over the murals depicting the chains of the Star Guardians. Sharp as a blade, devoid of any sorrow for Kaelvissa, instead filled with a chilling scrutiny and a hint of revulsion akin to a wounded pride. The dust on these relics was more tainted than the conspiracies of Noxus. She scoffed, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Star Guardians? Chains? Betrayal? Just old tales. In Shurima, power is paramount. Only those who survive are worthy of inscribing history. That fool Azir, incapable of controlling even his most trusted slave, Zerath, deserved to be dragged away in chains. Her words were cold and direct, scorching any tender emotions that dared to approach, much like the noonday sun in the desert. "Sivir." Aurelia's voice trembled with suppressed anger. "He is your ancestor. He is the Emperor of Shurima. The chains of the Star Guardians are an imposed conspiracy. Zerath's betrayal is silence." "Ionian." Sivir abruptly turned, the edge of her crossblade slicing through the still air, pointing at Aurelia, her green eyes ablaze with a frozen flame. "Do not lecture me with your hypocritical notions of guardianship and justice. My bloodline, it has brought me nothing but trouble and pursuit." "Azir's glory?" buried beneath the sands for 8 centuries. I recognize only the present, only the knife in my hand and the gold in my pouch. Her gaze swept over Kaelvissa's scaly arm and then flicked towards Ahri, who was supported by Aurelion. The faint pulsation of the starry crack on her brow still visible in the dim light, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. As for you, a bunch of keys and vessels haunted by the star guardians, eroded by the void, and cursed by ancient relics? The epitome of trouble. If it weren't for the high price and that damned buzzing. She abruptly halted, irritably striking the nearby stone wall with her crossblade, producing a dull echo. Stay close. Do not touch anything. This cursed place is more suffocating than the refuse of Zon. Sivir's harsh words hit everyone like icy gravel, resonating in their hearts. Talia, cradling the still sleeping Bella, huddled beside Ahri, her body trembling slightly. She dared not look at the terrifying murals, keeping her head down, fixated on the slippery steps beneath her. Murmuring unconsciously, the stones are crying. The purple one below is so hot. It's banging on the door. Kaelvissa silently withdrew his hand from reaching towards the mural, feeling only the cold touch of the stone wall and the roughness of a millennium's worth of dust. Seville's words struck him like a dull blade, slicing through the tumultuous emotions stirred by the mural, leaving behind a deeper sense of bewilderment and pain. He cast his gaze towards Seville's back, which appeared particularly cold and resolute in the firelight, then looked down at the cold, eerie scales on his arm. What was he? A key? A vessel? Was he merely an instrument to unlock some power or a harbinger of inevitable doom? Seville only acknowledged the present and its price. Yet, what value did his existence hold for Seville in this present moment? Aurelia supported the feverish and disoriented Ahri, her complexion pale as ash. Seville's demeanor ignited a mix of anger and helplessness within her, but at this perilous juncture, any quarrel could prove fatal. She could only stifle her fury deep within. 7 silent blades hovering protectively around Ahri, vigilant against the encroaching darkness and the increasingly palpable, heart-stopping scent of sulfuric arcane energy from the depths of the passage. Each pulse of the fissure on Ahri's forehead tightened Aurelia's heart further. The wounds of the soul were far more challenging to heal than those of the flesh. The group pressed onward in oppressive silence. The passage grew deeper, the slope steeper. The air thickened with a chilling density, the stench of sulfur and charred remnants almost suffocating. Talia's trembling intensified. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble faintly, cracking slightly. Stop! Seville suddenly raised her hand, her voice lowered to an unprecedented gravity. The torchlight illuminated the taut lines of her profile. Ahead, the passage opened up, leading to an unimaginably vast underground space. It was a naturally formed cavern, further expanded by human intervention. The dome soared beyond sight, shrouded in dense darkness. Countless massive, grotesque stalactites hung like the fangs of dying behemoths, casting distorted, flickering shadows in the wavering light. Beneath the dome lay a relatively flat expanse, where stood a colossal pyramid-shaped altar, entirely constructed of dark golden, starry gravel that seemed to have been forged from celestial materials. Atop the altar, a disk of pure golden light, approximately 3 meters in diameter, slowly rotated in the air, revealing a miniature replica of the sun. Surrounding the altar stood 12 towering obelisks, also made of dark golden stardust. The surfaces of these obelisks were inscribed with intricate, arcane runes, now emanating a faint yet stable golden glow, interconnected to form a vast energy field, resembling an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire altar area. The light of the energy field shone with a sacred and commanding presence in the dim depths. Yet, it was not the magnificent altar or the sun disk that captivated everyone's attention, but rather the ground before the altar, outside the energy field. A vast expanse resembling a colossal scar. The surface there was no longer rock, but exhibited a heart-stopping shade of dark purple, reminiscent of solidified lava. Countless fissures of deep violet, coursing with viscous energy and thick void matter, sprawled across the dark purple lava terrain like a gossamer web. At the heart of these cracks lay a massive pit, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The bottom of the pit was not shrouded in darkness. Instead, it roiled with a viscous, searing deep violet arcane energy, reminiscent of lava. Intertwined within this energy were countless writhing void substances, exuding a sweet, rancid stench of decay. An aura far more terrifying than the rifts of the oasis emerged, ancient, imbued with boundless hatred, destruction, and pure arcane might. It surged forth like a tangible tide from the depths of the pit, crashing against the golden force field formed by 12 obelisks. With each impact, the radiance of the force field flickered violently, emitting a low, resonant hum akin to metal grinding. Above the pit, amidst the tumultuous deep violet arcane energy, a distorted silhouette, composed purely of energy, could be faintly discerned. Lacking distinct facial features, it possessed a pair of immense eyes ablaze with pure, deep violet arcane flames. In those eyes resided no semblance of reason, only a millennium of pent-up, world-consuming madness and hatred. It roared silently, and with each surge of energy against the force field, the intensity of its fiery gaze grew ever more fervent and ferocious. The ancient wraith, Zelra's, the fallen ascendant's true form, sealed within. Aurelia's Zelra's gasped, her voice trembling slightly. Even through the obelisk's force field, the sheer essence of annihilation sent tremors through her very soul. The 7 blades before her buzzed, yet appeared so diminutive and powerless. The core of the seal, Shiver, gazed upon the 12 obelisks straining to hold firm against the pit's turmoil, and for the first time, her emerald eyes were devoid of amusement and schemes, replaced by a cold gravity and an indescribable thrill. She could distinctly feel her bloodline resonating feebly with the solar disk's phantom at the altar's apex, a resonance that seemed to provoke the insane entity within the seal. Zelra's fiery eye seemed to pierce through the force field, fixating intently upon her. The moment Talia stepped into this space, she crumpled to the ground. As though her bones had been removed, her companion Bella tumbling aside, emitting a faint cry. Talia clutched her head tightly, curling into a ball, releasing a wail of utmost anguish. It's too hot. The door is breaking. It's roaring. The earth is aflame. Bella, run. The rocky ground beneath her began to visibly crack, resembling a spider's web, under the aftershocks of Zelra's energy and her resonating pain. Kaelvissa stood at the corridor's exit, as if nailed to the spot. The magnificent sight before him, the celestial altar, the sacred solar disk phantom, the straining obelisk force field, the pit akin to a hellish furnace, and the frenzied roar of Zelra's, resonated powerfully with the fragmented memories of the Dragon King swirling within his mind. The chilling grip of the star spirit's chains, the anguished wail of the Dragon King being torn asunder, the viscous encroachment of the void, and at this moment, Zerath's pure, vengeful hatred, born from betrayal and now plunged into darkness, crashed through his consciousness like a torrent. The scales on his left arm pulsated with an unprecedented fervor, their dark golden patterns glowing with an intensity akin to flames. A potent surge, mingling desire, revulsion, and annihilation, swelled within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. He fixated on Zerath's blazing eyes, as if beholding another being shattered by shackles and treachery. A frigid resonance, stemming from kinship, nearly overwhelmed him with the impulse to approach that abyss. A painful groan escaped Ahri's lips. The fissure on her brow throbbed violently, stimulated by the pure arcane pressure and aura of destruction emanating from Zerath, as if it were a living entity. The spectral image of golden rune chains reemerged, piercing with a chilling backlash intent towards Ahri's fragile soul. Simultaneously, the essence of the spirit fox within her seemed to resonate, albeit faintly, with the solar disk's phantom atop the altar, pulsing with a breath of life. This dual stimulation jolted the already feeble Ahri, causing her to open her eyes wide. Chapter 14. The Ascension Trap. Power corruption. Ahri's emerald-slit pupils constricted sharply, filled with anguish and a profound realization from the depths of her soul. She struggled to lift her head, her gaze penetrating the chaotic energy field, locking onto the slowly rotating solar disk phantom at the pinnacle of the altar. A fragmented vision, seemingly from a distant past, surged into her consciousness, accompanied by the excruciating pain of her soul being torn apart. It was not the complete solar disk, but rather shattered, burning remnants. Within the debris, there was no pure light, but rather a viscous, dark purple energy flowing like tainted blood. The cold runes of the star spirit's chains were deeply imprinted upon the fragments of the disk. A blurred, endlessly mournful voice echoed through the wreckage. The shackles corrupt. The Ascension is a lie. A trap? Ascension is a lie? Ahri exclaimed, her voice distorted by pain and shock. She abruptly turned to Sivir, her verdant eyes wide with terror. Sivir, do not approach the altar. The power of the solar disk's ascension has always been a trap of the star spirits. That power is tainted. Zerath, he has been driven mad by chains and corruption. Ahri's cry reverberated like thunder within the vast cavern. Sivir's body froze in place. Her foot poised to step closer to the altar, abruptly halted. She turned sharply, her emerald eyes locking onto Ahri. Then darting back to the sacred solar disk phantom atop the altar, her gaze filled with incredulous fury and a chilling intent that brushed against the most profound taboos. Fox spirit, what nonsense are you spouting? My bloodline's sensing cannot be mistaken. That power belongs to Shurima. The bloodline sensing is indeed true, but the power is poison. Ahri gasped in agony, the fissure on her brow shimmering with golden light, the pulsation of the runes rendering her nearly speechless. Yet she struggled to gesture towards the altar. The core of the disc is bound by chains. There is the taint of the void. Zerath has borne too much, and thus has gone mad. If Azir were to be resurrected. Her words were cut short as a mouthful of blood erupted from her, staining Kael's back, her body collapsing once more. Breath shallow and labored. You. Sivir's face turned ashen, her grip on the crossblade tightening to the point of whiteness from rage. Ahri's words pierced her consciousness like venomous barbs. The thrum of her own blood was palpably real, a primal yearning for the power of the solar disk. Yet, the pained, desperate gaze of Ahri and the fragmented messages conveyed through their soul link sent a chill through her. A trap? Contamination? Was the power she sought, from the very outset, merely poison cloaked in honey? Just as Sivir was shaken to her core, and Aurelia and the others were stunned by Ahri's warning, a roar erupted. In the depths of the seal, Zerath's distorted figure, composed of pure energy, seemed utterly incensed by Ahri's words and Sivir's bloodline aura. He unleashed an even more ferocious, soul-rending roar filled with a will to destroy. The entire cavern trembled. Stalactites rained down like droplets of rain. Boom! The viscous, searing, deep purple arcane energy in the pit exploded as if injected with a frenzied catalyst, forming an immense torrent of energy that crashed against the force field constituted by the 12 obelisks, like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage. Crack! A heart-stopping sound of shattering echoed forth. An obelisk near the edge of the pit instantly became adorned with a web of cracks. The runes inscribed upon it dimmed rapidly. Extinguished. The golden force field enveloping the altar flickered violently, warping like a candle in the wind, dimming a vast area in an instant. The power of the seal was torn open, creating a massive breach. This is bad. The seal is about to break. Aurelia exclaimed in horror. Ha! A millennium of imprisonment. Finally at an end. A voice, twisted and hoarse, seemingly pieced together from countless fragments of souls, filled with endless resentment and ecstasy, swept through like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, directly infiltrating the minds of all present. It was Zerath, his burning, deep purple eyes. Through the breach in the force field, locked onto Sivir, the one nearest to the altar, utterly lost in her thoughts. A wave of pure arcane pressure, potent enough to incinerate the soul, grasped at Sivir like an invisible hand. Her complexion drained to an ashen hue. The shadow of death had never appeared so stark. The blood within her surged violently under Zerath's oppressive force, as if igniting. Instinctively, she raised her crossblade to defend herself, but before the primordial might of this ancient sorcerer, a mere mortal weapon seemed laughably inadequate. In the critical moment, buzz, a pure, concentrated, azure arcane light, imbued with a protective will, materialized before Sivir as if summoned by teleportation. The luminescence did not strike Zerath. Rather, it swiftly unfurled into a colossal energy shield, adorned with a myriad of esoteric runes. A thunderous roar erupted as Zerath's devastating soul pressure collided violently with the arcane barrier, producing a deafening sound. The shield trembled violently, the runes flashing erratically. Yet it ultimately withstood this lethal blow. A tall figure, draped in a tattered, deep blue cloak, emerged from the shadows beside Sivir like an unyielding rock. His rune-etched arm glowed with a ghostly blue light, flickering as if it were breathing. It was the rune mage Rise. As Sivir was rescued by Rise's arcane shield, the edges of her crossblade were still dusted with the debris of shattered stone, causing her to stagger back a step, the soles of her boots scraping against the slick rock surface with a harsh sound. Rune mage. Sivir, still in shock, gazed at Rise's sudden appearance. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She shook her numbed wrist, and the astonishment in her emerald gaze swiftly transformed into caution. How long have you been lurking in the shadows? Rise did not direct his gaze towards Sivir. His cold eyes, concealed beneath the shadow of his hood, resembled two blue moons, unwaveringly fixated on Kaelvissa. Especially on Kaelvissa's left arm, which, provoked by Zerath's eruption and the shattering of the seal, surged with blinding light, the scales wildly flaring. The forbidden vessel. The corruption of the void. The echoes of the cosmos. It is you who has summoned this ancient calamity. The sins must end here. Rise's voice resonated like a thunderclap, bearing the absolute will of ancient judgment. He raised his other arm abruptly. A sphere of terrifying arcane energy coalesced instantly, aimed directly at Kaelvissa. This time, he hesitated not at all, his intent to kill palpable. Simultaneously, at the breach of the seal, Zerath's frenzied arcane energy surged forth, as if it had found an outlet. Part of it continued to assault the crumbling force field, while another portion transformed into several viscous, burning tendrils of arcane energy, shrieking piercingly as they erupted from the gap. Two of these tendrils, akin to gigantic pythons, coiled towards the solar disk apparition atop the altar. Others lashed out like the whip of death, striking mercilessly at the collapsed Talia and her daughter, alongside the dazed Ahri. Zerath's maniacal laughter echoed on a soul-deep level. Power belongs to Zerath. Destruction is the destiny. As Zerath's roar reverberated through the cavern, the arcane sphere coalescing in Ryze's sleeve emitted an increasingly urgent hum, as if poised to detonate at any moment. A double execution. Ryze's arcane judgment. Zerath's destructive tendrils. The shadow of death swiftly enveloped all. Kaelvissa's pupils constricted. The power within him surged uncontrollably, incited by the threat of death and the pure arcane energy of Zerath. The scales of his left arm stood on end. A chaotic dance of dark gold and purple-black radiance flashing wildly. A cataclysmic chaos field brewed uncontrollably around him. He forcefully pushed the nearly lifeless Ahri towards Aurelia's direction, while he himself faced the arcane sphere unleashed by Ryze and the tendrils summoned by Zerath, raising his scaled left hand. Kael, no? Aurelia's cry was drowned amidst the explosive energy. Why must he be slain? In that moment of impending doom, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with boundless wisdom and authority, thundered forth from the entrance of the Emperor's tomb, akin to the tolling of a great bell. In the name of knowledge, order shall not be desecrated. Following this proclamation, a brilliant golden radiance, akin to the zenith sun, pierced through the cave's darkness. Within this radiance, a colossal silhouette, resembling a wolf adorned with dense black fur, materialized. The apparition's eyes blazed with azure flames of wisdom, emanating an aura as vast as the starry cosmos. The silhouette opened its massive jaws, not with a roar, but uttering a grand syllable steeped in ancient decree, stabilize. A palpable force, carrying the will of absolute order, instantaneously enveloped the entire cavern. Ryze's arcane sphere, poised for release, seemed ensnared in viscous golden amber, its radiance and energy flow slowing to an agonizing crawl. Zerath's frenzied arcane tendrils, bound by invisible chains, thrashed violently mere inches from their target, twisting yet unable to advance further. Even the tumultuous energy and the fierce fluctuations of the sealing force within Zerath's pit momentarily froze. Time itself appeared to be suspended. A towering figure, bathed in golden light, gradually emerged from the shadows of the passage, standing over 3 meters tall. His imposing form was shrouded in a deep black fur reminiscent of the night sky, resembling a regal wolf. He donned an ancient priestly robe adorned with golden runes, his muscular arms bared and sinewy. His visage was a perfect amalgamation of human and wolf features, imbued with wisdom and the weight of ages. In his grasp was a colossal staff, crowned with a diamond crystal radiating a soft white luminescence, the staff of knowledge. Behind him loomed a vast scroll, composed of countless golden light strands, seemingly holding the mysteries of the cosmos, the codex of the universe. It was none other than Nasus, the guardian of knowledge, the death god of the desert. The stalactites of the cavern's ceiling continued to fall, and the residual force of Zerath's deep purple energy torrent, which had torn through the seal, lingered. Just as Kael had pushed Ahri towards Aurelia, he found himself pinned in place by this soul-binding pressure. The scales on his left arm burned fiercely under Zerath's arcane assault, as if countless serpents writhed within the dark golden patterns. He gazed at the concentrated sphere of annihilative energy in Ryze's palm, and suddenly recalled the ominous words spoken during the rift in the oasis. You will bring forth greater calamity. It was not a warning, but a judgment. He was not the harbinger of doom. Aurelia's voice sliced through the atmosphere with razor-sharp clarity. As she caught the softly collapsing Ahri, she beheld 7 blades converging before her, forming a diamond-shaped defensive array. It was Zerath who posed the true threat. All sources of chaos must be purified. Ryze's spell sphere abruptly illuminated, casting a ghostly blue glow that carved his jawline with precision, including the fox tainted by the celestial spirits and the vessel eroded by the void. Ahri, cradled in Aurelia's arms, let out a pained groan, as a golden droplet of blood seeped from the celestial fracture upon her brow. As those droplets fell to the ground, they morphed into slender chains of ethereal shadows, writhing upon the rocky surface. At that moment, Zerath's maniacal laughter erupted, shaking the very cavern to its core. Purification? Huh. How dare the hound of the celestial spirits speak of purification? Xeraz's tendrils of energy lashed furiously at the fissure in the seal, each impact dimming the light of the obelisk. Where was Nasu's hiding, buried in a heap of sand, feigning death? If he did not act soon, his order would be torn asunder by this band of lunatics. No sooner had the thought escaped his lips than a golden radiance surged forth from the shadows at the cave's entrance. Initially resembling morning dew, the light swiftly transformed into a torrential flood, enveloping the arcane sphere Rise was about to unleash. Rise let out a muffled grunt as the sphere trembled violently in his palm, ultimately dissipating into a myriad of luminous specks. Order is not meant for judgment. Nasu's figure gradually emerged within the golden light, the azure flames upon his jackal head flickering serenely. He gently tapped the ground with his staff of knowledge, and 12 golden runes flowed forth from its tip, entwining around the nearly shattered obelisk, serving as a guardian instead. Xeraz's energy tendrils collided with the reawakened force field, producing a deep rumble. Guardian? Guardian of the shackles imposed by the celestial spirits? His voice brimmed with malice. If it weren't for you and Rek'Sai holding me back all those years ago, I would have long since gouged out the eyes of those false deities. Nasu's remained silent, merely shifting his gaze toward Kaelvissa. Upon seeing her scaly arm, the azure flames flickered intensely. Fragments of the Starforger, he murmured softly, his voice laden with an indescribable complexity, even parasitically residing within mortals. Kaelvissa felt her left arm's scales grow suddenly cold, as the restless dark golden patterns seemed to encounter their nemesis, instantly calming. She gazed at the staff in Nasu's hand, adorned with a diamond crystal, and a vision of the Dragon King pierced by chains flashed through her mind, causing her heart to tighten as if gripped by an invisible hand. She was afraid. Sivir suddenly spoke, twirling her crossblade. This old dog fears what resides within you. She cast a glance at the solar disk illusion atop the altar, then at Nasu's, a mocking smile curling her lips. But compared to these supernatural beings, I am far more concerned with how to harness the power of the sun. The power of the sun has long been tainted by the celestial spirits. Nasu's gaze swept over Sivir. Your bloodline can sense the resonance, and you should also perceive the corruption within. Sivir's expression darkened instantly, her grip on the crossblade tightening. Corruption? Better than being a pawn to you ancient turtles. She suddenly dashed towards the altar, her emerald eyes gleaming with a desperate determination. Even if it is poison, I shall accept it. Chapter 15. Chaos in the Caverns. Nethesis' guardianship beneath the vaulted ceiling of the Emperor's tomb. The resonant echo of Nethesis' ancient decree lingered in the air, saturated with the acrid scent of arcane fumes and the sweet, sickly essence of the void. A tangible golden ripple enveloped the surroundings, rendering time itself a mere illusion. Radiant beams of golden light emanated from Nethesis' imposing form, akin to a miniature sun rising from the depths, illuminating the petrified faces of those gripped by terror, as well as the cataclysmic storm that had been forcefully paused. Standing closest to the altar, Sivir was the most direct recipient of Nethesis' resplendent glow. The overwhelming might of Xerath and the divine radiance of Nethesis formed two colossal, invisible mountains, trapping her in their midst. Her crossblade hung limply in her grasp, her emerald eyes reflecting a bewilderment crushed by absolute power, the royal blood coursing through her veins. Stirred by proximity to the spectral sun disk, boiled under the dual onslaught, inducing waves of searing dizziness. Her gaze fixated on the sun disk, shrouded in golden light and seemingly within reach, while memories of Ahri's anguished warnings flooded her mind, leaving her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Stop her! Aurelion's voice broke through the chaos, but as 7 blades surged forward, they were ensnared by the sudden emergence of shadowy figures. Zed's shadow clone burst forth from the crevices of the rock, hurling dark shurikens that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming directly for her vulnerable back. Xerath's tentacles, ablaze with deep violet arcane flames, loomed perilously close to Talia and her mother, bound by countless ethereal chains. In the chasm below, arcane energy roared and churned like a frozen lava tide. The surface disturbance temporarily quelled, leaving behind a suffocating, viscous darkness of deep purple. They writhed and twisted in the void, the thick purple flames solidifying into grotesque sculptures exuding a chilling aura of brutality, unable to advance even a fraction further. Xerath's immense eyes pulsated in the backdrop of solidified energy, composed of pure essence and burning with deep violet flames, beating with a ferocity undiminished. A silent roar ignited an invisible storm of psychic energy within the stagnated space, violently assaulting the consciousness of every individual present. Ugh! Aurelion gasped, her 7 blades guarding Ahri vibrating violently, teetering on the brink of chaos. She forced herself to stabilize her mind, resolutely shielding the dazed Ahri, whose starry fissure at her brow throbbed with desperation. Talia lay crumpled upon the ground, her body curled in agony as she clutched her pained head with both hands. While Nethesis' order shielded her from Zerath's physical onslaught, it was powerless against the pure mental devastation unleashed in the form of a roaring tempest. The rocky ground beneath her fractured in silent agony, fissures expanding in response to the dual forces tearing at the very essence of the earth. Bella, in a daze, murmured her daughter's name, tears mingling with cold sweat as they streamed down her face. Callista knelt on one knee, her left arm, adorned with frenzied, flaring scales, felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer with relentless force. Within the depths of Nethesis, an edict infused with the vast will of order clashed violently with the chaotic fury of the Dragon King's shattered essence, driven into a frenzy by the specter of death. Order met chaos, as the collision of ice and lava erupted. With a sudden gasp, Kaelvissa expelled a dark purple stream of blood, flecked with shimmering golden specks. The scales on his left arm dimmed instantly, the dark golden patterns twisting and contracting like a wounded serpent. The impending cataclysmic force was forcibly repressed within him, causing an unprecedented sense of tearing and debilitating weakness. His vision blurred, the ground swayed beneath him, and he could only brace himself against the earth with his scaled hand to prevent a complete collapse. Sweat trickled down his brow like a stream, splattering onto the cold stone, instantly vaporizing into a sulphurous mist. At that moment, Talia let out a piercing scream. Her gaze darted from the fallen body of Vela to the expanding cracks deep within the cave, wrought by the shock of Zealous. Her pupils filled with blood, as if the stones themselves wept. She pressed her hands against the ground, causing the surface to tremble violently as countless sharp stalagmites erupted from the earth. You all shall be entombed. Zealous's maniacal laughter echoed amid the cacophony of the stone spikes, growing ever more deranged. Yes, bury them. Bury all the hypocritical order. Let the flames of wrath purify all. Zealous cackled, his laughter a twisted melody of metal grinding against metal, perfectly aligned with my desires. This filthy world, this hypocritical order, these chains of betrayal, all shall be incinerated. The flames of wrath shall cleanse everything. Zealous shall become the ultimate harbinger of purification. As his madness surged, the energy within the pit, which had been forcibly solidified by Nethesis' power, began to ripple violently once more, on the brink of shattering the frozen lava. The 12 obelisks forming the force field flickered with a frantic light, while the cracked obelisk emitted a groan under the unbearable strain. Stubborn and unyielding, Nethesis' voice suddenly turned severe, akin to the judgment of a deity. Order must not be desecrated. He raised his staff of knowledge high, and the diamond-shaped crystal at its apex erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of white light. Simultaneously, the ethereal codex of cosmic law, woven from golden light behind Nethesis, began to unfurl rapidly, as countless arcane runes, pulsating like living entities, flowed forth and merged with the staff's radiance. Seal. A grander, more refined cadence of decree resonated. Buzz. The golden force of order surged forth like a tangible tide, sweeping through the cavern once more. This time, it was not a solidification but a reinforcement and restoration. Countless golden rune chains manifested from thin air, entwining Zealous's ensnared arcane tendrils, forcibly dragging them back toward the sealing pit. More runes cascaded like golden raindrops, descending upon the cracked obelisks and the trembling force field. The fractures were forcibly mended. The dim light regained its stability and brilliance. The breach in the seal was swiftly repaired and fortified. No, Zealous emitted a soul-piercing roar of utter defiance, as the energy within the pit raged like a caged beast, battering against the newly stabilized force field, yet it could no longer shift it in the slightest. His fiery, blazing eyes were fixed intently on Nasu's, filled with profound resentment, ultimately consumed once more by the undulating waves of deep purple energy. The cavern returned to a semblance of tranquility, with only the steady hum of the force field and the muffled sound of energy swirling in the abyss resonating in the air. As the dust settled, Nasu's gradually lowered his staff, the brilliant golden radiance surrounding him slightly receding, revealing a hint of undeniable fatigue etched upon his jackal visage. The forced reinforcement of the seal had exacted a tremendous toll. "My lord Nasus," the elder shaman exclaimed, lifting his gaze in excitement. "You have saved the oasis. You have saved Shurima. The glory of his majesty is here." Nasus turned his gaze toward the ethereal solar disk hovering above the altar, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his azure flames. His resurrection was both a destiny and a calamity. The power of the solar disk, embodying the Empire's glory, also bore the marks of the celestial chains and the shadows of the void. His eyes swept over Sivir. The resonance of her bloodline was both a key and a curse. To unlock it recklessly would invite disaster rather than fortune. Sivir gripped her crossblade tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Nasu's words shattered the last vestige of hope she harbored regarding power. A trap? A curse? The lineage she had pursued with pride for half her life was merely the key to calamity? Her emerald eyes brimmed with resentment, fury, and a hidden tinge of fear. She glared at the phantasm upon the altar, then cast a glance at Callista's dim arm, a harbinger of even graver misfortune. In the end, all her emotions coalesced into a self-mocking, harsh laughter. Huh, what a delightful irony of misfortune. Sivir's voice echoed sharply in the silence of the cavern. I, Sivir, have danced on the edge of a blade for half my life. What traps have I not encountered? What curses have I not heard of? She pointed vehemently at Callista, declaring, compared to the chaotic horrors associated with this lad, the solar disk is but honey wrapped around poison, far sweeter. Nasus, you old dog, spare me your platitudes. Tell me how I can revive that ancient relic Azir. How can I strip those cursed chains and poisons from him? Name your price. Her words were still coarse, direct, and laced with mercantile calculation, yet the hand gripping the crossblade and her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the tumult within her heart. Nasus remained unfazed by her insolent address. His eyes, ignited with the flames of wisdom, calmly scrutinizing Sivir, perceiving her concealed struggles behind a facade of bravado. The cost far exceeds your imagination, he intoned, his voice deep and grave. The resurrection ritual requires the pure power of the sun as a catalyst, the royal bloodline as a bridge, and the Emperor's soul as its core, along with a crucial token, the solar golden feather, shattered and scattered at the time of Azir's fall, which embodies his final will. This artifact has long been lost amidst the sands and the fires of war. The solar golden feather? Aurelia keenly seized upon this key term, steadying the faintly breathing Ahri. Where is it? Nasus's gaze gradually shifted toward the depths of the cavern, toward the very heart of the Emperor's tomb. Jinyu was escorted into the eternal realm of slumber by the final guardian. However, he hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with an imperceptible weight. For this sanctuary had been infiltrated by the shadows of the void. Jinyu had likely fallen into dust. Void Kaelith struggled to raise his head, the scales on his left arm quivering faintly upon hearing this term. He glanced at Nasus, pondering whether it was akin to the taint that had corrupted Zerath, a shared origin yet disparate essence. Nasus's gaze fell upon Kaelith, and the cerulean flames within his eyes seemed capable of piercing the very soul. Zerath bore the burdensome shackles of the starry essence, forcibly infused to corrupt and distort the ascendant powers with the venom of the void. Yet, the blight upon the realm of slumber stemmed from a more ancient and pure undercurrent, originating from beyond the world. His gaze swept over the dim scales of Kaelith's left arm and the fissure upon Ahri's brow, fragments of the starry sky, shackles of the celestial beings. And the corrosive essence of the void had rendered their forms chaotic. To venture deeper into the realm of slumber would be to invite catastrophe, leading to an irretrievable doom. Irretrievable doom? Sivir scoffed, interrupting Nasus's discourse. The crossblade in her hand spun dangerously, rolling in the sands of Shurima. Was there ever a day when one did not risk their life? Old dog, do not frighten us. Speak plainly. How does one reach that cursed place? What does Jinyu look like? Once we retrieve him and resurrect Azir, then what? How do we contend with those accursed chains and poisons? She pressed relentlessly, her emerald eyes glinting with a desperate resolve. She could not relinquish the power of the sun disk, even knowing it to be a trap. She was willing to take the gamble. This was the instinct of her bloodline and the creed that had sustained her survival in the desert, the only true currency. Nasus fell silent for a moment. Within the cavern, only the quiet hum of the sealing force and the muffled rumble of energy from the deep pit could be heard. His eyes, ablaze with cerulean flames, traversed Sivir's determination, Kaelith's frailty and agitation, the shackles upon Ahri's brow, Talia's anguish, and Aurelia's burden. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice reminiscent of an ancient prophecy. To sever the shackles and purify the corruption, one must confront the false gods of the starry sky and reclaim the lost secrets. He slightly raised the staff of knowledge in his hand, the crystal at its apex illuminating the endless darkness of the cavern's dome. As if piercing through the heavy crust of the earth, pointing towards the heavens, the summit of the behemoths, the seat of the celestials. There lay the truth that imprisoned the Starforger, as well as the source of the poison that tainted the ascendant powers. Only by unveiling its secrets could this deadlock be broken. The summit of the behemoths. Aurelia's pupils constricted sharply. That legendary peak, home to the Celestials. A sacred yet feared domain for mortals? Upon hearing the summit of the behemoths and the Starforger, Kaelitha's left arm scales reacted violently. A surge of intense tremors coursing through him. The chilling image of cold chains piercing through the stars and the immense golden eye gazing down upon him surged once more in his mind. A resonance, born from the depths of his bloodline, blending sorrow and fury, made his body tremble slightly. Just then, Ahri, who had been supported by Irelia, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughs, a trickle of blood escaping once again from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Her emerald-hued vertical pupils dimmed by weakness, yet fixed unwaveringly upon the dome pointed at by the scepter of Nethers. The star spirit fissure at her brow pulsed with a searing intensity, akin to a red-hot brand, ignited by the scepter's radiance and the mention of the giant's peak. The writhing of runes became frantic and malevolent. A fragment of a clearer, more agonizing memory surged into her consciousness, accompanied by the excruciating pain of a soul being torn apart. At the summit of the giant's peak, deep within, lay a colossal, cold, spherical chamber constructed entirely of astral metal, a celestial instrument. At its core floated countless golden chains, formed from pure arcane energy, oozing with dark purple void taint. The ends of the chains were tethered to a hazy, imprisoned cosmic giant, the Dragon King. A figure of a girl with dual purple pigtails danced into the periphery of the vision, tossing bubbles that sparkled like stars. Her face adorned with a blend of innocence and cruelty, as she addressed the chain's phantom, "Little mudfish, don't move. Zoe is playing an important game. Wait until the cleaner tidies up down below." The source of the celestial instrument's chains echoed with fractured words from Zoe, each syllable seemingly exhausting every ounce of her strength. Laden with extreme pain and chilling clarity, she clutched Kaelvissa's arm fiercely, her nails nearly embedding into his scaly skin, her emerald eyes locking onto his with a fervent intensity. Her voice weak yet thunderous. "Do not go to the giant's peak. It is a trap. The star spirits are playing a game of destruction. Zoe is the gatekeeper. The key will be reclaimed." No sooner had her words escaped her lips than the star spirit fissure at her brow erupted with blinding golden light. Countless cold rune chains manifested once more, venomous and infused with an unprecedented malevolence, lashing out at the essence of her soul. This time, the assault was more ferocious and lethal than ever before. Ahri let out a scream, distorted by agony, her body arching violently like a fish out of water. Blood seeped from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose in thin streams. On the other end of the soul link, Kaelvis felt the impact as if struck by a heavy blow. The dark gold patterns beneath his scales twisted wildly. A chilling sensation of erosion from the star spirit's shackles piercing into his consciousness. An invisible, icy hand sought to crush him along with Ahri's soul, reclaiming them both. Ahri. Kaelvissa's eyes widened with desperation as he endeavored to sever the soul link that brought both pain and connection. The backlash of the star spirit. Nethers's azure flames flickered in his eyes, which suddenly constricted. The knowledge scepter in his hand erupted once more with brilliant white light, attempting to suppress the vile rune chains. Amidst the chaos, Rise reformed his arcane sphere, this time targeting not Kaelvis, but the solar disk phantom atop the altar. The source of the corruption must be eradicated. His voice resonated with undeniable resolve, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Chapter 16, The Power of the Sun. At this critical juncture, Rise. If you destroy the solar disk, then I shall reclaim the key that belongs to the shadow flow. A chilling, hoarse sound of metal scraping against stone, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of suppressed fury, suddenly emanated from the entrance of the Emperor's tomb. Immediately following this, a profound, pure darkness that could devour all light surged forth, as if transported by some ethereal force. From the deepest shadows emerged a figure clad in grotesquely dark armor, with crimson eyes that seemed to solidify drops of blood, boldly manifesting at the heart of this obscurity. It was none other than the Master of Shadows, Zed. His scarlet gaze disregarded the divine radiance of Nasus, overlooked the roars of Zerath bound within his prison, and paid no heed to the chaotic crowd, fixating intently on Kael and Ahri. More precisely, his attention was riveted upon the glaring golden fissure of the celestial spirit that pulsated wildly at Ahri's brow. An overwhelming greed, akin to the ecstasy of discovering a rare treasure, ignited within the depths of his crimson eyes. The resonance of twin souls defied the shackles of the celestial spirit. Zed's voice was cold and raspy, yet laced with a perverse thrill as he proclaimed, "The ancient tomes of the old ghosts indeed speak the truth. You can truly invoke the power of the star's lament." His gaze swept over Nasu's and the illusory solar disk upon the altar. A flash of wariness flickering in his scarlet eyes, swiftly overshadowed by a deeper madness. The might of shadows demanded this key. Nasus, step aside, or be dragged into the abyss of shadows alongside it. Shadows are reality. Zed's figure, draped in grotesque black armor, materialized from the depths of nightmares. His voice resonating with a metallic texture against the stone, exploding within the still air. The colossal shuriken, forged purely from shadows, the shadow blade, was not aimed at Nasus, but rather, like a viper striking, it tore through space at an exceedingly cunning angle, targeting the pulsating, glaring golden fissure on Ahri's forehead. In his crimson gaze burned an unabashed greed and a frenzied determination for the key. Impudence. Nasus's eyes, ablaze with cerulean flames, seethed with wrath. The instinct to protect order made him intolerant of any desecration. He did not swing the staff of knowledge in his hand, with merely a thought. The sacred shield of order, composed of countless golden runes, erupted in brilliance, erecting the most formidable wall of lamentation between the shadow blade's lethal edge and Ahri. Clang. A sound that sent shivers through the bones, as if forcibly torn asunder. The collision of pure energies bore no sparks, only the annihilation of light and shadow. The dark edge of the shadow blade struck fiercely against the golden shield, embedding itself half an inch deep. Countless fine, web-like fissures instantly spidered across the surface of the shield where it had been struck. Nasus's towering form trembled violently, the golden fur upon his jackal head dimming slightly. Having first reinforced Zerath's seal, he now bore the full brunt of the Master of Shadows attack, and even the power of an ascendant revealed a momentary sluggishness. It was within this fleeting instant of hesitation that Kael felt as if struck by a heavy blow from the other end of the soul link. The anguish of Ahri's soul, ensnared by the celestial shackles, intertwined with the shadowy force of destruction and plunder emanating from Zed, pierced through the holy shield's impact. Cold steel needles plunged brutally into his consciousness. Beneath the dim scales of his left arm, the dark golden patterns writhed like a dying serpent, frantically twisting and convulsing in a desperate attempt to forge a chaotic defense, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by the lingering order of Nasus and the frigid encroachment of the celestial shackles. He expelled another mouthful of dark purple blood, his body nearly collapsing to the ground, barely able to prop himself up with that pain-laden hand, preventing a complete fall. His vision blurred, and all that echoed in his ears were Ahri's piercing screams and Zed's cold, hoarse declarations. The shadows are truth. A cruel glint flickered in Zed's crimson eyes. He had never anticipated that a single strike could breach Nasus's defenses. What he sought was merely this moment of restraint. At the instant the death blade pinned the holy shield, his figure, clad in obsidian armor, suddenly became ethereal. Shadow clone technique. Two identical dark figures materialized from the shadows on either side. Without a moment's hesitation, two equally dark death blades, shrieking with the anguish of torn souls, circumvented the standoff at the holy shield, one aimed at Ahri's forehead and the other at Kael's vulnerable back. The objective was clear: seize the key and eliminate obstacles. Get away. A sharp command rang out like a blade's edge. It was Aurelia. At the moment Zed's clones appeared, she had completely shielded the weakened Ahri behind her. 7 guardian blades spun rapidly around her and Ahri, forming an impenetrable barrier of steel. In this moment, facing the lethal shadows approaching from both sides, her gaze remained as calm as ice, imbued with the resolve of an Ionian protector. The 7 blades instantaneously split and reformed. 2 engaged the left deathblade, 2 engaged the right, while the remaining 3, embodying the rhythm of the dance of Ionia, aimed straight for the cores of the 2 clones. Clang, clang, clang. The air filled with the thunderous sounds of clashing metal. The collision of blades and shadows erupted into a myriad of fragmented energy sparks. Aurelia's body shook violently, her complexion paling instantaneously. She had withstood the assault. Yet, the power contained within the 2 clones exceeded all expectations. The tremendous force carved shallow grooves into the rocky ground beneath her feet, a metallic taste rising in her throat. The protective blade barrier experienced a momentary delay. Bella stood at the chaotic core of the battlefield's edge, while Talia curled up against the frigid rock. Talia's vacant gaze traversed the tumultuous energy storm, the world's sounds fading away, leaving only the thunderous echoes of her own shattering heart. Why? She murmured unconsciously, tears mingling with the blood on her face, silently cascading down. The rock beneath her resonated with the anguished cries of the earth being torn apart by multiple forces. That lament resonated horrifically with the agonizing turmoil of her soul. The power of the stone weaving from Shurima within her spiraled out of control like droplets of water cast into boiling oil. Aya! Talia suddenly lifted her head, unleashing a cry of pain that transcended human sound. Her eyes, once a gentle brown, now blazed with a fierce, molten orange reminiscent of lava. Countless tiny fragments of stone levitated from the ground, swirling around her in a frenzied dance. The earth beneath her quaked violently, bubbling like a roiling cauldron. Rising and splitting apart, jagged rocks erupted erratically from the ground, thrusting upwards into the air. The very terrain of the cavern began to undergo a terrifying and unpredictable transformation due to the unleashed power of the earth's veins. The stones wept, amidst Talia's piercing shrieks. Broken yet exalted whispers escaped her lips, each word resonating with the rending of the earth, a painful lament of stones bleeding and burning as the great god peak twisted. She ultimately pointed towards the cavern's ceiling, her orange-hued gaze seemingly penetrating the crust of the earth, glimpsing the sacred peak above and its ominous transformation. The great god peak? Aurelion's attempt to block the shadow clone faltered slightly, hindered by Talia's cries and the chaotic upheaval of the terrain. Twisting? Within the depths of the sealed pit, Zerath's suppressed yet restless arcane energy erupted in a deafening, maniacal laughter. Talia's uncontrollable connection to the earth's veins ignited the boundless hatred he had harbored for a millennium. Ignorant little worm. That is not a twist. That is a celestial being. Those damned, haughty false deities. They transformed pure arcana into poison. His roar, filled with shards of chaotic logic, thundered in the hearts of all present. They wove cages with hypocritical starlight. They tainted the sun's mighty power with the filth of the void. Shackles. Poison. This is the gift they bestow upon the ascendants. Zerath's energy raged violently within the seal. His deep purple gaze fixated on Nasus. You dog of order. What precisely do you protect? Is it the noose of the celestial being around Shurima's neck? Answer me. Zerath's accusation struck like a chilling chisel, brutally shattering the hypocritical veil that cloaked the glory of ascendance. The shackles of the celestial? The poison of the void? Aurelion's eyes widened in shock. Shyvana's grip on her crossblade tightened, the veins on her hands bulging as her verdant gaze fixated on the illusory sun disk upon the altar. Realizing the power she yearned for was, in fact, tainted and shackled poison. The scales on Kael's left arm throbbed intensely at the mention of celestial beings and poison. Resonating with a shared sense of plight, Ahri's celestial fissure pulsed more wildly than ever. The cavern of the Emperor's tomb, upon the arrival of the tangible shadow of Thresh, was irrevocably transformed into a battleground of light and darkness, order and chaos, greed and guardianship. The air thickened, akin to solidified tar. The Shadow Order craved the key to power. Thresh's essence flickered within the shadows, his crimson eyes like ghostly flames, sweeping back and forth between Ahri and Kael. With the celestial shackles and shards of the void serving as keys to unlocking true power, Nasus's staff of knowledge illuminated once more. The golden force of order surging towards Thresh's clone like a tide. Master of shadows, do you comprehend the price of touching the forbidden? The price? The laughter of the thief resonated with a metallic, jarring sound. In comparison to the eternal void, such a price was negligible. His figure suddenly transformed into two shadowy forms, one ensnaring Noxus, while the other lunged towards Ahri, who was cradled protectively by Irelia. The light within the cavern flickered erratically amidst the clash of forces. Golden order, deep violet arcane energy, pitch-black shadows, ghostly blue frost, and crimson stalagmites cast bizarre shadows upon the rocky walls, resembling a toppled pallet. Chaos is an opportunity. In that very moment, shaken by Talia's rampage and Zerath's accusations, the mercenary queen, Sivir, who had danced on the edge of a blade for half her life, exhibited a fierce determination akin to a lone wolf. With calculations precise as a hawk's gaze, she did not rush towards the heart of the turmoil nor attempt to aid anyone. Her objective remained crystal clear: power. The power of the sun's disk. Even if it were poison or a shackle, it was a hard currency that would allow her to survive in the desert and thrive. Forced back by a suddenly erupting stalagmite, Sivir surveyed the chaotic battlefield and let out a cold smirk. She did not charge towards the altar but turned instead to the still screaming Talia, her crossblade glinting with a chilling light in the torch's glow. Suddenly, her figure lunged forth like a cheetah, targeting Talia, who was curled in the center of the rock storm, wailing in agony. The golden crossblade. imbued with the essence of cold death, was positioned with ruthless precision against Talia's delicate neck. The sharp edge swiftly cut through the skin, a trickle of crimson blood meandering downwards. "Little sparrow, have you finished your wailing?" Sivir's voice was icy and decisive, carrying an undeniable air of coercion. "Want to live? Want vengeance for your mother? Then snap out of it. Lead me to that damned eternal resting place. Find that sun-golden feather. Now. Immediately. At once." Her emerald eyes, the coldest of jewels, locked onto Talia's molten orange gaze. "The price is your life and that of the remaining tribespeople in your oasis. Deal?" The chilling blade pressed against the carotid artery, a harbinger of death, dousing Talia's frantic screams in an icy chill. The fiery glow of her orange eyes revealed a tumultuous mix of primal power and profound sorrow, fear colliding violently. Talia emitted a whimper akin to that of a wounded beast, the frenzied earth power retreating like a receding tide, exposing unfathomable depths of pain and a hint of numbed desperation. "Little girl, if you wish for Bella to rest in peace, take me to find the sun-golden feather that belongs to Shurima." Her voice, though soft, pierced through the surrounding clamor like ice dropped into boiling oil. "Otherwise, I would not hesitate to reunite you and your mother amidst these rubble." Talia's scream abruptly ceased. She gazed at Sivir's crossblade, now smeared with grit, then glanced at Bella's gradually cooling body, her fury slowly succumbing to despair. The undulations of the rocky surface gradually settled, the sharp stalagmites seeming to lose their potency, retracting slowly back into the earth. Talia is merely a solitary camel amidst the sands of Shurima, in the caverns where myriad monsters coexist. She finds herself incapable of descent and devoid of any means to resist. Kaelvissa, leaning against the rocky wall, slowly rises, though the scales on her left arm, now still, send waves of pain coursing through her. She gazes at Ahri, who is closely shielded by Aurelion, and then shifts her attention to the crossblade that Sivir holds poised against Talia's throat, her fists clenching tightly. The battle between Nasus and Zed rages on, their golden runes colliding with the inky shadows, annihilating each other in the process. Rise's arcane sphere hovers in his palm, poised to detonate at any moment, aimed squarely at the solar disk. Meanwhile, the temporarily sealed Zerath unleashes increasingly violent bursts of energy, as the force field of the obelisk begins to fracture like a spider's web. Chapter 17. The Hound of Order. Zerath's voice, deep and resonant, echoed with the weight of ancient sands scraping against time-worn inscriptions, imbued with a profound, melancholic empathy born of a millennium of imprisonment and festering resentment. "The agony of the star-bound shackles, the torment of the void's corruption, are neither the cause of your fall nor the justification for your destruction." His staff of knowledge trembled slightly, the diamond crystal atop it radiating a softer yet unwavering light, anchoring this forcibly solidified space. "Order is the foundation of existence. Your power derives from the sun, from the earth, from the faith of all beings. It is not yours alone to wield. Abandon your hatred and return to order, for therein lies the path to redemption." "Order!" Zerath's twisted soul roared, scraping a rusty file across the minds of all present. In his forcibly solidified, deep purple flames, hatred erupted like a volcano. "Hypocrisy! Nasus, you wretched hound of order. The star-bound shackles have imprisoned the Ascendant's glory. The venom of the void has corrupted the purity of the sun. That fool Azir entrusted power to mortals. Betrayal. All is betrayal." Zerath's roar was a cacophony of fragmented logic, yet it clearly conveyed the ultimate agony and madness of being pierced by the chains of the starbound, eroded by the corruption of the void, and betrayed by the Ascendant system. He struggled as the solidified arcane energy began to show subtle, ice-like fluctuations once more. At the breach of the seal, thick strands of viscous void matter began to writhe once again. In Zerath's voice, the weight of the starbound shackles and the void's corruption revealed an unmistakable exhaustion. He did not contest Zerath's accusations. Within the depths of his eyes, ablaze with cerulean flames, reflected the harrowing image of an empire's collapse and the fall of the Ascendants a millennium ago. The shackles indeed exist. The pollution is not an illusion. Yet his gaze turned towards the solar disk, shrouded in golden light atop the altar. Power itself is devoid of morality. Wield it for good, and it illuminates all. Wield it for evil, and it incinerates all life. Your hatred has transformed into the flame that consumes the world. This path leads only to annihilation. Mount Targon. Kaelvissa spoke softly from the side, her voice hoarse yet resolute. One must ascend Mount Targon to sever the shackles, correct? The battle between Nasus and Zed momentarily paused, and all eyes turned toward her. The azure flames of Nasu's flickered momentarily, nodding slowly. Yet that is a trap far more perilous than the Emperor's tomb. A trap must be traversed. Callista raised her gaze to meet Ryze's icy stare. We cannot allow Zerath to ruin everything. Nor can we permit the Star Guardians to treat us as mere pawns. Her eyes swept over everyone present, ultimately resting on Ahri, particularly on her. In her unconscious state, Ahri seemed to sense something, the starry fissure on her brow trembling gently, from which golden blood began to seep, transforming into a small fox apparition that nuzzled her cheek before dissipating into the air. Sivir raised an eyebrow. The crossblade drawn half an inch away from Talia's neck. It appears someone is willing to lead the way. However, before we venture to the giant's peak, we must first acquire the golden feather. She kicked at the gravel beneath her feet, urging the young girl to lead the way. Talia bit her lip, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. She glanced at Bella's lifeless body, then at the shadowy crevice deep within the cave, and finally nodded in resignation. The shadows are indeed reality. The cold, hoarse voice of Zed resonated once more, tinged with a hint of interrupted ire. The two shadow clones, briefly repelled by Aurelia, re-merged with the ground, instantly coalescing beside Sivir and Talia. The dark blades, gleaming with lethal frost, lunged towards Sivir's armed arm and Talia's vulnerable back. Zed's target remained Ahri. Yet, in his eyes, Sivir's actions were also an obstruction and a desecration. Seeking death, a fierce glint flashed in Sivir's eyes. She shielded Talia, her movements restricted. But the instincts of a mercenary rendered her as swift as lightning. With a sudden pivot, she guarded Talia behind her while the golden crossblade sliced through the air, expertly deflecting the blade aimed at her arm. Her other hand darted to her waist, seizing a sharp, throwing knife glimmering with an ethereal blue light, ready to strike at another clone attacking Talia. Yet, could the attacks of the Master of Shadows be so easily repelled? The shadow-corroding power embedded in the blade swiftly slithered along the point of contact with the crossblade, creeping up like a maggot. Sivir stifled a groan as a bone-chilling cold and numbness surged through her armed arm, inevitably slowing her movements. Just as another blade was about to find its mark on Talia's back. In that critical moment, the order shall not be desecrated. Nasu's grand voice boomed again, filled with the wrath of repeated provocation. The staff of knowledge in his hand struck heavily to the ground. This time, the resplendent golden light did not coalesce into a shield, but rather transformed into two substantial golden chains, entwined with arcane runes. The chains lashed out with the precision of a divine dragon, one striking the essence of Zed attacking Sivir, while the other, like a flash of golden lightning, brutally struck the clone poised to harm Talia. Crack! Boom! The sharp sound of the chains striking and the muffled explosion of the clone erupted almost simultaneously. Zed's corporeal form, targeted by the chains imbued with the might of order, was struck fiercely on the left shoulder, shattering the menacing black armor to reveal the shadowy body beneath. A suppressed groan escaped from Jet's lips, as disbelief and a deeper rage flickered in his crimson eyes. His body was propelled back several staggering steps by an immense force, only regaining composure once he merged into the shadows. The doppelganger that had attacked Talia disintegrated like a mirage under the assault of the golden chains, dissolving into wisps of dissipating black smoke. In that fleeting moment of collapse, an unremarkable black stone, exuding a faint aura of Shadow Island, fell from the remnants of the doppelganger, rolling into the debris at Talia's feet. Go! Shyvana seized the brief opportunity, shouting fiercely, disregarding the numbness in her arm and the encroaching shadowy power. She grasped Talia, still trembling, and dragged her towards an inconspicuous dark crevice half obscured by rubble at the edge of the deep pit where Zera's was sealed. There, a more ancient, profound, and perilous aura could be sensed. Stop them! Jet steadied himself, his crimson gaze fixated intently on the retreating figures of Shyvana and Talia, his voice laced with unprecedented urgency and murderous intent. He could not afford to lose the trail of the key. The remaining doppelganger and his true form simultaneously transformed into shadows, poised to pursue once more. Your adversary is me. Aurelia's figure materialized in a flash, blocking Jet's path. 7 blades intertwined before her, forming a lethal net of death. Though her complexion was pale and her lips stained with blood, her gaze remained sharp as a blade. She had to buy time for Shyvana and Talia, as well as protect the vulnerable Ahri behind her. And me. Callista struggled to rise from the ground. His left arm scales dull and lifeless, the dark golden patterns resembling a dead serpent. An overwhelming sense of weakness and the diminishing pain from Ahri, linked to his very soul, threatened his balance. Yet, an indomitable will to protect, rooted deep within his soul, sustained him. He staggered to Aurelia's side, weaponless, his left hand, marred by painful scales, clenched into a fist and raised before him. The chaotic power eluded him, but he still possessed his body. He locked his gaze onto Jet's crimson eyes, a reckless flame igniting within his own. Ants seeking death. Jet's voice was chillingly icy, his crimson eyes sweeping over the two obstructing figures, then glancing at the lifeless bodies. He spoke no further. Both his true form and doppelganger erupted with a thicker shroud of shadows. Shadow arts, demon slash. Two colossal, intersecting waves of pitch-black energy sliced through the air, accompanied by a soul-rending shriek, ruthlessly aimed at Kaelvissa and Irelia. Aurelia's eyes narrowed. The 7 blades converged instantaneously, forming a massive shield of sharp edges before her. Kaelvissa gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to cross his scaled left arm defensively over his chest and head. Boom! The clash of colossal energies erupted once more. Aurelia's blade shield trembled violently, emitting a groan of unbearable strain as she, along with the shield, was violently hurled against the cavern wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kaelvissa was struck head-on by the rampaging beast, the pain radiating from his scaled left arm akin to the shattering of bones. He was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into a pile of rubble. Darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness plunged into an abyss of profound pain and endless shadows. Yet, just as Kaelvissa's awareness teetered on the brink of obliteration, a flicker of exquisite, primordial will emerged from the depths of Ahri's nearly shattered soul, piercing through the chaotic backlash of the astral shackles, forcefully establishing a connection with his faltering consciousness. Kaelvissa felt himself drawn into a frigid, void-like expanse, where the tumult of the imperial tomb was replaced by a desolate, shattered starlit sky. Countless colossal remnants of stars floated like tombstones in the cold void, exuding an aura of decay. At the center of this celestial graveyard lay an unimaginably vast dragon, forged from pure stardust, ensnared by myriad golden chains tainted with dark, purplish filth. The other end of these chains connected to a nebulous, coldly majestic outline of a golden eye deep within the cosmos. Each feeble struggle of the starry dragon sent tremors through the chains piercing its body, scattering fragments of starlight and viscous, ominous dark purple energy throughout the void. The grand, weary intent of the star spirit, imbued with infinite sorrow, resonated within the depths of Kaelvissa's soul, echoing like the universe's lament. It was Aurelion Sol, the Starforged Dragon King. Its immense head, composed of stars, lifted slightly, its eyes, once radiant with the life and death of the cosmos, now dimmed, pierced through the endless void, resting upon Kaelvissa's minuscule consciousness. Void is not destruction, it is the harbinger of cleansing, the Dragon King seemed to convey, struggling amidst the overwhelming shock and the torment of a soul torn asunder. Kaelvissa grappled with the meaning of these words. The fragmented thoughts of the civilization that had dared to touch the forbidden realm of the starry deity echoed with anguish. Shackled by chains of suffering, the star spirit initiated a cycle to cleanse and reset time, its gaze penetrating the very essence of Kaelvissa, revealing the scar upon Ahri's brow. Marked by the shackles, find the astrolabe, destroy the source of the chains. The Dragon King's final thought thundered with resolute desperation. A last gamble against the impending cycle of rebirth, lest all return to the void. Suddenly, in affirmation of the Dragon King's words, the expanse of consciousness trembled violently. The golden chains, flowing with the taint of the void, erupted in a blinding, ominous dark purple light. A chilling, insatiable will surged along the chains, crashing forcefully against Kaelvissa's fragile awareness. It was the backlash of the star spirit's shackles, having detected this fleeting connection of consciousness. Kaelvissa's consciousness was abruptly pierced by a billion icy needles, violently snapping back from the ethereal realm of stars. The excruciating tide of reality engulfed him. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he lay amidst a cold pile of rubble, his bones feeling as if they were shattered, with a searing pain radiating from his left arm. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of energy colliding, the chilling, hoarse proclamations of Irelia, and the frenzied roars of Zed. At the moment his awareness returned, on the other end of the soul link, Ahri, who had briefly found respite due to the intervention of the Dragon King's will, felt her soul, once dimmed by the golden light of the star spirit's fracture, once again subjected to a more ferocious and malicious backlash. The will of the star spirit was utterly incensed. Ahri's body stiffened violently in Irelia's arms, as if an invisible force had pulled her to the breaking point, like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Blood surged from her orifices not in delicate threads, but like a rushing stream. The crack upon her brow erupted with an unprecedented, blinding golden light, akin to a small sun. Countless cold, malignant, and utterly controlling star spirit runes manifested as shadowy chains, frantically emerging from the fracture, imbued with an aura of annihilation, wrapping fiercely around her soul's essence. This time, it was not merely a backlash, but a complete eradication. Retrieve the key. Ahri, hold on. Irelia cried, clutching Ahri's searing, trembling body, her eyes nearly bursting with anguish. She could distinctly feel Ahri's life force being mercilessly siphoned by the malevolent chains. The protective blade hacked desperately at the shadowy rune chains, yet struck against the impenetrable laws, merely sparking tiny embers, unable to shift them even slightly. The shadow is truth. The key belongs to the Shadow Order. Zed broke free from the entanglement of the Noxian chains, his crimson gaze fixated on the dying Ahri, transforming into a lethal shadow once more. No. Kaelvissa let out a desperate scream. He struggled to rise, but his body felt utterly powerless. In that fateful moment, a voice, cold and ethereal, as if emanating from the depths of ancient ice, suddenly resonated within the chaotic cavern, declaring, in the name of eternal frost. Chapter 18. The Frost Which Appears. The voice, though soft, possessed a penetrating force that could freeze souls, instantly overpowering all the clamor. Immediately following, with a crackling sound, a vast expanse of the rocky ground beneath the dying Ahri, along with the shadowy chains entwining her soul, was enveloped by a layer of ethereal, ghostly blue ice that radiated absolute zero chill. The ice spread at an unfathomable speed, quickly encasing half of Ahri's and Irelia's bodies. Even the shadow lunging towards them was forced to reveal itself under the encroaching frost, the surface of its black armor instantly crystallizing with white frost, its movements abruptly halted. Frozen, time was forcibly pressed to a standstill at that moment. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zed's crimson eyes, swiftly followed by a deeper rage. He stared intently at the suddenly manifested, chillingly blue ice layer. Nautilus, with his eyes ablaze with azure flames, suddenly turned towards a shadowy corner of the cave, the white light of his staff locking onto that very spot. Zerath's roar, which had echoed from the depths of the sealed pit, eerily paused for a moment, his deep violet eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as they too gazed in the same direction. Under the watchful eyes of all present, beings of both flesh and energy, the shadows at the entrance of the cave shimmered like rippling water. A tall, slender figure, draped in an ornate robe adorned with intricate ice-blue runes, gradually materialized. She hovered a foot above the ground, her cloak billowing without wind, alive with arcane frost runes that flowed as if animated. Beneath the shadow of her hood, only a pale visage, nearly translucent, could be discerned, along with a pair of abyssal blue eyes, as deep and cold as an eternal glacial pond, devoid of any human emotion. It was Lysandra, one of the Frost Sisters of Freljord. Her arrival brought with it a chilling aura capable of freezing all, accompanied by inscrutable intentions. Lysandra's cerulean gaze disregarded all around her. Two ice shards pierced through the tumultuous battlefield, striking precisely at Ahri, who lay encased in ice, more specifically, at the starry fissure upon her brow. Momentarily suppressed under an icy grip, the corners of her mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly, forming a frigid arc. "I have found you," her voice, akin to the sound of ice scraping against ice, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In that moment, as Lysandra invoked the name of eternal frost, the cavern of the Emperor's tomb was irrevocably transformed into an arena of ice and shadow, despair and calculation. A chilling blue aura surged forth like a living tide, radiating outward from Ahri, freezing rocks, solidifying energies, and even causing the chaotic flow of time to slow. The cracking sound of ice was sharp and merciless. The near-lifeless Ahri, along with Aurelia, who desperately shielded her, were instantly enveloped in a thick layer of azure ice, radiating an absolute zero cold. The ice was crystalline, reflecting the frozen anguish on Ahri's face and the fury and resolve in Aurelia's eyes. The frenzied, pulsating shadowy chain of starry runes, which sought to erase Ahri's existence, was also trapped within the depths of the ice, akin to a venomous serpent preserved in amber, menacing yet immobile. The blinding golden light was forcibly suppressed by the chilling blue ice, leaving only a faint, pulsating glow within the icy layer. Zed, the shadow that lunged towards Ahri, found himself halted mere inches from the frozen core, violently collided by the oncoming wave of cold. The surface of his menacing black armor instantly crystallized with a thick layer of sharp frost. The power of shadow emitted a wretched cry, vibrating intensely as it dissipated. He was forcibly ejected from the state of shadowy ambush, stumbling to reveal his form, his crimson eyes fixed in a desperate glare at the unreachable frozen core, before swiftly turning towards Lysandra, suspended in the shadows of the passageway. His gaze was filled with seething rage and an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The enemy of the shadow flow. The voice of the assassin emerged from between clenched teeth, each word rasping with the sound of ice shards scraping together. The shadowy figure beneath the dark armor trembled slightly, a manifestation of the bitter cold and unbridled fury. In his hand, the shadowy essence of the blade coalesced once more, its pitch-black edge exuding a chilling radiance, its target no longer the fox spirit Ahri, but rather the frost-wielding sorceress Lysandra. Surrender the key. The eternal frost knows no compromise. Lysandra's voice resonated like the wind blowing from the depths of an ancient ice cavern, cold, ethereal, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She floated a foot above the ground, her magnificent ice-blue robe billowing without wind, the flowing runes reminiscent of a living glacial river. Beneath her hood, Lysandra's eyes, deep blue like a frigid pool, pierced through the assassin's murderous intent, through Nasu's scrutiny, and through Zerath's roars from the depths, eventually landing upon the temporarily suppressed starry fissure at Ahri's brow. With her fingertip, she pointed a beam of soul-freezing azure radiance towards Ahri's forehead. The cost of the key was to become a vessel, one that would bear the first gaze of the awakened watcher. This was her destiny. Her voice matter-of-factly narrated a chilling future. A vessel. The recently emerged Kaelvissa, struggling from the rubble, felt as if struck by the most malevolent of curses upon hearing this word. Beneath the dim scales of his left arm, the dormant dark gold patterns flared with a tearing pain, resonating with a profound empathy that echoed from the depths of his soul. The key to the chaotic vessel, the harbinger of the celestial lament, bore the cold labels of shackles tightly binding him and Ahri. Despair coiled around his heart, nearly suffocating him. He gazed upon Ahri's frozen visage, her agony solidified in ice, and an all-consuming madness replaced his weakness, propelling him to stagger towards the ethereal blue frost. Let her go? Damn it! Keep your filthy hands away. Rest in peace, insects. The assassin's crimson eyes glinted with cold light. Kaelvissa's roars and charges sounded like mere buzzing flies in his perception. In that fleeting moment when Kaelvissa recklessly lunged towards Lysandra, the assassin's figure vanished like a specter. The shadowy essence unleashed the shadow assassin's instant death technique, not aimed at Lysandra, but at Kaelvissa. Kaelvissa barely had time to blink before the chilling aura of death enveloped his throat. The frost-covered black-armored figure emerged from the void, closing in behind him. A hand cloaked in cold shadow gripped his nape like an iron claw. In the other hand, the dark blade, imbued with the chilling essence capable of freezing souls, hovered with cruel precision just an inch away from his exposed throat, the sharp tip a mere breath from his skin. The icy sting of fear coursed through his body. Move, and you die. The assassin's cold, hoarse voice echoed in Kaelvissa's ears. The intense killing intent and the encroaching shadows surged into Kaelvissa's limbs and bones, utterly freezing the madness that had just ignited within him. Kel'Thuzad's body remained frozen in place, the shadow of death looming so palpably that even breathing became a struggle. His gaze was fixated on the ice-encased Ahri, so near yet unattainable, his eyes nearly bleeding from the intensity of his stare. Foolish icebound. Within the depths of the sealing pit, Zerath's roar, momentarily subdued by the chill, erupted once more, akin to a volcano that had been dormant for millennia. Deep violet arcane energy clashed violently within the reinforced force field, while the viscous void matter writhed, as if alive. Did you think that freezing the key could delay annihilation? A laughable notion. The arrival of the void is a countdown set by the celestial beings, a certainty of the cycle. You have merely transformed the key into a more fragile ice sculpture. When the countdown reaches 0 and the watcher opens its eyes, your frost will be but a drop of dew in its gaze. Zerath's roar was filled with a chaotic fury, striking each heart like the most venomous prophecy. To Zerath, Lysandra's act of freezing the key was not salvation. Rather, it had rendered Ahri into a more vulnerable, easily devoured ice sculpture. The inevitability of the cycle? The countdown set by the celestial beings? Lysandra's cerulean eyes finally shifted, for the first time genuinely directed towards the sealing pit. Her gaze pierced through the roiling arcane energies and the viscous void matter, landing upon Zerath's fiery, burning eyes. The cold curvature of her lips seemed to deepen slightly. A millennia-long prisoner understands what is inevitable. Lysandra's voice remained cold and unwavering, yet it carried an indifference that transcended time, as frost flowed unimpeded. Frost preserves. It safeguards the key, awaiting the moment when the scales tip. Her fingertips, aglow with a ghostly blue light, continued to hover over Ahri's brow. The Watcher's gaze would inevitably descend. But where and when it would fall would be determined by the frost. Her words were akin to a riddle. Yet they hinted at a chilling truth. She did not seek to prevent the Void's arrival, but aimed to utilize Ahri as a key to influence, even control, the timing and location of the Watcher's gaze. She regarded Ahri as a bargaining chip to be weighed on the scales. Madness. You, like those celestial beings, are insane. Kaelvissa roared under the grip of impending death. The icy blade at his throat piercing his skin slightly with his agitation, a trickle of blood winding down. Frost as a bargaining chip. Nasu's grand voice resonated, imbued with a sense of authority long overlooked and a tinge of profound caution. The knowledge staff in his hand shimmered with light. The golden power of order poised like a sun ready to rise, silently confronting Lysandra's ghostly blue ice. Which? Do you wager the soul of one for the existence of many? This is not order, but a blasphemous gamble. Order? Lysandra's frigid blue gaze finally turned towards Nasu's. Her eyes now imbued with a clear, icy scorn. Guardian of the desert, the order you claim to protect has long been choked by the chains of the celestial beings. Your god is naught but a false deity, seated among the stars, manipulating the cycle. At least in this frost-laden gamble, the stakes are in my grasp. Her words pierced deeply into Nadi's heart, striking the most burdensome and reluctant wound, the corruption and manipulation of the ascended by the celestials. She equated the order that Nadi safeguarded with the shackles controlled by the celestials. And she, Lysandra, though mad, at least held the cards in her hand. Cards? Huh. What a fine card indeed. The frigid, metallic timbre of Sivir's voice seemed to weigh the value of those cards at this gambling table, just as Lysandra froze the battlefield. Drawing everyone's attention for a fleeting moment, she had already dragged the numbed Talia, like two fish gliding silently across the ice, deep into the caverns. In front of the dark fissure partially obscured by rubble at the edge of Zerath's sealed pit, she forcefully shoved Talia towards the fissure's entrance. The golden crossblade shimmering with a chilling light, pointing into the unfathomable abyss, her voice imbued with an undeniable command and blatant threat. Little sparrow, lead the way. To that eternal resting place. Find that damned golden feather. Now, delay for another half-second, and I shall turn the blade upon you, gouging your eyes out. Then sell you and the remaining weak and feeble in your oasis to the Noxian mines. Let them toil in the pitch-black depths until death. The price is far more favorable than that of a corpse. Understand? Talia trembled violently. Sivir's words chilled her deeper than Lysandra's frost. Mines. Noxus. Is this truly the fate that comes from trading life for survival? Despair and fear ensnared her heart. Yet Sivir's gaze, unmasked and cruel, appraised her like a mere commodity, leaving her devoid of even the courage to weep. She gazed at the dark fissure before her, emanating an ancient silence and an inexplicable aura of danger, resembling the maw of a beast that devours all. Trembling, she extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against the cold, damp rock at the fissure's edge, feeling a faint and tumultuous pulse of the earth's stone-weaving power from within her. She opened her mouth, her voice dry and hoarse, laced with tears and a numb acceptance. Follow me, but do not harm my kin. The shadow of Echo tightened its grip around Kaelvissa, preparing to use her as leverage or to eliminate her entirely, as his form morphed into a shadow racing towards the fissure. Halt, shadow! Lysandra's icy voice rang out once more. At the very moment Echo moved, her hand, aimed at Ahri's brow, splayed open, a more refined, deeper breath of frost. The icy breath of the wailing abyss surged across the space, not targeting Echo directly, but precisely striking the ground before Kaelvissa. Boom! A wall of azure ice, several feet thick and sharp as a blade, emanating an absolute chill, rose swiftly from the ground. The most formidable wall of size stood resolutely in the path of Echo as he lunged towards the fissure. Simultaneously, the terrifying low temperature emanating from the ice wall rendered the frost-covered arm of the assassin, who had ensnared Kaelvissa, instantly rigid and numb. The shadowy power was forcefully suppressed by the chilling cold. The figure of the assassin was compelled to halt abruptly before the ice wall, his crimson eyes ablaze with a furious wrath. Which, you seek your demise. The dark blade in his grasp surged with ominous energy, poised to strike the ice wall. For the first time, Lysandra's ethereal azure gaze genuinely fell upon Kaelvissa, who was ensnared by the assassin, a blade of death hovering perilously close to his throat. Her gaze was frigid, akin to appraising an object, a further chaotic variable in the balance of fate. His destiny was dictated by frost. Her fingertips stirred imperceptibly, and a thread finer than a hair, yet imbued with an ominous chill, shot forth silently like a serpent, not targeting the assassin, but rather aimed at Kaelvissa's left arm, cloaked in dim scales. The ice thread pierced precisely through the gaps in Kaelvissa's scaled arm. An indescribable, soul-freezing coldness surged through his left arm, spreading throughout his entire being in an instant. Chapter 19. Capturing the Catastrophe Star? Kaelvissa emitted a muffled groan of agony, his body trembling violently. The excruciating pain in his left arm and the quivering of his scales were forcibly suppressed, along with the chaotic power roiling within him, fueled by anger and despair, which was abruptly frozen and paralyzed by this extreme cold. More terrifying was the fact that this chill bore a guiding force, forcibly stirring the imprint deep within his soul that had only recently established a fleeting connection with the Starforged Dragon King. Kaelvissa felt the visions before him distort once more. The shattered starry sky, the starry dragon entangled in chains, and the chilling fragments of the golden-eyed Dragon King's illusion battered against his consciousness uncontrollably. Yet this time, alongside the Dragon King's mournful cry, a far weaker, more anguished, yet strikingly clear voice resonated within the depths of his soul. It was Ahri, the consciousness of Ahri, encased in ice. Do not abandon Ahri. Her voice, fragmented and laced with the searing pain of a soul being torn apart and the suffocating chill of being frozen, whispered, "Did you hear? The source of the astrolabe's chains must be destroyed atop the giant's peak, or else the cycle will restart and all will return to the void." Her voice brimmed with a dread of annihilation, a plea directed at Kaelvissa. "Forget about me, go destroy the astrolabe, break the chains, Ahri." Kaelvissa roared within the soul link, his corporeal form convulsing violently from the dual torment of the extreme cold and his soul's anguish. Destroy the astrolabe? That is the source of the chains? The fragmented information of the cycle's restart and the return to the void amidst the Dragon King's lamentation detonated like thunder in his chaotic consciousness. A vague yet crucial objective began to crystallize. The giant's peak. The astrolabe. The astrolabe. Lyssandra's frigid, unyielding voice resonated ghostly clear in Kaelvissa's ears. Her azure gaze narrowed slightly, able to directly perceive the fragments of information transmitted through Kaelvissa's soul link. The whispers of the key pointed towards the summit of the giant's peak. She turned her gaze towards Nasus, the icy mockery resurfacing. Did the guardian of the desert hear? The very core of the order you protect is, in truth, the source of the shackles. The celestial instrument, a prison for the Starforger, serves as the nexus of the taint that corrupts the ascendant power. The taint of the celestial instrument. Nethys's azure flames flickered in shock, his eyes narrowing. The golden fur upon the wolf's head bristled with tension. Zerath's frenzied accusations, Lyssandra's frigid revelations, Ahri's soulful transmission of the destruction of shackles, and the resonance of the Dragon King's fragments upon Kael's being. All these clues converged, forcibly united by the name of the celestial instrument. A dreadful, sacrilegious truth entwined around the very core of the belief he had guarded for a millennium. His gaze instinctively swept to the sun disk's illusory form, enveloped in golden light. The emblem of Shurima's hope and power, its very essence tainted by the celestial instrument's poisonous nest. An unprecedented upheaval and a fury of being deceived surged within the ancient lake of Nethys's heart. For the first time, his hand, which clutched the staff of knowledge, trembled ever so slightly. Lie shall ultimately shatter. In the depths of the pit, Zerath unleashed a more frenzied roar, his deep purple flames fixated upon Nethys, brimming with vengeful glee. Now do you comprehend, Nethys? You puppet of order. What you safeguard is never the glory of Shurima, but rather the noose that the celestial spirits have fastened around the necks of all ascendants. The celestial instrument is but the lever of that noose. Ha ha ha. Poisonous nest. A fitting name. The very essence flowing through it is the source of the poison coursing through my veins. Silence, prisoner. Nethys spun around, his staff pointing towards the depths of the pit, golden light of order crashing against the sealing force with unprecedented wrath, creating tumultuous ripples. Zerath's maniacal laughter was forcibly suppressed, but his mockery struck deep within Nethys's heart like a venomous thorn. The icy wager demanded greater stakes. Lysandra disregarded Nethys's fury and Zerath's cackles, her ghostly blue gaze once again fixating upon Kael, the chill of the icy thread piercing his left arm intensifying, forcibly suppressing his struggles and the torment of his soul. The whispered soul of the chaotic key pointed towards the celestial instrument. Thus, your path also leads to the summit of the titanic deity. Her voice bore an undeniable judgment. The frost would guide you to the source of the shackles. In exchange, her fingertip, That ghostly blue glimmer finally departed from Ahri's brow and pointed instead to Kael's forehead. The key temporarily resided within the icy sarcophagus. Until you return with the secret of the celestial instrument or destroy it, the frost shall determine the fate of the stakes. No. Kael's eyes widened in fury. Lyssandra's intent was unmistakable. She intended to use Ahri as a hostage, compelling him to ascend the Titan's peak to fulfill the task of destroying the celestial instrument. And Ahri would be completely encased in ice, taken away as a so-called vessel and future bargaining chip. He struggled, attempting to summon even a trace of chaotic power from his left arm, but Lyssandra's icy thread, imbued with extreme cold and soul-suppressing force, rendered him as helpless as an insect trapped in amber, his thoughts sluggish. The transaction was sealed. Lysandra appeared to be stating an established fact, with a hand that pointed towards Kael's forehead from a distance. Her fingers clenched abruptly. An invisible, frigid force of the Covenant, akin to the most resilient chains of ice, instantaneously pierced Kael's very soul. It was not control, but rather a chilling mark and binding. He could distinctly feel a rune of eerie azure coldness seared into the depths of his spirit. Simultaneously, a vague sense regarding the location of the frozen summit, as well as the existence of the astral instrument, was forcibly infused into his consciousness. It served as both guidance and a chilling urgency. In the name of eternal frost, the contract was sealed. Lysandra's icy voice declared the completion of the transaction. She no longer regarded Kael, her azure gaze shifting towards the frozen Ahri. No, wait. Let her go? Aurelia's voice struggled to emerge from beneath the thick layers of ice, laced with fury and helplessness. Her blade trembled futilely within the encasement of ice, unable to budge the absolute zero of the frost by even a fraction. Leave the key. The roar from Zed erupted with a fury that was utterly disregarded. The dark blade in his hand surged ominously, ready to strike at Lysandra without hesitation. An ice wall? Had the Master of Shadows ever feared an obstacle? Yet, Lysandra merely extended her hand, shrouded in ornate runes, towards Ahri's direction, beckoning gently. Boom! A colossal mass of ice enveloping Ahri and Irelia suddenly soared into the air. The thick, azure ice, several feet deep, lost its weight and hovered. Within the icy shell, Irelia's furious expression and Ahri's agonized, frozen visage were vividly discernible. Subsequently, the immense ice mass began to rapidly and bizarrely contract. The solid ice emitted a sound of painful compression. Irelia inside the ice let out a muffled groan of anguish as the light of her protective blade was compressed to its utmost limit. Meanwhile, under the terrifying pressure of the ice's contraction, Ahri's form appeared increasingly ethereal and transparent, on the brink of being shattered along with the crystalline ice. Ahri! A piercing scream of Ahri's consciousness, teetering on the edge of collapse, resonated through Kael's soul link. The key is indispensable. Lysandra's frigid voice echoed. The compressed ice sphere ultimately stabilized at approximately a human height, transforming into an exquisite azure crystal coffin. Ahri's figure was entirely sealed within its core. The golden light of the star spirit fissure on her forehead suppressed to a mere faint halo. Aurelia's silhouette, however, was forcibly ejected from beside Ahri by the compressing ice, crashing violently against a distant rock wall, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Depart. Lysandra lingered not a moment longer. The suspended azure ice coffin instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the depths of her voluminous rune-embroidered robe. Her floating form seemed to meld into the reflection upon the water's surface, becoming transparent in an instant. Leave. Zed's dark blade finally shattered the obstructive ice wall. Yet amidst the swirling ice shards, the silhouette of Lysandra had utterly vanished from the air, leaving behind a swiftly dissipating ripple of cold in the space where she once stood. A roar erupted from Zed, primal and feral. His crimson gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, where the stolen key, the branded Kaelvissa, the slumbering Sivir and Talia, the unconscious Aurelia, the wrathful Nasus, and the maniacal Zerath, all traces had been severed. All targets had slipped beyond his grasp. The mockery of his fury and the humiliation of being thwarted seared his very soul. His gaze ultimately fixed unyieldingly upon Kaelvissa, ensnared by Lysandra's icy tendrils, writhing in agony from the soul brand. Within his scarlet eyes, a murderous intent akin to a tangible blizzard brewed. Shadows demanded release. Zed's voice, chilling and hoarse to the utmost, bore the madness of annihilation. The blade of retribution in his hand slowly ascended, its obsidian edge locking onto the defenseless back of Kaelvissa. With the key seized and the trail extinguished, this chaotic vessel, regarded by the witch as a pawn, adorned with remnants of the Dragon King and the Star Spirit's shackles, no longer warranted existence. His blood would quench the fury of the Shadow Lord. The dark blade, imbued with the intent to rend all asunder, plunged down with unrelenting ferocity. Zed's blade, infused with the Shadow Lord's unbridled wrath, screamed through the air, a harbinger of devastation, as it thrust toward Kaelvissa's unguarded back. His crimson eyes held no hesitation. Only an urgent desire for annihilation born from the frustration of being outmaneuvered. If the key was unattainable, then this irksome chaotic pawn must be obliterated. The frigid breath of death enveloped him, tightening the skin at Kaelvissa's back. He curled upon the ground, still reeling from the extreme cold of the ice tendril piercing his left arm and the chilling grip of the soul brand, even as Zed's murderous intent approached. A tide of despair threatened to engulf him entirely. Ahri's call, frozen in time, echoed in the depths of his soul. While beneath the dim scales of his left arm, the suppressed fragment of the Dragon King emitted a reluctant wail of defiance, clashing violently with the Star Spirit's shackles imprinted upon it, bringing forth deeper, agonizing rifts. He could not even twitch a finger, left only to await the heart-piercing blade. Clang! A sound far more resonant than any prior collision erupted, heavy and thunderous, akin to the bronze bell of an ancient temple being struck, bursting forth with a violent explosion. The anticipated sensation of the blade piercing flesh did not arrive. Instead, a torrent of pure, magnificent golden energy surged forth from behind Kaelvissa. Erupting like a tidal wave, Zed's determined blade struck against an invisible wall of size. The dark edge, mere millimeters from Kaelvissa's skin, was thwarted by a massive sacred shield that appeared out of thin air, composed of countless flowing ancient golden runes, solidified to near tangibility. The surface of the shield shimmered with a solar radiance, emanating an undeniable aura of order and sanctity. The malevolent power emanating from the blade of extermination was instantaneously purified. A tremendous backlash surged back through the blade. Ugh! The shadowy figure of Ju trembled violently, his frost-covered black armor cracking at the seams. As he staggered back several steps under the overwhelming force of righteous order, the blade slipped from his grasp, clattering as it fell amidst the distant rubble. His crimson eyes brimmed with incredulity and deeper fury, fixated intently on the source of the divine shield. Nerithus, the guardian of the desert, the embodiment of knowledge, now stood within this sacred imperial tomb as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal realm. His towering form loomed before Kaelvissa, the staff of knowledge firmly embedded in the stone beneath him, the diamond crystal atop radiating an unprecedented brilliance, intertwining with the palpable golden light of order that enveloped him. The wolf-headed visage, ablaze with azure flames, bowed slightly. Its eyes, harboring millennia of wisdom and ignited fury, burned fiercely, two miniature suns piercing through the chaotic energy dust, locking onto Ju with unyielding intensity. Nerithus's voice, grand and resonant, carried the thunderous wrath of rolling sands and a chilling judgment that saw through the essence of things, destined to consume itself. Before he finished speaking, he thrust the staff upward. Buzz! A visible golden ripple of order emanated from the staff's core, swiftly spreading across the tranquil surface of a lake, like a boulder cast into its depths. Where the ripple passed, space was cleansed by an invisible force. The shadowy doppelgangers of Ju, who had been attempting to reconstitute themselves after being repelled, shrieked in distress like snow under the scorching sun, instantly twisting, dissipating, and evaporating. Even the dense shadowy energy field surrounding Ju was forcibly dispersed and suppressed. The entire Imperial Tomb cavern was purged of Ju's suffocating shadowy pressure in an instant. Guardian of the Tomb. Within the sealed pit, Zerath's arcane energies, affected by the overwhelming power of Nerithus's order, erupted in a sharper, vengeful roar. What you have saved from the Shadow Stream's blade is merely a greater calamity. A chaotic monstrosity tainted simultaneously by the shards of the Dragon King and the shackles of the Star Spirits. A harbinger of more profound destruction. Is your so-called order merely a means to contain disaster? Ha! Foolish. Even more foolish than a millennium ago. Zerath's derisive laughter was laced with vindictive satisfaction. A greater calamity? A contained disaster? Chapter 20. The Path to Renaming. To vanquish the puppet master of all, the Star Spirits. Irelia lay unconscious not far away, her breath faint. Sivir and Talia had long since vanished into the dark crevices of the dreaming abyss. Lysandra, accompanied by the frozen Ahri, was nowhere to be found. In the cavern, only Nerithus, the rescued Kaelvissa, the repelled Ju, and the cackling Zerath remained within the seal. Kinnan steadied his unsteady form, his crimson eyes sweeping over the fallen blade of execution, then fixing upon the immovable Nasus, a golden mountain standing resolutely before Kaelvissa, and finally glancing at the cackling Zerath in the deep pit. The ephemeral weakness brought by the dispelled shadows intermingled with the fury that had been thwarted time and again, colliding within his gaze. His body, shrouded in dark armor, rose and fell slightly as the power of shadows struggled to coalesce anew under the oppressive golden light of order. Though far less tumultuous than before, he fixated on Nasus, casting a fleeting glance at the curled and suffering Kaelvissa, his stare akin to that of a venomous serpent assessing the worth and risk of its prey. After a moment of profound silence, Kinnan emitted a cold scoff. Shadows are omnipresent. The key ultimately belongs to the shadow flow. His voice was cold and hoarse, laced with a sense of unwillingness and a temporary retreat. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his crimson eyes. The shadow flow shall follow you. He did not deign to retrieve the blade of execution, leaving behind this declaration as his figure dissipated into black smoke, vanishing into the crevices of the rock wall. Nasus's knowledge staff traced a complex rune upon the ground, and a golden light instantaneously enveloped Bella's form. I shall temporarily seal this place to prevent Zerath from escaping. His voice bore a hint of fatigue. Take heed of yourselves. Rise regarded the others as the arcane energy in his palm gradually subsided. Should you lose control, I will be compelled to destroy you myself. Leaving this warning, he turned to stride towards the cave's entrance, his deep blue cloak trailing behind him, casting a fleeting shadow in the firelight. Kinnan and Rise's departure did little to ease the atmosphere within the cavern. Zerath's roars continued unabated, but as Nasus's runes infused further into the air, the force field of the obelisk stabilized once more, firmly imprisoning the frenzied arcane energy within the depths of the pit. Shyvana nudged Talia, signaling her to lead the way. No tricks, she cautioned softly, her crossblade poised, ready for action. Aurelia followed closely behind, cradling the unconscious Ahri, 7 blades gently whirling at her side. Kaelvissa brought up the rear, the scales on his left arm shimmering in the torchlight, the haunting cries of the Dragon King and Nasus's words echoing in his mind. A chilling wind blew from the fissures deep within the cavern, laden with a more potent scent of sulfur and dust. Talia's footsteps resonated sharply in the narrow passage, each step akin to treading upon the taut nerves of those around her. Lord Nasus. The tribal elder shaman was the first to regain his voice from the depths of shock. He prostrated himself upon the cold ground, his voice trembling violently with excitement and reverence. It is you, guardian of the desert, embodiment of knowledge. You have finally heeded the call of your people. Nasus's visage, reminiscent of a jackal's head, bore the serene gaze of azure flames of wisdom, sweeping across the assembly. His gaze acted as a tangible probe, penetrating the very souls of each individual, discerning chaos, fear, pain, and confusion. His attention lingered momentarily on Kaelvissa's left arm, cloaked in dim scales and still quivering slightly. Kaelvissa curled upon the ground, his body convulsing violently from the biting cold and the agony of a torn soul. The scales on his left arm shimmered with a dark golden pattern, flickering in and out as the shards of the Dragon King clashed violently with the celestial imprint. At times, they emitted a starlit glow, while at others, they were forcefully subdued into ashen gray by the chilling shackles of the mark. Each confrontation inflicted profound agony, penetrating deep into his bones and soul. Even more terrifying was Lysandra's frigid soul imprint, incessantly urging him towards the summit of the giant god, like a maggot burrowing into his very essence. Meanwhile, Ahri's final call before the encasement in ice pierced his consciousness like a searing needle, repeating the dire message: the astrolabe must be destroyed, or all would succumb to oblivion. Destroy the astrolabe? What was it? Where could it be found? The legendary, sacred, or perhaps terrifying, realm of the giant god loomed in his mind. A vague sense of direction provided by Lysandra's mark now felt like an unyielding tombstone pressing down on his heart. Despair, pain, confusion, and the anger of being manipulated gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. A greater calamity? The grand voice of Nasus resonated, carrying a weight that pierced through Zerath's maniacal laughter. He did not turn back. His eyes, aflame with cerulean fire, remained fixed on the direction where the calamity had vanished, yet his words were directed at the curled form of Kaelvissa behind him, as well as a response to Zerath, trapped in the abyss. Zerath's imprisoned gaze could only behold the shadows of hatred and destruction. Slowly he turned, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Kaelvissa entirely. His eyes, burning with the flame of wisdom, were like 2 beacons piercing through the fog of the soul. resting upon Kaelvissa's wildly convulsing left arm and upon his face, twisted in agony, seeking to comprehend the chaotic entanglement of the Dragon King's shards, the celestial shackles, and Lysandra's icy imprint within him. Order is the foundation of existence. Nasu's voice lowered, imbued with the ancient gravitas of a deity. Imbued with the wisdom of fate, chaos is not an original sin. Chaos is merely the form of the world at its inception. It is the shackles, the corruption, the human distortions that have transformed chaos into a breeding ground for disaster. He raised the staff of knowledge slightly, its crystal tip casting a soft and warm golden halo that enveloped Kaelvissa's curled form. This golden light was neither a remedy nor a repression. It resembled the purest spring water, gently washing over the tumultuous energy field within Kaelvissa. The mournful tremor of the Dragon King's shards, the cold encroachment of the celestial imprint, and the chilling urgency of the icy mark did not vanish under this pure light of order, but the intense, soul-rending sense of conflict was soothed by an invisible hand, rendering it relatively tranquil. The intense pain receded like a receding tide, Kaelvissa's spasming body gradually calming, and his rapid breaths slowly stabilizing. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes gazing at Nasu's, shrouded in golden light, filled with the bewilderment of survival and deeper uncertainty. Within you lies the fragment of the Starforger. Nasu's gaze pierced through Kaelvissa's flesh, delving into the faint celestial imprint deep within his soul, the embers of creation, representing another possibility of order. The chains branded upon him draw his gaze to the cold starry mark upon Kaelvissa's left arm, a tool of the false gods governing the cycle of reincarnation. Ultimately, his eyes traverse to the chilling imprint of Lysandra upon Kaelvissa's forehead, a ploy of the frost which to manipulate the scales. The words of Nasu's dissect the chaotic essence of the powers entwined within Kaelvissa, laying them bare before him. He is not merely a harbinger of disaster or a vessel. He is chaos, forcibly distorted, contested, and exploited by myriad forces. The false gods govern the cycle of reincarnation? Kaelvissa's voice emerges hoarse and dry, tinged with the frailty of a soul exposed and a flicker of urgency to seize a pivotal clue. These fragmented truths finally coalesce into a clear direction from Nasu's lips. The starry beings control everything. Indeed, Nasu's response is resolute, and within the depths of his fiery gaze, the weight of centuries of deception and the fury ignited by the truth are reflected. The starry beings sit atop the peak of the giant god, enslaving the Starforgers and weaving the prison of the cosmos. They twist and corrupt the pure solar power of Shurima, infusing it with the poison of the void, creating shackles that bind the ascendants and a countdown to destruction. His staff suddenly points towards the churning and roaring Zerath sealed within the abyss. The pain and madness he endures stem from the taint of the starry being's forced infusion of poison. He, along with all ascendants bound by chains, are victims of the starry beings manipulating the cycle, cleansing civilizations. Victims. Zerath's roar within the seal halts abruptly, his deep violet eyes flickering wildly. Nasu's words pierce through the depths of his wrath and fury, unearthing the excruciating memories of agony that had been deliberately forgotten and eroded by corruption. Victims of the starry poison. The term strikes like a vile curse, causing violent tremors within his body, composed entirely of arcane energy. No, I am the Avenger. I am the Purifier. Damn the starry beings. Damn you, Nasus. All shall perish. His roar reverberates once more, tinged with an insanity and chaos he himself has yet to perceive, having been pricked to the core of his essence. Nasus disregards Zerath's madness, redirecting his gaze back to Kaelvissa, now imbued with an unprecedented scrutiny and expectation amidst the weighty pressure. You, Kaelvissa, chosen by the shard of the Dragon King, branded by the chains of the starry beings, driven by the icy scales, your very existence embodies an extraordinary nexus of order and chaos, creation and destruction, shackles and rebellion. The brilliance of the staff in his hand swirls, pointing towards the cave's dome, penetrating the thick crust of the earth, directing towards the distant peak of the giant god. The path to the giant god for you is Lysandra's cold bargain, a mission to obliterate the source of the shackles. A quest for liberation. He pauses, his azure flames burning in his gaze, focusing intensely upon Kaelvissa's eyes, his voice suddenly taking on a weightier, more solemn tone. Yet for me, and for all beings bound by the chains of the starry ones, threatened by the countdown of the void, the path to the giant god is also the path to reclaiming the true dignity of the ascendants. It is the severance of the chains of false god manipulation. It is the conclusion of the cycle that cleanses fate. It is the path to vindicate the order that has been tainted and distorted. Within the cavern, an eerie silence prevails, interrupted only by the muffled rumblings of the sealed energy of Zerath and the lingering echoes of Nasuz's words. The dignity of the Ascended? Severing the chains of control? Concluding the cycle of fate? Vindicating the order? Such grand and weighty terms, akin to invisible boulders, press heavily upon the weary heart and soul of Kaelith, who has just escaped the clutches of death. He yearns solely to rescue Ahri, to free himself from this accursed curse. Why must such a burdensome weight be thrust upon him? Kaelith struggles to voice his thoughts, but his words choke in his throat. The scales of his left arm, under the soothing golden light of order, have quieted somewhat, yet the marks of the star's spirit and the chilling sigil remain. Lyssandra's frigid terms of trade hang like a sword above him. At this moment, the path of dignity bestowed by Nasuz, the path of vindication, sounds more exalted yet increasingly unattainable, akin to a mirage in the desert. Are you willing to bear this burden? Nasuz's voice resonates like thunder, posing an unavoidable question that pierces the soul. He does not coerce, but rather lays the weight bare before Kaelith. Will he continue to drift passively in the whirlpool of fate, seeking merely self-preservation and liberation? Or will he shoulder this monumental mission, one that transcends himself and has the power to alter the world's destiny, actively severing the shackles that control all? I shall bear this burden, Kaelith murmurs repeatedly, his gaze instinctively falling upon his scaly arm, which conceals countless secrets and sufferings. The agonized and resolute visage of Ahri, frozen in her despair, resurfaces in his mind, along with the shattered starlit sky and the star dragon pierced by the chains amidst the lament of the Dragon King. All sources of Zerath's madness and suffering, tainted by corruption, point to the summit of the Titans, directing him towards the celestial orrery. Lysandra compels him through Ahri, while Nasuz entices him with the dignity of the Ascended and the continuity of the world. Does he truly have a choice? Kaelith inhales deeply. He struggles, using his scaly left hand to prop himself up, swaying unsteadily to his feet. His body remains frail, with waves of pain coursing through his left arm. Yet the confusion once drowned in anguish and despair is now replaced by a resolute determination. He raises his head, meeting the gaze of Nasuz, whose eyes burn with wisdom and expectation, his voice low yet laced with a fierce resolve. Tell me how to reach the summit of the Titans. How do I destroy that accursed orrery? He does not directly answer whether he is willing to bear this burden, but the choice itself stands as the most profound answer. For Ahri, to escape this damned fate, and to behold the true visage of the false god who controls all. A flicker of barely perceptible approval passes through Nasuz's flame-imbued gaze. He slightly raises his staff of knowledge, the crystal at its pinnacle no longer merely a source of comfort, but begins to coalesce and delineate. The path to the summit of the Titans is fraught with perils beyond your imagination. Nasuz's voice takes on a solemn tone. The star spirits are not isolated. They have their earthly avatars, the star spirit hosts. Moreover, there is the twilight star spirit, Zoe, who manipulates time and guards the celestial orrery. Upon mentioning Zoe's name, the light at the staff's apex briefly warps, as if the very name carries an aura of chaotic disturbance. The Dragon King fragment and the celestial brand upon you serve as a beacon in the night, perpetually drawing their attention. Lyssandra's icy mark may also become a plaything for them. Chapter 21. The Emperor's Resting Place. Zoe, that whimsical girl with purple twin tails, who once emerged from Kael's fragmented consciousness, bouncing with an innocent yet cruel demeanor, the guardian of the celestial instrument, the twilight spirit. Upon hearing her name, the scales of Kael's left arm stirred with an instinctual, disdainful tremor. You require a guide. The brilliance of Nethys's staff stabilized, directing towards the dark fissure deep within the cave where Sivir and Talia disappeared, leading to the resting place. The eternal resting ground slumbers with Azir's final guardian. He took not only the golden feather of the sun, but also a critically important token, the Starfinder's compass. The staff's light traced an ancient, intricate silhouette of a compass crafted from starlight gold and mithril, its needle not pointing north or south, but gently quivering, ever directed towards the profound expanse of the cosmos. This object can sense the unique celestial vibrations emanating from the core of the celestial instrument, assisting you in pinpointing the target core within the complex star-laden labyrinth of the Giant's Peak. It is also the sole key to unlocking the outer barrier of the celestial instrument, the Starfinder's compass, locating the core, unveiling the barrier. A spark of hope ignited in Kael's eyes. This was undoubtedly the key item for locating the celestial instrument. But Nethys's voice grew suddenly cold, tinged with warning. The resting place had been permeated by the shadows of the void. the pure dark currents, older and more insatiable than the poison borne by Xyras. Sivir and Talia had ventured into their greed and suffering, and they might become the finest bait for the void. He looked at Kael, urging him to find the guardian and acquire the compass before they were consumed by the void or incinerated by their own desires. Sivir and Talia? The images of the ruthless mercenary queen and the young rockshaper girl who had just lost her kin and was coerced into leading flashed through Kael's mind. They were also in the resting place. And in peril? A frown knitted Kael's brow tightly. He cared not for Sivir's fate. But that girl Talia had just endured a harrowing ordeal. This object is bestowed upon you. Nethes did not wait for Kael to ponder. As the light at the staff's tip coalesced, unveiling a gem the size of a pigeon's egg, perfectly round and emanating a warm, earthy yellow glow, which slowly descended. Hovering before Kael, within the gem, countless tiny grains of sand flowed gently, exuding a dense, solid, and nurturing essence of the earth. The core of quicksand. The resonance of the earth's power during Talia's uncontrollable rampage left within this stone. Holding this, you may sense the flow of the earth's veins in the resting place, avoiding the most perilous areas of void corruption. It can also, at critical moments, soothe the raging power of the earth or awaken souls lost in the lament of the land. Nethys's tone held a profound significance, his gaze seemingly piercing through Kael to see the anguished and bewildered girl deep within the resting place. Kael extended his scaly left hand, cautiously grasping the warm core of quicksand. As I grasped the microsediment, a steady yet gentle power coursed through my arm, curiously soothing the tumultuous stirrings beneath the scales of my left arm and the icy brand deep within my soul. This sensation resembled the chaotic yet vibrant force I experienced during Talia's earlier loss of control, yet it was purer, more manageable. Regarding the destruction of the celestial instrument, Nethys's voice grew deeper, laden with gravity. The celestial instrument serves as the prison's nexus for the Starforger, as well as the core of the pollution's source. It is composed of both the will of the star spirits and the twisted stellar power of the Starforger, rendering it indestructible. Indestructible. A sudden weight settled in Kael's heart. Indestructible? How could one even contemplate destruction? The only method, Nethys's fiery gaze fixed intently upon Kael, is from within. Utilize the fragment of power that resides within you, derived from the essence of the Starforger. When you wield the star compass and breach the outer barrier of the celestial instrument, in that moment of entering the core, the fragment within you that belongs to the Starforger will resonate most powerfully with the imprisoned essence of the Dragon King deep within the core of the celestial instrument. Resonance. Kael murmured, as the scales on his left arm seemed to sense something, sending a faint yet distinct pulse of sorrow and longing. Resonance is the key, the very detonator. Nethys's voice boomed. At that moment you must act as a bridge with your own will, guiding the power of resonance, not for repair, nor for compliance, but for detonation. Detonate the power of the Starforger's fragment. Ignite the imprisoned and twisted essence of the Dragon King within the core of the celestial instrument. Set ablaze the heart of the star spirit's prison with the fragments of the primordial stars. Let that distorted cage, along with its tainted nest of pollution, utterly collapse from within. Detonate. Kael inhaled sharply, to use that cursed Dragon King fragment within him to explode the imprisoned will of the Dragon King in the core of the celestial instrument. This was nothing short of suicide. No, it was a madness far beyond mere self-destruction. The force of the celestial instrument's collapse would surely obliterate him entirely. This is a path of despair. Nethys's voice bore the weight of all-seeing insight. Devoid of any semblance of concealment, the chances of success were minuscule. The greater likelihood was that the moment you stepped into the core, you would be annihilated by the will of the star spirits or obliterated by the explosive stellar power. He observed Kael's face drain of color, yet his words remained unyielding. This was also the only potential path to sever the shackles, to end the cycle of fate, to restore the order that had been tainted. The only potential path, a suicidal detonation. Kael's hand, clutching the core of the shifting sands, trembled slightly. Cold sweat soaked through his back in an instant. To save Ahri, he could risk everything. Brave the dangers of the Giant's Peak, but to undertake a mission with an almost non-existent chance of success. At that moment, as Kael wrestled violently within, nearly breathless from the brutal truth, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire Imperial Tomb's cavern trembled violently, without warning, more intensely than during Talia's earlier upheaval. Rocks from the ceiling cascaded down. The 12 obelisks sealing Zerath shone with wild flickers. The viscous arcane energy in the pit churned like boiling water. Zyra let out a tormented and frenzied roar, the pure currents of darkness. They are assaulting the barriers of the realm of slumber. That greedy, foolish woman, Sivir, has disturbed Azir's slumber. The golden feathers are awakening. Not the pollution, but the pollution is stirring. Zyra's howl was filled with terror and chaos. Meanwhile, the sands of time in Kael's grasp erupted with a blinding, earthy light. A strong and tumultuous tremor surged through the gem. A girl's anguished, terrified scream, laced with sobs, transcended the barriers of space, faintly echoing in Kael's mind. No, don't come near. The stones are burning. It hurts. Save me. It was Talia's voice. Something has gone awry in the realm of slumber. Sivir has disturbed the slumber, awakening the void's dark currents. Talia is in danger. There is no time for hesitation. Boy. In the pit, Zyra's chaotic roar bore an unusual, twisted urgency to the realm of slumber. Acquire the compass. Then head to the summit of the giant and obliterate that accursed nest. Let those damned star spirits and their toys perish together. His maniacal laughter was filled with the madness of annihilation, yet it revealed a crucial message. Entering the realm of slumber at this moment might be the only chance. Kael tightened her grip on the sands of time. Talia's agonized screams intertwined with Ahri's call before her icebound fate. The brutal path revealed by Nasu's and the impending crisis bore down upon her. There was no retreat. She took one last glance at Nasu's eyes, burning with hopeful flames. Then a fleeting look at the cackling Zyra in the pit, before turning abruptly, dragging her still frail yet resolute body, without looking back, towards the ominous rift leading to the realm of slumber. The light of the sands of time glowed in her hand like a faint beacon in the darkness. The road to the summit of the giant had yet to begin, yet the shadows of the realm of slumber loomed ever closer. The self-destructive mission to ignite the celestial apparatus hung over her like the cold sword of Damocles. The dark rift deep within the Emperor's tomb did not lead to the underworld, but resembled a wound forcibly torn, leading to another dimension. As Kael grasped the sands of time, radiating a warm, earthy glow bestowed by Nasu's, she leaped into that viscous, cold darkness that swallowed all light, feeling as though she had plunged into a starless, moonless abyss of the cosmos. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but a fleeting moment. Thud! It was not the sound of a hard landing, but rather as if she had fallen into a viscous, cold liquid, exuding a faintly sweet and decayed odor. Enormous resistance surged from all directions, constricting her chest, while a bone-chilling cold seeped through her garments. Kael abruptly held her breath, struggling mightily to rise, only to find the liquid as thick as solidified glue, offering no foothold. The light of the sands of time flickered anxiously in her grasp, illuminating a mere span around her like a candle in the wind. By this feeble light, Kael realized that this was not the realm of slumber at all, but rather a liquid void. As far as the eye can see, it is not rocks or tombs, but an endless, slowly flowing, viscous ocean of an eerie dark purple hue. The waters are not entirely shrouded in darkness. Within them float countless minute, star-like specks of dark purple light that silently swirl and undulate, radiating a cold, insatiable pulse that threatens to consume all traces of life. In the distance, the silhouette of some ancient beast's skeletal remains emerges from the dark currents, forming the only land amidst this desolate sea. The air is thick with a nauseatingly sweet metallic scent, and each breath feels as though it tears at the very depths of his lungs. The void's dark currents plunge Kaelvissa into despair. The ominous warning from Nethys transforms into a chilling reality. The scales on his left arm react violently upon contact with this pure void, sending an unprecedented wave of hunger coursing through him. Dark golden patterns writhe beneath the dim scales, yearning to escape his body and merge with the viscous dark purple sea. Simultaneously, the soul-binding mark of the star spirit and the chilling sigil of Lysandra, imprinted deep within his essence, erupt with a fierce repulsion and a bone-chilling cold. Three forces collide violently within him, and Kaelvissa feels a searing agony. Ugh! He cannot suppress a muffled groan of pain, his body contorting in anguish amidst the viscous dark currents. The light of the sand core flickers erratically due to the fierce conflict of power within him. At that moment, buzz! A powerful and chaotic tremor from the ley lines surged forth from the sand core. Accompanying this tremor, the terrified and desperate scream of a girl pierced through the thick, viscous void, directly entering Kaelvissa's mind. No, don't touch that thing. Sivir, stop. The stone is burning. The golden feathers are crying. It hurts. It's screaming. It is Talia's voice. Her tone is filled with utter terror and the agony of a soul being torn asunder. Talia, Kaelvissa's spirit jolts with renewed vigor. The ley line sensations from the sand core shine like a beacon in the darkness, instantly revealing his path. The source of the tremor lies not far ahead, behind a massive black rock resembling the severed head of an ascended giant. Gritting his teeth, Kaelvissa endures the conflict of power within him and the encroaching dark currents, straining to propel his limbs toward the direction indicated by the sensation. The viscous resistance feels like countless hands dragging him back, making each step exceedingly arduous. The light of the sand core shines tenaciously, dispelling the suffocating darkness and the overwhelming feeling of being consumed within a radius around him. As he maneuvers around the colossal fractured rock, the sight before him takes his breath away. In the center of a relatively open expanse of water floats a massive trapezoidal platform, constructed from some form of dark golden stellar metal. The platform's design mirrors that of the solar disk at the apex of the altar within the Emperor's tomb, yet it is several times larger and very much solid. Atop the platform, rather than a mere illusion, rests a sun disk, diminished countless times, but radiating a palpable, overwhelming pressure and a blazing luminosity. At this moment, the radiant disk of the true sun emanates a searing golden light reminiscent of a furnace's core. Beneath the disk, at the heart of a trapezoidal platform, lies not an empty void but a grand and opulent sarcophagus, crafted from dark golden, celestial metal. Its surface is intricately adorned with ancient Shurima runes and depictions of the soaring sun god eagle, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. Yet, this tranquility is abruptly shattered. A tall and agile figure, Sivir, stands beside the imperial coffin. Chapter 22. The price is your life. The golden crossblade is carelessly thrust into the metallic platform at her feet. In her grasp, she clutches a feather, a magnificent plume, approximately a foot in length, composed entirely of pure, molten solar gold. It radiates a light even more pristine and intense than that of the solar disk, casting a golden hue upon Sivir's countenance. This is the fabled solar gold feather. Sivir's visage is suffused with fervor, greed, and an exhilarating intensity as her bloodline ignites. Her emerald eyes are fixed upon the sarcophagus, peering through the heavy metal to behold the slumbering emperor within. She raises the solar gold feather high, pressing its tip forcefully against a concave rune recess on the coffin that perfectly aligns with the feather's shape. Azir, the ancient emperor, your bloodline calls forth. It is time for your power to awaken. Sivir's voice quivers with excitement, tinged with a gambler's madness as she wagers her very essence to inherit the throne of Shurima. Grant me strength. She channels all her energy into her arm, attempting to press the feather firmly into the recess. No. At the edge of the platform, Talia collapses, clutching her head in agony, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Beneath her, the celestial metallic platform reveals an intricate web of dark purple cracks as the feather contacts the sarcophagus. The power of the weaving stone within her spirals uncontrollably, as countless tiny metallic shards detach from the platform, swirling around her in a frenzied dance. The stones are ablaze. The feather screams. It cries out, "Do not touch it! Sivir, I beg you, stop!" Her cries are not directed at Sivir, but rather an instinctive, desperate response to the excruciating pain transmitted from the earth itself. The moment the feather touches the sarcophagus, it does not awaken but ignites a long-dormant source of corruption, entwined with the power of the sun for millennia, lying deep within the coffin. Amidst Talia's screams, Sivir's actions remain undeterred. Boom! The entire floating platform trembles violently. The ancient beast of yore is forcibly roused from its slumber. The dark golden imperial sarcophagus erupts in a blinding storm of energy, a chaotic blend of pure golden light and viscous, dark purple forces. The lid emits a disconcerting metallic distortion, and a narrow fissure splits across the entire casket, bursting open. Could it be? A rapturous light ignites in Sivir's eyes. She believes this to be a sign of Azir's awakening. Yet, in the next moment, gurgle, gurgle. It is not the majestic aura of the Emperor's revival, but rather a chilling sound of thick, viscous sludge churning ominously. A profound and pure dark purple liquid, more intense than the surrounding void, surged forth from the shattered seam of the coffin as if it were a living entity, defying gravity. It spread rapidly like countless greedy serpents, flowing with an insatiable hunger. Wherever it passed, the ancient Shurima runes and ascendant murals on the platform swiftly turned black, dissolving into nothingness. The imposing figures of the ascendants depicted in the murals twisted and deformed under the onslaught of the dark current, ultimately consumed entirely. What was even more terrifying was that this pure void current did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly coalesced around the coffin, writhing and taking shape. The dark current devoured the corroded metal fragments and mural remnants, swiftly forming three enormous figures that exuded a suffocating malice. They possessed humanoid torsos, yet their joints twisted grotesquely, and their limbs ended in sharp, dark purple crystalline claws. Their heads bore no features, only a swirling vortex of dark purple that consumed light. At the center of the vortex, fragments of the devoured ascendant murals and the despairing souls trapped within amber were faintly discernible. A chilling, hollow will, devoid of anything but pure desire to consume, radiated from these newly formed monstrosities. What were these abominations? The ecstasy on Ziviel's face froze, transforming into incredulous horror. Instinctively, she reached for the crossblade at her feet, but it was too late. The Void Guardians, weapons of slaughter forged from the pure void currents that had consumed the marks of the ascendants, materialized. The nearest Void Guardian's dark purple vortex suddenly locked onto her. Without roar or bellow, a silent, pure, dark purple beam of energy, capable of rending space, erupted from the center of the vortex, targeting Ziviel's heart. The speed was beyond her capacity to react. Her pupils constricted, the cold grip of death seized her throat, and she had no time to block. In that critical moment, Talia let out a sharp, tearful cry. She, who had been clutching her head tightly, suddenly slammed her hands onto the metal platform beneath her, not in attack, but in guidance. With a hum, a wave of condensed, earthy energy radiated outwards from Talia. The starlit metal that composed the platform was infused with life, emitting a deep, resonant hum. On the surface of the platform, in areas untouched by the dark current, countless tiny metal particles rapidly converged as if attracted by a magnet, forming a giant shield. Half a foot thick, inscribed with earthly runes, just a foot in front of Ziviel. Boom. The dark purple death beam from the void struck the metal shield with tremendous force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only silent annihilation. The area where the shield was hit corroded instantly, melting away to create a vast hole, its edges oozing dark purple liquid. The immense impact sent the entire shield, along with Ziviel, hurtling away. Seville was struck, her body hurtling backward to crash against the edge of the platform, colliding violently with a fractured star metal pillar. And she spat forth a copious amount of blood. The excruciating pain from her broken ribs caused her vision to darken, and the golden feather of the sun slipped from her grasp, tracing a brilliant arc through the air before clattering down into the viscous void. Swiftly swallowed by the dark purple seawater, leaving behind but a faint halo that quickly dimmed. The golden feather. Seville's eyes widened with desperation as she struggled to lunge forward. But the agony of her fractured ribs and the tumult of her energy rendered her immobile. Meanwhile, Talia, having forcibly channeled the power of the earth vein to construct a shield, was utterly drained of strength, collapsing limply onto the ground. Her pallid face resembling a sheet of paper, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her brown eyes were fixed with unwavering intensity upon the three encroaching Void Guardians. Brimming with despair. Roar! The dark purple whirlpools within the heads of the three Void Guardians spun silently, locking onto the two injured beings on the platform, the gravely wounded Seville and the exhausted Talia. They advanced with distorted limbs, treading through the viscous void, drawing ever closer, their scythe-like crystal claws glinting with a lethal chill. In this moment of utter despair, a roar erupted, far more ferocious and anguished than that of the Void Guardians. Infused with millennia of resentment and a mad thirst for blood, resonating from the depths of the void streams surging from the fissure of the coffin below the platform. This roar bore the texture of metal scraping against stone, shaking the entire platform with its intensity. Betrayal. Azir's betrayal. The roar lamented, steeped in visceral hatred. The glory of ascension transformed into the poison of shackles. A millennium of imprisonment. A millennium of torment. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. With this frenzied roar, the viscous dark void surged violently. A colossal, grotesque figure clad in shattered dark golden armor erupted from the fissure of the coffin. It possessed a massive head reminiscent of a crocodile, half of its visage obscured by fractured dark golden armor, the other half ravaged by the encroaching void, revealing writhing dark purple muscles and ivory fangs. One remaining uncorrupted eye burned with a molten crimson flame, filled with endless pain, madness, and a desire for destruction. Its immense body was similarly tainted by the dark flow. Its left arm was entirely enveloped in dark purple crystals, transforming into a monstrous, serrated cleaver. Although its right arm still retained the form of a claw, it too was entwined by the void, exuding a foreboding aura. Behind it, a stout tail covered in dark golden scales lashed out violently at the void, each strike sending forth viscous waves. The ascended form of Rek'Sai. Yet at this moment, he had long been consumed by the pure void for a millennium, transformed into a terrifying entity half ascended, half void. Azir's final guardian had devolved into a vengeful beast. Corrupted by the void, Rek'Sai's singular crimson eye instantly locked onto the grievously wounded Seville. From her, he sensed the essence of Azir's bloodline. The very scent that ignited a deep-seated hatred within him. The bloodline of Azir. Rek'Sai emitted fragmented syllables from the depths of his throat as his colossal form, shrouded in dark currents and crystalline structures, erupted violently from the fissures of the sarcophagus, crashing heavily onto the platform below. The entire platform groaned under the unbearable weight. Ignoring the encroaching void guardians, the single-eyed creature, ablaze with molten flames, fixated on Sivir, raising high the jagged blade forged from dark crystal. With viscous void energy swirling upon its edge, roaring, die. The serrated blade, carrying the piercing shriek that tore through the fabric of space and the malevolence of annihilation, descended ruthlessly upon the injured and helpless Sivir, who lay unable to evade its deadly strike. This blow encapsulated Rek'Sai's millennia of resentment and the agony of being eroded by the void, potent enough to cleave Sivir and the platform beneath her in twain. No. Talia's desperate scream erupted, yet she lacked the strength even to lift a finger. In that critical moment, a hoarse but urgent voice rang out. Talia, channel the earth. It was Kael, who had finally struggled to the edge of the platform, drenched and smeared with viscous dark violet void seawater. His face pale as parchment from the cold and the clash of powers, yet his eyes blazed with an unyielding fire. Gripping the earthen-hued sand core tightly, he pressed it forcefully against the cold metallic surface of the platform. The sand core erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A pure, vast, and encompassing force from the earth surged forth, flooding into the platform like a breached dam. This energy resonated powerfully with the stone-weaving force within Talia, derived from the land of Shurima. A wave of warmth and strength flooded through her parched body, dispelling much of the weakness and chill. The resonance of Kael's voice and the sand core instantaneously awakened her instincts. Almost instinctively, she exerted the last vestige of her recovered strength, slamming her hands once more onto the platform. The stones cannot weep. Talia's voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. Buzz. The entire floating platform came to life. The celestial metal composing the platform emitted a deafening resonance. Countless metallic fragments, dust, and even the remnants corroded by the dark energies of the void were drawn together by an unseen force, gathering with fervor. This time, it was not merely a localized shield before Sivir. A massive barrier, solid and thick, adorned with myriad intricate earthen symbols, rose like an inverted bowl. The barrier enveloped the injured Sivir, the exhausted Talia, and Kael, who had just ascended to the platform. In the instant the barrier took form, a thunderous crash echoed. Crack! Rek'Sai's serrated blade, imbued with the wrath of destruction, struck fiercely against the earthen barrier. A deafening roar accompanied the sickening sound of shattering. The thick barrier's surface erupted with countless spiderweb-like fissures radiating from the point of impact. The violent force sent the entire barrier into a fierce tremor, the earthen symbols flickering and pulsating wildly. Within the barrier, Kaelvissa and Talia simultaneously emitted muffled groans, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Kaelvissa felt an excruciating pain akin to shattered bones radiating from beneath the scales of his left arm. The might of Rek'Sai exceeded all expectations. With a furious roar, Rek'Sai unleashed a primal scream, its singular crimson eye ablaze with molten fury. It had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile barrier would thwart its lethal strike. The serrated blade was once again raised, the viscous dark currents of the void gathering frantically upon its edge, poised to launch an even more ferocious assault. Outside the barrier, the three temporarily thwarted void sentinels spun their dark purple vortexes in silent agitation, their cold, devouring intent locking onto the barrier. As dark purple energy beams began to coalesce once more, the power of the earth served as the sole shield against the encroaching dark currents. But it could not endure for long. Kaelvissa, gritting through the searing agony, howled towards Talia. Talia? Steady it. I need time. As he spoke, his gaze swept urgently across the chaotic battlefield, desperately searching for the position of the sun-gilded feather, now but a faint glimmer, devoured by the dark currents. A reckless and audacious plan crystallized in his mind within an instant. Find the feather. Leverage Rek'Sai's hatred towards Azir's bloodline. Perhaps only this deranged guardian can momentarily suppress the pure dark currents of the void. The key lies with Sivir, the wretched woman who has wrought all this trouble. Kaelvissa's piercing gaze fell like a knife upon Sivir, who cowered in the corner of the barrier, her pallid face marred by blood. Do you wish to live? To obtain the golden feather? Then heed my command. Use your damned Azir bloodline to draw the crocodile's wrath. Lure it towards the fissure of the sarcophagus. The price is your life. Chapter 23. An inescapable fate. Kaelvissa's roar struck Sivir, crumpled in the corner of the barrier, like a whip. The agony, the loss of blood, the blow of the missing feather, plunged her vision into darkness, causing cracks to appear in the mercenary queen's hardened facade under the scythe of death. Yet, Kaelvissa's words, especially that final proclamation of the price being her life, fell upon her like a bucket of icy water, igniting the ferocity and survival instinct that had been honed through a lifetime of bloodshed. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, Sivir's emerald eyes, filled with pain and furious rage, glimmered with crimson. You bastard, trying to take advantage of the chaos, she managed to utter through gritted teeth, each word laced with the scent of blood. Ignoring the excruciating pain from her fractured ribs, she struggled and, with her remaining functional hand, violently tore the necklace from her neck, the one adorned with the ancient sun eagle emblem, a direct testament to her lineage as a descendant of Azir. The metal chain was savagely snapped, and Sivir hurled the blood-stained necklace with all her might towards the opposite side of Rek'Sai's massive form. Away from the fissure of the sarcophagus, the blood-stained emblem of the sun hawk traced a faint golden arc in the air, exuding a rich and vibrant essence, one that belonged to the direct bloodline of Azir. A roar erupted, akin to the most potent aphrodisiac, igniting instantaneously within the soul furnace of Rek'Sai. A being long consumed by millennia of hatred and the void, now devoid of reason. The creature's single, fiery crimson eye, ablaze with molten flames, abruptly diverted from the serrated blade poised to cleave the barrier once more, locking onto the radiant golden light soaring forth. Azir's blood. Rek'Sai's shattered roar resonated with profound greed and a thirst for destruction. Its massive form twisted violently, the colossal tail adorned with dark golden scales and void crystals sweeping through the air like a steel whip, sending a nearby void sentinel crashing away. It forsook the barrier and its prey, charging towards the bloodied emblem cascading into the thick, dark currents beyond. Now is the moment. The glimmer of determination ignited in Kael's eyes. As Rek'Sai's vast body momentarily obscured the fissure of the sarcophagus, he surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, bursting through the earthen barrier tenuously maintained by Talia. His target was not Rek'Sai, nor the bloodied emblem, but rather the imperial sarcophagus fissure from which the viscous dark currents continuously flowed. Kael. Talia gasped weakly, her energy spent in sustaining the barrier, helplessly watching as Kael raced towards the most perilous location. The cold, viscous breath of the void surged towards him, laden with the malevolence of soul consumption. As Kael approached the fissure, the dull scales on his left arm suddenly flared with heat. The dark golden patterns beneath writhed and bulged, erupting with unprecedented fervor. An uncontrollable force surged from the gaps in the scales of his left arm. Ugh, Kael grunted, feeling his left arm transform into an unfathomable black hole, ravenously devouring the pure void currents spilling from the fissure of the sarcophagus. The viscous dark purple energy found its escape, weaving its way beneath the scales. This was not nourishment, but rather a toxic fuel forcibly injected into a furnace on the brink of explosion. A tearing pain radiated from his left arm, as the dark golden patterns, while consuming the void energy, clashed violently with the binding mark of the star's spirit imprinted upon them. Golden light and purple radiance intertwined and obliterated upon his left arm, the surface of his skin even revealing fine, porcelain-like cracks of blood. Kael desperately communicated with the depths of his soul, emanating runic marks suffused with a chilling azure aura. Damn that Lysandra, if she does not arrive soon. We shall become fodder for the void before we even reach the summit of the giants. Ahri, wait for me, Kael roared within, enduring the inhuman pain and sensation of being devoured emanating from his left arm, his body not pausing for a moment. Seizing the chaotic currents stirred by Rek'Sai's charge, he leapt towards the largest fissure of the sarcophagus, from which dark currents erupted, viscous, cold, and slippery. It felt as though he had plunged into the gullet of a colossal beast. The void currents, denser and purer than those outside, enveloped him in an instant. The vision was consumed by a pure, dark violet hue, leaving only the sound of turbulent currents and the frantic beating of his own heart echoing in his ears. The sensation of engulfment in his left arm reached its zenith, scales expanding and contracting as they ravenously absorbed the surrounding energy, intensifying the feeling of tearing, and creating a bizarre illusion filled with power. Yet, amidst the excruciating pain, Kaelvissa's mind clung to the last vestige of clarity. Find Rek'Sai. Locate the star compass upon him. Just as his body was about to be completely engulfed by the fissure of the coffin, a thunderous roar erupted. The colossal, distorted figure of Rek'Sai lunged towards the blood-stained emblem necklace's point of descent. With a massive, jagged blade forged from void crystals, imbued with the ferocity to annihilate all, it descended violently. The strike landed precisely at the edge of the coffin's rift. The impact reverberated with a deafening crash as Rek'Sai's full might and wrath, fueled by betrayal, cleaved into the already weakened metallic surface of the coffin, which had been compromised by the intrusion of a golden feather. The shrill sound of tearing metal resonated as the fissure pierced through the coffin lid was forcibly widened several folds, creating an expansive breach. Thick, viscous void currents erupted violently from the enlarged crevice. The immense pressure generated a reverse shockwave that collided with Kaelvissa, who had just plunged into the rift, his left arm voraciously consuming energy. He gasped as if struck by an invisible hammer, his body uncontrollably accelerating deeper into the abyss, toward the even darker core. The viscous darkness battered against him, the agony from his left arm's consumption nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The breath of the Dragon King? A metallic scraping against rock, accompanied by a hoarse voice filled with pain and chaos, suddenly resonated ahead of his plummeting path. Rek'Sai? It appeared unaffected by the recoil of its own strike, its crimson eye piercing through the viscous dark violet, locking onto the descending Kaelvissa like a spotlight. That gaze was rife with murderous rage, yet upon glimpsing the frantically flickering dark golden patterns and the star's spirit imprint glowing upon Kaelvissa's scales, its molten gaze abruptly narrowed. Not a deeper shackle. Rek'Sai's fragmented roar was laced with a chaotic anguish, stirred by a shared suffering from the depths of its soul. Recognizing the star's spirit's mark, the same venom as that of Zerath, it seemed to draw a connection between the star's spirit's shackles upon Kaelvissa and its own millennia of confinement, tainted by the insidious poison of the void. The fury of betrayal, resentment towards the Azir bloodline, and loathing for the star's spirit's venom swirled together, creating a maelstrom of extreme negative emotions within Rek'Sai's already tumultuous mind. Roar. Death. Rek'Sai descended into a state of hysterical madness. It ceased to distinguish targets. The enormous jagged blade, fueled by a desire to rend everything, disregarded the presence of Sivir and Talia outside, descending ruthlessly upon the Kaelvissa that had fallen before it. This strike contained the entirety of its anguish and desire for destruction accumulated over 1,000 years. The void currents roared along the blade's edge as space itself was cleaved. There was no escape. Kaelvissa's pupils constricted sharply. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. He could even discern the jagged, tooth-like gaps corroded by the dark currents on the serrated blade. Just at this critical moment, Talia's voice, imbued with a tearful yet unwavering determination, pierced through layers of obstruction, proclaiming in the name of the earth, erect the wall. Seal off the dark currents. Suddenly, a resonant hum erupted as an invisible force violently dispersed the thick, swirling void surrounding Kaelvissa. The star metal constituting the interior of the coffin emitted a deep resonance, and countless minute metallic particles converged instantaneously, forming a hasty yet remarkably solid wall of dark golden metal between Kaelvissa and Rek'Sai's serrated blade. The surface of the wall flowed with the earth runes, recently acquired by Talia, symbolizing protection. Boom. Rek'Sai's jagged blade struck fiercely against the hastily erected metallic barrier. The ferocious force instantly dented and deformed the wall, rendering it riddled with cracks. The immense impact reverberated through the wall, sending Kaelvissa hurtling backward once more. He coughed up blood as his body collided violently against the cold metallic interior of the coffin, his organs shifting painfully. The excruciating agony in his left arm nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, Talia's desperate assistance at this pivotal moment afforded him a glimmer of hope. More crucially, in the fleeting instant of being thrown back, Kaelvissa's peripheral vision locked onto the waist of Rek'Sai's massive form. There, an ancient compass, tightly entwined with dark golden chains and affixed to the shattered armor, emitted a faint yet steady starlight. The compass's surface, intricately traced with star gold and mithril, depicted a complex celestial trajectory, with a slender golden needle at its center, unwaveringly trembling toward a fixed direction, despite the oppressive dark currents and Rek'Sai's feral presence. The Starfinder compass. It was right there. With a pained gasp, Kaelvissa stifled the overwhelming agony coursing through him and the gnawing sensation of his torn left arm. his eyes igniting with reckless fervor. This opportunity was singular. He forcefully pushed off the cold inner wall of the coffin, his injured body becoming even more tenacious. Twisting through the thick, dark currents, not to flee, but to charge once more towards Rek'Sai, whose movement had momentarily slowed after shattering the metallic barrier. The target, the Starfinder compass at Rek'Sai's waist. An ant seeks its demise. A flicker of enraged provocation flashed in Rek'Sai's crimson eye. The massive serrated blade remained embedded in the shattered metallic wall, yet the blade arm, covered in dark crystal, swiftly withdrew. The stout, dark golden-scaled tail, slick with void ichor, lashed out towards the advancing Kaelvissa with a shriek that tore through the dark currents. Before the tail could strike, the furious wind pressure and void corrosive force had already rendered Kaelvissa breathless. The shadow of death loomed once more. At this critical juncture, a fragment of thought, exceedingly faint, laden with exhaustion and a metallic resonance, suddenly emerged from the depths of both Kaelvissa and Rek'Sai's consciousness. This thought was not from the outside world, but emanated from the Starfinder compass itself, nestled at Rek'Sai's waist. Or rather, it is the final vestige of the true spirit of the guardian Rek'Sai, lingering from the depths of the compass before it was entirely consumed. Rek'Sai's thoughts, fragmented yet persistent, are filled with the exquisite agony of betrayal and distortion as it strives to protect the golden feathers and the slumber of the sovereign. In the very moment Rek'Sai is poised to shatter Kael's form with its colossal tail, this faint remnant of true spirit forcefully reclaims its body, which had been dominated by hatred and the void. The inevitable strike of Rek'Sai's massive tail momentarily falters, caught in a fleeting stasis. It is within this instant that Kael's eyes blaze with a radiant light. She forsakes all defense and evasion, channeling her entire strength and will into her left arm, which is enveloped in a ravenous hunger for void energy, excruciatingly painful. With fingers like hooks, driven by reckless determination, she lunges toward the starry compass nestled against Rek'Sai's waist. With a piercing sound, her scaled fingers plunge into the gaps of the dark golden chains entwining the compass. The sensations of tearing flesh and the chilling hardness of the chains resonate through her fingertips as Rek'Sai's tail, now momentarily halted, unleashes its devastating force against Kael's side. A sickening crack echoes sharply as Kael feels half her body succumb to an immediate loss of sensation. The overwhelming force propels her as if she were a mere sack of grain, blood gushing from her mouth like a fountain. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being flung away, her left arm, imbued with a savage, rent-all power, tears away the compass along with a segment of the dark golden chain and a small piece of Rek'Sai's void-corrupted flesh. A thunderous roar erupts from Rek'Sai, a cacophony of excruciating pain and utter devastation. The wound at its waist sprays forth dark purple, viscous blood. Its crimson eye fixates fiercely on Kael, who has been cast away, yet clutches the compass tightly. The atmosphere brims with a destructive energy, gathering once more with fervor. Kael, seize it! Talia's anguished cry echoes anew. A rough yet resilient chain, forged from celestial metal, shoots forth from the crack of the coffin, deftly ensnaring Kael's uninjured right wrist. Pull! Kael roars with the last vestiges of her strength, safeguarding the newly acquired compass against her chest. With all her might, Talia yanks the chain. It tightens, and Kael's body is abruptly pulled from the swirling darkness of the coffin's fissure. Boom! Almost instantaneously as Kael is extracted from the gap, Rek'Sai's jagged blade, imbued with wrathful destruction, crashes down upon the very spot she had just occupied. The viscous darkness is cleaved apart, creating a vast chasm of vacuum. The violent shockwave surges forth through the fissure, obliterating the remnants of the earth barrier on the platform above. Talia is hurled back by the force, tumbling to the edge of the platform, spitting forth another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Sivir struggles to rise, but collapses once more to the ground. As Kaelvissa fell heavily onto the cold metallic platform, the starlight compass in his embrace became stained with both his and Rek'Sai's blood. The intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. The devouring sensation in his left arm diminished slightly due to separation from the concentrated dark currents. However, the conflict between the Celestial Brand and the Dragon King fragment, along with the severe injury at his waist, rendered even the slightest movement of his fingers a formidable challenge. Ants, return my compass. The colossal, twisted figure of Rek'Sai, drenched in splattering dark purple blood and emanating a fierce malice, was attempting to force its way through the widening fissure of the sarcophagus. Despair loomed once more. Chapter 24. The starlight compass locks onto the Titan's peak. Within Kaelvissa's grasp, the once bloodied starlight compass suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, pure, and intense radiance reminiscent of celestial bodies. Activated simultaneously by the essence of the Dragon King fragment within Kaelvissa's blood and the lingering spirit of Rek'Sai, it thrummed with energy. The intricate celestial pathways on the compass's surface came to life, with countless tiny starlight points swirling and flickering within. The slender golden needle at its center ceased its subtle tremors and, as if drawn by a magnet, snapped straight, resolutely pointing towards the apex of the cavern. No, it pierced through the crust, indicating a specific coordinate high above in the distant firmament. Simultaneously, an extraordinarily clear spatial coordinate information, imbued with unique celestial fluctuations, surged into Kaelvissa's consciousness. At the core of that coordinate lay a colossal, frigid, perfectly spherical astrological instrument constructed entirely from stellar metal. With the coordinates locked, Kaelvissa coughed blood. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the golden needle that pointed defiantly towards the heavens, the corners of his bloodied mouth curling into a maniacal, yet chilling arc. Zoe's toy has found you. The viscous, dark currents spewing from the Emperor's sarcophagus, entwined with Rek'Sai's half-ascended, half-ethereal terrifying form, were on the verge of completely engulfing the floating platform. The frigid breath of death tightened around everyone's throats. Ants, return my compass. Rek'Sai's roar resonated like a death knell from the abyss, serrated blades tearing through the tumultuous dark purple waves, casting a massive shadow that enveloped the three severely injured individuals on the platform. At that critical moment, a chilling, deathly silence, freezing time itself, descended without warning. It did not emanate from the surging void currents below, but from above. The cavern's ceiling, beneath layers of earth that shielded the surface, was pierced by a pair of icy eyes that transcended eons of rock, casting a detached gaze. At last it has come. Frost. Immediately following. Crackle. Centered around the dark fissure leading to the Emperor's tomb, which had been detonated by Sivir and Talia, the space crystallized instantaneously, freezing like glass. The thick, roiling dark currents of the void, upon contact with the fissure's edge, solidified into grotesque dark purple ice sculptures, while the surging waters transformed into still, glistening ice shards radiating an aura of absolute zero. Even the colossal form of Rek'Sai, emerging from the coffin with half of its body, along with its serrated cleaver and the splattered dark purple blood, was instantaneously enveloped by a thick layer of ice radiating an ethereal blue glow, freezing it in place. A massive and twisted ice sculpture of a demon, half submerged in the abyss. Lyssandra's frost domain sealed the void's dark currents at the exit of the realm of slumber. The extreme cold swiftly dissipated the suffocating sense of engulfment, yet ushered in a different kind of stifling silence. The temperature on the platform plummeted, causing the air to crystallize into tiny shards of ice. Severely wounded, Sivir shuddered violently. The agony from her fractured ribs intertwined with an icy chill that made her teeth chatter. Talia had long succumbed to unconsciousness from the earlier onslaught and exhaustion. Her delicate face pale as parchment, her breath faint. Kael, clinging to the last remnants of consciousness, felt the star compass in her arms still emanating a steady celestial light, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards the summit of the giant. Yet her body trembled uncontrollably from the cold and her injuries. A tall, slender figure, shrouded in an ornate ice-blue robe adorned with runes, slowly coalesced. The frost witch, Lysandra. She hovered a foot above the ground, her hood casting shadows over her face. Her eyes, as cold as an ancient glacial lake, swept across the ravaged battlefield before settling on Kael, who clutched the compass, struggling to rise. Eternal frost comes at a cost. Lysandra's voice resonated clearly in Kael's ears, imbued with a dispassionate omniscience. She did not glance at the frozen Rek'Sai or the surging dark currents. Raising a hand cloaked in rune-embroidered sleeves, she pointed with her fingertip towards the invisible, chilling sigil of a covenant etched upon Kael's forehead. To detonate the astral device is both the mission bestowed upon you and a stipulation of the Frost Covenant. However, her words faltered slightly, the icy glow at her fingertip becoming excruciatingly sharp, akin to a poison that quenches thirst only to bring death. The explosive power of the stars is a blade that severs chains, and also the death knell that awakens the slumbering overseer. Awaken the overseer. Kael's pupils constricted. To detonate the astral device and destroy the source of the chains could indeed awaken that ultimate being in the abyss, the harbinger of annihilation. Was the culmination of Ahri's final call and Nasu's revelations merely to hasten destruction? A tremendous sense of absurdity and anger at being deceived overwhelmed the pain racking his body. He struggled, his hoarse voice rising in fury. You knew all along? Then why did you compel me to do this? Compel? A flicker of exquisite mockery seemed to cross Lysandra's icy blue gaze. The frost merely offers choices. Detonation is but one possibility to end the cyclical fate. The price is the awakening of the overseer, hastening the cleansing. Her fingertip imperceptibly shifted, indicating the star compass pulsating with celestial light in Kael's grasp. Alternatively, one could utilize the compass to locate the astral device and attempt to sever the chains rather than detonate it. Her voice remained cold, yet hinted at an entirely different, uncertain path fraught with risk. Sever the chains? Kael's heart skipped a beat. Not detonation, but severance? Is that even possible? Ha cough cough. A chilling, blood-soaked laughter, laden with mockery, interrupted Kaelissa's thoughts. It was Sivir. She lay curled upon the frigid platform, blood trickling from her lips. Yet her emerald eyes remained fixed defiantly upon the hovering Lysandra. How effortlessly she spoke. Each word was laced with excruciating pain. Yet Sivir clung stubbornly to the last vestiges of her strength as the queen of mercenaries. A deal? I was nearly shattered by that crocodile to feed the void. I even sacrificed my golden feather. She abruptly gestured towards the Emperor's coffin, ensnared in the dark purple ice flow, where a faint golden aura, barely flickering, was being consumed by the turbulent current. Eternal frost comes at a price? Very well. I demand a raise. Sivir struggled, summoning every ounce of strength to straighten her back, even as the movement plunged her into darkness from the pain. Her bloodied fingers pointed accusingly at Lysandra. Her voice a desperate edge. Heal my wounds, and provide me with enough gold to purchase 3 Noxian legions. The price is the precise location of my golden feather. It has not yet been entirely devoured. Shall we strike a deal, or shall I watch it be completely crushed by that frozen beast? Such blatant extortion. On the precipice of death, Sivir showcased the unyielding essence of her mercenary spirit. She wagered that Lysandra needed information about the golden feather, as it was crucial for Azir's revival and possibly related to the celestial shackles. Lysandra's icy blue gaze finally settled upon Sivir with genuine scrutiny. Her eyes were cold and assessing, as though observing a struggling insect upon the ice, devoid of any emotion. Silence enveloped them. Kaelvissa held her breath, sensing the intensifying chill emanating from Lysandra's fingertips. The fate of the golden feather, Lysandra's frigid voice finally broke the silence, tinged with a barely perceptible amusement. The frost knows. Her words instantly extinguished the flickering hope within Sivir's eyes. Lysandra knew. Then what of her leverage? Yet Lysandra's fingertips, that faint azure glow, subtly shifted towards Sivir. Your greed and suffering make for excellent bait. They can provoke the frozen beast and stir the dark currents of the void. Her gaze swept over Sivir's broken ribs and bloodstained garments. The frost can heal your wounds. In exchange, you must continue to play the role of bait along the perilous path of the giantess peak until the scales are restored. Bait. Lysandra had no intention of paying. She merely sought to use healing as a lure, compelling Sivir to remain a target amidst the dangers of the giantess peak. Sivir's face flushed crimson with rage and humiliation, yet the violent cough and dizziness from blood loss robbed her of the strength to utter a curse. At that moment, a faint, dreamlike murmur escaped the unconscious Talia. Her body curled involuntarily upon the icy platform, her brow furrowed in agony. The giantess peak is about to shatter, screams. Zoe is playing with bubbles. Her disjointed murmurs resonated with a heart-stirring sense of chaos. The power of her stone weaving seemed to sense something distant, yet terrifyingly significant, triggering an alarm even in her unconscious state. Talia's whispers struck like lightning through Kaelissa's tumultuous mind. The giantess peak is about to shatter? Zoe is playing with bubbles? Could this be the sound of an explosion? To validate Talia's ramblings, the star-finding compass in Kaelvissa's grasp, which had steadfastly pointed towards the direction of the giant god peak, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. The deafening hum pierced the air. The celestial trajectories swirling upon the compass's surface instantly descended into chaos. The golden needle at the center, which had once steadfastly indicated the heavens, began to spin wildly. As the needle whirled at an astonishing speed, it left behind fleeting afterimages, stirring the starlight within the compass. Kaelvissa felt the compass grow scorching hot, as a tumultuous and powerful spatial fluctuation erupted from within. The needle's rotation accelerated, and at a certain moment, it broke free from its constraints and abruptly halted. However, the direction in which it stopped plunged Kaelvissa's heart into an icy abyss. The golden needle no longer pointed towards the cavernous dome, the direction of the giant god peak, but rather inclined towards the northeast, a position starkly different from the giant god peak. That direction pierced through the heavy crust and the endless void, leading to a land eternally shrouded in frost, ravaged by storms, known as Freljord. More specifically, it pointed deep into Freljord, towards the forbidden place enveloped by unending ice and death, the Howling Abyss. The coordinates have shifted. Kaelvissa gasped in astonishment. The position of the astrolabe has moved from the giant god peak to the Howling Abyss. How could this be possible? Zoe's toy, Lysandra, spoke with an icy tone, tinged with an expected understanding. Her cerulean gaze pierced through the fabric of space, as if she beheld, atop the icy plains of Freljord, a figure with purple twin tails, bouncing and frolicking, tossing shimmering starry bubbles, her face adorned with a naive yet cruel smile. Time and space were her playthings. Her fingertips, glowing with a cold azure light, once again pointed towards the contract's mark on Kaelvissa's forehead, the chill deepening with an undeniable force. The scales were unbalanced. The contract was being renewed. The target was the Howling Abyss of Freljord. No, Ahri was still there. Kaelvissa suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with defiance. The astrolabe's position had been shifted to the Howling Abyss by Zoe, that ultimate peril, encased in the eyelids of the Watcher. This was 100 times more dangerous than the giant god peak. Yet, Ahri remained in Lysandra's grasp. The key lay within the ice-cold sarcophagus. Lysandra's voice, frigid and unyielding, interrupted him, seeing through his thoughts. Her safety was bound to the contract. Complete the new objective, or the contract would become void, and the key would return to the void. Her words left no room for negotiation. Should they not venture to the Howling Abyss to fulfill the new objective, Ahri's frozen protection would be lifted, and her soul would be devoured by the void. Kaelvissa's eyes widened in fury, his grip on the compass tightening as anger and despair drained the color from his knuckles. Lysandra cared not for Ahri's fate. She only valued her leverage and balance. Ahri's life had become her bargaining chip, compelling him towards the Howling Abyss. As for the bait, Lysandra's gaze shifted towards the bloodied and unwilling Sivir. Her eyes filled with resentment and calculation. With a slight motion of her fingertip, a thread of ethereal azure ice, thin as a hair, yet exquisitely pure, silently shot forth, embedding itself into Sivir's chest. The injury was temporarily mended. The pain remained. This was the cost of her performance. As the ice line receded, a piercing chill emanated from the fractured ribs of Sivir, the intense pain swiftly alleviating by more than half, while her surging vitality was forcefully subdued. Yet, a chilling sensation akin to a festering rot lingered deep within her wound, serving as a grim reminder of the price of her healing and the fate of being a mere bait. Cough, cough. You're ruthless, old ice hag. Sivir struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from her lips, her emerald eyes glinting with a feral intensity and defiance. She cast a glance at the compass in Kael's hand, directing towards Freljord, then at the frozen forms of Rek'Sai and Jinah, their faint auras ensnared in the void's dark currents, before spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Freljord? That cursed place that freezes birds. The price just doubled. Otherwise, I'll abandon this mission halfway. Lysandra paid no heed to Sivir's outburst. Her gaze ultimately settled upon the unconscious Talia. The girl's pallid face remained etched with agony, her lips unconsciously murmuring shattered prophecies. Lysandra's icy blue eyes lingered on her for a moment, seemingly appraising the worth of a valuable object. The daughter of the earth. Her wails served as a natural beacon sensing the tides of dark currents. Lysandra spoke coldly. We shall proceed to Freljord. Her suffering will illuminate the path to the Overseer's gaze. Her voluminous rune-embroidered sleeves billowed without wind, and an icy pull enveloped the unconscious Talia and the recently revived Sivir in an instant. Hey, what are you doing? Sivir exclaimed, a mix of fury and fear surging within her as she attempted to struggle, but that chilling aura froze her movements instantly. The contract is activated. Lysandra's voice echoed through the frigid space. The ethereal blue light swiftly engulfed her and the enveloped Talia, Sivir. In the next moment, the three of them, along with the spectral form of the ice coffin sealing Ahri, vanished from the spot, leaving behind a swiftly dissipating vortex of cold air on the platform. The platform was instantly left with only Kael, her severely injured body, the frigid surface, the solidified void dark currents, the maddening compass pointing towards the Howling Abyss, and the contract mark on her forehead exuding a chilling deathly aura. Ahri, Freljord. Kael gazed at the desolate platform and then looked down at the golden compass in her hands, its needle unwaveringly directed towards the bitterly cold northern lands. A bone-chilling coldness spread from the depths of her soul, surpassing even Lysandra's frost. The path to the giant's peak had not yet begun, yet it had already met its end. Ahead lay a terror far more dreadful and desolate than the giant's peak, the howling abyss. The task of igniting the astrolabe had transformed into an even more elusive and perilous endeavor of shedding shackles. Zoe's toy had shifted the battlefield. Lysandra's weights had coldly recalibrated. Sivir had become a spiked bait, and Talia's suffering had morphed into a guiding beacon. The balance of the frost contract had already tilted, and the tolling of the death knell leading to the howling abyss had commenced. Chapter 25. Progressing through the blizzard, Lysandra's frost teleportation did not bring about the disorienting sensation of spatial transition, but rather an immediate suffocating plunge into a hell of extreme cold. Boom. The azure vortex of teleportation erupted like frozen fireworks. A tempest, violent and laden with snowflakes as sharp as ice blades, instantly filled Kael's ears, nose, and throat. The vision was utterly consumed by a swirling, white tempest of death. The frigid air, plummeting to several degrees below zero, pierced through his thin clothing like countless steel needles, brutally stabbing into his very marrow. Kaelvissa could even discern the subtle sound of his blood beginning to congeal within his veins. He abruptly held his breath, his lungs filled with icy shards, and every struggle brought with it a searing agony. The unhealed wounds in his ribs sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to stagger dangerously close to collapsing into the knee-deep snow. Instinctively, he clutched the starry compass in his arms, which radiated a faint celestial glow at that moment. It became the only tangible entity he could grasp amidst this desolate white sea. Damn this cursed place, came the nasal, tremulous curse from Sivir beside him, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The mercenary queen was wrapped in a suddenly materialized bait outfit, a coarse, thick wolf pelt, yet she still appeared pale and frostbitten, her lips turning a deep shade of purple. The fiery green of her eyes blazed with wrath, half directed at the bitter chill, and half at Lysandra. Pay me more. This wretched place will freeze our lungs if we take a breath. I demand more. Though her voice was intermittently whisked away by the howling winds, she stubbornly maintained her mercenary instinct for negotiation. On the other side, Talia had collapsed to her knees in the deep snow, her body convulsing violently, emitting painful retching sounds. She too was clad in a wolf pelt, yet it seemed utterly incapable of withstanding the malevolence of this land. Her complexion was as pale as the snow, her brown eyes wide with an unfathomable terror and confusion. Ice is bleeding, she murmured unconsciously, her hands buried deep in the frigid snow, as if trying to grasp something. The heartbeat of the abyss was quickening, many eyes opening beneath the ice. Zoe's bubble in her delirium was more chaotic, more horrifying than in the realm of slumber. Her stone-weaving power passively receiving terrifying echoes from the world's end upon this cursed ice field. Lysandra hovered amidst the raging blizzard, her resplendent, intricate ice-blue robe fluttering. The shadows beneath her hood remained motionless. The howling winds and swirling snow eerily calmed several feet around her, creating an eerie vacuum of silence. Her cerulean eyes swept over the trembling Sivir and the retching Talia, ultimately resting upon Kaelvissa, who clung tightly to the compass, enduring both pain and cold. Eternal frost is never without cost. Lysandra's frigid voice pierced through the tempest's roar, clear as if whispered directly into one's ear. The scepter in her hand, forged from ethereal blue ice, slowly lifted, its teardrop-shaped crystal at the tip radiating a chilling, heart-stopping glimmer of absolute zero. The tip of the scepter did not point northward, but rather towards the kneeling Talia in the snow. The guide sensed the tides of dark currents, requiring the toll of body heat. Her suffering served as the fuel for the guiding beacon. With her words, the crystal teardrop at the scepter's peak suddenly illuminated. A strand finer than a hair, yet purer than anything imaginable, shot forth silently, piercing precisely into Talia's nape. Talia's body jolted rigidly, as if struck by lightning. The retching ceased instantly, replaced by a primal, anguished whimper that emerged from the depths of her throat. Her skin swiftly crystallized into a delicate layer of frost, visible to the naked eye, while her brown irises were instantly veiled by a chilling azure mist. A penetrating coldness radiated from the point of contact, pervading her entire being, forcefully suppressing her uncontrollable powers of stone weaving, which were fueled by fear and pain, while simultaneously ravenously siphoning away her precious warmth. Talia's body trembled violently, the sound of her teeth chattering clear to hear. Deep within her frost-laden gaze, the chaotic perception of the earth seemed to be forcibly concentrated, imbued with a frozen clarity as she fixated intently on the abyss of howling blizzards. What have you done to her? Kaelvissa glared fiercely at Lysandra. This navigation. fueled by suffering and life itself, was far more cruel than mere murder. The cost, Lysandra replied coldly and succinctly, her staff subtly shifting to point towards the direction utterly sealed by the storm in the north. The beacon has been lit. Advance. Advance. Where to? This cursed place is so disorienting. Sivir wrapped her wolfskin cloak tighter, her voice hoarse as she roared, Old hag. Don't think you can bamboozle me with a mere scrap of leather. I demand gold, jewels, anything that can procure a warm drink in this freezing hell. Her threats were abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Gold. Lysandra's icy gaze finally fell upon Sivir, akin to observing a grasshopper skittering across the ice, laced with a hint of frigid mockery. Your greed is the finest bait for the Frostfangs. They revel in the searing desires of the soul. No sooner had she spoken than a mournful, drawn-out wolf howl, laced with a bloody chill, erupted through the veil of the blizzard from a snow mound to their left. Following this, a cacophony of wolf howls surged forth, a symphony of death, rapidly approaching. The anger on Sivir's face instantly froze, transforming into sheer terror as she whipped around to face the source of the cries. Amidst the swirling snow, dozens of ghostly green lights flickered to life, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, drawing near with alarming speed. Those were eyes. The massive figures of snowfield direwolves flickered in and out of sight within the storm. Their bodies were cloaked in needle-like white fur, with bared fangs dripping viscous saliva, and their emerald eyes shimmered with an insatiable hunger for flesh. More unsettling still, at the forefront of the wolf pack, several tall, gaunt figures, resembling ice sculptures, silently tread upon the snow. Clad in peculiar robes woven from some pale hide and runes of frost, their faces were obscured by ice masks intricately carved with distorted, wailing human visages. And they wielded staffs fashioned from ice crystals and unknown beast bones. Atop the staffs glimmered deep blue crystals, a frigid, lethal aura, imbued with an unwaveringly xenophobic fervor, pressed heavily upon the assembly, forming a tangible wall of ice as the wolves and these frost priests advanced. At the head of the group, one frost priestess gazed, concealed behind his crystalline mask, fixated intently on Lysandra, suspended in the storm. He slammed his icebone staff into the snow, producing a dull thud. A hoarse and frigid voice resounded, imbued with overwhelming fury and incredulous shock. The fluctuations of the Eye of Ice. No, this presence does not belong to the witch. Lysandra, it is the thief, the blasphemer, the heretic who dares to usurp the powers of the Eye of Ice. The Eye of Ice? The thief? The blasphemer? A profound dread gripped Kaelvissa as his heart sank. Is Lysandra not one of the three sisters of Freljord? Are these frost priests not her followers? What is this Eye of Ice they speak of? Does Lysandra's power not originate from Freljord itself? Roar. The leading frost priest ceased his prattle. The ethereal blue crystal atop his icebone staff erupted with blinding radiance. A breath of frost, refined to perfection and radiating an aura of absolute zero, surged forth, an icy breath from the dragon of the howling abyss, that instantly tore through the blizzard, bearing the deathly chill of frozen souls, and ruthlessly shot towards the suspended Lysandra. Simultaneously, the wolf pack and priests behind him received their orders. The eerie green eyes of the wolves locked onto Kaelvissa, Sivir, and the trembling Talia, who knelt upon the ground. As they roared and charged forward, shadows lurked everywhere. The key ultimately belonged to the Shadow Isles. A cold, hoarse voice, serpentine in its essence, emerged abruptly from the snowstorm behind Kaelvissa, imbued with a faint, imperceptible sense of weakness, obstructed by the tempest. Is it Zed? Kaelvissa whirled around. Within the ravaging curtain of snow, a dim shadow coalesced and twisted. Clad in shattered black armor, with his crimson eyes dimmed significantly, Zed materialized, ghostly in appearance. It was apparent that he had forcefully tracked the spatial fluctuations during Lysandra's frost teleportation, bearing an immense cost just to arrive at this frozen expanse. At this moment, his crimson gaze fixated intently on the starlight compass cradled in Kaelvissa's arms, casting a glance at Lysandra, besieged by the frost priests, and at Kaelvissa and the others encircled by the wolf pack, his eyes gleaming with a snake-like coldness, greed, and frenzied opportunism. His objective remained steadfast, the key and the clues. The shadow blade in his grasp coalesced once more. Though dim, it was still lethal. With the icy breath of the frost priests and the charging magical wolves ahead, and the deadly ambush of the Shadow Master behind, the gravely wounded Kaelvissa, the painfully weakened Talia, and the diminished combat prowess of Sivir found themselves in a dire predicament, just as the situation reached a critical juncture. Buzz. The starlight compass in Kaelvissa's embrace, which had been unwaveringly pointed northward towards the howling abyss, erupted without warning, unleashing an unprecedented, chaotic, and piercing hum. The intricate star trajectories upon the compass's surface seemed to be violently stirred by an unseen force, as golden light clashed fiercely with violet brilliance. The central golden pointer, pulled by an invisible might, began to tremble violently and erratically. The tremors intensified, causing the entire compass to convulse wildly in Kaelvissa's hands. An utterly chaotic, intensely tearing spatial fluctuation coalesced, forming an invisible storm that erupted violently from the compass's center. This surge instantaneously disrupted the icy breath aimed at Lysandra by the frost priests. As the condensed icy energy approached Lysandra, merely a few feet away, it collided with an invisible turbulence, instantly distorting and disintegrating into a myriad of ice crystals. Concurrently, this chaotic spatial disturbance violently struck the shadowy form that Zed had just congealed. A suppressed groan escaped Zed's lips. The already dim shadowy body quivered violently, nearly dispersing once more. His blade aimed at Kael was deflected by this turmoil, grazing her shoulder and leaving a deep gash on her thick wolfskin coat. The charging pack of magical wolves was startled by this sudden chaos in the space, emitting restless roars that momentarily stalled their advance. Zoe's bubble was tearing through the fabric of space. Talia, kneeling in the snow, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes, shrouded in icy mist, fixated intently on the heart of the blizzard, to the north. Her voice, distorted by the extreme cold and agony, carried a chilling clarity as she attempted to forcibly merge the door to the abyss of wailing and the lock of the astrolabe. The space screamed, coordinates melted away. Talia's murmurs resonated like thunder, tearing through space, merging the door to the abyss of wailing with the lock of the astrolabe. Was Zoe engaged in a terrifying puzzle game capable of obliterating the world? To validate Talia's prophecy, the frenzied golden needle of the star compass, after violently trembling for several seconds, abruptly came to a halt. However, the direction it pointed toward caused all present to inhale sharply. The needle no longer indicated the northern abyss of wailing, but instead angled toward the northeast, a location perilously closer to the storm's core, where spatial fluctuations were most chaotic and violent. In that direction, the blizzard exhibited a bizarre, shattered glass-like distortion. Faintly visible at the center of this twisted storm were several enormous, childlike, colorful bubbles, pulsating and colliding with one another with reckless abandon. Each collision triggered a violent spatial tremor and an intense shuddering of the compass. Zoe's toys had found their target. Kael gazed at the direction the compass had ultimately locked onto, observing the immense colorful bubbles flickering within the distorted space. A chilling despair, mingled with a seething anger at being toyed with, engulfed her entirely. The Twilight Star Guardian, Zoe, had not only relocated the astrolabe, but was now at the brink of the abyss of wailing, using her terrifying power over time and space to forcibly bind the astrolabe, the lock, and the slumbering door of the Watcher, the door. Her game had already commenced, and the price could be the very survival of the world. Zoe's toys. Kael's gaze remained fixed on the direction the compass pointed, toward the terrifying area of the immense, flickering colorful bubbles. The Twilight Star Guardian was not merely playing a game. She was toying with the fate of the world. Blasphemer, heretic disturbing the eye of ice. Seize them. The leading frost priest, recovering from the shock of the disrupted breath, growled in rage, his voice twisted beneath the icy mask. The icy bone staff in his hand glowed with a ghostly blue light once more, as the surrounding priests and magical wolves let out bloodthirsty howls, preparing to launch a more ferocious assault. The dim shadows of the abyss coalesce anew amidst the tempestuous snow, the scarlet gaze fixated on the compass nestled within Kael'Vitsa's embrace. A surge of murderous intent intensifying. The clamor of Lysandra's frigid voice pierces through the tumult. Without even glancing at the encroaching priests and wolf pack, she nonchalantly raises her staff, forged from the essence of absolute zero. A resounding crack resonates. A wall of ice, several feet thick, its edges sharp as blades and exuding an aura of soul-chilling frost, manifests from the ether, rising like a mountain in an instant, centered around Lysandra. The ice wall forms a flawless arc, enveloping Kael'Vitsa, Sivir, Talia, and the ethereal silhouette of the frostbound coffin sealing Ahri within. Inside the ice wall, the blizzard ceases abruptly, sound muffled to a mere echo, replaced by a suffocating silence and an unbearable cold. Boom, boom, boom. The icy energy blasts from the frost priests. The impacts of the magic wolves and the shadow blades of the abyss collide fiercely against the ice wall, producing only a dull thunder and swirling shards of ice. The surface of the ice wall shimmers with enigmatic runes, remaining utterly unmoved. The wall of sighs. Beyond it, the furious roars of the priests. The howls of the magic wolves, and the shrill sounds of the shadow blades slicing through the ice fade into obscurity. Within the ice wall lies an entirely different realm. Chapter 26. The true form of Zoe descends silence, coldness. Talia huddles in the frigid snow, her body trembling violently as Lyssandra's icy tendrils siphon away her warmth. Her mist-covered eyes gazing vacantly at the blurred chaos beyond the ice wall, murmuring mindlessly. The bubble is about to burst, the abyss yawns. The pain of the guide is forcibly concentrated, the cost being the rapid depletion of life's warmth. Sivir tightens her coarse wolfskin cloak, each breath laced with pain from the fractured ribs left by Lyssandra's healing. Her emerald eyes sweep across the unmoving ice wall, the suspended frostbound coffin, finally resting on Lysandra. Draped in her runic robe, fury simmering like a suppressed volcano. Old hag, she suddenly yanks out her golden crossblade. Its sharp tip aimed with reckless determination at the floating frostbound coffin. Release her. Immediately. Right now? And pay up. 3 times. No, 5 times. Gold. Gems. Anything that can light a fire in this accursed place for warm wine. Otherwise, the crossblade draws a perilous arc above the coffin's silhouette. I will smash this ice lump right now. Let your keys and weights go to hell. You cannot afford this price. A blatant threat. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, Sivir opts for the most direct and reckless approach to attack Lyssandra's core. She gambles that Lysandra would not allow any mishap to befall Ahri, the bargaining chip. Lyssandra's icy blue eyes finally turn towards Sivir. That gaze remains as frigid as ever, yet carries a trace of indifference, as if seeing through a child's trick. She makes no move. Sivir's crossblade, poised to strike the coffin's silhouette, along with her arm, is instantaneously encased in a layer of ethereal, bone-chilling blue ice. The frost spreads rapidly along her arm, the biting cold swiftly numbing half of her body. Ugh! Shavira let out a muffled groan, frozen in place. Her eyes brimming with terror and the humiliation of being crushed by absolute power. She lacked even the right to fight back. Your greed resembles that of a worm in a pit, mindlessly gnawing at the decaying earth before it. Lyssandra's voice, cold and tinged with an imperceptible weariness, swept past the rigid Shavira and the trembling, tormented Talia, finally settling upon the resolute Kaelvissa, who gripped the compass tightly. Her pallor a testament to the biting cold and grave injuries, yet her eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Detonate the astrolabe, she spoke slowly, her voice penetrating the deathly silence within the icy walls, a whisper of the key's soul and a shortcut to shatter the shackles. Yet, Lyssandra's frost staff lifted slightly, the crystalline droplet at its apex emanating a soft blue glow, the light swiftly tracing intricate patterns upon the inner walls of the ice, spreading forth. A grand and vivid holographic image, composed entirely of ice, unfolded in an instant. At its core lay the region of spatial distortion where the compass had locked onto the colossal, colorful bubbles. The image pierced through the swirling tempest, vividly depicting the scene. Several enormous bubbles, each several dozen meters in diameter, shimmered with ethereal starlight, floating, colliding, and merging like soap bubbles blown by a child amidst the tempestuous storm. Each collision sent violent ripples through space. At the center of these immense bubbles, the outline of a massive sphere, forcibly compressed and enveloped within, could be faintly discerned. It was the astrolabe, forged from stellar metal, forcibly adhered to that realm by Zoe's bubble. But the imagery did not cease. The crystalline lines extended through the bubble, continuing downwards. They penetrated the thick, eternal glacier of 10,000 meters. They traversed the ancient, deathly stone, ultimately freezing upon a realm of indescribable, pure darkness. This darkness resembled an ocean of viscous oil, infinite and boundless. Its surface was far from calm. It roiled like a volcanic eruption, constantly swelling with immense bubbles composed of pure darkness. Each bubble bore the visage of a colossal, cold, and emotionless eye, formed from the very essence of solidified darkness. Countless eyes, dense and overwhelming, like the floating scum upon a darkened ocean. They lacked focus, merely gazing indifferently upwards, fixated upon the astrolabe ensnared by layers of barriers, trapped within the bubbles above. An unyielding, primal fear and a sense of insignificance surged through the crystalline image, striking the souls of all within the ice walls with tremendous force. Beneath the wailing abyss, Lyssandra's chilling voice pronounced, "Those are the eyelids of the Watcher." The detonation of the astrolabe would not only shatter the shackles of the false god. Her frost staff pointed towards the core of the astrolabe in the image, then gradually descended towards that boiling sea of darkness, towards those countless, indifferent, darkened eyes. It would also rend asunder the final seal that separated them from the Watcher. Lyssandra's voice grew heavier, imbued with a somber understanding of annihilation. The explosion of the stars would sound the most resonant death knell for their awakening. The Watcher would awaken in its entirety. Within the vision, as Lyssandra's words echoed, the core of the astrolabe, encased in bubbles, detonated in the minds of all present. The simulated explosion of a star instantaneously tore apart the colorful bubbles enveloping it. A cataclysmic surge of energy violently pierced the abyssal darkness below. The seething dark bubbles were instantly rent asunder, and countless indifferent dark eyes widened in shock. A chilling, pure will that devours all erupted from the myriad of opened eyes. The vision was swiftly engulfed by an endless void. Kaelvissa gasped in shock, feeling as though his very blood had frozen in his veins. To detonate the astral device would directly shatter the abyssal seal, awakening the Watcher? This was not liberation, but rather an acceleration of annihilation. Did all of this inexorably lead to a singular, catastrophic conclusion? What then could be done? Shiver's voice trembled. Momentarily forgetting the humiliation of his frozen arm, his emerald eyes fixated on the final image consumed by darkness, filled with a primal dread of ultimate destruction. The awakening of the Watcher was unavoidable. Lyssandra's voice regained its frigid calm, as if stating an inevitable truth. The explosion of the stars would hasten this process. Yet, her frost-laden staff was once again raised, pointing towards the core of the exploded astral device within the crystalline image. As the simulated blast illuminated the bubbles and surged towards the abyss, Lyssandra's power forcibly froze the vision in place, magnifying it. At the epicenter of the explosion, the astral device, composed of stellar metal and distorted by the primordial will of the Dragon King and the chains of the Starforger, was not entirely obliterated in the cataclysmic blast. Countless shattered fragments, imbued with the essence of the Starforger, mingled with the energies of the exploded chains and void pollutants, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Rather than being entirely cast into the abyss, some were directed upwards, towards the frozen surface of the howling abyss, soaring into the skies of Freljord. Frost craved a new barrier. Lyssandra's azure gaze shifted to Kaelvissa, her eyes resting upon his left arm, shrouded in dull scales, as though assessing a mere instrument. The torrent of astral fragments generated by the detonation, containing the essence of the Starforger and the pollution from the exploded chains, could be forged into a barrier of stellar ice, more resilient than eternal frost, under the relentless force of the frigid abyss. Her fingertips pointed towards Kaelvissa's forehead, the chill of the icy contract deepening with undeniable compulsion, forcibly instilling a fragment of cold knowledge into his consciousness, not a concrete plan, but rather a chilling extrapolation based on the properties of energy. By harnessing the upward surge of the fragmented stream from the astral device and manipulating the extreme cold of the howling abyss, a new, more potent seal of stellar ice could potentially delay the complete awakening of the Watcher. The cost? The very act of detonation would inevitably awaken a portion of the Watcher's will. This was a perilous gamble, risking even greater stakes to forge a more formidable barrier. And Kaelvissa, along with the Dragon King's fragment within him, was the core fuse and potential sacrifice in this audacious wager. To build walls from explosions? Shavira stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting the frost that gripped her arms. You are more deranged than the most unhinged alchemist of Noxus. Eternal frost is never without a price. Lyssandra's gaze swept over Shavira before settling back on Kaelvissa, her voice resonating with the weight of final judgment. The celestial apparatus that conjures stellar ice barriers is the sole leverage to delay annihilation. The safety of the key, Ahri, rests upon this. Complete the task, or all shall return to nothingness. No sooner had her words fallen. Shadows become reality. The key returns to the flow of shadows. A cold, hoarse voice, imbued with insatiable greed and the thrill of a successful ambush, echoed from within the ice wall. At Kaelvissa's feet, a shadowy area, untouched by the frost due to Talia's agonized contortions, birthed an exceptionally refined shadow blade that erupted from the darkness without warning. The target was not Kaelvissa, but the ethereal form of the frostbound coffin that imprisoned Ahri. Kassadin, unbeknownst to all, he had stealthily utilized the anguished distortion of Talia's shadow and the momentary surge of energy within the ice wall crafted by Lysandra, allowing a shadow clone to infiltrate the icy barrier. At this instant, as Lysandra laid bare her mad scheme, all attention was drawn away, and he launched a lethal assault. His aim was directly at the key itself, the shadow blade, imbued with a deadly intent that could tear through the very fabric of space. struck the edge of the ethereal coffin in an instant. So swift was the action that even Lysandra seemed unable to react in time. No. Kaelvissa's eyes widened in horror. He was the closest, yet hampered by his injuries and the biting cold, his movements faltered. Helplessly, he watched as the venomous shadow lunged towards Ahri's frozen domain. Just as the shadow blade was about to pierce the coffin, a crisp sound, reminiscent of a child bursting a soap bubble, rang out unexpectedly from within the ice wall. Following that, between the ethereal coffin and Kassadin's shadow blade, a fist-sized, shimmering bubble of enchanting starlight appeared out of thin air. The bubble's sudden emergence felt like a mischievous jest, perfectly positioned to intercept the shadow blade's trajectory. With a soft pop, the venomous shadow blade struck the bubble with force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no obliteration of energy. That blade, capable of rending steel and piercing souls, collided with the most delicate of bubbles, as if plunging into an unfathomable quagmire, where all its power and murderous intent dissipated in an instant, consumed by an unfathomable force that warped time and space. The shadow blade became frozen within the bubble, immobile. "Oh dear, I almost dirted Zoe's new toy." A clear, sweet voice, imbued with innocent mischief yet laced with a hint of cruel mockery, echoed melodiously within the ice wall. Everyone abruptly looked up, above the frostbound coffin, at some unknown moment. A diminutive figure with purple twin tails, adorned in a starry skirt, floated gracefully in the air. Barefoot, she leisurely swayed, playfully tossing several sparkling bubbles that twinkled like stars. Upon that exquisitely porcelain-like face rested a smile so radiant that it bordered on the uncanny. A pair of mischievous eyes sparkled with a celestial glimmer, scanning the astonished crowd below with keen interest, finally settling upon the shadowy blade ensnared within a bubble and the distorted shadow beneath the feet of Kael. The Twilight Star Guardian, Zoe. She truly descended in her corporeal form. "Oh dear, I nearly sullied Zoe's new toy." Her melodious voice, imbued with laughter, shattered the oppressive silence within the icy enclosure. She floated atop the frosty sarcophagus, her violet twin tails dancing in an unseen breeze, her bare feet lightly tapping the void, while the starlit bubbles in her grasp refracted a mesmerizing halo of light. That porcelain-like visage bore a smile so brilliant it seemed almost eerie. What lay before her was not a battlefield poised for mortal combat, but rather her personal playground. The shadow blade, ensnared by the bubble, struggled futilely amid the enchanting starlight. The distorted shadow beneath Kael writhed violently, echoing the suppressed rage and astonishment of the blade's spirit. The Star Guardian's manipulation of shadows would ultimately lead to her own engulfment by the darkness. Before Zoe's temporal bubbles, the power of shadows appeared as feeble as a child's branch against a fortified bastion. "How bothersome, you wretched dark thing," Zoe pouted, gently blowing a breath towards the bubble imprisoning the shadow blade. With a pop, the bubble burst, and the solidified shadow blade within it silently disintegrated into a myriad of fading starlight. The portion of the shadow that infiltrated had instantly lost its vessel, utterly dissipating and leaving behind only a fleeting breath of unfulfilled resentment. Zoe's gaze drifted downwards, surveying the little master of her toy box. She first regarded Sivir, who stood frozen in place with her arm encased in the frigid grip of Lysandra, tilting her head with curiosity before extending her delicate finger to gently tap the eerie blue ice binding Sivir's arm. "The old ice witch's prison is broken." Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The absolute zero ice forged by Lysandra was struck by an invisible hammer, instantaneously fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks before collapsing entirely with a resounding crash. Sivir felt her arm loosen, the bone-chilling cold and numbness vanishing in an instant, restoring her control over her limbs. Ugh! Sivir tentatively flexed her wrist, a deep-seated wariness taking root. This madcap star spirit was 100 times more perilous than that ancient hag Lysandra. "Commission?" Zoe's large eyes turned towards Sivir, as if she had heard something exceedingly amusing, and she erupted into a fit of giggles, her tinkling laughter reverberating within the icy walls, sending an unsettling chill down the spine. "Big sister is so silly. Zoe's playground never charges a fee." With a casual wave of her hand, a bubble glistening with entrancing starlight materialized, lazily drifting towards Sivir. "But I can gift you a lucky bubble. Whether or not you receive your commission is entirely up to you." The bubble hovered before Sivir, exuding a tantalizing yet perilous aura. "Get away, you lunatic." A flash of menace flickered in Sivir's emerald eyes as she raised her golden crossblade, filled with an instinctive aversion and vigilance towards the star spirit, mercilessly cleaving towards the approaching lucky bubble. She did not trust this ominous thing. Pop! The crossblade struck the bubble, yielding no sensation of impact. The section of the bubble pierced by the blade deeply caved inward, yet it remained unbroken, resembling an elastic membrane that abruptly enveloped and entwined the cross blade along with Xiao Wei's arm. A force-distorting space emanated from within the bubble. "Ah!" Xiao Wei exclaimed, as he was abruptly pulled away by the seemingly innocuous bubble, vanishing in an instant from his original location, leaving only a rapidly dissipating ripple of warped space. "Xiao Wei!" Kaelvissa shouted in shock, but Zoe's movements were too swift. He had no time to react. Next, Zoe's gaze shifted towards Talia, curled up in the snow, suffering from the extraction of warmth and the perception of the abyss. A glimmer of excitement sparkled on her small face, as if she had discovered a new toy. The heartbeat of the small stone and the large dark mass, the observer, below were singing a dissonant duet. "Let me tune it for you," she declared, snapping her fingers, as another starlight bubble shot towards Talia. "No." Kaelvissa attempted to rush forward to intervene, but his severely injured body and the biting cold rendered him sluggish. The bubble instantly merged with Talia's trembling form. There was no explosion, no harm. Talia abruptly ceased her anguished whimpering, her body no longer shivering violently. The expression of pain on her face froze, and her brown eyes, shrouded in icy mist, lost all luster, becoming hollow and vacant, as if her soul had been forcibly stripped away, leaving behind merely an empty shell in tune with the ley lines and the abyss. Her murmurs faded, yet a colder, more desolate aura of the abyss subtly emanated from her. Zoe had silenced her suffering with the bubble, transforming her into a pure, passive beacon of the abyss. "Done." Zoe clapped her small hands, as if she had accomplished a trivial task. Her gaze finally settled on Kaelvissa, who clutched the star-seeking compass tightly, his eyes ablaze with anger and vigilance. The brilliance of his starry eyes illuminated at once. "I've discovered the most intriguing treasure. It's your turn, little eel fragment bearer." Zoe's figure appeared before Kaelvissa as if teleported, hovering at a height that aligned perfectly with his gaze. A peculiar aura, infused with the freshness of stars and the chaos of time and space, enveloped him. She extended her almost translucent, pale fingers, curiously and with a hint of eagerness, prodding at Kaelvissa's left arm, covered in dim scales. Kaelvissa wished to retreat, to block her, but his body was ensnared by an invisible temporal mire, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers incredibly arduous. He could only watch helplessly as her finger, imbued with terrifying power, gently touched the scales on his left arm. Buzz! The moment Zoe's fingertip made contact with the scales, those dim scales on Kaelvissa's left arm erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of golden light. The dark golden patterns beneath the scales writhed and surged with fervor, a fragment of the vast will from the primordial universe, mixed with the anger and lamentation of those shackled by the star spirits, surged uncontrollably from his left arm. "Eh!" Zoe emitted a surprised exclamation, her small face finally displaying a serious and inquisitive expression for the first time. Her fingertips did not disperse. Instead, they illuminated with an even more enchanting and intricate constellation of runes. These runes swirled and instantly entwined around Kael'Thatz's left arm, which was erupting with golden light. Kael'Thatz felt as though his left arm had become a battlefield clashing with the wills of two cosmic entities. The primordial power of the Dragon King's fragment collided fiercely with Zoe's celestial force that manipulated time and space. Countless searing steel needles churned within his very marrow. His soul felt as though it were on the verge of being torn asunder. A tortured roar escaped his lips. "Wow!" Zoe's large eyes widened even further. Her small mouth agape, akin to an explorer discovering a new continent. So hot, so noisy, but oh how fascinating. The starry runes at her fingertips grew ever more intricate and profound, forcefully suppressing and deciphering the explosive energy of his left arm. The shard of the little mudfish concealed grimy chains, and then her voice suddenly soared, brimming with incredulous excitement. "The laws of creation. A tiny fragment of the primordial laws of creation. How is that possible?" The phrase laws of creation reverberated like thunder, crashing within the icy walls. Even the shadow of Lysandra, who observed with her cold azure eyes, appeared to ripple slightly beneath her hood. No, Zoe's small head shook like a rattle, as the starry runes frantically scanned the core of power beneath the scales of Kael'Thatz's left arm. The laws were fragmented, chaotic, and bound by chains, resembling a Lego blueprint torn apart by a mischievous child. She suddenly lifted her gaze, her starry eyes fixated on Kael'Thatz's agonized, contorted face. The innocence of her smile now tinged with a chilling scrutiny and avarice. "Who are you?" Why does the shard of the little mudfish carry the original blueprint fragment? Ah, let go. Kael'Thas screamed amidst the excruciating pain of his soul being ripped apart. He comprehended nothing of the laws of creation or the blueprint fragments. He could only feel the power of his left arm being forcefully dissected and stripped away. A sense of emptiness, more terrifying than death, began to seep from the depths of his soul. Don't release such a delightful treasure. Zoe pouted, her fingertips suddenly crystallizing with starry light. A bubble, more immense than any before, swirling with countless dizzying starry runes, materialized and descended upon Kael'Thas's glowing left arm. I'll take this back for further study. Perhaps I can assemble a more entertaining toy. Eternal frost shall not be desecrated. Lissandra's cold voice finally resonated, laced with the anger of being repeatedly disregarded. At the tip of her frosty scepter, a crystalline droplet erupted with a piercing azure radiance. A breath of ice, refined to its utmost, capable of freezing time itself, instantaneously tore through space, aimed at Zoe and the rune-encased bubble descending upon Kael'Thas. Oh, the old Ice Queen is such a killjoy, Zoe muttered in dissatisfaction. Yet the bubble encompassing Kael'Thas did not falter. With a casual flick of her other hand towards Lysandra, a bubble shimmering with prismatic light appeared, expanding into a distorted, colossal funhouse mirror, standing resolutely before Lysandra's icy breath. Puff! The breath of ice, imbued with the power of absolute zero, collided with the colorful bubble, yielding neither cataclysmic explosion nor annihilation of energy. The chilling energy capable of freezing souls was silently devoured by the distorted light upon the surface of the bubble, vanishing without a trace. The bubble only rippled with circles of vibrant colors. Just as Zoe was momentarily distracted by dealing with Lysandra, a roar unprecedented in its terror, an amalgamation of the despairing wails of countless beings and the sheer will to consume, suddenly pierced through Lysandra's formidable ice barrier, crashing into the depths of every soul present. The icy walls of the frost fortress trembled violently. The surface of the ice wall erupted with numerous enormous cracks. Through these fissures, a cataclysmic scene unfolded outside. Immense tendrils composed of pure, writhing darkness, adorned with chilling, vast eyes, had breached the ice layer, tearing through space, wildly thrashing in the blizzard of Freljord. Among them, one particularly robust tendril, crowned by a dark eye so colossal it could engulf mountains, coldly and indifferently gazed into the interior of the ice wall. In the area under its gaze, space seemed to be erased, silently succumbing to nothingness. The Frost Priest, the pack of magical wolves, and even the very snowstorm itself vanished in an instant under that indifferent stare. The Watcher had awakened not just a fragment of its will. One of its eyes, a complete eye, imbued with the power of ultimate destruction, had broken free from its seal and descended. Oh dear, the great dark entity is irate. It is all your fault for not playing properly. For the first time, a hint of frustration, akin to a child breaking a toy, appeared on Zoe's petite face. She observed the rapidly spreading cracks on the ice wall, the thrashing dark tendrils outside, and the indifferent giant eye, then glanced at Kael, whose left arm was temporarily ensnared by a runic bubble, the golden light forcibly suppressed, writhing in agony. Pouting, she declared, "Game over. Zoe is off to the next playground. You can clean up this broken toy here." Making a face at Kael, she then cast a glance at Lysandra's silhouette, radiating anger, which instantaneously turned ethereal. The enormous bubble, enveloping Kael's left arm and swirling with intricate runes, suddenly contracted, tightly binding his entire left arm, and then, along with his entire being, transformed into a cascade of multicolored light, disregarding the collapsing ice wall and the terrifying dark tendrils outside, vanishing in an instant. Only a rapidly expanding ripple of distorted space remained in the wake of his disappearance. Kael, Lysandra's cold voice exhibited a noticeable tremor for the first time. She attempted to lock onto that streak of light with her frost staff, but the spatial fluctuations were too chaotic and intense. A key. The greedy and reluctant howl echoed faintly within the storm of rending space outside the ice wall. Talia's hollow gaze reflected the crumbling ice wall and the descending dark eye, her body twitching slightly under the pressure of the abyssal aura. The direction of her commission, Sivir, had vanished into a void of spatial ripples. With the thrashing of the dark tendrils and the indifferent gaze of the giant eye, the ice wall was utterly shattered. The frigid winds of the eternal permafrost carried an aura of destruction, swiftly engulfing Lysandra, Talia, and the desperate battlefield, manipulated by the whims of the celestial beings. The colossal eye of the Watcher turned slowly, its chilling gaze sweeping over the shattered earth, ultimately fixing upon the direction of the howling abyss. Zoe's playground was temporarily closed. Yet the chaos she left behind, along with the bubble prisoner ensnared by fragments of creation laws and celestial shackles, had already plunged into an unknown turbulent stream of time and space. And the great eye of the abyss had indeed opened. Zoe's vibrant, rune-encased bubble did not transport Kael to any known temporal coordinate. Rather, it resembled a crude key, forcibly thrust into the lock of cosmic order, then brutally stirred. Boom. Kael felt as though she had been cast into a kaleidoscope composed entirely of pure energy, spinning wildly. Countless shattered lights, distorted galaxies, and inverted fragments of mountains, along with Zoe's tinkling laughter, flashed and collided within her consciousness. Her left arm, filled with anguish and a sense of tearing, erupted with an even stronger urge to consume, frantically tearing at the rune bubble enveloping it, while also rending the remnants of Kael's will. Time became indeterminate. Perhaps it lasted but a moment, or perhaps it stretched into eternity. All chaos and noise abruptly vanished. Silence. Absolute silence. Kael fell heavily onto the ground. It was not the dull pain of impact, but rather akin to plunging into a viscous, warm liquid that emitted a faint golden glow. Struggling to open her eyes, scorched by the energy maelstrom, she beheld an expansive, flowing sea of gold. This ocean was not made of water, but rather composed of innumerable fragments of pure, searing light, imbued with the essence of celestial birth and demise. The light flowed and rotated slowly, forming a gigantic vortex. At the center of the whirlpool was not darkness, but a stellar core so immense, so fervent, and so majestic that it defied description. It pulsated like the heart of a furnace, each beat stirring silent waves throughout the golden sea of light, exuding the might of creation and a painful, twisted sensation of being forcibly bound. Kael found herself floating at the edge of this golden light stream. She looked down at her body. The rune bubble that had enveloped her left arm had vanished, completely consumed and digested by the chaotic core, becoming nourishment for its ferocious power. The scales of her left arm displayed an unprecedented state. Dark gold and deep purple patterns surged beneath the dim scales, colliding and merging wildly. Each collision sparked fragmented golden-purple arcs of electricity, inflicting excruciating pain while also creating an illusion of overwhelming power. An ancient, chaotic will to consume and reshape everything was awakening from this arm, assaulting her reason. The cost? Was this truly the price? Kael gritted her teeth and roared hoarsely into the silence of the furnace, a lamentation directed at Zoe, and an inquiry into her own cursed body. Devouring the bubble's results in a more profound loss of control over the core. Chapter 28. Shattering it with the star spirit's own prison. A grand voice resounded like a slumbering giant awakening. The thoughts resonating from billions of stars suddenly echoed throughout every corner of this golden furnace. This sound directly penetrated the soul, imbued with a weighty and mournful essence that transcended time and space. Kaelvissa abruptly lifted his gaze. In the very heart of this ocean of golden light, deep within the immense stellar core, countless enormous golden chains, flowing with dark purple filth and frigid star spirit runes, extended from the void of the universe, tightly winding around and constricting the core. The core was so vast that, from afar, it resembled a colossal crystal ice coffin. In the area where the chains were most densely intertwined, a blurred and immense dragon-like silhouette, composed purely of stellar energy, struggled painfully under the confinement of the ice coffin, revealing itself. The star-forging dragon king, Aurelion Sol. Its true form was pierced by star spirit chains, imprisoned within the furnace of its own power core. The essence of the dragon king within you flowed with an unfathomable astonishment and a painful fury, lamenting the distortion of the creation laws. The creation laws. Again, this entity. The secret that Zoe had discovered like a treasure. Distorted? Kaelvissa endured the excruciating pain in his left arm and the onslaught of chaotic will, struggling to respond. He did not comprehend what the creation laws entailed, yet the profound agony and defiled wrath in the Dragon King's words were crystal clear. Star spirit thieves. The Dragon King's roar sent the light flows of the stellar core furnace into a violent turmoil, causing the chains to rattle ominously. They enslave my form, weaving a prison that distorts my authority. The immense outline of the star dragon's head, confined within the ice coffin, slightly lifted. Its enormous eyes, imbued with the cycle of cosmic life and death, now dimmed and devoid of light, pierced through layers of light flows and space, fixating intently on Kaelvissa's diminutive figure. More precisely, it fixated on his left arm, boiling with chaotic power. What resides within your arm is not merely a fragment. It is a blueprint fragment that has been stripped, tainted, and forcibly twisted by the star spirits with chains. The Dragon King's essence brimmed with sorrow. The universe should have naturally evolved according to my blueprint, allowing stars and all things to cycle. Yet the chains trembled violently, the dark purple filth writhed, eroding the brilliance of the stars. The star spirits distorted the blueprint, imposed chains, established cycles. Using my power as a cleansing tool, the void took advantage to corrupt. Once any civilization touches the starry sky, it triggers the cleansing and resetting mechanism, repeating endlessly. You are the chaos born from the accidental fusion of this distorted blueprint and the tainted chains. The imprisoned star-forging Dragon King had long entered its twilight years, losing the former demeanor of soaring through the starry rivers and striking through the currents. It was lonely and desolate, fearing that the universe it had painstakingly constructed would be corrupted by the star spirits, plunging the realm of runes back into darkness. The truth crashed down upon Kaelvissa like a cold torrent, shattering all his perceptions. The creation laws are the original blueprint governing the operation of this universe. The star spirits distorted it, implanted chains, established a cyclical cleansing mechanism, and enslaved the Dragon King's power as an execution tool. The void represents an invader. Yet it is also an external force that the Protoss harnessed for cleansing and resetting. It is as if I am a product of the corrupted fragments of this tampered blueprint, fused unexpectedly with shackles of pollution. Oh, don't be angry, old eel. A crisp, teasing voice suddenly broke the heavy silence at the edge of the star core furnace. Although Zoe's figure did not truly appear, a projection of a sprightly dwarf composed of multicolored starlight vividly manifested above the golden flow of energy. She made a face at the imprisoned Dragon King, her playful tone suggesting that your blueprint fragments would be far more entertaining in this chaotic little toy. Look how much it can consume. Perhaps it could even gnaw a hole in your broken furnace. Her words were both innocent and cruel, referring to the Dragon King's fragment of creative authority as a mere plaything. When I established the primordial blueprint of this universe, I was already prepared for obliteration. And you, Twilight Protoss, who toy with the laws of the universe, shall ultimately be consumed by the sparks of the stars. The Dragon King's thunderous intent, imbued with the fury of creation, bore down upon Zoe's projection with a vengeance. The light within the star core furnace roared in response to his wrath. How amusing! Zoe's projection stuck out her tongue, undeterred, her form beginning to blur as she evidently prepared to make her escape. Zoe is leaving. You all continue your game of unshackling. Remember, if you break the toy, you must compensate. Her projection flickered several times, on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A terrifying sound of metal and glass being violently torn apart resonated from the direction of the star core furnace's shell. The entire furnace trembled violently. The golden flow of energy writhed like a startled serpent. It was then that a massive, gaping tear, oozing with a viscous dark purple substance, appeared in the otherwise indestructible wall of the furnace, where Zoe's projection had almost disappeared. Beyond the rift lay a cold, silent void, exuding a pure intent to consume. A figure draped in tattered purple robes, with eyes replaced by void energy, floated in the emptiness, slowly retracting a colossal claw composed entirely of pure void energy. Malzahar. His gaze disregarded the imprisoned Dragon King and the vanishing projection of Zoe, fixating instead on the edge of the sea of golden energy, specifically on the chaotic core pulsating with chaotic power on Kaelvissia's left arm. The voice of the chaotic core, Malzahar, resonated like the shriek of countless void insects, imbued with the fervent zeal and insatiable greed of a fanatic. The Protoss shackles and the distorted singularity of the creative blueprint. Perfect, utterly perfect. This is the most exquisite sacrificial offering for the Supreme Overseer's awakening. To consume it will grant the void the authority to reshape the blueprint. The truth shall descend. With a sudden motion, his emaciated hands rose, and a vast, intricate sacrificial array formed instantly at the rift, composed entirely of pure void energy. The center of the array emanated a terrifying pull, targeting Kaelvissa and the chaotic core on his left arm. He intended to drag Kaelvissa, along with the core, into the void as a sacrifice to the Overseer. At the moment the magical array took shape, Zoe's projection vanished entirely, leaving behind a string of malicious laughter echoing through the trembling space. Ahead loomed the Protoss spatial bubble imprisoning the Dragon King, while behind was the deadly sacrificial array of the Void Prophet. Kaelvissa felt like a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. The chaotic core in his left arm erupted with unprecedented greed and rebellion, spurred by Malzahar's sacrificial array. It was no longer content with passive consumption. It transformed into a ravenous beast, actively and frantically tearing and devouring the purest primordial stellar energy flowing from the stellar core furnace surrounding it. Ag! Kael let out a painful roar. The agony in his left arm surged to its peak. The dark golden-purple light beneath his scales erupted like uncontrollable lava. Enormous energy was forcibly injected into the chaotic core, which then uncontrollably rebounded into his body. His skin erupted with fine bloodstains, and his bones groaned under the unbearable weight. This violent power threatened to burst his very soul. Cease at once. The Dragon King's thoughts surged with anger. Kael's consuming stellar core energy was akin to directly destroying his imprisoned essence. Moreover, with Kael's current physical and spiritual state, he could not possibly endure such colossal energy. The inevitable conclusion would be his obliteration. The chains clanked ominously, yet the Dragon King remained immobile within his icy tomb, helplessly witnessing Kael's consumption. The sacrifice is in place. Observing this, Malzahar no longer hesitated and activated the array. 3 void insects materialized out of thin air, serving as fuel for the array's activation, willingly thrown into the fray. The void remained as ruthless as ever. Initiating the array necessitated the burning of others' lives. In an instant, the suction of Malzahar's sacrificial array surged exponentially. Shadows of death and frenzied power descended simultaneously. Rebirth? Purification? Under the extreme anguish and looming threat of annihilation, Kael abruptly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the imprisoned Dragon King's true form at the center of the stellar core, then sweeping over Malzahar's fervent void sacrificial array outside the furnace's fissure, and finally resting on his left arm, which was ravenously consuming stellar core energy. A mad, resolute thought, laden with the intent of mutual destruction, flashed like lightning piercing through darkness, illuminating all his despair. With the Protoss' own prison, Kael's voice was hoarse and shattered, yet infused with a reckless determination. He no longer suppressed the consumption of his left arm, channeling all his remaining will into it, directing the chaotic power with ferocity. Like taming a frenzied beast, he guided its fierce assault on the stellar energy flowing into the stellar core furnace. The target was none other than the very foundation of the Protoss chains binding the Dragon King's true form, connecting to the celestial device. Smash it! The world had already twisted. Why should I not shatter this distorted realm? With the Protoss' own prison, I shall crush it. Kael's hoarse roar ignited like a spark on the vast plains. He no longer suppressed or controlled, but instead transformed the remnants of his nearly shattered will, battered by excruciating pain and chaotic intent, into an unyielding command, forcefully injecting it into the boiling core of chaos within his left arm. A roar erupted, deafening and inhuman, as the chaotic core was utterly awakened, reminiscent of an ancient beast unleashed. The scales enveloping his left arm instantaneously became searing hot and crimson, while the dark golden and deep purple veins beneath surged forth like molten lava. An unprecedented, wildly voracious gravitational force erupted from the center of his left arm. No longer a passive siphoning, but an aggressive, predatory, and annihilating consumption. The purest stellar energy, the very foundation of the chains, flowed from the core furnace of the star. A mournful wail of unbearable burden resonated from the entire star core furnace. Countless streams of radiant golden light were forcibly torn and dragged by an invisible maw, forming a visible torrent of energy that surged frantically toward Kaelvissa's left arm. This energy deluge was not a gentle stream, but rather the boiling lava of a star. Wherever it passed, the space was scorched, leaving behind a pitch-black trail. Kaelvissa's skin instantly charred to a deep black, while his bones emitted a nauseating crackle. His soul was subjected to the relentless searing heat of billions of degrees. The immense agony plunged his vision into darkness, his consciousness sinking into an abyss of despair. Only the chaotic core within his left arm, after consuming this vast primordial power, erupted with a destructive radiance potent enough to rend the universe asunder. This torrent of annihilating energy, forcibly consumed and transformed by the chaotic core, carried Kaelvissa's final will and surged forth, guided by his resolute intent. Like a cataclysmic tidal wave crashing towards the star core's center, where the true form of the Dragon King was imprisoned, intertwined with the astrological chains. A deafening explosion ensued, beyond the capacity of words to describe. Sound was obliterated, light distorted. From the center of the star core furnace, a new, distorted mushroom cloud, birthed from chaos and primordial force, began to rise. Pure golden light, furious currents of air, shattered fragments of cold stellar runes from broken chains. and the silent lament of the torn essence of the Dragon King all swirled together at the epicenter of the explosion, madly mixing, annihilating, and reorganizing. The fragile nodes of the chains, after mere seconds of resistance, could no longer withstand the searing force. Countless stellar chains piercing the icy coffin tightened, turned red, and emitted a piercing metallic wail under the onslaught of destruction. Then, they broke apart, inch by inch. The sound of breaking echoed like a torrential downpour. Each fractured chain resonated with the Dragon King's anguished tremors and a hint of liberated stellar power. The foundational prison that had bound the Starforger for countless epochs was being detonated from within by the Starcore furnace, its destruction imminent. No. At the fissure of the furnace, Malzahar unleashed a furious shriek. His meticulously prepared sacrificial array crumbled like paper under the cataclysmic shockwave of the collapsing star core. The terrifying energy of the explosion intertwined with shattered chains and chaotic stellar currents violently crashed against the rift and his withered form. The void ultimately drowned out Malzahar's screech within the maelstrom of energy, as his figure was instantaneously engulfed by a golden torrent of destruction and a purple tide of chaos. Zoe's playground was on the verge of collapse. How dreadful! Zoe's frantic voice pierced through the energy storm, high-pitched and distressed. Yet, her return was belated. Pop, 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 pop. Several enormous, colorful bubbles shimmering with enchanting starlight materialized out of thin air, swiftly enveloping several pivotal figures. Aurelion Sol, the Dragon King, battered by the shards of chains. Kael, swept into the chaotic currents. Even outside the rift, where Malzahar had torn apart, the chaotic void captured spatial ripples emanating familiar auras, accurately ensnaring within the bubbles a comatose Talia and the icy blue silhouette of Lysandra. Another bubble encased the bloodied and foul-mouthed Sivir. Yet another shrouded a tendril of shadow. Even Echo was present. In the final moments, Zoe's bubbles deftly whisked away the toys she deemed valuable. Chapter 29, Become Kindling. The Thief of Eyes. The bubbles disregarded the final collapse and annihilation of the star core furnace, transforming into bubbles piercing the water's surface, vanishing instantly and leaving behind a shattered celestial prison, reduced to cosmic dust. Kael, amidst excruciating pain, regained a semblance of consciousness. He felt the disorienting sensation of weightlessness mixed with the vertigo of spatial transition. Yet this time, it was not an endless tumult, but a rapid descent. Cold, silent, an all-consuming darkness. He sensed himself enveloped within Zoe's slick bubble, plummeting at a terrifying velocity towards an irresistible abyss, radiating an ultimate will to devour. The abyss of howling. Zoe's bubble, carrying everyone, was plunging towards the ultimate land of destruction, where the observer's eyelids lay frozen. Vision was consumed by pure darkness, illuminated solely by the ethereal starlight emanating from the bubble itself. Kael beheld another bubble beside him, where Aurelion Sol's enormous and indistinct draconic visage writhed in agony, ensnared by chains. In another bubble, Talia curled up, her hollow eyes reflecting the abyss, while Lysandra's icy blue silhouette hovered nearby, her cold gaze unwavering. Sivir battered the inner walls of her bubble, her lips forming curses clearly. A tendril of shadow collided violently within its bubble, Echo's crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Lysandra. Beneath the abyss, tendrils of pure, writhing darkness emerged from the unfathomable void, attempting to intercept their descent. Should the bubble encasing them be shattered by these appendages, the fate that awaited them would be dire. Eternal frost comes at a price. Lysandra's chilling voice penetrated the bubble's barrier, resonating clearly within Kael's blurred consciousness. Her gaze pierced through the bubble, locking onto Kael. The starry ice barrier initiative is activated. In her grasp, the spectral form of a scepter, crystallized from the absolute zero of ice, suddenly ignited with brilliance. The tip of the scepter did not point towards the abyss, but rather directed itself at the bubble encasing Kael, that's, more precisely, at the very center of his chest, where his heart resided. The ice barrier demanded an anchor point from the chaotic core, and you shall be the price. As her words resonated, an irresistible wave of chilling terror, embodying the laws of absolute zero, pierced through the temporal barrier of Zoe's bubble and plunged directly into Kael'Thatz's chest. Kael'Thatz emitted a wretched howl, one that was far from human. He felt his heart, along with the core of his soul, being instantaneously frozen and impaled. This icy sensation did not merely bring coldness. It bore the weight of a coercive contract. He distinctly sensed that the chaotic core within his left arm was forcibly tethered to the ice barrier contract represented by the scepter in Lysandra's grasp. Through the piercing anchor point of his chest, He had become a living conduit and sacrificial offering for the starlit ice barrier. Once the astrolabe was detonated, he would be the first to endure the explosive shockwave and the backlash of the abyss. The power of the contract rendered him powerless to resist. Blast it, old hag. If you're looking for an anchor point, find that slippery eel. Do not touch my temporary partner. Sivir roared furiously from within her bubble, the golden crossblade striking violently against the bubble's interior, yet to no avail. Roar. The anguished roar of the Dragon King Aurelion Sol reverberated within the bubble, declaring that both the frost and the celestial were thieves. Though the shackles were shattered, the blueprint was tainted. The key, the desperate, icy howl brimmed with reckless madness. The shadow bubble he occupied erupted with intense black light. A blade, forged from all his strength, and even at the cost of burning his shadow essence, surged forth, disregarding the chaotic descent and the barriers of the bubble, and fiercely lunged towards Lysandra. Ice is not to be desecrated. Lysandra's cerulean eyes glimmered with cold light as the phantom of her frost scepter pivoted, instantly conjuring a ghostly blue ice shield before her. Just as the shadow blade of theft was about to strike the ice shield, the tendrils of the void moved swiftly, reaching the ground below in the blink of an eye. Time must be afforded for the formation of the ice barrier. Hold it back. Yet the frost which Lysandra was at her wit's end. In this critical moment, a voice of authority, grand and imbued with the fury of millennia, erupted like the rising sun, piercing through the eternal darkness above the wailing abyss. The son of Shurima shall never bow to the void. A pure, liquid sunlight-formed golden disk. The spectral image of Azir's solar disk tore through the black night, boldly descending. The golden wheel spun, its edges sharp as the blade of a deity. Wielding the scorching might to purify all filth, and with unparalleled precision, it cleaved towards several tendrils of the void. Sizzle, like a hot knife slicing through butter. The terrifying tendrils, laden with the will of the devourer, emitted a silent wail under the purifying heat of the solar disk, being severed and vaporized in an instant. From the severed ends, a viscous dark purple substance gushed forth, rapidly dissolving in the golden light. The golden light dispelled a portion of the abyssal darkness, illuminating the rapidly descending bubbles. In the blurred vision of Kaelvissa, he beheld at the core of the solar disk's ethereal shadow a majestic figure composed entirely of pure golden radiance, adorned with an eagle helm, clad in golden armor, and wielding a scepter, the illustrious Emperor Azir. He was not a physical form, but rather a projection of a formidable will. Beside Azir's resplendent silhouette, another figure emerged, Xerath, engulfed in complex flames and composed of deep purple arcane energy. These two age-old adversaries, their will projections momentarily stood side by side under the power of the solar disk, united in their struggle against the tendrils of the abyss. Xerath, safeguarding the compass of Azir's will, cast his gaze upon the starlit compass still emitting a faint glow in Kaelvissa's grasp, its needles steadfastly pointing towards the abyss's core, then glanced at Xerath's burning apparition, vowing that after this battle, all grievances would be settled. Humph, do not mistake this for loyalty. Xerath's voice resonated with remnants of animosity. Yet the searing arcane flames relentlessly locked onto the ever-advancing tendrils below, declaring, the void is tainted. It must be cleansed. His arcane energy transformed into a tempestuous purple lightning, striking fiercely alongside Azir's solar radiance against the encroaching tendrils. The appearance of Azir and Xerath momentarily restored balance, granting the plummeting souls a fleeting respite. However, the will of the abyss seemed utterly provoked. The viscous sea of oil bubbled violently. In the boundless darkness below, thick currents surged wildly. More, thicker tendrils, adorned with larger, terrifying eyes, broke through the shadows, lunging fiercely towards the falling bubbles. Simultaneously, a chilling and overwhelming aura of terror struck at the very souls of every individual present. This was the true projection of the awakening will of the Watcher. Beneath the ultimate pressure and the myriad deathly tendrils, Kaelvissa felt the searing pain of his soul being torn asunder from the anchor point pierced by Lysandra, while the chaotic core in his left arm erupted with an insatiable greed ignited by the abyss's provocation, accompanied by an eerie thrill. It began to ravenously consume the thin veil of abyssal chill that seeped from Azir's solar disk and Xerath's arcane onslaught. Was he truly destined to be nothing more than a glutton for demise? No, he must save Ahri. With a sudden resolve, Kaelvissa raised his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing through Zoe's bubble, disregarding the encroaching dark tendrils, fixating intently on the deepest part of the abyss, where a tumultuous sea of darkness revealed an eye of the Watcher, newly awakened, vast enough to obscure the heavens and coldly indifferent, freezing the very essence of one's soul. A more insane, blasphemous thought ignited within him, akin to a black flame igniting in the abyss, illuminating the remnants of his will. He slowly lifted his left arm. Seething with chaotic power and devouring the abyss's chill, fingers splayed wide. With a voice hoarse from the echoes of chaos, he roared, piercing through the bubble amidst the swift descent of death's winds. Watcher, your eye belongs to me. The blasphemy. He dared to consume the eye of the Watcher. The blasphemous act of devouring the eye of the Watcher astonished all. Boom. At the moment the eye was consumed, an indescribable conflict erupted within Kaelvissa. It was not merely the annihilation of energy colliding, but a deeper, more profound clash and corruption at the level of rules. His left arm instantaneously lost all sensation. The scales covering it transformed from dull or crimson hues to a material composed of solidified darkness. Amidst the gaps of the scales, a cold, dark eye identical to the colossal eye from the abyss suddenly burst open. The will to consume everything surged through the forcibly established link forged by the Frost Pact, violently inundating Kaelvissa's very soul. Kaelvissa was instantly overwhelmed by this ultimate will, emitting inhuman wails of agony. He felt as though his minuscule soul was grasped by a frigid cosmic hand, kneading it until all memories, emotions, and self-awareness rapidly froze, disintegrated, and returned to the void of darkness. Fragments of memories surfaced one by one. Kaelvissa had lived his life as a hunter, growing up in the northern realms of Ionia. Since he gained consciousness, only a hunter grandfather accompanied him, imparting knowledge of the hunt. He had never seen many people, knowing only that a hunter requires courage and agility. He would not lie, yet dared not speak the truth. He perceived himself as a coward. Ahri was the second woman he had ever encountered. The first was a woman he saved from the jaws of a giant wolf 3 years prior. Ahri was as beautiful as she, if not more so. Alas, she was like a cold-blooded serpent, having bitten and killed his dearest grandfather. The thought of his grandfather brought another pang of pain to Kaelvissa's heart. His vision was engulfed by pure darkness, leaving only that cold giant eye reflecting his imminent dissolution. Anchor point activated. Lysandra's icy voice resonated. The ethereal frost staff piercing Kaelvissa's chest erupted with an unprecedented azure radiance. The anchor point, pierced through his chest, instantaneously transformed into a turbulent vortex of energy. The eye of the Watcher on his left arm, forcibly consumed and not yet fully assimilated, had its terrifying energy forcibly extracted by the staff's power. Through the agonized conduit of Kaelvissa, it surged madly toward the direction indicated by Lysandra's staff, toward the realm above the abyss. Temporarily illuminated by the dispelling light of Azir's solar disk. Buzz. Crackle. A miracle, or rather, a blasphemous creation was born. An immense barrier manifested before all, its thickness immeasurable, exuding an absolute zero chill. The miracle of creation condensed and expanded instantaneously above the abyss. It was not merely pure ice crystal, but exhibited a bizarre and magnificent form, predominantly a deep, ghostly blue, founded upon millennia of profound ice. Yet within it lay countless frozen shards of dark purple filth entwined with golden chains, as well as scattered fragments emanating a faint essence of creation in shades of gold and purple. More chillingly, at the very heart of this stellar ice barrier, a colossal ice silhouette is forcibly frozen deep within the icy layers. It is immense, frigid, composed of pure darkness, akin to a prehistoric beast encapsulated in amber. This is the projection of the eye devoured by Kaelvissa's left arm, the stellar ice barrier, powered by the eye of the Watcher. Structured with fragments of the star spirit's shackles, filled with the chaotic core and shards of the stellar nucleus, and forged in the eternal frost of the howling abyss by Lysandra, it stands as a sigh of delayed destruction. The moment the ice barrier took form, the seething sea of darkness below came to an abrupt halt. Countless thrashing tendrils were frozen and solidified by an invisible force. The enormous eye of the Watcher had just projected a waking will, and for the first time, an exceedingly subtle fluctuation appeared deep within its pupil. Was it rage, astonishment, or confusion, momentarily deceived by a shared power? That cold, grand will to consume was temporarily obstructed by this bizarre ice barrier, which contained a part of its origin tainted by the star spirit. The rapidly descending bubbles, just before colliding with the ice barrier, were suddenly repelled by a gentle force, akin to balloons striking transparent glass, and then slowed their descent, finally stabilizing to hover serenely atop the nascent stellar ice barrier. Silence. A silence deeper than the abyss enveloped the surface of the ice barrier. Kaelvissa and his companions crashed heavily onto the frigid, piercing ice. The dark eye on his left arm had closed, reverting to writhing black scales, yet the chilling sensation of consumption it emanated grew more refined and subdued, akin to a coiled viper. The wound at his chest anchor had sealed, no longer bleeding, yet it radiated a haunting blue chill and wisps of dark aura. The immense pain and feeling of being devoured nearly caused him to faint, his consciousness teetering on the edge of chaotic darkness. Eternal frost is never without cost. Lyssandra's figure slowly descended upon the ice barrier, hovering before Kaelvissa, her azure eyes reflecting the agony of his curled form like a timeless cold pool. The embodiment of her frost staff coalesced once more, its tip shimmering with a perilous chill. The stellar ice barrier had been established, yet the era of frost required fortification. Her staff gradually rose, its tip pointing towards the center of Kaelvissa's brow, and the cold contractual mark intensified with an icy dread. Thou, the blood of the Watcher, hast been imprinted with the breath of the abyss. This shall be the finest fuel to sustain the barrier. Thou shalt become the eternal heart beneath the frozen throne. Chapter 30. The Stabilization and Fractures of the Stellar Ice Barrier. Fuel. Heart. Lyssandra's intentions lay bare and ruthless. She intended to utilize Kaelvissa, whose body had consumed the eye of the Watcher and had been remade by the chaotic core, as a living source of energy to continuously provide fuel and stabilizers for the stellar ice barrier, to completely encase him in ice, turning him into an everlasting sacrifice to uphold this barrier. A delusion. Kaelvissa forced broken syllables from the depths of his throat, his remaining will struggling amidst the icy despair. He attempted to summon the power of his left arm, but the writhing dark scales only transmitted a cold shudder. Devoid of any strength, that devoured eye was coldly watching him from deep within his flesh. Old crone, dare to touch his mother, and you shall find yourself engulfed in chaos. Sejuani stumbled onto the icy surface. The excruciating pain from her fractured ribs and the lingering chill of Lysandra rendered her complexion pallid. Yet, the ferocity of the mercenary queen compelled her to raise her crucible blade. However, before she could utter her threat, a grand voice interrupted her. The ambition of the frost, which shall ultimately lead to her own demise. The colossal projection of Aurelion Sol, the Dragon King, loomed above the ice barrier. His voice was weary yet filled with wrath as his enormous dragon eyes swept over the depths of the ice, landing on the frozen visage of the giant eye, then shifting to the curled form of Kael. To steal the eye of the abyss and usurp the laws of creation to forge such a vile barrier, what distinguishes you from the star guardians you so despise? His words struck at the very heart of Lyssandra's scheme, exposing her act of utilizing Kael to pilfer the Watcher's eye as fundamentally akin to the crimes of the Star Guardians in their theft of creation's laws. Humph. Silence. You slippery eel. The projection of Zerath, ablaze with deep violet arcane flames, appeared beside them, his voice laced with instinctual disdain for the Dragon King, yet tinged with a recognition of pragmatism. The ice barrier had formed. Delaying destruction was now paramount. The corporeal form of the Ice Stealer would serve as fuel to its fullest extent. His arcane flames swept over Kael, exuding a chilling detachment towards the tool he deemed her. You treacherous sun deity, you deserve to be imprisoned for a millennium. Sejuani was not inclined to show leniency towards Zerath, who had just intervened to buy them time. Great Emperor of Shurima, your people require your benevolence. Under the sun's radiance, all are equal. The majestic golden projection of Azir rose like the sun, the solar disk in his grasp shimmering as it dispelled some of the deathly chill brought by the ice barrier. His gaze traversed to Zerath, laden with millennia of complexity, ultimately settling upon Lysandra, his voice echoing with imperial authority. This child bears the secret of the shackled blueprint. The breath of the abyss is the key to ending the cycle. It is not your personal fuel to consume. The light of Shurima shall not allow you to recklessly incinerate it. Kael's value far exceeds mere kindling. She is pivotal for the future struggle against the Star Guardians and the Void. Enough. Lysandra's icy blue eyes glared at the Dragon King and Azir, her cold voice dripping with impatience at the challenge to her authority. The era of frost would not tolerate the remnants of the past dictating terms. With a fierce strike, her staff slammed against the ice. Buzz, a terrifying cold wave, embodying the essence of absolute zero, erupted from her staff, sweeping across the ice barrier. The targets were not the formidable projections of the Dragon King and Azir, but rather the recently landed, weakened Sejuani and the still crouching Kael. Where the cold wave passed, the starry ice surface instantly solidified into a foot-thick layer of ethereal blue ice, aiming to encase the two entirely. They didn't even pay for the contract and now seek to silence me. Sejuani's pupils constricted as the crucible blade burst forth with a final golden radiance, cleaving toward the encroaching ice. Roar! The Dragon King's colossal projection exhaled a plume of miniature starry breath, attempting to obstruct the cold wave. The sun is eternal. Azir's disk projection radiated purifying golden light. The three forces collided in an instant. Ice shards, starlight, and golden brilliance erupted upon the ice barrier. Lysandra, ensconced within the howling abyss, wielded the advantageous terrain of the starry ice barrier, facing three adversaries yet displaying no sign of yielding. The frigid onslaught of absolute zero has been diminished, yet it continues to spread with tenacity. Amidst this chaotic clash of energies, a voice, cold and hoarse, akin to a venomous serpent on the hunt, echoed behind Lysandra. It was Zed. His shadow bubble had long since burst without a sound. At the moment when all attention was captivated by the confrontation between Lysandra and the Dragon King, Azir, he transformed himself into a dark, refined blade ablaze with the essence of shadow. Step by step, he traversed the tumultuous energy storm, suddenly launching a lethal strike at Lysandra from the darkness. The obsidian shadow blade tore through the fabric of space, driven by an unwavering will to kill, aiming directly at the core of the icy coffin. Should it strike true, not only would the coffin shatter, but the soul of Ahri, entombed within, would also be utterly obliterated by this pure shadow of death. This strike was imbued with all the fury and desperation of the Shadow Master, having been toyed with and crushed by power time and again. The speed was blinding, the timing exquisite, leaving even Lysandra seemingly unprepared. A flash of rage and disbelief flickered in Lysandra's icy azure eyes. Casting her spell required time. Just as the Shadow Blade was about to find its mark, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Talia, who had been huddled in a corner of the ice. She plunged her hands deep into the starry ice barrier beneath her, her brown eyes transformed into a flowing molten hue from sheer agony and awareness. The ice barrier trembled. Her voice, once steady, now resonated with a painful wail, bleeding cracks interspersed throughout. From above and below, fissures appeared. Her body shook violently as she pointed toward the frozen giant IS projection deep within the ice barrier, then abruptly gestured toward the distant sky, where the Titan's peak was bleeding. The star spirits were wailing. Something was gnawing at the celestial astrolabe. It was a dark current, a purer dark current. Talia's scream. The starry ice barrier quaked. Cracks. The Titan's peak was bleeding. The astrolabe was being devoured. This was even more shocking than Zed's ambush. It indicated that the barrier Lysandra had just forged was not invulnerable. The countdown to destruction had not slowed. Rather, it might have accelerated. Just as Zed's shadow blade was mere moments away from frost, the reverberating shockwave from Talia's earth-shattering scream caused a fleeting moment of hesitation. This brief pause was sufficient for Lysandra. Eternal freeze. Lysandra's chilling voice, laced with the fury of being thoroughly provoked, rang out. The frost staff erupted with a ghostly blue radiance that froze time and space, sweeping fiercely toward the momentarily stalled shadow blade. Simultaneously, a formidable ice shield materialized before Lysandra. The ultimate clash of ice and shadow erupted with a resounding boom. The staff, forged from absolute zero ice, unleashed a blue light from the crystalline droplet at its apex, transforming from a defensive stance into the purest breath of frost capable of annihilating all. It traversed the inconsequential distance in an instant, colliding forcefully with Zed's suspended shadow blade. Boom! It was not merely the annihilation of energy, but a collision and freezing at the level of rules. The ghostly blue breath of frost clashed fiercely with the pitch-black shadow blade. There are no earth-shattering explosions, only a chilling silence that freezes the soul. At the epicenter of the collision, space momentarily solidifies, crystallizing. The shadowy blade of the thief, refined to its utmost, along with the portion of his shadowy body manifesting his burning essence, is rapidly enveloped in a frigid azure ice, freezing from the tip of the blade. Crack, crack, crack. The excruciating sound of freezing reverberates intensely. The shadow is forcibly solidified, crystallized, in the depths of Jia's crimson gaze. The piercing greed and madness are swiftly replaced by sheer horror and icy despair. He attempts to merge into the shadows and flee. But the surrounding space-time has been thoroughly sealed and frozen by Lysandra's frost law. The azure eyes of the shadow thief Lysandra lock onto Jia, who is swiftly encased in ice, desecrating the frozen key as it eternally slumbers beneath the starry ice barrier, laying the foundation for my epic. Her staff thrusts forward. Buzz. The frozen azure ice encasing Jia erupts in blinding radiance, expanding dramatically and transforming into a colossal, jagged iceberg with edges sharp as blades. The base of the iceberg connects to the starry ice barrier, emanating a shared, yet even more profound chill of silence. At the core of the iceberg, Jie's frozen crimson eyes gaze downward into the vast rift within the ice barrier, plummeting fiercely. No, Jie's frozen soul emits a silent, final roar, filled with the bitterness of being utterly buried. Boom! The iceberg crashes violently into the gaping rift of the starry ice barrier. The immense force sends tremors throughout the entire ice barrier. Azure ice shards, mingled with dark purple void impurities, erupt from the edges of the rift like a fountain. Jie and his iceberg are forcefully pinned into the rift by Lyssandra's absolute power, becoming living materials for the rift's repair and a cold tombstone. The rift is temporarily sealed by this violent patching. The vibrations of the ice barrier gradually settle. Yet, the price is Jie's eternal sealing, leaving behind a cold, silent iceberg that radiates his lingering aura of resentment, along with increasingly intricate ice fissures spreading around. The judgment of the desert is never absent. Azir's authoritative voice resounds, tinged with a delayed sharpness. At the moment Jie is sealed and cast down, the phantom of his solar disk has quietly shifted, hovering above all possible escape routes of Jie's shadows. At this moment, judgment descends, yet it is of no use, leaving only the scorching golden light flowing over the ice barrier, dispelling Jie's residual icy malice. A futile endeavor. Zerath's arcane flames flicker beside, the deep purple flames sweeping over the iceberg that seals Jie, then over the temporarily blocked rift, his voice laced with instinctive disdain toward Azir. The thief lies pinned. Yet the sorrow of the ice barrier emanates from within, even as his fiery gaze suddenly turns toward the darkness beyond the ice barrier. A realm temporarily isolated by the starry ice barrier, yet still exuding a heart-stopping sense of devouring abyss. The hidden danger remains. Lyssandra's azure gaze sweeps over the iceberg embedded in the rift, then falls upon the curled form of Kael below. Thief, your existence is the greatest peril. Her staff once again pointed toward the eerie blue and dark intertwined anchor wound upon Kaelvissa's chest, as the eye of the abyss stirred restlessly, tainting the essence of the ice barrier. You must quell its fury with your bloodline and fortify the rift. Her intent remained merciless, demanding Kaelvis to use his very being to fill and soothe the forcibly obstructed iceberg, which was, in truth, a greater threat than the rift itself. He was to become a part of the ice barrier. Calm yourself, old Kaelvis. He struggled to suppress a curse. But the searing pain from the anchor point in his chest and the chilling pulse of the eye beneath the dark scales of his left arm rendered him breathless. He could distinctly sense that the observer's eye, which had been devouring his left arm, was not entirely subdued by the ice barrier. On the contrary, stimulated by the celestial ice barrier, the observer's eye throbbed more vigorously within his flesh, exuding a potent desire for the abyssal essence below and a fierce resistance to being encased in ice. At that moment, Talia emitted a muffled groan of anguish. Still kneeling upon the icy surface, her hands plunged deeply into the celestial ice barrier, her molten-colored eyes fixated on the iceberg that had just crashed into the rift, sealing the calamity and the intricate web of ice fissures that spread around it. A drop of lava-like, scalding tear uncontrollably slipped from the corner of her eye, falling onto the bone-chilling surface of the starry ice. Sizzle! The instant the molten tear touched the ice, a faint hissing sound of burning emerged. A faint, nearly imperceptible, earthy yellow glow radiated from the point of contact, swiftly sinking into the depths of the ice barrier, spreading toward the iceberg and the surrounding fissures. The healing voice of the stones bore a tortured quality, as the molten gaze reflected sights within the ice barrier that ordinary beings could not perceive. That tear, imbued with her innate earth power and profound suffering, struggled to mend the subtlest energy fractures deep within the icy structure, even attempting to soothe the shadowy death aura forcefully embedded within the calamity. It screamed. Talia's voice suddenly rose in a pitch filled with horror. Her body trembled violently. Her hands buried in the ice were burned by an invisible force, blood seeping through her fingertips. It was the remnants of the astrolabe. It cried out in lament. Something was gnawing at it. It was the dark current, a purer darkness than the abyss itself. She sensed that a more ancient void current, stemming from the remnants of the astrolabe's core after its destruction, was eroding, gnawing at the nascent celestial ice barrier along the bloodline pathways formed by these fragments of shackles. This was far more insidious and lethal than a frontal assault from the abyss. To substantiate Talia's scream, buzz, in Kaelvissa's grasp, the surviving star-seeking compass, which had remained silent since the cataclysm of the star core explosion, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented shrill hum. The surface of the compass, marked with the coordinates of the astrolabe's remnants, flickered wildly. The golden needle at the center, no longer pointing toward the abyss below, trembled violently before ultimately directing itself firmly toward the innermost depths of the celestial ice barrier, specifically to the densest area of the frozen star spirit shackles. More precisely, it pointed to an eroding point of the dark current, greedily consuming the essence of the ice barrier, which Talia had begun to perceive. Simultaneously, on the left arm of Kaelvissa, where dark, undulating scales covered the skin, the devoured eye of the Watcher suddenly opened without warning. Cold, indifferent, an utterly pure will to consume erupted in an instant. Yet, this will's target was not the abyss below, nor the figure of Lysandra or anyone else before him, but rather the material barrier that pierced through the starlit ice, locking its gaze on the point of erosion within the ice that the compass needle indicated. Gnawing at the fragments of chains, a surge originating from the depths of his bloodline, intertwined with greed, loathing, and a chilling instinct to purge, struck Kaelvissa like a bolt of lightning. His left arm, cloaked in dark scales, was controlled by the eye, rising uncontrollably, fingers curling like claws, viciously grasping at the starlit ice below. The target was precisely the point of erosion locked onto by both the compass and the eye. A cold, chaotic voice erupted from Kaelvissa's throat, a proclamation issued through him by the eye. The remnants of the astrolabe summoned the worms. The cleansing begins. Chapter 31. The satisfaction of the abyssal IA surged from the depths of his bloodline, mingled with greed, loathing, and a chilling instinct to purge, coursed violently through Kaelvissa's body. His left arm, completely controlled by the eye, with dark scales enveloping it, suddenly splayed open, emitting a shriek that tore through space in a pure intent of destruction, uncontrollably reaching towards the starlit ice barrier below. The target was directly aimed at the point of erosion locked onto by both the compass and the eye. The remnants of the astrolabe bled, attracting the worms. A cold, chaotic voice squeezed out from Kaelvissa's throat as he struggled intensely. The cleansing must continue. Stop. Lysandra's staff erupted with an even greater force of ice, attempting to suppress Kaelvissa's uncontrollable left arm and that terrifying eye. Ethereal blue ice crystals swiftly spread along Kaelvissa's left shoulder. She would not allow this threat to destroy her barely repaired ice barrier in any way. Use your body to fill this gap and quell the abyssal eye. Reinforcing the ice barrier, Lysandra's staff, formed from the essence of absolute zero, pressed the tip of its ethereal blue crystal tear firmly against Kaelvissa's chest. There, where his heart once resided, now lay a pulsating wound, a chaotic intertwining of ethereal blue and pitch black. With each pulse, it tugged at the will of the Watcher residing in the abyss below, further invoking the cold echoes of the starlit ice barrier, forcibly anchored by the icy tombstone. The chilling aura of the staff's tip, combined with the undeniable, absolute will in Lysandra's words, pierced deeply into Kaelvissa's marrow. This was not a negotiation. It was a cold command, the final destination of the furnace's core. Kaelvissa clenched his teeth tightly, the taste of blood flooding his mouth. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his tattered garments, then crystallized into tiny beads of ice under the staff's frigid grip. His body was torn violently between the frigid cold and the bizarre yearning for the abyss below. It was the peculiar desire brought forth by the eye deep within his left arm. A hoarse sound escaped his throat. Quell it? Fill it with me? Dream on. Old witch. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lysandra's lifeless ice-blue gaze, which burned with the fury and despair of a sacrificial offering. How outrageous. Lysandra's voice suddenly rose, the tip of her staff erupting in a more piercing chill. The wound on Kaelvissa's chest, a palpable anchor of agony, was visibly cloaked in frost, his heartbeat forcefully suppressed, the searing pain rendering him nearly blind and gasping for breath. Her frigid gaze swept over Kaelvissa's struggling visage, proclaiming, "Your existence is original sin. The abyssal eye stirs because of you. The fissures in the frozen barrier widen due to your presence. Your blood, your bones, and your tainted soul are the soul offerings." Each word struck Kaelvissa's resolve like a shard of ice. A voice, coarse as if gravel were scraping together, unexpectedly interjected, brimming with unabashed mockery. It was Zerath. His ethereal form, composed of pure arcane energy, flickered with deep purple flames, warping upon the icy surface. Huh, eternal frost? Merely a larger crack. Plugging one hole only to dig another. Stealing that foolish offering. Now you intend to use this insignificant creature? His flame-imbued finger contemptuously pointed at the nearly frozen Kaelvissa, Lysandra. Your frost has long since decayed. Let it all collapse along with your laughable eternal epic. Zerath, The majestic golden figure of Azir stepped forward, the sun disk's illusion above him shimmering with radiance, emanating warmth that dispelled the chill, momentarily liberating Kaelvissa from Lyssandra's absolute dominion. His gaze pierced, surveying Xayrath's distorted flame form with the scrutiny of royalty and a hint of offended ire. Tread carefully. This is the autumn of the rune's existence. Infighting will only hasten destruction. His voice bore an undeniable weight of authority. He turned toward Lysandra, his golden eyes resting on the point where her staff met Kaelvissa's chest, his brow furrowed. Which? This child is entwined with foreign forces. To use him as a sacrifice may provoke the abyssal eye and backfire upon the ice barrier. We must be prepared. Prepared? Lyssandra's azure lips seemed to curl slightly upward, forming an exquisitely frigid arc, her grip on the staff unwavering. Time is the only luxury. The abyss will not wait. Her gaze swept over Azir's golden armor. Your son, too, has fallen. What talk of preparation is there? Azir's golden pupils abruptly constricted. The yellow sand by his side stirred of its own accord, emitting an angry hum. The sun disk's illusion flared momentarily before he forcibly subdued it. The ascension catastrophe that led to Shurima's downfall was his eternal Achilles heel. Lyssandra's words had precisely struck at his deepest wound. He fell silent for a moment, the golden light in his eyes flickering violently, ultimately transforming into a heavy, low grunt, yet he uttered no more words. The Emperor's pride clashed violently with the urgency of reality within him. At that moment, as these three ancient beings were locked in confrontation, a voice quivering with distress and weeping shattered the heavy silence. The stones are crying and screaming, unable to cease. It was Talia. She remained kneeling upon the frigid expanse of starry ice, her hands deeply embedded within the ethereal blue crystals. Her head hung low, and her lava-colored hair fell in disarray over her shoulders convulsing violently. Scalding tears cascaded down, one after another, heavy drops crashing onto the ice beneath her, emitting a chilling, crackling sound that sent shivers through the soul. With each tear that fell, a faint, earthy halo expanded, merging into the depths of the ice barrier. Talia suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes, the color of molten rock, brimming with unbearable anguish and terror. Tears mingled with the blood seeping from her fingertips, leaving glaring red marks upon her face dusted with ice shards. Her focus did not waver towards Lysandra, Azir, or even Kael, but remained fixated on the interior of the starry ice barrier, where she beheld a dreadful sight beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. It was the fragments of golden chains. They were bleeding, golden blood, thick and cold. It pooled within the crevices of the ice barrier, attracting swarms of insatiable maggots. Countless greedy pests. They gnawed. They bit. They feasted, more ferociously than before. Her voice, distorted by sheer terror, took on a high-pitched, childlike helplessness. Maggots? Gnawing at the starry ice barrier? For the first time, Lyssandra's icy blue eyes flickered with the slightest tremor, as the force of her scepter pressed against Kael's chest seemed to stall. She cast a cold glance toward the spot where Talia's hands penetrated the ice, seemingly reassessing the veracity of the unassuming rock sprite's words. Azir's golden pupils suddenly ignited with a piercing brilliance as he stepped beside Talia, his voice low and urgent, demanding, "Fragments of golden chains? Where? In what form? Talia, discern them." His tone bore an unprecedented urgency. The radiance of the sun's disk coalesced into a sharp beam, seeking to pierce beneath the ice where Talia's hands rested, probing the vision she had sensed. Xayrath's fiery phantom also ceased its distortion, the deep purple flames in his eyes taking on a grave intensity. Fixated on the depths of the ice barrier, Talia indicated. Golden chains? Remnants of the celestial shackles? His hoarse voice carried a chilling understanding, as he muttered, "Indeed. They have become the roots of calamity." Amidst Talia's anguished cries and the probing inquiries of Azir and Xayrath, a resonant hum erupted. Kael's arms cradled the star-finding compass, which had fallen silent for a moment, now unleashed an ear-splitting, frantic drone, teetering on the brink of madness. The surface of the compass, once representing the remnants of the astrolabe, no longer twinkled but transformed into a continuous, chaotic, desperate crimson. The golden needle at its center trembled violently, ultimately pointing, with despairing certainty, to a specific point not far beneath where Talia's hands were embedded in the starry ice barrier. That very point was the locus of her perception, where the fragments of golden shackles were most densely concentrated, flowing with frigid golden blood, devoured fervently by the maggots. Simultaneously, Kael let out a howl not of this world. His left arm, cloaked in writhing dark scales, suddenly convulsed and stiffened. The scales, undulating like a living creature, rubbed against each other with a sharp, grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. Beneath those scales, the eye of the devoured watcher, in fierce defiance of Kaissa's will, forcefully opened. Wait. Azir's golden beam suddenly shifted, attempting to obstruct the watcher's eye, imbued with an aura of destruction. Talia, show me the form of those shattered chains. Quickly, the fiery apparition of Zerath swelled dramatically, the deep purple arcane energy coiling with potential, yet hesitated. Torn between halting Kaissa or utilizing him to obliterate the source of the insidious shackles, Talia found herself nearly suffocated by the explosive surge of multiple terrifying powers. Her molten eyes reflecting Kaissa's watcher's eye, Lyssandra's freezing ice, Azir's searing golden light, Zerath's gathering purple flames, and deep within the icy barrier, the golden fragments of shackles, gnawed at by the vermin, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that chaotic moment, the visions before her sharpened with startling clarity. An eagle, a serpent, a scorpion. With all her strength, Talia cried out, her voice distorting into a sharp pitch of disbelief. Those fragments of chains bore the engravings of an eagle's head, a coiling golden serpent, and a massive scorpion stinger. It is the emblem of Shurima. I have seen it on the tomb murals. The eagle's head, the golden serpent, the scorpion stinger. Azir felt as if struck by lightning. The golden beam he had conjured disintegrated in an instant, and for the first time, his majestic golden form visibly wavered. He abruptly turned, his keen, eagle-like golden eyes fixed intently on Talia, as if seeking to confirm this earth-shattering revelation through her gaze. What did you say? Eagle head, serpent coil, scorpion stinger? Talia, are you certain? This description precisely matches the unique ascendant emblems of the first ascendants of Shurima: Horik the Sky Guardian, eagle; Sela the mother of the desert, serpent; and Setek the lord of sandstorms, scorpion. Why would these names, long lost to the annals of history, manifest upon the shackles binding the Dragon King? Could it be that the original ascendant power shares a common origin with the celestial forces enslaving the Dragon King? Ha ha ha! Zerath's laughter, akin to the grinding of gravel, erupted, filled with twisted delight and all-knowing mockery. Behold, Azir, the ascendant glory you so proudly cherish. The truth of the celestial gift bestowed upon your ancestors is laid bare. His fiery finger pointed directly at the golden fragments of shackles, gnawed at by vermin, mere remnants of rust from the chains, used merely as a collar to restrain the watchdog. Now, even the rust upon this collar has become refuse. The celestial beings are reclaiming the refuse. They even gnaw at the very chains they forged. Ha ha! What irony! What tragedy! His maniacal laughter echoed in the icy cavern, each word like a venomous sting, piercing deeply into Azir's heart, revealing a more dreadful reality. The celestial beings regard even the remnants of the chains they crafted for the enslavement of the Dragon King as pollutants to be eradicated. The tip of Lyssandra's staff pressed firmly against Kael's chest, a fleeting glimmer of crystalline tears shimmering momentarily, almost imperceptibly. The chilling frost that enveloped Kael's left shoulder stagnated in its advance. The star spirit's shackles, the ascendant's insignia of Shurima, gnawed at the remnants of shattered information, colliding and reassembling within her ice-encased thoughts. A chilling conjecture took form, sending shivers through her very marrow. Had the star spirit foreseen the collapse of the Dragon King's shackles? Were these vermin dispatched intentionally by the star spirit? Their objective extended beyond merely retrieving the remnants of the Dragon King's shackles tainted by the void. Could their ultimate aim be the eradication of all traces of ascendant civilizations, including the Frost era she had established? Perhaps even the ruins of runes, deemed the cradle of civilization itself. In that fleeting moment of silence, punctuated only by Talia's discovery and Zerath's hubris, Kael's left claw, cloaked in dark scales, lunged towards the point of erosion in the ice barrier. As Lyssandra's icy suppression momentarily waned, it struck with ferocity. A piercing sound erupted, akin to fabric being sliced by the sharpest of blades, rather than a cataclysmic explosion. The 5 fingers, covered in writhing dark scales, penetrated the seemingly indestructible celestial ice barrier without hindrance. Kael's arm, along with half of his shoulder, was swiftly engulfed by the ethereal blue crystal. The strike was impeccably precise, directed at the core of the erosion point where Talia sensed the highest concentration of the gnawing vermin, where the shattered shackles bled golden ichor. A muffled grunt escaped Kael's lips as excruciating pain surged through his body. Yet within that agony lay an eerie satisfaction, a chilling contentment emanating from the eye deep within his left arm. Chapter 32. The vermin within the barrier through the forcibly opened eye of the Watcher. The scene within the ice barrier was instantaneously reflected in Kael's mind. Via the soul link he shared with Ahri, this vision was conveyed to the curled-up, pale-faced nine-tailed fox spirit nearby. In his sight, penetrating the ethereal blue ice, he seemed to transcend into another dimension. It was a space of frozen chaos, a maelstrom of erratic energy. Countless massive fragments of chains, glimmering with subdued golden light, lay broken and forcibly frozen within the cerulean star crystal, forming the core skeletal network of the ice barrier. At that moment, these bones were marred with ghastly wounds. A viscous dark purple liquid seeped incessantly from the deepest fractures of the chain fragments, flowing and staining the surrounding ice crystals with an ominous shade of purplish black. Upon this stream of golden ichor clung the vermin. They were an indescribable horror, defying precise articulation. Lacking a fixed form, they resembled writhing shadows or voids, perpetually shifting in shape. They were not corporeal entities, but rather manifestations of the pure essence of devouring rules. As Kaelvissa observed, they greedily adhered to the fragments of golden shackles, which were oozing with a dark purple viscous fluid. A portion of their bodies transformed into an array of minuscule appendages, resembling the most famished leeches, fervently sucking and gnawing at the shackle remnants and the dark purple liquid clinging to them. With each sip, the brilliance of the shackle fragments dimmed further, while the dark purple fluid surged forth with increasing intensity. The areas that had been devoured were swiftly replaced by a lifeless, ashen hue, rendering the star ice crystals weak and fragile. More unsettling was the insatiable voracity of these pests for any form of energy. As Kaelvissa, with his left claw cloaked in dark scales, shattered the icy barrier and entered this realm, a hum resonated. The nearest writhing shadow pest halted its gnawing. Its ever-shifting form instantly froze, then abruptly turned towards Kaelvissa's claw. A cold, pure will, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, violently collided with Kaelvissa's perception. A sharp pain surged through his mind. His left arm throbbed with excruciating agony. Instinctively, his scaly claw clenched fiercely. The dark devouring surged forth. With a sudden pop, the shadow pest grasped by Kaelvissa's claw erupted violently. No flesh splattered. Only a torrent of dark purple energy filled with an aura of death dispersed chaotically. This turbulent energy, with its intense invasive properties, ravenously eroded the dark scales on Kaelvissa's left arm, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. Simultaneously, it struck against the surrounding frozen star ice crystals and the golden shackle fragments. Kaelvissa howled in agony, the scales on his left arm heaving violently under the onslaught of dark purple energy, flaking away, yet stubbornly regenerating. The Watcher's eye erupted with an even greater voracious will, fervently absorbing and transforming the dark purple energy of death. Concurrently, a surge of cold yet powerful force, accompanied by intense pain, coursed through Kaelvissa's body via his left arm. Outside the icy barrier, onlookers witnessed Kaelvissa's arm plunge into the ice, followed by the entire starry ice barrier quaking violently. Around the point where Kaelvissa's arm penetrated, the originally azure ice crystals instantaneously spread forth with a blinding, ominous dark purple pattern. An aura of death surged forth from the breach. Kaelvissa, Ahri's soul screamed in heart-wrenching anguish. The excruciating pain and chaos transmitted through their soul link resonated deeply within her. Stop him. He is destroying the ice barrier. For the first time, Lyssandra's voice rang out with clear fury. The crystalline tears atop her staff erupted with unprecedented radiance, channeling an even greater power of frost towards Kaelvissa. She could not tolerate the core of the ice barrier being compromised by this threat. No, he is clearing away those pests. Talia cried out in vehement contradiction, her hands still deeply embedded in the ice, her lava-hued eyes fixed intently on the point where Kaelvissa's arm had entered. Her face a mask of pain yet tinged with an odd clarity. The suffering within the ice barrier lessened, though only momentarily. Those insects feared him. They feared the eye within his arm. Azir's golden figure stood frozen in place, his hawk-like gaze fixated on the dark purple patterns spreading across the ice barrier and the emanating aura of lifelessness. He turned his attention to Talia's pained yet resolute face, then to Kael's struggling form within the ice, still writhing against the frigid grip of Lysandra, his arm radiating a power of dark consumption. The golden light in Azir's eyes flickered intensely. The emblem of the first ascended Shurima materialized upon the celestial shackles, delivering a profound shock. In a moment of electric clarity, the Emperor made his decision. The solar disk above his head spun abruptly, unleashing a finely concentrated beam of golden light. This beam did not target Kael, but rather struck precisely at the dark purple patterns surrounding the point where his arm was embedded. With a resounding clash, The searing divine power collided violently with the frigid energy, annihilating it. Azir's voice rang out like the clash of metal. Talia, guide him. Identify the source of the bleeding shackles. Seal it. He chose the truth of ascension. To eradicate the parasites might delay the collapse of the ice barrier, but more importantly, he needed to discern the origin of the golden blood coursing through the fragments of the shackles, intertwined with the enigmatic secrets of Shurima's ascension. The source lay deeper still. Talia gasped urgently, her molten gaze penetrating the ice barrier, striving to guide him, following the most ravaged chains toward the heart of the barrier. There, a golden vortex was leaking. Inside the ice barrier, Kaelvissa was on the brink of being utterly torn apart by excruciating pain. A torrent of chaotic information surged into his mind through the eye in his left arm. The decayed veins of the golden shackles, the cold, viscous dark purple blood. The lifeless energy released from the crushed parasites, the mournful cries of the ice barrier's structure under duress. Just at the edge of collapse, a warm yet resilient current, imbued with a familiar fragrance and the tremor of the soul, surged into his chaotic consciousness. Kael, look at me. Do not let it consume you. Follow Talia's guidance. I saw something in that vortex. Ahri's voice resonated with the unique tremor of their soul link, echoing in the depths of his awareness. A lifeline. Kael's bloodshot eyes flew open, and deep within his pupils, his own will fiercely battled with the ethereal light of that eye. He forcefully directed his gaze toward the direction Talia indicated, penetrating the chaotic energy currents within the ice barrier, beyond countless ravaged fragments of the golden shackles, to a faint yet hauntingly compelling golden vortex that slowly spun. At the vortex's center lay a connection to some distant, cold, and colossal existence. Chapter 33. In Pursuit of the Truth of Ascension. It was indeed the source from which the dark purple blood seeped. Perhaps it was the entrance to some kind of passage? Just as Kael's gaze was about to touch the core of that golden vortex, a sudden anomaly erupted. The golden vortex sensed the intrusion and began to spin rapidly, unleashing an irresistible and immense force of suction. As Kaelvissa's left arm penetrated the icy barrier, he, along with his entire being, was violently pulled into the depths of the vortex by an overwhelming force. No, Kaelvissa could only emit a short gasp before being completely engulfed by the ethereal blue starry ice barrier. All that remained was a flickering hole at the edge, radiating a dark purple, deathly glow, slowly diminishing in size. He has entered? Talia stared in disbelief, her molten-colored eyes wide open, her hands pressed against the icy surface. Feeling the surge of anguish within the barrier intensify with Kaelvissa's abrupt disappearance. Lysandra's staff hovered midair, her ice-blue gaze fixated on the shrinking void, swirling with astonishment, fury, and a hint of trepidation towards the unknown that even she had yet to acknowledge. Azir's golden figure froze, the radiance of the sun dimming. He fixated intently on the void, desperate to penetrate the icy barrier and catch sight of Kaelvissa being drawn into the vortex. For the first time, his hawk-like eyes lost their absolute sense of control, replaced by a profound gravity. The icy cavern descended into an oppressive silence. Only within the starry ice barrier, the energy turbulence triggered by Kaelvissa's intrusion and vanishing continued to emit a muffled, anguished wail. The iceberg tomb, wedged within the crevice, radiated an aura of desolation from afar. He has been drawn in. Talia finally regained her voice from shock, crying out with a quiver. Her hands remained firmly pressed against the ice. Her molten eyes widened in an effort to see through the barrier. That golden vortex. It has taken him away. So swift, so deep. The agony within the barrier intensified. Have those pests become even more excited? Her words were laced with fear and confusion, as the interior of the barrier, after Kaelvissa's disappearance, did not calm, but rather surged like still waters stirred by a massive stone, inciting more chaotic undercurrents. Lysandra's ice-blue eyes remained locked on the dark void that slowly shrank after Kaelvissa's disappearance. The crystalline teardrop at the tip of her staff shimmered, attempting to penetrate the passage imbued with dark purple, deathly energy, tracing Kaelvissa's descent. However, her perception collided with a wall of shifting, distorted size, capturing only a tumult of chaotic energy and an icy void. The vortex's pull seemed to sever all connections between the inside and the outside. The passage is unstable. Her cold voice carried an unprecedented seriousness, each word like shards of ice squeezed from between her teeth. The target unknown, pursuing it poses immense risk. Rarely did she exhibit a hint of hesitation. The disappearance of this potential threat, from a certain perspective, might align with her cold logic of eradicating the source of pollution. Yet he was simultaneously the only one capable of directly eliminating those pests. More importantly, where does that vortex lead? If it leads to something even more perilous, or if it were to completely undermine the foundation of the starry ice barrier, unknown? The gravelly, mocking laughter of Zerath shattered the silence. A spectral flame of deep purple drifted toward the shrinking void's edge, fingers formed of flames lightly tapping at the remnants of dark purple, deathly energy lingering at the entrance. Unknown. He is here. Have you yet to comprehend? He abruptly turned toward the silent golden emperor, a cold light of insight flickering in his fiery gaze. That vortex. The icy golden blood flowing from it, those insatiable parasites, and the imprints of your ancestors upon the shackles. What other place could this passage, this whirlpool, lead to? His voice suddenly rose, imbued with a twisted fervor and the exhilaration of revelation. The peak of the Titans. It must be the peak of the Titans. Only there lies the source of the astral spirit's power. It is the very core of the prison that confines the Dragon King, the forge that crafted these shackles, and the very nest of these cleansing parasites. The fact that that little worm was drawn in was no accident. It is part of the purification process. The astral spirits are reclaiming all the tainted refuse, including this abyss-marked little worm, and including the remnants of these shackles beneath our feet, stained with the filth of the void and the blood of the astral spirits. Zerath's words wove a terrifying chain of logic from one clue to another. The peak of the Titans, the source of the astrolabe's remnants, the place where the Dragon King is imprisoned, the site of the shackles forging, the lair of the parasites, the beginning and end of all pollution. Kaelvissa, drawn into the vortex, is likely transported back to the peak of the Titans, where all nightmares commence. The name resonated deeply within his ear. His golden form appeared unusually heavy under Zerath's sharp accusations. Slowly, he raised his hand, palm up, as a dim, deathly aura of dark golden light was laboriously extracted from the residual energy at the edge of the void where Kaelvissa had vanished. That light, though faint, bore a strangely familiar essence, akin to the divine power of the solar disk, yet thoroughly corrupted and distorted. This was precisely the aura of the golden blood flowing on the shards of the shackles that Talia perceived. It corroborated Zerath's deduction. The core source of this power pointed directly to the peak of the Titans. The Emperor's pride cracked under the cold truth. His ancestors, the formidable original ascendants, had their proud emblem of power branded upon the shackles that enslaved deities. Was the power of ascension truly but the dregs stripped from the astral spirit's enslavement of the Dragon King? The faith in ascendant power crumbled, eroding his affirmation as the Emperor of Shurima, as a descendant of the Ascended. He clenched his fist tightly, that dark golden glimmer extinguishing in his palm. His voice heavy as iron. If, as you say, that vortex leads to the peak of the Titans, then Kaelvissa, he paused. A resolute golden light erupting in his hawk-like eyes, must be brought back. He possesses the key to unraveling this entire truth. The eye on Kaelvissa's left arm is the only entity capable of countering those parasites, and it is the key to uncovering the truth of the ascendant power. Bring him back? Lyssandra's cold voice cut through Azir's determination. Her staff pointed toward the now diminutive void, pulsating with dark violet deathly light, resembling a serpent ready to strike. The passage is about to close. What price must be paid to forcibly maintain or reopen it? Can you bear that cost? Her gaze swept over Azir and Zerath, finally resting on the anguished, curled form of Ahri and Talia, whose hands pressed against the icy surface, desperately holding on. The cost is, alas, an unyielding reality. Chapter 34. Forcibly widening the closing passage. This harsh truth necessitates a formidable force to maintain a pathway to the core layer of the star spirit. Even as the celestial ice barrier hangs by a thread, the power summoned and the backlash it incites could obliterate anyone present, potentially tearing the barrier asunder. The shadow of death looms over each individual. In this suffocating standoff, Ahri, curled on the ground, suddenly emits a sharp cry. She clasps her head tightly, her body arching violently, as the spirit orb upon her chest radiates a blinding violet light, and 9 ethereal fox tails instantly straighten. Ahri, Talia exclaims. Ahri does not respond. Her consciousness is engulfed by a torrent of fragmented memories transmitted from the other end of the soul link. Within the images, Kael is plummeting into the depths of a vortex, her awareness on the brink of being consumed by the cold and darkness. Shattered glass, imbued with biting chill and the briny essence of the sea. The frigid waters wrap around her diminutive form, the salty sea flooding her nostrils. An overwhelming sense of suffocation encroaching. The tiny body struggles helplessly amidst the black tempest. A golden giant bird, the despairing darkness is torn asunder. An indescribably colossal creature, radiating a warm, divine light, rips through the storm. Its wings cascade like clouds descending from the firmament, each feather shimmering with the brilliance of the stars. It lowers its gaze. Those immense eyes, molten gold, tenderly regard the drowning child in the sea. The imprint of the soul, the ethereal silhouette of the giant bird, gently brushes the surface of the water. A warm stream of golden light flows into the child's being. The suffocating sensation of impending death vanishes in an instant, replaced by an extraordinary clarity that connects with the celestial sea. A blurred yet majestic voice resonates deep within the soul. Survive, child, your eyes shall behold the truth. The tearing of perspective. The warm golden light is about to fill the entire field of vision. Yet, at the most vivid and comforting moment of this memory, the image suddenly distorts and rends. The sacred, warm, and compassionate visage of the golden giant bird is forcefully twisted and obscured. Its feathers turn cold and unyielding. The molten gaze is tainted with a chilling, inhuman silver. The gentle and compassionate aura is replaced by a lofty, judgment-laden presence of the star's spirit. That warm imprint of the soul is forcibly contorted into a cold mark, imbued with the essence of shackles. No, it is not a bird. Ahri suddenly raises her head. Her face as pale as parchment, her violet eyes brimming with profound shock and indescribable sorrow. She looks at Azir, at Lysandra, at Zerath. Her voice trembling from the resonance of her soul, yet imbued with penetrating force. What he saw was not a bird. It was a dragon in chains. A golden dragon. It is the celestial dragon king. It saved Kael. It granted him the strength to survive amidst the storm. Its eyes were warm gold, not the coldness of the star's spirit. Ahri nearly cries out, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. It is the star's spirit. The star spirit has altered his memory. It has twisted the dragon king who saved him into the embodiment of the star spirit. The brand is not a gift. It is a shackle. It is a mark. She pointed towards the vanished entrance of Kaelvissa, indicating the lingering essence of the celestial spirits, akin to the marks upon those chains. A sign awaiting reclamation, debris. The truth unveiled by Ahri detonated like a mental bomb within the profound silence of the icy cavern. The deep violet flames of Zerath's ethereal form twisted violently, expanding and emitting a piercing shriek. Ha! Ha ha! A mark. Reclamation. So it is indeed. Those despicable thieves of the celestial realm. Altering memories. Distorting blessings. Even the gratitude of saving a life can be twisted, transforming living beings into refuse awaiting disposal. How utterly shameless. How filthy. His maniacal laughter resonated with loathing and mockery towards the entire celestial system. Azir's golden figure slowly, yet rigidly, turned his head. He gazed at Ahri. The imperial mask of authority shattered completely, leaving only a blankness of utterly overturned cognition and a chilling depth. The star-forged Dragon King was not the apocalyptic disaster of legend. It had once saved a dying child amidst a storm. Yet the celestial beings enslaved it and distorted the memories of the rescued, twisting the grace of salvation into a scarred mark. This was in stark contradiction to everything he knew, to the records of celestial blessings in the scriptures of the Shurima solar order. If this were true, then what was the very foundation upon which the ascension power of Shurima, the cornerstone of their civilization, existed? Even Lysandra's eternally frozen visage exhibited severe fluctuations. In her ice-blue eyes, a tempest raged. The star-forged Dragon King a redeemer? The celestial beings usurpers? This completely subverted her understanding of the maintainers of celestial order. This was no longer mere hypocrisy, but a profound and appalling desecration and deception. The starry ice barrier she used to imprison the Void Watcher drew its foundations from such despicable usurpers and slave masters, and she had always considered herself a guardian. The cold scepter in her grasp trembled imperceptibly for the first time. The Dragon King saved him, Talia murmured, her molten-colored eyes filled with shock and an unusual compassion. Was Kaelvissa, her brother, drawn back to the place where the Dragon King was imprisoned? She gazed at the minuscule, finger-thick hole, its edges shimmering with dark violet. Lifeless light, flickering like a serpent's flicking tongue, her voice laced with a weep. Would he meet the Dragon King? The true golden dragon? Talia's innocent question struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the shroud of astonishment enveloping the hearts of all present. The vortex into which Kaelvissa was drawn likely led to the core of the prison at Mount Galrin, where the star-forged Dragon King Aurelion Sol was confined. If the Dragon King is not a world destroyer, but rather a redeemer, usurped and distorted by the celestial beings, what would the intrusion of Kaelvissa, marked by the seal of the Dragon King, bring forth? The void in Azir's eyes was replaced by an unprecedented, almost burning golden light. It was the wrath of an emperor deceived, used, and desecrated in his beliefs, ignited into a raging inferno. No matter the cost. His voice resonated with an unwavering determination to seek the truth, imbued with an undeniable strength. He abruptly raised his hand, and the sun's radiant orb above him erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, unleashing a concentrated beam of light, infused with the will to obliterate all illusions, and forcefully struck the rapidly closing breach. The passage must be sustained. Kaelvissa must be retrieved. The summit of the Colossus must be witnessed. He opted for the most direct and domineering approach, wielding the power of the solar orb to forcibly pry open the closing passage, regardless of the cost. Even if it meant inciting the wrath of the star spirits or jeopardizing his own divine essence. Chapter 35. Who will accompany me? Azir collided repeatedly, akin to a brutish dragon, striving to carve an entrance into the celestial ice barrier, surrounding the nearly sealed passage of the starry ice barrier. Liquid began to flow like melting snow. The passage expanded, yet the celestial ice barrier appeared as a collapsing iceberg, emitting a series of plaintive moans from within. Foolishness. Lyssandra's cold rebuke resounded. She could no longer remain passive. With a delicate flick of her finger, a chilling wave of deep azure energy erupted, fortifying the passage that Azir was forcibly prying open. She could not allow Azir's relentless strikes to tear apart the already fragile ice barrier. Simultaneously, Zerath's fiery apparition lunged towards the breach, assaulted by Azir's divine force. Deep purple arcane energy transformed into countless twisted runic chains, resembling venomous vines, ensnaring Azir's divine light beam. Azir, you fool. This passage is a sewage outlet for the star spirits. Forcing it open will only invite greater calamity, and the vile hounds guarding the garbage dump. He roared, attempting to guide his arcane energy to mitigate Azir's furious divine onslaught, while remaining vigilant of the horrific entities that might be stirred on the other side of the passage. Boom! Azir's liquid golden beam, forged from pure solar divinity, violently collided with the minuscule gap of the breach. The deep purple arcane chains entwined around it were instantaneously scorched, hissing and emitting toxic smoke. The azure ice barrier constructed by Lysandra trembled violently, fissures spreading. The breach, under the onslaught of the rampant divine energy, burst open like a forcibly pried clamshell, expanding to the size of a fist. Dark purple, deathly energy and the chilling aura of the star spirits surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Ugh! Azir let out a muffled groan, his golden form shuddering slightly, the radiance of the solar orb dimming noticeably under the flood's relentless assault. Forcing open this passage sealed by the power of the star spirits was an immense burden for him. Through the forcibly opened, fist-sized dark aperture, an even more chaotic essence surged forth. Faintly, one could discern numerous fragmented, greedy sucking sounds and a low, grinding noise emanating from the opening. Countless pests were irresistibly drawn to this suddenly opened refuse outlet. Even more terrifying entities were approaching. Kaelvissa, Ahri, disregarding the terrifying aura surging forth, lunged once more towards the opening, her soft pink eyes fixated on the depths of the dark passage, desperately seeking that familiar silhouette. Talia held her breath in anxious anticipation, her molten-hued eyes piercing through the chaotic surge of energy, striving to perceive. There was no sign of Kaelvissa. Instead, only a maelstrom of turmoil, engulfed in a voracious darkness. At the farthest end of the corridor, within the depths of that darkness, the outline of an immense eye seemed to flicker, cold and silvery, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, an ephemeral glimpse. Its frigid gaze penetrated the passage, resting upon each individual at the cave's entrance. A low, dolorous roar, imbued with profound majesty and boundless fury, resonated from the depths of the forcibly opened corridor. The lament and wrath contained within that voice caused the entire celestial ice barrier to resonate and tremble. The dragon's roar belonged to Aurelion Sol, the Starforged Dragon King. He was alive. He was in torment. He was enraged. Zerath's deep violet flames suddenly contracted. Lysandra's ice-blue eyes shimmered with a rising glow. Azir's arm, which upheld the divine pillar of light, trembled uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down Ahri's cheeks in an instant. Talia covered her mouth, her molten eyes brimming with shock and sorrow. Kaelvissa was there, at the core of the prison that held the Dragon King, in the deepest recesses of the celestial refuse. The price had been paid. Azir's voice, strained from the consumption of divine power, echoed with urgency. His hawk-like gaze remained fixed upon the shadowy corridor. This path led to the peak of the Colossus. To the truth. Kaelvissa must be retrieved. Who will accompany me? His golden gaze swept over Lysandra, Zerath, and finally settled on Ahri and Talia. The forcibly open passage could not endure for long. A decision must be made immediately. A frigid choice loomed once more. The path to the peak of the Colossus. To the heart of the celestial beings. To the prison of the Dragon King. To the lair of countless vermin and unknown sentinels. It was nearly a road fraught with peril. Without hesitation, Ahri struggled to rise, her tear-streaked face reflecting an unprecedented determination. The spirit gem upon her chest radiated a resolute lavender glow as she stepped beside his ear. Her 9 tails billowing behind her like banners, her voice imbued with the courage granted by their soul link. He is there. Take me to him. My spirit can sense him. Her gaze pierced into the depths of the shadowy corridor, as if she could glimpse that figure struggling within. Talia bit her lip, glancing at the celestial ice barrier still groaning in pain beneath her, then towards the dark passage. A flicker of struggle crossed her molten eyes, soon transforming into resolve. The stone has told me I must go. The root of the ice barrier's ailment lies above, at the peak of the Colossus. She rose, her hands leaving the icy surface, moving to stand beside Ahri, molten energy swirling around her. I can sense those chains. I can find the way. Lysandra's staff continued to emanate a chilling light that froze all, her ice-blue gaze sweeping over his ear. Ahri and Talia before finally resting on the passage that surged forth with cold, lifeless energy. Cold calculations raced through her mind. Ultimately, the frigid scepter pointed forward, and an ethereal path of azure ice swiftly coalesced before the entrance, where chaotic energies surged, leading into the ominous depths. The passage would remain stable for 30 breaths. Her voice remained icy, yet a choice had been made. 30 breaths, approximately 3 minutes, was the utmost duration she could secure for them, the limit to maintain the passage's stability. Her form did not waver, evidently opting to remain as the solid embodiment of the ice barrier. Humph. Accompanying you, madman, to the refuse dump. Zerath's hoarse voice echoed, as deep violet flames transformed into a streak of light, surging ahead along the icy path conjured by Lysandra, plunging into the shadowy passage. His loathing for the star's spirit eclipsed any trepidation of peril. Azir uttered no further words. The radiant sun disk erupted once more, enveloping Ahri and Talia. Let us proceed. A low command was issued, as golden light enveloped the two, racing after Zerath's violet flames into the frigid, desolate darkness of the forcibly opened passage leading to the core of the Shurima ascended, to the prison of the Dragon King, Aurelion Sol. Lysandra's scepter erupted with the most potent azure luminescence, steadfastly securing the violently fluctuating entrance of the passage, her ice-blue gaze reflecting the abyss that devoured all within its depths. 30 breaths. The countdown commenced. Chapter 36. The golden shield sizzle, sizzle. The excruciating sound of corrosion rang out piercingly in the absolute silence. The liquid golden shield, upheld by Azir's solar power, trembled violently amidst the dark violet torrent of desolation that surged from the end of the passage. Countless minuscule shadowy forms, resembling voracious insects, clung to the surface of the shield, ravenously siphoning the pure divine energy, leaving behind swiftly spreading, web-like traces of decay. Within the shield, the searing divine radiance illuminated 3 faces etched with utmost gravity. The depletion of divine power was occurring at thrice the anticipated rate. Azir's voice resonated, tinged with an almost imperceptible breathlessness. His right arm, which sustained the shield, was adorned with resplendent golden armor. The edges of several plates on his forearm had already begun to manifest a dull, ashen gray. Outside the shield, the dark violet chaos roiled. Azir forcefully suppressed the tumult within the depths of his golden pupils. The power emanating from the end of this passage, with its insatiable and disintegrating essence, far exceeded his estimations. It was not merely a corruption that dragged one into the abyss. It was a systematic reclamation targeting the very foundations of energy and material existence. Like a seductive demon's method of drawing forth vitality, continuously nourishing the pure Een with an unending stream of pure Yang. Humph. The star spirit sewers are not a place you may enter at your whim. Zerath's gravelly, mocking laughter resonated within the shield. His deep violet flame phantoms danced at the edges of the shield, as the fiery tips of his fingers unleashed a torrent of arcane rays, each bearing the quality of disintegration, precisely striking the most voracious of the shadowy parasites affixed to the shield. With soft pops, one by one, the parasites were obliterated, erupting into small clouds of chilling purple mist, yet immediately, more parasites surged forth from the roiling chaos, relentless in their pursuit. 30 breaths. Lysandra has overestimated herself and your son. He mercilessly mocked, his fiery gaze fixated on a specific direction beyond the shield, where, amidst the roiling dark purple chaos, a heavy, unsettling sound of dragging and friction seemed to draw ever closer. The guard dog of the junkyard was approaching. Kaelvissa was just ahead, so near. Yet his soul's vibrations were chaotic, excruciating. Ahri pressed her hands tightly against the fiercely pulsating spirit pearl at her chest, her powdery purple eyes closed. Long lashes trembling violently from the agony conveyed through the soul link. Her 9 foxtails flicked restlessly, leaving trails of powdery purple light within the golden shield. That I was voraciously absorbing everything here, it was growing, and in turn, it was eroding Kaelvissa. Her voice trembled with a sob and fear. Through the soul link, she glimpsed the cold eye deep within Kaelvissa's left arm, ravenously siphoning the dark purple, desolate energy around them, as frigid, dark scales spread and thickened across his arm, beginning to encroach upon his shoulder and neck. Kaelvissa's own will was swaying painfully under the impact of that cold, consuming force. The stone screamed. Talia suddenly emitted a short gasp, her molten eyes fixed intently on the churning dark purple chaos beneath the shield, her petite form taut with fear. Something immense was below. Immense. Famished. It was dragging something toward them. Chains. Countless chains. Her perception pierced through the tumultuous energy, capturing the terrifying presence that was approaching, a colossal entity. Formed from countless writhing, entangled shadow vermin, its shape ever-shifting yet exuding insatiable greed and malice. It was dragging several massive golden chains, inscribed with runes, crushing toward their position. The guard dog had arrived. Zerath's hoarse voice suddenly soared, the deep purple flames erupting instantly, transforming into numerous venomous arcane spikes, poised for action, preparing to confront Azir, whose golden pupils abruptly constricted to pinpricks. The solar disk above him trembled violently, infusing the shield with an even more intense golden light. Yet, just as Zerath was about to unleash his battle cry, and at the moment Azir's divine power erupted, buzz, an irresistible, cold, colossal force surged from the depths of the roiling dark purple chaos ahead. Not a pulling force, but a repulsive one. A frigid, pure force, reminiscent of a garbage-clearing directive, intent on forcibly expelling all sources of pollution from this core area. The golden light shield maintained by Azir was struck head-on by an invisible, giant hammer. With a crisp crack, the surface of the shield was instantly covered in a web of fractures. The shadow vermin clinging to it were shattered by this sudden, overwhelming force. The 3 within the shield were swept into a violent whirlwind, helplessly hurled forward by the tremendous repulsive force. Ah! Kaelvissa! Ah! 3 exclamations intertwined. The golden light shield shattered completely. The searing divine power, the deep purple arcane flames, the soft pink spiritual light, and the molten-hued energy of the earth's veins intertwined in a chaotic frenzy, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Vision was utterly engulfed by a tumultuous blend of radiant light and chilling darkness. The body tumbled in a state of weightlessness amidst the violent currents of energy, colliding fiercely. The roars of Zerath, the screams of Ahri, the cries of Talia, and Azir's heavy groans. All sounds were consumed by a more grandiose and suffocating background noise emanating from the suddenly expansive space at the end of the passage. It was the mournful wail of chains. Billions of colossal chains strained under unimaginable tension, grinding and trembling. The chains emitted a deep, ceaseless metallic groan. As Azir forcibly steadied himself, the chaotic light and uncontrollable tumbling finally ceased. He gathered the dissipating golden light into a thin barrier to shield the terrified Ahri and Talia. Zerath's deep purple flame apparition became somewhat transparent under the intense energy impact, yet it still resolutely coalesced. The scene before them caused time to stand still. They found themselves in the center of a furnace, the vastness and strangeness of which defied description. Beneath their feet lay not solid ground, but a slowly rotating vortex of nebulae, composed of countless starry dust and shattered celestial remains, flowing with dark violet viscous blood. At the heart of this vortex emanated a deadening force of consumption, resembling a colossal maw leading to the end of all things. Above this nebula vortex, pierced by innumerable massive chains, bound and nailed to the void, was a colossal star-forged draconic body, the Star Dragon King, Aurelion Sol. Its form embodied the celestial firmament. A lament of creation. Chapter 37. The imprisoned deity once more covered in scales radiating the brilliance of molten stars. The serpentine dragon body was adorned with miniature galaxies embedded in each scale. In an instant, countless galaxies were either extinguishing or being born anew. Yet in this moment, the dragon's supreme starlight was tainted. Billions of golden chains, thicker than mountains, extended from the void, piercing fiercely through its draconic form. The tips of the chains delved deep beneath its scales, some penetrating the dragon's wings, nailing the vast celestial wings to the frozen space. Others pierced the sinuous spine, distorting its backbone. The thickest chains, shimmering with cold runes, precisely penetrated its limb joints and the sides of its head. Dark purple. Viscous energy continually surged from these penetrating wounds, flowing down the chains and pouring into the swirling nebula vortex below. With every tightening and tugging of the chains, the dark purple blood surged more violently from the wounds, and each slight convulsion of the Dragon King's immense body elicited a more piercing lament from the billions of chains. At the ends of these chains, they were shockingly connected to countless massive, ethereal blue fragments. Fragments congregated beneath the colossal form of the Dragon King. On the periphery of the nebula's vortex, exuding an ancient, frigid essence akin to that of the Freljordian starry barrier. These shards constituted the very foundation of the celestial ice barrier and represented remnants of the Dragon King's chains, an imprisoned deity once more. Here lies the Starcore Forge, the chilling crucible that enslaves the primordial might of the celestial spirits. A piercing scream of utmost agony shattered the silence. It was Kaelvissa. All turned towards the sound, their hearts tightening in dread. Kaelvissa's body resembled a shattered marionette, ensnared in midair by an unseen force, positioned perilously close to the gaping wound in the Dragon King's skull, through which several massive chains penetrated. His form was enveloped in writhing, thickened dark scales, particularly his left arm, now entirely cloaked in a matter reflecting starlight, grotesquely swollen. The extremity of that arm forcibly opened the eye of the watcher, fixating intently upon the side of the Dragon King's head, where a molten, golden dragon eye was slowly unfurling. The eye of the watcher resonated with the Dragon King's slowly opening left eye, separated by the void, producing an incomprehensible, chilling harmony. A surge of visible darkness and deep violet energy erupted violently from the two eyes. Kaelvissa emitted a more agonizing wail as the dark scales enveloping him writhed tumultuously. Within the newly opened molten eye of the Dragon King, pain flowed like a tangible essence, the immense pupil contracting and expanding wildly under the torment and an unfamiliar sensory stimulus. At the very moment this painful resonance erupted, a profound, grand voice, reverberating as if resonating with the essence of countless stars, echoed forth. This voice was imbued with infinite anguish and the weight of ages. Resonating deep within the consciousness of all present, the vessel forged from my blood has finally found the key. This whisper of the soul struck like thunder in the hearts of Azir, Zerath, Ahri, and Talia. The vessel's key. Azir's golden pupils trembled violently as he suddenly gazed upon Kaelvissa, who writhed in pain, his body being eroded by dark scales. An absurd and horrifying conjecture instantaneously took shape. Could it be that Kaelvissa, with a form capable of harboring the eye of the void and devouring the energy of decay, was intrinsically linked to the bloodline of the star-forging Dragon King? Ha! Ha! Zerath's gravelly laughter erupted once more, filled with a twisted insight and wicked pleasure. His fiery specter surged towards the nearest massive chain embedded within the Dragon King's body, his deep violet flame fingers pointing emphatically at a complex and ancient sigil partially obscured by dark purple slime on the chain's surface. This sigil comprised two parts. One side bore the familiar, coiling golden serpent emblem of the Desert Mother, the first descendant of Shurima, Zyra, while the other side displayed an entirely unfamiliar triangular star pattern, radiating a cold, non-human essence with three sharp angles. Behold, Azir, the glory of your ancestors intertwined with the insignia of the celestial spirits. A vessel? A key? Alas, they are merely wretched components of the celestial creator's game, discarded as soon as they serve their purpose. He scoffed at Azir, mocking the anguished figure of Kael as well. No, they are not mere parts. Ahri suddenly shrieked. Her gaze fixated not on the chain's marks, but on the colossal head of the Dragon King, particularly the severed base of its massive horn, pierced by thick chains. Her lavender eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, and her nine tails erupted in shock. There, at the sight of the broken horn, the lingering essence is familiar to me. It is the essence of the spirit realm. It belongs to the most ancient world tree, the spirit willow of Ionia. Nothing predates it. It is the very essence of the primordial tree of the spirit realm. Its injury, its horn was shattered in the spirit realm. It was harmed by something imbued with the primordial power of the spirit realm. As the embodiment of the spirit fox, her sensitivity to the essence of the spirit realm is unparalleled. The faint, ancient aura lingering at the Dragon King's broken horn, imbued with the dual connotations of endless life and decay, sent tremors through her very soul. The Starforged Dragon King had ventured into the spirit realm? Had it clashed with the ancient tree of origins, even suffering the loss of its horn? The ancient tree of the spirit realm? Yenke was momentarily stunned by Ahri's revelation, yet her molten eyes instinctively turned in fear towards the depths of the swirling nebula below, which slowly devoured all in its path. Something lies beneath. It has awakened. Just moments ago during the resonance of the eyes. Her delicate face turned pale, her voice warped by sheer terror. As she trembled and pointed toward the darkest depths of the vortex, where it gnawed. It was not chains, but ice. Those colossal shards of the ice barrier. It is devouring the roots of the ice barrier. So swiftly, 1,000 times faster than those little insects. It intends to consume the entire ice barrier. Yang's perception pierced through the nebula's facade, revealing a shadow of insatiable hunger, vague in form yet immense beyond description, slowly writhing into consciousness. Countless mouthparts, as large as mountains, clung to the massive azure shards that constituted the star's ice barrier, ravenously gnawing and sucking. With every sip, vast swathes of azure fragments dimmed rapidly, their structures collapsing. Meanwhile, the foundational ice barrier of Freljord is being devoured at an alarming rate. The roots of the ice barrier are being consumed. The barrier that Lysandra constructed at the cost of an icebound world is being hastened toward destruction within the stellar core furnace. Chapter 38, Guardian of the Stars. What? Even Lysandra's cold will, transmitted across space through some arcane method, trembled violently under the impact of Talia's scream and Ahri's discovery. Her very essence, far away in the Freljord at the Frostguard Citadel, quaked. The roots of the ice barrier are being gnawed. The lingering essence of the ancient tree of the spirit realm from the Dragon King's severed horn? The vessel key to the spirit realm. Azir's golden pupils swirled with brewing storms. Is Kael, this vessel bearing the blood of the Dragon King, with the void eye upon his left arm, the key to unlocking some truth? Or the fuse to ignite total annihilation? At this moment of collective shock and awe, a hum resonated through the air. The frigid, emotionless alarm reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the stellar core furnace, an unanticipated cacophony that resonated from every inch of the very material, every chain, and every wisp of energy that constituted this space. Amidst the droning, billions of enormous chains, coursing through the colossal form of the star-forged Dragon King, Aurelion Sol, abruptly glimmered with a viscous, dark purple fluid. It was not a dim violet glow, but a blinding, resplendent crimson. Countless intricate runes surged rapidly across the surface of the chains in the scarlet radiance, flickering with urgency. A cold, grand, and utterly emotionless synthetic voice echoed profoundly within the depths of every soul. High concentrations of unauthorized contaminant sources detected. Contaminant type confirmed. Void erosion mark, ascendant power. Essence of the spirit realm, geomantic resonance disturbance. Contamination level, extinction grade. Executing highest purification protocol. The Star Guardian Descent program is activated. The crimson light instantly engulfed the field of vision. A chilling, bone-piercing malice. The Star Guardian. For the first time, the deep violet flames of Zerath's ethereal form exhibited uncontrolled, violent fluctuations as a hoarse voice trembled with incredulous horror. That group of tin cans. They do not only appear during the civilization's reboot. He seemed to grasp some hidden truth, yet the overwhelming shock rendered his words incomplete. Descent. Azir's golden pupils constricted to their limits, the solar disk's brilliance flickering violently under the crimson alarm. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the tormented Aurelion Sol, impaled by chains. Beneath the boundless agony in the Dragon King's eyes, there flickered a glimmer of complexity, interwoven with despair and a final, desperate madness. Kael. Ahri's scream was swallowed whole. Her lavender eyes were fixed intently on Kael, illuminated in blood-red light amidst the chains. The eye on Kael's left arm, provoked by the scarlet alarm, erupted with an even more ravenous glow, resonating violently with the despairing madness reflected in the Dragon King's pierced left eye. Buzz. A more ferocious maelstrom of darkness and dark purple energy erupted from Kael's core. His body, clad in dark scales, twisted and expanded chaotically within the turmoil. A roar, infused with Kael's own suffering and the cold, consuming will of that eye, shattered the icy alarm. Roar. Simultaneously, deep within the swirling nebula's vortex below, the massive shadow perceived by the rock sparrow seemed to awaken entirely from the shock of the crimson alarm and the surge of energy. An even more terrifying will to devour surged upward from the depths of the vortex. The chains wailed. The nebula boiled. The stellar core furnace, a desolate refuse disposal site. instantaneously transformed into the epicenter of an extinction storm. The Star Guardian was about to descend. The ravenous shadow deep within the furnace was fully awakened. At the eye of the storm, Kael's body was being eroded in reverse by the Eye of the Void, resonating bizarrely with the tormented Dragon King, unleashing an inhuman roar. Azir summoned the radiance of the solar disk to its utmost zenith, the searing golden light struggling to carve a narrow sanctuary amidst the crimson alarm's glare. His gaze traversed over Xerath, Ahri, and Talia, ultimately resting upon the anguished, roaring Kaelvissa, his voice imbued with imperial resolve and a flicker of hope. Take him away. To the place where chains are fewest. Talia, lead the way. Buzz. The scarlet luminescence erupted from the myriad chains piercing the Dragon King, saturating the entire star core furnace with a hue reminiscent of hellish magma. A grand synthetic voice resonated, each word laden with an inexorable will of annihilation, initiating the arrival protocol of the Star Guardian. Buzz. The space emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Above the furnace, the solidified void was violently torn asunder, yielding four colossal rifts that defied description in their terror. Viscous shards of space flowed from the edges of these gaping wounds. For figures, each a different hue, emerged from the rifts. They were not living beings, but rather a chilling amalgamation of cold laws and profane creations, devoid of any breath of life, embodying a programmed will of extermination. The pure white Star Guardian, its form vaguely outlined the contours of Soraka, yet it was grotesquely magnified. Composed entirely of pure white, burning flames. It wielded a colossal staff forged from solidified sacred fire. Amidst the churning flames, countless minute prayer runes flickered in existence and extinction, emanating a nauseating veneer of piety coupled with a frigid intent to purify all. Its visage was a relentless vortex composed of swirling, incandescent light. The deep blue Star Guardian, its silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Lysandra, formed of deep blue, absolute zero ice crystals that perpetually coalesced and shattered. The icy path that spread beneath it instantaneously froze the stardust it traversed. Lacking any weaponry, each crystallization and disintegration of ice invoked localized space freezing and obliteration. Its head was a slowly rotating polyhedron of ice, deriving from an ultra-cold core. The Crimson Star Guardian, its form resembled an exaggerated version of the war spirit pantheon. Composed of viscous, flowing scarlet metal, its surface riddled with constantly opening and closing nozzles. Grasping a colossal spear forged from pure war intent, it dripped crimson luminescence with every movement. Its visor was a screen perpetually updating battle data in a vibrant red. The verdant Star Guardian, its shape grotesquely mimicked the twisted Triumph Makai, entangled in countless decaying green vines and roots. These vines bore ominous, green-glowing toxic moss and putrid flowers. Myriad fine roots plunged deep into the swirling nebula below, which flowed with dark purple blood, greedily siphoning its essence. At the center of its trunk, a withered, charred branch, exuding a faint ethereal aura, was faintly discernible. The four Star Guardians descended. Their gazes swept across the battlefield, locking onto the source of pollution marked by the crimson alarm. The suffering Kaelvissa, enveloped in golden light, alongside Azir and his companions, as well as Xerath's flickering fiery apparition. Pollution source identified. Executing purification. The cold voice did not emanate from the Star Guardians themselves, but reverberated directly within the fabric of space's regulatory dimensions. Chapter 39. Confrontation with the Guardians of the Stars. A resounding, gravelly laughter erupted once more from Xerath, infused with unprecedented rage. His deep violet flames flickered violently under the terrifying pressure exerted by the four Guardians of the Stars. With a fiery finger, he pointed accusatorily at the charred remnants of a blackened branch at the core of the verdant Guardian's torso, as well as the churning pseudo-holy flames enveloping the pure white Guardian. Look, behold Azir, and the imitation of the Ice Witch, the Star Spirits, this despicable band of thieves. Robbers, they have stuffed the stolen power, extracted from the Dragon King, and even harvested from you, pitiful followers, into these metallic puppets. Mere puppets. His voice shattered and warped under the weight of his fury and disdain. Guardians of the Stars? They are nothing but refuse laden with ill-gotten gains. Azir's golden eyes fixated intently on the pure white Guardian. The core of the pseudo-holy flames, swirling with familiar prayer runes, bore an unsettling resemblance to the divine power of his solar disk, yet was grotesquely distorted and tainted by the Star Spirit's influence. Lysandra's chilling well, transmitted across the expanse of space, trembled violently upon witnessing the absolute zero ice beneath the deep blue Guardian, which resonated with her essence. Meanwhile, Ahri's lavender eyes blurred with tears as she fixated on the blackened branch at the verdant guardian's core. A profound stirring within her soul confirming that it was indeed a fragment of the ancient tree from the spirit realm. It had been forcibly severed and corrupted, thrust into this cold machine of slaughter. The purification commenced. A chilling proclamation interrupted Zerath's roar. Simultaneously, the 4 guardians of the stars sprang into action. The pure white guardian raised its holy flame staff high. Without incantation or warning, a beam of light, purely composed of frigid holy flames and bearing the hypocritical will to purify all, instantly traversed space, hurtling toward Azir beneath the golden shield. Where the beam passed, the fabric of space was scorched, leaving ghastly white marks in its wake. The icy path beneath the deep blue guardian spread silently, targeting Talia. The extreme cold instantaneously froze the stardust along its path, while a lethal icy hand reached out towards the most perceptive, crucially important to the foundation of the ice barrier. The rock chick. The immense war spear of the Scarlet Guardian was lifted high, its tip locking onto Zerath's flickering fiery visage. A will of war intent on annihilating all existence surged forth, preceded by a devastating thrust. The scarlet glow of the spear flared. An rending strike tore through the very fabric of space. The verdant guardian emitted a series of delicate sounds as countless decayed green vines shot forth from its torso, entwined with toxic emerald light and a stench of decay, overwhelming the suspended Kael with a torrent of tendrils. The target of these vines was, unmistakably, the tumultuous void eye on his left arm. An assault, an exterminating attack. From 4 directions, the sun bore witness. Azir's deep, regal roar resonated through the furnace. Facing the approaching beam of holy flames, he showed no inclination to retreat. The solar disk above his head erupted with an unprecedented, blinding golden radiance. In the center of the disk, the runes symbolizing the eternal sun of Shurima blazed fiercely. A pillar of incandescent golden light, forged from the liquid core of the sun, crystallized to its utmost, propelled by the wrath of an emperor and the fury of its divine essence being desecrated, boldly surged towards the hypocritical holy flame. Boom. Pure white and blazing gold. The chilling, purifying holy flame clashed violently with the searing power of the solar deity. 2 forces of the same origin, yet diverging into starkly opposing extremes, collided fiercely within the blood-hued expanse of the star core furnace. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a horrifying obliteration that scorched the very soul and shook its foundations. Zzz. The piercing sound of energy annihilation. The pure white holy flame and the blazing golden solar power voraciously eroded and extinguished one another. The space at the point of impact twisted and collapsed. Ugh! Azir groaned, his golden figure swaying violently. He was horrified to discover that within the cold, false holy flame lay a peculiar contaminating property targeting his divine essence. With each annihilation, a trace of taint, bearing the essence of the star spirit's shackles, surged upwards through his divine power connection, viciously eroding towards the phantom of his solar disk. The grayish-white scars on his arm, previously gnawed by insects, instantly expanded. His power was being inversely corrupted and disintegrated by the purifying force of his foe. My power is tainted. Azir's voice trembled with incredulity and indignation. The solar power he took pride in, representing the supreme glory of Shurima, appeared so feeble before the star guardian crafted by the star spirits. The filth contained within that false holy flame was a poison specifically designed for him. Talia, move away. Ahri's scream nearly tore her throat apart. She witnessed the deep blue path of the star guardian's icy grip swiftly extending towards Talia's feet. A powder-pink spiritual light erupted from the gem at her chest, and 9 foxtails coiled to form a barrier of souls, attempting to push Talia away. Stone, save me! Talia shrieked in terror. The lava-hued energy of the earth instinctively erupted beneath her, striving to construct a rock wall. Yet, before the absolute zero of the icy path, the freshly solidified rocks were instantly reduced to powder. The lethal cold surged into her legs. Meanwhile, the will to war? You are unworthy. Zerath faced the invisible onslaught of the Crimson Star Guardian's war intent and the ensuing tearing spear. The deep purple flame illusion collapsed inward abruptly. Countless arcane runes, imbued with strong disintegration properties, twisted in an instant, forming a deep purple diamond-shaped rotating shield. Bang! The invisible war intent struck fiercely against the shield, causing it to cave in violently. Zerath's flame illusion blurred momentarily. Szzz. The Scarlet War Spear followed closely, piercing fiercely into the center of the rotating diamond shield. The shrill sound of metal tearing. The deep purple arcane shield was ruthlessly shredded by the spear's pure destructive intent. The spear, undeterred, thrust deeply into Zerath's flame illusion. Ugh! Zerath let out a hoarse cry of pain. The deep purple flames at the point of penetration were instantly stained with a layer of coagulated crimson blood. The layer of congealed scarlet madness relentlessly eroded, assimilating his arcane essence. The corruption of the star spirit was infuriating. He roared, and deep violet flames erupted wildly. Attempting to dispel the encroaching crimson, the star spirit wielded the force of creation against the very essence of power. Yet, the corruption of the void had insidiously permeated every corner. Most perilous of all was Kaelvissa. Chapter 40. Desperate circumstances. Countless decayed emerald vines entwined with toxic green light, and a sinister aura of withering, instantaneously ensnaring Kaelvissa's imprisoned form. They concentrated particularly on his left arm, swollen and cloaked in dark scales. Hisses. The venomous green light clashed violently against the dark scales of Kaelvissa's left arm. The sound of corrosion and the fierce writhing of dark matter erupted simultaneously. Roar! Kaelvissa emitted an even more agonized howl. The immense void eye upon his left arm spiraled into chaos, driven to madness by the torment of the toxic vines and the terrifying pressure of the four celestial guardians' arrival. The frigid will to consume instantly shattered the last vestiges of Kaelvissa's conscious defenses. Buzz! The dark matter of his left arm swelled and surged, its reach rapidly extending from his shoulder to encompass his entire left chest. Even more harrowing was the fact that this dark matter not only voraciously devoured the entwining toxic green light and corrupt essence, but also began to consume Kaelvissa's very flesh and blood in return. Sizzle! The sleeve of Kaelvissa's right arm was instantly rent asunder by the burgeoning dark scales. Healthy skin and muscle were swiftly enveloped, corroded, decomposed, and absorbed by the advancing dark matter. Excruciating pain caused Kaelvissa's body to convulse violently. His right eye retained a flicker of his own pain and despair, while his left eye was wholly overtaken by that frigid void eye. This eye emitted a ghostly glow. Kaelvissa! No! The excruciating agony transmitted through the soul link, and the overwhelming sense of being devoured brought Ahri to the brink of collapse. Desperate to rush to him, she was repelled by the aftershocks of the deep blue guardian's chilling path. The pastel purple light dimmed under the dual oppression of toxic green and absolute zero. He was being consumed by his own eye. Talia pushed Ahri aside, narrowly evading the lethal ice of the deep blue guardian. Yet, Talia's legs were frostbitten, causing her to fall to the ground. Witnessing the horrific sight of Kaelvissa's right arm being devoured by darkness filled her molten-hued eyes with tears of terror and despair. In that critical moment, as everyone struggled in their own battles and Kaelvissa was on the verge of being consumed by his left arm, Talia suddenly let out a piercing scream, her hands pressed firmly against the cold, starry ground, her molten eyes nearly widening in sheer terror. It broke through. It pierced through. The ice barrier shattered. A vast hole. Black mist surged in. It poured into Freljord. I heard the war cries of the Freljordian tribe transform into wails of despair, accompanied by Queen Ash's shriek. The ice is melting. The black mist devours all. Her perception pierced through the fabric of space, vividly revealing that the foundation of the starry ice barrier had been completely breached by a ravenous behemoth deep within the furnace, leaving a gaping hole. The withering black mist from the Shadow Isles surged madly into Freljord, the frozen bastion of the Frostguard, the covenant of the three sisters, Ash's Freljord, and Sejuani's Winter's Claw. All of Freljord is being consumed by the corrupting black fog. The ice barrier has shattered. The black mist invades. Freljord is in the throes of defeat. Lyssandra's chilling will, transmitted across the void, resonated with a distinctly audible shatter at the moment Talia screamed, followed by an eerie silence. The essence of the Frostguard bastion has suffered grievous harm, perhaps even devoured by the black mist? Azir's golden pupils constricted sharply at this cascade of dire news. The sunlight's radiance dimmed under the assault of the false holy flame and the overwhelming impact within. Zerath's fiery apparition was pierced by a crimson spear, the infection spreading with alarming swiftness. Despair, utter despair. With the void's exterminating guardians above and the black mist encroaching below, the final bastion of Runeterra has collapsed. Kael is on the brink of being consumed by her own essence. No, a roar more anguished, furious, and frenzied than any that preceded it erupted forth. The star-forging dragon king Aurelion Sol remains ensnared by countless chains. This roar transcended mere agony. embodying a wrath so immense that even the cosmos could scarcely contain it. Along with a final, desperate struggle, it overshadowed the frigid alarms, eclipsed the lament of chains, and even briefly surpassed the annihilating pressure from the 4 celestial guardians. Buzz. From the side of the Dragon King's massive head, where a thick chain had pierced through, dark purple blood flowed from the fractured base of his horn. A faint yet vibrant emerald glow, imbued with the dual essence of endless life and decay, erupted from the depths of the corrupted flesh. This radiance was what Ahri sensed, emanating from the primordial essence of the ancient tree in the spirit realm. In this moment, propelled by the Dragon King's unwavering will, this ancient scar became his final weapon of resistance. The verdant glow did not strike at the celestial guardians, but instead fiercely pierced towards the swirling nebula of dark purple blood beneath Kael's feet. Whoosh! The emerald light collided violently with the frigid nebula. There was no explosion, only the sound of space being forcibly torn asunder. A rift, barely wide enough for a single being to pass through, was forcibly torn open by the Dragon King using the residual primordial power from his broken horn. Right beneath Kael's feet, the rift flowed with a dual energy of emerald and dark purple. Meanwhile, the anguished will of the Dragon King forcefully penetrated the depths of Kaelvissa's consciousness. The vessel key, go to the spirit realm. Find the ancient tree of origin. Inform it that Aurelion has come to atone. End this desecration with the truth. Atonement. The Dragon King seeks atonement from the ancient tree of the spirit realm. Kaelvissa was momentarily paralyzed by this astonishing revelation. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The violently torn emerald rift, under the relentless erosion of the nebular vortex and the self-healing power of space, was visibly shrinking and disintegrating. At that instant, the 4 guardians of the stars exhibited a fleeting moment of chaos as the Dragon King unleashed his radiant light upon the spirit realm. The alarm grew increasingly shrill and piercing. Detection of an ultra-high priority illegal passage to the spirit realm initiated annihilation of the passage. Target redirected. The pure white guardian of the stars wielded a staff of burning holy flames. The deep blue guardian extended a path of chilling ice. The crimson guardian brandished a bloodied spear, and the verdant guardian unleashed toxic vines, their extermination attacks instantaneously redirected, surging forth with greater ferocity towards the shrinking emerald rift beneath Kaelvissa's feet. The passage, the sole path to survival. Under the onslaught of the guardian's extermination, it was on the verge of total obliteration. Chapter 41. Escape to the Spirit Realm. Kaelvissa. Ahri's scream resonated with soul-rending despair. A burning light of powdery pink erupted from the gem at her chest. She no longer defended against the residual chill from the deep blue guardian. Her body transformed into a streak of pink luminescence, resolutely hurtling toward Kaelvissa, who was about to be annihilated by the guardian's assault. 9 foxtails trailed behind her, leaving long trails of light. Seizing the chain, Azir's golden eyes ignited with the last vestige of brilliance. The phantom of the solar disk forcefully resisted the encroaching false holy flames. A concentrated beam of golden light surged forth, morphing into a searing energy chain that instantaneously ensnared Ahri's waist, providing her with a final thrust of momentum. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed on the impending obliteration of the rift, as the Emperor commanded one last time. Talia, Zerath, into the passage. Take them to the spirit realm. Uncover the truth. He chose to remain behind, striving to secure a glimmer of hope. How unsavory, these menial tasks. Zerath's hoarse voice dripped with mockery as the deep purple flame phantom swiftly contracted, violently breaking free from the crimson spear's thrust, transforming into a slender arc of purple lightning. Racing after the pink luminescence of Ahri toward Kaelvissa. I can stabilize the passage, Talia cried, her lava-colored energy fervently pouring into the nebula beneath her, attempting to disrupt the vortex's devouring of the emerald rift. Her lava-hued eyes remained locked on the rift, guiding Ahri and Zerath toward their target. Ahri, ablaze with pink luminosity, surged forward, propelled by Azir's golden chain, reaching Kaelvissa in an instant, disregarding the dark matter that ravenously consumed the right arm of Kael'thas. She opened her arms wide and fiercely embraced the remnants of his body, which consisted only of his head and part of his right shoulder, still untouched by darkness. The ethereal light of a delicate lavender hue clashed violently with the cold, spectral glow emanating from Kael'thas's left arm. Kael'thas, awaken! Ahri's voice, laced with a heart-wrenching cry, sought to rouse the last vestiges of his consciousness. Simultaneously, the deep purple lightning conjured by Zerath arrived on the scene, though devoid of a physical form. He transformed pure arcane energy into countless delicate threads, ensnaring both Kael'thas and Ahri, forcefully drawing them towards the remaining emerald rift, now reduced to the size of a basin. The edges of the rift began to collapse chaotically. The annihilating assault of the 4 celestial guardians had descended. Pure white holy flames, deep blue ice, crimson war spears, and a tide of virulent green corruption swiftly engulfed the figures of Kael'thas, Ahri, and Zerath. Boom! An indescribable surge of terrifying energy erupted from the location where Kael'thas once stood. The very fabric of space was torn asunder, forming a transient miniature black hole. The light of destruction consumed everything. Azir's golden shield shattered like fragile paper in the aftermath of this annihilation. His golden form was violently hurled away, crashing into the colossal chains that pierced the Dragon King, golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Talia was swept away by the explosive shockwave. Her molten energy shield shattered instantaneously, her petite figure resembling a kite severed from its string, colliding against the edge of the nebula vortex. As the light of destruction gradually dissipated, the figures of Kael'thas, Ahri, and Zerath vanished, along with the emerald rift that had been forcibly torn by the Dragon King, disappearing without a trace. Only the chaotic spatial turbulence remaining at the epicenter attested to the events that had transpired. Contamination source partially cleared. Passage annihilation confirmed. Continue purging remaining contamination sources. The chilling synthetic voice echoed once more. Those accursed 4 iron automatons, with their emotionless gazes, slowly turned towards the severely injured Azir and Talia. Meanwhile, deep within the swirling nebula vortex below, a massive shadow that gnawed at the foundations of the ice barriers seemed utterly disinterested in the battle raging above, continuing to voraciously consume the last remnants of the colossal, ghostly blue ice fragments. The black mist from the Shadow Isles flowed ceaselessly through the gaping holes in the ice barriers into the heart of Freljord, casting a shroud of extinction once more. Cold, viscous, and lifeless, a suffocating sensation enveloped the remnants of Kael'thas' consciousness. There was neither light nor sound, as if he had sunk into a millennia-old morass. The icy eye deep within his left arm throbbed, bringing with it an unending agony and an insatiable hunger. His body felt as though it were filled with an invisible sludge. Each attempt to struggle only resulted in a deeper darkness and a more ferocious backlash from the eye of the void. His right arm was gone, the sensation of being devoured entirely by the monster of his own left arm. Who is Kael'thas? A distant voice echoed. The voice resonated with a heart-wrenching cry. Awaken. A faint yet remarkably resilient warmth, imbued with a familiar fragrance, emerged like the sole beacon of light in the darkness, penetrating the frigid void emanating from the eye on the left arm, reaching the very depths of Kael'thas' consciousness where a dying spark flickered. A fragmented thought of Ahri struggled within the depths of Kael'thas' mind. Hold on, Kael'thas. Do not let it consume you entirely. Ahri's voice was laced with immense pain. In the remnants of Kael'thas' awareness, a soft, trembling form clung closely to the left side of his neck, the only part not yet shrouded in the darkness of scales. The pinkish-purple light of her soul continuously caressed that sacred ground, striving to resist the encroachment emanating from his left arm. She sensed the eye on Kael'thas' arm, frantically ravenous for the surrounding environment. A gluttonous yearning for the essence of life that filled her with dread, fearing the loss of Kael'thas' final consciousness. Ah, the despicable thief lurks everywhere. Zerath's voice, abrasive as grinding gravel and steeped in utter disdain, echoed through the viscous darkness. His deep purple flame-like apparition grew exceedingly dim and transparent, wavering laboriously not far from Kael'thas and Ahri. The surface of the arcane energy constituting his apparition was marred with intricate emerald-green patterns of erosion, scars left by the purifying energies of the ancient roots from the spirit realm. This cursed spirit realm root gnaws at my essence. More repulsive than the rust of the star spirits. He attempted to gather strength to dispel the encroaching green patterns, yet each endeavor rendered the apparition even more translucent. The primal force of the spirit realm clashed with his pure arcane energy. Thief, an ancient and grand voice, resonating from countless tree rings, reverberated directly within their souls. Does your tainted arcane aggregation dare to speak of thievery? With a hum, as the vibrations echoed from the depths of their souls, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide, abruptly revealing the vast expanse. Chapter 42. The Ancient Tree of the Spirit Realm. Ionia. They found themselves in a realm of unparalleled beauty and strangeness, beyond description. Beneath their feet lay a liquid emerald earth, flowing with a kaleidoscope of hues. Above them, the inverted celestial canopy of the spirit realm spun slowly, composed of countless flickering points of spirit light. An array of peculiar plants radiating gentle luminescence and translucent, ethereal beings floated and glided across this land. Most astonishing was the ancient tree that stood at the center of this space, supporting the entire celestial dome of the spirit realm. Ionia. Its name was Law, indelibly etched in the depths of their souls. The crown of the tree enveloped the very ends of heaven and earth, each leaf a distinct continent, pulsing with the essence of life and decay. The trunk, unimaginably robust, was adorned with moss shimmering like starlight and vines flowing with nectar. Yet, a horrific gash, oozing with dark golden filth, marred the grandeur near the immense bifurcation of the tree's crown, tearing asunder the supreme harmony. A sight to behold. The jagged edge of the severed trunk revealed a gruesome scar, charred and raw, exuding an unsettling aura of ethereal wounds. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the injury sustained at the Dragon King's broken horn. It was this very fracture that rendered the life essence emanating from the ancient tree incomplete and flawed, akin to a colossal balloon that had developed a puncture, allowing a continuous stream of vital energy to escape through the breach. In this moment, countless roots, glowing softly with a verdant light, unfurled like living emerald chains from the roots of the ancient tree, entwining around Kaelvissa, Ahri, and Zerath. Among them, Kaelvissa was the most affected. His form largely covered by writhing dark scales, his left arm fully transformed into a grotesque appendage. The surface of the swelling dark matter bore a cold, void-like eye that restlessly revolved, radiating a greedy thirst for the abundant ethereal energy surrounding him. The roots ensnaring him were the thickest and most numerous, with the emerald light continuously pouring into his being, striving to suppress and purify the encroaching darkness. Each infusion of light provoked a violent backlash from the dark material of his left arm, intensifying the pulsations of the eye amidst Kaelvissa's anguished convulsions. Meanwhile, Zerath was ensnared by several slender roots. The deep violet arcane shadows crackled under the relentless cleansing energy of the verdant light. As purple energy particles were stripped away and annihilated, this was the source of his suffering. In contrast, Ahri found herself wrapped in the gentlest of roots. The soft pinkish-purple spiritual light intertwined harmoniously with the green radiance, creating a peculiar resonance. The spirit orb nestled in her chest stabilized considerably under the nurturing essence of the ancient tree. Gazing up at the immense fracture, Ahri's pinkish-purple eyes brimmed with reverence and a profound empathy for the pain experienced. As the embodiment of the spirit fox, she could distinctly perceive the colossal life energy of the ancient tree and the soul-wrenching agony emanating from the fracture. We are not intruders. It is the star-forged Dragon King Aurelion Sol who has guided us here. He said he comes to atone. She urgently called out to the ancient tree, striving to convey the Dragon King's final words. Atonement? The grand will of the ancient tree Ionia surged like a tempest. The roots coiling around Kaelvissa tightened instantaneously, the emerald light becoming blindingly intense. Aurelion Sol. This name reverberated throughout the ethereal realm, causing the very essence of the space to quiver. From the massive fracture in the tree's trunk, dark golden impurities surged up in a furious tide. The thief who tore apart my corporeal form by stealing the essence of the spirit realm. What does he offer for atonement? Stealing the essence of the spirit realm? Rending the ancient tree's form? Ahri was momentarily struck dumb. Zerath's dim flame-like shadow ceased its struggles, a flicker of doubt passing through his deep violet eyes. Kaelvissa trembled in agony. The Dragon King is a thief? The culprit behind the tree's mutilation? This contradicts entirely with the residual aura at the Dragon King's broken horn and Ahri's perception. No, it cannot be. Ahri, instinctively unable to accept the truth, spoke with a tremor of disbelief. Kaelvissa bears the mark of the Dragon King. The Dragon King rescued Kaelvissa amidst the tempest. Its horn was shattered by the forces of the spirit realm. The essence emanating from its broken horn resonates with that of your presence. It too is a victim. A mark? The ancient tree, the will of Ionia, suddenly focused its energy upon Kaelvissa. The entwining roots glimmered with a verdant light, illuminating Kaelvissa's body, shrouded in dark scales. Particularly, the wound at the heart, an anchor point interwoven with hues of blue and black, and the cold eye upon his left arm. The distorted shackles were revealed. The voice of the ancient tree carried a subtle hint of incredulity. Those are the shackles of the star spirits, imprinted upon the vessel of a thief. As for the horn, the will of the ancient tree swept once more to its own massive broken horn. My wound originates from the claws of Aurelion Sol. It forcefully invaded the core of the spirit realm to seize the seed of origin. I severed its horn to thwart it. This is irrefutable evidence. How can it be claimed that I am the victim? Forcefully invading the spirit realm, stealing the seed of origin. The ancient tree's testimony stands in stark contrast to the Dragon King's dying words of atonement. One accuses the other of thievery, while the other claims to come for redemption. What is the truth? Ha ha. Zerath's gravelly laughter echoed once more, his phantom becoming increasingly transparent amidst the purifying roots. Irrefutable evidence? Old tree, you have lived too long. Your mind has grown rigid. Just because you see the claws does not mean you grasp the truth. His deep violet eyes fixated intensely upon the swirling dark golden filth at the site of the ancient tree's wound, and upon the cold, pulsating eye on Kaelvissa's left arm. Do you not sense that beyond Aurelion's claw marks, there lies something else? A hypocritical aura of superiority? Much like the scent that lingers upon those iron-skinned beings. He gestured towards the dark golden filth upon the ancient tree's wound. Star spirits. Only that despicable band of thieves would dare to leave their golden mark upon stolen goods. Just like the triangular tags upon chains. Just like the contraband stuffed within the puppets of the Star Guardians. Is your wound truly caused solely by Aurelion? Is there no third party involved? No poison from the star spirits? Silence. The taint of the arcane. The will of the ancient tree erupted with a thunderous roar. The energy of Ionia's essence surging forth in a radiant purification that nearly obliterated Zerath's phantom. His words had struck at the very foundation of its memories, igniting a profound fury. Within that anger lay a flicker of doubt, as its colossal will scrutinized the dark golden filth at its wound, infused with the essence of shackles and the corruption of the star spirits. Why was this taint so deeply embedded, so entrenched? Was it left simultaneously with Aurelion's claw marks? Perhaps even earlier? Chapter 43. Occupying the body, the will of the ancient tree, shaken by Zerath's inquiry, revealed a slight fissure in the purifying power within Kaelvissa. Ugh! Kaelvissa let out a heart-wrenching roar. His left arm, dominated by the icy void eye, erupted in chaos after the powerful suppression of the ancient tree's verdant roots faded. The instinct to devour surged forth, ignited by the overwhelming essence of the spirit realm surrounding him. A thunderous hum resonated as the dark scales enveloping Kaelvissa's left chest and shoulder expanded wildly, rapidly spreading. In an instant, they cloaked his remaining right shoulder, encroaching upon his neck and cheek. Even more terrifying, that eye emitted an unprecedented, chilling glow. This eerie luminescence surged into the verdant roots of the ancient tree, entwined around Kaelvissa. A cacophony of corrosive consumption echoed. The vibrant green roots, teeming with life, withered, dulled, and disintegrated under the onslaught of the icy glow. The pure essence of the spirit realm was frantically siphoned away, devoured, coursing through the root's veins, feeding the frigid eye in Kaelvissa's left arm. The eye pulsated violently, akin to a heart, as the ghastly light intensified. Kaelvissa's body convulsed under the onslaught of energy absorption. The dark scales thickened, radiating a chilling aura of growth. His remaining human right eye, overwhelmed by agony and the ecstasy of consumption, was completely consumed by the cold glow. The last vestige of clarity that belonged to Kaelvissa extinguished. No, Ahri cried out in despair, clutching Kaelvissa's neck, feeling his warmth rapidly being devoured by the encroaching darkness. Her lavender soul light erupted in a frantic attempt to awaken him, only to be repelled by the surging cold glow. At the other end of their soul link, only boundless chill and insatiable greed remained. It is consuming the roots of the ancient tree. Talia's terrified voice echoed in Ahri's mind. Kaelvissa is gone. Only that eye remains. How audacious! The will of the ancient tree, Ionia, erupted in unprecedented fury. The entire spirit realm quaked. Thieving vessel! Filthy eye! How dare you consume my essence? Kaelvissa's left arm, with its devouring eye, was akin to pouring salt into its wounds, a blasphemy against its supreme authority. The remaining roots entwined around Kaelvissa, untouched by the devouring force, erupted in a cataclysmic green light. With the intent to annihilate, the essence of the spirit realm descended. The radiance, akin to millions of verdant blades, struck fiercely at Kaelvissa's darkened form, particularly targeting that avaricious eye, as this catastrophic judgment was about to descend. Obliterating Kaelvissa along with that eye, the eye in his left arm, now aglow with ghostly light, suddenly turned toward the ancient tree, Ionia, and its massive severed trunk. Within its icy pupil reflected the swirling depths of dark golden filth, a surge emanating from the very depths of the bloodline, a frigid impulse that devours desire, erupts instinctively. Those eyes seemed to exhibit an even more insatiable curiosity towards the star's spirit corruption at the ancient tree's severed end. Simultaneously, the body of Kaelvissa, ensnared by these eyes, becomes cloaked in dark scales. From his throat emerges a series of shattered, chaotic syllables. Key, the brand of shackles, upon the wound, cleanse. This disordered murmur responds to the Dragon King's final words regarding the key. It appears to regard the star's spirit corruption at the ancient tree's severed end as shackles that must be cleansed. Cleanse. Do you even deserve it? The wrath of the ancient tree Ionia reaches its zenith. The destructive emerald light of judgment descends without reservation, crashing down. Yet, an aberration is reborn. Just as the emerald judgment light is about to engulf Kaelvissa, the deep blue and dark interwoven anchor point wound at his heart, the mark of the Abyssal Watcher, suddenly erupts with profound azure radiance. This light does not resist the judgment of the ancient tree. Rather, it instantaneously connects with the cold, ghostly glow that bursts forth from the eye on Kaelvissa's left arm, forming a bond of energy interwoven with blue and darkness. Buzz. An even more bizarre and irresistible force of attraction erupts, centered around Kaelvissa. It flows towards the radiant, multicolored essence of the earth below, and to the boundless root network of the ancient tree Ionia, deeply rooted in this land. Boom! The entire essence-laden earth trembles violently. The liquid emerald surface churns, creating colossal waves. Countless ethereal beings flee in terror. Beneath Kaelvissa's feet, a massive vortex appears out of thin air. Composed of azure and dark energy, the vortex spins wildly, unleashing a terrifying devouring power. Hiss! Countless fragments of roots imbued with pure essence energy and the spiritual soil, shimmering with emerald light, are forcefully torn from the earth by this dreadful vortex. Even some small spiritual plants that could not escape are drawn in, instantly shredded, devoured, and assimilated by the azure and dark energy. Pure life energy is transformed into chilling dark matter, continuously injected into the pulsating eye on Kaelvissa's left arm. The ghostly light of the eye surges once more. The dark scales enveloping Kaelvissa's body spread wildly, thickening, and even begin to coalesce into twisted, bone-like protrusions on his back. His breath, amidst the devouring, escalates at a terrifying pace, undergoing a horrifying transformation. This is no longer mere consumption. It is plunder. It is rooting. Kaelvissa, through the eye on his left arm, is transforming and growing, drawing upon the essence of this spiritual realm as sustenance. He seeks to take root here, within the domain of the ancient tree Ionia, becoming a new source of corruption that devours all. Root of my roots. The will of the ancient tree Ionia unleashes a roar filled with pain and incredulous fury. It sensed its roots, sprawling throughout the spiritual realm and extending into infinite dimensions, being forcefully torn apart and consumed by a cold, greedy power imbued with the characteristics of the void. Though this assault was trivial in comparison to its colossal form, the sensation of being rooted and parasitized ignited a deeper fury and an instinctual fear within it, far surpassing the pain of a severed horn. The mark of the thieving abyssal eye. Dare you sow the seeds of filth in my dominion? The radiant green light of destruction finally descended, crashing violently upon the surging dark vortex enveloping Kaelvissa. Boom! An indescribable explosion of energy ensued, as the verdant judgment of life collided fiercely with the engulfing blue-black vortex. The terrifying shockwave violently hurled Ahri, who was tightly embracing Kaelvissa, away. She spewed forth a stream of blood, flecked with lavender light, hurtling like a broken kite towards the flowing river of spiritual essence. Chapter 44. Devour Ziritha's already dim flame-like silhouette was utterly scattered by the shockwave, leaving only a raspy, mocking echo, sowing filth? Old tree, take a look at your own wounds. They are already stuffed with the refuse of star spirits. That little bug is merely cleansing the threshold. The voice then dissipated entirely. Whether swept away or momentarily concealed remains uncertain. At the heart of the intertwining storm of emerald and darkness, the vibrant hues of the spiritual realm were being torn apart, and Kaelvissa's figure was completely engulfed. Ahri collided with the frigid river of spiritual essence, and the lavender light within her dimmed significantly. She coughed, expelling several streams of liquid tinged with lavender radiance. It was not blood, but the manifestation of her soul's essence dispersing. All that could be seen was the blue-black vortex twisting violently under the ancient tree's devastating light of judgment, contracting. Yet the most tenacious of parasites remained firmly rooted in the spiritual soil, ravenously extracting energy and resisting annihilation. Ahri struggled to rise from the icy river of spiritual essence, her lavender eyes brimming with tears of despair. Kaelvissa managed to lift her head, her vision distorted and blurred by the energy storm. She gazed at the tempest of ruin. Kaelvissa was still within it. She was being thoroughly consumed and transformed into a monster by that eye. The spiritual realm, the birthplace of life, had now become the most merciless of battlefields. At the storm's core, the terrifying vortex of blue and darkness was firmly entrenched in the spiritual earth, resembling a greedy, pulsating heart. The edges of the vortex, illuminated by the destructive green light of judgment, relentlessly sliced and washed over the dark resistance. Each collision erupted with the shrieks of obliteration, vaporizing vast expanses of spiritual ground and leaving behind charred voids. In the center of the vortex, a distorted silhouette covered in thick, dark scales flickered in and out of visibility amidst the chaotic energy currents. Its human shape was entirely lost, appearing more like a dark beast crawling upon the ground, ravenously drawing in nutrients for a terrifying metamorphosis. In the position of its left arm, the cold, vacuous eye amidst the storm stood as the sole clear entity, its ghostly light brimming with avarice, piercing through the chaotic eddies of energy. Fixated upon the vast gash in the ancient tree of Ionia, oozing with dark, golden filth. The swirling dark, golden star spirit taint at the wound shimmered with an especially blinding radiance under the illumination of the energy tempest. At the opposite end of the storm lay the ancient tree of Ionia, consumed by a furious resolve to eradicate the source of this pollution at any cost. The entirety of the space writhed and trembled beneath its wrath. The canopy that upheld the heavens swayed violently. Countless leaves reminiscent of an emerald continent rustling softly as they fell, showering down a luminous rain imbued with the essence of life and decay. The roots entwined around the dark, malevolent beast, Kaelvissa, which had not been consumed, now erupted with an unprecedented verdant glow. It was no longer mere purification, but rather an attempt to uproot this source of pollution entirely, to excise it from its very being. Thief! Exterminate! Exterminate? Exterminate whom? Old wood. A voice, abrasive and filled with extreme derision, akin to the sound of gravel grinding, echoed ghost-like at the periphery of Ahri's consciousness. It was Zerath. His phantasmal form had not completely dissipated but instead transformed into wisps of faint, deep purple flames, flickering precariously at the edge of the chaotic energy vortex. Open your eyes, suffocated by the rings of time, and see clearly. What is that little worm consuming? It is gnawing at the pus within your wound. That pus, reeking of the star spirit's foulness. Zerath's lingering voice sought to temper the ancient tree's boiling fury. As if to corroborate Zerath's words, the storm's core, the cold eye, suddenly blazed with intensity. It seemed to wholly disregard the ancient tree's devastating assault, concentrating all its attention on the surging dark, golden filth deep within the gash. The abyssal blue-black vortex, rooted in the essence of the land, intensified its devouring force once again. A more peculiar suction, ignoring the spatial barriers, thrust sharply toward the dark, golden star spirit taint deep within the wound. Hiss! Like a searing iron plunged into grease. The dark, golden filth at the gash erupted into blinding gold upon sensing this devouring force, specifically aimed at the shackles brand. An aura, wholly at odds with the ancient tree's life essence, surged forth, imbued with an air of superiority. The golden light attempted to resist and dispel that consuming force. But the power of the abyssal eye seemed inherently endowed with a restraining quality against the shackles brand. The surface of the dark, golden filth rapidly dulled, flaking away into strands of tainted golden energy, forcibly torn apart and consumed by the abyssal blue-black vortex. Ugh! The ancient tree of Ionia let out a roar of excruciating pain. The agony at the gash, having clung like maggots for millennia, now seemed to wane slightly as the dark, golden filth was forcibly stripped away and devoured. This alleviation was accompanied by the torment of its essence being torn asunder by external forces, coupled with the unbearable blasphemy of the tainted substance cleansing its wound. Stop! Filth of the abyss! The ancient trees will surged with even greater ferocity, overwhelmed by this exceedingly intricate sensation. The roots of Kaelvissa erupted with a verdant radiance, coalescing into a tangible spear of annihilation that violently pierced the icy eye at the vortex's core. It sought to bring an end to the chaos, even at the cost of suffering severe damage to its own roots. With a thunderous roar, the spear of destruction collided once more with the dark shield of the vortex's core. This time, the ensuing shockwave was accompanied by a soul-rending shriek. Ahri, having just struggled to her feet, was once again violently hurled away, crashing heavily onto a stone from the spirit realm that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. The pale violet light of her soul flickered violently, on the verge of extinguishment. Her essence resembled a fragile porcelain, marred by cracks that widened with each impact. Kaelvissa did not want her to behold the increasingly inhuman silhouette within the storm, nor to feel the existence at the other end of their soul link. Utterly devoured by an icy desire. That was no longer her Kaelvissa. It had transformed into a monster. A creature driven by the abyssal eye. Intent on consuming the taint of the celestial beings, ravenously plundering the very essence of the ancient tree's spirit realm. Xera's call to cleanse the house might have held a semblance of truth, but it was by no means a salvation. This was a far more complete obliteration. It was imperative to halt him. Ahri struggled, attempting to harness the residual pale violet light emanating from the spirit pearl within her. The pearl pulsed faintly against her chest. She could sense the immense life force radiating from the ancient tree, yet it felt repugnant to her broken state, exacerbated by the tree's frenzied will. Draw near, awaken him. Even if just for a fleeting moment. This thought served as the final torch, sustaining her shattered form. Chapter 45. The Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox Burning with Essence. Useless little fox. Xera's ghostly remnants echoed once more, as wisps of deep violet flames coalesced into a more tenuous outline not far from Ahri. He had already been anchored by the eye, tethered to the very ground of the spirit realm. That vortex was the root extending from the abyssal eye. It had taken root here. To uproot it? Unless the ancient tree possessed the resolute determination to sever its own roots along with the entirety of the spirit realm's essence, it was a futile endeavor. His deep violet flames flickered in his gaze as he glanced at the storm's core, then swept over the dark golden filth being incessantly consumed and stripped away from the tree's severed trunk. A peculiar amusement laced his voice. Do you not realize that I devours the taint of celestial beings with far greater efficiency than it consumes the life essence of the ancient tree? It appears to exist solely for the purpose of cleansing such filth, like a key designed to unlock the shackles of the celestial beings? How intriguing indeed. What has that foolish dragon Aurelion truly created? A key? A key for unshackling the celestial beings? A vessel imprinted with the Dragon King's mark? The eye of the Abyssal Watcher? What exactly is Kaelvissa? The monster residing in his left arm, was it a weapon forged by the Dragon King against the celestial beings? Or a seed of destruction planted by the Abyssal Watcher? Or perhaps both? Was it a creature born from the unintentional convergence of the celestial beings, the Dragon King, and the Watcher, resulting in an uncontrollable monstrosity? The chill brought forth by this notion surpasses even the frigid waters of the spirit realm. Ahri gazes upon the grotesque entity swelling amidst the tempest, its presence increasingly terrifying. Despairing tears finally cascade from her powdery violet eyes, falling onto the iridescent spirit stones below, producing a faint hissing sound as wisps of vapor rise. No, he is not a monster. Ahri's voice, laced with a soul-wrenching cry, emerges weak yet resolute, as if countering Xerath, but more so, persuading her faltering belief. He is Kaelvissa. He is caught in this maelstrom. He is, her words falter. Buzz. A subtle yet remarkably clear pulse of the soul pierces through the violent energy storm and the ancient tree's furious roar, precisely reaching the depths of Ahri's consciousness. This tremor emanates from Kaelvissa. It is not the cold, voracious will to consume, but a fleeting flicker, ephemeral yet profound, like a drowning soul sinking into the abyss. A final involuntary spasm of the fingers occurs before total submersion. It is agony. It is struggle. It is the last flicker of Kaelvissa's essence. Unwilling to succumb before being entirely engulfed by darkness. Kaelvissa, Ahri's fragmented spirit ignites at this glimmer. Her once dim powdery violet aura erupts into a blazing radiance, reminiscent of a glorious return. 9 ethereal fox tails, ablaze with violet flames, unfurl thunderously behind her. Despite the edges of the illusions disintegrating, an unprecedented resolve pulsates with immense strength. Xerath's thin flame-like apparition jolts, disbelief flashing in his deep violet eyes. Are you mad? Burning the essence of your soul for that faint glimmer of possibility. Silence. Remnants of the arcane. Ahri's voice carries an icy, cutting malice for the first time. Her powdery violet gaze locks onto the eye of the storm, ignited by an all-consuming flame. He is still there. I can feel him. He needs me. Before her words can fade, her form, ablaze with violet soul flames, transforms into a resolute streak of light, unhesitatingly charging towards the nexus of destruction and consumption. The blazing illusion of the 9 tails stretches behind her, akin to the final torch cast into the darkness. Foolish moth, Xerath's lingering whisper carries a complex undertone, dissipating within the turbulence. The desecrators share the same fate. The ancient tree of Ionia's will captures Ahri's sacrificial motion. Her desperate act of burning her soul, igniting a deeper sense of offense rather than evoking sympathy. A destructive emerald beam, originally aimed at the vortex of Kaelvissa, lashes out towards Ahri's determined figure like a whip. In the tree's eyes, this act of charging toward the source of corruption is akin to embracing filth. An equally unforgivable blasphemy. The emerald flow rends the fabric of space, imbued with the essence of annihilation, and swiftly catches up to Ahri's blazing trajectory. It seems poised to obliterate her alongside the fragile flicker of her soul flame. At the critical moment, oh dear, how noisy! Is Grandfather Ionia throwing another tantrum? Gwen's ears were almost deafened. A clear, sweet, and somewhat languidly charming girl's voice unexpectedly resonated at the edge of the battlefield, utterly out of place amidst the devastation. Accompanying this voice was an extraordinarily agile figure, seemingly cut from a flowing, rainbow-hued aura, dressed in an intricately designed Lolita gown adorned with lace and shimmering buttons. She wielded a pair of enormous, glimmering tailor's scissors. Her pastel blue curls, fluffy and soft as cotton candy, framed a pair of crystalline amber eyes that sparkled with starlight. Her timing and position were impeccable. Just as the ancient tree's devastating emerald light was about to strike Ahri, she declared, "Cut away the troubles." With a delicate yet precise snip of her massive scissors, she effortlessly severed the terrifying green beam, as if trimming an unruly thread. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no violent clash of energies. The annihilating light that threatened to engulf Ahri dimmed and disintegrated upon contact with the scissors blade, dispersing into countless harmless motes of light. Like a kite's string abruptly severed from its source. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. The raging energy storm continued to wreak havoc. The ancient tree of Ionia's roar echoed on, and the abyssal eye within Kael's form continued its insatiable consumption. Yet, this bizarre scene at the battlefield's periphery caused all existence to momentarily pause. Ahri's blazing silhouette faltered, her lavender eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the suddenly materializing Lolita girl wielding the colossal scissors. Gwen, the immense, wrathful will of the ancient tree of Ionia, for the first time, exhibited a clear sense of bewilderment and helplessness. "Why are you here?" Its voice instinctively softened, losing some of its furious volume. Of course, Gwen had come. The girl known as Gwen retracted her enormous scissors, placing her hands on her hips, her fluffy pastel blue curls swaying gently with her movements. Chapter 46. Gwen is a tailor. Gwen's amber eyes narrowed discontentedly at the gaping wound in the ancient tree's trunk. "Grandpa Ionia has hurt himself again, and he's throwing such a tantrum," Gwen exclaimed, her delicate face scrunching up as she pointed at the swirling dark golden filth around the wound, exclaiming, "How foul! It's that annoying rusty smell again. It's worse than before. And that big, dark mass." She gestured towards Kael, who was undergoing a transformation at the storm's core. Her little face contorted in distaste. "It smells terrible. It's a complete mess. My nose is about to fail me." Her chattering voice, akin to a lark's song, entirely ignored the atmosphere of destruction and the ancient tree's supreme authority. Her gaze swept over Ahri, who had been hurled against the rocks, then turned towards the terrifying dark vortex at the heart of the storm and the corrupted remnants of the star spirits being consumed and stripped away. Finally, her eyes settled on the enormous gash of the ancient tree, her small mouth pouting as if she was about to cry. "Grandfather Ionia, it hurts so much. The wound is bleeding again. Those nasty rusts are still wriggling inside. And that big, dark figure, isn't it supposed to help clean up the rust? Why does Grandfather still want to fight it?" Gwen is so confused. Why can't everyone just talk nicely? The innocent and straightforward Gwen. Clean up? The will of the ancient tree, Ionia, was engulfed in immense confusion and suppressed fury. "This abyssal filth is plundering my essence, taking root in my realm, spreading pollution. How can there be talk of cleaning?" Its colossal will swept over the dark golden corruption being forcibly devoured and stripped by the eye within Kael's body. The mingled sensation of long-lost relief and the agony of being torn from its essence caused a profound disturbance in its eternal perception. But Gwen tilted her head, her pastel blue curls cascading over her shoulders. She extended her delicate fingers, cautiously pointing to the small area of the gash that was being consumed. "Wasn't it darker and smellier before? I remember when I secretly came to see Grandfather last time. The rust had clumped up, hard as a broken button. Now it's a bit softer. The color isn't so glaring." Her words carried a childlike uncertainty. The ancient tree fell silent. Its vast will focused like never before on its immense wound. It gazed at the dark golden corruption being forcibly torn apart by the ghostly blue vortex. Yes, The malicious taunt of Zerath's arcane remnants. Gwen's innocent words seemed not entirely baseless. The area being consumed and stripped, although accompanied by the excruciating pain of the essence tearing, did indeed seem to have a slight reduction in the deep-seated, soul-binding aura of the star spirit shackles. A layer of stubborn rust had been scraped away. The shackles, inscribed with the ancient tree's monumental will, murmured with a blend of confusion and a hint of startled realization. Could the filth of the star spirits truly be shackles? Bad, cold shackles. Gwen nodded vigorously, her small face full of conviction. She detested such things. They would turn beautiful fabrics hard and stinky. They must be cut away. All of them. She waved the large scissors in her hand, producing a crisp snipping sound. Execute the cleansing of the storm core. Kael's chaotic voice resounded once more, seemingly responding to Gwen's words. The ghostly light from the eye on his left arm focused even more intently on the ancient tree's gash. The speed of consuming and stripping the star spirit's corruption seemingly quickening. Silence. Herald of the Abyss. The ancient tree's fury reignited. Yet this time, that anger was undeniably laced with hesitation. You plunder my essence, and that is a fact. This is by no means cleansing. The roots entwined around Kael'thas once again glimmered with a dangerous light, yet they no longer unleashed their destructive force with the previous recklessness. Instead, they now served as a form of deterrence. This was because they were hungry, starved, in fact, Gwen exclaimed, her amber eyes gazing at the dark azure vortex at the core of the storm, which incessantly devoured the ethereal land. A knowing expression graced her small face. When Gwen had been famished in the past, she too would gnaw at anything within reach. Surely, the entity had been starving for quite some time. Moreover, her little nose sniffed intently, pointing at the gaping wound in Kael'thas's chest, covered in heavy scales. Here is a huge hole. What a terrifying abyss. It's leaking air, she exclaimed. It must be in so much pain. That's why it desperately wants to eat, to plug that hole. Her description, imbued with childlike innocence, yet astutely pinpointed the heart of Kael'thas, where the dark azure and black intertwined, marking the imprint left by the abyssal watcher. Ahri's fragmented soul trembled violently. Gwen's words struck like lightning, cleaving through her chaotic thoughts. Hunger? Pain? Stemming the wound? The eye on Kael'thas's left arm, aside from its instinctual, frenzied consumption, was there also an insatiable hunger and a profound pain wrought by the abyssal imprint? Was it consuming the essence of the ancient tree as a means of instinctual healing? And was its consumption of the Star Soul's corruption driven by the deeper cleansing command bestowed by the Dragon King's imprint? Zerath's ghostly remnants echoed with a hint of incredulity, stemming the anchor of the abyss. An intriguing interpretation, little seamstress. So this little creature is both a key and a patch? A key that requires frenzied consumption to mend the abyssal breach? Absurd yet damnably reasonable. Who are you? Ahri struggled, her burning soul flame flickering uncertainly as she turned to the enchanting Lolita girl. Her voice, though weak, carried an urgent plea. Can you help him? Help Kael'thas? He is not a monster. He is simply. Gwen is a seamstress, the best seamstress in the world. Gwen proudly puffed out her small chest. Her gaze then fell upon Ahri, her amber eyes widening in astonishment. Oh dear, sister, your soul has so many holes. It looks like lace torn apart by mischievous kittens. That must hurt so much. Her small face was filled with concern, and in an instant, she appeared beside Ahri. Her speed so swift that even the will of the ancient tree could not react in time. Gwen reached out her delicate hand, and translucent threads adorned with a soft pink-blue glow emerged from her palm. She cautiously brought the threads near the most severely cracked areas of Ahri's soul, where the light was dissipating. Don't be afraid, sister. Gwen will help you sew it up. Sewing will make it stop hurting. Her voice possessed a soothing magic. Chapter 47. The seamstress's ingenious idea. The soft sound of needle and thread passing through fabric filled the air. Gwen's pink-blue threads deftly wove along the edges of the cracks in Ahri's soul. In an instant, Ahri felt a refreshing and invigorating force infusing her shattered soul, akin to a gentle mending and soothing touch that temporarily gathered the scattered essence, smoothing the jagged edges of her pain. While it could not entirely heal the grievous wounds inflicted by the burning of her essence, it significantly alleviated her suffering and stabilized her soul, which was on the verge of collapse. The pinkish-purple flames of her soul also exhibited a slight steadiness. Ahri gazed in astonishment at Gwen, experiencing an unusual comfort as her soul was stitched together. This mysterious girl possessed a power that was pure and gentle, embodying a nature of creation and repair, resonating with the life essence of the spirit realm, yet imbued with a more human touch. All right, it's temporarily mended. Gwen clapped her small hands, gazing contentedly at her handiwork. But her small face soon fell as she pointed at the core of the storm. But that big brute is such a hassle. The gaping hole in it is beyond my stitching capabilities. She furrowed her delicate brows in distress. That hole is a mark left by an external malevolence. It's cold and hard. If Gwen's threat approached, it would be frozen stiff and soiled. The mark of the Abyss Watcher. Gwen referred to it as a mark, a remnant of a malevolent entity driven into the core. Ahri's heart sank. Moreover, Gwen's small face turned toward the immense gash in the ancient tree of Ionia, her amber eyes filled with concern. Grandfather Ionia's wound is so large and painful. It's stuffed full of corrupt rust. That big brute is consuming the rust, but it's filthy itself, which will only further taint Grandfather's wound. It's like trying to dig at a festering sore with muddy hands. No. She shook her little head vigorously, like a rattle. The eye of the abyss within Kaelvissa could cleanse the celestial shackles mark. But its inherent abyssal taint and the frenzied act of plundering the essence of the spirit realm would inflict immense harm and pollution upon the ancient tree of Ionia. It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. It could even exacerbate the situation. What then shall we do? Ahri asked urgently, her burning soul flames flickering with her heightened emotions. Gwen's presence and her strength represented the sole glimmer of hope amid despair. Biting her rosy lip, Gwen glanced between Kaelvissa, the core of the storm, the massive gash in the ancient tree, and Ahri, whose breath was feeble and whose soul bore the marks of repair. Her small face reflecting an inner turmoil. She unconsciously fiddled with the enormous pair of sewing scissors, her powder blue curls swaying gently as she pondered. Gwen has an idea. But it's so difficult, she mumbled softly, as if organizing her thoughts. Grandfather Ionia's wound needs those corrupt rusts to be excavated and cleaned before it can be properly stitched and healed, right? The ancient tree remained silent, tacitly agreeing. For countless millennia, the mark of the celestial shackles had clung like a festering sore, with countless attempts yielding no success in eradication. That big brute's eye is naturally adept at digging out rust. Gwen pointed at the cold eye on Kaelvissa's left arm. However, its own dirty hands could not directly touch Grandfather's wound, as it would introduce filth into the injury. Suddenly, Gwen's eyes sparkled with the brightness of a star discovering a new world. She excitedly turned to Ahri. Sister, you're light. It's pink and warm. I felt it when I was stitching. So clean, so special, like the dewdrops on the tender leaves of the origin seed when they first sprout. Her words cast forth a stunning term, origin seed. The sacred treasure of the spirit realm that the dragon king Aurelion Sol once attempted to steal. Ahri was taken aback. Could her spiritual light resemble the dewdrops of the origin seed? How could that be? The ancient will of the great tree of Ionia trembled. Its immense attention suddenly focused on Ahri, particularly on the translucent spiritual pearl upon her chest. The pearl, glowing with the essence of a soul, appeared even more crystalline, shimmering with a halo of pink and green. An exceedingly ancient and faintly pure aura, reminiscent of the vitality from the dawn of creation, was captured by the great tree from Ahri's spiritual light. This essence had only been felt in the most sacred core of the spirit realm millennia ago. It was the primal vitality emanating from the origin seed. The will of the great tree resonated with unprecedented tremors and a scarcely perceptible hope, locking onto Ahri. From where does your spiritual pearl originate? Ahri, perplexed, gently touched the pearl on her chest. She was unaware of its presence throughout her conscious existence. Its origin remained the deepest enigma in her memory. Gwen, however, was undeterred by these thoughts, lost in her own solution, excitedly gesturing. I have an idea. Let that big fellow dig up the bad rust. But his dirty hands must not touch Grandfather's wound or this beautiful land. She pointed towards the swirling vortex beneath Kael, which was plundering the essence of the earth. Therefore, we need you, sister, with your clean light. Like washing up gloves? No, like clean gauze. Wrap that big fellow's rust-digging hands. Separate them. This way, no filth will fall into Grandfather's wound. To envelop, guide, and isolate the power of the abyssal eye, which devours the shackles of the star spirit with Ahri's soul light. This notion was both audacious and wild. Simultaneously, Gwen's little face grew serious as she pointed to the dark, bluish anchor wound at Kael's heart. They must find a way to seal that leaky hole. Otherwise, it would remain hungry and in pain, continuing to bite indiscriminately. Though Gwen couldn't see so, her large eyes blinked with a hint of cunning and uncertainty. She remembered that Grandfather Ionia's tears were the best adhesive, the glue of life. Could she borrow just a little to seal that gaping hole for the big fellow? She cautiously glanced at the great tree, her gaze filled with pleading. The tears of the great tree of Ionia, the glue of life. A legendary treasure containing the purest essence of the spirit realm's primal creative power. To use it to mend the scar left by the Abyssal Watcher's mark? Absurd. The vast will of the great tree instinctively rejected the notion, tinged with offended indignation. My tears cannot be employed to fill the vessel of the filthy abyss. Chapter 48. The Essence of Life. But grandfather, Gwen exclaimed, her anxiety causing her to leap in agitation. If we do not block that gaping hole, that colossal beast will continue to consume endlessly. It will devour grandfather's roots. It will ravage this beautiful land. Grandfather will suffer even more. Moreover, she pointed at the breach. That vile rust must also rely on it for excavation. If it becomes maddened with hunger, it might recklessly dig and tear away grandfather's precious flesh. What then? Each of Gwen's words resonated like a drumbeat within the ancient tree's heart. Sacrificing a portion of the precious essence of life to gain control over the eye of the abyss, this harbinger of cleansing. In order to eradicate an age-old affliction and halt its further plundering of the spiritual realm's essence, the cost of this transaction was immense, the risks unknown. Yet the potential rewards loomed equally vast and immeasurable. The ancient tree found itself engulfed in internal turmoil. The crown supporting the heavens swayed without wind. Billions of leaves whispering in hushed tones. At the breach, the dark golden, starry filth seemed to sense the ancient tree's wavering resolve, surging with greater intensity. Exuding a searing aura. At the heart of the storm, the eye of the abyss within Kaelvissa flickered ominously, its actions of consuming the starry filth unwavering. Ahri, ablaze with soul fire, fixated her lavender eyes upon the ancient tree, awaiting its decision. Gwen gripped the large scissors tightly, her soft blue curls seemingly tensing in anticipation. Time slipped away, second by second, amidst the thunderous roar of the destructive storm and the ancient tree's contemplation. Finally, that grand and ancient will, imbued with a weighty gravity, resonated softly. It is worth a try. Suddenly, the ancient tree's resolve sharpened immensely, locking its focus onto the storm's core, Kaelvissa, and the blazing spirit of Ahri. Little fox, you must employ your soul as a guide, a bridge, a sheath. Direct the power of the eye of the abyss to precisely strip away the shackles and marks. Should even a trace of filth taint my essence, both you and that vessel shall be reduced to dust. The vessel of the eye of the abyss. The ancient trees will declared, I grant you but a single drop of the essence of life. Seal your breach. Should you dare to plunder even a morsel of the spiritual realm's essence, the contract shall be shattered. Destruction shall descend immediately. The sacrifice is monumental. The stakes are tremendous. To entrust one's wounds to a creature of the abyss while also yielding precious essence of life. Ahri must serve as a barrier and a sacrificial offering against the impending chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Ahri's lavender eyes blazed with resolute determination. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope to awaken Kaelvissa and prevent him from descending completely into monstrosity, she was willing to pay any price. I accept. Her voice rang with unwavering conviction. At the storm's core, the cold eye within Kaelvissa flickered, and the voice of chaos echoed once more. Accepted. The deal was struck. Then let it begin. Gwen's small face turned grave as she positioned the enormous tailor's scissors before her. The pale blue light of her soul swirling around her like the most intricate thread. Gwen is watching. If the thread goes awry, if the fabric tears, Gwen will snip and start anew. Upon the ancient tree of Ionia, whose trunk supports the celestial canopy, near the colossal fracture, the space ripples like water, collapsing inward. A brilliance, ineffable in its splendor and vitality, gradually coalesces. A single tear, a droplet of a heavy star, pure as the nascent universe, swirls with the essence of countless lives' birth, the evolution of stars, and the nascent scenes of worlds. Its emergence signifies a heartbeat of the very essence of life within the spirit realm. The flowing, iridescent aura of the spiritual soil becomes softer and more radiant, as innumerable ethereal beings emit silent cheers and waves of reverence. The sheer creative force, pure to its core, spreads forth, momentarily suppressing the greedy, devouring breath emanating from the dark blue vortex at the storm's eye, soothing the cold anxiety brought forth by the surging dark golden filth at the tree's fracture. Simultaneously, at the side of the ancient tree's fracture, an area swirling with intense dark golden corruption is forcibly delineated by a vast will, targeting the eye of the abyss. Ahri takes a deep breath, her burning lavender soul flame ignited to its utmost. 9 illusory fox tails unfurl behind her like banners of flame. She pours all her thoughts, all her soul's power, into the spirit pearl before her. The spirit pearl bursts forth with an unprecedented radiance, a pure, warm stream of pale lavender light. As supple as silk yet as steadfast as a shield, shooting from her being, precisely aimed at the cold void eye on the left arm of the storm's core, Kaelvissa. Hold on, Kaelvissa. The residual echoes of the life essence gelas resonate with intense longing and a barely perceptible tremor, as strands of deep violet flames dance wildly in the distance. The quintessence of creation in the spirit realm, capable of reshaping arcane bodies, even touching the perfect essence before ascension. He gazes greedily at the suspended treasure, the core of deep violet flames pulsating violently. The arcane energy particles forming the illusion becoming unstable with desire. To bestow it upon that tainted abyssal vessel? A gross misuse. A waste. A shameful squandering. His voice brims with jealousy and resentment. Yet Ahri pays him no heed. At the moment that droplet of life essence coalesces, an indescribable warmth envelopes her shattered, burning soul. The sensation is so familiar, so intimate, stemming from the deepest imprint of her soul, a sense of security, a return to the maternal core. The spirit pearl before her resonates with an unprecedented hum, as the pale lavender glow reaches out to embrace the emerald aura emanating from the life essence, greedily drawing in the ancient vitality that shares its origin, alleviating the tearing pain brought forth by her burning soul. On the surface of the pearl, subtle ancient runes, derived from the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, seem to grow clearer and more vibrant under the nurturing light of the emerald glow. Sister S light and Grandfather S tears are truly a perfect match, Gwen exclaims, clapping her small hands, her amber eyes sparkling with delight. It's just like pieces cut from the same cloth. Only Sister S is a little smaller and more pink. Her careless words once again confirmed the mysterious connection between Ahri, the spirit pearl, and the ancient tree's essence. The will of the ancient tree of Ionia swept over Ahri and the resonating spirit pearl upon her chest, as a profound stream of consciousness passed through, carrying with it a depth of thought and indescribable complexity of emotion. Yet, this was not the moment for deep inquiry. The vessel, the conduit, the grand will of the ancient tree, like an invisible hand, enveloped that immensely heavy essence of life, gently pushing it toward the storm's core. The gaping maw of the abyss that lay at the heart of Kaelvissa's wound. Chapter 49. Encase it, like wrapping a candy. At the jagged edge of the ancient tree, a forcibly delineated area, roughly the size of a small lake, churned with the most intense dark golden hue. The star-bound shackles within that region writhed as if alive, radiating an even more piercing, frigid golden light, striving to resist the fate of expulsion. Little fox, guide. In this moment, the will of the ancient tree resonated with a thunderous force upon Ahri's burning soul. Kaelvissa, look at me. Ahri let out a soul-piercing shriek. The long-activated pink-purple soul flame erupted with tremendous intensity. 9 burning tails of foxfire conjured a tangible bridge, plunging fiercely into the storm of destruction and consumption ahead. Her intention, her entire soul's power, coalesced into a pure, warm stream of pink-purple light. This luminescence was the most resilient silk, the most precise conduit, the sturdiest barrier, extending laboriously through the faint yet unbroken link of souls between her and Kaelvissa, intricately entwining, wrapping around the void eye on Kaelvissa's left arm that greedily locked onto the ancient tree's tainted essence. Buzz. The moment Ahri's pink-purple soul light made contact with the cold, eerie glow of the abyssal eye, an unimaginable, chilling backlash, potent enough to freeze the essence of her soul, violently pierced through her burning resolve. It was a pure, greedy, chaotic will to consume. The instinct imprinted in the depths of the abyssal watcher's eye. It rejected any form of guidance and restraint, desiring only to devour all energy before it, be it the taint of starbound essence or Ahri's pure soul light. Ugh! Ahri felt as if struck by lightning. Her burning soul flames swayed violently, and the pink-purple glow dimmed in an instant. The excruciating pain transmitted through the soul link nearly caused her to faint. She felt like a moth lunging toward magma, her essence on the brink of being utterly incinerated by that cold greed. Sister, hold on. Use the light. Encase it, like wrapping a candy. Don't let it lick wildly. Gwen's urgent cries instantly revived Ahri's crumbling consciousness. Encase it. This is not a confrontation. It is guidance. It is isolation. Ahri clenched her teeth tightly. The pride of the nine-tailed fox and her resolute intent to protect Kaelvissa erupted with one final surge of strength. She no longer attempted to suppress or resist the cold will of that eye, but instead softened and embraced her pink-purple soul light with greater warmth and acceptance. Like the warmest stream flowing gently along the edge of a secluded valley, it carefully evades the voracious maw of a towering beast. A resilient luminous membrane forms around it, isolating the essence of the spirit realm. The area marked at the severed trunk of the ancient tree, swirling with dark golden filth, becomes an enticing confection, resonating through the soul link and vividly projecting into the core of the abyssal eye's perception. Target locked, the chaotic voice of Kaelvissa resonates once more, tinged with a hint of impatience born from the barrier of the luminous membrane. Sizzle. This time the cold, eerie light emitted by the abyssal eye penetrates the sugary coating formed by the lilac membrane, piercing into the designated area of dark golden filth at the tree's severed edge. There is no violent vortex of devouring chaos unleashed, nor any plunder of the surrounding essence of the spirit realm. Under the intricate guidance and isolation of Auri's soul light, the power of the abyssal eye is constrained and focused as never before. The chilling light transforms into countless delicate, lethal tendrils, burrowing deep into the viscous, liquid metal-like dark golden filth. The sound of corrosive decay resonates, sending shivers down the spine. The tainted pure energy, under the targeted devouring force aimed at the shackled mark, seems to encounter its nemesis. The surface's cold golden radiance dims and collapses instantaneously. The corrupted energy is frantically extracted and stripped away by the spectral tendrils, dissolving into wisps of dark golden fluid, consumed and obliterated by the eerie light. The ancient tree, Ionia, emits a deep, yet liberating groan. At the severed edge, the devoured area resembles a venomous thorn buried for millennia, now being forcibly extricated. A sensation of unprecedented relief washes over, foreign yet undeniably real. Ziri and Gwen were not mistaken. The abyssal eye is indeed the nemesis of the star spirit shackles. However, Ahri's stamina wanes ever more precariously. Her lilac soul light fluctuates violently, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. Each greedy siphoning by the abyssal eye brings forth tremendous backlash, its chaotic will incessantly battering against the luminous membrane and soul link she has constructed, striving to break free and devour the more enticing, pure essence of the spirit realm surrounding her. The fuel of her burning soul is depleting at an alarming rate. The radiance of the spirit orb, barely sustained by the nurturing breath of verdant life, flickers dimly, while her consciousness begins to blur. The powder blue threads, mended by Gwen at the cracks of her soul, start to emit strained groans under the burden. The resolute will of the little fox, the ancient tree, resonates with unprecedented complexity. The shackles are indeed being stripped away effectively. Your sheath must not shatter. Ahri's soul light sways perilously, on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed by the backlash of the abyssal eye. The weighty droplet, imbued with the formidable essence of life from the realm of creation, was deftly guided by the ancient tree's will, finally arriving at its destination, the very heart of Kaelvissa, directly above the gaping wound that served as the anchor point to the abyss. The life-giving essence hovered above the wound, emanating a resplendent emerald glow that radiated an unparalleled force of creation. This power was so pure, so gentle, yet so vast. Upon its emergence, the cold void eye on Kaelvissa's left arm seemed to momentarily freeze, a flicker of instinctual yearning flashing within its ethereal glow, a longing for pure life energy. Yet, the luminous membrane constructed by Ahri firmly restrained it, compelling it to continue its insatiable consumption of the star spirit's corruption that lingered at the severed edge of the ancient tree. The dark, shadowy wound at the anchor point, upon sensing the presence of that drop of pure life essence overhead, reacted violently. Whoosh! A black hole, starved for eons, sensed the arrival of an exquisite banquet. The dark wound abruptly expanded and spun. A terrifyingly potent gravitational force erupted, no longer the mere greed of prior times, but rather a desperate, pathological craving. It was acutely aware that this was its sole opportunity to fill its eternal void and quell its unending agony. The body of Kaelvissa, shrouded in heavy scales, emitted another anguished roar, filled with unimaginable suffering. Chapter 50, Surgeon Old Dragon King. Amidst the cacophony of pain, Kaelvissa's body underwent a dramatic transformation. The dark scales enveloping his form writhed frantically, rising and falling like a boiling black sea. The bony spikes on his back trembled violently. The cold eye on his left arm glowed intensely, its actions of devouring the star spirit's corruption disrupted by the overwhelming agony of its core. Ahri felt an exponential increase in pressure. The chaotic energies escaping from the abyssal eye, driven wild by the intense pain of its essence, violently assailed her luminous membrane. She expelled a breath of soul essence, speckled with pink and purple light, which dimmed to the brink of extinction. The powder blue threads that Gwen had sewn into the fissures of her soul snapped under the strain. Now, block it, Grandpa. Gwen's face paled with tension, her hands clutching the giant scissors trembling as she shouted towards the will of the ancient tree, Ionia. Go. The will of the ancient tree, Ionia, must intervene. That heavy, resplendent droplet of life essence seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly descending towards the frenzied, devouring shadowy wound. No earth-shattering collision ensued. When the droplet, infused with the life-giving power of the spirit realm, touched the edge of the dark whirlpool, hiss, like a searing iron plunging into millennia-old ice, or like a crystal-clear spring flowing into a murky swamp. The sounds of annihilation and fusion resonated. The emerald and shadowy energies clashed violently, entwining and eroding one another. The life essence's magnificent creative force surged forth as molten lava, pouring fiercely into the wound that symbolized the abyss's corruption, striving to forcibly bridge the chasm, to fill that eternal void. The mark left by the abyssal watcher erupted with a chilling, desolate azure darkness, fiercely resisting this foreign force. It sought to completely engulf this drop of vibrant anomaly, assimilating it as part of itself. The body of Kael became the most brutal battlefield. He let out an even more anguished roar. The dark scales enveloping his body surged violently, bursting apart. An intensely corrosive dark purple blood gushed forth from the fissures between the scales. The bony spikes on his back shattered one by one. The cold eye on his left arm flickered with a ghostly light, halting the act of devouring the ancient tree's severed star's spirit filth. All power seemed directed towards resisting the deadly repair and conflict at his heart. Kael'dat's. Ahri's heart leapt into her throat. She could distinctly sense the remnants of Kael'dat's consciousness on the other end of their soul link, enduring unimaginable agony. The life-giving essence's creative force was mending, while the deadening power of the abyssal mark was destructive. Both were in fierce conflict at the very core of his being. This suffering far surpassed any previous act of devouring or being devoured. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Gwen was beside herself, watching as the drop of life essence, in the throes of the azure darkness' frantic resistance, had its verdant glow rapidly depleted, dimming. That gaping wound was too profound. The malignant entity was anchored too firmly. Grandfather's tears were about to be consumed. She perceived that the life essence's power was being swiftly drained by the abyssal mark's resistance. Once exhausted, not only would the repair fail, but that precious drop could even be tainted and absorbed by the abyssal mark, rendering the monster within Kael that's even more formidable and terrifying. As expected, Zerath's remnants echoed with a cold indifference, asserting that a mere drop of glue could not seal the abyss's anchor point. Naive. Before his words could fully dissipate, an anomaly abruptly arose. Just as the verdant glow of the life essence was reduced to a mere flicker, on the brink of utter annihilation or consumption, a deep hum emerged. Deep within Kael'dat's heart, a mark radiating supreme majesty and ancient stellar brilliance suddenly ignited. The imprint left by the Dragon King, Aurelion Sol. No longer the passive azure of before, it exploded with a profound vastness, embodying the essence of endless stars' birth and demise. This starlight was so faint, yet bore an aura that transcended both matter and energy. The moment the starlight appeared, the frenzied resistance of the azure darkness momentarily faltered. A lower servant had encountered a sovereign. Immediately, the flickering core of the life essence, on the verge of obliteration, underwent an astonishing transformation under the pull of the Dragon King's starlight. It no longer sought to forcibly bridge that massive wound, but instead transformed into countless exquisitely fine strands of emerald light. The luminous filaments, woven under the radiant light of the Dragon King, seemed to possess life and wisdom, deftly evading the most violent resistance at the core of the vortex. These filaments began an unfathomable process of stitching and reinforcing along the edges of the anchor point's wounds, where the abyssal forces had eroded and torn the primal veins. A faint, almost inaudible sound echoed deep within Kael'dat's heart. Each emerald filament fell with precision, seamlessly stitching the torn primal fissures inflicted by the abyssal power, while simultaneously fortifying the life-giving essence at the wound's edge. The starlight of the Dragon King's mark served as the most stable cage, firmly restraining the tumult of the abyssal vortex, providing a fulcrum and channel for the filaments of life to weave their mending. This resembled the most exquisite surgical operation of primal restoration. With the Dragon King's mark as the framework and the life essence as needle and thread, It meticulously stitched and reinforced the wounds left by the Abyssal Watcher. This was the first time the grand will of the ancient tree, Ionia, experienced a profound shock. It witnessed the perfect collaboration between the laws of the stars and the essence of life, marveling at the intricate process of restoration. The mark of Aurelion Sol, was it guiding the repair? It was not a thief. The ghostly echoes of Zerath fell silent, as deep purple flames flickered wildly, revealing the tumultuous waves within his heart, the rhythm of the celestial expanse. Guidance on the level of law. That foolish dragon's mark possessed such immense power. Was it utilizing the life essence to restore the vessel? What exactly was this vessel? Ahri held her breath, her lavender eyes filled with disbelief and a glimmer of euphoric hope. She saw Kaelvissa's violent struggles against pain rapidly diminishing. The dark scales enveloping his body ceased their boiling writhing. The spines along his back stopped shattering. And although the cold eye on his left arm still flickered with ghostly light, the frenzied backlash of will had noticeably weakened. At the other end of the soul link, deep within the consciousness submerged in cold darkness, Kaelvissa's struggles seemed to have calmed. In its place was a serene state of restorative slumber. Wow, how incredible! Gwen exclaimed, clapping her small hands, her amber eyes sparkling. It was as if the most skilled tailor was mending a divine garment. The shimmering star was a thimble. The green thread was silk. Absolutely marvelous. Though she could not comprehend the profound intricacies of the laws, she could intuitively sense that Kaelvissa's condition was stabilizing rapidly. Chapter 51. The will of the Abyssal Watcher descends guided by the starlight of the Dragon King's mark. The emerald filaments crafted from life essence exhibited astonishing efficiency in their stitching. Within mere breaths, the anchor point's wound, resembling a bottomless abyss, was covered and fortified by a dense array of shimmering, gentle green stitches. Although the wound itself had not completely vanished, still bearing a dark mark. The terrifying gravitational pull that had once devoured everything and leaked primal essence had dissipated. In its stead emerged a profound sense of stability, sealed and fortified. A colossal breach, ingeniously patched with unparalleled resilience. As the anchor point wound at the heart was successfully reinforced, the insatiable hunger and the anguish of lost essence were significantly quelled. The chilling void eye upon Kaelvissa's left arm stabilized instantaneously. The chaotic frenzy, a voracious will seeking to consume all, ebbed away like a receding tide. In its place arose a cold, efficient focus on the task at hand. The directive to cleanse resonated once more, this time with exceptional clarity, devoid of confusion. The ethereal roots of the star spirit, tainted by the ancient tree's severed ends, were devoured with newfound efficiency. Under the guidance of Ahri's lilac soul light, the dark golden shackles of the marked area were torn and consumed with even greater efficacy, uninterrupted by the internal hunger and pain. The power of the abyssal eye was entirely concentrated on the cleansing task itself. Sizzle! The dark golden taint of the star's spirit melted away like snow, swiftly stripped, consumed, and obliterated. The marked region at the ancient tree's Ionian severance visibly transformed, becoming clean at a remarkable pace. The remaining wound no longer bore the polluted black gold hue, but instead exhibited a healthy, wood-grained emerald green. Though still fierce, the frigid aura of the shackles had vanished. The ancient tree emitted a low hum once more, this time filled with a sense of relief far outweighing the pain. A millennia-old affliction was being eradicated. Within its vast will, a portion of the heavy resentment accumulated over eons seemed to dissipate as well. In its place arose a weary ease and a yearning for rebirth. However, just as this restoration and cleansing appeared to be on the right track, a mutation re-emerged. Deep within the dark anchor mark at the heart of Kaelvissa, reinforced by verdant sutures, an exceedingly minute azure glow flickered abruptly. An ancient will, older than the previous abyssal brand, awakened like a slumbering serpent. Following the delicate primordial connection left during the fusion of the Dragon King's mark and the life-giving essence, it surged forth in reverse. This will was cold and devoid of emotion, emanating from the very void at the dawn of the universe. Instantly, it locked onto the guiding light of the Dragon King's repair mark. It also targeted the life essence of the ancient tree, Ionia, supplying the needle and thread. Furthermore, it fixated upon Kaelvissa, the vessel itself. A whisper composed of the silence of countless extinguished stars resonated deep within the consciousness of Kaelvissa, Ahri, the ancient tree, as well as Gwen and Zerath. Mark confirmed. The void shall ultimately embrace all. The will of the Abyss Watcher. It cast a cold gaze from its essence across the endless void, not merely a remnant instinct of the brand. In the instant the will descended, The recently reinforced dark mark upon Kaelvissa's heart erupted with an unprecedented azure radiance. Countless delicate, frigid black tendrils spread from the core of the mark, resembling a spider's web, swiftly entangling the verdant sutures. The essence of life was rapidly tainted and eroded. The starlight of the Dragon King's brand flickered violently, endeavoring to resist, yet was relentlessly suppressed by that frigid will. Oh, Kaelvissa's body, which had only just calmed, convulsed violently once more. A pain tenfold more intense than before overwhelmed him in an instant. The dark scales enveloping his body proliferated wildly, becoming increasingly thick and menacing. The cold eye upon his left arm glowed ominously, filled anew with madness and chaos. The act of devouring the tainted remnants of the ancient tree came to an abrupt halt. All strength was devoted to resisting the encroachment and dominion of the will of the Watcher within him. Ahri felt as though struck by a heavy blow. The soul link instantaneously transmitted a tearing agony. The delicate pink and purple light she had constructed shattered into fragments. The blazing flames of her soul were extinguished in an instant, leaving only a flickering ember. The radiance of the spirit pearl dimmed to its utmost limits. Oh no! Something dreadful has awakened. It is causing chaos within. Gwen screamed, her face paling. Humph. Indeed, the master has been disturbed. Zerath's voice echoed ominously. The gaze of the abyss is no trifling matter. This vessel, along with the tears of the ancient wood, has become the finest marker. A foolish bargain. The will of the ancient tree of Ionia erupted in furious indignation. It sensed a faint tug at its recently healing wounds. A sensation intertwined with the cold will of the Watcher. The purged filth was, in fact, a trap or coordinate left by the Watcher. Despicable abyss. The roar of the ancient tree reverberated throughout the spirit realm. The situation took a dire turn. The cold will from the essence of the Watcher descended, not only shattering the repairs just completed, but also plunging Kaelvissa and Ahri into despair, threatening to drag the ancient tree of Ionia into the abyss's gaze as well. The cold eye upon Kaelvissa's left arm, under the dominion of the Watcher's will, fixated entirely upon Ahri, who radiated the purest essence of soul nearby. A chilling, greedy intent to kill enveloped her in an instant. Eliminate the obstacles. The voice of chaos, devoid of emotion, resounded. Kaelvissa's left arm, with its surging void eye, reflected not the tainted remnants of the ancient tree, but rather the image of her soul, burning to its last ember. Ahri felt as though she had been cast into an absolute zero prison of ice. The pink and purple light of her soul flickered under the weight of murderous intent, poised to extinguish entirely at any moment. The spirit pearl at her chest trembled violently, yet could only emit a faint glow, akin to a firefly's resistance. On the other end of the soul link, Kaelvissa's waning consciousness was ensnared in boundless darkness. Despair, more piercing than the currents of the river of souls, gripped her heart. Sister! Gwen's scream was tinged with a cry. The petite figure surged forth with astonishing speed, her powder blue aura trailing behind like an ethereal wisp. As the colossal tailor's scissors sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely against the frigid intent aimed at Ahri. Cut it! Sever the gaze of malevolence. Snip! Chapter 52. Ahri's sacrifice. With a swift motion, the massive blade of the scissors cleaved through the void, precisely targeting the intangible line of lethal intent driven by the observer's will. There was no clash of metal, only the jarring sound of fabric being forcefully torn apart. Gwen's scissors seemed to possess the extraordinary power to sever invisible causality. In an instant, Ahri felt the chilling wave of murderous intent that had frozen her soul, being rent asunder. Yet, this breach existed only for a fleeting moment. The observer's grand and chilling will resonated deep within the souls of all present. The line of lethal intent that Gwen had severed swiftly mended, becoming even more solidified and frigid. A tremendous backlash surged back through the scissors. Ah! Gwen cried out in pain, her diminutive form hurtling backward. The enormous scissors slipped from her grasp, spinning as they embedded into the distant ethereal ground. Her powder blue, voluminous curls were disheveled, her delicate visage turned pale, and a glimmer of starlit golden liquid, her source of spiritual light, trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her amber eyes brimmed with agony and disbelief. Why is it so stubbornly unyielding? Humph! Foolish puppet! Zerath's voice dripped with malice. Tendrils of deep purple flames danced wildly in the distance, voraciously consuming the chaotic energy streams unleashed by the observer's will. The gaze of the abyssal entity is not something your trivial tailor's tricks can shake. The fate of the vessel seems sealed. It shall merely become the perfect shell for the observer's descent into this realm. The tears of the ancient tree are but a catalyst hastening its transformation. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter was laced with twisted pleasure and derision for the ancient tree's foolish bargain. Despicable abyss. The will of the ancient tree of Ionia erupted in a roar of unbridled fury. The entire spirit realm quaked under its wrath. The canopy supporting the heavens, with its myriad leaves, trembled violently, showering down a rain of light imbued with the essence of decay. Its colossal will fixated on the freshly cleared area at its severed edge, where an unexpectedly healthy patch of emerald flesh now faintly revealed countless minute, icy, lifeless azure lines. These lines writhed like living entities, exuding a disquieting aura resonant with the descending will. A trap, a millennia-old affliction, the starry shackles imprinted deep within the marrow. At their core, had been insidiously embedded by the abyssal observer as coordinates for its own will's descent. The so-called shackles were not merely a confinement of the star spirits, but tools employed by the abyss to taint and corrode the essence of the spirit realm. The ancient tree's efforts to cleanse the taint inadvertently activated the backdoor planted by the abyss, providing the most precise beacon for the observer's will to descend. This provoked the ancient will of Ionia to nearly ignite. Darest thou use my form as a springboard? The grand will forcefully surged against the frigid essence of the overseer within Kaelvissa. Begone from my realm. Boom. The clash of intangible wills erupted within Kaelvissa, as the ancient tree's wrath, imbued with millennia of life's might, collided fiercely with the cold, void-like essence of the overseer. Kaelvissa's body became a brutal battleground, his soul emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The heavy, dark scales enveloping him instantly fractured like a spider's web, and dark, purple void blood gushed forth like a fountain from the fissures. The recently fortified heart anchor, reinforced by the essence of life and the starlight of the Dragon King, pulsed with a ghostly blue glow. The chilling black markings clashed violently with the verdant sutures, obliterating each other. The starlight of the Dragon King's brand flickered uncertainly under the dual onslaught of wills, as if it could extinguish completely at any moment. Kaelvissa. Ahri's heart bled. She could sense Kaelvissa's soul being gradually torn asunder, extinguished by the collision of these two terrifying wills. The last glimmer of Kaelvissa, like a solitary boat in a tempest, was on the verge of capsizing. No, this cannot be. If this continues, the giant will shatter. Gwen struggled to rise. Ignoring the source light at the corner of her mouth, Gwen cried out in desperation, her amber eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather Ionia, please stop. Your power is too great. It will crush him. And that cold, malevolent entity. It is exploiting your strength to assault that shimmering star, the Dragon King's brand. The ancient tree's furious will abruptly faltered. It realized that much of its wrathful force was indeed being redirected toward the Dragon King's brand by the overseer's frigid essence. That faint starlight was rapidly dimming under the dual pressure. Should the Dragon King's brand extinguish, Kaelvissa would utterly lose his final protective framework, instantly falling under the complete dominion of the overseer's will, or being directly crushed by its power. Does the old would now comprehend? The voice of Zerath dripped with scorn. Can the machinations of the abyss be perceived by a mere fossil, such as thee? What it desires is to use thy hand to destroy the key to Aurelion, or to cause the vessel to shatter amidst the conflict. In either case, the overseer emerges victorious. Thy spiritual realm shall be laid bare upon the banquet table of the abyss. The ancient tree found itself in a dilemma. To cease the assault would allow the overseer's will to swiftly dominate and transform Kaelvissa. To continue the assault might result in the destruction of the Dragon King's brand. The sole protection, hastening Kaelvissa's annihilation. In this moment of near impasse, a faint yet tenacious tremor of the soul surged defiantly from the depths of Kaelvissa's spirit. Submerged by darkness and the tempest of wills, this tremor did not emanate from the Dragon King's brand, nor from the eye of the abyss, but arose from Kaelvissa himself. It is the core will of Kaelvissa, tormented to the utmost, yet never relinquishing hope. This will, fragile to the point of being nearly imperceptible, carries an extraordinary resilience. Firmly anchored to the dimming starlight of the Dragon King's brand, this stirring instantaneously ignited the flickering flame of Ahri's soul, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Kaelvissa. Ahri's fragmented soul cried out. She forsook all defenses. She abandoned every gamble for her own survival. With unwavering determination, she poured her remaining lavender soul light into the last thread of the soul link binding her to Kaelvissa. Not as a guide, not as a barrier, but as the most direct communion and sacrifice of souls. Do not give up. Hold on to me. Grasp that glimmer of light. She ignited herself with a selfless will to protect. Chapter 53. Ahri's sacrifice. Boom. At the moment when Ahri's dwindling soul light touched Kaelvissa's feeble self-will, a miracle unfolded. The heart of Kaelvissa, on the verge of being entirely suffocated by the chilling black patterns, and the Dragon King's brand starlight, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The starlight of the Dragon King's brand transformed from its previous profound azure to a radiant white light capable of purifying all impurities. This starlight was not a manifestation of the Dragon King's brand's own power, but rather ignited by the reckless, life-defying will to protect and survive shared between Kaelvissa and Ahri. It was the last resonance of their souls in extremity, awakening the primal essence of the Starforger's true intent to defy all shackles. The radiant white starlight pierced through the cold black patterns encasing the heart like a sword at dawn. Those polluted lines, driven by the will of the Overseer, hissed and melted away under the purifying starlight, dissipating and collapsing rapidly. What? The vast, icy will of the Overseer trembled with a flicker of surprise and offended fury. The will of mere ants can evoke the true essence of the celestial dome. The eruption of the radiant white starlight not only cleansed the wounds of the heart, but also stabilized Kaelvissa's essence, which was on the brink of collapse. The void eye on his left arm, under the dominion of the Overseer's will, flickered intensely, its cold, murderous intent and chaotic greed ruthlessly suppressed by the radiant white starlight. Deep within the icy pupils, a fleeting glimpse of Kaelvissa's painful struggle briefly reemerged. A golden opportunity. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. She astutely seized upon this ephemeral chance. With a wave of her hand, the enormous tailoring scissors embedded in the ethereal ground soared back to her grasp like a streak of light. Grandfather Ionia, suppress that cold, malevolent entity. Do not let it interfere. Gwen is here to sever that bothersome coordinate. The will of the ancient tree of Ionia hesitated not for a moment. Its immense power withdrew instantaneously from the confrontation with the Overseer's will, transforming into countless resilient emerald tendrils that coiled like chains, layer upon layer, entwined toward the frigid will of the Overseer nestled within Kaelvissa. Though it could not be entirely obliterated, it was firmly restrained and imprisoned within Kaelvissa, rendering it incapable of easily invoking the abyssal eye or tainting the Dragon King's mark. The coordinates locked onto the Overseer's will whispered coldly beneath the roots of the ancient tree, seeking once more to stir the ethereal azure patterns at the fracture. Found you. The markers left by the vile entity, Gwen exclaimed, her figure transforming into a stream of powdery blue light, instantly appearing at the colossal fracture of the ancient tree. Her amber eyes fixated intently on the freshly cleansed wound, now adorned with myriad subtle azure patterns. Those patterns twisted and struggled under the ancient tree's innate repulsion, exuding a nauseating aura. Gwen detested such insidious, lingering stains. Her petite face was awash with disdain and fury. She raised her enormous sewing scissors high, the powdery blue light of her soul igniting at the blade's edge. Cut away the troubles. Sever the claws of the wicked. Snap. This time, her scissors did not aim at the intangible will or murderous intent, but wielded a force of causal severance, erasing traces as they forcefully descended upon the void riddled with azure patterns. Hiss! The very fabric of space was torn asunder, unleashing a resounding echo that sent shivers through the soul. The colossal blades descended. The verdant void of the wound twisted violently, rippling. Countless delicate azure patterns swiftly faded, disintegrated, and vanished under the power of the principles imbued within the scissors. Erasing coordinates? The Overseer's will was taken aback, as if forcibly severed from a crucial connection. Not yet finished. Gwen's face flushed from exertion. She felt the immense resistance emanating from the scissors. Those azure patterns clung like maggots, deeply rooted in the essence of the ancient tree. The wicked entity had burrowed too deeply. Grandfather Ionia, when intended to sever a portion of the tainted root, it might hurt a little. Snip. The will of the ancient tree Ionia displayed no hesitation, embodying a resolute determination to excise the corrupted flesh and seek survival. Good. A flicker of sorrow crossed Gwen's eyes, yet her actions remained resolute. The powdery blue radiance at the blade surged to its zenith. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, reborn by the spring breeze. For the sake of renewal, snip. Snap. This time, the sound no longer tore space, but resembled a cord connecting to the essence of the world being forcibly severed. Centered around the point where Gwen's scissors fell, a small area spanning several feet was forcibly stripped away by an invisible force of principles, severed. It contained a fragment of the essence of the ancient tree Ionia. The deepest layers of the verdant wound's azure patterns. Sizzle. The severed essence instantly lost all vitality and luster, transforming into a swirling mass of filth. Meanwhile, at the fracture of the ancient tree, a far more profound and terrifying wound remained. The edges of the wound flowed with verdant life sap. A profound agony, emanating from the very essence of the soul, caused the ancient tree, which upheld the heavens, to tremble violently. The ancient tree emitted a muffled roar of pain, more intense than any it had previously uttered. However, as the tainted flesh was excised, the faint sense of connection, which resonated with the will of the observer, vanished entirely. The coordinates inscribed by the star spirit shackles, which bound the observer, were cruelly eradicated by the tree's severed roots. The loss of these coordinates left the observer's will in a state of disarray. The vessel's markings remained. The spirit realm coordinates were secured, awaiting the embrace of oblivion. As the observer's essence rapidly dissipated, the ancient tree's roots, which had imprisoned it, instantaneously lost their purpose. With a thud, Kaelvissa, whose body was shrouded in cracked scales, distorted and expanded, crashing heavily onto the surging spirit-laden earth like a marionette with severed strings. The cold void eye on his left arm dimmed, slowly closing. The tide of darkness that enveloped his form receded, revealing his pale, naked body beneath, adorned with eerie dark purple patterns. At the location of his heart, the shadowy anchor mark still lingered, its edges lined with a myriad of verdant sutures, while a faint star-like glow pulsated defiantly at its center. His eyes remained tightly shut, his breath barely perceptible. Yet, the flicker of consciousness that belonged to Kaelvissa stubbornly persisted. Kaelvissa, Ahri's soul, having burned to its utmost, could no longer sustain itself. The pastel purple radiance extinguished completely, plummeting from the heavens. Gwen's figure appeared instantly beneath her, supporting her with her small frame and enormous scissors. Gazing upon Ahri's soul, now cracked and devoid of light, Gwen's small face was awash with tears of compassion. "Sister, your light has gone out." Chapter 54. The boundary of the spirit realm. The outcome was one of mutual destruction, as Zerath's ghostly remnants echoed through the air, with several strands of deep purple flames coalescing in the distance into a more tenuous outline. He fixated intently on the massive new wound at the tree's severed roots, from which a verdant life essence flowed. The ancient wood had severed its own foundation. Who would emerge as the sole victor? The abyss? No. His deep purple eyes turned toward Gwen, and the unconscious Ahri cradled in her arms, then swept over to the fallen Kaelvissa. The colossal will of the ancient tree, Ionia, enveloped the entire space, burdened with an unprecedented weight of fatigue and frailty. It gazed upon the vast new wound, from which the essence flowed, then at the unconscious Kaelvissa and the shattered soul of Ahri, finally resting its gaze upon Gwen, whose tear-streaked face was devotedly fixed on Ahri. A grand will resonated gently. No longer a furious roar, the sacrificial rite of severance had become a mark of the abyss, yet the cost was dire. The soul light of the little fox was nearly extinguished, on the brink of oblivion. The core of this spiritual realm was severely wounded and required a lengthy slumber for restoration. Its will swept over Zerath, bearing a frigid warning. Should you covet the remnants of arcane power again, you shall face immediate annihilation. Zerath's flame flickered sharply, retreating reluctantly. Yet his deep violet eyes continued to glimmer with calculating intent. The will of the great tree, Gwen, turned towards the girl cradling Ahri, softening somewhat. "Take the little fox and the vessel away from the spirit realm." "Leave?" Gwen lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing blankly at the colossal ancient tree. "Where to?" "My sister's soul is on the verge of shattering, and that giant." The ancient trees will pointed towards the distant edges of the spiritual realm. There, remnants of the primal breath lingered, potentially nurturing the fractured soul of the little fox. As for the vessel, the ancient trees will bore a hint of complexity within him. The Dragon King's fiery essence still flickered, life as adhesive remaining, and the anchor of the abyss was reinforced. Whether he could awaken and harness the power within depended solely on his own fate and fortune. The spirit realm shall be sealed. I must exert all my strength to mend the wound of severance. You must safeguard him until he awakens. The canopy, which upheld the celestial vault, began to gradually close, the flowing, iridescent aura of the land becoming subdued, as the atmosphere of the entire spiritual realm swiftly descended into silence. Gwen, gazing at Ahri's shattered soul in her arms and the unconscious Kaelvissa on the ground, looked once more at the closing spirit realm. Her small face filled with confusion and helplessness. She was merely a tiny puppet seamstress, suddenly tasked with the protection of two gravely wounded beings, while also confronting the unknown world outside. "Wait." Zerath's ghostly voice suddenly rang out, laced with urgency and a tone of negotiation. "Old tree, take me with you. I can divulge crucial intelligence regarding the abyss and the star spirits, a secret that could influence the life and death of the vessel. The ancient trees will hesitated briefly. Speak. Zerath's flames coalesced, his deep violet eyes shimmering with a beguiling light. Information in exchange for passage. I wish to go to the material realm. I sense something there calling forth a new storm. I wish to witness, not participate. He paused, casting out the bait. The vessel is not merely a chaotic container. Deep within his lineage lies the essence of the star spirits. Faint. Yet it is this trace of star blood that has caused an anomaly in the imprint of the Dragon King upon him. It allows him to invoke the true essence of the astral realm in dire straits. This is the unforeseen alignment of key and lock. The only flaw in the Dragon King's millennia-long plan of subjugating the star spirits. It is also the reason why the Watchers hold him in such high regard. Interesting. Isn't it? The ancient tree fell silent, its immense will rapidly processing this astonishing information. Gwen's small mouth gaped in astonishment. Even the unconscious Kaelvissa seemed to twitch his fingers unconsciously. I have said all I needed to say. Zerath's voice was urgent. Take me away. A brief silence ensued. The grand will of the ancient tree resonated at last, a stream of verdant light coiling around the remnants of Zera's soul. Yet should you wreak havoc in the world, I shall eradicate you. A raspy laugh escaped Zera's remnants as he was enveloped by the emerald glow, transforming into a flash of violet light. Vanishing into the mists at the edge of the spirit realm, Gwen led them as the ancient tree's final will echoed, imbued with weariness and entrustment. A comparatively gentle emerald luminescence enveloped Gwen, Ahri, and the unconscious Kaelvissa, gently guiding them towards the hazy mists at the boundary of the spirit realm. Grandfather Ionia. Gwen cradled Ahri, observing Kaelvissa's heavy body being lifted by the verdant glow, tears still fresh on her small face, now etched with determination. Gwen understood. She would protect her sister and the big fellow until grandfather healed. In a flash, the emerald light whisked the trio away into the mists of the spirit realm's boundary. The core of the spirit realm fell into complete silence. The immense trunk of the ancient tree Ionia slowly faded into the rich emerald light, its vast severed end oozing life essence, beginning a long process of healing and slumber. At the boundary of the spirit realm lay a desolate expanse formed of thin, ethereal mist and distorted shadows. Gwen struggled to drag the unconscious Kaelvissa beside a spirit rock emanating a soft glow. Ahri's fragmented soul was delicately placed next to him. The pale pink spiritual light, so faint, it was nearly invisible. Sister, big fellow, we have emerged. Gwen wiped the sweat from her brow. Her small face filled with fatigue and concern. She gazed at Ahri's nearly transparent soul, then at Kaelvissa's pallid, cold form, adorned with bizarre patterns, and the dark mark over his heart glimmering with faint starlight, tears once more brimming in her amber eyes. What should I do? Gwen cannot heal. Just as Gwen found herself at a loss, a faint sound like ancient ice cracking echoed in the silent boundary, accompanied by the sound of ice fracturing, a chilling. Ancient will awoke from the slumbering glacier, gradually spreading forth. The surrounding spirit mist instantly crystallized into delicate ice shards. Gwen shivered violently, warily grasping the massive scissors on the ground, positioning them protectively before Ahri and Kaelvissa. Who is there? In the mist ahead, shadows twisted, and a vague female silhouette, composed entirely of pure ice, slowly emerged. Chapter 55, The Source of Bloodline, Demacia? The hazy mist began to dissipate. She was tall, cloaked in a magnificent robe woven from eternal frost, her visage obscured beneath the shadow of her hood, revealing only a cascade of ice crystal-like pale hair. Her hands were crossed before her, nails a deep azure hue. Most unsettling was the aura that surrounded her, cold, lifeless, yet imbued with an ancient wisdom and profound weariness. The Frost Maiden? Gwen recognized the aura, her small face reflecting astonishment. Lysandra, how did you come to be here? Has your eternal slumber come to an end? Eternity is but a deception. A cold, ethereal voice resonated, imbued with an imperceptible weariness and urgency. The will of the Frost Witch, Lysandra, was directly conveyed to Gwen's consciousness. The frigid temperature had transformed. Her figure subtly shifted towards the unconscious Kael and Ahri. Her gaze, concealed beneath her hood shadow, capable of penetrating all, fell upon the dark mark upon Kael's heart, then swept over Ahri's shattered soul. The mark of the Dragon King was nearly depleted. Lysandra's icy voice tinged with a hint of understanding. The severing of Ionia had indeed been catastrophic. How do you know? Gwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I have long watched over the howling abyss. The millennia of frozen barriers isolate the inner from the outer, yet reflect the monumental upheavals across the realms. Lyssandra's voice echoed like a chilling wind across the ice plains. How could I be unaware of the violent fluctuations at the core of the spirit realm and the fleeting descent of the abyssal well? She slightly raised a hand, clad in ethereal blue ice armor, pointing towards Kael. He is the vessel for Ionia's wager on the seed of origin? Seed of origin? What seed of origin? Gwen queried, bewildered. Lysandra did not respond directly. Her focus shifted to Ahri, her cold voice rarefied by a barely perceptible tremor. The descendant of the Ninetales has suffered a soul's fracture. A pity, for that pure light is born of the seed of origin. Descendant of the Ninetales? Gwen seized upon the key phrase. Now is not the time for explanations. Lysandra's voice suddenly intensified. I have pierced through the ice slumber, daring to venture into the boundaries of the spirit realm, not to provide you with answers. Her presence became more solid, the surrounding icy mist swirling violently. Listen, little seamstress, time is of the essence. Though the fleeting descent of the abyssal well has been repelled, its gaze has already stirred certain entities. Beneath the howling abyss, those watchers entombed in ice for millennia were hastening their thawing. The black mist of Shadow Isles was surging inland at an unprecedented pace. The remnants of despair intertwined with a nascent cold while as Mordekaiser's iron prison trembled. More crucially, Lysandra's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, imbued with an unsettling coldness. I have glimpsed a shadow within the frost-laden vista. An ancient existence formed purely of terror has awakened. It wanders the material realm, its objective equally a key. Its name is. Lysandra's will delivered a freezing appellation. One capable of freezing the soul, fiddlesticks. The ancient terror, the oldest messenger of the abyss. Its awakening heralds the approach of the end, and its first destination. Lysandra paused, is the source of the vessel's bloodline. The Damatian forbidden magic stone forest. Damacia? Gwen was utterly bewildered. The behemoth of bloodline origin? There is no time for explanations. Lysandra's form began to waver, the surrounding ice crystals rapidly disintegrating. Her existence was being repelled by the boundaries of the spirit realm. Little seamstress, you must depart the spirit realm with them at once. This place is no longer safe. The traces of my forced descent will soon attract the expulsion of the realm's guardians, even the prying eyes of the abyss. She finally turned to Kael and Ahri, to Damacia, to the forbidden magic stone forest. Uncover the truth of his bloodline. Perhaps there lies the opportunity to awaken him or restore the spirit of the Ninetales, before the ancient fear finds him. As her words faded, Lysandra's icy form shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into a myriad of crystalline shards that dissipated into the mist at the boundary of the spirit realm, leaving only a chilling whisper echoing in Gwen's consciousness. The frozen is not eternal. The black night shall inevitably break. Be cautious. Gwen stood amidst the frigid spirit mist, clutching her enormous scissors, gazing at the unconscious Kael and the shattered soul of Ahri, then turning her eyes towards the direction of Lysandra's disappearance. Her small face etched with an unprecedented weight of pressure and confusion. The ancient fear, fiddlesticks, was hunting for Kael? To the forbidden magic stone forest in Damacia? Gwen, a mere seamstress, murmured with a quavering voice, observing her two severely injured companions who required protection. The tears in her amber eyes were gradually replaced by a dawning yet resolute light. She tightened her grip on the great scissors. Cut away the troubles and protect my sister and the big guy. We must go to Damacia. The cold spirit mist enveloped the desolate boundary of the spirit realm like a thick veil. Gwen's petite form dragged Kael's heavy body, leaving deep imprints on the shimmering, ethereal rocks with each step. With careful precision, she stitched Ahri's fragmented soul to Kael's chest using strands of soft azure spirit threads, positioning it close to the slowly pulsing heart, entwined with verdant sutures. The pale violet light of the soul flickered weakly like a firefly, each flicker tugging at Gwen's heartstrings. Sister, hold on. Gwen will find a way. Gwen gasped, her amber eyes glistening with unshed tears, determined not to let them fall. Lysandra's frigid warning felt like heavy stones pressing down on her small shoulders. I am but a seamstress doll. Why must I confront such challenges? Foolish little seamstress. A ghostly voice of Zerath echoed. A few strands of deep purple flames flickered nearby in the spirit mist, greedily absorbing the thin yet chaotic energy of the boundary. To carry two half-dead burdens and still wish to traverse the spirit realm? When the ancient fear comes knocking, you won't even be worthy to serve as stuffing for a scarecrow. Chapter 56. The Starry Rift Beyond Silence. You wretched chimney. Gwen abruptly halted, turning to brandish her colossal scissors at the flickering flames, her small face flushed with anger. Dare to call my sister and the big guy burdens, and I shall turn you into rags and stuff you into the needle box. Snip, snip. Rags? Zerath's remnants emitted a series of harsh hisses. I am the Ascendant, the embodiment of arcane essence. How could a mere doll like you comprehend? His flames danced. Yet his deep purple eyes were fixated greedily on the faint draconic starlight and emerald sutures at Kael's heart. However, for the sake of my fellow travelers, I can illuminate a path for you. He paused momentarily, casting forth a name of a place. His voice imbued with a peculiar allure. The swiftest exit from this realm lies beyond the shadow of the Colossus at the Starlight Rift. The Colossus? Gwen faltered, her amber eyes narrowing in suspicion. Grandfather Ionia warned that there are false gods there. It is the territory of the nefarious star spirits. Gwen would never venture there. False gods? Huh. Zerath's derisive laughter rang sharper. The star spirits are indeed deceitful vermin. Yet that rift is a naturally torn passage created by the energy tides between the spirit realm and the material realm, not crafted by the star spirits. At this moment, the energy of the rift is unstable, presenting an opportune moment for clandestine passage. Do you wish to wait for them to perish in this desolate land? Or await the arrival of fiddlesticks? Gwen's delicate face contorted with conflict. Though Zerath's words were harsh, there was undeniable truth in them. The boundaries of the spirit realm are vast and barren, fraught with unknown perils. With two severely injured companions in tow, it would be impossible for her to find safety alone. Not to mention the distant Demacia. The Starlight Rift, by its very name, suggests proximity to the Colossus, fraught with danger. But perhaps it truly is the fastest escape? How do you know the rift's energy is unstable? Gwen inquired with skepticism. Humph. I am an embodiment of arcane perception. My awareness of energy tides is beyond your comprehension. Zerath's flame flickered with pride. Just moments ago, the core fluctuations of the spirit realm and the abyss's gaze triggered a chain reaction in the material world. The energy of the rift is at its least risky now. Miss this opportunity, and the rift will be tightly guarded by the star spirit's minions, leaving you with no chance. To validate Zerath's claim, from the depths of the distant, hazy spirit realm, a series of muffled roars echoed ominously. Gwen bit her rosy lip, her amber eyes darting between the unconscious Kael, Ahri, and the source of the distant rumblings. Her small hands clutched the handles of her scissors tightly. Very well, Gwen shall head to the Starlight Rift, she finally resolved, her small face adorned with a determined fierceness. But beware, you foul trickster. If you dare to play any tricks or attempt to feast upon my sister and the big guy's light, I shall turn you into fireworks. Boom, 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 explode. Rest assured, I harbor little interest in half-dead remnants, Zerath replied, his voice laced with an imperceptible enigma. I am solely fascinated by the tempest that is about to unfold. Lead the way, little seamstress. Time is of the essence. Under Zerath's elusive guidance, Gwen dragged Kael, shielding Ahri, as they trudged through the barren borderlands. The closer they approached the direction of the roars, the stronger the sense of spatial distortion became. The thin spirit mist was torn into peculiar whirlpools, and the luminescent spirit stones beneath their feet grew fragile, riddled with cracks. A peculiar scent of ozone permeated the air. After an indeterminate period, an awe-inspiring sight unfolded before Gwen's eyes. Ahead, the boundary of the spirit realm was no longer a haze of mist, but a colossal rift stretching across her field of vision, immense to the point of being unfathomable. That is the Starlight Rift. It was not a regular fissure, its jagged edges interlocked like canine teeth, torn asunder by invisible, colossal claws. Within the crevice, there was not an absolute darkness, but a flowing stream of resplendent light, shifting and shimmering like a molten river of stars. Deep violet, ethereal blue, silvery white, and golden red, an array of colors representing various material realms and void energies surged within, colliding and annihilating each other, emitting a deafening, explosive roar. The violent turbulence of space erupted from the fissure's edge, effortlessly reducing nearby spirit realm rocks to mere powder. The periphery of the crevice was a realm of extreme instability, where light and shadow twisted frantically, creating numerous temporary portals of varying sizes. This was the smuggling opportunity that Zella's had spoken of, right there. Zella's voice resonated with a hint of excitement as he pointed towards a portal approximately 2 or 3 yards in diameter, emanating an unstable silvery glow. Rush in. Steady the portal's edge with your scissors. I shall lend you my strength. Gwen gazed at the tumultuous starlit fissure and the perilous portal at its edge, her small face paling, her palms slick with sweat around the scissors. This was 1,000 times more dangerous than patching a volatile volcanic giant. You can do it, Gwen. She encouraged herself, taking a deep breath as a powdery blue ethereal light enveloped her. The gigantic tailor's scissors were poised before her. Sister, Big guy? Hold on tight to Gwen. She deftly bound Kaelvissa and Ahri with several resilient threads of powdery blue light behind her. Then, her petite form surged with astonishing strength as she charged towards the unstable silvery portal. Cut through the wind. Clear the path. Here comes Gwen. Just as she was about to plunge into the portal, an unexpected shift occurred. 3 beams of cold, sacred starlight, dazzling and brilliant, tore through the chaotic stellar turbulence. Fiercely aimed at Gwen and her burdens, Kaelvissa and Ahri, from 3 cunning angles. Blasphemer. Halt. A chilling voice reverberated amidst the chaotic space. The speed of the starlight was beyond imagination. Gwen barely had time to swing her scissors in defense. Be careful. Zelas's urgent voice echoed. Several strands of deep violet flames surged instantly, transforming into a thin, shimmering diamond-shaped shield inscribed with arcane runes, precariously interposing itself before Gwen. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams of starlight collided violently against the deep violet shield, erupting in blinding brilliance and fierce energy shockwaves. The shield quaked violently, its surface instantly marred by a web of cracks. Zelas emitted a muffled groan of pain, the flames dimming considerably. Gwen was nearly toppled by the immense force, nearly falling to the ground, but thankfully, the scissors steadied her stance. Who ambushed Gwen? She furiously looked up. Against the backdrop of the tumultuous light flow emanating from the starlit fissure, 3 figures radiating cold starlight hovered in the air like deities. Chapter 57. The shield of Aurelion Sol and his companions stood tall, their forms adorned in resplendent armor forged from pure celestial starlight. Helmets obscured their faces, revealing only their piercing eyes, ablaze with a chilling, ethereal flame. Armed with spears, swords, and staves crafted from light, they emanated a formidable energy, exuding an air of superiority and indifference to all. Upon their foreheads, a sigil of 3 sharp triangles glowed, radiating an aura of confinement, a starling rune. Guardians of the Celestial Realm. Detection of high levels of contamination detected, intoned the guardian wielding the light spear, his voice as frigid as the stars. Significant concentrations of arcane residue identified. Threat level, extermination. The guardian with the luminous sword added solemnly. Initiating purification protocol, commanded the guardian bearing the staff. As the star atop, it blazed brilliantly. Eradicate the source of corruption. Retrieve the Dragon King's mark. Apprehend all associates. For the glory of the great deity. For the glory of the great deity. Echoed the other 2 guardians in unison, their icy, starry gazes fixed below. Minions of the vile starling, exclaimed Gwen, astonished and enraged. The colossal tailor's scissors erupted with a soft blue luminescence. I am not the source of corruption. Neither is my sister, nor the hulking brute. How foolish you are. Blinded by the stars. Filthy vessel. Submit to purification. Without further ado, the guardian with the spear thrust forth, unleashing a more potent and concentrated beam of annihilating starlight that tore through the fabric of space, imbued with the essence of universal cleansing, aiming directly at Kaelvissa behind Gwen. Target confirmed. Destroy the vessel tainted by the abyss and the Dragon King's power. Do not touch the hulking brute. Gwen screamed, her massive scissors clashing with the starlight. I will sever your wicked spear. Clash. The blades of her scissors met the destructive starlight in a fierce collision. The delicate pink and blue luminescence clashed violently with the cold brilliance of the stars. This time, Gwen summoned every ounce of her strength. The starlight, forcefully torn by the scissors imbued with peculiar laws, struck the nearby ethereal rock, creating a deep crater. Yet, the tremendous recoil left her arm numb, her palm torn, oozing a pale golden liquid of ethereal energy. Overreaching, the guardian wielding the sword vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized beside Gwen, his sword radiating a chilling intent, aiming to sever the delicate pink thread connecting her soul to Ahri, intending to sever her protection. Humph! A cold snort from Zerath echoed, as a deep violet arcane beam shot forth, precisely targeting the wrist of the sword-wielding guardian. Though easily deflected by the celestial shield, it successfully disrupted his assault. Arcane residue. Seeking death, the guardian's icy gaze turned toward the remnants of Zerath's spirit. The chains of the star guardians remain as repugnant as ever, Zerath rasped, his voice steeped in profound hatred. Today, I shall collect interest on the debt for the enslavement of us ascendants millennia ago. His flickering flames instantaneously dispersed, transforming into numerous cunning arcane missiles that surged towards the 3 star guardians. Not seeking destruction, but rather disruption. Eradicate the arcane residue. The star guardian wielding a staff paused momentarily, summoning a radiant shield of starlight that effortlessly deflected Xayrath's assault. Concurrently, a gentle chain of starlight emanated from the tip of his staff, ensnaring. Xayrath's flames darted chaotically, deep violet arcane energy clashing fiercely with the starlight chain, producing a sizzling sound of obliteration, momentarily entangled and unable to escape. "Little Taylor, quickly, through the passage." Xayrath's urgent voice echoed, tinged with a hint of suppressed fury. Gwen felt an overwhelming pressure. In front of her, the Star Guardian wielding a light spear once again coalesced starlight. To the side, the Star Guardian wielding a light sword, having evaded Xayrath's interference, advanced once more. Although the staff-wielding Star Guardian was preoccupied with binding Xayrath, his formidable presence still loomed over the battlefield. Gwen will fight back. A fierce glint flashed in Gwen's amber eyes as she plunged her massive tailoring scissors into the ethereal ground beneath her. Taylor's domain. Entangling threads arise. With a hum, countless translucent, pastel blue threads of spirit light erupted from the scissors, instantly enveloping the surrounding space for dozens of yards. These threads, though intangible, carried a potent effect of spatial disruption and energy stagnation. The light sword-wielding Star Guardian found his advance abruptly halted, ensnared in an invisible, viscous web. The starlight coalescing around the light spear-wielding Star Guardian also experienced a momentary disturbance. Trivial trick. The staff-wielding Star Guardian scoffed, the brilliance of his staff flaring anew. Dispersing the starlight, a soft radiance swept through, causing the pastel threads laid down by Gwen to shatter and dissipate. The hindrance of the domain vanished instantaneously. Purification. The destructive starlight of the light spear-wielding Star Guardian once again coalesced. This time, 3 spear-like beams of starlight sealed off all of Gwen's avenues for evasion. Gwen's face paled as she gazed at the 3 lethal beams of starlight rapidly enlarging before her eyes. Behind her stood Kael and Ahri. She could not evade. In her moment of despair, "In the name of my father and mother, cease." A deep, steady voice, resonant with the quality of granite, yet underscored by urgency and fury, pierced through the clamor of starry explosions and energy collisions, erupting over the battlefield. Accompanying the voice, a robust pillar of pure, resplendent diamond crashed down between Gwen and the 3 Star Guardians. Boom! As the diamond pillar struck the ground, it unleashed an indescribable, terrifying shockwave. The essence of purity, solidity, and protective will radiated outward. The 3 beams of destructive starlight aimed at Gwen were instantly scattered and annihilated. The turbulent currents of starlight were forcibly pushed aside by this overwhelming force, creating a fleeting area of relative calm. As the brilliance receded, a towering figure stood resolutely where the diamond pillar had descended. He stood tall and imposing, clad in resplendent heavy armor forged from pure amethyst crystal and mithril, adorned with runes that flowed like the movement of stars. Most striking was the weapon he wielded, a colossal warhammer, exaggerated in size, entirely sculpted from dazzling diamonds. The warhammer emanated an indomitable will and an unparalleled radiance of protection. His visage was resolute, akin to a marble statue, with short, deep purple hair standing erect and a meticulously groomed, thick beard. Most unforgettable were his eyes, 2 perfectly cut amethyst gemstones, deep and wise, yet now ablaze with the flames of fury. Upon his forehead was branded a star spirit rune composed of 3 sharp triangles. Unlike the cold, lifeless star flames of other guardians, the light flowing through his rune was softer, imbued with a sense of rock-like gravitas. "Tarek," Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing this legendary figure, the Shield of Valoran, whose name resounded through the ancient folklore of the spirit realm. It was said he was once mortal, chosen by the star spirits for his unwavering faith in protection, and became a star guardian of the celestial constellation. Chapter 58. First ask my Warhammer Lord Tarek. The 3 star guardians evidently recognized his presence, their cold voices tinged with a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Yet more prevalent was their confusion. "Why do you impede our purification? The target carries a high concentration of pollution and the mark of the Dragon King." Threat level assessed by me." Tarek's voice brooked no dissent. He brought his massive diamond warhammer down with a resounding thud, a soft violet starlight radiating outward, encircling Gwen, Kael, and Ahri while simultaneously isolating the 3 star guardians and the imprisoned remnants of Xayrath beyond it. I sensed the unusual fluctuations of the Dragon King's mark. I also felt the chilling presence left by the fleeting descent of the abyssal will. Most notably, I perceived his amethyst-like gaze deeply fixed upon the unconscious Kael behind Gwen. lingering especially on the faint glimmer of the Dragon King's starlight and the emerald seam at his heart, his eyes flashing with extreme confusion and shock. A resonance of the ancient star spirit blood resonance. The 3-star Guardian's cold star flames flickered violently. Star spirit blood? Impossible. This vessel is a source of pollution. There is no record of this in the database. Database? Tarek's voice dripped with derision, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the cold runes upon his colleagues' foreheads. Your eyes have been obscured by the chains of prophecy for far too long. You merely execute frigid commands, failing to perceive the complexity and miracles of life itself. He pointed to Kael, whose Dragon King's mark within was ignited by the will of protection in dire straits, drawing forth the true essence of the celestial vault. If not for the star spirit blood acting as a point of resonance, could this be so? This is no mere coincidence. It is far from pollution. The Star Guardian wielding the staff spoke with an icy tone. Lord Tarek, have you been tainted by the emotions of the lower realms? Any prophecy, uninterpreted, is deemed a threat. This is the highest decree. Please stand aside. Otherwise what? Tarek stepped forward, the radiance of his diamond warhammer intensifying, the formidable aura of protection compelling the 3-star Guardians to instinctively take a step back. To wield a slaughtering blade against a Guardian whose soul lay shattered, a dying key coursing with the ancient blood of celestial spirits. This is what you deem purification? This is the essence of the titanic light. If so, Tarek's voice turned frigid. My warhammer shall first strike to safeguard against this chaos. The atmosphere tightened to an unbearable degree. Gwen found temporary refuge behind Tarek's celestial shield. She gazed, bewildered, at the towering figure before her and the immense diamond warhammer, then glanced at the 10-star Guardians outside the shield and the struggling remnants of Xeris. Her mind was utterly overwhelmed. Tarek was protecting them? Meanwhile, the imprisoned Xeris, with his deep violet flames for eyes, fixated intently on Tarek and Kael. The resonance of the celestial blood indeed concealed earth-shattering secrets within the vessel's lineage. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. In that moment of heightened tension, the unconscious Kael, carried by Gwen, suddenly twitched slightly. The faint starlight in the vicinity of his heart flickered weakly, as if drawn by the protective starlight emanating from Tarek. Simultaneously, within the depths of Kael's consciousness, amidst the cold, darkness, agony, and endless whispering that engulfed the chaotic sea, a singular, blazing starfire burned tenaciously. Within Kael's consciousness, a chilling, void-like, eternal sensation of falling, vessel, key, shackles, devouring. Countless frigid voices, like maggots clinging to bones, entwined around his fragmented consciousness. Caesar, a faint yet profoundly familiar call pierced the abyssal starlight. Ahri, Kael's fragments of awareness struggled, grasping at the luminous call with a bloodied fervor. Light? Where's the light? Only endless darkness and coldness remained. Buzz. A burst of pure white erupted suddenly at the heart of the chaotic consciousness. Pristine warm, imbued with supreme majesty, the essence of the celestial firmament. Within the radiant starlight, a colossal dragon-like apparition composed of stars gradually materialized, vague yet immensely grand. Its massive claws bore countless scars, entwined by chilling chains, yet its eyes blazed with an indomitable fire, piercing through the infinite void to gaze upon him. The lock of celestial spirits imprinted a weary, yet somewhat reassuring thought directly into Kael's awareness. The blood within you is but the dust of the lockhole. My imprint serves as the key. Your struggle is the force to break free from the shackles, for the freedom of all beings in this realm. The dragon's apparition slowly lifted its battered claw, pointing towards a corner of Kael's consciousness, obscured by darkness. There, a minuscule, anciently imprisoned golden-purple light flickered faintly, like a sleeping grain of sand. Find it. Unravel the mystery of your bloodline. In the Damatian Forbidden Magic Stone Forest lies the first cornerstone of the enslavement of the star spirits, as well as the first whetstone to sever the shackles. The phantom of the dragon begins to dissipate, and the incandescent starlight gradually dims. Remember, you are not a vessel, you are the light of dawn. The grand thoughts slowly fade away, leaving only the final whisper echoing in Kael's fraying consciousness. Beware of the straw, it has sensed you. Illusion ends. At the edge of the starry rift, Tarek keenly perceives the fleeting wave of Dragon King's starlight emanating from Kael, along with the hint of intention contained within that light. In his amethyst-like eyes, shock and determination intensify. Did you see it? Tarek's voice resounds. The Dragon King's mark responding to the will of protection. It is guiding us. This is no source of pollution. This is a revelation beyond the oracle. Stand aside. Let them pass. All responsibility shall rest upon me, Tarek. His colossal diamond warhammer strikes down with renewed force, expanding a shield of purple starlight that is more solid and vast than before, radiating an unmatched will of protection. It envelopes Gwen, Kael, Ahri, and the unstable silvery portal, pushing them toward the rift. Tarek, you are betraying the oracle. The guardian of the celestial staff roars in fury, the staff's brilliance swelling, attempting to breach Tarek's shield. Betrayal? Tarek's voice carries a rock-solid conviction. His immense form stands resolutely at the portal's entrance, the diamond warhammer pointing at the three. With the flame of belief burning in his amethyst eyes, what I protect has never been the cold, colossal deity. It is the very possibility of life itself. It is the flickering hope of this world against the abyss and the shackles. Attempt to move them? The diamond warhammer bursts forth with an unprecedented brilliance. First, ask my warhammer. Chapter 59, The Forbidden Land of Magic. Boom. The violent spatial turbulence roars like millions of frenzied prehistoric beasts within the narrow corridor, tearing apart. The kaleidoscopic, twisted light collides with the powder blue ethereal shield that Gwen has raised, producing a sound that grates on the teeth like shattering glass. Gwen's diminutive form is tossed like a fragile boat amidst a furious sea. A massive tailor's scissors is firmly lodged at her feet, secured to the temporary barrier of starlight created by Tarek, serving as her sole anchor. Hold on, sister. Big guy, Gwen screams, the powder blue strands of ethereal light binding her, Kael, and Ahri into an impenetrable cocoon. Each impact of Kael's heavy body makes her bones creak, while Ahri's feeble soul light flickers perilously amidst the turbulence, causing Gwen's heart to leap into her throat with every flicker. The long-lost essence of the material realm, Zerath's remnants, intermittently emerge within the chaos, with tendrils of deep purple flames clinging tightly to the edges of Gwen's shield, greedily absorbing the frenzied stellar energy and fragments of space escaping from the portal. Although chaotic, it is far more intriguing than the lifeless essence of the spirit realm. A tempest approaches, and I can scent the fragrance of fear and chaos. Silence, you wretched chimney. Cease your utterances, or Gwen shall sever you. Gwen, fraught with urgency and ire, sensed that Zerath was surreptitiously siphoning shield energy. The already precarious shield began to teeter further on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the light at the end of the passage flared brilliantly. A weighty, solid pressure emanating from the fundamental laws of the material realm, imbued with the essence of earth and steel, surged forth. Yet simultaneously, an invisible sense of oppression enveloped Gwen. This suffocating sensation did not arise from an energy shock. Rather, it resembled a confinement and repulsion directed at a certain power deep within her soul. Demacia, the forbidden land of magic. We have arrived. Hold on tight. Gwen gritted her teeth, extracting the last vestiges of her strength as the powdery blue light surged, and her colossal scissors erupted in a blinding radiance of law, fiercely slicing toward the luminous exit ahead. With a resounding rip, the final layer of spatial membrane was torn asunder. The trio was hurled forth by immense force, tumbling toward the edge of a dense forest shrouded in a soft blue mist. Thud! Splash! Gwen crashed heavily onto the ground, blanketed in thick leaves and moss, her enormous scissors slipping from her grasp and embedding themselves into the trunk of an ancient tree. She felt as though the world was spinning, her bones threatening to disassemble. As a pale golden liquid of spiritual essence oozed from the corners of her mouth and the creases of her palm, Kaelvissa and Ahri, tightly bound to her back, also tumbled to the ground. Kaelvissa's body struck the soft, loamy earth with a muffled thud. He remained unconscious, his visage pale as death, lips cracked and tinged with purple. The dark anchor mark upon his heart, surrounded by faintly glowing green sutures, had dimmed significantly. The central star of the Dragon King was even more subdued. Most troubling of all, the bizarre dark purple patterns on his skin were now writhing as if alive. Ahri's shattered soul specter landed beside Kaelvissa, her pale pink light nearly extinguished, leaving only a faint halo struggling to persist at her heart. The fissures in her soul grew increasingly pronounced, the powdery blue threads that Gwen had previously woven now having frayed significantly. Sister, big guy, Gwen, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, scrambled to the sides of the two. She extended her trembling hand, wishing to mend Ahri's soul fissures once more with strands of spiritual essence, but discovered that her own source of light had been nearly depleted. Her fingertips could only release a few weak threads of powdery blue light, which, upon touching Ahri's soul, vanished without a trace, yielding no response. Without light, there could be no mending. Gwen's tears, unable to be contained any longer, cascaded down in heavy drops. splattering onto the cold moss beneath her. Despair and helplessness engulfed her. The perils they had faced had lost all significance. Sister's light was waning. The big guy had transformed into a stone marred by peculiar patterns, and she could do nothing. How tragic. Zayrath's lingering essence coalesced not far off into several wisps of deep purple flame, greedily absorbing the fresh air of the material realm. He gazed upon the dying Ahri and the strangely altered Kaelvissa, his voice rasping with mockery. The soul fire of the nine-tailed fox flickered, while the Dragon King's star flame resembled a candle struggling against the wind. Though the abyssal anchor within this vessel had been reinforced, it had become the most conspicuous beacon in this magic-restricted domain. The arrival of Fiddlesticks here was merely a matter of time. Gwen shivered at the thought of Fiddlesticks. Her amber eyes filled with dread. Lyssandra's icy warning echoed in her ears. Ancient terrors, the oldest harbingers of the abyss. Silence. It is all your fault, you wretched chimney. You had to traverse that fissure, attracting the star-spawned hounds. Tarek exclaimed, his small face flushed with anger as he fiercely pointed a massive pair of scissors at Zayrath. Tarek? Humph. Zayrath scoffed disdainfully. That guardian tainted by emotion? His foolish choice to obstruct the star-spawned hounds is of no concern to me. His flames danced. Deep violet eyes fixated on the writhing dark purple patterns on Kael'vissa's skin. The condition of this vessel was indeed intriguing. The laws of the magic-restricting stone forest seemed not to have entirely suppressed the power within her, but rather awakened something deeper within. Zayrath's words rendered Gwen momentarily speechless. Following his gaze, she turned to Kael'vissa. Indeed, in this forest bordering Demacia, shrouded in a pale blue mist, there lingered an intangible sense of oppression that weighed heavily on the very essence of one's soul. Gwen could feel the flow of her own spiritual light becoming increasingly laborious. Yet, the writhing dark purple patterns on Kael'vissa's skin did not appear suppressed. Rather, they seemed to be absorbing something, a peculiar energy that resonated with the very laws of magic restriction. It felt akin to a magnet drawn to another magnet. What is it awakening? Gwen asked, bewildered. Who knows? Zayrath's flames flickered with an enigmatic glow. Perhaps it is the resonance between the Starspawn's blood and the laws of magic restriction? Or could it be that the abyssal anchor is greedily siphoning this unique nourishment? Or, he lowered his voice, laced with temptation. Is it that a truth sealed deep within his bloodline is beginning to stir? Are you not intrigued, little seamstress, as to why his lineage points towards this forbidden ground of Demacia? Chapter 60. The stone-speaking flower. Gwen observed the increasingly animated dark purple patterns on Kael'vissa, then glanced at the feeble soul light of Ahri. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her once more. What use is curiosity? Gwen despondently sat upon the ground, her enormous scissors slipping from her grasp. She could neither save her sister nor assist the towering figure. Gwen felt utterly useless. Perhaps saving her still holds a glimmer of hope, Zayrath's raspy voice suggested, gesturing towards Ahri. Deep within the magic-restricted stone forest of Demacia, there existed a peculiar phenomenon known as the stone-speaking flower. The stone-speaking flower? Gwen exclaimed, her head snapping up. A rare crystalline bloom that only flourishes at the very core of the purest magic-restricting stone veins, Zayrath elaborated, his deep violet flames shimmering with calculating intent. Its form resembles that of a flower, its texture akin to jade, and its essence is pure and pristine, encapsulating the vitality and silent power that have settled upon the earth and the forbidden laws of magic over millennia. It possesses an incredible nurturing and restorative effect on the wounds of the soul, particularly those inflicted by high-energy shocks leading to spiritual fragmentation. It is the supreme adhesive for the soul. Really. In Gwen's amber eyes, a flicker of hope ignited. Where is it? Where can I find the soul-whispering flower? Humph. Naturally, it lies deep within the treacherous forbidden stone forest, came the warning undertone in Zayrath's voice. That place is a no-go zone for the Demacian crown, heavily guarded by the Magic Hunters Legion at its core. Deeper still, it is said to connect to ancient secrets that even the Demacian royal family dares not speak of. To obtain it, as difficult as scaling the heavens. Gwen was undeterred. She sprang up, fists clenched, her small face resolute. She would brave any peril to save her sister. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, Gwen would dare to venture. Crack, crack, she would cut through. Courageous, yet foolish, Zayrath coldly doused her enthusiasm. At your current state, you couldn't even defeat a robust groundhog, let alone breach the iron fortress of the magic hunters. Furthermore, his fiery gaze turned to Kael'vissa. What shall we do with this vessel? Leave it here? Wait for Fiddlesticks to come to our aid? Gwen glanced at the unconscious Kael'vissa and then at the faintly breathing Ahri. Her small face fell once more. Indeed, she could not abandon the giant. But how could she venture into the forbidden land while carrying him? Perhaps there exists a place to temporarily shelter him, Zerath mused, his deep purple flames glimmering with intent as he gazed into the depths of the forest. The Dalmatian border is not an impregnable fortress. Hidden within the depths of the Edda's forest are some unsavory allies, some mice driven to desperation by the shackles of forbidden magic. They might be willing to shelter a similarly ostracized creature, provided there is sufficient reward. Friends? Mice? Rewards? Gwen regarded Zerath with suspicion. What trickery do you intend? Trickery? Zerath let out a hoarse chuckle. I merely present a choice. To take him in search of the soul-whispering flower is a journey fraught with peril. Entrust him to those mice, exchanging his temporary guardianship for their protection and initial care of the little fox. Perhaps it will buy us time. The choice lies with you. Gwen's small face twisted in contemplation. It was once again time to make a choice. Zerath's proposition appeared to be the only viable option at present. Entrusting the giant to unknown rodents was perilous, but bringing him along to breach the heavily guarded stronghold of the magic hunters was even less feasible. And her sister's soul truly could not wait. Just as Gwen wrestled internally, a faint yet chilling sound reverberated from the depths of the forest. A rustling akin to dry straw rubbing together, or the slow creak of a rusty hinge, intermingled with the unsettling sound of countless insects gnawing on bone. The sound was sporadic, shifting from left to right, elusive and omnipresent. An ineffable chill of deathly silence gradually permeated the air. The surrounding sounds of chirping insects and singing birds vanished without a trace. Even the whispers of the wind were frozen in time. Gwen's hair stood on end in an instant. Her amber eyes darted in terror, searching for the source of the ominous sound. She recalled Lyssandra's final warning to beware the fearsome scarecrow. A dread quietly took root in her heart. The deep violet flames of Zerath flickered violently, revealing his inner trepidation. Is it here? So soon. The rustling sounds drew ever closer. Amidst the fog, a grotesquely distorted silhouette emerged, both towering and hunched. It was a scarecrow, crudely assembled. A tattered burlap head hung askew upon a slender neck, smeared with dark crimson, forming two lopsided voids and a grin that split down to the roots of its ears. Its body was a grotesque amalgamation of decaying wood, rusted metal shards, and countless clumps of filthy straw entwined together. One arm bore a twisted metallic claw, its edge rusted like a scythe, while the other dangled limply like a withered vine. Its legs were two warped stakes driven into the earth, producing a disconcerting creak with every movement. Most terrifying of all was the aura it exuded. It was not a powerful energy, but a pure, soul-freezing fear, an instinctive dread, primal and raw, born of the unknown. Merely gazing at that distorted figure in the mist, Gwen felt her heart ensnared by a frigid claw, her breath turning labored, as her mind involuntarily conjured the most harrowing images. Her sister's light extinguished. The hulking figure morphed into a cold monstrosity, herself reduced to a heap of rags and fluff. Zerath's voice trembled with unprecedented fear, flickering flames nearly extinguished. An ancient terror. It was not a physical entity, but the very embodiment of fear itself. Do not gaze upon it. Do not listen to it. It will unearth your deepest fears and manifest them into reality. Sister. The hulking figure. Gwen bit her lip fiercely, striving to suppress a scream. She fought to avert her gaze. The overwhelming horror rendered her body rigid, her only solace found in the scissors firmly gripped in her hand, her sole anchor. Chapter 61. Utter terror. The distorted silhouette in the mist came to a halt, the tattered burlap, head slowly turning, its two blood-stained voids seeming to penetrate the fog. Precisely locking onto the unconscious Kael, it had pinpointed the dark anchor mark upon his heart. A cacophony of shattered, rasping, rusted metal reverberated deep within the consciousness of Gwen and Zerath. Keys, familiarity, the scent of blood, Dalmatia, the first stone, fear shall ultimately embrace. Click, click. Accompanying this soul-freezing whisper, the arm of Fiddlesticks, composed of withered vines, slowly raised as if animated, pointing towards Kaelvissa. At the vine's tip, a cold, lifeless azure glow began to coalesce. Click, click. Fiddlesticks' fragmented, rasping voice echoed in Gwen's mind. A primal fear, rooted in the instinct of life, instantaneously froze her blood and thoughts. In her amber eyes, only the distorted, hunched silhouette of a scarecrow remained amidst the mist, along with the chilling point of azure light gathering at the tip of that withered vine arm. Though small, that light contained the entirety of the universe's void and finality. The dark anchor mark upon Kaelvissa's heart, targeted by the light, felt ensnared by an invisible frost, emanating an even more biting cold and a strange resonance. The creations of the abyss responded to one another. Gwen's soul screamed in terror, her form ensnared by invisible chains of dread, rendering her immobile. Her mind spiraled uncontrollably through the most desperate visions. Ahri's faint soul halo extinguishing like a flickering candle, Kaelvissa's body twisting into a dark substance amidst the azure glow, while she herself disintegrated into a heap of blood-soaked rags and fluff. No. Zerath's gravelly remnants emitted a near-collapsing shriek. Deep purple flames danced wildly under Fiddlestick's pure fear pressure, nearly extinguishing entirely. It must not succeed. The vessel is my ticket to witness the storm. Extreme terror and greed birthed madness. Whoosh. A wisp of deep purple flame violently detached from its source, akin to a moth drawn to the flame, crashing fiercely into the azure light coalescing on Fiddlestick's vine arm. Simultaneously, Zerath's remaining flames erupted in blinding arcane brilliance, detonating instantly. Boom! A tempestuous, chaotic wave of arcane energy exploded at the heart of Zerath's remaining essence. Deep purple energy torrents frantically tore at the surrounding space and mist. This explosion lacked the potency to harm Fiddlestick's true form, yet successfully disrupted the azure light's focus on Kaelvissa and briefly shook the pervasive field of fear. Ugh! Gwen felt the invisible shackles of fear tear open a fissure due to the chaotic impact. The instinct for survival and the obsession for protection instantaneously overrode her terror. Do not touch them. Gwen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her amber eyes were instantly filled with a cerulean glow of soulful light. She gripped the enormous tailor scissors plunged into the ground, pouring every remaining essence, will, defiance, and fury within her into it without reservation. Buzz! The immense tailor's scissors erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The powdery blue radiance transformed from gentle threads into countless frenzied, razor-sharp beams infused with the will to sever the very fabric of laws. These luminous blades executed a violent cut against the cold, ghostly blue beam emitted from Frederick's tendril-like arm, targeting the space ahead of it and the intangible connection between the beam and the heart's anchor mark of Kaelvissa. With a transcendent ferocity, they tore through the limits of reality. The space was rent asunder. The laws were disturbed. Causality was violently distorted. Just as the ghostly blue beam was about to strike Kaelvissa, its trajectory underwent an extraordinarily strange and fleeting deviation, forcibly bent by the invisible scissors. Simultaneously, the ethereal link anchoring Kaelvissa's heart was relentlessly severed by the powdery blue blades, becoming indistinct and sluggish. With a soft thud, the icy blue beam grazed Kaelvissa's left shoulder before piercing the decayed earth behind him. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a hole the size of a bowl silently appeared in the ground. The edges of the hole were smooth as glass, unfathomably deep, exuding an aura of utter desolation. The flora surrounding the hole instantly turned to ash-gray dust. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Kaelvissa's body, causing him to tumble, his heart's anchor mark flashing violently. The Dragon King's starlight nearly extinguished, yet he was ultimately spared direct impact. However, the area where the beam had grazed his shoulder transformed into a lifeless ash-gray hue, rapidly spreading outward. Ahri's fractured soul was also caught in the shockwave, her faint halo flickering erratically as the cracks widened once more. Meanwhile, Gwen, having unleashed this extraordinary strike, relinquished her hold on the colossal scissors, her diminutive form drained of all strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. The powdery blue radiance dimmed entirely. Her amber eyes lost their luster, leaving only a flicker of feeble consciousness to sustain her. The backlash from the scissors' unleashed laws exacerbated her already shattered essence, while a pale golden liquid seeped continuously from her mouth and nose. The remnants of Zerath's fiery core flickered dimly, the deep purple light wavering, emitting a pained gasp. He had won the gamble. The interference was successful, but at a grievous cost. With a click, the distorted figure of Frederick seemed to sway slightly within the mist. His tattered sack-like head turned slowly, the two dark red voids appearing to genuinely gaze toward Gwen and Zerath for the first time. There was no anger, no surprise, only a profound curiosity, like a child discovering two struggling, intriguing insects. The withered tendril-like arms lifted once more, this time. The ghostly blue points of light at the tips grew larger and more substantial. The target was no longer limited to Kaelvissa, but encompassed Gwen, Zerath, and Ahri alike. The pure field of terror that froze souls surged forth once again, heavier and more despairing than before. Gwen found herself bereft of strength, her fingers unable to lift. As she despaired, gazing at the ominous cerulean glow that reignited ominously, the flicker of Zerath's flame swayed violently. In that moment of profound silence, as death loomed, a voice rang out with undeniable resolve, clear and bright, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the thick fog of fear and silence. In the name of Demacia, evil begone. Accompanying this proclamation was a colossal pillar of radiant light, forged from the purest sunlight, descending from the heavens with divine authority to purify all. The speed of this luminescent column was akin to lightning, striking precisely at the nascent cerulean point of energy coalescing at the tip of Fiddlestick's vine-like arm. A thunderous roar erupted as the golden holy light clashed violently with the cold, deathly energy, annihilating both in a blinding explosion of radiant brilliance and chaotic energy. For the first time, Fiddlesticks let out a pained shriek, its warped form writhing in agony as its withered vine arm was charred black, withering, and fracturing under the impact of the holy light. The gathered cerulean point was utterly obliterated. The golden light surged forth, a relentless tide sweeping towards the essence of Fiddlesticks. In the face of this searing radiance, the hunched figure of Fiddlesticks quickly became indistinct, fading amidst the tumultuous mist. It seemed reluctant to confront this sudden purity directly. Just before the holy light enveloped it completely, its tattered burlap had abruptly turned towards the source of the brilliance. The two dark red voids within penetrating the fabric of space, locking onto the light source with fierce intensity. Then, its form melded into the swirling ink of the fog, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the chilling aura of fear and the echo of its retreating clicks resonating through the forest. Light shield, a familiar scent. Waiting. As Fiddlestick's presence faded entirely, it was as though it had never existed. The forest descended into a deeper silence. The golden holy light gradually receded, revealing a slender figure standing in a nearby clearing. Clad in a gray linen cloak, slightly faded from wear, she stood tall and poised. The hood obscured much of her face, revealing only a delicately sculpted chin and pale, tightly pressed lips. In her grasp, she held a staff crafted from a rare, pure white wood, its ancient design adorned with a crystal the size of a fist, which now slowly dimmed its radiant golden glow. Pure and powerful, it was this sacred light that had repelled the ancient terror in a moment of dire need. Illuminating magic? Zerath's dying echoes trembled with a hint of trepidation. Such potent magical energy lay concealed within Demacia's anti-magic realm, more so than the starlight of the false gods atop the giant's peak. Gwen stared vacantly at the hooded figure, her amber eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief, having narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Was not Demacia a realm that forbade all forms of magic? What a miracle! The greatest bastion against sorcery, Demacia, harbored such a magnificent sorceress. Who was this individual capable of wielding such potent holy light magic? The hooded figure paid no heed to the astonished gazes of Zerath and Gwen. She swiftly approached Kaelvissa, crouched beside her, and extended her hand, adorned with white linen gloves, as soft golden light coalesced at her fingertips, carefully examining Kaelvissa. The area on Kaelvissa's shoulder, tainted by the chilling grasp of death, was fading into a ghastly pallor. A clear yet subtly trembling voice emerged from beneath the hood, resonating with the echoes of the abyss. The golden light at her fingertips intensified, striving to dispel the grayish dead zone. However, upon contact with the necrotic energy, it merely emitted a hissing sound of annihilation. Although the spread of the grayish area was slowed, it could not be eradicated. She then glanced at Ahri, whose nearly extinguished soul aura was marred with cracks, and her breath faltered momentarily. The fragmentation of the soul was palpable, her voice laced with profound sorrow. Ultimately, her gaze swept over Gwen, who lay prostrate on the ground. Her spiritual light dimmed, and then to Zerath in the distance. "Who are you?" The hooded figure rose, her voice regaining composure, laced with a hint of caution. "Why have you attracted such a creature?" It was evident she recognized Fiddlesticks, but refrained from uttering that terrifying name. Gwen is a seamstress." Gwen struggled to sit up, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at the hooded figure. Following immense fear came overwhelming grievance and trepidation. "Sister and the big guy are hurt, severely injured." Gwen yearned to save them. That wicked scarecrow suddenly appeared to kill the big guy. She pointed towards Zerath. Yet, she discovered that the flickering flame of Zerath's residual soul, upon the emergence of the hooded figure, had cunningly concealed itself in the nearby shadows of the trees, vanishing without a trace. A seamstress? The hooded figure found this answer absurd, yet upon observing Gwen's ethereal pastel blue hair, the shimmering thread of her essence, and the enormous scissors beside her, along with the unconscious and peculiar state of Kaelvissa and the fragmented soul of Ahri, she understood that matters were far from simple. Particularly the writhing dark purple patterns on Kaelvissa's body and the faint starlight at her heart evoked a stirring from the depths of her soul and an unfamiliar sense of familiarity. The borders of Demacia are no place for you, especially in such a condition. The voice of the hooded figure held an undeniable resolve as her staff once again glimmered with a soft, dawn-like golden light. The golden radiance enveloped the grayish necrotic area on Kaelvissa's shoulder, temporarily halting its advance. The patrol of the magic hunters would soon arrive, tracing the recent surge of energy. If discovered by them, your fate would not differ much from falling into the hands of the Scarecrow. Gwen shivered at the thought, recalling Zerath's descriptions of impregnable walls and heavily guarded fortifications. Her delicate face fell instantly. What should she do? Her sister was in dire straits. Gwen resolved to seek out the Stone Blossom to save her. Stone Blossom? The cloaked figure visibly tensed, their voice rising sharply, infused with a palpable sense of suspicion and wariness. How do you know of the Stone Blossom? That is a royal secret, known only to a select few. It was the Bad Chimney who mentioned it. Gwen insisted, pointing frantically in the direction where Zerath had vanished, only to find it utterly empty. He said the Stone Blossom could save my sister. Deep within the forbidden magic stone forest. Bad Chimney. The cloaked figure's gaze sharpened. Sweeping over the shadows cast by Zerath's departure, their brow furrowed in deep concern. Do you truly trust the words of a deceitful, scheming arcane amalgamation? The Stone Blossom does exist, but its habitat lies within the innermost sanctum of the Forbidden Grounds, fiercely guarded by the most elite of the fearless vanguard and the silent ones. Not even a fly could penetrate its defenses. Moreover, a weightiness laced her voice. The dormant power of the Stone Blossom, while effective in mending soul wounds, shares its essence with the arcane prohibitions of Demacia, making it exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could not only fail to restore the shattered soul, but might also petrify it, consigning it to an eternal silence. Petrify. Gwen felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion draining of color. Zerath had indeed deceived her. That wretched Bad Chimney. Despair threatened to engulf Gwen once more. Her only hope was proven to be a trap. Her sister and the large brute were in imminent danger. The hunters were approaching, and Fiddlestick's whispers still echoed through the forest. Yet, perhaps there was another way. The cloaked figure's voice shattered the suffocating silence of despair. She seemed to have resolved upon something, her gaze piercing through the dim glow emanating from Ahri and the starlight at Kael's heart. Your injuries are grave, and ordinary remedies will prove ineffective. The Stone Blossom is not a viable option, but I know of a place that may temporarily stabilize her soul and suppress the chaotic force within her. What place? Gwen inquired eagerly. The cloaked figure did not respond directly, instead posing another question. Did the Bad Chimney ever mention that the borders of Demacia harbor some unsavory friends? Those desperate mice driven to the brink by the shackles of forbidden magic? Gwen paused, then nodded vigorously. Yes, he mentioned that they might be able to help. Humph. It seems the arcane residue has its ear to the ground. The cloaked figure scoffed, a complex undertone in her voice. He speaks the truth. Deep within this Edsa forest, on the fringes radiating from the forbidden magic stone forest, there indeed exist some sanctuaries. These havens are established by mages who refuse to relinquish their powers, unwilling to be cast into the prisons of forbidden magic or worse, the wells of silence. They live like moles, evading both sunlight and the relentless pursuit of the hunters. She paused, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sympathy. Perhaps the leader of one of the sanctuaries could temporarily soothe the fractured soul of this young lady. Her powers were unique, inclined towards the comfort and connection of souls. Though they could not heal entirely, they might by some time. Really? A spark of hope ignited in Gwen's eyes. Where? I will take my sister there. Do not rush. The hooded figure raised a hand to halt the excited Gwen, her gaze shifting towards the unconscious Kaelvissa, now marked with an unprecedented gravity. His predicament was far more intricate. The abyssal silence that gnawed at him required a continuous radiance to cleanse and suppress it. If it spread to his heart, even divine intervention would be futile. The chaotic force within him bore remnants of the starlit cosmos, the chilling embrace of the abyss, and something else, exceptionally animated due to the stimulation of forbidden magic. Her gaze lingered on the writhing dark purple veins upon Kaelvissa's skin, furrowing her brow even tighter beneath her hood. This condition was akin to a magical bomb that could detonate at any moment. Any magical fluctuation in proximity could trigger an explosion. A common sanctuary would be utterly incapable of accommodating him, only bringing calamity upon its inhabitants. What shall we do then? Gwen's heart raced anew. The hooded figure fell silent for a moment, as if grappling with an exceedingly difficult decision. Slowly, she raised her hand, directing Gwen's attention deeper into the forest, towards a direction shrouded in a denser mist of pale blue, where the jagged silhouettes of black stones were faintly discernible. Take him to the Stone Speaker outpost. The Stone Speaker outpost? Gwen was bewildered. That was the closest outpost of the magic hunters to the core of the forbidden magic stone forest. The hooded figure's voice turned frigid. It is also the most perilous place. Magic hunters. Gwen nearly leaped in fright. No. They will capture the big guy. They will crush him with stones. Allow me to finish. The hooded figure's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. The Stone Speaker outpost is established upon a minor vein of the forbidden magic stone. Its suppressive magic is the strongest there. It may be capable of mitigating the chaotic force within him to the greatest extent, delaying the encroachment of the abyss, allowing his state to stabilize temporarily, preventing immediate self-destruction or the summoning of something far more dreadful. She observed Gwen's terrified visage, softening her tone slightly. I shall provide you with a token. Take it and seek out the outpost's commander, Ironwall Grayson. He is a rather unique individual. One who retains a semblance of humanity even amid the strictures of forbidden magic. Upon seeing the token, he may temporarily shelter him under the pretense of researching the peculiar source of contamination. This is the sole means to ensure his survival without triggering the imminent explosion of this bomb. However, as Gwen looked at the unconscious Kaelvissa and then at the faintly breathing Ahri, her face was etched with anguish and turmoil. To separate her sister from the big guy? To send them to two entirely different places, fraught with unknown dangers? There was no time to hesitate. The voice of the hooded figure suddenly turned stern. She listened intently as the distant sounds of clashing armor and the low growls of hunting hounds began to emerge from the depths of the dense forest. The hounds of the sorcerer were drawing near. A decision had to be made at once. To take them along meant certain death. To part ways, however, might offer a flicker of hope. She thrust a small object into Gwen's icy hand, a delicate badge crafted from a pure white metal, intricately engraved with the emblem of a protective light shield. At the center of the shield, a minuscule gem fragment radiated a gentle white glow. Take this. Venture deep into the Edsa forest and seek the ancient oak marked with a crow and thorns. Knock at its roots 3 long and 2 short times, and someone will guide you to the sanctuary of souls. Remember, once inside, trust no one but the soul weaver Sorika. The hooded figure spoke rapidly, directing her gaze towards one path. Then, her attention shifted to another, a direction marked by the jagged silhouette of black stones, her tone growing heavy. Take him to the Stone Speaker's outpost. Present this badge to Grayson. Tell him that the shadow of the light shield requires the faint glow of the stone's speech. Remember this phrase. Not a word omitted. Gwen murmured the riddle-like phrase, gripping the warm badge tightly. Hurry. The hooded figure abruptly lifted Gwen, infusing her with a gentle golden light imbued with protective warmth, restoring some of her strength. Follow me this way. I will distract the sorcerer. Without hesitation, the hooded figure's staff blazed with fierce golden light, and her form transformed into a streak of luminescence, racing away in the opposite direction of Gwen. Simultaneously, she unleashed a powerful surge of magic, like a beacon in the night, instantly drawing the frenzied barks and rapid footsteps of the sorcerer's hounds. Chapter 64. Crow and Thorns. Gwen watched as the hooded figure vanished. Parting ways could mean a final farewell. In the distance, the calls of the sorcerers and the frantic barking of the hounds grew ever closer. Gwen gritted her teeth, her amber eyes igniting with an unprecedented resolve. Drawing upon her dwindling strength, she carefully cradled Ahri's faint aura, securing it against her chest with the last wisps of pale blue spiritual threads, closely aligning it with the radiant badge. The small white gem fragment on the badge emitted a soft glow, seemingly stabilizing Ahri's aura slightly. Then, she cast one last glance at the unconscious Kaelvissa. The golden holy light barely suppressed the grayish pallor of his shoulder. The starlight at his heart flickered weakly, while dark purple veins writhed across his skin. Hold on, big guy. Gwen will find a way to save you, she whispered with a quiver in her voice. And with a sudden resolve, she turned. She hoisted Ahri onto her back, grasped the enormous tailor's scissors, and without looking back, plunged into the mist-laden depths of the forest, headed towards the ancient oak marked with the crow and thorns, as directed by the hooded figure. Behind her, Kaelvissa lay abandoned on the cold, decaying soil, like a forsaken offering. In the shadows of the forest, pairs of eyes glimmering with the chill of distant stars silently observed the scene. Gwen, burdened by Ahri's shattered soul, fled into the depths of the thicket, guided by the hooded one, towards the ancient oak marked by crows and thorns. The path of thorns and the nest of crows. The frigid wind carried the scent of decaying leaves and earthy loam, slicing through Gwen's tear-streaked visage like a knife. Her frail body stumbled through the dense underbrush and gnarled roots, each breath a searing agony that felt like her lungs were being torn apart. Against her chest, the faint aura of Ahri's soul clung to the cold emblem of the light shield, swaying wildly like a flickering candle in the wind, its cracks threatening to fully unravel at any moment. "Sister, hold on. We are almost there," Gwen murmured, her voice choked with sobs. Her amber eyes fixated ahead, searching through the wafting pale blue mist of magic suppression for the ancient oak described by the Hooded One. She used the enormous tailor's scissors as a makeshift staff, each thrust into the ground supporting her faltering frame. The warm golden light bestowed by the Hooded One had long since faded, leaving only a profound void and an exhaustion that penetrated to her very bones. The warning from Zella's lingered in her mind, echoing ominously, heightening her dread. She mimicked the sound of the scissors unconsciously, yet it did little to quell the turmoil within her. Cut down the wicked scarecrow, sever the malevolent chimney, eliminate all evildoers. Uncertain of how long she had been running, just as Gwen felt her legs weighed down like lead and her vision began to blur, she spotted ahead. Amidst the dense grove of ancient trees, an enormous oak entwined with deep green vines, standing like a silent giant. Its trunk required 10 people to encircle it, the bark dark and rough, riddled with profound cracks that spoke of the passage of time. Most exhilarating of all, upon the stout trunk, at a height of about a man's reach, a clear mark was deeply imprinted into the bark. It was a raven's silhouette, streamlined yet exuding a sense of power. Its wings were slightly outstretched, poised to soar at any moment. Below the raven's sharp talons, twisted thorns were entwined, their prickly barbs piercing the raven's wings, yet unable to thwart its upward gaze towards the heavens. The entire mark emanated a sense of tragic struggle and defiance, bound yet unyielding. Raven and thorns. Found it. Gwen's spirit surged, and with nearly her last vestige of strength, she lunged toward the tree. She extended her trembling hand, following the Hooded One's instructions, and with her knuckles rapped forcefully against the moss-covered roots, tapping, thud, 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 long thud, thud, short. The sound resonated through the silent grove, strikingly clear, even echoing slightly. After the final knock, Gwen held her breath in anxious anticipation, her amber eyes fixed intently on the trunk and the surrounding thickets. Time stood still, with only the faint glow of Ahri pulsating weakly upon her chest. A few seconds of silence stretched into what felt like centuries. Was it all an illusion? Had she been deceived? Was Zerus correct? Just as despair began to spread once more, a faint sound echoed from the roots of the ancient oak. Click, click. Suddenly, beneath the markings, a patch of ground thickly covered in moss and fallen leaves silently slid aside, revealing a dark, yawning chasm that descended into the depths below. The opening was barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A scent, mingling damp earth with a faint herbal aroma and an odd energy of ethereal souls, wafted from the abyss. A figure, ghostly in nature, silently emerged from the depths. Cloaked in a voluminous gray robe, the figure's hood was drawn low, obscuring its face except for a pair of eyes glimmering with a faint, eerie green light, hidden in shadow. The hands of the gray-robed figure were tucked within the sleeves, emanating an air of vigilance. Password, a hoarse, dry male voice echoed from beneath the cloak, devoid of any emotion. The piercing green eyes scanned Gwen sharply before finally resting on the luminous shield emblem clutched tightly in her hand, which flickered momentarily. Password. Gwen was taken aback. The hooded figure had never mentioned a password. Her cheeks flushed with urgency. She had no password. It was the hooded sister who had sent her. She had given Gwen this. In a flurry, she raised the shield emblem, exclaiming that she was seeking the soul weaver Sorica to save her sister. The hooded sister? The luminous shield emblem? The gray-cloaked figure's green eyes lingered on the emblem for several moments, seemingly confirming something. His gaze swept past Gwen, ensuring there were no pursuers. Who gave you the emblem? He pressed, his tone still icy. Gwen didn't know her name. Panic welled up within her, threatening tears. She wore a gray cloak. She wielded a bright golden light. It was she who had driven away that terrifying scarecrow. She instructed Gwen to seek Sister Sorica for her sister's salvation. Pointing to Ahri's soul aura glowing faintly on her chest, her voice trembled with desperation. Sister is fading. Please, let me in. The gray-cloaked figure fell silent for a moment. His green eyes lingered on Ahri's dim glow for an extended period. An invisible pressure filled the air, and Gwen felt as though she were a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent's gaze. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, the gray figure slowly turned aside, granting access to the opening. Enter. Remain silent. Put away your toy, he rasped, casting a glance at the oversized scissors in Gwen's grasp. Follow my footsteps precisely. Straying from the path is unwelcome here. Chapter 65. The Stone Speaker's Watchtower Prison. Gwen felt as though a great burden had been lifted as she hurriedly shrank the giant scissors, clutching them tightly to her chest. Cautiously, she followed the gray figure into the dark, descending abyss. The opening behind her closed silently, cutting off the external light and the oppressive magical miasma. Gwen's vision darkened, and she could only rely on the faint, ghostly green light emanating from the figure in the gray cloak ahead to guide her way. The passage was narrow and damp, sloping downward, with the air thick with a rich scent of earth and a peculiar energy wave that bore a subtle numbing sensation. The ghostly green light flickered intermittently, illuminating her path. She sensed that beneath her feet lay not solid ground, but a unique, soft material that absorbed sound and energy. After an indeterminate time, the corridor opened up into a vast dome-like space formed by countless thick, gnarled tree roots. At the center of this space, an extraordinary plant radiated a gentle emerald glow, its roots deeply embedded in the softly shimmering soil below, with a warm, life-affirming essence flowing through its leaves. The dome and the surrounding walls of tree roots were adorned with numerous patches of moss and crystals emitting a soft white light, providing illumination. The atmosphere was imbued with a serene tranquility, starkly contrasting with the oppression and danger outside. Tree houses, vine bridges, and simple stone platforms clung like a honeycomb to the magnificent root dome. Figures, similarly clad in gray or brown cloaks, sat in meditation on the platforms, their faces obscured by hoods, engaging in hushed conversations. As the figure in the gray cloak led Gwen into the space, the hidden gazes beneath the hoods turned upon her. Filled with curiosity and wariness, Gwen could distinctly feel the slight quiver of her soul as those eyes swept over her and the aura of Aurelion. It seemed that the inhabitants here possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to soul energy. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a seamstress? Gwen mustered her courage to murmur softly, clutching Aurelion and her scissors even tighter. The figure in the gray cloak paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes and continued onward to the innermost part of the dome. There, a relatively isolated platform was gently enveloped by the luminous aura of the world tree. On the platform stood a slender figure, facing away from them. Beside the roots of the world tree, she was a woman clad in a simple white linen robe, her silvery hair cascading down like a waterfall, the ends naturally resting at her waist. Most striking were the two delicate, pale purple horns resembling nascent ram's horns that grew from the sides of her head, slightly curved and crystalline. Her hands were folded in front of her, palms upturned, seemingly attuned to the life force emanating from the world tree. As Gwen approached, the woman slowly turned to face them. Gwen held her breath in an instant. It was a visage that defied description, imbued with tranquility and compassion. Her skin resembled the purest moonstone, radiating a gentle glow. Her eyes were a profound violet, as if they contained the entirety of the starry cosmos. In this moment, imbued with a gentle insight into the soul and a hint of profound fatigue, she quietly gazed at Gwen and the faint, fragmented aura of Ahri's soul cradled in her arms. Without the need for introduction, Gwen instantly recognized her as the soul weaver, Soraka. The stars guided the lost souls, and Soraka's voice was ethereal and soft, imbued with a power to smooth the creases of the soul. She slowly raised a hand, her fingertips cascading with a pure, silvery glow akin to starlight, gently directing it towards the fragile essence of Ahri. Her radiance was poised to descend, transforming into the gentlest of threads, delicately entwining around Ahri's shattered soul aura. There was no forceful repair, only a tender embrace, a soothing balm. The flickering light of Ahri, on the brink of extinguishing, began to stabilize miraculously under this pure, celestial glow. The soul particles escaping from the edges of the cracks momentarily ceased their exodus. Soraka, dear sister. Tears streamed down Gwen's face. An outpouring of all her grievances, fears, and despair found release in that singular moment. She collapsed to her knees before the platform, clutching Ahri and her scissors, sobbing uncontrollably. Please save her. I beg you. She was shattered by a malevolent force. I can't mend her. Woe is me. Soraka approached Gwen with measured steps, bending down to meet her gaze with her purple eyes, which held the vastness of the cosmos within them. She extended her other hand, fingertips aglow with a warm starlight, gently brushing away the tears staining Gwen's cheeks. The starry light bore a peculiar soothing power, and Gwen felt the excruciating pain of her exhausted soul and the tumult of her thoughts begin to ease significantly. Child, your scissors have cut through the veil of despair, bringing her to my presence. This is already a blessing from the stars. Sorika's voice resonated with a comforting strength. Her gaze fell upon Ahri's soul, and a flicker of extreme shock and an undeniable sense of familiarity crossed her purple eyes. The essence of this soul was pure, ancient, redolent with the fragrance of origins, the tender shoots of a great Ionian tree. She gently touched the core of Ahri's soul aura. That point nestled close to the faint glow of the emblem. Sorika's body jolted suddenly. Her purple eyes widened in disbelief. The spirit pearl? Is it not a fragment of the seed of origin? The astonishment in Sorika's voice was palpable. How could this be? How can a treasure of the spirit realm transform into the core of a mortal soul? Meanwhile, Kaelvissa remained alone. Discovered by the patrol of the demon hunters and escorted to the edge of the forbidden stone forest at the Stone Speaker outpost. The cold air, laden with the pungent scents of rust and dust, violently invaded Kaelvissa's nostrils, forcibly dragging his fading consciousness back from the brink of darkness. A muffled groan escaped his lips, as he felt as though every bone in his body had been disassembled and reassembled, with each muscle screaming in agony. The cold, bone-chilling sensation from where Fiddlestick's eerie death light had grazed his left shoulder slowly and relentlessly encroached towards his heart, each heartbeat accompanied by a searing pain. Worse still, an invisible and terrifying pressure bore down relentlessly upon his body and soul from all directions. This pressure was not one of physical weight, but rather an absolute confinement imposed by the laws governing all anomalous forces. Under this relentless force, the shadowy anchor point at his heart, fortified by the essence of life and the starlight of the Dragon King, throbbed with maddening intensity. The strange dark purple patterns beneath his skin twisted and writhed in a desperate attempt to resist this suppression, only to be driven deeper into his very marrow, inflicting excruciating pain. Awake? A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Kaelvissa struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. Chapter 66. Dim Light. Awake? His vision remained blurred, revealing only the swaying metal bars and the flickering, dim firelight. He found himself confined within a narrow, sturdy iron cage, situated in the center of a room constructed from massive, rough-hewn black stones. Torches burned upon the walls, casting light upon an array of bizarre anti-magic shackles, rune-engraved tools, and samples of chilling black stones. The air was thick with the scent of anti-magic stone dust mingled with a hint of blood. Outside the cage stood a man resembling an iron tower. He was extraordinarily tall and robust, clad in steel plate armor of Damatian design, devoid of any family crest or ornate embellishments, marred only by numerous deep scars and dark stains from past battles. Without a helmet, his granite-like face was revealed, adorned with a stubbled jaw of deep black. His eyes were a somber gray, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding a cold indifference as he scrutinized his surroundings. Ironclad Grayson, the highest authority at the Stone Speaker outpost. Grayson's deep gray gaze slowly swept over Kaelvissa, lingering particularly long on the grayish-white lifeless area of his left shoulder. The dark mark of his heart's throbbing anchor, and the writhing dark purple patterns beneath his skin. His expression remained unchanging, as though he were observing a malfunctioning magical artifact poised for disassembly. Name? Grayson's voice was devoid of inflection. Kaelvissa opened his mouth, but his throat was parched, producing only raspy sounds. His mind remained clouded, the first cornerstone of the Damatian anti-magic stone enslavement, transmitted by the Dragon King, buzzing incessantly in his thoughts. The icy pain in his left shoulder intertwined with the constricting pressure enveloping his entire being, rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. Grayson appeared indifferent to his response. Or perhaps, he deemed a response unnecessary. He gestured to the side. An aide, similarly clad in standard plate armor, yet exuding a more sinister aura, approached with a grotesque scar etched across his face, carrying a heavy dossier composed of some black metal and fragments of anti-magic stone. The dossier opened. Identity unknown. Discovered in the Edsami Forest, M78 region. The voice of the aide Marco bore a hint of flattery and self-importance, as he rapidly reported the findings. The site detected an exceedingly high concentration of abyssal silence contamination residue, unknown astral energy fluctuations, pronounced traces of primal fear corrosion, and faint echoes of spiritual wounds. The life signs of the target individual were feeble, their body exhibiting multiple states of energy conflict, with the left shoulder succumbing to the encroachment of an unidentified high-level silence energy, deteriorating steadily. A powerful anomalous energy anchor was detected at the heart, its nature unclear. Suspected to be a high-tier void or astral imprint. The surface displayed active dark violet energy patterns, resonating abnormally with the anti-magic stone radiation field. Assessed as a threat level of extinction, A. He closed the dossier and added, "The highest contamination containment protocol has been enacted. A double dosage of a silencing agent, a potent neuroparalytic alchemical concoction designed to suppress energy activity, has been administered, and the subject has been placed within a Tier 3 anti-magic stone cage. The energy fluctuations were temporarily constrained within a controllable threshold, yet corrosion and internal conflict persisted." He cast a glance at the doll-like figure of Kaelvissa within the cage. His voice tinged with a coldness that suggested urgency. "Immediately initiate the final purification protocol of the Well of Silence to eliminate the contamination hazard." Grayson's deep gray eyes showed no change, merely repeating the name. Although Kaelvissa's consciousness was clouded, the name ignited within him an instinctual, profound terror. That was certainly not a place of solace. "There's no rush." Grayson's voice remained icy, yet he made a decision that surprised Marco. There is something on him. He raised a hand, clad in steel gloves, pointing towards the faintly visible emblem of a light shield, nestled against Kaelvissa's heart beneath his tattered garments. In the chaos of their separation, Gwen had hurriedly tucked the emblem into the inner pocket of Kaelvissa's ragged shirt. Marco paused, and a glimmer of greed and astonishment flickered in his eyes. "What is this?" Grayson offered no reply, instead gesturing for Marco to unlock the cage. The heavy iron door screeched as it opened. Grayson stepped forward, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Kaelvissa. His fingers, imbued with an aura of steel, disregarded Kaelvissa's feeble struggles and deftly delved into the chest pocket, retrieving the small light shield emblem crafted from pure white metal. The gem fragments embedded within the emblem emitted a faint glow. The moment Grayson's fingers made contact with the emblem, an almost imperceptible ripple stirred within the depths of his gray eyes. The minuscule gem at the center of the light shield seemed to resonate subtly with something dormant within him. He held the emblem before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely under the dim firelight. His cold gaze swept over the unfolded guardian light shield insignia, finally settling upon an extremely obscure corner on the back of the emblem where ancient Damatian runes, nearly indiscernible to the naked eye, inscribed a brief phrase, "Lux." Kaelvissa summoned the last vestiges of his strength to cry out, "Return it to me. It does not belong to you." Grayson's fingers tightened abruptly, gripping the badge firmly within his steel gauntlet. The resolute features of his granite-like visage seemed to twitch ever so slightly, a fleeting flicker of complex emotion crossing his deep gray eyes. He disregarded the prisoner, Kaelvissa, enveloped in a silence that stretched for a full 10 seconds, creating an atmosphere within the cell as oppressive as the stillness before a tempest. Marco held his breath, too afraid to exhale. At last, Grayson slowly lifted his head, his deep gray eyes returning to their icy, stagnant state. Clenching the badge tightly in his palm, he turned to his aide, Marco, and articulated each word with precision. "The contamination source possesses exceptional research value. Revoke the Silent Abyss Directive. Initiate the highest level containment observation protocol." Grayson's gaze swept once more over the shadowy pulsation at Kaelvissa's heart and the writhing patterns beneath the skin before settling back on the badge he clutched. A glimmer of light. Grayson's cold voice reverberated within the silent confines of the cell. He held the engraved Lux badge tightly, the knuckles of his steel gauntlet whitening from the exertion. His deep gray eyes scanned Kaelvissa's contorted face, akin to scrutinizing a recently labeled contraband item. Chapter 67. The Petrification Crisis Fragments of the Origin Seed. Gwen's amber eyes widened in astonishment, tears still clinging to her lashes like two shattered amber droplets. Gwen had snipped countless seeds with her scissors. This one was the hardest. Even a wicked scarecrow could not shatter it. Is it truly formidable? She clutched the faint halo of Ahri closely, the last flicker of light in the world. Soraka slowly rose, the tempest within her violet eyes unyielding, settling instead into a profound gravity. The starlight at her fingertips did not retreat. Rather, it gently permeated Ahri's soul core, meticulously untangling the chaotic threads of spirit that had been disrupted by grievous injury. Each touch of starlight caused Ahri's halo to quiver slightly, like a plucked string on an instrument. Formidable. The ethereal quality of Soraka's voice resumed. The Origin Seed is a crystallization formed from the final sigh of the world tree mother at the dawn of the spirit realm. It embodies the purest essence of life from a nascent world, the most primordial trajectory of fate. It is the cornerstone of the spirit realm, the beginning and the end of the soul's reincarnation. She gazed at the faint yet resilient pulsing core within Ahri's soul, which ought not to exist in the mortal realm, much less serve as the core of any spirit. The starlight at her fingertips flowed, guiding Gwen's gaze. penetrating the fragile shell of Ahri's halo, revealing the depths of its core. Behold the radiance of the fragment, pure and ancient, resonating with the breath of the mother tree's genesis, echoing the call from the depths of Ionia's ancient roots. Yet these fragments are incomplete, forcibly stripped away and brutally embedded deep within her soul by a power so immense it distorts the very fabric of time and space, replacing her original core of existence. Soraka's brow furrowed deeply, for this was akin to cramming the core of a planet into the body of a firefly. Her very existence was a walking bomb. A painful miracle. Miracle? Gwen inquired with urgency, her petite face etched with confusion and concern. Will my sister survive? Can my scissors mend her? Instinctively, she tightened her grip around the enormous scissors she held. Mend? No, child. Soraka gently shook her head, her silvery hair flowing with a soft luminescence. Her wounds do not lie in the form of her soul, but in the roots of her existence. Forcibly repairing the form, like using spider silk to bind shattered stars, would only hasten the collapse. Suddenly, the starlight at her fingertips coalesced. It was firmly anchored like a stake in tumultuous waters, temporarily stabilizing Ahri's wildly dissipating core. She required soil, the connection to the ancient roots of Ionia, to nurture this seed and allow her soul to re-establish itself in the primordial essence of the world that birthed it. Only there could a glimmer of hope reside. Soil? Ancient trees? Gwen seemed to grasp the essence, capturing the key thought. She would take her sister to the great tree of Ionia. She immediately prepared to rise. There's no time. Soraka's voice was chilling. The starlight at her fingertips began to surge violently. Before them, the edges of the starlight enveloping Ahri's soul core were rapidly spreading with an exceedingly fine, yet chillingly palpable grayish white, akin to mold. Wherever it spread, the pure halo of the soul instantaneously lost its vitality, turning into cold, rigid stone. Petrification. Soraka's violet eyes widened in alarm. She abruptly lifted her gaze, piercing through the canopy of roots, directing her attention towards the direction of the stone speaker's watchtower, filled with unprecedented shock and fury. The silent domain of the anti-magic stone forest? How could such pure stardust pollution manifest in Demacia once more? Petrification? Gwen stared in horror at the encroaching grayish white at the edge of Ahri's soul halo, a sensation far more terrifying than a severed thread of her scissors. No, sister, do not turn to stone. She futilely attempted to brush it away with her hands, but to no avail. The star's guide, Soraka intoned softly, her ethereal voice imbued with a profound strength. She clasped her hands tightly before her chest, and the crystalline, pale purple horns atop her head erupted with radiant starlight. In an instant, the entire vaulted space was enveloped in an infinite illusion of a starry sea. Countless phantoms of stars flowed and swirled, cascading like a vast waterfall of stellar power, converging in her palms. In the name of the stars, Soraka's voice grew grand and solemn, imbued with an undeniable divine authority, weaving a net of souls that would sever the encroaching darkness. A colossal network of pure starlight formed instantaneously within her grasp, intricate to the utmost. Like the most exquisite veil of stardust, gently covering Ahri's soul halo, the starlight network clashed vehemently with the spreading grayish-white petrifying force, producing a piercing, crackling sound. The advance of the grayish-white was forcefully curtailed. Yet the star network itself is slowly being eroded, growing dim. Soraka's body quivered slightly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, each droplet glimmering with a hint of starlight. Within the depths of her violet eyes, a weighty seriousness mingled with a trace of pain. Her gaze instinctively wandered to the delicate inner side of her slender wrist, where, hidden beneath the voluminous folds of her robe, lay an almost imperceptible old scar that throbbed faintly. This scar's location corresponded eerily with a subtle crack at the base of her horn, nearly concealed by her flowing hair. Gwen astutely noticed Soraka's momentary distraction and the nearly invisible anomaly upon her wrist. A pang of indescribable sorrow gripped the little seamstress's heart. "Sister Soraka, do your horns and hands ache as well?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with childlike concern. Soraka's movements momentarily faltered. She lowered her eyelids, her long silver lashes casting shadows over the swirling complexities of emotions in her violet gaze. When she lifted her eyes again, only a tranquil, starry calm remained. "The old wounds are of no consequence," she evaded Gwen's inquiry, her voice regaining its ethereal quality, though the weight of fatigue had deepened. "Focus, dear child. May I borrow your scissors for a moment?" Without hesitation, Gwen handed over her large tailoring scissors. Soraka did not take them with her hands. Instead, she summoned a strand of starlight to entwine around the handle. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The cold metal and sharp blade, bathed in starlight, radiated a gentle warmth. Akin to the dawn's glow, Gwen's scissors were imbued with an uncanny affinity of spirit. "Your scissors are no ordinary iron," Soraka murmured, a note of surprise in her tone. "They contain the ancient essence of separation and reshaping. Though their potential is faint, it is pure. Perhaps they can sever this petrification." Guiding the warmly enveloped scissors with care, she cautiously approached the grayish-white, rigid edges of Ahri's spiritual aura. The moment the tips of the scissors made contact with the petrified boundary, a delicate and melodious chime resonated. Reminiscent of melting snow, a wisp of gray dust, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, was delicately severed from the edge of Ahri's soul by the blade. This dust writhed as if alive, resisting its fate within the starlight, emanating an aura of chilling desolation. Soraka encased the particle in starlight, her violet eyes fixed intently upon it, her pupils swirling with the chaos of a billion stars. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, the silenced seed of stardust. Her voice quivered with incredulous affirmation. The ultimate weapon of the Celestial Council to purify heresy. How could its remnants appear at the heart of Damasia's forbidden stone forest? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, directing it once more towards the direction of the stone speaker's outpost, this time filled with icy fury and a near-desperate realization. So the well of silence has never ceased its deceit. Yes, Commander. The adjutant, Marco, immediately straightened his posture, though a flicker of unwillingness and avarice flashed in his eyes. He cast a glance at the dimly pulsating mark upon Kaelvissa's heart and the frenzied, dark purple veins writhing beneath the skin. Licking his parched lips, the energy conflict within the target individual is severe. The effects of the silence agent are waning. The deadening erosion on the left shoulder has spread to the upper arm. The resonance of the anomalous surface patterns is intensifying. Energy readings are approaching critical thresholds. An uncontrollable energy contamination may erupt at any moment. Commander, I strongly recommend that we immediately initiate the final purification protocol of the Silence Well. This is the safest, most efficient, and most compliant method of handling the situation. We must obliterate the contamination source to ensure the absolute safety of the outpost and surrounding areas. His voice was rapid and urgent, tinged with a deliberate fervor. It was as if Kaelvissa might explode at any moment, engulfing all in a purple toxic cloud. Recorded. Grayson's voice remained devoid of emotion, the 3 words striking the ground like cold iron. All of Marco's prepared arguments teetered on the tip of his tongue, but were forced back down. The threat level was adjusted to Class A, controllable observation. His deep gray eyes shifted to Marco, a gaze that instinctively made Marco recoil slightly. The faint glow possesses research value. Correlate with the historical archives of the Silence Well. Marco's scarred face twitched. Research value? Correlate with the Silence Well archives? Commander, those are top secrets. Moreover, they have long been sealed. To initiate access to SS-level encrypted files for an unidentified contamination source, is this risk warranted? Execute the order, Grayson interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Marco loosened his grip on the badge, carefully placing the warm emblem into a specially designed dark pouch within the inner side of his chest armor, which was insulated against energy detection. This action, though seemingly natural, bore an ineffable sense of reverence. Prepare the resonance probe and level 1 anti-magic stone sample array. I require real-time data. He gestured toward the corner of the room where cold, black stone samples exuded a chilling aura. Understood, Commander. Marco clenched his teeth, daring not to argue further, and promptly turned to make arrangements. He directed 2 soldiers, clad in unmarked plate armor, to swiftly bring several pieces of black anti-magic stones, intricately engraved with fine runes, and arrange them in a peculiar array around Kaelvissa's cage. Simultaneously, he retrieved a metal probe approximately 1 foot long from a temperature-controlled metal box. Upon closer inspection, the probe was entirely dark, its tip embedded with a small yet exceedingly pure anti-magic crystal. The rear of the probe was connected to complex tubing leading to a reading board on the wall, glowing with eerie green runic light. Grayson approached the cage, his heavy footsteps echoing dully against the stone floor. He did not act immediately. His deep gray eyes, separated by the cold iron bars, once again fell upon Kaelvissa. This time, his gaze lingered on Kaelvissa's agonized, contorted face for an extended moment. Kaelvissa's consciousness struggled amid the excruciating pain. The entire body was ensnared by an invisible force field of anti-magic stone, with the dark anchor point at the heart resembling an active volcano suppressed by tons of stone, accumulating a turbulent resistance in the silence. The icy stillness gnawed at the left shoulder like a relentless parasite, devouring the heart. Each heartbeat accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to icy spikes piercing through flesh. The dark purple lines beneath the skin writhed uncontrollably. Each resonance with the external anti-magic stone field felt as though countless red-hot needles were piercing through the body. The starry mark of the Dragon King flickered faintly, on the verge of extinguishment. A guttural roar escaped from Kaelvissa's throat, teeth clattering, sweat mingled with blood soaking through his tattered garments. He dimly perceived the towering figure of Grayson approaching, instinctively wishing to curl up and retreat, yet the confining force held him firmly in place. Grayson opened the door of the cage. The grating sound of heavy steel was unbearably harsh. His imposing silhouette cast a shadow like a mountain, completely enveloping Kaelvissa. He spoke not a word but extended his left hand, clad in steel gloves, and forcefully pressed it against Kaelvissa's forehead. Cold, hard. An even more violent anti-magic stone suppression force erupted from Grayson's palm. An invisible hammer struck fiercely against Kaelvissa's consciousness. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he nearly lost consciousness in an instant. The agonizing pain throughout his body was forcibly suppressed and distorted by this external force, threatening to freeze and crush his very soul. The dark anchor point at his heart and the dark purple lines beneath his skin hovered at the brink of their limits. Ugh! Kaelvissa's body convulsed violently, like a fish out of water. Just then, Grayson's right hand moved. The cold resonance probe, embedded with pure anti-magic stone crystals, mercilessly lunged toward the left chest area of Kaelvissa, riddled with dark purple lines. A sharp piercing sound echoed. The tip of the probe, with its pure anti-magic stone crystal, seamlessly penetrated Kaelvissa's skin and muscle, directly pressing against the dark, pulsing anchor mark on his heart. Ah! Kaelvissa's scream erupted like the wail of a dying beast, breaking the confinement of his throat. The sound was piercing, desperate, embodying pain that transcended the limits of flesh. His body arched violently upwards, only to be forcefully pressed back against the cold stone ground by Grayson's iron-like hand. The wound on his left chest did not bleed profusely, for the flesh surrounding the probe was instantaneously eroded into a grayish-white by the energy of the anti-magic stone. More terrifying was the moment the pure anti-magic stone crystal made contact with the dark anchor mark. Buzz! A visible shockwave of violent energy, mingled with shadows, dark purple, and a glimmer of starlight, erupted explosively from Kaelvissa's heart. It slammed fiercely against Grayson's palm, pressed against his forehead. Chapter 69. The echoes of the cry from the silent well. Grayson, resembling a mountain, was momentarily shaken by the impact of this force. Upon his palm, clad in steel, a network of dark purple energy patterns swiftly unfurled, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. His deep gray eyes narrowed abruptly. Simultaneously, the readout panel connected to the probe displayed a frantic flicker of emerald runes, the values soaring to a spine-chilling height. A soldier monitoring the situation let out a suppressed gasp. Meanwhile, the few samples of first-grade anti-magic stones encircling the cage ignited with a blinding white light as the energy shock swept over them. One sample, closest to the source, cracked with a sharp sound, revealing a fine fissure. Such a resonant reaction was unprecedentedly intense, exceeding expectations by 300%. Marco's eyes were glued to the readout panel, his voice trembling with disbelief and excitement. The nature of the target's heart anchor has been confirmed as a high-level composite imprint of void corrosion, identifying energy spectrums characteristic of the astral Dragon King. He abruptly turned to Grayson, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Sir, correlation confirmed. This imprint resonates with the stardust contamination energy from the remnants of the Silent Well's core sealing matrix. It may be the key to unraveling the secrets at the bottom of the well, or it could be the next source of contamination that needs purification. We must act immediately. Grayson paid no heed to Marco. His right hand gripped firmly onto the probe deeply embedded in Kaelvissa's heart, allowing the violent energy surge to erode his armor along his arm. His deep gray eyes remained fixated on Kaelvissa's contorted face, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if seeking confirmation. When Marco mentioned the energy spectrum of the Dragon King, a slight twitch flickered at the corner of Grayson's eye. Kaelvissa found his consciousness adrift in an ocean of unrelenting pain. The probe pressed against the core of his heart inflicted excruciating agony, as if his very soul was being ground upon a millstone. In this pinnacle of torment, amid the violent clash between the pure anti-magic crystal and the Dragon King's imprint, fragmented visions surged into his chaotic mind, steeped in rust and the scent of blood, as if a sealed coffin were being pried open. He beheld a frigid stone well, unfathomably deep, its walls smooth as glass, inscribed with runes emanating a deathly white light, akin to those on the anti-magic stone. Above the well's mouth floated a colossal eye, an ethereal manifestation of pure starlight, cold and unrelenting, the eye of the Colossus. A piercing scream echoed. A blurred figure was drawn towards the well's opening by an invisible force, flickering with a faint starlight resonating with the Dragon King's imprint. The starlight struggled violently under the suppression of the well's runes, wailing in despair, ultimately stripped away and devoured. The figure plunged into the abyss of darkness, with only a desperate howl reverberating against the well's walls. A tall, imposing silhouette clad in unmarked Dalmatian plate armor stood at the edge of the well, brandishing a glowing, rune-inscribed branding iron. Was it Grayson? With a stoic expression, he forcefully pressed the branding iron against the nape of another subdued individual, shackled by anti-magic stones. The searing sound of flesh burning echoed through the air. The unfortunate soul emitted a ghastly, inhuman scream. As the iron was withdrawn, the mark it left bore an uncanny resemblance to the anchor point at the heart of Kaelvissa at that very moment. The scene flickered. A bloodstained, shattered emblem of a light shield slipped from the grasp of a fallen figure, plunging into the frigid well water, creating a delicate splash. A young girl's voice, tinged with despair and tinged with tears, faintly cried out, "Brother!" "Ah no." Black Sky Kaelvissa, in excruciating pain, unconsciously howled this name. Fragmented syllables spilling forth from his lips, accompanied by blood-tinged froth. At the heart, the shadowy anchor point, under the dual pressure of the probe and the anti-magic stones, was forced into a corner like a caged beast, suddenly erupting with an unprecedented resistance. A torrent of dark energy, more ferocious than before, surged forth, imbued with the ancient wrath of the starry firmament, mingling with the chaotic, writhing force of dark purple void beneath his skin, violently rebounding through the probe towards Grayson. Grayson emitted a muffled grunt, as his steel-clad right arm was instantly adorned with a web of cracks. The dark and purple energies, like living entities, began to erode along the fissures. For the first time, terror was vividly reflected in his deep gray eyes. Without hesitation, he yanked the probe free. With a splatter, blood mixed with a peculiar stardust-like grayish-white powder erupted from the wound on Kaelvissa's left chest. His body collapsed to the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted. Utterly losing consciousness, the dark mark at his heart pulsed wildly for a few moments before the surface luminescence of the Dragon King dimmed entirely, leaving only the profound darkness akin to a cosmic black hole, while the dark purple veins beneath his skin receded into temporary dormancy. The readings on the wall emitted a sharp alarm, plummeting instantly to the lowest point, with only a faint curve representing vital signs still struggling to rise and fall. Marco rushed forward, observing Grayson's crack-ridden arm, still tainted with corrosive energy, then glancing at the seemingly lifeless Kaelvissa on the floor. His eyes flickering with dread and deeper cold. "Commander, the target's energy is spiraling out of control. The silent serum has completely failed. Vital signs are plummeting. The risk is entirely uncontrollable. Immediate purification is required. Initiate at once. Shut up." Grayson bellowed fiercely. His voice resonated with an unprecedented ferocity, akin to a wounded beast. His deep gray eyes fixated intently on the unconscious Kaelvissa on the ground, then slowly shifted to his own right arm, marred with cracks and residual corrosive energy. Finally resting on his unscathed left hand, which instinctively pressed firmly against the inner side of his breastplate where the emblem of Lux was engraved. He fell silent. The entire cell was enveloped in the monotonous alarm of the instruments and the barely perceptible breath of Kaelvissa. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to solidify. A few seconds later, Grayson lifted his head, the fury in his eyes forcibly suppressed, freezing once more into that unchanging, cold steel. Yet, his voice bore a barely perceptible rasp as he intoned. "Recording new data, the microluminous heart anchor point and the sealing matrix of the silent well share a source energy confirmation." Each word he uttered was delivered with excruciating slowness and weight. "Target correlation, SS-level Stardust archives, and the old case of the light shield." He cast a glance at Kaelvissa's left chest, where blood flowed profusely, the edges tinged with an ashen hue, and dark purple veins lay dormant beneath the surrounding skin. "Prepare to dilute Stardust extraction fluid to a concentration of 0.0001 for injection into the microluminous left shoulder erosion zone to observe the neutralization reaction." "Stardust extraction fluid?" Marco exclaimed in shock, his scarred face twisting with horror. "Commander, that is a highly controlled hazardous material. It is the core component of the purification process. Injecting it directly into the subject? This will thoroughly contaminate the sample. It contravenes all research regulations. I will execute the order. Grayson's voice was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. His deep gray eyes scanned Marco, the icy glare rendering the latter momentarily mute. He could not allow Kaelvissa to perish, not now, at least. His gaze swept once more over Kaelvissa's unconscious visage. I must ascertain whether that entity within his heart is indeed the same one that Rakshana witnessed by the well all those years ago. Grayson's voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to himself. Beneath his chest plate, the light shield insignia pressed coldly against his heart, echoing with the desperate cries of a girl from that distant afternoon. Chapter 70. In the depths of the anti-magic stone forest. In the depths of the anti-magic stone forest. The atmosphere was no longer that of the thin blue mist at the fringes, but rather a dense, indigo sea of anti-magic energy, thick enough to suffocate. Here, the towering ancient trees had long since vanished. Countless jagged and bizarre black stone pillars, stalagmites, stone walls, and the skeletal remains of gigantic beasts stood silently amidst the suffocating fog. The air was saturated with deathly silence. This was a life-restricted zone, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. Only the energy field itself emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to the collective buzzing of millions of bees, pressing upon the nerves of any intruder. A shadow, composed purely of high-density arcane energy, glided silently through this deathly stone forest. It was Zelrus. He had shed the cumbersome shell of the ancient warlock, compressing and condensing his core arcane essence into this most concealed and efficient form, a pure arcane soul. Oh, how splendid the deathly stillness! Zelrus's silent thoughts reverberated within the energy shadow, imbued with a morbid ecstasy. The energy graveyard, nourished by the flesh and souls of mortals at the behest of the giant god Peak, resonated with the anguished wails of despair. This fragrance. His shadow brushed past a stout black stone pillar, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like hollows. It is all mine, Zelrus. The shadow released tendrils of ethereal blue energy, as fine as a hair, slithering towards the darkened openings like the tongue of a venomous serpent. Under the ethereal blue light, the aperture creates an illusion of slight openness. Suddenly, a serpent's forked tongue lunges deep into the hole, accompanied by an almost inaudible sound of energy extraction and a subtle, barely perceptible murmur. The shadows of the trees dance, and the wind whispers through. Deep within the aperture, wisps of gray, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, are forcefully stripped away, consumed. This stardust exudes a chilling aura that freezes the very soul. Upon closer examination, it is revealed to share its origin with the grayish-white powder severed from Soraka at the fringes of Ahri's soul, as well as the residue on Grayson's probe. Yet here, it is far more ancient and pure. The lamentable mortals of Demacia, your pride in the anti-magic cornerstone, is but a foundation built upon the corpses of a celestial slaughterhouse. This entire stone forest is a vast, silent well. His shadow greedily flits from one hole to another, burrowing through the cracks of one colossal stone into another, ravenously siphoning the pure stardust sealed away for countless ages by the anti-magic stones. With each morsel consumed, his ethereal shadow solidifies further, the arcane pressure emanating from his core growing ever more terrifying. This solidified shadow carries an air of sacrilege and obliteration. Such unparalleled power is closer to the essence of cosmic destruction than the power of ascension. Zerath roars, Azir, Nethesis, you insignificant ants who steal the glory of ascension. When I reclaim my stardust form, I shall unleash you into the annihilating arcane tempest. It may seem slow, yet in an instant, Zerath absorbs an entire region and speeds toward another. Suddenly, his swift, ethereal shadow halts abruptly, colliding with an invisible wall. Ahead, deep within the dense blue mist, the landscape transforms. No longer a chaotic array of bizarre stones, a relatively open expanse emerges. The ground is paved with enormous, impeccably cut black stone slabs, each etched with intricate, ancient anti-magic runes. These runes intertwine, emitting a faint white glow, forming an immense, dizzying three-dimensional array. At the core of this array lies a circular pit over 100 meters in diameter, unfathomably deep. The silent well. Merely approaching the edge of the pit, one can feel an invisible repulsive and suppressive force far stronger than that of the stone forest's periphery. The air becomes thick, a powerful energy field distorting light, and the scene above the pit is obscured by shimmering heat waves. The walls of the well are not rough rock, but a smooth, mirror-like black material. Neither metal nor stone, similarly inscribed with runes glowing with a deathly white light. There are no railings or protections at the edge, only the unfathomable darkness below. The silent well lies quietly on the ground, resembling the gaping maw of a terrifying beast, emanating a horrific pull that devours all. Suspended dozens of meters above the well's mouth is a cold, indifferent eye, an illusion composed of pure starlight. The shadow of the colossal eye looms large, filling the void above the film. Yet, every gaze directed towards it perceives only a blurred spectacle. Here, space is distorted. The eye of the colossus. It is a frigid sentinel, indifferently surveying the well and all that surrounds it. Light from all directions is consumed by it, with scarce rays managing to escape. Such tyranny. Much like bathing in a river, one can see their counterpart in full, yet cannot discern their own form. The ethereal blue shadow of Zelra's quivers violently at the edge of the well, contorting as if it might be torn apart at any moment by that formidable force. Drawn into an unfathomable abyss, his core consciousness emits a painful wail. Ah, cursed star spirit seal. Even the residual projection is utterly revolting. He forcibly steadies the shadow, as greed and resentment overshadow his disdain for the eye of the colossus. His gaze pierces through the dense, anti-magic azure mist and the twisted force field, fixating intently on a section at the edge of the well. There, a peculiar stone, half a person's height, entirely black yet teeming with countless minuscule star dusts flowing within, stands like a tombstone. It is not a natural formation, but rather a fragment violently torn from the depths of the well by some immense power. Its jagged edge is alarmingly rough, with liquid metal-like gray-white star dust slowly seeping out, dripping onto the rune-etched slab below. It emits a faint hissing sound, corroding tiny pits into the surface. This fragment is a crucial energy node of the entire seal matrix of the Silent Well. It is also the purest and most concentrated source of star dust contamination. Found it! Zelra exclaims with unbridled joy. The node fragment, the most pristine essence of star dust. It is sufficient to reshape my annihilated form. Perhaps due to it being a forbidden zone of life, not a single guardian can be seen here. He hesitates no longer. The ethereal blue shadow abruptly contracts, coalescing into a deep blue arcane cone moving with blinding speed. The surface of the cone is adorned with countless minuscule, twisted arcane runes flashing wildly, resisting the powerful expulsion force of the well. Bring it to me. Chapter 71. The weaving of stars roars resound at the energy level. The deep blue arcane cone cleaves through the viscous air and distorted force field, propelled by an unwavering resolve, as it forcefully lunges toward the node fragment, streaming with liquid star dust. Just as the arcane cone is about to make contact with the fragment, a hum, the colossal eye of the colossus, suspended above the well, flickers faintly within its indifferent pupil, as if stirred by an unconscious reaction. Yet, this exceedingly subtle wave of response triggers an explosive eruption of blinding white light from the massive runic array at the edge of the Silent Well, which flows with a lifeless white glow, maintaining the basic sealing state. A terrifying surge of energy, far more potent than before, erupted from the core of the magical array, akin to a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire wellhead area. At the forefront of this chaos were the arcane spire embodied by Zerath and the fragment of the node. No. Zerath's desperate thoughts were swiftly drowned in the tumultuous wave of energy. Boom. A colossal sound reverberated. It detonated on the soul level. A blinding, ghastly white light consumed everything. As the radiance faded, the deep blue arcane spire that Zerath had manifested appeared tattered and fragmented, akin to a rag torn by a tempest, nearly disintegrating. The half-man-high node fragment, under the assault of the array's energy, was marred by a web of cracks on its surface. A small piece, the size of a fist, containing a viscous liquid stardust, was violently ejected. From the shattered arcane shadow of Zerath erupted a final surge of greed and madness. Ignoring his grievous wounds, he summoned the remnants of his strength, transforming it into a ghostly blue hand of energy, which lunged toward the fragment of purest stardust. Mine. The ethereal hand barely grasped the incandescent stardust fragment. Almost instantaneously, without hesitation, Zerath's shattered arcane shadow, clutching the precious shard, fled with unprecedented speed like a lost dog, racing away from the Silent Well. Fleeing. Behind him, the massive rune array, now awakened, continued to emit a chillingly bright white light. The spectral eye of the colossus coldly observed the fugitive, yet did not pursue. Ha! Zerath's lingering thoughts brimmed with euphoric relief and profound agony. I have obtained it. The stardust essence. Though merely a small piece, it is sufficient. Sufficient for me to forge a body that transcends ascension. The peak of the colossus, Demacia. and that accursed fate await. Your doom shall be inscribed by my own hand, Zerath. Ah! His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, for in his frantic flight, his fragmented shadow collided violently with the edge of another equally formidable force field, a vibrant yet infinitely compassionate and wrathful power of the stars. The most resilient web silently enveloped the exit of this area. The power of Soraka. Zerath's consciousness was instantly submerged in a chilling alertness. He abruptly changed direction. Yet, at that very moment, an immensely heavy gray-white barrier, akin to a steel gate descending from the heavens, composed purely of anti-magic stone energy, thunderously sealed off his retreat. Behind the barrier loomed a silent and cold presence, akin to an iron tower, steadfastly locking onto him. Grayson. Zerath's shattered azure shadow was firmly ensnared by Soraka's starlit net and Grayson's anti-magic stone barrier, trapped within the deepest recesses of this enchanted stone forest. The shard of liquid stardust he clutched emitted a cold yet alluring glow. The cold, luminous glow of stardust flowed over the fragments tightly grasped by Zerath, reflecting the star-like fury in Soraka's eyes and the impenetrable indifference of Grayson. A three-way standoff. The stone forest lay in utter silence. Even the hum of the anti-magic energy was frozen in time. Suddenly, a faint yet disquieting sound pierced the stillness. Gwen held the scissors radiating with the warmth of the morning sun, her small face pale. Her amber eyes were fixated on the edge of Ahri's soul aura, where small, grayish-white fragments of lifeless stone were being painstakingly peeled away by the blade of the scissors, only to be enveloped and obliterated by the pure starlight flowing from Soraka's fingertips. At the moment of separation, the faint core of Ahri's aura convulsed violently, enduring an indescribable agony. The edges of the soul, wounded by the cut, struggled to mend the severed wound, but their efforts were far too slow compared to the encroaching grayish petrification that spread along the cracks. That cold, grayish hue gradually eroded the very foundation of Ahri's existence. Sister Soraka. Gwen's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her hand gripping the scissors quivering slightly from fear and exertion. She could feel the tearing pain emanating from the depths of Ahri's soul. Each cut felt like a gash in her own heart. Not blood, but the essence of Soraka's being was slipping away, her voice ethereal yet tinged with undeniable fatigue. She maintained the celestial web, isolating herself from the external pressures of silence, but the strain had reached its limits. All while she struggled to guide Gwen's scissors through this delicate operation at the very level of the soul. Deep within her violet starry gaze, the faint pure glow of Ahri's soul core reflected back at her. That light was gradually being encircled and compressed by the expanding grayish void. The delicate, translucent lavender horns on her head, with a subtle crack nearly obscured by her silver hair, emitted a faint purple glow, also resonating with some form of pain. Cut faster. Soraka's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency, as the petrification must be severed from all contaminated links before it could breach the starry web. Gwen, she urged, as Gwen bit her lower lip, forcing herself to concentrate, pouring all her intent into the scissors she held. The blade's edge, warm like the dawn, seemed to sense her determination, glowing a fraction brighter. With utmost care, she guided the tip of the scissors toward the next point where the grayish petrification and pure soul aura were intertwined most deeply. Just then, a hum. An invisible wave of energy suddenly pierced through the heavy barriers of the tree root dome, crashing violently against the celestial web maintained by Soraka. The entire canopy space trembled violently. The makeshift platform and vine bridge clinging to the massive roots groaned under the unbearable weight. Chapter 72, an extremely eerie symbol. Another faint yet disquieting sound echoed. Gwen grasped the scissors that radiated the warm glow of the morning light, her small face pale, and her amber eyes fixated intently on the edge of Ahri's soul halo. Another small fragment of cold, metallic-hued, gray-white stone-like dead tissue was laboriously pried away by the blade. It was subsequently enveloped and obliterated by the pure starlight flowing from Soraka's fingertips. In that instant of detachment, Ahri's feeble core of light convulsed violently. The wound at the edge of her soul, severed by the scissors, struggled to mend as the pure essence of her soul writhed, desperately attempting to heal. Yet, its efforts were far outpaced by the encroaching gray-white petrification that spread inward along the fissures. That cold, grayish hue, like a relentless parasite, continued to gnaw at the very foundation of Ahri's existence beneath the protective weave of starlight. Soraka, sister. Gwen's voice trembled with a sob, her hand gripping the scissors quivering slightly from fear and exertion. She could sense the silent wails and tearing pain emanating from the depths of Ahri's soul. Each snip felt akin to slicing her own heart. It was not blood that was spilling, but the very essence of existence itself. Sorika's voice remained ethereal. Yet beneath that ethereality lay an undeniable heaviness, a breathless weariness that penetrated to the marrow. She maintained the pressure of the starry web, isolating the external silence, which had reached its limit, while simultaneously focusing on guiding Gwen's scissors through this delicate operation at the very level of the soul. Deep within her violet starry eyes reflected the faint, pure glow of Ahri's core, which was being slowly encircled and compressed by the encroaching gray-white stillness. The delicate lavender horns atop her head, with a nearly concealed crack at the base, radiated a faint purple light, also bearing the weight of some resonant pain. The scissors. Quickly, Sorika's voice became urgent. The petrification was adapting to the isolation of the star web. They had to sever all contaminating links before it broke through. Gwen, keep trying. Gwen bit her lower lip, forcing herself to concentrate, pouring every ounce of her will into the scissors in her hand. The blade's edge, glowing warmly like dawn, seemed to respond to her determination, brightening slightly. Cautiously, she guided the tip of the scissors towards the next node where the gray-white petrification and the pure essence of the soul were most deeply entwined. At that moment, an invisible shockwave of energy suddenly pierced through the heavy barrier of the tree root dome, crashing violently against the starry web maintained by Sorika. The entire dome space trembled violently. The makeshift platform and vine bridge attached to the massive roots groaned under the unbearable strain. Shadows clad in gray-brown cloaks, hidden in the corners, looked up in alarm, their hoods casting down muffled gasps and tremors at the soul level. Sorika's body jolted as if struck, her complexion instantly turning as pale as paper. She let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood laced with starlight escaping from the corner of her mouth. The vast web woven from pure starlight, impervious to external pollution, quivered violently under the impact, flickering erratically, dimming by a third in an instant. The starry veil enveloping Ahri's soul aura also trembled intensely, as the suppressed gray-white petrification surged forth with newfound vigor, spreading with alarming rapidity. "Ah!" Gwen exclaimed, nearly losing her grip on the scissors in her hand. Ahri's soul aura flickered wildly under the dual assault. The glimmer of the seed of origin deep within emitted a silent wail, as if it were on the brink of extinguishment. The petrified region at the edge of the soul expanded instantaneously. The core seal of the well of silence was forcibly disturbed. Unprecedented fury and shock erupted in Sorika's violet eyes. She steadied herself, bringing her hands together forcefully, as the horns atop her head radiated even more resplendent starlight, infusing the wavering web of stars. "Zerath, how dare he? That wretched chimney!" In a flash, Gwen grasped the true culprit, her amber eyes igniting with fierce wrath. Her small face flushed with indignation. "He shattered her sister. He seeks to end her sister's life." Gwen vowed to rend him to pieces. She furiously wielded the gigantic scissors in her grasp. Her rage seemed to bestow upon her an additional strength. No longer hesitating, she lunged once more towards the encroaching gray area at the fringes of Ahri's soul, propelled by a reckless determination. This time, the blade of the scissors, glowing like the dawn, appeared to be ignited by her fury, becoming extraordinarily radiant and sharp. Snip! Snip! The sound of two resounding severances echoed. Two substantial patches of stubborn gray-white petrification were forcibly cut away. Ahri's soul aura trembled violently, the core's radiance dimming to its nadir. Yet the encroachment at the edges was staunchly repelled. "Well done, Gwen." Sorika's voice carried a note of approval mingled with deeper concern. She maintained the starlit web. Yet her gaze involuntarily drifted to her wrist, which trembled slightly from the forced invocation of stellar power. There lay an exceedingly faint, old scar, now emanating a subtle, yet distinct, burning sensation. This pain resonated ominously with the cold, lifeless energy that pierced through the barriers. Her gaze suddenly darted deep into the vaulted space. A peculiar plant, reminiscent of a miniature world tree, radiated a gentle emerald glow. Its roots delved deeply into the softly shimmering soil below. At the moment the shockwave penetrated, Gwen astutely noticed, in an inconspicuous corner nearest the glowing soil, a root covered thickly in moss, seemingly lifted by an unseen force. Beneath the moss, instead of rough tree bark, revealed a smooth, cold substance, metallic in texture, of a deep violet hue. Imprinted upon this material was an exceedingly bizarre symbol. The symbol is composed of three twisted, sharp triangles, interwoven in a manner that defies geometric logic, spiraling together to form an inwardly collapsing vortex that emanates an aura of foreboding and chaos. The edges of the symbol's lines still bear faint traces of scorching. Gwen's scissors halted abruptly, her amber eyes fixated on the symbol, her small face a canvas of shock and inexplicable repulsion. Sister Soraka, what is that? It's so ugly, so detestable. Gwen yearned to sever it. At the sight of the symbol, Soraka's violet starry eyes narrowed to the size of pinpoints. Her ethereal voice tinged for the first time with a tremor that resonated from the depths of her soul, infused with bone-deep dread. The scar of the void. She nearly spat out the name through gritted teeth, each syllable weighted with gravity, an imprint of the celestial prison. How could it manifest at the core of the world tree's roots? She abruptly raised her gaze, her vision piercing through the canopy of roots, transcending the dense forest of anti-magic stone, directed towards the chilling gaze of the colossal eye of the ancient deity. In her purple irises, the compassion of the stars was supplanted by a chilling understanding. So it is, Soraka's voice dwindled into a somber tone. Chapter 73. Stardust extract. The ancient trees of Ionia were not naturally birthed. The roots of the world tree had long since been tainted and transformed into a prison, the silent well of Demacia. Everything was a meticulously orchestrated deception that had never ceased. We are but prisoners, struggling within our confines. Gwen could not comprehend the intricate terminology, yet she distinctly sensed the heavy sorrow and fury woven into Soraka's words, alongside the increasingly acute burning pain radiating from the scar on her wrist. Sister Soraka, is your hand glowing? Does it hurt? She inquired with concern. Soraka lowered her gaze, examining the slender scar on the inner side of her wrist. At that moment, under the influence of the deep violet scar of the void symbol, the old wound emitted a faint lavender glow that perfectly mirrored the shape of the scar. Within that luminescence, a trace of essence resonating with the fragment of Ahri's soul core subtly emerged. This wound was not a result of battle. Soraka's voice was as soft as a sigh, her violet eyes reflecting the scar's glow, as well as distant, deliberately sealed memories, traces of a severance. Once, I refused to become a star spirit, to prune those disobedient branches of the world tree, and thus was forcibly stripped of a portion of my authority connected to the essence of the world tree. Her gaze shifted once more to the faint glow of Ahri's soul core, then to Gwen, and finally back to the scar on her wrist. A heart-stopping hypothesis detonating within her mind like thunder. Could it be that the fragment of the origin within her soul is the very essence of the authority that was stripped from me? The star spirits cast it into the mundane, transforming it into a spirit jewel, affixed to the body of the nine-tailed fox, not only to monitor the ley lines of Ionia, but also as bait. In the core laboratory situated beneath the outpost, the air was saturated with the metallic scent of rust and disinfectant, intertwined with the eerie stillness of the forbidden magic stone dust. The walls were adorned with flickering emerald runes, diligently recording every subtle shift in the body ensconced within the cage. Kaelvissa lay on the frigid, unyielding floor of the forbidden magic stone prison like a discarded rag doll. At the site of his heart, where the resonance probe had pierced, the flesh appeared a peculiar shade of ashen gray. Deep within the wound, the dark anchor point pulsated with a macabre stillness, its once glimmering starlight extinguished, leaving only an abyssal darkness akin to a cosmic black hole. The dark violet patterns beneath his skin lay dormant for the time being, yet with each faint heartbeat, the surrounding confinement field rippled ever so slightly. Marco stood outside the cage, his scarred visage rendered even more fearsome under the green luminescence. In his hand, he clutched a specially crafted metallic syringe, its chamber containing approximately 1 milliliter of a liquid that exhibited an extraordinarily bizarre hue. Countless minuscule, shimmering gray specks, resembling metallic stardust, swirled within, exuding an aura of absolute stillness that could freeze one's very soul. Merely holding it caused Marco's gloved hand to tremble slightly, his eyes a tumultuous blend of greed, fear, and nearly manic excitement. This is Stardust Extract 00001. Marco's voice quivered with a hint of nervous anticipation. He licked his cracked lips, as if savoring a weapon of unparalleled danger. Commander, are you certain? Even diluted to this extent, its purifying essence remains unchanged. Injecting it into the left shoulder's erosion zone? That would be akin to tossing a barrel of ignited explosives into a heap of damp straw. It could either detonate the wretched energy conflict within him, reducing him to mere fragments, or, in the best-case scenario, the power of the stardust could neutralize the void's corrosive stillness, simultaneously tainting, solidifying, and transforming that cursed key in his heart into a specimen we can study at our leisure. Marco's gaze lingered on the grayish wound on Kaelvissa's left chest, though the former outcome seemed far more likely. After all, He was a source of extinction-level contamination, not a docile lab rat. Grayson stood silently beside the cage, his deep gray eyes devoid of emotion as they swept over Kaelvissa's near-lifeless form, then returned to his own cracked arm guard, marred by the shadows and dark purple traces of corrosion. Beneath the armor, his arm throbbed with searing pain and a bone-deep chill, the price of forcibly contacting the backlash from Kaelvissa's heart's anchor point. His uninjured left hand instinctively pressed against the location of the Lux emblem on the inner side of his breastplate. "Execute," Grayson commanded, his voice as frigid as ever, devoid of any unnecessary elaboration. He stepped forward, his heavy footfalls echoing dully against the stone floor. His left hand, encased in a steel glove, suddenly grasped the cold iron bars of the prison cage. A surge of a far more violent nullification field erupted from his palm, tightening mercilessly around Kaelvissa's throat and all his energy nodes. In his unconscious state, Kaelvissa emitted a muffled, agonized whimper, his body convulsing violently as the dark purple veins lurking beneath his skin surged and writhed uncontrollably. "Open the door," Grayson commanded. A glint of bloodthirsty excitement flickered in Marco's eyes as he swiftly opened the heavy iron door of the cage. He bent down, holding the vial of lethal extraction fluid, and precisely aimed the glimmering, cold needle at Kaelvissa's left shoulder. The boundary between the ashen, lifeless zone and the realm of flesh was the forefront of corrosion, a battlefield where a neutralizing reaction might theoretically occur. "Farewell, glimmer of light, or welcome to the specimen display room," Marco sneered, pressing the syringe's plunger forcefully. Just as the chilling, stardust-like liquid was about to be injected into Kaelvissa's body, Grayson's left hand, resting against the interior of his breastplate, shot out like lightning. The gloved hand, resembling an iron claw, clamped down on Marco's wrist that held the syringe. Crack! The nauseating sound of twisting metal and dislocated bone echoed simultaneously. "Ah!" Marco let out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain caused him to instantly release his grip, sending the vial of deadly stardust extraction flying from his hand. Grayson's other hand, as if anticipating the move, reached out to catch the falling syringe with impeccable precision. His actions were as swift as a wraith. "Commander?" Marco clutched his nearly deformed wrist, agony and shock distorting the scarred features of his face. "What are you doing? You gave the order." The source of contamination could spiral out of control at any moment. The energy from the well of silence just exhibited abnormal fluctuations. Grayson's cold, deep gray eyes scanned Marco's contorted face. "Zero the dosage." Chapter 74. The quake of distant storms. Grayson held the vial of extraction fluid, his gaze fixed upon the swirling, collapsing cold nebula within the syringe. Then, under Marco's incredulous stare, his fingers steadily and slowly pressed down on the syringe's plunger. The lethal liquid, radiating with the light of lifeless stardust, was meticulously pushed back into the sealed reservoir by Grayson, drop by drop. Not a single drop was wasted. Not a single drop entered Kaelvissa's body. Grayson's gaze shifted from the empty syringe to the unconscious Kaelvissa within the cage. In the depths of his deep gray eyes, the anguished visage of Kaelvissa was mirrored, his cracked lips parted slightly, a testament to the torment he endured, where remnants of blood froth from his unconscious howls lingered. Grayson's voice, once steady, descended into a low, rasping timbre, imbued with a weary fatigue. "Not a resource. A key. A resource." Marco clutched his wrist, the excruciating pain and overwhelming humiliation nearly driving him to madness, his voice sharp and laced with venom. "Commander, I fear you have lost your sanity. Have you been poisoned by that contaminant, or has that damned, inexplicably acquired light shield emblem dredged up some unspeakable memory?" "A key? What key?" "The key to the inferno beneath the silent well. Have you forgotten how that young girl from the Crown Guard met her end? It was her desire to approach that well, to glimpse what her purified brother left behind. And what became of her? Not a trace remained, not even a fragment of her soul, consumed entirely by the horrors within that well. And now you wish to keep this creature, steeped in the very essence of the abyss. Are you intent on burying the entire outpost, the whole of Demacia, with her?" "Silence," Grayson bellowed, a roar that resonated with the ferocity of a wounded bear, reverberating through the laboratory with terrifying sonic force. The rune readouts on the walls flickered wildly. He spun around, his deep gray eyes instantly suffused with a crimson hue. A tempestuous, palpable aura of lethal intent erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, engulfing Marco in its ferocious embrace. No longer a mere cold iron wall, but a primordial beast hungry for flesh. Marco's remaining words were stifled in his throat. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. stumbling back several steps until his back collided heavily against the chilling, anti-magic stone wall, barely preventing himself from collapsing. He gazed into Grayson's bloodshot eyes, filled with violent rage and torment, as if staring into the very gates of hell, his blood freezing in his veins. He harbored no doubt that uttering even a single word more would result in being torn to shreds by this enraged bear before him. Grayson's chest heaved violently, his labored breaths resembling the wheezing of an old bellows. His bloodshot gaze fixated on Marco, while his empty left hand cracked with the exertion of his grip. Within the confines of his chest armor, where the light shield emblem resided, waves of excruciating agony surged. The haunting memory of that distant afternoon echoed in his mind. The girl's desperate cries for her brother. The bloodied, fractured light shield emblem plummeting into the abyss of the dark well resonated like the most malevolent of curses, instantly shredding the defenses he had painstakingly erected over decades of icy fortification. Time froze. Only Grayson's ragged breaths and Marco's chattering teeth punctuated the silence in the laboratory. The palpable aura of death enveloped every corner like frigid water. Moments later, that tempest of murderous intent receded like a tide. Grayson's bloodshot eyes slowly closed. When they reopened, the deep gray orbs had once again frozen into unyielding ice, no longer casting their gaze upon the crumpled form of Marco in the corner. He gradually raised his right hand, observing the syringe in his grasp, now devoid of its extracted essence, before shifting his attention to the still unconscious Kaelvissa within the confines of the cage. The chilling resonance of Grayson's voice returned, echoing the remnants of the lingering waves sensed by Laxana by the well long ago. Below the silent well lay not a monster, but Grayson's gaze was directed deep into the outpost, toward the core of the anti-magic stone forest, where the truth lay hidden, a truth the star spirit wished to keep concealed. Regarding the sordid origins of our Damatian foundation of power, he bowed his head once more, fixating on the dark, lifeless mark pulsating over Kaelvissa's heart on the left side of her chest. He is the key, Grayson reiterated, this time with unwavering conviction. He bore the solitary hope of sealing Pandora's box once opened or, conversely, the fuse that could ignite the destruction of all. Discarding the empty syringe carelessly at Marco's feet, it clattered with a sharp metallic sound. Administer the third stabilizer to delay the erosion, Grayson commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Maintain life signs at maximum alert. His subsequent words remained unspoken as his deep gray eyes abruptly turned toward the imposing door of the laboratory, thick and isolating. A tumultuous wave of chaotic energy emanating from the depths of the stone forest penetrated his perception with clarity. The power of Soraka's celestial force, the arcane torrent of Zerath, and the chilling, silent shriek of stardust fragments. The trial of the key has begun, Grayson murmured, pressing his steel-clad hand firmly against the inner side of his armor. The icy badge felt the stirrings of the distant tempest. At the core of the anti-magic stone forest, on the edge of the silent well, time was suspended in a viscous deep blue mist and a frigid, lifeless force field. The shattered azure visage of Zerath clutched a fragment of stardust the size of his fist. The edges of the shard were sharp, its interior flowing with a mercury-like viscous liquid that radiated a cold, seductive luminescence. Soraka's celestial web, a colossal canopy woven from countless flowing star rivers, sealed off all retreat routes on Zerath's left side. The star net exuded an overwhelming pressure, each thread imbued with the power of isolation and purification, inherently countering Zerath's pure arcane energy. Behind the star net, Soraka's ethereal projection hovered in midair, her silver hair billowing without wind, her purple starry eyes ablaze with icy fury. Locking onto the fragment in Zerath's grasp, the subtle scar on her inner wrist glimmered with a faint lavender light, resonating with the essence of the shard. Grayson's anti-magic stone barrier loomed like a colossal gray-white wall descending from the heavens, sealing off Zerath's right flank. The barrier was heavy, lifeless, emanating an absolute repulsion of aberrant forces. It is not merely a physical barrier, but rather a formidable energy black hole, voraciously siphoning and suppressing the arcane energies within Zerath's flowing shadows. Behind the barricade, Grayson loomed like a mountain amidst the thick fog, clad in a suit of steel plate armor that concealed all but his deep gray eyes. He regarded Zerath with a chilling gaze. Within the inner sanctum of his chest armor, the position of the luminous shield emblem pulsed with an unsettling rhythm. Chapter 75, The Demise of Zerath. The shepherdess nurtured by the celestial beings. The stonehound guarding Demacia. From the shattered depths of Zerath's flowing shadows erupted a howl of vengeful intent. You dare to impede the resurgence of Lord Zerath. This stardust essence is the authority bestowed upon me by annihilation. It is the cornerstone for reckoning with the remnants of your old world. His flowing shadows abruptly contracted, coalescing, no longer attempting to disperse and flee. All his power was channeled into the ethereal azure energy arm that clutched the shard of stardust. Feel the ultimate obliteration emanating from the arcane and stardust. Zerath unleashed a desperate roar. The azure arm, gripping the shard, erupted with a blinding, terrifying radiance. Within the brilliance, the violent nature of arcane destruction fused with the absolute purging stillness of stardust, through the shards serving as a medium, giving birth to an unprecedented essence of annihilative energy. He ceased any attempts to breach the blockade. Like wielding a colossal chaotic axe capable of rending the heavens, he struck the unstable torrent of destructive energy. Mingled with arcane and stardust, forcefully against the ground beneath him, a surface paved with massive black stone slabs inscribed with ancient anti-magic runes. Caution! The celestial projection of Soraka emitted an ethereal cry of alarm, laced with fury. In an instant, she comprehended Zerath's intent. He aimed to detonate the terrifying energy contained within the shard, directly impacting and shattering the seal's foundation of the Well of Silence. Whether inciting a riot from the unknown entities below or creating chaos to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. Stop him. Grayson's steel-clad hand slammed against the anti-magic stone barrier before him. The thick barrier instantly ignited with a blinding gray-white rune glow. The form of the barrier transformed abruptly, shifting from a massive wall into a colossal gray-white hand composed entirely of pure anti-magic stone energy. This giant hand, imbued with the power to obliterate all anomalies, tore through the viscous fog and violently grasped at Zerath's impending explosion of energy. Simultaneously, Soraka made her move. United in their efforts, they sought to strangle Zerath. The web of stars coalesced instantaneously. Billions of starry rivers ceased their pursuit of entrapment and morphed into countless sharp spears formed purely of purifying starlight. The spears rent through space, shrieking with a soul-piercing wail, raining down like a tempest upon Zerath's azure arm that clutched the shard. The threefold forces collided with a thunderous roar at the unfathomable edge of the Well of Silence. Boom! An indescribable cacophony of terror erupted simultaneously on both material and spiritual planes. 1,000 thunders burst in the ears, akin to 1 billion stars collapsing before one's eyes. At the epicenter of the collision, all light and sound were instantaneously consumed, giving rise to a cataclysmic energy sphere, a chaotic amalgamation of azure, ashen white, and silvery violet. The energy sphere expanded wildly, distorting reality, shattering space inch by inch. The dense, anti-magic blue mist was instantaneously evaporated, annihilated. The enormous black stone slabs, inscribed with runes, were uprooted as if made of paper, shattered, and vaporized. The vast and intricate ceiling array at the edge of the silent well flickered erratically, emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. The colossal eye of the god hovered above the well, its phantom oscillating violently. A flicker of clear fury flashing deep within its indifferent gaze. At the forefront stood Zerath. His azure hand, tightly clutching the fragment, was swiftly marred by spiderweb-like fissures under the piercing of Soraka's star spear and the grasp of Grayson's anti-magic colossal palm. The frenzied backlash surged through his arm, inundating his already shattered core of flowing shadows. The agony forced from him a chillingly piercing shriek. The flowing shadows turned momentarily transparent, on the brink of complete dissolution. Yet he remained unyielding. Rebirth lay tantalizingly within reach. In a final desperate gambit, he clenched the fragment, channeling the destructive energy, a fusion of his arcane essence and stardust shards, forcefully into the ceiling base beneath his feet. Crack! A heart-wrenching, crystalline shatter resonated from the core of the energy annihilation sphere. It was neither Zerath's arm nor the stone slabs below, but the stardust fragment he clutched. Under the siege of threefold, terrifying forces and the tumultuous impact of his own volatile energy, this precious, yet perilous shard finally succumbed to the strain, fracturing from within. The shattered fragment did not disintegrate into dust. Rather, it erupted like a detonated miniature star, instantaneously releasing all the pure stardust essence contained within. A torrent of even purer grayish-white energy surged forth from the fractured shard. This eruption of pure stardust essence instantaneously altered the equilibrium of the energy annihilation sphere. Hiss! A searing iron plunged into icy water. Soraka's purifying star spear, upon contact with this torrent of pure stardust, rapidly dimmed and dissipated. Her astral projection jolted, her ethereal form momentarily blurring. The searing pain from the scar on her wrist skyrocketed, the pale violet glow flickering violently. Grayson's colossal palm of grayish-white anti-magic stone energy, upon seizing this stardust torrent, emitted a hissing sound. The runes swirling upon the palm flashed erratically, flickering uncertainly. The anti-magic energy that constituted his palm was swiftly eroded, assimilated, and unraveled by the pure stardust essence. Grayson let out a low grunt, the veins on the back of his steel-clad hands rising prominently. A peculiar grayish-white essence pulsed along the energy link, spreading towards his very being as if it were a living entity. Energy gathered in the space around him, which swelled like a balloon under excessive pressure, generating a greater rebound wave. Explosions erupted in rapid succession. At the epicenter of this chaos, Xerath, whose ethereal blue form was already on the brink of dissolution, was further exposed to the cataclysmic eruption of pure stardust essence. It melted away like remnants of snow under a blazing sun, disintegrating at a visible pace. No, my power, my annihilated form. Xerath let out a final, desperate shriek filled with resentment. His core consciousness brimmed with endless bitterness and madness. Star Spirit Soraka, Grayson, and that vessel, I curse you. Annihilation will ultimately consume everything. There is no escape for you. His wail was abruptly silenced as the torrent of pure stardust completely engulfed his residual form. The faint blue light, representing the last vestiges of the ancient sorcerer's awareness, extinguished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Xerath, the ancient ascendant who had schemed for a millennium, yearning for the dominion of annihilation, ultimately perished within the very torrent of power he had coveted. No bones remained, and his spirit was shattered. However, the crisis was far from resolved. Chapter 76. The grayish-white torrent of stardust. Yet the crisis had not abated. With Xerath's restraint lifted, a pure and immense torrent of stardust essence surged forth from the shattered fragments. The runaway force of destruction, having lost its primary target, was partially mitigated by Soraka's celestial net and Grayson's anti-magic barrier, dissipating somewhat. However, a larger portion, as if imbued with life, instinctively cleaved into three distinct streams driven by a purifying will. The torrent of destruction had indeed bifurcated. The first stream, the most substantial, surged forth with a purifying intent, crashing against the precarious core of the sealing array at the edge of the silent well like a cascading galaxy waterfall. It sought to return to its origin or utterly annihilate the cage that bound it. The second stream, slightly smaller yet more concentrated, pursued its path like a missile, tearing through space while disregarding distance, penetrating Soraka's celestial net with ferocity, and hurtling towards the direction of the root canopy. Its target was none other than Ahri, who was being healed by Soraka, her soul intertwined with fragments of the origin seed. The third stream, the smallest yet most cunning, weaved through the chaotic energy currents with remarkable precision, deftly circumventing the frontal defenses of Grayson's anti-magic barrier. At an exceedingly sharp angle, it shot towards the underground laboratory where the stone speaker, Kaelvissa, resided. Its aim was the source of corruption, marked by the same origin imprint upon the heart. Ahri. In the root canopy, Soraka's true form emitted a heart-wrenching cry. She maintained the celestial web, helplessly witnessing the torrent imbued with purifying intent pierce through space. Too late to intervene. A glimmer. Grayson's dark gray eyes abruptly contracted. He endeavored to manipulate the barrier of magic prohibition to obstruct the torrent of stardust that surged towards the outpost. Yet most of his strength was engaged in resisting the first wave of the sealing flood, and he was a moment too late. At the edge of the well of silence, the colossal seal array groaned under the impact of the initial torrent of stardust. Above the well's mouth, the ethereal visage of the eye of the colossus fluctuated violently. For the first time, a flicker of panic was distinctly reflected in its indifferent pupils. The hands of fate danced frantically upon the scorched remnants of stardust. The storm had only just begun. A gray-white tide, laden with the metallic scent of decay, disregarded the barriers of space and matter, penetrating the thick vault of tree roots, and lunged directly towards the faint glow of the soul at the platform's center. The celestial web maintained by Soraka emitted a piercing sound of dissolution under the onslaught of this purest essence of stardust, instantaneously pierced and shattered. Fragments of the star web scattered like glimmering silver motes. No. Soraka's exclamation was laced with the agony of collapsing stars. Her form trembled violently, a fresh trickle of starlit blood escaping her lips, as the protective barrier she had desperately maintained finally crumbled. Reflected in her violet starry eyes was the devastating gray-white torrent. And beneath it lay Ahri, her soul's aura ravaged by the encroaching gray-white petrification. The tide of despair engulfed the embodiment of the stars in an instant. Gwen's amber eyes brimmed with the purest terror. Her diminutive form instinctively dove towards Ahri's aura, attempting to shield it from the lethal gray. "You fiend! Do not touch my sister," she cried, her oversized scissors flailing towards the torrent, their dawn-like sheen flickering weakly before the utter silence of the stardust. As feeble as a firefly, the merciless gray-white torrent consumed both Gwen's small figure and Ahri's faint soul glow. Time froze. Gwen felt as if she had plunged into the deepest ice abyss, every cell screaming in frozen agony, stripped of existence. Her consciousness blurred in an instant, leaving only boundless cold and darkness. She clutched Ahri tightly, sensing that faint light growing increasingly frigid and stiff. Just as her awareness teetered on the brink of complete oblivion, a resonant hum erupted. A pure and ancient purple radiance burst forth from the core of the fragment of the seed of origin within Ahri's soul aura. This light was not blinding, yet it radiated a warm power capable of soothing all things. It was the first glimmer of dawn in the nascent universe, softly expanding and instantaneously dispelling the cold and darkness that enveloped Gwen's consciousness. More astonishingly, wherever the purple light touched, the gray-white particles of stardust trembled violently and disintegrated, transforming into countless minute specks that glimmered with a chilling sheen. They drifted helplessly, unable to coalesce into the destructive flood any longer. Gwen suddenly regained her senses, gasping for breath, her heart racing as she beheld the incredible sight before her. The soul aura of Ahri in her arms was now enveloped in a gentle cocoon of purple light. The surface of the luminous cocoon is adorned with ancient and enigmatic patterns, serving as a barrier to fend off and purify the lethal torrents of cosmic dust. At its core, the fragment of the seed of origin emanates a steady and warm radiance. "Sister?" Gwen exclaimed in delight. However, Soraka's countenance bore no trace of joy. Rather, it was suffused with profound dread and incredulity. Her violet starry eyes fixated intently on the core of the purple cocoon, penetrating the warm violet light to gaze into the depths of the fragment. At the very heart of that fragment, a minuscule symbol radiating the chill of starlight was distinctly imprinted, an abbreviated representation of the celestial I suspended above the well of silence. It was an emblem of the will of the star spirits, a brand of their shackles. Soraka's voice carried a weight of sorrow that even the stars could not bear. It dawned upon her that even the fragment of the seed of origin bore a mark. This light was both a protector and the deepest of prisons. As if to validate her words, the purple cocoon enveloping Ahri, after purifying the external torrents of cosmic dust, did not dissipate, but began to contract inwardly, solidifying. The gentle patterns on the cocoon's surface hardened, exuding an aura of frigid confinement. Ahri's soul halo, which had only recently stabilized, dimmed once more under this protective constraint. Ensnared by an invisible shackle, the petrification that had been so painstakingly held at bay began to stir once again. The core of Ahri's soul halo seemed to emit an exceedingly faint, anguished moan. A fragmented thought struggled to reach Soraka and Gwen's consciousness. "It hurts, so cold. Sever the chains." Instantly, a tumultuous wave surged within Soraka's heart. The delicate scar on her inner wrist erupted with unprecedented pain upon hearing the word chains. The pale violet light blazed like tangible flames, nearly bursting forth. The shape of the scar eerily echoed the outline of the star's spirit imprint at the core of the cocoon imprisoning Ahri. Chapter 77. Both captive once more. The faint and pained thought from Ahri reached out. "Cut the core of the cocoon, the brand. It is both the key and the prison door. My memories are locked behind it. Sever it." Gwen trembled with realization. Her amber eyes darted towards Soraka, then to the large scissors in her grasp, now suffused with the luminous essence of stars. Sister said to use the scissors to cut that vile brand. In an instant, Gwen understood Ahri's intent, her small face radiating a resolute determination. Gwen could sever it. The malevolent force had imprisoned her sister's memories. "Cut it open." "No. Child, stop." Soraka cried out in horror to prevent her. Her violet starry eyes brimmed with unprecedented fear. That brand was linked to the void scar at the heart of the world tree, serving as the nexus for the monitoring of the star spirits. Forcibly severing it would trigger the highest alert, drawing the direct gaze of the celestial eye upon us. We would be instantaneously purified. Before her words could fully resonate, a hum echoed ominously. The entire root dome of the tree trembled violently. The canopy, platforms, and vines, all affixed to the immense roots of the world tree, emitted a groan of unbearable strain. At the heart of the space, the diminutive world tree radiated a soft, verdant glow, its roots etched with the deep purple sigils of the void. A blinding burst of violet light erupted, casting an air of mystery around Soraka's figure. The three distorted, swirling triangles of the sigils spun wildly, activating a voracious vortex. Accompanying this explosion of light, the core of the purple cocoon that imprisoned Ahri intensified. The brilliance of the star spirit's imprint surging ominously. The light exuded a terrifying aura of confinement. A relentless will from the heavens above swept through the entire dome space like an invisible, colossal eye. Gwen felt as though her soul was stripped bare, left exposed and shivering in the frigid wilderness. Her blood felt as if it were freezing. It was an instinctual terror emanating from the very essence of life. A profound fear of the supreme existence. She could scarcely hold onto the scissors in her hand. "Do you see?" Soraka's voice trembled with a hint of despair. She pointed towards the surging sigils deep within the roots of the world tree. "It is consuming the stardust remnants you just purified and scattered." The star spirit utilizes the void sigils to absorb the purified energy, channeling it back to the colossal peak. To sever the imprint is to cut off its source of power, inviting annihilation. Gwen's petite face turned pale, her amber eyes brimming with struggle and dread. She glanced at the tormented aura of Aurelion Sol in her arms, then at the increasingly solid and frigid purple cocoon, and finally at the ominous violet glow of the void sigils deep within the roots of the world tree. Her gaze settled on the luminous scar on Soraka's wrist. Soraka too looked down at her own scar. The pale purple light, the void sigils deep within the roots, and the star spirit's imprint at the core of the cocoon seemed to form an invisible chain, resonating with pain and confinement. A thunderous thought exploded in her mind. My scar, Ahri's fragmented core, the imprint, the void sigils, they are all one. They are a system of surveillance and energy extraction forcibly severed and altered from the maternal world tree by the star spirit. This dome, this root of the world tree, is not a sanctuary, but a meticulously designed prison and energy farm. Sister Soraka, Gwen's voice, tinged with tears, interrupted Soraka's thoughts. Though fear flickered in the little tailor's eyes, a spark of stubborn defiance ignited within her. Sister is in pain. That wicked imprint is consuming you. Gwen's scissors are powerful enough to cut away the bad things. I am not afraid. Sister Soraka, is your hand glowing and hurting too? Does it also wish to sever something? Gwen's words pierced through Soraka's lingering hesitation and fear like the sharpest of needles. She suddenly raised her head, and in her purple starry eyes, the compassion of the cosmos was replaced by a resolute determination. She gazed at the radiant scar on the inner side of her wrist. Indeed, the voice of the child, Soraka, no longer resonated with ethereal grace. My wound aches painfully. It yearns for freedom. Gradually, she lifted the scarred hand, palm facing upwards. As the delicate lavender light flowing from the scar gathered at her fingertips, this time, the radiance was no longer a gentle solace. Having already been ensnared, Soraka's gaze swept across this illusory sanctuary. Thus, only by shattering it could a path to survival be forged. Gwen, Soraka's voice abruptly soared, infused with an undeniable command. I, guided by the stars, beseech you to lend me the power of your scissors separation. Her fingertip pointed sharply towards the roots of the world tree, where a blinding purple light erupted. Sever it. Cut the bond between the void's mark and the essence of the celestial spirit. Grant a fleeting opportunity for the fragments of the seed of origin to break free from their shackles. Then, Soraka's gaze shifted to the imprint at the core of Ahri's soul cocoon. Madness burned in her purple starry eyes as she declared, Ahri, unleash all the memories suppressed by your chains upon that mark. Ahri's memories, it turned out, held the final key to unlocking the cage, a venomous thorn aimed at the eyes of the celestial spirits. Let them witness the truth and fury born by the souls they manipulate. At the Stone Whisper outpost, the cold air was thick with the scent of blood and corroded metal. A torrent of stardust essence surged from the direction of the silent well, small yet cunning like a viper, effortlessly bypassing the outpost's formidable stone barriers and magical wards, and quietly infiltrating the gaps of the underground laboratory's ventilation system. It hovered above the cage, transforming into a swirling, collapsing nebula that emanated a cold metallic sheen. The will within the nebula fixed its gaze on the crumbling form of Kael that's trapped inside the cage. Stardust essence. Target locked. Marco lay slumped in the corner, clutching his wrist, deformed from Grayson's grip. Agony and fear twisted his voice, yet a morbid glee flickered in his eyes. Commander, did you see? Even the silent well is purifying him. He's doomed. This is the fate of the source of pollution. Be silent. Grayson's low growl instantly silenced Marco. His deep gray eyes were fixed intently on the floating stardust essence, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like coiling dragons. He could feel the cold, intense pulse emanating from the light shield insignia within his breastplate, silently screaming. There was no time left. Chapter 78. The laboratory explosion, that gray-white stardust essence, akin to a school of piranhas scenting blood, suddenly contracted, coalescing into a shimmering gray-white beam of metallic light. Ignoring all physical barriers, it surged towards Kaelvissa's exposed left chest, targeting the dark, pulsing anchor mark. Ugh! Deeply unconscious, Kaelvissa's body arched upwards as if struck by a high-voltage current, emitting a scream of exquisite anguish from his throat. As the rays made contact with the skin of his left chest, it emitted a hissing sound, as if corroded by a potent acid, swiftly transforming into a pallid gray. Rigid and petrified, the dark anchor mark pulsed violently under the assault of the grayish-white rays, contorting and expanding with fervor. The dormant dark purple veins beneath the skin ignited, surging forth in a frenzied motion. A tempestuous energy, infused with the lingering starlight of the Dragon King, erupted from the depths of the mark, instinctively resisting the purifying onslaught of the stardust. Boom! The muffled sound of an energy explosion reverberated within Kaelvissa's being. His left chest garment disintegrated into ashes. Skin tore apart, blood mingling with an eerie grayish powder and tendrils of dark purple energy splattering forth. The entire anti-magic stone prison trembled violently under the clash of two terrifying energies, emitting a shrill metallic groan. The runic readout on the wall flared crimson. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the laboratory. The energy clash spiraled out of control. Marco screamed in terror, scrambling desperately towards the laboratory door. Run! It's going to explode. Grayson, resembling a mountain, remained steadfast amidst the energy tempest. His deep gray eyes fixated on the horrific wound on Kaelvissa's left chest, where the ghastly petrification spread rapidly from the injury, entwined with dark purple void energy. At the core, the dark anchor mark twisted and tore as if it were a gaping wound, frantically contorting under the relentless assault of the stardust rays. Within the depths of the mark, the darkness that had been concealed by the Dragon King's starlight now churned like a mire, bubbling with agitation. Grayson discerned a faint tremor seeping through the torn edges of the mark, a whisper of life amidst the chaos. Now is the moment. A fierce light ignited in Grayson's eyes. He hesitated no longer. His left hand, encased in steel, shot into the interior of his breastplate, retrieving the luminous shield emblem inscribed with Lux's name, which had always been close to his heart. The emblem still retained his warmth, and the tiny embedded gemstones radiated an unprecedented soft white light. This gentle illumination resonated intensely with the chilling tremor that escaped the mark. Hold on. Grayson's voice was deep and hoarse. He disregarded the tumultuous energy currents and the splattering of flesh and blood. His robust form lunged forward, his steel-covered right hand gripping Kaelvissa's struggling shoulder with an ironclad grasp, pinning him firmly to the icy ground. Simultaneously, his left hand clutched the softly glowing shield emblem and pressed it forcefully against the roiling darkness of the anchor mark on Kaelvissa's left chest. Sizzle! A red-hot iron plunged into icy water. The shrill noise accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Kaelvissa's body convulsed like a fish out of water, thrashing wildly. His screams were heart-wrenching. The frigid metal badge was deeply imprinted upon his writhing dark wound. The gem fragments embedded in the shield of light erupted with an unprecedented soft white glow. This white luminescence, imbued with a warm protective intent, served as an invisible barrier, instantly severing the cold, purifying power of the external stardust rays. Even more astonishingly, this white light, as if possessing life, gently yet resolutely permeated the depths of the boiling dark, following the edges of the torn mark. A miracle transpired. The once rampant darkness, which sought to devour everything, faltered the instant it came into contact with this gentle white light. An indescribable wave of sorrow, longing, and a complex sense of guardianship surged forth from the very core of that darkness. This emotion did not emanate from Kaelvissa. Rather, it arose from the darkness itself, or perhaps from a fragment of existence forgotten in the silent depths of the abyss. Kaelvissa's heart-wrenching scream abruptly ceased. The pain-racked expression on his bloodied and sweat-soaked face solidified in an instant. An overwhelming sense of confusion, coupled with an unbearable sorrow akin to the tearing of his soul, gradually emerged. His consciousness was instantaneously overwhelmed and submerged by the torrent of grief from the depths of his own mark. Brother? A vague whisper, laden with boundless sorrow, escaped from Kaelvissa's cracked lips. This indistinct call struck Grayson's heart with a piercing force. The muscles of his granite-like visage stiffened instantly. In his deep gray eyes, reminiscent of ancient frozen levees, a cataclysmic collapse ensued under the impact of that one utterance. Brother. Distant fragments of memory surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, engulfing him entirely. Within the inner lining of his breastplate, where the badge once rested, a searing pain shot through him. Rakshana. Grayson's voice quivered with a profound tremor and anguish for the first time. His iron grip on Kaelvissa's shoulder instinctively tightened, nearly crushing the very bones beneath. In that moment of emotional turmoil, a sudden burst occurred. The gray-white rays, temporarily held at bay by the white light of the shield badge, abruptly circumvented its barrier. A small stream of stardust venom precisely penetrated the deep anchor point of Kaelvissa's left chest wound, directly striking the core of darkness just awakened by the white light. Kaelvissa's body convulsed violently once more. This cry was no longer merely one of pain. It was a cacophony of sorrow, rage, and an extreme sense of despair, as if he were being torn asunder. The shadowy mark pulsated madly. The recently awakened sorrow was instantly enveloped by the cold, purifying will, freezing it in place. The dark purple veins beneath his skin swelled like flames doused in gasoline, erupting with an even greater ferocity than before. A surging wave of destructive energy, more violent than ever, erupted from the torn wound at his heart. Boom! The entire underground laboratory resembled a site struck by a formidable bomb. The magic restraining stone cage warped and shattered instantaneously. The sturdy stone walls were torn apart, creating immense fissures under the onslaught of violent energy. A blinding amalgamation of energy engulfed everything. Grayson's imposing figure was violently hurled away, akin to a severed kite, crashing heavily against a distant wall. The luminous shield emblem slipped from his grasp, clattering as it fell among the shattered debris. The gentle white light upon its surface dimmed in an instant. Chapter 79. Shattered seal coughing. Grayson expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his insides. Struggling to raise his head, his deep gray eyes pierced through the swirling dust and chaotic energy currents. Fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, where Kaelvissa's body floated amidst the ruins of the shattered cage. The horrific wound on his left chest gushed forth chaotic torrents of energy. Ashen white stone, dark purple void cracks, profound darkness, and a faint glimmer of white light intertwined chaotically, clashing and spreading across his form. His eyes were shrouded in chaos, with swirling depths of dark, purple, and gray hues spiraling wildly, devoid of reason, leaving only the instinct for destruction. A terror far surpassing the level of annihilation enveloped the entire outpost, akin to an awakened ancient beast of destruction. Grayson gazed upon the humanoid ancient monstrosity that was Kaelvissa. In his deep gray eyes, despair was vividly reflected. The Well of Silence. The concerto of annihilation reached its zenith at the edge of the well. The massive black stone slab on the ground fractured and rolled, constituting the ancient symbols of the ceiling base that trembled in uncertainty. The colossal eye of the Titan, suspended above the well's mouth, oscillated violently. Deep within its indifferent pupil, the lingering panic caused by the seal's disruption had yet to fade. At the heart of the chaotic energy storm, a vast torrent of pure primordial essence, released from the shattered stardust fragments, crashed forcefully against the most critical and vulnerable area of the Well of Silence's sealing array, precisely where Zelras had previously attempted to dismantle and had been repelled by the fragmented nodes. Boom! The very foundations of the world shattered in a terrifying eruption. It was a ferocity 100-fold greater than any previous collision. The core node of the sealing array, already weakened by the absence of the fragment dislodged by Zelras, was further compromised by the frontal impact of the stardust torrent. The ancient runes, flowing with lifeless white light, erupted into a blinding, ghastly radiance. At this moment, under the frenzied assault of pure stardust essence, they shattered and disintegrated inch by inch. A colossal rift, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and with jagged, interlocking edges, was forcefully torn open at the core of the sealing array. Behind the rift, the once smooth, mirror-like black material of the well's wall gave way to an abyss of absolute void, even more profound than the darkness of the well itself. The void is not a mere absence of substance. Rather, it is suffused with a chilling, deathly aura that threatens to obliterate existence itself. The slightest whisper of energy seeping from the fissure causes the surrounding space to emit agonizing groans, as light is warped and devoured, and sound is utterly eradicated. The seal has been shattered. Sorika's astral projection emits an almost mournful, ethereal murmur, her violet starry eyes reflecting the gaping maw of the infernal gate. Through this projection, one can sense the profound terror emanating from the depths of that rift, enough to send shivers through even the divine. The ultimate source of corruption has leaked. Grayson, too, is shaken to his core, his deep gray eyes fixated on the roiling void, his steel-clad hands instinctively tightening into fists. The hollow space within his breastplate once again resonates with a chilling tremor and distant cries. The colossal eye of the great deity, suspended above the well, is now consumed by fury. The pupil, composed solely of pure starlight, suddenly constricts, and a beam of light infused with the will of absolute destruction is unleashed. This terrifying beam, akin to a spear of divine retribution, rends the tumultuous storm of energy, disregarding the distance of space, and strikes fiercely towards the torn seal. It aims to forcibly seal the breach, eradicate the leaking corruption, and punish those audacious enough to violate the seal. Just as the annihilating beam is about to collide with the rift, an unexpected anomaly occurs. A hand, an enormous hand, entirely fashioned from a dull gray substance, suddenly emerges from the swirling void. This hand is colossal. Even the protruding palm is comparable to a small mountain. Its form is not flesh and blood, but rather resembles a compressed conglomerate of stardust, forcibly solidified and distorted. The somber gray surface is etched with countless intricate, writhing patterns of stardust, exuding an aura of absolute stillness that chills the very soul. More alarming still, numerous thick chains, glimmering with cold starlight, coil around the wrist of this giant hand. The other end of the chains is deeply embedded in the void's depths behind the rift, stretched taut. It seems something in the abyss is straining to keep this hand from fully breaking free. The moment this giant hand appears, it fortuitously blocks the annihilating beam descending from the great deity's eye. The impact is indescribable. A tremendous explosion reverberates through the air. The beam, carrying the will of absolute destruction, violently strikes the dark gray palm of the giant hand. The palm erupts in a dazzling gray-white radiance, as countless intricate stardust patterns writhe and swirl, voraciously consuming the incoming destructive energy. The hand itself trembles violently under this terrifying onslaught, its surface fracturing with a web of fine cracks, oozing a mercury-like viscous stardust. Remarkably, it endures this divine judgment. A roar, silenced for millennia, erupts from the depths of the rift, resonating with fury and defiance. The anguished roar did not reverberate through the air, but rather erupted directly within the depths of consciousness of all beings possessing a soul. In the stone forest, Grayson, beneath the vaulted roots of Solara, even the disoriented Kaelvissa, and the soul-struggling Ahri, all simultaneously sensed that sorrowful and wrathful cry transcending time and space. Following this, a clearer and more shocking thought emerged. Star Spirit, Oathbreaker, the time for confinement and deceit shall inevitably come to an end. We are the first light beneath the great God Peak, voluntarily transforming into a silent bastion to guard the portal of the abyss. Yet you have bound yourselves with chains, imprisoned by lies, nourished by the flesh and blood of your kin to sustain your hypocritical throne. This hatred is boundless. This sin must be punished. The Sentinel shall never forget, never forgive. Accompanied by this blood-curdling accusation and overwhelming animosity, that colossal hand, which had withstood the divine punishment as light, abruptly unfurled its 5 fingers. Ignoring the wounds and the flowing stardust in its palm, it fiercely grasped towards the colossal eye of the god, representing the will of the star spirit, that hovered above the well's mouth. A mutual destruction tactic. Simultaneously, within the depths of the sealed rift, more dark, ashen material surged within the swirling void. The outline of another colossal hand, similarly entwined with chains of starlight, struggled to tear through the void, reaching out from the cage. Chapter 80. Ahri's memories have returned. Shred the malevolent things. Shatter the wicked chains. Gwen's youthful yet resolute scream reverberated through the trembling vault. In her amber eyes blazed a reckless flame. Her petite form erupted with strength that belied its size. Her hands gripped tightly the enormous scissors infused with starlight by Solara. The blades of the scissors, embodying the nascent power of separation and remaking, plunged deep into the roots of the world tree, piercing the area marked with the distorted, swirling, triangular void. Zzz. The moment the blades met the deep purple substance, a piercing and intense sound of friction erupted. Countless fragments of energy sparkled, radiating deep purple and grayish-white light, erupting wildly. The 3 rotating triangular symbols abruptly paused, then frantically twisted and spun, emitting an even more intense resistance. A chaotic backlash of power, imbued with the will to devour and annihilate, surged along the metallic blade of the scissors, violently coursing into Gwen's arms. Ugh! Gwen let out a muffled cry of pain. Her small body trembled violently, her palms instantly torn apart, blood streaming down the handle of the scissors, staining the warm morning light. She felt her soul being pierced simultaneously by countless icy needles, as if being dragged into a vortex filled with screams and darkness. The scissors weighed like 1,000 pounds. The blades, amidst the resistance of the deep purple substance, struggled inch by inch to cut downward. "Let me lend you a hand. The stars guide us to sever the cage." Solara's ethereal voice transformed into a thunderous battle cry that shattered the shackles. Her hand, marked with radiant scars, was now completely engulfed in a soft purple light. The wounds are no longer mere glimmers. They have transformed into a volcanic eruption. A delicate lavender flame mingles with shimmering, stardust-like, purpureal blood, pulsating with the essence of pure life, surging forth. This blood represents the stripped core of her authority, a shard of the key left behind when she severed her connection to the world tree's essence. With her hand, ablaze with violet flames and gilded blood, she forcefully pressed down upon Gwen's tightly clasped hands holding the scissors. Boom! A tremendous force, imbued with a resolute will to tear apart the shackles of origin, surged through Soraka's hand, crashing into Gwen's being, infusing the colossal scissors. The once warm, dawn-like glow at the blade's edge was instantly ignited and transcended, transforming into a blade of pure, separative will of a purple-golden hue. Crack, crack! A deafening sound echoed as the heavens were torn asunder. Under the driving force of the purple-golden power Soraka unleashed, and Gwen's utterly pure will to sever, the scissors' purple-golden blade surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The fiercely resisting deep violet void scars were brutally cleaved in twain. The three twisted triangular symbols emitted a piercing wail, their radiance fading in an instant, disintegrating. The deep violet substance forming the symbols swiftly dissolved and evaporated beneath the purple-golden blade. As the pivotal symbol shattered, the energy link connecting this void scar with the imprisoned core of Ahri's luminous cocoon abruptly snapped. Buzz! The entire root dome trembled with unprecedented intensity. Platforms clinging to it splintered and fell. The soft emerald glow emanating from the central miniature world tree turned chaotic and dim, losing its vital support. The cold stellar imprint of Ahri's soul cocoon flickered like a power-cut bulb, its binding force suddenly weakened. Almost there. Ahri, now is the moment. Soraka spat forth a stream of purple-golden blood, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. Her violet starry gaze fixed intently upon Ahri's cocoon. Within the cocoon, the fragment of the seed of origin that constituted Ahri's soul core erupted with a pure and ancient purple luminescence at the instant the external binding weakened. The seal could no longer confine her memories. This radiance ceased to be passive defense. It began to strike back. The imprisoned memories manifested like a silent accusation. The swelling light was Ahri's cry, accumulated over countless years. It was her anguish, fury, and yearning for freedom, suppressed to the utmost. Chains shattered, memories returned. Countless fragmented and distorted memories surged forth like a flood breached, crashing violently against that stubborn stellar imprint. From the fleeting visions of these memories, Ahri vaguely glimpsed a cold celestial hall. Indistinct silhouettes of starlight coldly gazed down upon a luminous orb radiating the essence of tender sprouts. A hand formed of starlight gently descended, decisively imprinting the mark of the behemoth's eye upon the core of the light orb. The luminous orb emitted a silent, soul-piercing wail that resonated at a profound level. In the mundane forest, a purple orb, marked by shackles, was cast into the mortal realm, embedding itself deep within the innocent soul of a young fox, Ahri. The pure essence of the young fox was violently transformed and usurped by this foreign core, suppressing and overshadowing her own memories. The starry imprint served as a cold observer, greedily siphoning the energy veins of the Ionia spirit realm through the fox's eyes. Countless days and nights passed. Ahri grew in her naivete, hunting and frolicking, occasionally plagued by confusion and anguish from the stirring of the imprint deep within her soul. Unconsciously, she absorbed the life essence of other beings, striving to fill the void and torment caused by the alien presence within her, yet satisfaction always eluded her. With every absorption, a portion of her pure life energy was seized by the imprint, transforming into cold stardust that flowed along an invisible tether into the void scars, ultimately converging into the well of silence, serving as fuel for the purification of the star spirit. The appearance of Kael. When Kael emerged, bearing the same tainted aura, the dark anchor mark upon her heart resonated with the star spirit imprint at the core of Ahri's soul, triggering an instinctual echo of a captive's essence. For the first time, the imprint throbbed violently, transmitting an overwhelming anomaly. Thus, Ahri's soul cried out in a blood-curdling lament amidst the torrent of memories. I am not a born fox spirit. I am merely a modified collector, a mere surveillance device cast into this world. This torment was never meant for me to bear. The star spirit remained the exalted deity upon the towering peak. Yet, the secrets of the star spirit could not remain concealed forever. The truth, buried for countless ages, finally surfaced before the eyes of the world. With all her soul's might, fueled by sorrow and rage, Ahri collided fiercely with the now dim star spirit imprint. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated. Chapter 81, Awaken. Kael. The frigid imprint that had confined Ahri for countless years had lost its external energy connection. Under the relentless assault of internal memories and the fury of truth, it finally fractured, shattering completely. The imprint transformed into countless cold shards of starlight, dissipating within the purple cocoon. As the cocoon faded, the halo of Ahri's soul reappeared. Though still faint, its edges bore remnants of petrification. Yet, the core fragment of her origin radiated an unprecedented light of freedom. She broke free from the icy shackles. 9 ethereal fox tails unfurled behind Ahri, swaying gracefully, embodying a lightness and righteous fury born of liberation. However, at that very moment, as the imprint shattered and the cocoon dispersed, a resounding roar erupted. The entire root dome resonated with a cataclysmic noise. On the great roots of the world tree, the rift torn by Gwen's scythe glimmered with deep purple light that had not fully extinguished. Instead, it suddenly collapsed inward, forming a miniature black hole that exuded a terrifying gravitational pull. An irresistible, terrifying will. The gaze of the great eye of the Titan pierced through layers of spatial barriers with unerring precision, locking onto the root dome. It zeroed in on Soraka, who was severing chains. It honed in on Gwen, wielding her scissors. It fixed its sight on Ahri, who had just broken free from her brand. The judgment of annihilation had already descended. In the underground laboratory of the Stone Speech Outpost, Kaelvissa hovered above the ruins of a shattered cage, a wound on his left chest gushing forth a chaotic torrent of energy. The grayish-white petrified silence, the dark purple rifts of the void, the profound black tides of darkness, and a faint yet tenacious glimmer of protective white light, for distinctly different energies clashed violently within him, tearing, devouring, and obliterating. His body became a battlefield and a sacrificial offering on the brink of total destruction. His skin cracked and peeled under the tumult of energy, revealing the frenzied, writhing veins of power beneath, interwoven with gray, dark purple, black, and the occasional flicker of white light. His muscles and bones twisted grotesquely. Around his suspended form, the very fabric of space was shredded by the ferocious energies, creating countless minute rifts that emanated a destructive pull. The entire underground laboratory resembled a maelstrom, as shattered anti-magic stones, twisted metals, and remnants of instruments were swept up by an invisible force, spiraling at breakneck speed amidst the chaotic energy storm, colliding and shattering. The source of contamination had spiraled completely out of control. Extinction class, not world-ending. Marco lay crumpled in a corner, far from the storm's epicenter, gazing at the hellish scene with a visage filled with utmost terror and a hint of twisted fervor. He struggled to grasp the communication crystal that had fallen nearby with his still-functioning hand, needing to report to the High Council to initiate the final purification protocol to obliterate the entire outpost. Silence. Grayson's low growl echoed. He fought to rise from the rubble he had caused to collapse, his steel armor riddled with cracks and dents, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the ground, the emblem of the light shield inscribed with Lux trembled slightly amidst the chaotic energy tempest. Its surface, once adorned with brilliant gemstones, had long since dimmed. Yet Grayson clearly saw that when the faint consciousness of sorrow within Kaelvissa struggled in pain, the Lux engraving on the emblem flickered ever so faintly. A call transcending life and death, time and space. A glimmer of madness flashed in Grayson's eyes. There was still a chance to awaken him. The light shield emblem. He suddenly bent down, disregarding the sharp metal fragments swirling around him, and seized the cold emblem from the ground. As it touched his hand, that faint flicker seemed to sharpen for an instant, as if responding to his touch. The glory of Demacia, Grayson's voice, infused with all his strength and spirit, surged once more toward the storm's heart, where Kaelvissa hovered. The violent energy currents raged before him. His robust form erupted with the last vestiges of power, charging headlong into the tempest toward the suspended Kaelvissa. The tempest born of chaotic energy raged like a multitude of razor-sharp blades, slicing through Grayson's armor. The armor bore deep gashes, and fragments even penetrated the crevices, spewing forth sprays of blood. Yet he remained unfazed. Within his deep gray eyes, only the roiling wound on Kaelvissa's left chest, a gaping maw of darkness illuminated by light, held his attention. "Seize the light," Grayson bellowed, his voice hoarse and distorted under the immense pressure and shockwaves of energy. "Do not let the darkness consume it. The light of Loxana. It beckons you." He dashed towards Kaelvissa. Suspended in midair, Kaelvissa hovered too high. Grayson propelled himself off the ground, his steel-clad body launching skyward like a cannonball. As he approached Kaelvissa, he discovered a surge of destructive energy emanating from around Kaelvissa, accompanied by space rifts that tore and healed incessantly. Without hesitation, at the moment of proximity, Grayson plunged his steel-covered left hand deep into the churning darkness of Kaelvissa's chest. Zzz. His arm sank into the searing magma. The steel gauntlet on Grayson's left arm was visibly eroded, melting away. The moment his skin and muscle met that chaotic darkness, a multitude of energies surged wildly. Waves of excruciating pain crashed against Grayson's nerves. His teeth ground together. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, evaporating before it could reach his chin. His gaze remained unwavering. That hand, delving into the core of darkness, withstanding the relentless tearing and corrosion of chaotic energy, precisely pressed the cold emblem of the light shield against the feeble, struggling essence of sorrow. Grayson's left arm was completely consumed. "Look, it is here." Grayson's voice, a roar fueled by a burning soul, resonated. "The last light of Loxana. She is at the bottom of the well." The bottom of the well? Within the depths of Kaelvissa's chaotic consciousness, that faint awareness was the last straw for one about to drown. Grayson's roar pierced through the fog of chaos. Fragments of shattered images flooded Kaelvissa's tumultuous mind. A cold stone well, a broken, blood-stained light shield emblem, plummeting into the inky depths of the well. Bottomless, despairing screams, the desperate cry of a girl, "Brother!" The rolling void, a gigantic hand entwined with chains of starlight. Sentinel Chilio's hoarse accusation, "The Sentinel never forgets." These fragmented images intertwined with Grayson's roar. The light of Loxana at the bottom of the well, instantly overlapping. A spark of rationality ignited deep within his pupils. Chapter 82. Sentinel Chilio's battle against the Titans. Lightning cleaved through the chaotic darkness within Kaelvissa's consciousness. Loxana was not dead. Her soul, or a fragment of it, trapped beneath the silent well, alongside the exiled and imprisoned progenitors of the Sentinels. As Alatius's cracked lips unconsciously parted, they emitted indistinct syllables. In the chaotic depths of his eyes, the frenzied, swirling darkness, a tempest of deep violet and ashen gray, suddenly faltered. A glimmer of rationality pierced through the thick clouds of confusion, illuminating the very depths of his pupils. The tumultuous surge of chaotic energy gushing from the wound in his left chest momentarily stagnated due to this fleeting return to clarity. Grayson seized this infinitesimal opportunity. With the last vestiges of strength in his uninjured arm, he forcefully drove the cold emblem deep into the gaping wound of Kaelvissa's left chest. As he withdrew, his right hand was left mangled and bloodied, exposing grim white bone. "Take it." Grayson's voice resonated, laden with relief and finality. "Bring her home from the depths, or together bring down this accursed prison." At the edge of the silent well, the first sentinel, Sirial, with a colossal hand forged from highly compressed stardust, withstood the wrathful beam of destruction unleashed by the eye of the giant. The area where the palm met the beam erupted in blinding gray-white light, as countless stardust patterns writhed and spiraled in chaos. The surface of the giant hand cracked like a web, viscous stardust flowing from the fissures, yet it steadfastly remained before the breach in the seal. "Roar!" Sirial's anguished bellow, infused with boundless pain and immense hatred, reverberated deep within the souls of all present. "Star spirits, behold your sins." Suspended above the well's mouth, the ethereal visage of the eye of the giant, obscured by the colossal hand, revealed within its indifferent depths the clear reflection of the giant hand entwined with chains of starlight. The panic ignited by the breaking of the seal was swiftly supplanted by a wrath born of desecration. The pupil, formed of starlight, suddenly constricted, as the intensity of the beam of destruction surged once more. Boom! A more terrifying sound of obliteration erupted. Sirial's gigantic hand trembled violently, the fissures on its surface expanding instantaneously. The flowing stardust gushed forth like a fountain. The thick chains adorned with flickering starlight, coiling around the wrist, groaned under the unbearable pressure of the divine punishment beam. The runes swirling upon the chains flashed erratically, their brilliance flickering uncertainly. Oathbreakers, your power is derived from the suffering of the imprisoned. Sirial, amid the cacophony of the destructive beam, charged fiercely toward the eye of the giant. With the bones of the sentinels as a foundation, with our contorted bodies of stardust as a cage, confined in the void, yet claiming the purifying glory for oneself. Lies, thieves, executioners. Accompanied by this heart-wrenching accusation, Sirial's hand, resisting divine retribution, suddenly splayed its fingers wide, ignoring the excruciating pain of the rapidly fracturing palm. Fueled by a resolve of mutual destruction, he lunged fiercely towards the ethereal eye of the giant hovering above the well's mouth. The eye of the giant seemed taken aback that this hand of a prisoner would dare to retaliate while enduring divine punishment. A fleeting glimmer of utter astonishment flickered within the indifferent pupils. It was precisely this moment of disbelief. The colossal hand of Gilio, coursing with stardust essence, abruptly clenched its 5 fingers, truly capturing the immense illusion of the divine eye within his palm. Hiss, 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 like a red-hot iron grasping an ice block. The horrifying sound of annihilation surged to a crescendo. At the instant Gilio's hand made contact with the phantom of the divine eye, it was fiercely scorched and dissolved by the starlight, a manifestation of celestial will. A tremendous volume of stardust essence vaporized and vanished. The excruciating pain elicited a more piercing scream from Gilio. Meanwhile, the phantom of the divine eye he grasped began to writhe in agony for the first time. The starlight constituting the eye became disordered and dim, as if tainted. A wave of blasphemy, an unfathomable fury, erupted like a tsunami from the eye. How dare an ant desecrate the gaze of the divine? A voice embodying absolute authority and destructive intent resonated deep within the consciousness of all present. This was the direct manifestation of celestial will. An even more terrifying force of divine retribution coalesced within the illusion of the divine eye. It seemed poised to obliterate Gilio's hand along with his very existence. Yet, in this moment of dire peril, Gilio's essence, trapped deep within the confines of the seal, unleashed one final, frenzied roar. Sentinels shall never be enslaved. Break. Accompanied by this soul-rending cry, Gilio summoned all his strength, yanking both of his colossal hands apart with immense force. Crack, crack, crack. A series of horrifying, crisp sounds of shattering reverberated. The thick chains, ensnaring his massive wrists, symbolizing the captivity and subjugation of the celestial, finally began to fracture under Gilio's explosive struggle and the relentless pressure of divine retribution. The splintered shards of chain, accompanied by piercing shrieks, shot wildly in all directions. Among them, several of the largest fragments, like blazing meteors, struck fiercely upon the phantom of the divine eye. The remaining shards slammed against the teetering seal at the edge of the silent well, hurtling toward the distant roots of the dome and the stone whisperer's watchtower. At the moment the chains shattered, Gilio's hand, infused with stardust essence, was liberated from the tremendous pulling force behind it. The colossal hand, still clutching the phantom of the divine eye, crashed violently into the unfathomable void at the depths of the silent well. Let us plunge into the abyss together, O Oathbreaker! Gilio's final roar echoed. The divine eye, mingling with a hint of frantic rage, was instantaneously engulfed by the swirling void. Boom! An indescribable explosion of terror erupted deep within the silent well. The entire forbidden stone forest trembled with a seismic intensity of 12. The earth fractured. The sky was stained a bizarre purple-black by chaotic energy currents. The rift in the torn seal of the silent wall suddenly widened under the explosive shock, doubling in size. A denser and colder essence of void surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, bereft of the oversight of the eye of the giant. The divine beam that had been directed at the well's mouth instantaneously dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. The root dome collapsed under the shockwave as Gilio broke free from its chains. Sorika's purple-gold blood transformed into a protective light shield around Gwen and Ahri. Beneath the stone language outpost, Kael's chaotic vortex at her chest wholly consumed the light shield emblem, while Grayson's skeletal arm became ensnared in the boiling darkness. Deep within the silent well, as Gilio clutched the eye of the giant, plummeting towards the void, fragments of the shattered starlight chains tore through space, shooting towards every node of confinement. Chapter 83. The root dome's complete collapse. The thunderous roar of the earth shattering gradually gave way to the soft sound of falling debris. The root dome, once a sanctuary for souls, had entirely crumbled. The immense roots of the world tree resembled the broken bones of a colossal dragon, grotesquely piercing through the ruins. Exposed to the tainted air of the magic restraining stone forest, the remnants of the starry web flickered amidst the swirling dust and dissipating cold energy. Coughing, Soraka leaned weakly against a jagged root, her silvery hair coated in dust and speckled with purple-gold bloodstains. The scar on the inside of her wrist had dimmed considerably, yet each faint pulse still brought with it a deep, bone-chilling pain. Her pale violet eyes wearily scanned the ruins. Gwen was tightly ensnared by Ahri's solidified soul tail. Suspended in midair, Ahri's ethereal form hovered above the rubble, her 9 illusory tails swaying without wind. Fragments of the core seed of origin lay scattered, their edges marked by pale, stone-like traces. Soraka's sister, Gwen squirmed within the embrace of Ahri's tail, her amber eyes eagerly searching for Soraka's figure. Her small face smeared with ash and streaked with tears. The bad thing collapsed. We cut that ugly chain. Sister, are you in pain? Your hand is still bleeding. She struggled to grasp her large scissors, only to find them buried beneath a pile of rubble, with only the handle protruding. Do not move, Gwen. Ahri's voice resonated directly in Gwen's mind. You did splendidly, very well. Her lively gaze turned to Soraka, filled with gratitude and fear. Lady Soraka, your injury, it is of no consequence, merely an old wound that has reopened. Soraka's voice remained ethereal, though tinged with undeniable frailty. She slowly raised her battered hand. Faint starlight trickling from her fingertips, gently brushing against the petrified traces at the edge of Ahri's soul. The starlight and the grayish hue met, emitting a soft hissing sound. The spread of petrification was temporarily halted, yet could not be eradicated. The poison of stardust has penetrated deep into the essence of the spirit. The ancient waters of Ionia's great tree, Ian, are the sole antidote. No sooner had she spoken than the fragment of the origin seed, recently freed from its shackles within Ahri's soul core, began to flicker uncontrollably with intense energy. A familiar, faint ripple imbued with the essence of surveillance and binding will seep forth once more from the depths of the fragments. At the core of the fragments, an exceedingly minute starry imprint flickered like a ghost, vanishing in an instant. A soft, pained groan escaped Ahri's lips as her ethereal form quivered. It remains. That imprint has not entirely faded away. It is attempting to reconnect. Soraka's violet eyes suddenly constricted as she cast a swift glance into the depths of the ruins. The remnants of the void scar, torn by Gwen's scissors, were now slowly collapsing inward, forming an unstable micro-black hole. From the edge of the black hole emanated a willful resonance, akin to the lingering imprint within Ahri's fragments, striving to penetrate space and re-establish its lock on Ahri. The imprint, the anchor point of the star's spirit, has not been thoroughly eradicated. Soraka's voice resonated with a chilling intensity. They can recalibrate their position through the remnants of the void scar. We cannot linger here. Her gaze sharpened to a razor's edge as she surveyed the ruins, formed by the collapse of the world tree's roots. The roots lay fractured, oozing a viscous, deep purple fluid that reeked of decay. Soraka's fingertips glimmered with starlight as she cautiously touched one of the relatively fresh breaks. Within the depths of the fracture, instead of lifeless wood, there pulsed a myriad of deep purple energy veins, writhing like capillaries. They twisted and extended into the profound darkness beneath the ruins. Indeed, Soraka whispered, the roots of the world tree have long been eroded into conduits of energy by the void scar. These veins may lead to a more substantial void node deep within the stone forest and could potentially connect to a reverse entrance of Ionia's spiritual veins. She abruptly lifted her gaze towards Ahri and Gwen, her fingertips radiating a bright and urgent starlight. Pointing towards the writhing deep purple veins of the root breach, the stars guide us down a perilous path that nonetheless holds a glimmer of hope. Following these corrupted root veins, the end may well lead to the ancient tree, Ionia's Ewan. Ewan? Grandpa Tree. Gwen's eyes sparkled. She knew Grandpa Tree. He resided in a vast forest and could speak. Gwen had trimmed away the bad leaves that blocked his sunlight. Ahri's ethereal form trembled slightly, her 9 luminous tails swaying restlessly. Instinctively, she resisted the ominous and consuming aura emanating from the deep purple veins. My Lady Soraka, this vein is rife with the pollution of the void and remnants of the star spirit. Will traversing through it forcefully harm my fragments? There is no other choice. Soraka decisively interrupted her, her violet eyes ablaze with a desperate fire. Remaining behind would surely lead to being anchored and pursued by the star spirits. Though there are risks of erosion in moving forward, your core, the seed of your origin, is of the same source as Yowen's roots. It will instinctively repel excessive pollution, safeguarding the soul that bears it. This is the only path home. Seize it. Use the instincts that have been shackled for countless years to sense Yowen's call. Without further hesitation, her fingertips, aglow with starlight, plunged into the deep purple veins of the root breach. Zzz. The harsh sound of corrosion erupted, accompanied by a thick plume of purple smoke rising into the air. The sinuous, deep purple tendrils writhed and contracted wildly under the stimulus of starlight, forming a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a soul to traverse, forcefully pried open at its depths. The interior of the passage was lined with a thick, viscous substance of deep purple, teeming with the faint remnants of starlight imprints. From the depths of this passage, a vibrant essence from the spirit realm faintly resonated. Yet it was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere of surveillance, rendering it distant and perilous. Little seamstress. In an instant, Ahri's resolve solidified and quickened. Her foxtail, entwined with Gwen's, tightened fiercely. Hold on, sister. I will lead you to cut away the greater evils and seek the help of Grandfather Tree. She cast one last, profound glance at Soraka, who lay pale and faint among the ruins. In a flash, her spirit transformed into a meteor enveloped in warm violet light, plunging unhesitatingly into the forcibly opened passage. Gwen barely managed a short gasp before being swept into the profound corridor by Ahri. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, she stretched out her small hand towards Soraka's direction, calling out, Sister Soraka, wait for me to find Grandfather Tree. I will come back to cut away all the evils. I shall surely bring back the source of Grandfather Tree's life-giving water. Soraka watched as they vanished into the mouth of the passage. After Ahri's entrance, the passage quickly twisted and contracted. The deep purple tendrils writhed like frenzying serpents, attempting to seal the breach and devour the intruders into the void's gullet. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she murmured, May the stars bless this journey home. Her body could no longer withstand the strain, and she collapsed softly onto the cold debris. The wounds on her wrist burned with agony, while her consciousness was dragged into darkness by the immense toll of maintaining the passage and resisting the backlash of the celestial anchor points. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, her fingertips unconsciously brushed against a fragment of stone stained with her violet gold blood, leaving behind a faint yet ethereal mark imbued with the essence of starlight. Chapter 84. The sigil shattered beneath the stone speaker's outpost. Chaotic energy currents had transformed the underground space into a veritable hell. The laboratory's ceiling had entirely collapsed, exposing the twisted and fractured metallic structure of the outpost above, engulfed in flames. Massive fissures in the walls connected the interior to the exterior. As the frigid winds of the anti-magic stone forest swept in, carrying ashes and remnants of energy, the ground was strewn with molten metal, crystalline stones, and charred debris, while the acrid stench of burnt flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood, inducing nausea. Kaelvissa remained suspended at the center of the ruins. The horrific wound on his left chest no longer spewed forth torrents of energy. Instead, it was replaced by a slowly rotating vortex, the size of a fist. At the core of this vortex lay the emblem of the luminous shield, deeply embedded in darkness. A minuscule shard of gemstone on the surface of the emblem radiated a golden-white glow, creating a relatively stable area in the heart of the vortex, resiliently resisting the frenzied tearing and erosion of 3 types of destructive energies from the periphery. At the edge of the vortex, for energies converge upon the surface of Kaelvissa, forming an ever-flickering, enigmatic pattern. The violent bursts of energy beneath his skin and the subtle distortions of space induce involuntary convulsions in his body, subjecting him to inhuman agony. Deep within his once chaotic eyes now burned 2 faint flames. One, a sorrowful and furious white reminiscent of icy despair. The other, a dark purple. A restless void driven by instincts of consumption and evolution. At the very core of these flames lies a glimmering golden white light emanating from the emblem of the light shield. Under its illumination, countless fragmented memories and torrents of perception assault his nearly collapsing consciousness. A cold stone well, boundless darkness, and nothingness. A faint, familiar, weeping soul ensnared by countless chains of frigid starlight emits a desperate cry. Brother, save me. Grayson's bony hand grips tightly around his ankle. The excruciating pain and chilling sensation travel through his bones, accompanied by a hoarse, intermittent roar. Soldier, survive. This is an order. The Crown Guard needs you. The explosion of the silent well. The lament of Chiryu, stained with blood. The sentinel shall never be enslaved. The terrifying sound of chains breaking. A shard of a chain ignited with starlight tears through space, racing towards him. Deep within his heart, that shadowy anchor mark pulsates violently under the stimulus of the light shield's radiance, transmitting a cold will. Container, return. Await commands. Kaelvissa emits a cry of pain and struggle, clutching his head tightly. How he longs to excavate the cacophony that rends his soul from his mind. Silence, silence. Just as his mental defenses teeter on the brink of collapse, a heavy metallic token plummets from the crevice of the collapsing ruins above. Streaked with dark red blood and burn marks, it lands squarely on the rubble beneath Kaelvissa's floating position, producing a crisp sound. The Ironwall Sigil. Grayson's ever-present emblem of the highest authority of the Stone Speaker's outpost. The sigil, forged from a blend of anti-magic stone and star silver, bears the visage of crossed anti-magic greatswords and the Damatian eagle on its front, while the reverse is inscribed with an intricately complex chain imprint composed of countless delicate runes. The moment this sigil touches the ground, it seems to activate some mechanism. The chain imprint on the back of the sigil suddenly flares with a blinding gray-white light. An aura of profound silence, suffused with an imprisoning will, instantaneously envelopes the suspended Kaelvissa. This force does not launch an attack. Rather, it resembles a compulsory identification and authority suppression. It directly disregards the energy defenses of Kaelvissa's body and fiercely pierces towards the shadowy, pulsating anchor mark deep within his heart. Buzz. Kaelvissa's body jolts violently. The chaotic vortex at his heart oscillates tumultuously. In the shadowy anchor point, under the stimulus of the military symbol's force field, a deeper darkness erupted instantaneously. The core of the anchor point, an extraordinarily vivid outline of a brand, was illuminated by the pale gray radiance of the military symbol, revealing a form that was strikingly identical to the chain brand on the back of the military symbol. Kaelvissa felt as if struck by lightning. A fragment of forcibly sealed memory surged into his consciousness. A frigid stone chamber enveloped in the heavy scent of blood and the dust of magic-suppressing stones. A tall figure clad in unmarked Damatian plate armor stood with its back to him, grasping a burning iron branded with runes. The shape of the iron matched precisely with the chain brand on the back of the military symbol. He was held down on the cold stone slab by several silent soldiers. Searing pain radiated from his neck. Sizzle. The iron was pressed down mercilessly. Excruciating agony engulfed everything. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. From this day forth, your name shall be Glimmer, the seventh observer of the Silent Well, a mark of both designation and collective. The brand collective. Kaelvissa's consciousness roared silently in the depths of pain and profound humiliation. It turned out that the dark anchor point deep within his heart, that which Grayson referred to as the key, was in essence a slave brand embedded within the bodies of prisoners in the Damatian Silent Well project, utilized for control and identification. It was a symbol that the military symbol could manipulate at will. All humiliation and rage ignited the long-suppressed flame of rebellion within Kaelvissa's heart. Reason, under the torrential downpour of hatred, did not extinguish. Rather, it erupted forth with unprecedented brilliance. No. Kaelvissa let out a spine-rending howl towards the heavens. The chaotic vortex in his left chest spun violently. The golden-white radiance of the light shield emblem surged. Gray-white stardust, dark purple void, and profound blackness. These three forces momentarily ceased their fierce conflict, driven by overwhelming hatred. The spear of vengeance, forcefully entwined, blended with the indomitable golden-white glow, fiercely rebounded towards the chain brand within his heart that had been activated by the military symbol's force field. Boom! A torrent of even more violent mixed energy surged forth from Kaelvissa's chest. The precise counterattack collided forcefully against the military symbol, which radiated pale gray light upon the ground. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering. The military symbol, forged from sturdy magic-suppressing stone mixed with star silver, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Under the impact of this amalgamated destructive energy, the foundation of the highest authority of the Stone Speaker outpost was obliterated. The chain brand on the back of the military symbol flickered frantically a few times before extinguishing completely. The military symbol shattered. The coercive force field exerted upon Kaelvissa vanished in an instant. The chain brand deep within his heart pulsated violently after losing the external resonance of the military symbol, only to be suppressed once more by the turbulent chaotic vortex and the radiance of the light shield emblem. Chapter 85. The outpost is destroyed. Iron Wall is dead. Kaelvissa's suspended body slowly descended, his feet landing upon the searing ruins. He gasped for breath. The chaotic whirlpool in his chest gradually slowing its tumultuous spin. The four energies lay dormant for the moment. Yet the residual waves of conflict left flickering marks upon his surface. He cast his gaze downward, observing his hands, stained with blood and remnants of energy. The shattered military insignia lay still on the ground, undisturbed. Deep within his violet irises, the golden-white flame, symbolizing reason, burned with greater steadiness and an icy demeanor. He uttered hoarsely two words, "Must destroy all." At that instant, a faint groan emanated from beneath a collapsed heap of metallic scaffolding. Kaelvissa turned abruptly. It was Grayson. The once stalwart defender was now pinned beneath the weight of heavy metal beams, half of his body ensnared. His reinforced steel armor lay in tatters, exposing flesh marred by grievous wounds, charred scars, and peculiar grayish-white patches of petrification. Most striking was his left arm, reduced to a charred remnant, its skeletal structure barely clinging to a few strands of muscle. The very arm that had plunged into Kaelvissa's chest. Grayson's dark gray eyes fluttered open, the pupils dilated, the flicker of life within him waning. His lips moved slightly, forming indistinct words. The Crown Guard's glory must not fade. The light of Loxana endures. His gaze seemed unfocused, his dilated pupils piercing through Kaelvissa's form. Kaelvissa approached Grayson step by step, his deep violet eyes coldly surveying the man who had shackled him with burdens, yet in his final moments had offered a glimmer of hope. Hatred, anger, and gratitude intertwined within Kaelvissa's gaze. He slowly crouched down, his hand adorned with chaotic energy patterns reaching toward Grayson's bony right hand, which desperately clutched his tattered pant leg at the ankle. Grayson's fingers were icy and rigid. Kaelvissa's hand enveloped those bony fingers, dark purple energy swirling at his fingertips. "Soldier Grayson," Kaelvissa's voice was frigid, "your command has been fulfilled." He exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed. Grayson's skeletal fingers, clinging to Kaelvissa's ankle, were forcibly snapped. A barely perceptible flicker passed through Grayson's dimming gaze. His lips moved one last time. Yet no sound emerged. Soon after, the final spark of light in his eyes extinguished completely. The robust figure beneath the metallic framework was devoid of life. Kaelvissa rose, casually discarding the severed bony finger amidst the ruins. He lowered his gaze to the emblem at the core of the chaotic whirlpool within his left chest. "Loxana Crown Guard," he murmured softly. Within his deep violet eyes, the flicker of golden-white light shimmered faintly. He bent down, probing inside Grayson's shattered breastplate. The place was utterly desolate. Ultimately, at the edge of the metallic frame pressing against Grayson's body, something was retrieved, a slightly deformed insignia of the Dalmatian Vanguard, engraved with Grayson's name and number. The name and number were stained with blood. Kaelvissa, with an expression as impassive as stone, clasped the insignia in his palm, the cold metal biting into his skin. In that moment, a fragment of chain, as thick as an arm, tore through the air above the remnants of the outpost, hurtling towards the chaotic vortex in Kaelvissa's left chest. It was the largest piece of chain that had been flung to this location when Giuliao broke free from his bindings. The fragment blazed with a cold starlight, accompanied by a piercing shriek and an air of annihilation. The edge of the Well of Silence had transformed into a true wasteland of doom. A massive fissure yawned open like the mouth of hell itself. The chasm churned with a cold, viscous aura of void, having expanded nearly twice its original size. The enormous black stone slabs inscribed with runes at the well's edge were completely shattered, leaving only a continually collapsing and widening pit. The air was thick with the scent of stardust, the remnants of obliteration. The immense phantom of the Eye of the Divine, hovering above the well, had vanished entirely, leaving behind violent disturbances in the energy of the space, a testament to its cataclysmic encounter with Giuliao. The colossal hand that had once grasped the divine essence was also lost, with only a few pieces of debris oozing with viscous stardust scattered around the ruins of the well. Among the piles of rubble, a distance away from the horrific fissure, Marco lay curled up like an injured hyena. He was still alive. The jagged scar on his face twisted grotesquely from sheer terror and agony. His wrist, crushed by Grayson, hung limply. Struggling, he clawed desperately at the debris surrounding him with his one good hand, attempting to find shelter. He was evading the horrifying pull of the well's relentless suction and the chilling aura of the void. Madness breeds madness. Grayson had lost his sanity. The source of corruption had gone mad, and even the creature that crawled from the depths of the well was deranged. Marco muttered nervously to himself, his teeth chattering from the cold and fear. "It's over, utterly finished. The outpost is destroyed, Iron Wall is dead, the Well of Silence has shattered." The celestial beings will not spare us. We will all be purified, disposed of like refuse. Just as despair enveloped him in murmurs, a fist-sized object, shimmering with cold starlight, hurtled from the direction of the well, like a meteor, and with a soft thud, embedded itself deep into the pile of rubble less than half a meter in front of Marco. Marco was nearly paralyzed with fear, on the brink of screaming. As he focused his gaze, his heart leaped into his throat. It was a fragment of chain, composed of a material neither metal nor stone. It was adorned with intricate, arcane runes, now emanating an unsettling gray-white glow. It was indeed the starlit chain fragment that had broken free during Jiuliao's escape, entwined around his colossal wrist. At the fractured edge of the fragment, a small clump of dark matter emanating a profound and eerie stillness clung tenaciously. This was the remnant from the deepest abyss of the Silent Well, a vestige of the Void's prison. The shard lodged within the rubble strangely counteracted the surrounding nihilistic pull emanating from the well, creating a diminutive sanctuary. Though modest in size, its effects were astonishing. Marco gazed upon this fragment, his initial dread gradually yielding to a twisted avarice. He struggled to crawl closer, his intact hand trembling as it cautiously reached out to touch the frigid shard. The desire to possess this piece burgeoned within his mind. Chapter 86. The humble and fanatical fallen one. Marco extended his fingertips with trepidation. The moment his finger made contact with the shard, a chilling torrent of will surged violently through him. Inhuman whispers conveyed a maddening message. The vessel is damaged, the shackles are broken, the overseer requires new eyes. Does the humble flesh yearn for power? Does it aspire to escape fear? Embrace the void, accept the overseer's gift, and you shall become the cornerstone of a new epic, attaining dominion beyond the celestial beings. Marco clutched his head in anguish, his eyes bulging from the overwhelming pain. He felt as though his mind was akin to an inflating hydrogen balloon, threatening to separate from his body at any moment. In this excruciating torment, a seductive power illusion infiltrated his nearly shattered soul. He beheld a vision. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, he trampled upon the bodies of Grayson, Kelvin, and Soraka, wielding a scepter forged from pure void energy. The Stone Speaker's watchtower? No. The entirety of Demacia lay prostrate beneath him, trembling in fear. The fissure of the silent well behind him transformed into a glorious gateway to the endless void. Countless twisted and formidable void creatures surged forth, kneeling before him. The indifferent gaze of the celestial beings descended, only to be effortlessly torn apart and consumed by the void energy emanating from his being. Power transcending that of the celestial authority. Marco's eyes were bloodshot, his fear entirely incinerated by a frenzied desire. The scarred visage on his face contorted in ecstatic throes. He no longer resisted. Instead, he lunged toward the shard as if it were a lifeline, pressing his cheek against the cold remnant. I am willing. Marco's voice emerged hoarse and fervent, laced with a sobbing timbre of supplication. Oh, great overseer, your humble servant Marco hears you. I perceive your divine summons. I am willing to become your new eyes, your new vessel. I shall offer my meager soul and flesh, beseeching you to grant me the strength to shatter those false deities. Let those lofty celestials and the hypocritical nobles of Demacia tremble beneath the radiant void. Ah ha ha. Ha. Accompanied by his frenzied oath and sacrificial embrace, the dark residue upon the shattered chain fragment surged into his body through the very pores of his skin. As if it were a living entity, Marco's body convulsed violently, eerie and ominous patterns emerging beneath his skin. Within the depths of his eyes, a voracious purple hue spread like ink diffusing in clear water. Meanwhile, in the unfathomable depths of a distant dimension, an immense pair of indifferent purple eyes gazed down upon countless worlds. Composed of pure void energy, these eyes seemed to blink ever so slightly. Piercing through the endless fabric of time and space, they bore a chilling intent to scrutinize new prey, resting upon the humble yet fervent fallen one at the edge of the well of ruin. On a separate note, Gwen and Ahri had already arrived in another realm. An absolute darkness enveloped everything. There was no light, no sound, only a suffocating stench of decay. The only sensation discernible beneath their feet was not solid earth, but an entanglement of countless thick, twisted, deep purple roots. The surface of these roots was perpetually slick with a viscous dark purple sap, exuding a nauseating scent of withering. Sister, it's so dark, I can't see the scissors. Gwen's voice trembled with a sob. Her petite form huddled tightly within the protective circle formed by Ahri's solid ethereal foxtail. She reached out for the enormous scissors, the sole source of comfort in this realm of absolute darkness and chaotic energy. The whispers of the void surrounded her, attempting to infiltrate her innocent mind. The erosion of the void conjured endless illusions of chaos and fear, twisting tendrils transforming into venomous serpents, dripping sap morphing into acid rain, and twinkling starlight branding itself as prying eyes. Do not fear, Gwen. Ahri's soothing voice resonated directly within her consciousness. The scissors are your ally. They reside within your heart of a seamstress. Call upon them. Think of severing all that is malevolent. With her eyes tightly closed and long eyelashes trembling, Gwen concentrated fiercely, striving to dismiss the dreadful whispers and illusions. Her small fists clenched tightly, all her thoughts coalescing around the concept of the scissors that could sever all wickedness. Scissors, scissors. Come forth. Cut through the vile tendrils. Cut through the malevolent eyes. Protect my sister. A miracle unfolded. In that moment of intense focus, the ethereal silhouette of the enormous scissors truly materialized in her grasp. Although the outline remained somewhat indistinct and the brilliance of the blade's edge was far dimmer than when it was within the vault of the skies, it had indeed coalesced into existence. It dispelled the darkness and chill surrounding Gwen's hands. Gwen seized it, with a gasp of surprise. Her small face was instantly suffused with courage, declaring, "Bad things. Watch Gwen slice you to pieces." At that moment, a hum resonated. From the viscous blackness ahead, several tendrils of pure, cold starlight emerged without warning, tearing through the darkness. They lunged fiercely towards the core of Ahri's soul halo, targeting a fragment of the origin seed. These were the remnants of the star's spirit imprint that had previously attempted to re-anchor her. They traced along the tainted root tendrils to reach their destination. Ahri emitted a pained grunt. A searing agony radiated from the imprint location on the fragment's core that had just broken free from its shackles. The starlight tendrils disregarded her soul defenses, wrapping around her, their icy intent relentlessly assaulting the fragment, seeking to reimpose the imprint. The violet light enveloping her body surged violently, as the petrified traces at the edge of her soul stirred once more. Bad imprint. Do not bite my sister. Gwen's scream was imbued with purest fury. She needed no reminder from Ahri. The phantom of the scissors in her hand, fueled by an unyielding will to sever, fiercely twisted towards the starlight tendrils ensnaring Ahri's fragment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The piercing sound of dissolution erupted. The phantom of Gwen's scissors clashed violently with the starlight tendrils. The warm glow of dawn clashed with the frigid starlight, eroding and annihilating each other. The starlight tendrils writhed violently under the scissors' cutting power, disintegrating while emitting a silent shriek. Yet, with each severance, new tendrils immediately sprouted from the depths of darkness, relentlessly entwining anew. Endless. Chapter 87. Progress for all endless malevolence. Gwen gritted her teeth, her small hands trembling slightly from the exertion. The phantom of the scissors grew increasingly dim amidst the ongoing clashes, but Gwen continued to snip, 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 until every last one of those vile vines was severed. Meanwhile, Ahri struggled against the encroaching tendrils of the imprint, extending her soul perception towards the writhing deep purple root tendrils beneath her feet and around her. As her consciousness reached into the depths of the tendrils, a viscous, deep purple fluid began to seep in. A potent surge of anger and a debilitating sense of vitality being forcibly extracted struck her soul with ferocity. This sensation resonated with the fragment of the origin seed at the core of her soul. It was Awan. Ahri would discover that these were not natural tendrils. They were the roots of the ancient tree Awan, hollowed and twisted by the scars of the void into conduits of energy. Those star spirit imprints were siphoning Awan's life force and spiritual energy. Through these tainted veins, they channeled the energy into the silent well, transforming it into their fuel for purification, draining the blood of great tree grandpa. Gwen's amber eyes widened in astonishment. A purer fury erupted within her small chest. She no longer fixated solely on the starlit tendrils of the attacking Ahri, but instead directed her fiery gaze towards the enormous, writhing deep purple roots beneath her feet. Malevolent vines, sinister brands, all of them parasitic wretches. Gwen vowed to sever them all, to avenge grandfather tree. Her scissors phantom erupted with a brilliance several times brighter than before. This time, she was no longer in passive defense. She launched an active strike. The phantom of her scissors transformed into a warm, yet keen flow of light, piercing fiercely into the thickest of the roots below. Sizzle. The scorching blade plunged into the flesh of a living entity. The pierced root convulsed violently. Viscous dark purple sap gushed forth in torrents, erupting like a fountain. The internal starlight brand flickered and pulsated wildly. An overwhelming surge of wrath surged back through the roots, veins towards Gwen. Gwen's visage paled. As if countless icy needles simultaneously pierced her soul, the phantom of her scissors dimmed in an instant. She bit down hard on her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, refusing to relent. Wicked creatures. They were inflicting excruciating pain upon Gwen. Yet Gwen harbored no fear. I shall shred you. The stubbornness of the little seamstress surpassed all imagination. Her will forcefully stabilized the crumbling phantom of her scissors. Under the sheer intensity of her fury and protective resolve, that warm radiance not only remained a light, but became more refined and sharper, akin to tempered steel. The blades of the scissors struggled to cut within the deep purple roots, severing them. Wherever they passed, the deep purple veins were forcibly torn apart, and the internal starlight brands rapidly extinguished. A conduit delivering energy to the star spirit was temporarily severed by Gwen's desperate yet decisive snip, a fortunate accident in her fierce determination. The scene shifted back to the Well of Silence. Absolute coldness, utter desolation, complete darkness. Here, there was no concept of up or down, no sense of time's passage. Only the void of obliterated existence. This was the deepest recess of the Well of Silence, the ultimate prison for the star spirit's anomalies and secrets. Kaelvissa floated in this despairing void. The chaotic vortex in his left chest spun slowly. Shades of gray-white, dark purple, and pitch black continued to tear at the edges of the whirlpool, but at its core, the luminous shield emblem emitted a golden-white radiance, creating a relatively stable domain. This light warmly enveloped the remnants of Kaelvissa's consciousness, shielding him from the absolute silence outside that could instantaneously obliterate a soul. The emblem, embedded with the essence of Grayson's life, became his sole anchor in the abyss. A murmur of indistinct syllables escaped Kaelvissa's throat, while his dark purple eyes scanned the surrounding viscous darkness. The final cry of Grayson echoed in his mind, the words well bottom etched indelibly into his consciousness. Part of Lux resided here. Under the protection of the luminous shield emblem, his perception struggled to extend into the surrounding void. The badge itself emanated a faint yet distinct resonance. Suddenly, the brilliance of the badge trembled violently. The resonance became urgent and clear. Kaelvissa turned abruptly, gazing into the dark depths below the chaotic vortex. There, a mass of somber gray matter, resembling a small hill, floated languidly. Its surface was adorned with countless intricate, writhing stardust patterns, exuding a chilling aura of desolation. It was the colossal hand of the primordial sentinel, Chilio, shattered by divine retribution. The wreckage had plummeted here after breaking free from its chains. At the edges of the debris, shattered starlight chains floated helplessly like dying serpents. In the very core of this immense relic, a faint yet familiar golden-white light flickered with great difficulty. The essence of that light bore a striking resemblance to the radiance of Kaelvissa's badge upon his chest. It was the guardian light of the Lux family bloodline, a fragment of the last remnants of Lux's soul. Kaelvissa's cracked lips twitched, and within his deep violet pupils, the flicker of rationality ignited into a blazing golden-white flame. The rotation of the chaotic vortex accelerated abruptly. An impulse, intertwined with sorrow and ecstasy, urged him forward. He hesitated no longer, controlling his body. He charged towards the massive wreckage and that glimmering light. The viscous void clawed at him, and the energy clashes at the periphery of the chaotic vortex intensified under external pressure, causing his skin to be constantly torn and healed anew. Yet he paid no heed. His eyes were fixated solely on that glimmer. Just as he was about to approach the wreckage, a hum echoed. The colossal stardust debris stirred. The writhing stardust patterns on its surface erupted into a blinding gray-white brilliance. A purifying energy field surged forth. Simultaneously, within the wreckage, a fragment of consciousness, filled with chaos and overwhelming hatred, was activated, roaring in fury. Begone, source of pollution, lackey of the star spirits. You shall not desecrate the remains of the sentinel. Several broken chains floating above the wreckage, with a piercing shriek, lashed out at Kaelvissa. The starlight runes remaining on the chains ignited. Imbued with the powers of confinement and annihilation, Kaelvissa's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but within this viscous void, his movements became agonizingly slow. Just as the starlight chains were about to strike, a roar erupted from Kaelvissa. The chaotic vortex on his left chest whirled frantically. He no longer attempted to dodge, but instead thrust his right hand, marked with chaotic energy patterns, wide open towards the lashing starlight chains and the massive wreckage. Making a consuming gesture, a terrifying suction force erupted instantaneously from the chaotic vortex. Chapter 88. The Blurred Shadow of a Young Girl. A roar erupted from Kaelvissa. The chaotic vortex on his left chest spun wildly. He ceased his attempts to evade, instead thrusting forth his right hand, adorned with chaotic patterns of energy, towards the drawn starlight chains and the massive debris, performing a motion of consumption. A terrifying force of suction erupted instantaneously from the chaotic vortex. Like a great whale drinking water, the purest essence of stardust contained within the debris was drawn in like a tornado. The starlight chains, which had been lashing towards him, were the first to be affected. The energy of the starlight that constituted the chains and the stardust essence within were swiftly stripped away, disintegrating into two torrents of grayish-white energy, which were voraciously absorbed into the chaotic vortex nestled in the left side of Kaelvissa's chest. Following this was the enormous stardust debris. The grayish-white radiance erupting from its surface violently fluctuated under the terrifying suction of the vortex. The highly compressed stardust material that formed the debris began to collapse like quicksand, transforming into an even larger flow of grayish-white energy, ceaselessly devoured by the vortex. No, my power. The fragment of the consciousness of the remnant of Jilyu within the debris let out a scream of terror and despair. It attempted to resist. Yet, having lost its corporeal form and most of its strength, its struggle against the vortex, specifically designed to counteract star spirit energy, was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Kaelvissa hovered at the center of the frenzied vortex, akin to a voracious beast awakening from the abyss. His body trembled violently as he consumed vast amounts of stardust essence. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin glimmered greedily, aiding in the act of absorption and transformation. The grayish-white stardust energy was forcibly broken down and assimilated by the vortex, with a portion merging into his own chaotic energy system, while another part was transformed and absorbed by the radiant shield emblem, its golden-white light becoming even more stable and luminous amidst the consumption. As the stardust debris was rapidly devoured and diminished, the tiny golden-white glimmer safeguarded within the core of the debris was finally fully exposed to Kaelvissa's gaze. It was not a complete soul, merely a fragment, a soul shard no larger than a fingernail, emanating a faint golden-white glow. Within this radiance was condensed an exceedingly minuscule rune, the very emblem of the radiant shield family. Inside the fragment, a curled-up silhouette of a girl could be faintly discerned, exuding sorrow and fear. The moment Kaelvissa's gaze met this shard, the chaotic vortex in his chest came to an abrupt halt. The radiant shield emblem erupted with an unprecedented resonance of light. A pulse of blood connection and an ineffable sorrow engulfed him like a tidal wave. Rax Kaelvissa's voice was hoarse, trembling, imbued with a pain that felt near suffocating. His hand, adorned with energy patterns, cautiously and shakily reached towards the fragile soul fragment. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the shard, it quivered suddenly. The golden-white light flickered intensely. A whisper, faint to the extreme, resonated. "Brother? Is it you? Please, save me. It hurts so much. It's so cold. They are devouring me." Within the shattered fragments, a blurred silhouette of a girl seemed to quiver slightly, pointing towards the depths of the shards. There, ethereal chains of energy, exceedingly slender yet radiating a chilling starlight, were deeply embedded in the silhouette's limbs and neck. The other end of the chains vanished into the viscous void surrounding the fragments, binding them to the very laws of this prison. Outside the stone speaker's outpost, the hastily erected camp appeared like a ghostly apparition amidst the frigid night of the anti-magic stone forest. The flickering campfire cast a dim yellow glow, failing to provide warmth. Instead, it distorted shadows upon the jagged rocks, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a palpable aura of fear, and a faint, cloying sweetness reminiscent of decaying flowers. Soldiers huddled together in small groups, most with vacant stares, their faces pallid and marked by an unshakable dread. From the depths of the outpost came terrifying explosions, the ground trembling incessantly. Strange currents of energy coursed through the sky, and the cacophony that reverberated in their minds had long since shattered their nerves. Fear spread silently. Marco stood beside the only slightly larger campfire at the center of the encampment. The scar on his face writhed in the dancing flames like a centipede. His wrist, crushed by Grayson, was now enveloped in a viscous, writhing dark substance. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though he wore an odd purple glove. A neurotic smile played at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the terrified soldiers around him, his fingers flexing and curling restlessly. "Look at you." Marco's voice rang out, devoid of the previous sycophancy or fear. It penetrated the ears of each soldier, reminiscent of a herd of terrified rabbits trembling among the cold stones. awaiting either the purifying rays of the star spirits to turn them to ash or the monstrous entity lurking beneath to tear them apart. His words evoked the deepest fears of the soldiers. Several young men began to tremble uncontrollably, stifled sobs escaping their lips. "Shut your mouth." An old soldier, his face marred by burned scars, struggled to lift his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. His voice was hoarse, "If it weren't for your urging, Grayson might have left that monster at the outpost." "Monster?" Marco interrupted with a sharp, mocking laugh. He slowly raised his hand, shrouded in the dark substance. Palm facing upward. Delicate wisps of pale purple mist emerged from his palm, drifting languidly in the firelight, silently merging with the frigid air. "You are the pitiful creatures being herded, domesticated by the star spirits through lies and fear." His voice carried an enchanting power, the dispersing mist amplifying each syllable, burrowing deep into the soldiers' minds. "Look where your strength comes from. The anti-magic stones. Huh. They are tombstones forged from the flesh and blood of your ancestors and the bones of purified kin. Your vaunted ability to resist the aberrations is nothing but a collar bestowed upon you by the celestial beings. When the hound becomes disobedient or obsolete, what awaits you?" He gestured towards the ruins of the outpost, pointing towards the silent well, his voice imbued with incitement. "Behold the severed chains at the well's edge. Listen to the sentinel's furious roar. They were once guardians of Demacia, just like you. They willingly became the bulwark. And what was their fate? Betrayed by the celestial beings. Ensnared by chains. Twisted into monstrosities. Drained of their last vestige of power. Is this the light to which you pledge your loyalty? Is this the glory you strive to protect?" Chapter 89. Fear as sustenance. A pale violet mist spread through the encampment, infecting it like a plague with his words. Soldiers touched by the mist exhibited increasingly vacant expressions. The fear etched upon their faces did not dissipate. Instead, it began to intertwine with confusion, anger, and a profound sense of humiliation. In their minds, Marco's words echoed, magnified by the eerie purple fog. "No, it cannot be." One soldier clutched his head, whispering in torment. "What are we truly guarding?" Another soldier murmured, his gaze vacant. "Power. We need true power, the strength that is not betrayed." A soldier's eyes began to shimmer with a hue reminiscent of Marco's ominous violet glow. Marco observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction, his twisted smile widening. As a harbinger of spiritual pestilence, he continued his seduction. "Fear is both a shackle and a source of power. Embrace the fear within your hearts. Embrace this gift from the new world." He spread his arms wide, more pale violet mist seeping from every pore of his being. "Soldiers, this is not a plague. It is evolution, a staircase to true freedom and strength. Cast aside that hypocritical light. Embrace the void. Become the new sentinels of our master, the Watcher. We shall shatter the celestial lies and establish a new order where power is truth." As his words resonated, the eyes of some soldiers gleamed with a deep violet light, their faces adorned with fervent adoration. Suddenly, a jarring, piercing caw of a crow shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the encampment. Everyone looked up in terror. At the edge of the camp, upon a towering black stone spire, perched an ominous figure composed of decayed wood, straw, and rusted implements. Fiddlesticks. Its massive mouth, stitched from tattered cloth, stretched wide to the roots of its ears. Within its hollow eye sockets burned two orbs of ghostly blue flame, fixated upon the spreading fear and the wafting pale violet mist below. "Fear is the sweet sustenance." Fiddlestick's voice resonated with greed and excitement. "Has the fallen seed sprouted? But the fruits of fear belong to me." With a sudden, ferocious snap, it opened its enormous mouth made of rags and straw. A tempest of intangible ghostly blue energy surged forth, engulfing the entire encampment. In an instant, the camp transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The ethereal blue tempest unleashed by Preethecan resembled an invisible scythe, sweeping away every soldier whose innermost fears were stirred by Marco and who were eroded by the pale violet mist. This storm directly assaulted the soul. A cacophony of anguished screams reverberated throughout the camp. Those soldiers whose eyes had just begun to glimmer with a fallen purple light were the first to succumb. The fervor on their faces was instantly replaced by an overwhelming terror. Their pupils dilated to the extreme, their eyeballs bulging as if they had glimpsed the most horrifying sight in the cosmos. Their bodies convulsed violently, skin turning ashen and shriveled before rapidly transforming into desiccated mummies. Devoid of all moisture and vitality, threads of fear and despair were forcibly extracted from their orifices, swirling and being consumed by Preethecan's abyss-like maw. With a satisfying crunch, Preethecan reveled in delight. The ghostly blue soul fire within its hollow eye sockets danced chaotically, and its straw-formed body swelled slightly. With each swallow, the distorted essence of souls was crushed within its form, accompanied by a chilling sound of gnashing teeth. Soldiers who had not been entirely consumed by the violet mist, yet were filled with dread, were not spared either. Though they had not been instantly drained of their souls, they writhed on the ground, clutching their heads and emitting beast-like howls of anguish. Preethecan's tempest of fear magnified the horrific images in their minds of the outpost explosion, the creature at the bottom of the well, and the purification by the star spirits, dragging them into an unending nightmare of terror, their mental defenses collapsing completely. Their souls, steeped in fear, transformed into wisps of ghostly blue smoke, likewise siphoned away by that greedy maw. The entire camp had become a one-sided feast for Preethecan. Fear acted as a tangible sustenance, nourishing this ancient embodiment of calamity. No. Marco let out a piercing scream filled with rage and despair. The scar on his twisted face contorted in fury, while the deep purple within his eyes spun wildly. Preethecan's actions were akin to snatching away the offerings he had prepared for the Lord Overseer. Damnable straw creature. This is the Lord Overseer's domain. Begone. Marco's hand, shrouded in dark material, shot upwards. The pale violet mist seeping from his palm thickened into something substantial, transforming into several purple tendrils exuding a potent aura of decay. Striking fiercely at Preethecan, who crouched atop the stone pillar. Where the tendrils passed, the air crackled with a corrosive hiss. The fearsome entity, Preethecan, emitted a piercing, mocking laugh, facing the approaching purple tendrils without flinching. Its maw, constructed of rags and straw, opened to an unimaginable angle. A more concentrated, ethereal blue breath surged forth, crashing violently against Marco's void tendrils. The sound of violent energy annihilation mingled with a noxious stench, permeating the air. The void tendrils of Marco rapidly turned a pallid gray beneath the suffocating breath of fiddlesticks, becoming rigid and then fracturing into wisps of ash. The lingering force of the deathly breath collided violently with Marco. A muffled groan escaped his lips as the half of his body enveloped in shadowy matter was instantly encased in a thick layer of eerie blue ice. A bone-chilling cold and a profound sense of dread, originating from the very essence of his soul, began to penetrate through the crystalline layer into his being. This was the purest form of fear, an erosion instigated by fiddlesticks. How audacious of a humble sprout to covet the grand feast. Fiddlestick's hollow eye sockets fixated on the temporarily frozen Marco, its overlapping voice laced with disdain. Your fear and the aroma of your corruption are far more delectable. You shall become the next harvest for the pasture of terror. With that, its massive straw-like form lunged from the pinnacle of a stone spire. A colossal, tattered sack, laden with an oppressive aura of terror, hurtled towards the frozen Marco. Two colossal claws, forged from rusted scythes and decayed wood, tore through the air, reaching for Marco's head and heart. The claws glimmered with a malevolent blue light of death, and once they grasped their prey, they would reap the very soul. Just at that critical moment, thunderous rumblings erupted. The ground beneath the entire camp quaked violently without warning. Chapter 90. Grandfather Tree warmth, humidity, and a rich, pervasive essence of life mingled with profound pain coursed through them. Ahri and Gwen emerged from a viscous, suffocating passage of void roots, tumbling into a realm suffused with a gentle emerald light. The air was saturated with the unique, moist fragrance of the Ionia forest. Yet beneath this fragrance lurked an undercurrent of decay and withering. At the heart of the cavern stood an indescribably magnificent giant root. This root did not embed itself in soil, but rather coiled around the Emerald Mountains, deeply embedded within the boundaries of this verdant space. The surface of the root bore a morbid hue, marred by dark purple-black veins. Countless robust roots, as thick as dragons, twisted and intertwined, forming a natural dome and pillars. Every inch of the root's surface flowed with verdant sap, exuding the essence of life from Ionia. However, within this supposed pure stream of life, there intertwined tendrils of deep purple void energy, writhing and mingling with fine, cold starlight like dust. These were greedy parasites, gnawing and siphoning the essence of life. Most striking was the core region of the root system. There, a colossal emerald light orb was ensnared by numerous thick chains of starlight and deep purple void veins. Tightly bound, with each pulsation of the orb, waves of excruciating agony rippled through it. Countless minute imprints of starlight were embedded deeply within the surface of the light orb. With every flicker, they forcibly extracted a strand of pure life energy, sending it coursing through the tainted root veins. Meanwhile, The deep purple void veins frantically injected corrosive toxins while greedily absorbing the energy that the orb emitted in its painful struggle. This is the essence of the ancient tree. Ivern, its heart. Yet at this moment, it has transformed into a prison, drained of energy by the imprint of the star spirit and the scars of the void. Grandfather tree. Gwen instantly recognized the aura of that anguished orb, and her amber eyes filled with tears. She struggled to crawl out from beneath Ahri's tail, stumbling as she rushed toward the bound heart of the tree. Her tiny hands reached out to touch the emerald light, only to be violently repelled by an invisible field of confinement infused with starlight and void energy. The ethereal halo of Ivern and Ahri fluctuated violently, as fragments of the core's origin erupted in an unprecedented resonance of purple light. She could distinctly hear the wails emanating from the depths of the heart. Within those cries lay a weary yet hopeful thought. Ah, is that the breath of the seed? And the little tailor? You have broken free from your shackles? Excellent. But what brings you back? This place is a prison and a place of torment. Grandfather tree. Tears streamed down Gwen's cheeks like scattered pearls as she pounded her tiny fists against the invisible barrier. The wicked forces are gnawing at you. They are draining your lifeblood. Gwen has come to save you. Cut through those vile chains. Sever those wicked vines. She strained to manifest the warm silhouette of her scissors. But in this realm filled with potent forces of confinement and erosion, the shadow appeared even dimmer than in the passage. Ahri's spirit floated beside Gwen, her 9 tails ablaze with purple flames, valiantly resisting the pervasive corruption and entrapment of the space. Her violet eyes fixated fiercely on the chains glimmering with cold starlight and the deep purple veins of the void. Ivern, tell me, how can we sever them? The imprint of the star spirit siphons your life to nourish the silent well. The veins of the void are gnawing at your foundation. We must sever these lifelines. Sever? Ivern's thoughts were steeped in bitterness and helplessness as the heart pulsated in agony. The imprint is rooted deep within my essence, directly connected to the will of the star spirit. Attempting to sever it would only invoke harsher divine retribution and a backlash of energy. I would wither instantly, and this realm that clings to me would collapse. You would all. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a violent spasm. Suddenly, a thick chain around the heart tightened fiercely. Simultaneously, a deep purple vein of the void swelled abruptly, greedily siphoning. Ivern's life essence was drawn out like a flood breaking through a dam. The emerald orb dimmed significantly, and tiny cracks began to appear along its edges. Ivern is in pain. The vibrant green life essence flowing around the heart turned dull instantaneously. Grandfather tree. Gwen cried out in heart-wrenching despair. Watching the cracks appear in the emerald orb, her heart felt as though it had been shredded by scissors. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Grandfather tree is wounded. We must stitch him up. She no longer fixated on manifesting the elusive silhouette of the scissors. She suddenly spread her small hands wide, her thoughts abandoning the notion of severance, fervently calling forth a warmer concept: needle and thread. The needle for sewing, the thread to mend the holes. Buzz, a minuscule point, radiating the gentle warmth of dawn, coalesced between her right hand's thumb and forefinger. It was the ethereal silhouette of a needle. Immediately, a thread, akin to a strand of warm morning light, flowed forth from the palm of her left hand. Gwen would not cut anymore. With a voice tinged with tears, she shouted, Gwen will sew. Sew up Grandpa Tree's wounds. Her tiny body erupted with astonishing willpower, guiding the needle's phantom, infused with dawn's radiance, toward the newly appeared, delicate fissure at the edge of the heart of the tree. The moment the dawn-like needle and thread touched the crack in the tree's heart, a soft yet resilient glow erupted. Gwen felt an immense resistance. As the needle and thread sank into the mire, the little seamstress gritted her teeth, her amber eyes ablaze with determination. Bad wound. It must not split. Gwen sews. Sew. Her small hands struggled to guide the needle and thread, weaving through the fine cracks stitch by stitch. With each stitch, the morning light seeped a little further into the fissure, and astonishingly, the emerald edges of the crack began to mend slightly, though excruciatingly slow. And the mended portion remained fragile, still bearing traces of purplish black. The rate at which Iwan's vital essence was draining was momentarily reduced by this seemingly insignificant sewing. What is this? In Iwan's anguished consciousness, disbelief sparked for the first time. The nascent power of restoration? It can actually momentarily resist the wounds caused by confinement and erosion? Little seamstress, you are a miracle. Ahri's violet eyes brightened instantly. She watched Gwen's clumsy yet miraculous stitching, observing the subtle changes in Iwan's wound, and a bold, almost mad plan swiftly took shape in her mind. Iwan, do not cease your resistance. Cooperate with Gwen. Channel all your pain, your struggle, and your anger into the very points where Gwen has stitched the wounds. Chapter 91. The warmth regained the well of silence. At the bottom of the well, cold chains, deeply constricting every inch of the soul. Lux's fragmented essence trembled before Kael's fingertips. The golden-white protective light flickered dimly under the chain's binding. Brother, the chains hurt so much. They are gnawing at my light, so cold. The blurred silhouette of the girl curled within the fragment. Each tightening of the chains sent waves of pain through her. Kael's deep purple eyes contracted sharply. The golden-white flame of reason within them flickering wildly. Reason was on the verge of being consumed by a tempest of rage and icy sorrow. His fingers, covered in chaotic energy patterns, were mere millimeters from the fragile fragment. He could distinctly sense the starry chains digging into the silhouette. They were not physical, but were composed of pure celestial binding laws, intricately connected to the essence of this prison. Forcing the release of fragments will only provoke a more violent backlash from the chains, hastening the disintegration of Lux's soul. Lux's voice, hoarse, echoes through the air. Hold on, brother. The emblem of the light shield bursts forth with an unprecedented resonance, fiercely responding to the essence of Lux's fragments. Through the cold chains, a powerful resonance is generated, a primal instinct etched in the depths of the light shield lineage, inscribed with the blood and oaths of countless generations of knights. The slumbering dragon awakens within Kaelvissa's soul, summoned by the oath of the light shield. Never abandon our kin. This is a protective will engraved in the very bloodline. In this dire moment, amidst the resonance between the emblem and the fragment's obsession, the will of this oath is magnified like never before. The light shield shall never yield. Kaelvissa suddenly lifts his head. In his deep violet eyes, a golden-white light blazes like a burning star. He forcefully presses his hand, cloaked in chaotic energy, against the chaotic vortex upon his left chest. His consciousness fervently communicates with the core of the light shield emblem, infusing that protective will born of bloodline oaths, along with all his rage, sorrow, and resilience, into it. Buzz. The light shield emblem erupts with blinding golden-white radiance. The light, flowing along the energy stream of the chaotic vortex, accurately strikes towards the starlit chains entwining Lux's fragments. Sizzle. The golden-white brilliance of the light shield emblem fiercely slashes against one of the thickest starlit chains. The runes on the chain flicker wildly. The fundamental energies constituting the chain collide violently with the protective will of the light shield. The chain trembles violently, and a minuscule gap is actually cleaved in the part that ensnares the phantom. The phantom within Lux's fragments jolts, emitting a groan filled with pain, yet tinged with relief. From that minuscule gap, a pure golden-white light struggles to seep through. The life, oppressed to the extreme, finally gasps for air. Brother, that is the spot. Use the light to sever the shackles. The curled-up phantom of the girl within the fragments expends her last vestiges of strength, laboriously raising her hand, ensnared by chains, to point at Kaelvissa, directing him towards the erupting golden-white light at his chest. At that moment, deep within Kaelvissa's heart, it suddenly beats fiercely once more. The dark chain imprint, previously activated by the Grayson insignia, begins to awaken under the intense stimulation of the light shield emblem's brilliance. A suffocating aura violently assaults Kaelvissa's consciousness. Agony. It sears deep into his soul once again. Kaelvissa's body convulses violently, the chaotic vortex on his left chest transforming into a frenzy as grayish-white, dark purple, and shadowy energies clash wildly in response to the imprint's provocation, attempting to tear apart that glimmer of golden-white light. The recently cleaved protective brilliance becomes unstable in an instant. Arg. Kaelvissa lets out a roar, a cacophony of excruciating pain and fury. In the depths of his deep violet pupils, chaos unfurled as golden-white and shadows entwined in a frenzied dance. On one side lay an indomitable will to protect his sister, while on the other, the instinct of enslavement imposed by a cruel brand surged within him. His very soul was caught in a violent tug-of-war between these two colossal forces. No. Kaelvissa roared amidst the agony of his torn consciousness. With a fierce resolve, he pressed the hand that rested upon his chest down with immense force. His fingers, like steel claws, pierced through the flesh of his left breast, directly against the wildly pulsating dark brand. The dark purple energy of the void, the ash-white power of stardust, the profound darkness of an abyss, alongside the unyielding golden-white will to protect, were forcibly twisted into a chaotic torrent imbued with the essence of destruction, and fiercely injected into the brand. This is my body, my will. You shall not dictate my fate. Boom. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from Kaelvissa's heart. The chaotic patterns adorning his form shone with unprecedented brilliance. The dark chain brand on his left chest let out a piercing wail under the dual assault. The runes of the chains on its surface flickered wildly. A tempest of ferocious energy, mingled with fragments of the starlight confinement laws and the chilling void of the abyss, was brutally torn from the brand, rebounding toward the starlight, chains entwining the fragments of Lux, caught in a vice of internal and external forces. The protective radiance of the light shield emblem shone forth. Kaelvissa unleashed the destructive energy of his shackled brand from within. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated continuously. The massive starlight chain, which had been cleaved by the protective brilliance, bore the brunt of the dual onslaught. Under the impact of these terrifying forces, it was instantly riddled with web-like fractures, and then shattered into countless cold fragments of starlight, dissipating into the void. Following this, several other chains binding the fragments of Lux were detonated as well, violently trembling and disintegrating amidst the shockwaves of destruction. The bindings were severed. In the frigid cage of nothingness, Kaelvissa emerged like a beast after a blood-soaked battle. Within the fragments, the blurred silhouette of a girl unfolded for the first time, her curled form becoming distinctly visible. Though still frail, she bore an air of lightness, as though she had survived a calamity. Lux's faint consciousness exuded an incredulous delight. A warm stream swiftly soothed the profound wounds inflicted upon Kaelvissa's soul by the self-destructive brand. His deep violet pupils quivered intensely at the sound of his sister's call. His hand, adorned with energy patterns, trembled almost reverently. Carefully, he finally reached out to touch the suspended golden-white fragment. There was no backlash, no excruciating pain. A connection, warm and solid, emanated from the very depths of his bloodline. The drifting solitary vessel had at last found its harbor. The light shield emblem on his chest erupted with an unprecedented resonance, forming a stable protective field that temporarily warded off the encroaching void. Lux's voice, choked with emotion, resonated from Kaelvissa. Her cracked lips moved, yet she could utter no more words. Countless words have transformed into warm fragments, lost and found within the palm. A fleeting warmth. Be careful, brother. Chapter 92. The Crucible. Break it for me. Be careful, brother. Lux's radiant golden light flickered intensely, pointing towards the profound void behind Kaelvissa. Kaelvissa abruptly turned around. He beheld the chaotic energies swirling wildly, not yet fully dissipated. They spiraled frantically in the void, converging. From the depths of the torn seal at the Well of Silence, a viscous energy surged forth, merging into this turbulent flow. A terrifying vortex, as large as a house, swiftly formed behind Kaelvissa. The core of the vortex emanated a dreadful aura of annihilation. An uncontrollable crucible threatened to devour Kaelvissa and the fragments of Lux entirely. The horrific pulse surged forth instantaneously. The protective field surrounding Kaelvissa and the fragments of Lux fluctuated violently. Kaelvissa felt as if an invisible giant hand was dragging him, his body uncontrollably sliding towards the destructive crucible. Brother, Lux's consciousness brimmed with urgency. The light shield would never yield. In this dire moment, Kaelvissa's instinct, rooted in his bloodline, reignited. He let out a beastly growl as the chaotic vortex in his left chest spun wildly. The grayish-white, dark purple, and shadowy energies, under the dominion of the golden-white light of the shield, ceased their conflict. He forcefully infused this torrent of chaos, imbued with both destruction and protection, into the hand that clutched the fragments of Lux. Guide me, Lux. Kaelvissa's deep purple eyes fixated on the rapidly expanding annihilation crucible. Where should the light of the shield strike? Where is its weakness? The radiance of the Lux fragments condensed in an instant. The ethereal image of the girl within the fragments shared vision and perception with Kaelvissa. Her gaze pierced through countless shattered and reformed chains of runes, locking onto a singular point deep within the crucible. A minuscule star-like glimmer. It was the core of the celestial binding power. The core. Brother, it's right there. Lux imparted with urgency. It beats. Like a cold heart. Boom. The entire abyssal space of the well, along with the torn seal above, trembled violently in response to the core's intense pulsation, causing unprecedented terror. The very foundation of the cage quaked. Now is the moment. A brilliant light erupted in Kaelvissa's eyes. He no longer resisted the terrifying pull. Instead, he harnessed this force, transforming his hand, infused with the entirety of the chaotic torrent, into a vengeful spear ablaze with the light of destruction and protection, thrusting fiercely towards the stellar core of the crucible. Break for me. In the name of the crowned sentinel. Roaring, howling, This lock must be severed. Splat. The blazing chaos spear, with unparalleled precision, pierced the frigid, pulsating core of the star. Time stood still for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the heart of the furnace, a horror beyond words. It was as though a star had ignited from within. The blinding white light instantaneously devoured everything. The tumultuous energy currents that constituted the furnace were instantaneously shattered and obliterated in this devastating explosion. The terrifying shockwave struck Kaelvissa with tremendous force. Kaelvissa felt as if his body and soul were on the verge of being torn apart by this explosion, born of the very essence of the laws. The hand gripping the fragment of Lux throbbed with excruciating pain. The chaotic vortex in his left chest spun wildly at its limit. The golden-white radiance of the shield emblem flashing desperately to counter the annihilation's impact, just as his consciousness was about to be engulfed by the blinding light of the explosion. Kaelvissa sensed it. The pierced, icy star core had not completely vanished. In the heart of the explosion, it fractured into 3 shards, their edges flowing with melting starlight and remnants of the laws. One of these shards, resonating with the fragment and the shield emblem, forcefully collided with the depths of Kaelvissa's consciousness. The shield of Gilead? A descendant of the Crown Wardens? That thought was filled with incredulous excitement. Divine Providence. I am the first Iron Wall Sentinel of the Gilead Shield. The Gilead Shield? The Shield family. The first Iron Wall Sentinel. Kaelvissa felt as though struck by lightning. His deep purple pupils contracted instantaneously. Countless clues intertwined in an instant. Listen, child. The urgent thought of the remnant of Gilead echoed with desperation. The star core fragment harbors a portion of the laws and the imprint of the star spirit. Take it away. Informed the current king of Demacia, Jarvan III. The remnant's intent carried a sense of tragic resignation. The first Iron Wall Sentinel did not betray his oath. The star spirits turned against their vows. Bound by chains. Imprisoned by lies. Our bodies serve as fuel. The Well of Silence is not a sanctum of purification. It is a den of energy extraction and imprisonment for runes, where the remnants of various anomalies and rebels, including myself and your sister, Loxana, are confined. Use the fragment to unlock the White Cliff Chamber. There lies the true contract of the first Crown Warden and Sentinel. Additionally, the secret method to counter the Star Spirit's imprint. Unveil the lies. Liberate the prisoners. The foundation of Demacia's power cannot be built on betrayal and enslavement. Gilead exhausted all his strength, his thought quickly dimming, ultimately dissolving into a faint sigh. Protect Loxana's light. She is the hope to break the cycle. The future of the Crown Wardens is entrusted to you. The thought faded completely. At this moment, the white light of the explosion reached its zenith, abruptly contracting inward, annihilating. Kaelvissa felt his body lighten, as the terrifying pull and destructive energy vanished in an instant. He held the dimly glowing fragment of Lux, suspended amidst the chaos of the void. The furnace had disappeared. In the desolate expanse, only 3 fragments of star cores quietly floated, emanating faint waves of arcane energy. Surrounded by countless drifting cold ashes, fragments of the essence of Gilead, shards of Lux, and remnants of truth pieced together a gruesome tableau. The White Cliff's secret chamber bore witness to the broken seals of arcane laws. Jarvan III, you must honor these imprisoned souls. Below, the silent well lay in silence. The earth trembled violently, a magnitude 10 earthquake, more ferocious than the tremors triggered by the explosion of the silent well. The solid anti-magic stone ground cracked, heaved, and shattered. A primal roar erupted from the depths of the fractured earth, resonating within the bones and viscera of all living beings, carrying a thirst for flesh and fear. Chapter 93, The Void Burrower, Rexer. The ground convulsed. As Fedric lunged towards Marco, the earth suddenly heaved upward, erupting violently. Beneath the largest bonfire in the camp, a massive creature, encased in thick dark purple chitin, burst forth. Its terrifying head was colossal, crowned with a single, deep purple eye devoid of pupils. Upon its emergence, it immediately locked onto Fedric, who was diving from the air. Its gaping maw, lined with spiral teeth, exuded a pungent stench and the essence of the void. The void burrower, Rexer, had arrived. A terrifying delicacy. Mark. Devour. Rexer brimmed with primal greed. Its toothy maw, imbued with the power to shatter space, lunged fiercely at Fedric, whose own claws, suffused with a chilling azure breath and wreathed in soul-wrenching shrieks, collided with Rexer's gaping mouth. Boom! An indescribable clash of terror. The azure energy of silence collided violently with the dark purple power of the void. Energy torrents erupted chaotically in all directions. The remaining soldiers in the camp were flung about like straw, torn to shreds. The ground was blasted open into a vast pit. Marco was violently thrown by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing against a massive anti-magic stone, the azure crystals enveloping his body shattering piece by piece. He spat out a mouthful of blood tainted with shards of ice and dark matter, his pupils flickering with a deep purple madness. Witnessing the fierce struggle between the two monstrous beasts before him, a twisted grin of survival emerged on his face. "Fight on, you foolish monsters." He struggled to rise. His hand, cloaked in dark matter, pressed against the violently trembling anti-magic stone. The pale purple mist seeping from his palm infiltrated the cracks in the stone. "For fear and slaughter are the finest sacrifices. Master Overseer, your new vessel will soon be ready for the offering." The ruins of the camp had transformed into a true meat grinder and energy graveyard. The terrifying clash between Preethecan and Rexus unfolds, a cataclysmic collision of natural disasters. The eerie, cerulean tempest of death collides violently with the dark, purple energy of the void. Each impact rends the earth asunder, casting shattered anti-magic stones and the remnants of fallen soldiers into the air. The piercing shrieks of fear intertwine with the greedy roars of hunger, creating a symphony of destruction that resonates at the very essence of souls. Marco weaves through the chaos wrought by the two colossal beasts. His arm, enveloped in shadowy matter, has transformed into a pulsating purple tumor. A gaping fissure in his palm oozes a viscous, purple mist, with writhing veins protruding from its surface. The scar twisting across his face convulses with a sensation of transformation. Let your fury tear each other apart. The fear and void energy you emit serve as the finest catalysts. Marco cackles nervously, his voice a hoarse, sticky whisper, eroded by the encroaching darkness. His mutated arm plunges into the violently trembling ground beneath him, where the anti-magic stone is cracked and fractured. Sizzle. The shadowy substance on his arm corrodingly devours the rock, as more of the pale purple mist frantically seeps into the depths of the earth. Unbeknownst to anyone, this mist, coursing through the vast hole carved by Rexus, precisely flows towards the location of the Ion Heart Cavern, following the energy fissures torn apart by Preethecan's tempest of terror. Meanwhile, within the Ion Heart Cavern, the struggle between life and decay has reached a fever pitch. Gwen's diminutive frame stumbles amidst the violently trembling space. Her hands are unwavering as the tips of her fingers burst forth with an unprecedented sharp brilliance. With each needle's descent, each thread drawn, the fabric of space is forcefully stitched and severed. A massive root, coursing with deep purple void energy, is struck with immense force as Gwen's needle pierces it with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a torrent of long-suppressed pain and fury from Ion. Boom! An explosive eruption of energy ensues. The root ignites, bursting violently at the point of impact. Deep purple void energy and shards of cold starlight scatter in all directions. The life essence, which had been forcibly siphoned, rushes back, flooding into Ion's dim heart of light, causing that verdant glow to flare brilliantly. We've severed a corrupted siphon. Gwen's face turns pale, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, a consequence of the backlash from forcibly manipulating the fabric of space. "Grandpa Tree, are you feeling better?" Her amber eyes shimmer with excitement. "Good child." The violent gasps and incredulous delight seem to invigorate the pulsating heart of the tree ever so slightly. But beware, they have been enraged. No sooner had she spoken than the abnormality struck. The remnants of deep purple void energy and starlight imprinted at the site of Gwen's stitching did not fully dissipate. Instead, they twisted and converged wildly. They intertwined, instantly forming several orifices on the surface of the heart of the tree, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull and an ominous, purplish-black glow. These orifices ravenously devour the flowing emerald life essence surrounding them. More terrifying still, deep within the abyss, a faint glimmer reveals the semblance of some colossal creature's inner wall. Countless runes, shimmering like stars, writhe upon this wall. A purer force of extraction, more intense than before, spirals through these orifices, piercing the very heart of Ionia's core. This is dire. The star core is being ravaged by these gaping holes. Ionia emits a soul-wrenching wail of anguish. The luminous orb at the heart of the tree dims at a visible pace, its edges beginning to show signs of shattering like fragile glass. The star spirits have breached the sanctum of my life essence. They are directly siphoning my star core. The counterattack from the star spirits comes with alarming swiftness, leaving Ahri anxious and powerless to assist. Cursed! 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 Gwen gazes at the ghastly purple-black orifices upon the luminous orb, her agitation causing her to pace restlessly. The situation has worsened. She can distinctly sense the life force of Grandfather Tree being mercilessly drained by those apertures. Gwen must seal these vile eyes. Block them. What was once a mere straw has transformed into a voracious pump. She gathers her needle and thread once more, aiming to pierce the nearest purple-black orifice. Gwen intends to seal the hole with her needlework. However, a repulsive force, mingled with the constraining laws of the star spirits and the corrosive energy of the void, erupts violently from within the hole. Gwen's ethereal needlework is instantly repelled and dissipated. The immense backlash sends her petite form flying backward like a severed kite. Blood spilling from her mouth. Chapter 94. Healing the Tree Spirit Ionia Gwen. Ahri's soul aura swiftly envelopes the tumbling Gwen, shielding her behind her. Her violet eyes fixate intently on the menacing purple-black orifices upon the luminous orb, her pupils aflame with frigid fury. She perceives the smooth inner walls of the holes. The writhing star spirit runes. These are direct extraction stations established by the star spirits within Ionia. They are no longer content with siphoning indirectly through the roots. They seek to drain Ionia's life star core entirely. Ionia, hold on. Concentrate all your pain and rage upon those gaping holes. Do not resist my power. Ahri's core fragment bursts forth with a pure violet light, imbued with the essence of tearing apart the very source. This radiance is charged with aggression. I shall uproot the poisonous fangs of the star spirits. Ahri's 9 luminous tails, ablaze in violet flames, lash upwards, their tips aimed squarely at the same orifice. The tearing violet light of the core fragment converges furiously along the tails, coalescing at the tips into a diminutive orb of destructive violet light, akin to a miniature sun. Within this orb, countless ancient runes representing separation and purification whirl madly. This is the mightiest strike born from her own soul essence and the power of her core fragment. The target is the writhing core of the star spirit runes deep within the hole. Sever this connection. The 9 luminous tails, taut as a drawn bow, snap straight. The purple sphere of destruction, imbued with all of Ahri's power and fury, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, piercing into the depths of the violet-black wormhole with a piercing shriek that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. It aimed directly at the pulsating core of the star spirit runes. Time stood still within the heart of the tree's cavern. Wherever the sphere traversed, the deep violet void energy and the chilling imprint of starlight melted away. The ancient runes swirling within the sphere, fueled by an intense loathing for the star spirit's creation, precisely locked onto the glistening core of the star spirit runes nestled in the depths of the wormhole. Sever. Ahri's soul let out a piercing wail. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted within the wormhole. The purple brilliance rapidly engulfed the entire passage. The interior of the wormhole burst open violently. The smooth walls shattered inch by inch. The writhing star spirit runes dimmed instantly, collapsing into nothingness. The invisible energy tether connecting the wormhole to the essence of the star spirit was forcefully severed by this retaliatory strike from its captive. Ugh! From an unfathomable distance, a muffled groan filled with rage and pain echoed. The will of the star spirit was rebuffed. The heart of the Ionia tree quaked violently. The life essence that had been forcibly extracted surged back through the ruptured passage of the wormhole. The emerald light swelled instantaneously, illuminating the cavern like a jade palace. The glass-like fissure on the surface of the light sphere, caused by the wormhole's siphoning, began to mend at a visibly rapid pace under the onslaught of life essence. Severed. Completely severed. The euphoric relief of surviving a catastrophe. The pulsation of the heart of the tree became unprecedentedly vigorous, yet deep within its radiance lingered a faint, dim glow. A remnant of the backlash from the explosion of the wormhole and Ahri's own consumption of her essence, a heavy burden upon her. Sister, how remarkable! Gwen cheered beneath the protection of Ahri's soul aura. Ahri's ethereal form trembled violently. The 9 luminous tails grew insubstantial and translucent, and the shards of her core's origin dimmed significantly, with even the edges showing fine cracks. Sister, your light is fracturing, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Ahri did not respond to Gwen. The explosive purple light had yet to fully dissipate when a more profound and terrifying aura began to surge back through the fractured energy channel. It was the presence of the Watcher, the sacrifice of Marco. The void was poised to invade through the back door opened by the star spirit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The remaining purple-black wormholes on the heart of the tree, untouched by the attack, erupted with an even more blinding violet-black luminescence. The pace of siphoning life essence began to escalate dramatically. The smooth walls of the passage writhed frantically, revealing more star spirit runes. They even began to actively tear at Ionia's spiritual marrow, forcibly enlarging the wormhole. They sought to extract every last vestige of Ionia's value before the void could invade. Terrifyingly, at the sight of the severed wormhole, the space twisted and collapsed violently. A vortex of the void was beginning to take shape. In the depths of the vortex, countless silhouettes of void creatures, akin to writhing insects, are converging in a frenzy. The vanguard of the Watchers is about to descend. Time is running out. Ionia's essence is infused with a desperate weariness. The star spirit accelerates, voraciously seizing the void to forcibly open a passage. I can't hold on any longer, Gwen. You must be able to do it. Gwen, though youthful, exudes unwavering determination. Her petite form radiates an unprecedented brilliance. The morning light glimmers between her hands, coalescing into a more solid and warm manifestation than before. She does not rush toward the expanding wormhole, nor does she charge at the forming void vortex. Her gaze is steadfastly fixed upon the heart of Ionia's light. Grandfather Tree, your wound remains unstitched. The light will seep out. Gwen's amber eyes burn with a pure sense of guardianship. She intends to seal this breach completely, to block all of Grandfather Tree's light from escaping, to prevent the wicked from siphoning it. No sooner had she spoken than her diminutive figure transformed into a radiant beam of dawn, charging resolutely toward the emerald fissure that was mending within the heart of the tree. The needle and thread in her hands embody a belief in remaking perfection, undeterred by the violent energies and corrosive forces of space. Bad wound. Disappear. Sing. This time, there is no immense resistance. The moment Gwen's needle, infused with the will of protection, pierced the core of the emerald rift, the morning light instantaneously merged into the depths of the fissure. That delicate crack healed at an astonishing speed, vanishing entirely. Moreover, the mended area glowed with an even purer, more refined emerald light, subtly emanating a warm halo reminiscent of dawn. Gwen's needle not only stitched the wound, but also infused Ionia's essence with a touch of miraculous rejuvenation. Ionia is filled with unparalleled astonishment. He can distinctly feel that the flow of life essence in the area Gwen has mended has become incredibly smooth and powerful. The sensation of emptiness previously caused by the wormhole's extraction has been partially replenished in an instant. More remarkably, that layer of dawn-like halo has temporarily shielded the nearby forming void vortex from its corrosive influence, providing a brief sanctuary for the area. Little seamstress, you are the miracle light of Ionia. Ionia speaks with choked emotion. Continue. Stitch the other wounds. Stem the loss of life. Reinforce the barrier. Buy us time. Ahri, battling against the weakness of her soul's essence and the searing pain of fragmented fissures, raises her 9 ethereal tails once more. Her target is locked onto the next wildly expanding dark purple wormhole. Star Spirit. Void. You shall not succeed easily. Chapter 95. The Fear Eater's Underground Driller. Awaiting orders. In the Silent Well. My esteemed master, the Watcher, your humble servant, is undergoing the molting ritual. Marco's body begins to convulse violently, the garments that cover him peeling away, revealing the writhing skin beneath. He is a monstrous entity on the verge of emerging from its cocoon, his voice infused with a frenzied zeal akin to a sacrificial rite, offering the fears of this realm as his tribute. Through the subterranean passage forged by Rek'Sai, utilizing the spatial rifts torn by fiddlesticks as coordinates, direct your gaze to descend, for the army of the void shall arrive. With Marco's manic sacrificial incantations, the ground at the center of the camp surged upward with a violent thrust. Fractured anti-magic stones and the remnants of fallen soldiers were forcibly amalgamated by an invisible force, forming an eerie altar several meters in diameter. This altar was composed of tainted flesh, shattered rock, and solidified violet mist. Upon its surface, a vortex symbol infinitely contracted inward, emanating a hauntingly alluring resonance. Marco cackled madly, dragging his body, now grotesquely distorted, step by step towards the nascent center of the altar. He raised his mutated arm, the gaping fissure in his palm aimed directly at the vortex symbol's core. Your newest servant, Marco. I humbly welcome your gaze, master. As the prayer concluded, he forcefully plunged his aberrant arm into the vortex symbol at the altar's center. Buzz. The entire altar erupted in a deep violet luminescence. The radiance surged skyward, instantly tearing apart the chaotic heavens wrought by the collision of fiddlesticks and Rek'Sai's energies. At the pinnacle of that deep violet beam, the fabric of space twisted and shredded as if it were fragile glass. A colossal, purple eye slowly opened at the breach in the space above the light column. The eye of the Watcher. The projection descends. The moment this immense eye manifested, an indescribable pressure swept across the battlefield. The azure flames within Fiddlestick's eye sockets flickered wildly, while Rek'Sai's maw, which devours all, momentarily froze in astonishment. Both Fiddlesticks and Rek'Sai, captivated by this phenomenon, ceased their mutual hostilities. Fiddlesticks, overwhelmed by the oppressive force, let out a shrill cry. Rek'Sai vented his frustration with a furious roar. Yet, before this will, they were as insignificant as mere insects, swiftly subdued. The profound violet gaze of the giant eye disregarded the titanic beasts battling below, ignored the struggling soldiers, and pierced through layers of spatial barriers. Locking onto the direction of the heart of the Ionia tree's cavern, it focused on the purplish black holes created by the star spirits, which had come under attack from Ahri, as well as the writhing core of star spirit runes deep within those holes, identifying the most delectable, the perfect entrance. Ionia, your world shall be the first morsel for the void's descent. Meanwhile, Marco stood at the altar's heart, bathed in the deep violet luminescence. Unleashing a howl that mingled pain with ecstasy, his distorted form erupted violently. Filthy flesh splattered in all directions. A new incarnation of Marco gradually took shape within the cocoon of light at the altar's center. Upon the center of his forehead, a singular, profound purple eye emerged, reminiscent of the sky's projection. From this day forth, I am reborn anew. I shall sever ties with my past. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Silco. The strength bestowed by my new form amplifies both my ambitions and desires. The heart of Sima Zhao lays bare for all to see. As the void eye slowly rotates, Marco issues his first command. Fear Devourer, Subterranean Digger, heed my call. Our objective is to breach the heart of the Ionia tree and open the portal. The surface camp has been utterly transformed into a gladiatorial arena of the void. The primal roar of Rek'Sai, filled with unrestrained greed, responds first. Though Rek'Sai feels a hint of resentment at being driven by a higher power, it is, after all, a beast. The instincts of survival and the nature of slaughter compel it to bow its head in submission. It extracts its massive, heavily armored head from the body of Fiddlesticks, dragging forth a great mass of decaying straw that exudes an aura of desolation. Fiddlesticks, the scarecrow of the void, rapidly reconstructs its shattered form amidst the eerie blue glow. Its hollow eye sockets fixate intently on Silco, all the while calculating the vast disparity in power. Fiddlesticks knows that it and Rek'Sai can trade blows equally. Yet now, Rek'Sai has suddenly become the adversary's servant. Confronted by several attackers, it stands alone and without hope of escape. Ultimately, fear descends upon its own head. With a sudden retreat, its enormous body drifts backward, performing a gentlemanly bow toward the void eye and Silco. The feast of dread awaits at the end of the passage. Execute the command. Activate. A purple light erupts from Silco's third eye. This is the essence of allegiance. The power of the void elevates its status to unprecedented heights. A thunderous roar escapes Rek'Sai. Its colossal form rises to stand upright, its back arching under the weight of its dark purple chitinous armor. The vast, pupil-less purple eye emanates blinding light, casting its brilliance upon the cracked earth below. With a thunderous crash, its terrifying head, akin to a massive drill, strikes down upon the marked ground with the force to shatter space itself. The spiral teeth covering its head whirl furiously, producing a metallic grinding sound that rends the air. The sturdy anti-magic stone surface is effortlessly crushed, sending a plume of dust and rock fragments mingled with escaping void energy soaring into the sky. In an instant, a bottomless pit over 10 meters in diameter emerges. The edges of the pit are smooth as glass, coated with a layer of writhing dark purple void slime. Rek'Sai's immense body plunges into the depths through the newly formed opening. The earth trembles violently. A colossal beast from the depths of the earth digs madly. An energy trail radiating dark purple light penetrates the thick rock layers, hurtling towards the Ionia tree heart's cavern at a terrifying speed. Silco hovered within the luminous column of the altar, the singular eye upon his brow reflecting the rapidly extending dark purple drilling trajectory deep beneath the earth. A voice, imbued with fervent anticipation, echoed, "Drill through it. Drill through it. Let the exalted overseer savor the sweetest core of this dying world tree." Deep below, Rexer descended into madness. The delectable prize lay just ahead. Devour. The drums of war accompanied the thunderous roar of the drill tearing through the rock layers. Chapter 96. The delicacy approaches. The deafening cacophony did not emanate from above, but rather surged forth from the thick, heavy layers of rock surrounding them. The entire heart of the Ion Tree's cavern felt as though gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently. With a clatter, countless tiny fragments of stone and dust cascaded from the cavern's ceiling. Vines and roots squeezed through the crevices of the rock wall, pulsating with a faint glow, trembling wildly. Their light flickering erratically. Gwen's petite frame was jolted half a foot off the ground by this sudden tremor, and with a startled cry, she nearly lost the concentrated beam of energy she held in her hand. Oh dear, the earth is dancing. Gwen's amber eyes were wide with terror. Instinctively, she clung tightly to the thickest root of the Ion, as though it were a lifebuoy in a stormy sea. Buzz! A colossal beast approached from the depths. Soon after, a deep humming resonated through the formidable rock walls. With each resounding hum, the ground beneath quaked more violently. The stalactites hanging from the cavern's ceiling threatened to shatter and crash down. It was Rexer, the subterranean driller, burdened with an unprecedented gravity in its weakened state. It locked onto its target, gnawing at the barrier of roots attempting to breach. Time was running out. Ahri's ethereal purple form hovered midair, her 9 illusory tails appearing increasingly translucent due to the intense consumption of her soul essence. She had just ignited the power of the Seed of Origin, obliterating the second rapidly expanding purple-black burrow. The remnants of the explosion danced upon the walls of the cavity. The blast caused a significant backlash, deepening the cracks in the fragment of the Seed of Origin within her core. She could distinctly hear the penetrating drilling sounds of Rexer and the agony relayed by the Ion. Her spectral brow furrowed tightly. That devastating drill was piercing through layer after layer of solid rock and the natural barriers formed by the Ion roots at a terrifying pace. Its target aimed squarely at the heart of this cavern. 3 burrows remained. Ahri's voice was hoarse. She steadied herself, her violet gaze fixated on the next target, a burrow located to the right of the Ion heart's luminescent core. Its walls had expanded to twice their original size, countless twisted starling runes flickering with a cold light. Greedily siphoning the verdant essence of life, it moved faster than before. Clearly, the starling was accelerating its plunder, seeking to extract the last vestiges of value before Rexer could breach the passage. She had to act swiftly. Buzz, rumble. A tremendous sound reverberated from the depths below. The entire cavern shook violently. The root that Gwen clutched tightly quivered suddenly. A fissure appeared upon the surface of that sturdy root. Grandfather Tree. Gwen's eyes brimmed with tears of anguish. Ahri, drawing upon her remaining strength, lifted her 9 luminous tails once more, preparing to strike at the third burrow. Buzz. Ahri. A surge of intent, imbued with chaotic and devouring energy. This thought was wild, tumultuous, yet strikingly familiar. It was Kaelvissa, the roots of Ivern. His root system was part of the celestial prison, the Well of Silence. Those accursed chains, they siphoned away Ivern's very essence and spirit, draining him, feeding that wretched prison at the bottom of the well, sustaining the star chains that bound the Dragon King. They also upheld the seal that concealed the truth of Demacia. The celestial beings regarded Ivern as a living battery. So it was. In their insatiable thirst for Ivern's vast and pure life essence and spirit energy, they employed some arcane spatial laws to bridge distant realms, maintaining the energy furnace at the bottom of the Well of Silence, designed for imprisonment and extraction. That furnace served as both the nexus for containing the Dragon King's power and a bastion suppressing the historical truth. Ivern, this ancient world tree, was treated as a living source of energy by the celestial beings. A sacrificial victim, perpetually bled dry. Delicious, I'm coming. The frenzied drilling of Rek'Sai pierced through the heavy rock layers, forcefully flooding the cavern. Silco cackled maniacally. Struggle, little sapling. Drill through your shell. Ivern, the supreme overseer desires to taste your sweetest star core. You cannot escape. Your roots have long been nailed to the altar by the celestial beings. Ha! Drill Rek'Sai? Bore through it. Devour it. Ivern had unwittingly been marked as prey by both the celestial beings and the void. Villain. Despicable villain. Gwen trembled, her small face flushed with fury, as Silco's slimy, repulsive voice tormented her. The root of Ivern she clutched had a fine crack on its surface that seemed to widen with the vibrations of the drilling. A faint glimmer of verdant life energy seeped from the fissure. Grandfather Tree's light was truly leaking. Gwen resolved to mend it, to sew up the villain's mouth. A dawn-like brilliance ignited in her amber eyes, and her petite form surged with astonishing power, leaping away from the root, her hands once again coalescing that warm and resilient needle-like light. This time, the radiance of the needle was more solid than ever before. She infused all her wrath, her concern for Ivern, and her loathing for those villains into this act of mending. She understood that those immense burrows were beyond her solitary capacity to confront. Her target was the small fissures and energy loss points on the heart of Ivern's tree. Wretched wound. Begone. Gwen aimed to restore the grandfather tree's light. Zing. The dawn's needle-like rays emanate a warm glow, mending the fissures at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they vanish entirely. In the places that have been stitched, the vibrant green essence of life flows even more smoothly, adorned with a delicate golden edge reminiscent of the morning light. Immediately thereafter, Gwen's figure transforms into a fleeting shimmer, moving with such swiftness that it is nearly imperceptible. Her motions possess a rhythm unique to a seamstress. Stitch, stitch, stitch. Each time the needle descends, it precisely targets a minute imperfection on the body or roots of Ionia. At times, it is an energy fold torn from the heart of the tree by the gnawing force of a burrowing hole. At other times, it is a minuscule crack on the surface of the roots. Sometimes, it is the fragile edge of a burrow's remnant, rendered weak by the clash of energies. On the verge of collapse, with each stitch, a warm golden light ignites. Each mending reinforces the structure at that point, forcibly halting the loss of life energy. The vast life energy field of Ionia, under Gwen's almost miraculous microscopic repairs, astonishingly stabilizes the rapidly declining vitality, and even hints at a faint resurgence. Little seamstress. The essence of Ionia is filled with awe, as the pulsating heart of the tree seems to glow a little brighter. You are the miracle bestowed upon me by Ionia. Chapter 97. The roots of Ionia. Ahri gazes at Gwen's diminutive figure, which bursts forth with power amidst the looming crisis, a hint of warmth flickering in her violet eyes. The betrayal of the star spirit, the greed of the void, and the sacrificial treatment of Ionia all ignite the fury of her origin seed. Star spirit void. Ahri's voice is icy, as 9 ethereal tales surge forth, ablaze with fierce violet flames of spirit. The core, a fragment of the origin seed riddled with cracks, radiates a reckless light of destruction. You shall not succeed. Boom. Ahri's ethereal form transforms into a violet comet, striking fiercely at the third burrowing hole. The power of the origin seed erupts once more. Roar. Delicious. Penetrated. Rek'Sai's roar, filled with primal greed and a desire for destruction, is alarmingly close. Accompanied by the terrifying rumble of drilling through thick strata, only a few meters remain before the final barrier. Above ground, within the light column of the altar, Silco's deep purple energy form quivers with excitement, his single eye fixed intently on the enormous pit below, from which rocks and purple slime continuously spew forth. It's almost there. Ionia's shell is about to shatter. Dig, 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 bore through it. Rek'Sai, let the supreme overseer descend. That sweet star core is within reach. Devour it. His thoughts frantically penetrate the earth, providing the void beast with the most direct coordinates and the most intense cravings for consumption. Deep underground, Rek'Sai, her immense form covered in thick, dark, purple chitinous armor, advances violently like a colossal drilling machine through the hard rock. The spiraling, terrifying head spun maniacally, its sharp fangs rending rock and decaying wood asunder. Dark purple void energy surged forth from the crevices of its shell, corroding and softening the obstacles ahead. Simultaneously, it instantaneously devoured the debris generated by the drilling, converting it into propulsion energy. A straight tunnel, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, emerged behind it, its inner walls coated with writhing purple slime, exuding a potent aura of consumption. At the tunnel's end, it was but a hair's breadth away from the final barrier formed by ancient roots and the power of the Ionian ley lines surrounding the heart of the Ion tree. The pure, colossal essence of life, and the spatial coordinates of the star core's wormhole. That was its most coveted delicacy. The core. Delicious. Devour. Rexer's roar resonated with a madness capable of obliterating all. The rotational speed of its drill-like head surged once more. Success was within reach. The surrounding rock layers groaned under the terrifying tremors, unable to withstand the burden. The vibrations within the cavern had reached a crescendo. Each resounding drill echoed like a hammer upon the heart. The stalactites of the dome finally succumbed, cracking with a sharp snap. They plummeted violently to the spot where Ahri had just been, sending debris flying. Ahri's ethereal purple form fluctuated violently amidst the shockwaves of the explosion. The third wormhole was finally forcefully obliterated by her, yet the cracks upon the fragments of the seed of origin spread, nearly covering 1/3 of the fragment's surface. The soul-rending agony rendered her nearly incapable of maintaining her form. Yet, she had no time to catch her breath. Her purple gaze instantly shifted to the remaining 2 wormholes. focusing on the one expanding most frantically. Sister. Gwen's cry, laced with tears, echoed. Her diminutive form clung to a robust root that trembled violently. As the morning's needle-like rays pierced the surface, revealing a wound that emitted glimmers of vibrant green light. That wound, under the impact of the drilling, was visibly enlarging. This hole was growing. Gwen could barely keep it together. Grandpa Tree's light was leaking away so swiftly. Sizzle, sizzle. Gwen desperately urged the needle-like rays. The warm golden light continually merging into the cracks, attempting to stem the surging essence of life. Yet, deep within those fissures, it seemed a formidable external force persisted in tearing apart. Root anchor points. Ion's consciousness transmitted its pain intermittently. The star spirit's wormhole imprint had nailed my main root to the void. Rexer was tearing at the root system. It was shredding my connection to the earth. In this moment, Rexer's frenzied drilling and biting targeted this fatal weakness sold to the void by the star spirit. Hold on, little seamstress. Ion's voice was fraught with a profound weakness nearing its limits. Child, Kaelvissa, touch my roots. Touch them. The final hope of truth lies within the roots. In the cold silence of the abyssal well, Kaelvissa floated in the void. He tightly grasped the fragment of the star core, its edges flowing with melting starlight, where the remnants of the glacial shield resided. With his right hand gently cradling the somewhat dimmed soul fragment of Lux, he found himself in a place that was anything but a sanctuary. The Silence Well was a dungeon where the celestial beings extracted the energy of runes, imprisoning those who dared to resist. The sacrifices of generations of crown guards and sentinels had become mere fuel sustaining this vile fortress. The very cornerstone of strength that Demacia took pride in was built upon betrayal and enslavement. In the dimly lit chamber of the White Cliffs, the deep violet irises of Kaelvissa burned with a cold flame, each word slipping from his lips as though wrested from between clenched teeth. The weight of his thoughts threatened to engulf him. Ivern's frail yet urgent essence pierced through the barriers of space. The child Kaelvissa reached for the roots. The last glimmer of truth lay within the roots. Roots? Ivern's roots. Kaelvissa abruptly lowered his gaze. His vision instantly fixed upon the patch of cold ashes at the bottom of the well. Ivern's essence pointed not to the roots far away in Ionia, but to this very place, at the bottom of the Silence Well. There must be roots connected to Ivern's essence. They served as the material foundation for the energy transmission channels of the celestial beings. His chaotic perception surged to its zenith. The vortex in his left chest spun rapidly, devouring the remnants of cold energy around him. The deep violet pupil scanned every inch of ash, every trace of lingering laws. He found it. At the edge of the well bottom, beneath a region heavily shrouded in ash, a familiar pulse of life. Though faint, it emanated a pure essence of life, unmistakably belonging to Ivern. Without a doubt, Kaelvissa's figure instantaneously appeared above that area. Without hesitation, he unleashed his left hand, ablaze with chaotic energy, and grasped down fiercely. Boom. The covering of cold ashes was violently swept away by the raging energy, revealing a smooth, mirror-like surface of the well's bottom. At the center of this surface lay an intricately complex, circular rune array, approximately 2 meters in diameter. The lines of the array were composed of cold starlight, with the core embedded with several emerald green crystals, long devoid of luster and riddled with cracks. These were fragments of Ivern's roots, drained of their life essence. In the very center of the starlight rune array, a single root, appearing withered and gray, about the thickness of an arm, was plunged deep into the obsidian surface, while its other end was ensnared by countless chain runes. This root was nearly desiccated, its surface marred with fissures. Only a minuscule core emitted a faint green glow, pulsating with excruciating slowness. Countless energies were being continuously siphoned from this withered root through the chain runes. Following the patterns of the starlight array, the energy flowed toward the depths of the well wall, precisely where the core of the obliterated furnace had once been. This was the anchoring point of the root that had pinned Ivern to the altar. Celestial beings. The fire of fury burned in Kaelvissa's eyes. He discerned that the runes of chains upon the roots were derived from the same source as the star chains that bound the celestial dragon king, and similarly, they resonated with the imprints that imprisoned the souls of heroes within the Silent Well. These were the chains of enslavement. In his brother's embrace, a sudden wave of thought emanated from the fragments of Lux's soul. The shards flickered with urgency. I have seized the leash of the star spirit. It is Kaelvissa. Sever. Kaelvissa's roar, infused with the wrath of the light shield bloodline, reverberated through the desolate depths of the well. His right hand, ablaze with hues of ash white, dark purple, deep black, and radiant gold, transformed into claws potent enough to rend the very fabric of reality. He lunged fiercely towards the withered root pierced by the chains of the star spirit, clutching at the malignant starry runes entwined upon the roots. Shatter for me. Inside the cavern, the earth quaked and the sky fractured. The thunderous roar of Rexer echoed ominously. The heavy rock face on one side of the cavern suddenly exploded inward. Countless massive boulders, enveloped in dark purple void slime, erupted forth like cannonballs. A terrifying gaping chasm materialized on the cavern wall in an instant. Rexer's colossal head, brimming with the ferocity to obliterate all and greedy howls, surged through the newly formed breach. Its enormous singular purple eye was instantly captivated by the irresistibly alluring luminous core of the Ionia tree at the center of the cavern, particularly by the last two gaping holes voraciously consuming energy. The core, delicious, devour. A foul torrent of drool cascaded from its spiraled fangs. The ground was instantly corroded, emitting a sizzling sound. The aura of destruction surged like a tsunami throughout the cavern. Gwen, terrified by this horrific sight, screamed as her petite form was hurled away by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily against a sturdy root. Her amber eyes were filled with primal fear in the face of such a colossal beast. The needle of light in her hand dissipated instantly. Ahri's purple ethereal form was violently slammed against the opposite wall of the cavern by the raging shockwave, her illusory silhouette flickering wildly. The power she had just gathered to assault the fourth gaping hole was utterly disrupted. A fissure spread anew across the fragment of the seed of origin. The agony of her soul and the scene before her filled her violet eyes with a glimmer of despair. The luminous core of the Ionia tree flickered violently at the moment Rexer appeared. All the undestroyed gaping holes accelerated their consumption to the utmost limit, engaging in a final frenzied plunder. The colossal maw of the void beast, with its greedy drool, was on the verge of dripping onto the verdant glow. In the instant it was about to devour everything, a surge, a torrent of chaotic, frenzied will emanated from the anchor point of the Ionia tree's withered roots. This will surged through the vast network of roots, instantly transmitting to the heart of the Ionia tree within the cavern. It reached every root connected to the Ionia tree. The pulsating core of the tree transmitted to its deepest heart. Ion let out a sound of liberated ecstasy. Within the cavern of the tree's heart, a colossal and unfathomable surge of primordial life essence erupted explosively from the very core of Ion's heart. Boom! The emerald radiance of life, infused with the ancient wrath and the roar of rebirth from the world tree, surged forth from the heart, sweeping across the entire cavern in an instant. Crack! Thunderous! The massive rock wall that had just been shattered by Rex's impact was once again torn apart and expanded under the onslaught of this pure life energy. Countless void slimes clinging to it were instantly purified and evaporated. A howl. At the forefront, Rex, with its enormous and menacing head and a substantial part of its body intruding into the cavern, was struck violently. The thick, dark purple chitinous shell covering its head cracked with a resounding noise. Its spiraled fangs shattered like brittle glass. In its greedy purple eye, astonishment and a hint of searing pain from a celestial adversary flickered. Its massive form, akin to a small mountain, was forcibly lifted off the ground by this torrent of life energy, tumbling backward and crashing against the root-laden walls of the cavern, producing a deep, resounding thud. Fragments of stone mixed with the purified purple slime cascaded down like rain. Grandfather Tree is so powerful, wrapped in the emerald flood of life. Gwen not only remained unscathed but felt her spent energy rejuvenating rapidly. Even the areas that had been bruised felt warm and comforting. She gazed in delight at the resplendent heart of the tree. Ali's ethereal spirit bathed in this pure life energy. The excruciating agony of its soul was somewhat alleviated, and a spark reignited in its purple eyes. Yet, after the eruption, the dazzling emerald light began to dim at a perceptible rate. The remaining two burrows, although temporarily halted in their devouring by the life surge, still persisted. The starling runes upon the cavity walls had also faded significantly, but remained unbroken. They still clung stubbornly to the light mass. Terrifyingly, the remnants of the burrow that formed the void vortex twisted the space more violently. The vortex expanded to the size of a basin, and countless purple gravel-like void insects frantically attempted to break free. The vanguard of the Watchers. They are about to descend. No. In the column of light at the altar, Silco's singular eye fixed intently on the flung Rex. The chain of the star spirits. Severed? How is that possible? Who? Who has severed the chains connecting to the furnace? Who possesses such power? His thoughts frantically scanned the cavern. seeking the interloper. The severing of the chain from the Silent Well's furnace signified that Ion was no longer forcibly siphoned of energy supply from its prison. That horrific eruption was a counterattack from the life essence that had been forcibly drawn away by the chains. Silco's core gaze turned toward the withered root. Perception penetrated the expanse, instantaneously capturing the residual energy waves lingering in the depths of the silent abyss. The insects of Demacia? Kael and Vayne. Silco's thoughts brimmed with a fury fueled by the frustration of thwarted ambitions. How could it be possible that a vessel cast into the silent abyss, a Demacian whom he regarded as sustenance, could disrupt the crucial chains established by the celestial beings? Cursed variables. The Master of Monitors would never forgive you. A furious roar reverberated within the cavern. Chapter 99. Farewell, Lysandra. Roar. Pain. Delicious. Rex, swept away by the torrent of life, shook its massive, grotesque head, viscous purple fluid oozing from the shattered segments of its exoskeleton. This injury did not deter it. Rather, it ignited the ferocity and greed of this void beast. Its singular eye fixated on the now dimmer heart of the tree's luminous core, especially the two remaining gnawing holes and the expanding void vortex. In its simplistic reasoning, the recent eruption signified the final struggle of its prey, and now was the moment of utmost vulnerability. Tear it apart. Consume the star core. The passage must be opened. Silco, exasperated, unleashed a directive infused with a violet light from his core into Rex's mind. It was imperative to breach the descent pathway before Kael and Vayne could inflict further devastation. Devour. Rex emitted a thunderous roar, its colossal form charging with the force to obliterate everything, lunging once more at the heart of the tree's luminous core. Its gaping maw, lined with spiraled fangs, widened to its limits. This time, it moved with greater speed and ferocity. The terrifying gravitational field of consumption erupted in advance, enveloping toward Ivern. Grandfather Tree. Gwen gazed at the terrifying beast once more descending upon them. The largest fissure in Ivern's heart of the tree, a glassy crack caused by the gnawing holes, had been partially mended by the torrent of life, yet under Rex's devouring gravitational field and the remaining hole's suction, it was visibly fracturing and expanding anew. Verdant life essence gushed forth like blood, drawn toward Rex's force. The light was leaking away so rapidly. The wounds were reopening. Gwen's amber eyes brimmed with urgency and sorrow. Do not fear, Grandfather Tree. Gwen shall mend you. I will stitch up the bad holes. Her small form radiated an unprecedented luminescence. She no longer feared the charging beast. Her focus was solely on the widening fissure in Ivern. In her eyes, that crack represented the most grotesque and desperately needing to be mended gap in the world. The dawn's needle-like light sparkled brilliantly in her hands. The petite figure transformed into a streak of light, recklessly shooting toward the largest fissure in the heart of the tree. Do not touch my little seamstress. A piercing cry of agony rang out. It was Ahri. In the instant Gwen surged toward the crack, Ahri's ethereal purple essence unleashed its final strength. She barely had time to attack the gaping maw or to gather greater energy. Instead, she chose to shield Gwen with her own body, placing herself between the girl and the insatiable abyss. Boom. Ahri's ethereal form collided fiercely with the terrifying vortex of devouring that Rek'Sai unleashed. Hiss. The voracious power of the void relentlessly eroded her spiritual essence. The 9 illusory tails became nearly translucent in an instant. Ah! A cry of torment escaped Ahri's soul as her spectral body quivered violently within the consuming force. Yet, she resolutely stood her ground, her violet eyes locked on Gwen, who was directing her needle toward the fissure. Little seamstress, so quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. Sister. Tears instantly welled up in Gwen's eyes as she witnessed Ahri's ethereal form becoming so transparent under the void's relentless assault. The moment the needle pierced the crack, a surge of golden dawn light erupted wildly. Gwen, so? Gwen immediately stitched, with fervor. Sister, hold on. Gwen cried out with a trembling voice, her small hands unleashing an unprecedented strength as she darted across the massive fissure at a breakneck speed. Hiss, 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 each time the needle struck. It was accompanied by a warm golden glow and the rapid mending of the crack. She needed to be faster. Faster. If she could close this gap, her sister would no longer have to stand in front. Roar. Rek'Sai, thwarted by Ahri, glared with ferocity from its single eye. How dare a mere shattered soul attempt to obstruct its feast of the delectable core? The enormous maw, lined with spiraled fangs, lunged forward, amplifying the devouring force manifold. It intended to consume this bothersome insect along with what she protected. Ahri's ethereal light dimmed rapidly. the shard of the seed of origin emitting a mournful cry under the overwhelming burden as the cracks spread toward the core. Her consciousness began to scatter, her vision blurred. She could only feel the warm light of Gwen's desperate stitching and the pulsating life force of the fissure rapidly mending behind her. Just as Ahri was on the verge of being utterly torn apart by the void's consuming force, a haughty feminine voice suddenly resonated through the cavern. This voice, though not loud, possessed the power to freeze time and space, instantly overpowering Rek'Sai's roar, the hum of the devouring force, and even Gwen's weeping. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around Rek'Sai's massive head, the temperature plummeted to absolute zero within a radius of several dozen meters. Countless sharp ice crystals, exuding a ghostly blue chill, materialized out of thin air. The viscous maw of Rek'Sai, its menacing spiral fangs, and even the terrifying devouring force it radiated were suddenly encased in a thick layer of shimmering, rune-etched azure ice. Time froze for a moment. Rek'Sai's movements abruptly halted. For the first time, its greedy single eye betrayed a look of horror. This ice was no ordinary ice. It froze not only physical forms, but also bore the terrifying power to freeze souls and bind laws. Even that furious void energy has become remarkably sluggish in its operation. A tall figure adorned with an icy crown silently hovers before the frozen maw of Rek'Sai. Her visage remains obscured, save for her chilling, emotionless azure eyes. The cacophony of the void beasts is insufferable. The projection of Lysandra speaks in a frigid tone, devoid of any sentiment. How dare they disrupt my grand design? Her gaze ultimately fixates on Ahri's almost shattered spirit and the fragments of the seed of origin. A fleeting glimmer of inscrutable brilliance flickering within the depths of her icy blue eyes. The remnants of the nine tails, the shards of origin, resonate with Lysandra's voice. Imbued with an eerie cadence, pain is both your shackles and the spark that ignites your demise. Endure, survive, and you shall comprehend the truth of the frozen cycle. With that, Lysandra's projection turns her attention to the spiraling void vortex, which is expanding uncontrollably. She slowly raises a hand composed of ethereal blue ice crystals and gently points towards the vortex. Buzz. A beam of exquisitely condensed azure cold light instantaneously pierces the vortex's center. There is neither explosion nor thunderous noise. The countless void insects attempting to escape the vortex are halted in their tracks at the moment they make contact with the azure cold light. The rotation comes to an abrupt halt. The momentum of expansion is forcefully suppressed. The surface of the vortex rapidly becomes encrusted with a thick layer of shimmering blue ice, inscribed with binding runes, completely encasing the agitated void insects within. Chapter 100. The Frost of Freljord rejects the Feast of the Void after accomplishing this feat. Lysandra's projection appears to have expended immense energy, her figure growing increasingly blurred and ethereal. She casts a glance at the frozen maw of Rek'Sai, and then surveys the violently fluctuating silhouette of Silco within the altar's light pillar. Her icy voice laced with warning. The fearsome demon god, the burrowing worm, and the lapdogs of the Watcher. Inform your master that the Frost of Freljord rejects the Feast of the Void. This place is beyond your reach. Depart. The final word depart crashes violently against the frozen maw of Rek'Sai and the core visage of Silco. Crack. Boom. The heavy azure ice encasing Rek'Sai's maw shatters explosively. The terrifying laws of frost strike mercilessly upon Rek'Sai's cranium. A howl. Rek'Sai emits a harrowing scream, a blend of excruciating pain and terror. His massive head is jolted backward by the force, the chitinous carapace covering it fracturing anew, viscous purple fluid splattering forth. His colossal form is violently hurled backward, crashing against the rocky wall of the passage. Instinctively, his immense body recoils. Within the altar's light pillar, Silco's deep violet energy form contorts violently, his core's visage fixated intently on Lysandra's soon-to-fade projection. Frost Witch Lysandra. It is you once more, the traitor of 3 epochs. You cannot obstruct the will of the Watcher. The frost shall inevitably be consumed. Traitor? The fading projection of Lysandra emitted a chilling scoff, her indistinct visage seemingly curling into a mocking smile. All that I do is to shatter this accursed cycle. Can you, foolish void dwellers, comprehend the truth? Her form completely transformed into shimmering azure ice crystals, dissipating into the air, leaving behind a final ethereal utterance echoing within the cavern. I won. Remember that your roots are anchored above the howling abyss. When we meet again, surrender what I seek, or the ice shall entomb more than just the void. Inside the cavern, an oppressive silence reigned. It's done, came Gwen's voice, tinged with relief and a hint of tears. Her small frame leaned against the heart of the Ivern's light, her hands pressing firmly on the largest fissure. The rays of dawn had vanished, and a warm golden patch had sealed the crack, staunching the flow of life's essence. The light remained dim, yet its fluctuations had stabilized. As Ahri's purple spirit flickered, the pressure lessened at the moment Lysandra froze Rek'Sai. However, the myriad cracks on the fragment of the seed of origin, along with the immense drain on her soul's essence, rendered her unable to maintain her form. The purple spirit flickered several times before transforming into a stream of light, helplessly descending, caught in Gwen's frantic embrace. Sister, sister, are you all right? Gwen cried, clutching Ahri's dim spirit, tears cascading down her cheeks. Ahri's essence was nearly translucent, its core fragment marred by a web of fissures, a faint glow desperately shimmering. It's all right. Ahri's voice was a mere whisper. The little seamstress is doing well. Outside the cavern, Rek'Sai, dazed from Lysandra's heavy blow, shook its massive head, its eyes locked onto the interior with a mix of resentment and trepidation. Lysandra's frigid power instilled an instinctual threat within it. Yet, despite Ivern's frailty, the surge of life and Gwen's miraculous mending made it realize that this core was not so easily devoured. Retreat. In the column of light at the altar, Silco's voice brimmed with intense frustration. The ice, which intervenes. The passage is temporarily frozen. Follow the Master Observer's directive to relocate. Kael, Ahri, Gwen, and Lysandra. Your names are inscribed on the Feast of Consumption. Await the Banquet of the Void. Silco's deep purple energy form abruptly contracted, collapsing along with the altar's light into a singular purple point, vanishing from sight. With a roar, Rek'Sai emitted a low, reluctant growl, its colossal body slowly retreating into the vast, slime-covered tunnel it had carved. Accompanied by the heavy sound of burrowing, it swiftly disappeared. Within the cavern, the remnants of survival lingered. Gwen, cradling Ahri's dim spirit, sat beside the light, sobbing as she attempted to cover the fissures on Ahri's essence with her small hands. For now, it is over. Ivern is exceedingly weak, but thank you, children. Gwen lifted her head, her large eyes still brimming with tears. Sister's form was riddled with numerous cracks, and Gwen gazed anxiously at Ahri's fractured spirit and origin shards, on the verge of tears. The wounds of the soul require time and the nurturing warmth of the essence to heal. I urged her to draw near to me, as the remnants of the tree's heart still harbored life essence that could delay her dissolution. Hearing this, Gwen hurriedly and delicately cradled Ahri's dim spirit, bringing her to the warmest part of the tree's heart. A faint emerald glow flowed over Ahri's essence, and the cracks in the origin shards appeared to cease their expansion, the flickering frequency slightly stabilizing. From the distant silence of the well came a faint wave of thought, following the roots of Awan that had just shed part of their shackles. It was Kaelvissa. Ahri, Gwen, Awan, how are you all doing over there? What was that power just now? Kaelvissa had evidently sensed the terrifying wave of the ice law that accompanied and departed with Lysandra's projection. Brother, Ahri weakly responded, her voice laced with fragility and a touch of fear. Lysandra's projection had repelled Rek'Sai and Marco, freezing the void passage, but Lysandra? Kaelvissa's thoughts brimmed with shock and vigilance. How could she appear there? What did she say? That frost witch, her every appearance was accompanied by unfathomable schemes. Ahri struggled to recall Lysandra's chilling and obscure words. Pain is both a shackle and the spark that ignites the end, and she spoke of the truth of the frozen cycle. She froze the void vortex, but warned Awan to surrender the key. The key. Kaelvissa suddenly fell silent. Another key. Was it the key to the White Cliff's secret chamber, or something else? What was Lysandra's true aim? Chapter 101. The Howling Abyss Enshrined in the Secrets of Annihilation, Part 1. A bone-chilling cold pervaded the caverns of Awan's heart. Although Lysandra's projection had dissipated, the ghostly blue ice crystals she left behind flickered with a frigid light throughout the cave. The frozen void vortex, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of flowing runic blue ice, quietly hovered in the corner, exuding a chilling aura and a sense of entrapment. The massive hole broken through by Rek'Sai was also encased in a thick layer of ghostly blue ice, blocking the night winds from outside while also shutting out most of the light, casting the cavern into deeper shadows and cold. Achoo! Gwen, cradling Ahri's nearly transparent spirit, couldn't help but let out a tiny sneeze. Her small form curled up beside the faint warmth radiating from the heart of Awan, her large eyes cautiously scanning the ghostly blue ice crystals. She added that Ahri's essence was growing weaker, and Awan remembered that your roots are anchored above the howling abyss. Gwen immediately chimed in, her little mouth firing off words like a rapid-fire cannon. Yes, yes. That cold lady is quite fierce. She froze the monster's mouth shut. She also froze that dreadful vortex. But it made Gwen feel so cold too. She also said that Grandpa Tree's roots are planted in a terrifying place called the Howling Abyss. And she demanded that Grandpa Tree hand over some key. Otherwise, next time, she would turn us all into popsicles. In her fervent desire to protect Gwen, the ethereal glow shattered. As she spoke, her voice quivered with the weight of emotion. The Howling Abyss. The words of Lysandra instinctively unsettled Kael. The roots of Ivern, connecting to the frozen horrors of Freljord's void. Grandfather Tree, Ivern, embraced by Gwen, gazed at the radiant heart of the tree and softly inquired, "What is the key that the cold ant mentioned? And what is the Howling Abyss? It sounds so terrifying." The light of Ivern's heart flickered gently. After a lengthy silence, it released a heavy, distant sigh. Imbued with the weight of countless ages and a hint of deep-seated sorrow, it is the key to unlock the eternal ice vault, containing fragments of the true history regarding the star spirits, the void, and the celestial dragon king, along with the forbidden covenant of the era of the three sisters. Lysandra has long coveted it. With a sense of timelessness, Ivern felt the life energy permeating the cavern resonate in harmony, as, under Gwen's curious gaze and Ahri's faint awareness, it conjured vague yet ancient images. Fragment of the Vision 1. Amidst an endless blizzard, three indistinct yet powerful female figures stood side by side. The central figure wielded an ice bow, exuding a pure and resilient aura. The one on the left was wild, commanding a frost giant, her battle cry shaking the snowstorm. The figure on the right was the most elusive and profound, her hands pressed against the frozen earth, as countless ghostly blue runes spread from her palms, merging into the towering ice. Before them lay a deep chasm, pulsating with a terrifying purple-black essence, the nascent form of the Howling Abyss. Fragment of the Vision 2. Within the abyssal crevice, countless twisted and nameless colossal purple shadows writhed in frenzy, battering against the fragile spatial barrier. A terrifying will to consume surged forth. The earth fractured, the sky twisted. Fragment of the Vision 3. The figures of the three sisters erupted with blinding radiance. The archer loosed arrows that froze time and space, transforming into a vast, pristine ice seal that enveloped the chasm's edge. The beast rider unleashed a soul-shattering war cry, an invisible force repelling the encroaching shadows, while the figure on the far right plunged her hands deep into the frozen soil, her entire being igniting with ghostly blue flames. Countless ancient and arcane runes surged from her form, intertwining with the deepest powers of the earth, morphing into massive chains of ice, glimmering with runes that fiercely pierced the abyss, ensnaring and impaling the colossal purple shadows. The power coursing through the chains was the primordial essence of ice, capable of freezing the void, earned through the sacrifice of life's essence. Among them, the thickest chains subtly encased fragments of stone tablets inscribed with runes, the embryonic form of the key to the eternal ice vault, chronicling the truths of the covenant and sacrifice. Fragment of the Vision 4. The onslaught of the abyss was temporarily restrained, yet the ice chains bore countless wormhole-like traces of purple-black erosion. The female ancestor, who had unleashed the chains of pristine ice, appeared increasingly ephemeral, her essence plummeting. Her gaze towards the abyss was laden with an ineffable weariness. As for the Howling Abyss, Ivern's thoughts were steeped in profound trepidation. There lies one of the oldest void rifts in the realm of Runeterra, a prison where the essence of the Watcher is encased in ice. A portion of my main roots indeed extends to the precipice of the abyss, forming a natural sealing barrier. This is one of the reasons the Celestials chose to establish an energy node upon me. They required the strength of my roots to reinforce the seal upon the abyss, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on it. A bombshell revelation. Ionia's roots serve not only as conduit for the transmission of celestial energy, but also as part of the seal that binds the Howling Abyss. The Celestials, while utilizing Ionia's power to confine the Watcher, simultaneously siphon his energy through the very holes they create to sustain the prison and the brand. How profoundly ironic and cruel. The lament of the star-forged dragon king weighs heavily upon Ionia's consciousness. I can sense the heaviest of the chains binding him. Buried deep beneath the towering ice of the Howling Abyss, entwined with the Watcher's icy prison, the shackles of the Celestials enslaving the Dragon King and the icy coffin sealing the Void Watcher coexist in the same realm. Kaelvissa's is filled with incredulous horror. The chains of the Celestials from the Peak of Giants and the Howling Abyss of Freljord, seemingly disparate locations, are cruelly interconnected through the Dragon King and the Watcher. What trickery are the Celestials playing? Hence, Lysandra remarked that Ahri comprehends. Your roots are embedded above the abyss. The key she seeks may pertain to the secrets of that frozen abyss and the chains of the stars. Indeed, Ionia carries a profound fatigue. The key cannot be given to her, not yet. We need it to unveil the truth. Grandfather Tree, with an air of understanding yet uncertainty, bears a resolute expression. He vows to protect Grandfather Tree, to safeguard Sister. Once Sister is well, we shall seek the key together, uncovering the sinister truths of the Celestials and the Void. Kaelvissa's thoughts resonate from the distant silent well, laden with unprecedented gravity. Ionia, hold on. Ahri, endure. Gwen, take care of them. The White Cliff Crypt, the Howling Abyss. The Star-Forged Dragon King, the Chains, the Watcher, and Lyssandra's Key. These fragments shall ultimately piece together the bloody tableau concealed by the Celestials. Once I have dealt with the mess in Demacia and acquired the secret of the broken lock, we shall meet in Freljord. The eye of the storm has already turned towards the eternally frozen wasteland of the northern realm, Freljord. It points to the Howling Abyss, which encases the secret of world annihilation. Outside the cavern, the night sky of Ionia has, unbeknownst to me, begun to drift with delicate snowflakes. The cold wind sweeps through the ruins of the shattered camp, lamenting. It heralds the approaching, bone-chilling cold of the north, along with the ancient whispers buried beneath layers of ice. Chapter 102. The Howling Abyss Encasing the Secret of World Annihilation, Part 2. Thus, Kaelvissa's words are chilling to the core. What does Lysandra seek the key for? For power? For truth? Or to fulfill some extreme plan left unfinished by the ancestral Freya? Ionia's thoughts are filled with uncertainty and profound worry. Her path has long diverged from the original intent of the Three Sisters Pact. Her frozen cycle plan is fraught with peril. The key in her possession may be employed to unlock certain treacherous seals, potentially disrupting the already fragile balance and precipitating the comprehensive awakening of the Watchers. Gwen, do not allow Auntie to seize the key. Gwen clutched Ahri tightly, her small face filled with defiance. She had harmed her sister. She had also rendered Grandfather Tree as home unbearably cold. The key, a treasured possession safeguarded by Grandfather Tree, must not be surrendered to her. I shall not yield it to her, Ion declared emphatically. The key bears immense significance. It is one of the crucial elements in combating the lies of the star spirits and may serve as a glimmer of hope for restoring or reconstructing the abyssal seals in the future. It must be wielded by a trustworthy individual at the appropriate moment. A trustworthy individual. Kaelvissa pondered this phrase, her gaze falling upon the warm shard of Lux nestled in her arms, recalling the final words of Kilio. A cold flame ignited within her deep purple eyes. Ion, tell me, is there a connection between the Silence Well of Demacia, the White Cliff Chamber, and the seals of the Wailing Abyss with this key? The connection lies in the shared origin of the shackles. Ion's thoughts unveiled a deeper darkness. The chains binding the Star Dragon King were forged from the very essence of the corrupted primordial ice sourced from the depths of the Wailing Abyss. The star spirits harnessed the freezing and binding principles inherent in the primordial ice, melding them with the stellar core power of the Titan's peak to forge the chains that bind the Dragon of Stars. The secret technique of the broken locks within the White Cliff Chamber carries a glimmer of hope. Its origins may have drawn upon ancient arts capable of disrupting the laws of the pristine ice. This was a technique inadvertently acquired and refined by the First Crown Wardens and Sentinels during their struggle against the early incursions of the Void and the clandestine interventions of the Star Spirits. Shackles of the same origin, destructive techniques of the same source. Kaelvissa instantaneously connected all the threads. The chains of Demacia, the chains of the Dragon King, the sealing chains of the Abyss. The Star Spirits wield a singularly cruel magic to enslave diverse existences. Obtaining the secret of the broken locks could not only liberate the imprisoned souls of Demacia, thereby weakening the Star Spirit's control over the realm, but it might also become one of the pivotal keys to severing the Dragon King's chains and dismantling the tainted ice chains of the Abyss in the future. Suddenly, Grandfather Tree, when pointed towards the corner of the cave, where a massive void vortex lay encased in ice by Lysandra, her face etched with concern. That great block of ice, it is breathing? The collective thoughts of the group immediately converged. They beheld the surface of the void vortex shrouded in a haunting blue ice. Although it was confined by the powerful laws of pristine ice, the deep purple void energy within had not been entirely extinguished. Beneath the icy layer, an imperceptible heartbeat of violet light pulsed with excruciating slowness. With each faint throb, the surrounding blue ice crystals emanated an even more piercing chill, while within the ice, almost undetectable purple-black veins slowly spread. The corrosive power of the void was adapting at an excruciatingly slow pace to Lysandra's pristine ice seal. The adaptability and corrosiveness of the void far exceeded expectations. Ion's thoughts grew heavy. Lysandra's seal was not eternal. It was being gradually permeated. It was merely a matter of time. Moreover, this very process of erosion continuously released further corruption. Gwen felt a chill enveloping her, drawing her neck into her shoulders as she gazed at the eerie azure ice crystals that emanated a relentless coldness, alongside the seals that were gradually being eroded. The ice felt unnaturally frigid, and Gwen sensed her fingers were nearly losing their grip. She rubbed her small hands together, attempting to summon a flicker of dawn's warmth. But the light was feeble. Suddenly, Iwan donned a peculiar expression. "Little seamstress, when you mended my fissures, you invoked a power of perfect restoration that halted the flow of loss. Could you attempt to apply that power to those ice crystals or roots tainted by the void's chill?" "What?" Gwen blinked in surprise, her large eyes flitting between her empty hands and the chilling azure crystals and eroded roots. Could her needles sew together fabric and weave light into ice? Could she stitch away the cold? She had never tried such a thing. "Give it a try, child," Iwan encouraged her. "Your essence is that of protection and restoration. It may yet work wonders. Perhaps you could temporarily reinforce Lysandra's seals to delay the erosion or purify a small area of the void's coldness." Gwen glanced at her sister Ahri, who lay asleep in her arms, and then at the weary old tree, her small face gradually hardening with determination. She gently placed Ahri beside the warm heart of the tree, stood up, and approached the nearest ice crystal that radiated cold. This particular crystal was anchored to a sturdy root, and within it, she could discern faint purplish-black veins. The old tree was cold, and her sister was cold. Gwen despised the chill. She took a deep breath, her amber eyes igniting once more with the light of dawn. "Begone, foul cold. Begone, vile erosion. I shall stitch you together. Lock you." She extended her tiny index finger, channeling the dawn's light to coalesce into a singular, exquisitely warm golden point. With utmost caution, she pressed the light against the surface of the tainted azure crystal. Sizzle! The moment the dawn's point made contact with the ice, a surge of devouring force from the void rebounded sharply along Gwen's finger. Simultaneously, the pristine laws of ice left by Lysandra instinctively repelled any external interference. "Ah!" Gwen gasped, her fingertip jolting back as if electrified, the point of dawn's light dissipating in an instant. Her small face paled, and she felt a bone-chilling coldness and numbness creep into her fingertip. Had she failed? No. It was so cold, so fierce. Gwen's lips quivered in distress, tears welling in her eyes. They ganged up on her needles. Iwan soothed her. "Do not rush, child. The conflict of powers requires finesse and medium. Perhaps you might try to communicate rather than confront. Feel the essence of order that belongs to Lysandra within that chill. Evade its sharpness. Direct your restorative power to microscopically mend only the wounds inflicted by the void's erosion." Gwen grasped the essence of his words, albeit with uncertainty. She looked at her slightly pale fingertip and then at the purplish-black veins within the crystal. She recalled that when she mended Iwan's fissures, it was not through brute force but by following the flow of light, finding the most suitable point to insert her needle. Communication? Sensation? Avoiding the colossal ice blocks? Merely mending the frayed threads? Gwen once more closed her eyes, striving to calm her turbulent emotions, refusing to dwell upon the biting cold. Chapter 103. 3 leaves of Ionia the size of fingernails. Chaos, engulfment, and frigidness, akin to the most unsightly stains and tears upon fabric, marred the once exquisite blue of the ice. The true ice, belonging to Lysandra, was powerful and resilient, now sullied by the void. Gwen cautiously reached towards the crystalline ice. This time, she refrained from attempting to touch the cold surface. Instead, she focused her thoughts on the delicate, purplish-black patterns etched within. Found it. At the edges of the purplish-black fissures, some exceedingly fine tendrils of energy, corroded by the void, were attempting to break free, seeking to cause further destruction. "I've got you." "Bad threads," Gwen silently chanted within her mind, her fingertips once again coalescing a minuscule point of dawnlight. This light no longer bore the will to resist. Instead, it was imbued with the intent to locate the threads, tie a knot, and seal the breach. She held her breath, guiding the tiny point of dawnlight, deftly piercing into the heart of the crystal. The light deftly evaded the formidable essence of Lysandra's true ice laws, instantly entwining itself around a purplish-black, corrupting tendril that was endeavoring to spread. A taut sound echoed as the delicate thread was pulled tight. The minuscule purplish-black, corroding line froze in place the moment it was ensnared by the dawnlight. Its advancing momentum was forcibly suppressed. Subsequently, The point of dawnlight transformed into a warm golden knot, firmly stitching itself at the source of the corrupting thread. Astonishingly, the purplish-black hue in that specific area visibly lightened. Though infinitesimal, the sense of chaotic coldness had indeed been diminished. Effective. Wow. She had stitched the frayed thread. Gwen opened her eyes in delight. Gazing at the spot where she had just sewn, her face aglow with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. Though her fingertips still tinged with chill, the sensation of backlash had vanished. Good child. Ether's essence brimmed with satisfaction and exhilaration, urging her on. Do not be greedy. Focus on one point. Your strength is the spark of hope. Gwen was immensely inspired, eagerly immersing herself once more in her task. She meticulously searched for the next minute point of corruption, gathering the smallest point of dawnlight, engaging in purification at a microscopic level, though each effort could only purify an exceedingly small area. Her every success diminished the void's cold grip in that locale, further solidifying Lysandra's seal at a microscopic level. Just then, Ether's recently freed withered tendril transmitted a clear wave of thought, tinged with a hidden weariness. Kael, my child. The truth at the bottom of the well of silence must be unveiled. The shackles of Demacia need to be severed. And the secret method of the broken locks in the White Cliff Chamber must be obtained. Time is of the essence. Lysandra will not wait. The encroachment of the void will not cease, and a storm is brewing in Freljord. You must act swiftly. Behold this. A vibrant emerald light coursed through the network of roots, traversing vast distances, and in an instant, it appeared before Kaelvissa, deep within the silent well. As the light dissipated, 3 minuscule Ionia leaves, each no larger than a fingernail, emerged, adorned with verdant runic insignias. Each emblem shimmered with pure vitality and the ancient rhythms of the earth. At the core, a faintly visible Ionia rune, entwined by roots, could be discerned. This is my root mark, imbued with a trace of my essence and the coordinates of Ionia's ley lines. When you locate the White Cliff secret chamber, activate it using the fragments of Loxana or the power of the Light Shield bloodline. It will temporarily obscure the celestial being's perception and the backlash of their markings, granting you a fleeting reprieve. Remember, child, the truth of Demacia is the first incision to tear through the veil of the celestial's hypocrisy. Yet beneath Freljord's icy veneer lies the inception and conclusion of all cycles. We await you in the north. The essence of Ion, laced with a sense of duty and profound expectation, gradually faded. The pulsation of the heart of the tree slowed, clearly indicating that transmitting these 3 marks had drained much of its dwindling strength. Kaelvissa extended his left hand, and the 3 verdant root insignias gently fell into his palm. Their tactile warmth infused with Ion's and Ionia's profound life essence. He gazed down at the marks. In Kaelvissa's deep violet pupils, a cold flame ignited, transforming into palpable intent to kill, beginning from the depths of this wretched well. He clenched the root insignia, akin to a blade unsheathed. Await my word. At the entrance of the White Cliff Passage in Demacia, the frigid sea wind, laden with briny mist, lashed fiercely against Kaelvissa's face. He stood at the western edge of the majestic city, on the brink of the White Cliff, with a sheer black precipice plummeting dozens of fathoms below. The waves roared beneath, crashing against the rocks and sending up ghastly white foam. Behind him lay the slumbering city, its grand walls glimmering with the cold, hard sheen of anti-magic stones under the moonlight. The rhythmic footsteps of patrolling guards and the clinking of armor were faintly audible. He lowered his gaze to his left hand, where 3 emerald Ion root insignias rested, their warm life essence harmonizing with the radiant glow emanating from the fragment of Loxana cradled in his embrace. In his right hand, he gripped a shard from the core of the silent well's furnace, the relic of the celestial light shield, its icy touch still echoing the indomitable will of the first ironclad sentinel. As Kaelvissa's deep violet eyes scanned the smooth, steep cliff face, etched with the patterns of anti-magic stones, he recalled Ion's guidance and the remnants of Chilio's whispers. The entrance to the secret chamber lay hidden behind this seemingly seamless facade of anti-magic stone. Without any discernible mechanisms or fluctuations of energy, there existed only a pure, physically imposing barrier. The anti-magic stone, the pride and cornerstone of Demacia, had now become the most formidable barrier to the truth. He brought the fragment closer to the cliff face. Indeed, the dim starlight on the fragment flickered faintly, resonating weakly with an exceedingly subtle indentation in the texture of the anti-magic stone. The shape of the indentation unmistakably resembled the mark of a miniature Demacian eagle emblem, pierced by a sword, representing the original ironclad sentinel. It is here, murmured Kaelvissa. He cautiously extracted one of the 3 verdant root sigils given by Ionia. A gentle breath of life emanated from it. He gently pressed this sigil onto the indentation of the miniature sentinel emblem. Buzz. The emerald light flowed forth from the sigil like a spring of living water, instantly infusing the indentation. The dim sentinel emblem appeared to be imbued with vitality, its lines glowing with a faint white light. Simultaneously, the essence of Ionia contained within the Ionia sigil and the laws of life silently permeated the dense structure of the anti-magic stone, which had isolated energy. Kaelvissa distinctly sensed that the anti-magic properties of the stone, which were deemed unbreakable, were being momentarily softened and obscured by Ionia's power. Chapter 104. Into the White Cliff. Galrin pursues centered around the sigil, within a spherical area of approximately 2 meters in radius. Although the physical hardness remained, the absolute isolation of energy vanished. Now is the moment. Without hesitation, Kaelvissa amalgamated the power of the chaotic vortex within him. Intertwined with the golden-white radiance of his chest emblem and the warm energy transmitted from Lux's fragment, gathering it in his right hand. Instantly, his palm was enveloped in a layer of chaotic energy burning with hues of ash white, dark purple, deep black, and gold. Open. With a roar, his blazing chaotic palm struck fiercely against the anti-magic stone cliff beside the sigil. Screech. A piercing sound of friction erupted. No longer was there the sense of impotence from absolute energy isolation. Within the fleeting energy window created by the Ionia sigil, Kaelvissa unleashed a chaotic force potent enough to tear apart the very laws. The heavy anti-magic stone cliff was forcibly rent open, revealing a pitch-black aperture. Inside the opening lay a narrow passage slanting downward, seemingly bottomless, emanating an aroma of dust, ancient parchment, and cold metal. The aperture was barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, with molten stone oozing from its edges. As the light of the Ionia sigil took form at the aperture, it quickly dimmed, and the verdant runic leaf dissipated into motes of light. The shielding effect dissipated. The texture of the anti-magic stone around the opening glowed anew, attempting to seal the wound. Yet the physical damage wrought by Kaelvissa was already manifest. The opening was visibly shrinking at a slow, yet discernible pace. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaelvissa transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly vanishing into the aperture. At the very moment his figure vanished, a deep, authoritative voice, imbued with astonishment and fury, resounded like thunder from atop the cliff. A towering figure, clad in resplendent silver-blue armor, materialized at the precipice. None other than Galrin, the vanguard of Demacia. In his grasp, the immense Demacian greatsword, the Stormbreaker, gleamed with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, its tip aimed directly at the rapidly diminishing opening. Having just concluded his patrol of the city walls, he had keenly detected the fleeting surge of energy and the final echoes of destruction emanating from the cliffside. Galrin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intensely on the cave entrance, which was slowly mending due to the anti-magic stone. A tempest of uncertainty, wrath, and an unsettling sense of familiarity swirled within his lion-like eyes. That power, was it the suppressed roar of the tempest, the chaotic devouring, and the essence of Lux? No, it was impossible. Lux, he clenched the hilt of the Stormbreaker fiercely, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The unforeseen incident at the Well of Eternity, his sister's disappearance, the anomalous reactions of the military emblem, and the unmistakable traces of destruction imbued with the aura of the light shield and the vanguard collided in his mind like a storm of clues. Demacia, justice shall never be tarnished. Galrin growled softly, his resolve unwavering. His robust frame erupted with astonishing speed, colliding with the closing cave entrance like a cannonball just as it was about to seal shut. The weight of his armor scraped violently against the diminishing anti-magic stone, producing a discordant screech and sparks flying. Boom. Galrin landed heavily within the passage, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entrance sealed completely behind him, as if it had never been opened at all. The interior of the passage was engulfed in darkness and silence, save for the sound of his heavy breaths and the clanking of his armor echoing within the narrow confines. He raised the Stormbreaker, its embedded anti-magic stone core emitting a steady white light, illuminating the ancient stone steps ahead, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Galrin's gaze swept across the fresh footprints on the steps and the remnants of chaotic energy corroding the walls of the passage. The astonishment and fury on his face transformed into a chilling intent to kill. No matter what you are, Galrin's voice reverberated through the passage, imbued with a steel-like will. Daring to desecrate the sanctum of Demacia, daring to exploit the essence of Lux. I, Galrin, the Vanguard, shall bring you to justice. He took a step forward, following the traces left by Kael, descending deeper into the heart of Damasia's most concealed and darkest secrets. Ionia, the heart of the Ivern Caves. The chill within the cavern had not dissipated with the temporary retreat of the void. The ethereal blue ice crystals left by Lysandra exuded a bone-chilling cold. The frozen vortex of the void hovered silently, its pulsating purple-black core, though its spread was momentarily stymied by Gwen's microscopic stitches, still sent forth waves of frigid air with each faint flicker. The entire cavern resembled a colossal ice cellar. Achoo! Gwen's petite frame was enveloped in a delicate blanket woven from the radiant light of dawn, yet she could not suppress a sneeze, rubbing her slightly reddened hands. Her amber eyes fixated intently on a piece of deep blue ice crystal, roughly the size of a basin. Within the crystal, numerous exceedingly fine, purplish-black lines writhed slowly, attempting to burrow deeper. The frayed threads have multiplied again, Gwen murmured, her small face etched with seriousness and a hint of fatigue. She extended her index finger, gathering a minuscule warm golden light, even finer than a needle's tip. Cautiously avoiding the icy blue fabric of the crystal, she pierced the source of an encroaching purplish-black thread that had just emerged. A faint sound, barely perceptible, followed. The golden light transformed into a warm knot, firmly stitching the starting point of the invasive line, halting its spread instantly and causing its color to fade slightly. Gwen exhaled gently, her breath forming a white mist in the frigid air. "Little seamstress, you have worked hard," she whispered to the weary breeze of Ionia. "Your power may be slight, yet it is a spark against the encroachment." Gwen felt no weariness. She puffed out her small chest, her voice slightly nasal, declaring, "Gwen will sew up all these frayed threads, so that grandfather tree won't be cold, so that sister will recover soon." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the slumbering Ahri beside the heart of the tree. Ahri's spiritual form remained marred by cracks, yet under the nurturing essence of life and Gwen's continual mending against the chilling void surrounding her, the light of the origin fragment seemed to stabilize a fraction, no longer flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. At that moment, a faint yet distinct wave of thought emanated from the gnarled root of Ionia that had broken free from the celestial chains, arriving from the distant direction of Damasia. "It is Kaelvissa," Gwen instantly sensed, her eyes lighting up. "Brother, has he found the secret chamber?" Ahri's slumbering essence seemed to stir slightly, conveying an almost imperceptible concern. "I have entered White Cliff." Kaelvissa's thought was succinct and powerful. "Galrin is pursuing." "Galrin?" Ahri's essence struggled to communicate a note of urgency. "He is Lux's brother. He is formidable. Kaelvissa, be cautious." The power of Damasia is indeed formidable. Kaelvissa's thought carried a weight of gravity, clearly indicating that Galrin's pursuit exceeded his expectations. "Yet those who stand in my way shall perish. Brother, do your best. Cut the leash of that wicked celestial being." Gwen cheered, waving her tiny fists, evidently influenced by Kaelvissa's resolute mantra regarding the celestial chains. The little seamstress noticed the urgent fluctuations of the swirling Ionia. Suddenly, she turned sharply to gaze at the colossal void vortex encased in ice. Chapter 105. Resonance repair at the core of the vortex. The slowly pulsating deep purple light flickered violently. A surge of void intent, far stronger than before, crashed against the icy blue barrier covering the vortex through some intangible connection. Crack! A faint yet heart-stopping sound of shattering echoed throughout the air. On the surface of the frozen vortex, in a region distant from Gwen, a small ice crystal the size of a fingernail unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a slender fissure. A wisp of deep purple void energy began to seep through the crevice, exuding a potent aura of corrosion and chaos, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet instantaneously, freezing the very air and tainting it. "Ah, you wicked being! Do not dare to emerge!" Gwen screamed, disregarding everything else, as her petite figure dashed toward the point of the fracture. Radiance from the dawn gathered at her fingertips. Yet, the purple mist that seeped forth seemed to possess a will of its own, rapidly expanding into a twisted net of violet light, encroaching upon Gwen. Simultaneously, a more formidable will of the void surged through the fissure, striking the icy barrier. Gwen's point of dawn collided with the purple web, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. The light dimmed swiftly. Gwen let out a muffled groan, feeling chaos swirling within her mind, disrupting her intent to mend the rupture. At that critical moment, a vast and gentle emerald energy of life flowed from the heart of the Ian tree, enveloping Gwen in an instant, soothing her soul. The warm spring washed away the chilling sense of chaos and corrosion. Concurrently, the essence of Ian resonated with a peculiar rhythm. deep within Gwen's consciousness. It guided her to perceive the tranquil cadence flowing through the untouched roots within the cavern, the heartbeat of Ionia. Do not fear, child. Feel the roots. Sense the breath of Ionia. Your needle is a bridge connecting life. With a heart of protection, mend the chaos. Under the shelter and guidance of Ian's power, Gwen's turbulent emotions calmed considerably. In her amber eyes, the dissipating purple mist was reflected. A peculiar focus gradually emerged upon her small face. No longer did she attempt to forcefully block or burn with the dawn's light. Instead, she immersed her intent in the rhythmic essence of the earth that Ian guided. The dawn's radiance at her fingertips became gentle and fluid, transforming from a sharp needle into a warm golden thread. She manipulated this thread of light, avoiding direct contact with the perilous core of the purple mist, instead gracefully maneuvering around it, piercing the energy nodes at the edges of the fractured ice, which were being relentlessly assaulted by the void's will. The needle danced upon the gossamer. The golden thread darted along a marvelous trajectory, swiftly weaving at the edges of the fissure, nodding. Each placement precisely stitched together a structure on the verge of being torn asunder by the void's force. It restored and fortified the very seal under attack. As Gwen continued her delicate repairs, the edges of the fractured ice were swiftly cloaked in a warm, resilient golden patch. Mending the breach, the drifting purple mist was sealed away once more. More astonishingly, Gwen's golden strands seemed to resonate in a peculiar manner with Lyssandra's frozen law. The mended areas, adorned with ethereal blue ice crystals, appeared denser and more robust, significantly enhancing their resistance against the encroaching void. The forceful will of the void crashed against the fortified dam, howling in vain, unable to inflict any further damage. Success! Gwen had mended it. With delight, Gwen gazed upon the ice seam she had reinforced with her luminous patches. Though small, the sense of crisis had dissipated. She felt as though she had discovered a new method of mending. Well done. Ion was filled with an ineffable sense of satisfaction. You have grasped the art of resonant mending. Reinforcing the structure of the law itself is far more effective and less laborious than mere purification. Continue. Focus on strengthening those attacked nodes. Encouraged, Gwen eagerly threw herself into this new mode of work. She resembled a firefly bustling about on a massive block of ice. Her petite form danced around the frozen whirlpool, the dawn's golden threads flickering as she precisely mended those sealing nodes that had become vulnerable under the concentrated assault of the void's will. Each successful resonant repair fortified Lyssandra's seal on a microscopic level, slowing the advance of the void's corruption. Brother, Gwen has found a new method. While diligently mending, Gwen also communicated the battle situation to Kaelvissa in the distance, her thoughts imbued with a touch of pride as she patched the great ice block. The vile void could not break free. Deep within the white cliffs of Demacia, in a narrow passage, Kaelvissa faced the looming pressure of Galrin, akin to a mountain. The innocent and proud thought from Gwen arrived like a glimmer of light in the darkness. A subtle warmth flickered within the depths of his deep purple eyes. Well done, little seamstress, Kaelvissa's cold thoughts responded. Hold on, wait for me to sever the chains here. His gaze passed over Galrin's imposing figure and fixed upon the end of the passage ahead. At the conclusion of the narrow, sloping ancient stone steps, the space opened up. The air was thick with the cold of millennia and the scent of rusting metal, heavy enough to crush one's breath. Standing on the last step, Kaelvissa's deep purple eyes burned with ethereal fire, piercing the darkness and locking onto what lay ahead. It was a door. There, a massive portal, its surface etched with intricate celestial runes, and the emblem of the Demacian eagle flickered in the shadows. This was no door forged by human hands. Upon closer inspection, the door stood nearly 5 meters tall and over 3 meters wide, composed of a shadowy substance that was neither metal nor stone. Its surface glimmering like mercury, yet exuding the weight of meteorite iron. The door was adorned with dizzyingly complex patterns. At its center, the emblem of the Demacian eagle spread its wings, yet beneath its talons grasped not an olive branch, but twisted, coiling chains of cold. This door itself was a formidable magical artifact, a shackle forged by the star spirits. It severed the physical realm, isolating even the energy fields. The chilling breath and the silent core of the well, originating from the fragments of a stellar nucleus, were ancient and weighty beyond measure. The luminous shield emblem upon Kaelvissa's left chest flickered with a fluctuating golden-white radiance under the oppressive aura of the door. The fragment of Lux nestled within his embrace transmitted waves of intense repulsion and anguish. At the heart of the portal, the beak of the eagle emblem was marked by a distinct diamond-shaped recess, perfectly aligned in size and contour, with the warm fragment of Lux's soul cradled in Kaelvissa's grasp. Chapter 106. Galrin breaks the defense. Part 1. Indeed, the dog leash of the celestial spirit is quite robust, Kaelvissa murmured, his cold voice reverberating in the deathly silence. Clutching a verdant mark of the Awan tendril with his left hand, the gentle pulse of life was his sole reliance against this frigid confinement. His right hand pressed against his left chest, sensing the defiant thrum of the shield emblem under duress. Heavy footsteps echoed like war drums behind him, each step resonating with the clash of metal against stone, each imbued with a smoldering fury. Galrin, the imposing crown guard, finally stepped onto the platform before the chamber. The Stormblade dragged along the ground, its core of mana-suppressing stone emanating a white glow that enveloped Kaelvissa and the terrifying celestial door before him. Beneath the white light, Kaelvissa's silhouette was strikingly clear. The dark, tattered fabric hinted at bizarre void patterns, while the golden-white shield emblem on his left chest shone with a piercing brilliance amid the interplay of darkness and light. Galrin's breath caught sharply, his lion-like gaze narrowed, his pupils reflecting the emblem and that unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar figure. The shield emblem? Galrin's voice brimmed with disbelief and fury. Who are you? Why do you possess the legacy emblem of my Crown Guard family? Is Lux's disappearance connected to you? The last words nearly erupted from Galrin's lips. The Stormblade hummed as it lifted, its chilling tip aimed directly at Kaelvissa's back. A terrifying pressure surged forth like an avalanche, causing the entire chamber to tremble. The pure essence of Damatian power mingled with the aura of the mana-suppressing stone, forming an invisible cage that firmly ensnared Kaelvissa. It was the anxiety of a brother over his sister's disappearance, the wrath of a warrior against the desecrator of their family emblem. Kaelvissa slowly turned. The white light of the Stormblade illuminated his face. His deep violet eyes, akin to an abyss, bore no emotion, yet within them flickered a cold flame. The void-corroded patterns on his visage appeared even more bizarre under the light. The shield emblem on his left chest gleamed distinctly, its golden-white radiance pulsating. Galrin Crown Guard. Kaelvissa's voice remained devoid of emotion, as though stating an undeniable fact. The power of Demacia truly lived up to its reputation. His gaze traversed the tip of the Stormblade, locking onto Galrin's eyes, ablaze with fury. As for this emblem, it belongs to Luxana, the Radiant. Lux. Galrin's sword trembled slightly, a manifestation of his seething rage. Where is she? What have you done to her? Answer me. She is here. Kael raised his right hand slowly, palm upward. A golden-white radiance, infused with Lux's unique essence, flowed from his outstretched hand, gradually coalescing into a fragment of her soul, pulsating with a warm, luminous glow. That familiar aura pierced Galrin's eyes, striking him with a deep pain. It was his beloved sister, whom he had protected since childhood, her singular brilliance. Lux! Galrin cried out in shock, his towering form swaying under the weight of his disbelief, causing the Stormblade to falter. What have you done to her? Why is there only a fragment? It was not I. Kael's voice was frigid, interrupting Galrin. It is the Well of Silence, that wretched abyss you Damatians revere as a sanctuary. The Well of Silence. Galrin felt as though he had been doused in icy water, his sorrow swiftly replaced by incredulous shock. Impossible. The Well of Silence is a place of purification. Purification? Kael scoffed coldly, his deep purple eyes brimming with derision. Using the souls of generations of radiants and sentinels as fuel to sustain the operation of the celestial prison. This is what you call purification. You speak nonsense. Galrin roared. The white light of the Stormblade surging as the power of the anti-magic stone surged forth, striving to suppress the chaotic aura emanating from Kael. The Well of Silence is the cornerstone of Demacia. It is the resting place of our ancestors' glory. You shall not tarnish it. Glory? Rest? Kael's voice suddenly escalated, filled with a venomous hatred. He raised his left hand, tightly gripping a shard of the star core, the relic of the Galio shield, which shimmered with melting starlight. Behold this, Galrin of the Radiance. Feel the essence within. A surge of chaotic power from Kael surged into the shard. The Galio shield, imbued with resilience and the indomitable spirit of the Iron Wall Sentinels, mixed with the chilling aura of destruction from the Well of Silence, violently assaulted Galrin's consciousness. Simultaneously, the emblem of the shield on Kael's left breast erupted with a resonant golden brilliance. The Shield of Light, a descendant of the Radiance? It is fate. I, the first Iron Wall Sentinel of Galio, proclaim to the current king of Demacia, Jarvan III. The first Iron Wall Sentinel has not forsaken his oath. We embody silence not for glory, but to seal the portal to the abyss. Yet the celestial beings have betrayed their vows. Bound by chains, imprisoned by lies, our very bodies serve as fuel. The Well of Silence is not a sanctum of purification. It is a wretched abyss where the truth is imprisoned and the energies of runes are extracted. Within its depths lie the remnants of past aberrations and rebels, including parts of the essence of both myself and your sister, Luxana. The fragmented echoes of the Galio shield, filled with tragic defiance and immense resentment, pierced deeply into Galrin's soul. Galrin let out a pained groan, his formidable physique recoiling as if struck by lightning. The radiant white light of the Stormbreaker flickered violently. The anger etched upon his visage was swiftly supplanted by immense agony, bewilderment, and a flicker of fear. The sole imprint of the original Sentinel commander, the accusation against the Star Spirits. The revelation of the truth behind the Well of Silence. These revelations delivered a devastating blow to the convictions he had staunchly upheld throughout his life. Ancestral Kyriel? Galrin's voice trembled, laden with disbelief. The Well of Silence is a den of demons? Star Spirits? This cannot be. How could the cornerstone of Demacia, his beliefs, everything for which he had fought, crumbled in that moment? Impossible. Kaelvissa advanced relentlessly, her deep purple eyes ablaze with frigid flames. Behold the door before you, Galrin. Feel its essence. Cold, confining, originating from the very furnace of the Well of Silence. Heavy. This is the chain with which the Star Spirits bind the truth of Demacia. It is also part of the leash that restrains the Celestial Dragon King, the Howling Abyss, and the entire fate of Runeterra. Kaelvissa abruptly pointed towards the diamond-shaped recess at the center of the chamber door. And the key to unlocking this chain is Lux. She is regarded as an anomaly by the Star Spirits. They fear her light. Thus, they have imprisoned a fragment of her very soul at the bottom of the well. As a source of energy, simultaneously, her soul's fragments are the sole key to unveiling this door of truth. For she embodies the spark of hope that will shatter this damned cycle. She is the variable the Star Spirits dread most. Chapter 107. Galrin's Defense Crumbles. Part 2. Kaelvissa's words raged like a tempest, sweeping through the harsh reality and assaulting Galrin's worldview. His grip on the Stormbreaker tightened, veins bulging and knuckles widening, as the profound pain and cognitive upheaval rendered him nearly incapable of thought. The mournful wail of the Kyriel ancestral light shield echoed in his mind. Demacia's justice shall never tarnish. Galrin's voice was low and hoarse, as if he were chewing on a belief that had accompanied him for half his life, yet now imbued with unprecedented confusion and weight. If the cornerstone itself is a lie and a prison, then where lies justice? His gaze bore into Kaelvissa, devoid of the initial violent intent. With the pain of a wounded lion, he struggled, seeking the last vestige of answers. Prove it to me, Kaelvissa, or whoever you are. Prove the words of the ancestral Kyriel, prove the truth behind this door. Otherwise, I, Galrin of the Sentinels, shall not allow you to desecrate the glory of the Sentinels and the soul of Lux, even if it means my utter destruction. Ionia. The heart of the Ivern's Grove reinforced here and here. Gwen's diminutive figure danced around the colossal vortex of frozen void. The strands of dawn's light streaming from her fingertips were warm and vibrant, akin to a golden stream of life. She was wholly absorbed, her amber eyes reflecting the slow, writhing, purplish-black erosion patterns attempting to break free beneath the icy surface. Zzz. The luminous threads danced gracefully, skillfully evading the formidable blue order of Lyssandra's frozen law. As they deftly entwined around the law nodes that had been struck by the Void's will, rendering them fragile and revealing faint fissures of energy. Each successful mending was accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound, and the crystalline ice in the vicinity grew denser, taking on a deeper hue of blue. The previously reinforced fracture point, now adorned with a resilient golden vein, stood unwavering against the internal onslaught of purplish-black energy. Grandfather Tree. Gwen has mended another thread. Gwen wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, her small face flushed with concentration and a sense of accomplishment. This great ice block seems to have hardened a bit. The sound of the Void's collision appears to have diminished. She tilted her ear. Indeed, dear child, Iwan's thoughts resonated with profound satisfaction and indescribable excitement. Your power is beginning to resonate deeply with Lyssandra's frozen law. This is not mere reinforcement. It is a synergistic repair on a fundamental level. Your protective reshaping power has become a natural adhesive and amplifier for the frozen seal. A miracle. You are the miracle light bestowed by Ionia. The light orb at the heart of the tree seemed to brighten slightly due to Gwen's achievements, its essence of life nurturing the slumbering Ahri with greater stability. The core fragment of Ahri's spirit, marred with cracks, slowly began to coalesce, nourished by the life essence and the surrounding stable environment, as dew-like purple glimmers gradually formed. engaging in an exceedingly slow self-repair. Gwen, the remarkable little seamstress. With her small chest puffed out, her large eyes crescent-shaped with delight, she felt invigorated by the praise. Just as she was about to seek out the next node to reinforce, her amber pupils suddenly narrowed with alarm. She perceived it, not with her eyes, but through the morning light, threads flowing from her fingertips, connecting through a wondrous resonance with Lyssandra's frozen law. Deep within the vast blue ice crystal, at the very core of the frozen vortex of the void, she sensed something else beside the deep purple glimmer representing the observer's will. It was neither void energy nor Lyssandra's frost. A slender, ancient silver thread, imbued with the essence of celestial laws. This thread was the most exquisite spider's web. One end rooted deep within the frozen core of the void energy, while the other extended strangely, piercing through Lyssandra's frozen seal, vanishing beyond the cave's rocky walls, pointing towards the distant northwest. What made Gwen's heart race was that this silver thread was continuously siphoning something from the frozen vortex core. Streams of cold starlight and the essence of confinement flowed along this silver line. Grandfather Tree. Gwen's voice trembled with a mix of fear and confusion. I see a silver bad thread. It's stealing from the heart of the great ice block, stealing that purplish-black, malevolent energy, and a bit of cold, starry light. What? Ion was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented sense of shock and gravity. A silver thread? Extracting energy from the void and starlight? Pointing to the northwest? His vast consciousness immediately began to probe in the direction resonated by Gwen. His root network frantically traced the path of the vanishing silver line. To the northwest, across the sea of watchers, lay the giant god peak. Ion's mind thundered with realization. The star spirits. Gwen instantly recalled her brother Kaelvissa's catchphrase. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Those dastardly star spirits. They were like thieves, stealing the light from Grandfather Tree and pilfering the sinister elements within the great ice blocks. Utterly despicable. Ion understood. I see now. While Lyssandra's freezing of the void whirlpool indeed thwarted the direct arrival of the Watchers, it simultaneously created a temporary high concentration of void energy crystals in Ionia. The star spirits have never relinquished their covetous pursuit and study of void energy. This hidden conduit was their contingency plan. They were siphoning off the frozen essence of the void. They might even be gathering data on the laws governing Lyssandra's perfected ice seal, to enhance their enslavement of the Dragon King through their star chains and other binding creations. Thieves. Wicked thieves. Gwen fumed, her feet stomping in frustration, the dawn's radiance flickering chaotically around her. She intended to sew up their wicked threads, cut them off. But Ion quickly regained his composure, imploring her not to alarm it. This conduit was exceedingly clandestine. Even Lysandra had not detected it, indicating that the star spirit's infiltration and surveillance of this area were far beyond our imagination. Reckless destruction would only stir the snake in the grass. What then? Gwen gazed at the silver thread that continued to pilfer, her anxiety mounting. Should they simply watch them steal? A cunning plan formed in Ion's mind. A chill running through him. Little seamstress, employ your resonance to mend. Do not destroy that silver line, but rather, attempt to subtly stitch a mark of your protection onto it without disturbing its flow. Let it carry your mark back to the giant god peak. Thus, we may be able to reverse locate the precise spot where the star spirits receive these stolen goods. We might even glean some of the secrets behind their utilization of this energy. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Grandfather Tree is so clever. Gwen understood. She would send them a talking thread. Chapter 108. Three-dimensional star map projection. Gwen immediately held her breath, focusing intently. The dawn's light thread at her fingertips became more agile than ever, carefully maneuvering the light thread to avoid the energy flow of the silver line and potential surveillance mechanisms. She wove it like a spider's silk. At the most inconspicuous juncture, she left behind an exceedingly tiny golden mark. Zing! The mark instantly adhered to the silver line, flowing silently with the extracted cold starlight and void energy into the depths of the unknown giant god peak. All done, Gwen whispered in triumph, her face alight with the sly excitement of mischief well executed. Wicked star spirits, await Gwen's little gift. At the very moment Gwen completed her marking, the strands of dawn light at her fingertips seemed to capture fragments of energy fluctuations emanating from the silver conduit. This information was exceedingly distant and nebulous, originating from the direction of the peak of the Titans. Fragment of vague perception 1. A phantom of a grand, icy hall composed entirely of pure starlight, within which countless massive star spirit runes swirled across the dome. Fragment of vague perception 2. In the center of the hall, immense chains, forged from starlight and a chilling metal, suspended in midair, transcending the realms of heaven and earth. These chains pulsed with binding laws, far more potent than those of the Silent Well's furnace and the door of the White Cliff's chamber. Their ends stretched into the boundless depths of the starry sky, restraining an existence of unfathomable grandeur. One of these chains' projections was directly linked to the point Gwen had just marked. Energy, a blend of Void's purple radiance and starlight, coursed along the chain towards the depths of the cosmos. Fragment of vague perception 3. A blurry thought flickered by. The purity of the Ionia node sample has increased, rendering it suitable for the 7th star chain anchor point, with an anticipated enhancement of 0.73 in the stability of the Dragon King's shackles. The Dragon King's shackles? Gwen's eyes widened, although she grasped little of it. An instinctive wave of trepidation washed over her. She promptly relayed this nebulous perception through the root network to A1, as well as to Kaelvissa, deep within Damasia's White Cliff. Before the immense chamber door of Damasia's White Cliff, Kaelvissa stood confronting Galrin's final inquiry. Gwen's transmission of the vague perception fragment traversed the spatial expanse through A1's root network. Buzz. In Kaelvissa's embrace, the fragment of the star core belonging to the Glorian shield, along with the luminous shield emblem on his left chest, erupted in an unprecedented brilliance and resonance. The melting starlight flowing from the fragment flickered violently, while the gold and white radiance of the shield emblem soared skyward. Simultaneously, the chamber door ahead, exuding an aura of star spirits, reacted intensely. The starry runes etched upon the door began to spin wildly. The chain patterns entwined around the emblem of Damasia's eagle ignited with blinding silver light. In Galrin's astonished gaze, the vast door transformed as countless star runes' luminosity intertwined and coalesced, projecting an extraordinarily grand and intricate three-dimensional star map into the void before the door. At the heart of the star map lay immense chains of pure starlight and chilling metal. They entwined and bound a colossal dragon phantom, radiating endless starry brilliance. This was none other than the Starforged Dragon King, Aurelion Sol. At the edges of the projection, within the expanse of the numerous colossal star chains, several celestial nodes were prominently marked, each emanating a distinct luminescence. One was the peak of the Titans, ablaze with flames. Another was the frost-covered Freljord, and yet another was the Rune Continent. Upon the marked points of the Rune Continent, several slender chains extended, one of which unmistakably pointed towards the illustrious city of Damasia. It directed towards the locations of the Silent Well and the White Cliff Chamber. Even another branch's extremity was conspicuously connected to a tree-shaped mark emanating an emerald glow, that of Ivern. Furthermore, an almost imperceptible silver stream of energy flowed from the Ivern marking towards the stellar node of the Giant's Peak. It was indeed the conduit marked by Gwen. What sent a chill through Galrin's very being was the sight of countless warm, luminous souls at the node representing Damasia, being extracted, absorbed, and transported by those delicate star chain branches towards the core, sustaining the binding of the dragon. Among them, several particularly radiant orbs emitted a familiar aura that sent tremors through his soul. Lux, Grayson, and the ancestor of Chicaleo. Beside the star map projection, ancient texts composed of starlight gradually materialized, detailing the star's spirit operational panel data. Starry Prison Network, Secondary Node, Damasia, Function, Energy Extraction, Secondary Law Anchoring. Information Obfuscation, Current Status, Stable Operation, Silent Well Furnace Efficiency, 87, White Cliff Chamber Shield, Activated. Threat Assessment, Unknown Variables Exist, Chaos Container Kaelvissa. Light Seed Luxana Fragments, Recommendation, Eliminate or Recover, Boom. Galrin felt his mind go blank. All his anger, doubt, and struggle were utterly crushed before this cruel, cold, and overwhelmingly despairing tableau of the Star Spirit Prison. He perceived Damasia's position within the grand blueprint of the Star Spirit, a secondary node drained of energy, shrouded in deception, treated as a component of confinement. He beheld the shocking efficiency numbers from the Silent Well furnace. He witnessed the souls of his ancestors and sister being extracted as fuel. He saw the Star Spirit's cold directive to eliminate or recover the fragments of Kaelvissa and Lux. The foundation of his faith crumbled in that moment. A beastly whimper escaped Galrin's throat as the Stormblade clattered to the ground. His towering form swayed, as if his very spine had been severed. He staggered backward, heavily leaning against the frigid stone wall, slowly sliding to the ground. His lion-like head hung low, broad shoulders trembling violently. Justice shall never be tarnished. He hoarsely repeated this once unwavering conviction, his voice brimming with boundless sorrow, self-mockery, and profound despair. It dawned upon him that Damatian justice had been predicated upon a foundation of cages and lies from the very beginning. Were we all but livestock nurtured by the star spirits? Kaelvissa's deep violet eyes reflected the shattered Galrin and the floating star chain projection. Our thoughts shaped, our actions controlled, our tastes predetermined, our lives influenced by those we have never met. A chilling voice echoed before the silent chamber door. Now do you believe, Galrin Crownguard? The chains of Demacia must be severed. The key, Kael, cast her gaze upon the central door, where the diamond-shaped recess perfectly accommodated Lux's shard. Here it is. Chapter 109. 2 artifacts within the secret chamber of the majestic Demacian White Cliff. The heavy cosmic door silently slid open inward at the moment Lux's shard was embedded. What surged forth from behind the door was an icy chill, 100-fold more intense than that outside. It was a solidification forgotten by time, imprisoned by laws for millennia. The walls, constructed of an anti-magic stone, were suffocatingly thick, etched with intricate starry chain runes far more complex than those outside. Countless chain runes flowed across the surface of the walls with an agonizing slowness. Kael hesitated to enter immediately. He called for Galrin, the shield of Demacia, who entered with his great sword, stepping boldly inside. As he crossed the threshold, no hidden mechanisms activated within the chamber. Kael paused for a brief moment before stepping forward. His deep violet eyes quickly adjusted to the dimly lit environment. The chamber was modest in size, circular in shape. At its center stood an ancient stone pedestal, also crafted from anti-magic stone, adorned with starry chain runes. Suspended above the pedestal were 2 artifacts. On the left rested an ancient scroll, neither leather nor silk, exuding a dark golden hue. The surface of the scroll bore no inscriptions, only countless fine silver streaks, indistinguishable to the naked eye, swirling and shifting like the trajectories of stars. From the core of the scroll emanated an exceedingly sharp aura, reminiscent of severing all laws. Merely sensing this aura caused Kael's light shield emblem on his left chest to emit a resonant hum of yearning. Even the shard of Lux in his possession conveyed a sense of kinship. Undoubtedly, this was the secret method of severing the chains, guarded by the first generation of the Crown Guard and the Sentinels. On the right lay a small, irregular dark blue ice crystal fragment, no larger than a palm. The shard radiated a bone-chilling coldness, akin to that of the howling abyss. Within its icy depths seemed to lie an extraordinarily pure source of law-breaking essence. Encased within the ice crystal were a few droplets of deep blue liquid, resembling congealed blood, emanating an ancient and pure aura of ice blood lineage. This was indeed the shard of the Ice Covenant mentioned by Ivern, containing the very essence of the destructive ice law technique. Kael was astonished by the remarkable ease of his venture. He encountered no traps or mechanisms. The 2 artifacts floated silently, as if mocking his caution or enticing his innermost desires. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Did the proud celestial being believe no one could enter this space? Or was it merely bait left for those who would come after? Kael, rather than rushing to obtain these 2 items, paused to observe his surroundings. Upon the walls of the chamber, alongside the flowing starry runes, hung several grand murals crafted from a luminous crystal. The imagery within these murals caused the deep purple pupils of Kael to constrict sharply. The first mural depicted 3 formidable female ancestors, exuding an aura of chilling frost, standing resolutely at the precipice of the wailing abyss, igniting their essence to unleash countless colossal, rune-imbued azure ice chains that ensnared the terrifying purple shadows swirling within the abyss, the tendrils of the Watcher. The scene was both tragic and harrowing. In the second mural, the perspective shifted, drawing back to reveal the multitude of ice chains plunging into the abyss, their ends stretching towards the boundless starry sky above the realm of runes. Deep within that celestial expanse, even larger starry chains were seen fiercely entwining a colossal dragon radiating an infinite brilliance of stars. Disturbingly, the ends of these starry chains were audaciously grafted onto the ice chains. The star spirits were siphoning and utilizing the sacrifice of the ice bloodline to seal the primordial pristine ice power of the void, forging chains to subjugate the Dragon King. The third mural focused on Demacia. It portrayed the inaugural king of the Light Shield and the first sentinel of the Iron Wall, Gilio, confronting several indistinct starry emissaries cloaked in robes of starlight at a hidden altar. The king of the Light Shield brandished a colossal sword, his gaze fierce. Gilio grasped his military insignia, his expression resolute. Upon the altar behind them rested the dark blue shard of the Ice Covenant and the dormant fragmented lock scroll. An ancient Demacian proverb was inscribed at the bottom of the mural, now steeped in irony. Strength comes from protection, and glory belongs to justice. Yet, The foundation of this strength and glory seemed to be built upon the shackles bestowed by the star spirits. Do you see it? Galrin, the crown guard. Kaelvissa's frigid voice shattered the silence of the chamber. He did not turn, yet each word fell like a hammer upon Galrin, who had just entered the chamber. Is this the source of pride for your Demacia? Shackles exchanged for filthy bargains with the star spirits. Components of a prison acquired through the sacrifice of ice bloodlines and the humiliation of ancestors. Galrin's complexion turned ashen. His gaze was fixed upon the third mural. Observing the resolute yet sorrowful expression of his ancestor Gilio, and the icy disdain reflected in the blurred visage of the starry emissaries. Recalling the soul-stirring projection of the star chains outside the door moments prior, his robust form trembled violently, emitting a rasping sound from his throat. As immense anguish and the despair of a shattered faith threatened to engulf him, the storm breaker clattered from his grasp, crashing heavily onto the enchanted stone floor. Ugh! Galrin emitted a sound akin to a dying beast, his lion-like eyes devoid of luster, leaving only an abyss of desolation and emptiness. Kaelvissa no longer regarded him. His attention was entirely captivated by two items upon the stone pedestal. He extended his left hand. A glow of chaotic energy mingled with the power of the light shield igniting in his palm, slowly reaching for the suspended fragmented lock scroll. At the moment of his imminent grasp, the flowing starry runes upon the chamber walls erupted in blinding silver light. A surge of celestial energy, imbued with an unwavering will of confinement, descended in an instant. Invisible shackles, numbering in the billions, violently entwined around Kaelvissa's body and soul, intent on freezing and shattering him completely. This was the final defensive mechanism set by the celestial beings against any intruders daring to tamper with the secret of severing locks. Indeed, it is at the moment of success that a person is most relaxed, revealing their greatest vulnerabilities. The celestial defense mechanism, positioned here, could hardly be deemed benevolent. The celestial leash resorts to its familiar tactics once more. Kaelvissa scoffed quietly, his deep violet eyes swirling with chaotic eddies. The emblem of the light shield on his left chest erupted with an unprecedented golden-white radiance, resonating perfectly with the power of the Lux fragment cradled in his arms. Simultaneously, his right hand swiftly produced the second ion tendril mark. Sever it for me. 3 forces of chaotic devouring and destruction. The protective and dispelling nature of the light shield bloodline and Lux's brilliance, and the life principles and spatial shielding contained within the ion tendril mark erupted within Kaelvissa with tremendous force. Chapter 110. Acquiring the secret of severing locks and the fragment of the ice covenant. Boom. An invisible shockwave, potent enough to rend the very fabric of laws, exploded outward from Kaelvissa. The confining power of the celestial beings, with thousands of chains, was simultaneously severed. The invisible shackles that had entwined him crumbled into fragments, annihilated. Kaelvissa's left hand, ablaze with 4 colors of light, traversed through the dissipating celestial confinement without hindrance, seizing the scroll of the secret of severing locks. It felt icy to the touch. The moment he grasped the scroll, the silver luminescence flowing across its surface suddenly faltered. Then, like rivers returning to the sea, it surged wildly into his palm, coursing up his arm, and violently plunging into the depths of his consciousness. Boom! Kaelvissa's mind erupted as if a dam had burst. Countless fragments of ancient, arcane knowledge, energy trajectories, and nodes of lawbreaking flooded in like a torrent. He beheld energy blades formed purely of lawbreaking, precisely severing the nodes of various energy shackles. He witnessed, utilizing the source of lawbreaking within the ice covenant fragment, could momentarily freeze, disrupt, or even assimilate the flow of energy within the celestial chains. He discerned how to employ the resonance of the light shield bloodline and the light seed soul to implant seeds of rebellion deep within the celestial imprint, causing it to crumble from within. At the core of it all was an ultimate rune, imprinted deep within the soul, composed of countless trajectories of severed chains, the ultimate rune of severing locks. Mastering it would unveil the weaknesses of the celestial shackles, granting the potential to sever all confinement. This was not merely a secret technique, it was a legacy. The initial rebels, at the cost of their lives, paved the way for future generations to break free from their shackles. Ugh! The overwhelming influx of information caused Kaelvissa to emit a muffled groan, his body swaying slightly. In a moment of disorientation, he glimpsed himself in another dimension. There, iron boxes whooshed past, adorned with strangely dressed individuals, alongside an innumerable array of towering edifices. He finds himself seated within a sealed compartment, soaring toward the starry expanse. Pressure envelopes him from all directions, blood surging to his brain. His breath becomes increasingly labored, each gasp a luxury. Suddenly, it feels as if he has emerged from the depths of water, greedily inhaling the fresh air. He has returned, back to this time and space. All of it feels like a dream, yet resonates with genuine experience. His deep violet pupils abruptly widen, radiating an unprecedented sharpness. The luminous shield emblem upon his left chest blazes with intensity, the intricate patterns seeming to deepen in complexity, subtly resonating with the mark of the severed chains. He senses an ethereal blade, wrought from the depths of his chaotic vortex, forged to cleave through shackles. This invisible blade floats within the chaotic whirlpool, surrounded by a small, isolated space. The whirlpool must be navigated. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaelvissa extends his right hand once more, reaching for the fragment of the icy covenant that emanates a piercing chill. This time, no defenses are triggered. The moment his fingers brush against the shard, an ancient, pure force of ice surges into his body, infused with the essence of arcane dispelling. This power does not clash with his chaotic strength. Instead, it is guided by the force of the severed chains, merging into the newly born ethereal blade within the depths of his soul. Instantly, a flowing, ghostly blue radiance envelopes the blade's edge. Kaelvissa firmly grasps the scroll of severed chains in his left hand, the fragment of the icy covenant in his right, and slowly turns. His gaze sweeps across the murals. The leash of the star spirits. Kaelvissa's voice echoes in the silence of the chamber, from Demacia onward. I shall sever each one of you. He strides toward the door, his steps steady and resolute. As he passes by Galrin, his pace momentarily falters, his cold gaze resting upon the other's unfocused visage. Galrin, the sentinel of Demacia, the chains lie before you. Will you continue as the star spirit's leashed hound? Or will you take up your sword? Kaelvissa's eyes linger on the heavy storm sword on the ground, uttering each word deliberately. Sever the chains, reclaim your life? In the heart of the Ionia tree cave, grandfather tree, Gwen's little thread is stirring. It is speaking. Gwen exclaims, her excitement bubbling like a joyful brook. Her petite form leans over a massive, ghostly blue ice crystal, her fingertips delicately connecting with the minuscule golden mark she had stealthily sewn onto the silver conduit of the star spirit. At this moment, that mark is transmitting faint waves of energy and fragments of information. Ian, filled with anticipation, asks, "What do you hear, child?" Gwen, with her eyes closed and a look of concentration on her small face, the amber light of her thoughts flickering at her brow, strives to decipher the sounds emanating from the mark. So many cold stars are arguing. A voice proclaimed, the void starburst energy transmitted by the Ionia node has met the required purity standards. The 7th star chain anchor point, the left-wing shackles of the Dragon King, has been successfully reinforced and injected, resulting in a stability coefficient increase of 0.73, aligning with expectations. Another, more frigid voice interjected, inefficiency prevails. The interference from the ice seal is severe. I request the invocation of the Winter's Cry protocol to draw upon reserve energy, forcibly extracting the essence from the depths of the Ionia node to accelerate energy enrichment. The first voice countered, the risks are too high. The connection between the Ionia roots and the ley lines is too tight. Forced extraction could provoke a backlash from the world tree's consciousness, exposing the conduits. The stability of the Dragon King's shackles is already at a critical point. I advise against taking such a risk. It would be prudent to await the results of the Freljord Ice Scar plan and utilize the void tides dissipating from the howling abyss more safely. Then, a quarrel ensued. How fierce! Gwen's delicate thread nearly snapped. She wrinkled her little nose, still shaken. The 7th star chain anchor point, the left-wing shackles of the Dragon King, the Winter's Cry protocol, the Ice Scar plan, and the howling abyss. Ion instantly gleaned vital information from Gwen's description, each word sending tremors through his very soul. The Celestials are indeed utilizing stolen energy to fortify the shackles binding the Dragon King. They even intend to forcibly extract the essence from the Ionia ley lines. Moreover, the Ice Scar plan of Lysandra from Freljord is indeed linked to the abyss. Grandfather tree. But wait. A hint of terror crept into Gwen's thoughts. She overheard that sinister, cold voice mention activating a contingency plan to deploy cleaners to the Demacian White Cliff node to eliminate pollution and recover fragments of light. Brother is over there. They have villains aiming to attack him. Cleaners. Ion brimmed with icy murderous intent. Those are the Celestial specialized units for dealing with pollution. A surge of energy coursed through the root veins. It was Kaelvissa. He had successfully obtained the secrets of the broken shackles and fragments of the Ice Covenant. Chapter 111. Objective: Freljord. Howling Abyss. Brother. Brother has succeeded. Gwen immediately sensed the familiar, yet now even more formidable aura of Kaelvissa, and exclaimed in delight. Kaelvissa, filled with immense relief, acknowledged the urgency. The celestial cleaners have locked onto the white cliff. Kaelvissa responded firmly, infused with newfound confidence from mastering the power of the broken shackles. Let them come. It is the perfect opportunity to test the sharpness of my newly forged chain-slicing blade. In his thoughts, he conveyed a clear image of an energy diagram, derived from the secrets of the broken shackles, which was a magnified section of the earlier star chain projection outside the secret chamber. The diagram distinctly marked the energy connection pathway between the Damatian node and the Giant's Peak node. Among these pathways, one relatively slender starlight channel was currently flickering red, indicating the transmission of the cleaner's orders. Little Taylor, Kaelvissa inquired, can your thread attach to their conduits? Locate this order channel. Kaelvissa transmitted the coordinates of the flickering red starlight channel to Gwen through the diagram. Use your needle to sew a gift back to them. Embroider the cleaner's coordinates into a large package and send it back to the Giant's Peak. Let the celestial beings savor the taste of being marked. Oh, how clever my brother is. Gwen's large eyes sparkled with excitement in an instant. Sending a grand parcel to the wicked celestial beings? This is far more exhilarating than mere stitching. Leave it to Gwen. She is an expert at wrapping parcels. A mischievous glint illuminated her petite face as she immediately channeled her thoughts into the threads of dawnlight connecting her fingertips. Locking onto the coordinates of the passage conveyed by Kaelvissa, she had discovered the delivery order of the villains. Gwen's consciousness swiftly traversed the intricate web of celestial energy, following the previously left marks, and soon honed in on a target, an energy stream that was rapidly transmitting the directives and coordinate data for the scavenger. Witness Gwen's prowess. The oversized return parcel is ready for you. Gwen held her breath, her amber eyes gleaming with an unprecedented focus and mischievous thrill. The dawnlight threads at her fingertips transformed from warm and gentle to razor-sharp and nimble. She deftly manipulated the threads, gently piercing the edge of the energy stream of the directive channel. The threads did not disrupt the data flow itself, but swiftly scanned and copied the information pertaining to the scavenger. Subsequently, Gwen enveloped all the copied information with her dawnlight and the power of guardianship, compressing and wrapping it into a layered cocoon of light. Finally, on the outermost layer of this luminous cocoon, she embroidered several crooked yet derisive words for the wicked celestial beings. Your thieving plan has been exposed. Signed, Gwen the Stitcher. All done. Let me launch it. With a flick of her mind, Gwen propelled the threads like a slingshot. The dawnlight package containing her meticulously crafted secret operation plan and taunting message was instantly injected back into the celestial directive channel. Following the direction of the data flow within the channel, it surged toward the source at a speed tenfold greater than a normal directive, aimed at a core node of the Celestial Council atop the Titan's Peak. Task accomplished. Gwen clapped her tiny hands, her face flushed with the thrill of having achieved something monumental, eagerly anticipating the surprise package for the wicked celestial beings. Iwan looked on, bemused. Well done, child. This return gift will surely send the Celestial Council into a frenzy for a while, granting us precious time. At that moment, beside the heart of the tree's light, Ahri, whose spirit was marred with cracks, suddenly stirred slightly. A ripple of thought emanated from the fragment of origin at her core, dreamlike and fragmented. It conveyed to Kaelvissa. Gwen and Iwan, Northern Realm, Key, 3 Blood Covenant, awaiting you. Though the message was faint and sporadic, it conveyed an urgency and call that transcended time and space. Clearly, deep within her soul, Ahri, through the fragment of origin, sensed a disturbance from the direction of Freljord, resonating with the ice crystal plan that Gwen had overheard. Demacia. The cold, sharp voice of Kael pierced through the air, resolute and unwavering. The leash of the star's spirit has severed its first link. It is time to head north and sever another. Ionia, Ahri, Gwen, prepare for relocation. Our destination is Freljord, the abyss of wailing. At the edge of the icy front of Freljord, a deathly white looms. As far as the eye can see, there exists only an all-consuming, tumultuous blizzard and an endless expanse of frozen earth. The howling wind is a colossal beast forged from billions of ice blades, ceaselessly roaring and slicing through the air. Snowflakes, as hard as steel, whip up from the ground, striking the face like tangible lashes. The temperature plummets to the point where even the breath exhaled instantly crystallizes into icy powder. The sky is a heavy, leaden curtain, pressing down upon the head, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. This is the forbidden zone of life, Freljord. Here, Only the most resilient and merciless creatures can endure. Kael trudged through the knee-deep snow, each step a battle against the unforgiving terrain. He was enveloped in a thick, rough cloak fashioned from the pelts of some great beast of the tundra, the hood pulled low to reveal only his deep purple eyes, vigilantly scanning the swirling blizzard around him. Each breath felt like a knife tearing through his lungs. A chaotic vortex swirled slowly in his left chest, consuming the frigid air that invaded his body, yet rendering the void-like patterns on his skin even darker and more ominous in the biting cold. Cradled in his arms, the fragmented soul of Lux was carefully wrapped in layers of warm, runic fabric, pressed closely to his chest, providing the only stable source of warmth. On his back, a meticulously woven backpack crafted from special vines and resilient hides held within a bed of Ionia's roots, exuding a faint warmth of life. Ahri's nearly transparent spirit curled within, the cracks of her core fragment still visible. Yet the purple points of light at the edges seemed more concentrated than they had been in the caverns. Gwen's petite form was nestled beside Ahri's spirit, swathed in a thick, luminous blanket, with only her amber eyes peering out, curious yet cautious as she surveyed the harsh, unfamiliar white world. She clutched tightly to the dark blue fragment of the ice covenant, its chill merging with the external cold to create an odd equilibrium. "It's so cold, brother." Gwen's voice trembled slightly, conveyed through thought. "It's 100 times colder than Grandpa Tree's caverns." She curled up tightly, as the faint light of dawn flickered beneath the blanket, desperately trying to generate warmth for herself and the slumbering Ahri. Holding the ice fragment close, Kael spoke in short, frigid words. "Its essence can obscure our trail and mislead certain entities. Can Grandpa Tree hear us?" Gwen thought anxiously. After entering this eternally snowbound realm, her connection with Ionia through the network of roots had grown exceedingly weak, intermittent. She could only occasionally catch a distant whisper, faint and elusive. The roots extend with great difficulty, as the chilling breath of ice and the void interferes severely. Iwan's intermittent voice warns that beneath the frozen soil lies the lurking ice marks of the void. Lysandra's gaze is omnipresent. Suddenly, Kaelvissa's footsteps halt abruptly. His deep purple pupils constrict, fixating intensely on the swirling snow ahead. A low, desolate, and piercing horn sound pierces through the howling wind, echoing from the front. Following closely is the heavy and thunderous sound of hooves. The earth trembles. The curtain of wind and snow is violently torn asunder by an unseen force. Chapter 112. Claw of Winter Sejuani, the frost archer of Avaros and ash, and dozens of colossal beasts, resembling small houses, covered in thick white fur and ice-blue armor akin to moving white fortresses, thunderously charge forth. The Jervisk wild boars, their fearsome tusks encrusted with frost, exhale plumes of white smoke with each labored breath, their blood-red eyes glimmering with wildness and hunger amidst the storm. Upon the back of each giant beast sits a warrior of the Claw of Winter, clad in heavy furs and rough bone armor, their faces painted with indigo battle tattoos. Armed with massive bone clubs, icy battle axes, or heavy spears, they unleash primal war cries, their gazes reminiscent of wolves stalking their prey. At the center of these warriors stands a particularly formidable beast, towering over 3 meters, upon which a figure is seated. While not extraordinarily tall, she exudes an aura of oppression that resonates at the heart of the polar storm. The edges of her deep blue cloak are adorned with sharp ice wolf fangs. Her bare right arm muscular and etched with ancient indigo battle markings that extend to her neck and half of her cheek. In her hand, she holds no weapon but a staff crafted from the leg bone of some colossal beast, its tip embedded with a haunting blue crystal. Beneath her hood is a face with sharp, chiseled features, ice-blue eyes devoid of emotion, radiating a thirst for survival and absolute disdain for the weak. Sejuani, the battle mother of the Claw of Winter, the undisputed ruler of one of the 3 main powers of Freljord, the Claw of Winter. Outsider. Sejuani's cold voice cuts through the wind and beastly roars, reaching Kaelvissa's ears with an undeniable decree. Entering the hunting grounds of the Claw of Winter offers but 2 choices: submit, or become the dung of the giant beasts of the tundra. As her final word resonates, the surrounding warriors of the Claw of Winter unleash a thunderous war cry, their weapons pointed menacingly at Kaelvissa. Dozens of Jervisk wild boars scrape their hooves upon the ice armor, emitting threatening growls, their fetid breath billowing forth. A terrifying aura of murderous intent and extreme cold presses down upon him. The Law of the Jungle, a warrior, bearing a grotesque scar across his face and wielding a massive icy battle axe, roars fiercely. He is one of Sejuani's most fervent followers. For the Battle Mother S is the law of the tundra. Kneel or perish. Brother. Gwen's face turned pale with fear, tightly clutching Kyle's cloak in the backpack. Overwhelmed by the multitude of monstrous beings and the menacing presence surrounding her, the chilling gaze of Kyle, with his deep purple pupils, pierced through the blizzard and fixated on Sejuani's frostbitten visage. He did not respond to her threats, but slowly raised his right hand to rest upon the luminous shield emblem on his left chest. The golden-white light flickered defiantly between his fingers, appearing faint yet glaring amidst the frigid expanse. Winter's Claw, Sejuani, Kyle's voice echoed with a similar chill. Yet it carried an extraordinary force that cut through the storm. Your hunting grounds? Soon, all of Freljord shall become a hunting ground for the Void and the Celestials. Are you still quarreling over the ownership of refuse? These words instantly ignited the fury of the warriors of Winter's Claw. Impudence. To show disrespect to the Hunt Mother. Tear him apart, roared the scarred warrior, urging his monstrous steed to charge forth. Sejuani's ice-blue eyes narrowed slightly, and her bone staff paused momentarily in her grasp. An invisible pressure of icy dread expanded instantaneously, silencing the restless warriors and beasts. The murderous intent in her gaze intensified as she regarded Kyle, as if observing an intriguing yet soon-to-be crushed insect. Void. Celestials? Sejuani's voice dripped with a frigid mockery. Trinkets used by cowards and deceivers to frighten children. I place my faith solely in the power within my grasp, the frozen ground beneath my feet, and the sustenance that allows me to see the morrow. Her ice-blue pupils swept over the backpack behind Kyle. Those two frail beings you carry are scarcely enough to fill the gaps in a beast's teeth. Surrender all valuable possessions upon your person, including that glowing stone upon your chest. Perhaps I might show mercy and allow you to become the most wretched slave of Winter's Claw, surviving to see tomorrow. The Hunt Mother's mercy is your only path to survival, added another warrior, brandishing a spear with a sinister glare. Brother, please, Gwen whispered in the backpack, terrified not only of the monstrous beings and warriors, but also of the thought of losing Kyle. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with the anticipation of impending conflict. Whoosh! A streak of ice-blue light, akin to a shooting star, tore through the storm, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air, landing in the clearing between Kyle and the warriors of Winter's Claw. Boom! Ice shards erupted. A long arrow, wholly composed of pure ice, embedded itself deeply into the frozen ground. The arrow's tail quivered slightly, emanating a pure and resilient aura of cold, instantly forming a small patch of smooth ice around its impact site. This essence was starkly different from Sejuani's frigid rage. Following this, a clear and gentle female voice pierced through the blizzard. Halt! Sejuani, the blood of ice is intertwined. The pact of the three sisters endures. This person is under the protection of Aurelion. In the snowstorm, the silhouettes of another group emerged. Though few in number, barely a dozen, they were well-equipped and disciplined. They donned substantial fur armor emblazoned with the white wolf insignia, wielding longbows or gleaming swords cloaked in frost. At the forefront stood a warrior, proudly raising a banner adorned with the image of a soaring ice phoenix. Ahead of the procession, a statuesque woman of noble bearing rode upon the back of a magnificent, snow-white tundra wolf, draped in a silver fur cloak embedded with delicate ice crystals. Her hood revealed a strikingly beautiful yet resolute visage, her ice-blue eyes resembling pristine lakes, gazing toward Kaelvissa, as well as the small face of Gwen peeking from his pack and the ethereal glow of Ahri's spirit. Ash, the Battle Mother of Aurelion. The leader of Aurelion, a primary faction in Freljord. Ash. Sejuani's brow furrowed into a frigid knot, her gaze toward the newcomer brimming with unabashed hostility and disdain. Put away your facade of peace and alliances. Aurelion's weakness is unworthy of the prey of the Frost's Claw. He is not prey, Sejuani. Ash's voice rang clear and resolute. She gently patted her tundra wolf and advanced a few steps, her gaze sweeping over Kaelvissa and the pack behind him, lingering momentarily on the faint essence of Ahri's spirit. They carry an ancient essence intertwined with the fate of this land. More importantly, I sense Lysandra's watchful gaze. Ash's eyes sharply scanned a certain direction amidst the swirling snow, her frost markings spreading across the area. Do you wish to deplete our dwindling strength beneath the eyes of the Watcher? Lysandra. Sejuani's ice-blue pupils narrowed sharply. The name evidently struck a chord within her. Chapter 113. The three-breath wager. The blizzards of Freljord showed no signs of abating. The frost witch, Lysandra. A name that incites hatred in the tundra. Sejuani gripped her bone staff tightly, her knuckles paling from the exertion. She was acutely aware of the terror that the Frost Witch instilled and her covert manipulations that had divided the descendants of the three sisters. Ash's mention of the frost markings and the Watcher momentarily unsettled her murderous intent. The frost marking plan. Sejuani's voice dipped, tinged with a barely perceptible wariness. What trickery is that traitor playing now? Her ice-blue gaze scrutinized Kaelvissa once more. You speak of the Star Spirit, the Void, and Lyssandra's involvement? Lies. Ash is once again weaving sweet words to shield her little lamb. The scarred warrior could no longer contain his fury. Battle Mother, allow me to rend this outsider apart. Seize his possessions. Avarosan's weakness deserves no spoils. Enough. Olaf. Sejuani's sharp command silenced the berserker instantly. Her ice-blue eyes darted between Kaelvissa and Ash, finally locking onto the emblem of a radiant shield on Kaelvissa's left chest, flickering defiantly amid the tempest. A glimmer of avarice flickered deep within her gaze. Ash. Sejuani's tone turned coldly calculating. You wish to spare them? Very well. But the rules of Freljord must not be broken. Do you seek the protection of Avarosan? Sejuani's bone staff suddenly pointed towards Kaelvissa, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with a cruel glint. Let him prove he is not worthless. Blood of ice and steel. The victor shall live. The vanquished shall feed the great beast. If he can endure 3 breaths under my frostbreaker, Udur, you may take him away. Should he fail? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Sejuani's mouth, and he, along with all he carries, shall belong to the Frost's Claw. As Sejuani's words echoed, a silent figure among the Frost's Claw warriors slowly emerged. He was not particularly tall, and his stature was slightly hunched. Clad in the simplest of tattered furs stained with ancient blood, his face adorned with ice-like indigo war markings, rendering his features nearly indistinguishable. Most striking were his hands, which were not human at all. Instead, they were massive bare paws covered in thick white fur, with claws as sharp as blades. An aura of primal ferocity, wild yet imbued with an eerie calmness, emanated from him. With each step he took, the frozen ground silently crystallized with intricate ice fissures. Udur, the beast's spirit walker of the Frost's Claw, one of Sejuani's most enigmatic and formidable warriors. Ash's expression turned grave in an instant. She was acutely aware of the terror embodied by this beast's spirit walker, a being who fused the spirit of the beast into himself, transforming into the wrath of nature. Let alone 3 breaths, an ordinary warrior could not withstand even a single strike from him. Brother, no. Gwen screamed in terror from her basket, sensing the dreadful aura emanating from the bare-pawed man. He was utterly terrifying. Gwen felt as though needles would snap her in two under his might. Kaelvissa's deep violet pupils narrowed slightly, fixated on the approaching Udur. The ferocious power of the beast spirit, the essence that melded with the frozen earth, instilled an unprecedented pressure within him. His right hand, clutching the shard of the Frost Covenant, trembled with eager anticipation. Deep within his soul, an invisible blade, marked with the sigil of broken chains, sensed a provocation and hummed with a desire for confrontation. Ash could not help but furrow her brow. Sejuani, you ice pig. Among this horde of barbaric beasts, Udur is your foremost creature. Do you presume all are as resilient as you? This battle is unjust. I propose a contest of building an ice fortress to withstand the blizzards. That is the true way of survival in the great Freljord, Ash bartered. Not necessary. I shall fight him. Kaelvissa's cold voice resonated. 3 breaths. He bore a sharpness capable of severing an obstructive bare paw. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant lad, you shall pay for this. You are unaware of how many ignorant souls like you have perished beneath the strength of my Udur the bear. Udur exclaimed with utmost confidence. After all, the primal will of the ancient bear spirit was sufficient to grind steel into dust. Moreover, in addition to the ancient bear spirit, he possessed 2 other trump cards. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Udur's colossal paw, cloaked in white fur, surged upward with startling speed. There were no flamboyant gestures. Only the raw and terrifying force akin to a collapsing mountain, descending upon Kael with an unyielding might. The very fabric of space groaned under the immense pressure of this primal power. Thus commenced the icy blood sport upon the frozen plains of Freljord. In an undisclosed location, upon the frozen throne, Lysandra sat in serene stillness. Here, there were no howling winds or swirling snow, only an eternal edifice of crystalline, azure ice. Towering ice columns upheld a lofty dome, while ice crystals refracted ethereal light from unknown sources, casting eerie reflections throughout the space, chilling to the bone. She wore an opulent gown, sculpted from the purest essence of ice, adorned with a crown of frost, her visage shrouded in a veil of misty ice. Before her floated a vast circular mirror of ethereal blue ice, reflecting the confrontation and impending clash taking place upon the frozen soil of Freljord. The figures of Kael, Sejuani, Ashe, Gwen, and Ahri were rendered with startling clarity. A frost sentinel, clad in crystalline armor, stood sentinel by her throne, its features obscured but revealing its four-legged stature. The icy tendrils of conflict had already spread to the front lines. Lyssandra's frigid voice echoed through the vast hall, announcing that the pieces were now in play. Her gaze pierced through the ice mirror, landing squarely on Ahri, who lay asleep in Kael's pack, and on Gwen, who clutched the shards of ice tightly. Pain serves as the finest catalyst, igniting Sejuani's ferocity and Ashe's duplicity, forging them anew when the shackles shatter the frozen throne. The corners of Lyssandra's mouth, hidden beneath the ice fog, seemed to curl into a chillingly exquisite arc. This, indeed, signified the true commencement of breaking the cycle. My lord's wisdom is like the stars above and the snow-capped mountains of the plains. These foolish souls shall merely serve as pawns upon our path to success, replied the Frost Sentinel commander, Rim, standing steadfast beside the throne. Indeed, you are a true centaur, unmatched in your talent for flattery. Yet, I find it rather endearing. Continue your surveillance and document the data on the encroaching frost, particularly the essence of that little seamstress's power. Her needle may yet mend fractures that even the purest ice cannot bind. As you wish, my lord, Rim replied in a mechanical tone. The data collection for Phase 3 of the Frost program continues. The energy fluctuation signatures of the target seamstress, Gwen, are currently being recorded and analyzed. The image within the ice mirror froze at the moment Udur's paw, imbued with devastating force, was poised to strike Kael's head. Deep within Lyssandra's icy gaze, an ethereal blue light flickered silently, eagerly anticipating a splendid display of combat. Chapter 114. 3 breaths have passed. The paw of the bear has yet to descend, but the pressure of the wind precedes it. Udur, draped in a thick mantle of white fur, with claws akin to blades, unleashed a wave of frigid energy that bore the weight of frozen souls and the sheer force that could rend the very fabric of space. Descending upon Kael with tremendous force, the gusts of his palm parted even the most violent blizzards in an instant. The air erupted into a cacophony, burdened by the impending doom. This strike, imbued with the untamed spirit of ancient bears, possessed the capacity to reduce steel to mere powder. Brother! Gwen cried out in terror from her basket. Her diminutive form instinctively radiated the light of dawn, striving to coalesce into a protective shield. Yet the ferocious pressure of the beast's spirit obliterated her feeble glow in an instant. All she could do was watch helplessly as the annihilating paw descended upon her. Kael's deep violet irises contracted to their utmost limit. Time seemed to freeze. At this critical juncture, an invisible blade, branded with the mark of severance deep within his soul, erupted with unprecedented resonance. Without the need for contemplation, instinct took over. Sever! Kael roared. The shard of the Ice Covenant in his right hand blazed with an ethereal azure light. A pure, anti-magic chill surged down his arm, forcefully injecting itself into the frozen earth beneath him, which had been encased in ice for millennia. Crack! With Kael as the epicenter, the frozen ground within a 10-meter radius instantly became a web of intricate fissures. These cracks were not mere physical damage, but rather a manifestation of the power of severance at the level of fundamental laws. In an instant, they severed the connection between Udur's colossal paw and the earth beneath, as well as with the surrounding elemental ice and even a portion of the invisible ties to the ancient bear spirit. Udur's colossal paw hesitated abruptly. The previously unbridled force lost some of its foundation, and the swirling power of the ice beast spirit exhibited a hint of chaotic disarray. A flicker of human-like astonishment crossed his otherwise wild and cold beastly eyes. It was this infinitesimal delay, a fraction of a heartbeat. Kael's figure vanished from sight like a wraith. He did not evade. Instead, he advanced towards the edge of the now diminished yet still terrifying paw, pressing forward. In his deep, violet gaze, chaotic whirlpools spun wildly, as his left arm became enveloped in a conflagration of gray-white, dark purple, ethereal black, and golden-white energies, striking fiercely at the newly severed node of arcane law along the trajectory of the paw's descent. With a resounding rip, the sound of leather being torn filled the air. No flesh was scattered. Kael's arm, ablaze with chaotic energy, precisely penetrated the inner wrist of Udur's colossal paw, exploiting the brief rift in energy. The ferocious force of chaos erupted in an instant. Udur emitted a muffled grunt, a mix of agony and fury. He felt a cold, tumultuous power, imbued with a consuming will, surge relentlessly through the minuscule wound in his wrist. This force savagely tore and devoured the bear's spirit energy coursing through him. Even more alarming was the realization that this power seemed to possess a quality of severance, destabilizing his very connection to the bear spirit. Upon the vast paw of the colossal bear, the once lustrous white fur suddenly dulled. The sharp tips of its claws even splintered slightly. Kaelvissa struck with precision, showing no signs of hesitation. Utilizing the recoil, he swiftly retreated along the edge of the immense bear paw. Simultaneously, he forcefully pushed his left hand forward, which rested upon the radiant emblem on his left chest. Guardian. A resplendent golden-white diamond-shaped shield materialized instantly before Kaelvissa. The surface of the shield glimmered with intricate runes, embodying the dual intent of protection and dispelling. Boom! Uther's terrifying yet diminished giant paw crashed down upon the shield. A blinding light erupted accompanied by a thunderous roar. The violent shockwave surged outward like a tsunami. The hardened frozen ground was upheaved and shattered. Nearby, the warriors of the Winter's Claw and their mighty beast were thrown into disarray by the force of the blast. Crack! The golden-white shield held for but a fleeting moment before it became adorned with a web of cracks and shattered spectacularly. It was this brief respite that afforded Kaelvissa his final sliver of time. Whoosh! Kaelvissa's figure was propelled backward like a severed kite, crashing violently against a protruding black rock thickly coated in ice. The surface of the hard stone was marked with a spiderweb of fractures. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat forth a mouthful of chaotic purple blood, which instantaneously froze into purple ice crystals in the frigid air. The chaotic energy in his left arm dissipated, leaving it grotesquely twisted, clearly having suffered grievous injury in the recent clash. Yet, the deep violet of his pupils burned with a chilling fire, unwaveringly fixated ahead. The smoke and ice shards gradually dispersed. Uther remained rooted in place, slowly retracting his immense paw. A small, unassuming wound was clearly visible on the inner side of his wrist. Surrounding the wound, the skin exhibited an eerie purplish-black hue, with fissure-like signs of erosion slowly spreading. More ominously, the once glorious white fur on his massive paw had lost its luster in several areas, turning ashen, with noticeable splintering at the tips of some claws. The ferocious spirit power enveloping him had evidently become chaotic and weakened. He gazed down at his wound and then at the distant Kaelvissa, whose aura was erratic yet whose gaze remained icy. A grave expression, tinged with disbelief, appeared on his battle-scarred face, adorned with the marks of war. 3 heartbeats passed. Silence. The cold wind wailed over the shattered frozen earth. All the warriors of the Winter's Claw looked on in disbelief. Olaf, the scarred warrior with a fearsome visage, stood with his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a snowball, forgetting to lift his ice axe. The seemingly invincible Uther, akin to a giant ice beast in their minds, had been wounded by an obscure outsider, employing a mysterious method to injure his formidable flesh. Sejuani's ice-blue pupils contracted sharply as she fixated on the bizarre, corroded wound upon Uther's bare paw. A chilling wariness mingled with an even more fervent greed surged within the depths of her gaze. The power to slay gods. Sejuani's voice, laced with a barely perceptible rasp, echoed with the void's corruption. Ash, what manner of creature have you brought forth? It was my oversight. I never anticipated that this diminutive human harbored such astonishing void power within. Uther wore an expression of gracious defeat. Ash, advancing with her wolf, was equally astonished, her ice-blue eyes wide with disbelief. She had almost been certain that Kael would meet her demise. Yet the outcome surpassed all her expectations. She glanced at the emblem of the luminous shield stubbornly flickering against the storm on Kael's left chest, and then at the warm light nestled securely in his arms. Her doubts overwhelmed by tumultuous waves of realization. The ability to wound Uther and wield such a tearing force was undeniably connected to ancient prophecies of Freljord. Perhaps even a solution to the impending crisis. Chapter 115. The Ice-Scar Plan. He is not a monster, Sejuani. Ash's voice rang with conviction. Her ice-blue gaze swept over the uncertain Winter's Claw warriors, finally resting upon Sejuani's face. He is the prophesied one, the slayer who can shatter the stalemate and confront the abyss as foretold by the iceborn bloodline. You have witnessed it. Even Uther acknowledges his strength. 3 breaths have passed. Will the promise of the Winter's Claw be swept away like spit in the snow by the wind? The glory of the Winter Mother is not to be tarnished. Olaf, regaining his composure, brandished his battle axe and roared, though his voice lacked conviction, his gaze involuntarily flickering towards Uther's purplish-black wound. Sejuani's ice-blue pupils darted between Kael, Ash, and Uther. The air grew thick, and the howling wind and snow roared around them. After a long pause, she brought her bone staff down heavily. Thud. The dull sound resonated within the hearts of all present. The hunting grounds of the Winter's Claw are temporarily closed to you. Sejuani's voice was chillingly resolute. Ash, you may take the human. Her ice-blue gaze bore an unmistakable warning and avarice. But remember, outsider, you and what you carry have been marked by the Winter's Claw. Upon our next encounter, you shall either offer your strength and loyalty or bury your secrets forever in the frozen earth. With that, Sejuani turned away, fiercely yanking the reins of her colossal beast. The massive Gromsblood boar let out a low growl and changed direction, though the Winter's Claw warriors behind her were reluctant. Under Sejuani's icy pressure, they could only glare fiercely at Kael and Ash before surrounding the silent Udur, rumbling away into the vast, swirling snow. Just before departing, Olaf cast a venomous glance back, fixating on the fragment of the icebound packed in Gwen's arms. Until the shadow of the Winter's Claw was completely engulfed by the raging snowstorm, Ash exhaled a long breath, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She swiftly dismounted from her wolf and hurried to the side of Kaelvissa, who leaned against the icy rock, breathless. How are you? Ash's voice brimmed with concern as her ice-blue gaze swept over Kaelvissa's distorted left arm and the frozen purple blood at the corner of his mouth, then turned to the quivering Gwen and the slumbering Ahri nestled in the backpack upon his back. They will not perish. Kaelvissa's voice was hoarse, struggling against excruciating pain. He retrieved the last emerald root mark given by Ivern from his cloak and pressed it against the fractured area of his left arm. A gentle surge of life energy flowed in, swiftly nurturing the damaged sinews and flesh. It temporarily subdued the backlash of the void's erosion. Yet the reconstruction of the broken bones would require time. Sister hasn't awakened. Grandpa Tree's light is assisting. Gwen's voice trembled with tears. Brother's hand. Gwen will help you stitch it. Her amber eyes were filled with concern and urgency as she instinctively extended her small hand. Warm strands of dawn light gathering at her fingertips. No need. Kaelvissa interrupted her, his deep purple eyes turning towards Ash. The protection of Avarosan? What is the cost? Ash, noticing the wary glint in Kaelvissa's gaze, revealed a charming smile upon her beautiful face. She gestured for the Avarosan warriors behind her to lower their guard, then regarded Kaelvissa solemnly, honesty and a hint of concealed worry glimmering in her ice-blue eyes. There is no additional cost, Seer. Ash's voice was clear and serious. Avarosan adheres to ancient covenants, safeguarding all forces that stand against the abyss and the star spirits. I invite you to the sacred city of Avarosa, Laxtark. There, warmth awaits by the hearth, ancient ice runes that heal soul wounds, and records regarding the Blood Covenant and the Ice Scar Plan. The Blood Covenant? Kaelvissa's gaze sharpened like a blade. The key of Lysandra? Ash's pupils dilated slightly, clearly astonished by Kaelvissa's knowledge of the key. Taking a deep breath, she replied slowly. Indeed, the original covenant of the three sisters was forged at the cost of the essence of the ice bloodline, creating the primordial chain of perfect ice to seal the howling abyss. The core pivot of that seal comprises 3 keys, distilled from the blood and soul fragments of the ancestors of the three sisters. Ash's ancestors' pure key, Sejuani's ancestors' wild key, and Lysandra's ancestors' eternal frozen key of Freya. Freya's ancestor bore the greatest sacrifice. Her eternal frozen key contained the core principles of the seal. However, over the ages, Lysandra betrayed the original intent of the covenant. Not only did she steal the eternal frozen key, but she also clandestinely gathered and even tainted some scattered pure and wild key fragments using the Frost Guardians. Her aim to unite the 3 keys was not to reinforce the seal, but to unlock the Eternal Ice Vault. The Eternal Ice Vault. Kaelvissa frowned. She is the traitor of Freljord. Eternal Ice Vault, a realm of absolute prohibition nestled within the abyss of wailing cries. Ash's voice trembled with profound trepidation. For within it lies not only a portion of the primordial core laws sealed away, but also a piece of the original flesh of the Watcher, felled by the united might of the 3 sisters in ancient times. Moreover, it harbors a chain of shackles, tainted beyond measure, belonging to the Dragon King. Callista's deep violet eyes widened in horror. The original flesh of the Watcher. The corrupted shackles of the Dragon King. Lysandra wishes to unlock such a thing. Has she lost her senses? In pursuit of her goal, she initiated an operation known as the Ice Scar Project. Ash's voice grew heavier as she elucidated Lysandra's plan. It involved the utilization of ice scars, a unique and slowly eroding rune of pristine ice, disseminated throughout Freljord. This rune would forcibly extract the energy of the land and the essence of the frost blood. Maintaining her clandestine control over Freljord, while simultaneously attempting to breach the bloodline seals established by the three sisters surrounding the Eternal Ice Vault. She requires the complete Trisanguine Covenant key to gain transient dominion over that primordial flesh and the chain upon breaking the vault. Does she aspire to wield the power of the Watcher? Callista's voice was laced with disbelief. Or perhaps worse, Ash's eyes brimmed with anxiety. She intends to utilize that flesh and chain to taint or even supplant portions of the celestial chains binding the Starforged Dragon King. She deems it the sole means to shatter the cycle. Yet, this is akin to playing with fire, dragging the entirety of the rune lands into oblivion. Chapter 116, The Frenzied Beastwalker. At that moment, in the distance, Udyr, whose wrist was injured and being supported away, suddenly began to tremble violently. A pained, guttural growl emanated from his throat. The battle markings adorning his face twisted and writhed like living entities in a deep indigo hue. The purplish-black marks of erosion on his injured bare paw surged ominously. A chaotic energy, imbued with the essence of the void, clashed violently with the raging power of the beast's spirit within him. Roar! Udyr abruptly lifted his head, one of his beastly eyes transforming into a frenzied blood red, while the other was shrouded in a peculiar purplish-black veil. His aura became exceedingly perilous and tumultuous, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Udyr! Olaf exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. He had succumbed to the void's corrosive backlash, unleashing the beast's spirit's fury. Sejuani instantly assessed the situation. Her staff sprang into action. Udyr, previously invaded by chaotic forces and forced to suppress his injuries, was now wholly engulfed by the dual assaults of void corruption and the uncontrollable beast spirit. The frenzied Udyr let out a bestial roar, his massive bare paw striking towards the nearest Winter's Claw warrior with indiscriminate ferocity. The speed was as swift as lightning. The power of the ancient bear spirit was not to be trifled with. With such a blow, one could be torn asunder. Unfortunately for the warrior, paralyzed by fear, he stood frozen in place, momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Be careful, Sejuani shouted fiercely. Upon witnessing the scene, Olaf abruptly yanked Udyr's body backward. However, the disparity in strength seemingly had little impact on Udyr's movements. In a moment of urgency, as the chaotic giant hand was about to strike, a spell resounded. It was Sejuani. The fierce glimmer of dawn ignited within the large eyes of the boar maiden. Her staff pressed against the icy ground, and the radiant cold emanated from the staff, rippling outward in an instant. Buzz! The brilliance swept across Udyr's enormous hand, freezing it in midair. The encroaching traces of purple-black void corruption were swiftly stifled under the embrace of the icy light. Simultaneously, the tumultuous clash of the bear spirit's power and the void's corruptive energy within Udyr was momentarily arrested in a peculiar state of balance. Udyr's massive hand remained suspended, his furious roar transforming into a pained whimper. His blood-red and purple-black beastly eyes flickered violently, struggling, while his face, marked by battle tattoos, bore an expression of profound agony. His colossal form swayed and, ultimately, succumbed to exhaustion, crashing heavily onto the frozen ground, sending up a cloud of icy dust as he fell into a deep unconsciousness. The purple-black void corruption at the edge of the wound inflicted by Kael's spear, though restrained, did not vanish, resembling an unsightly scar. Beneath the deepest layer of the scar, a fleeting silver mark, imbued with the unique chill of the stars, shimmered briefly, a beast mark that had been implanted. The warrior gazed at the fallen Udyr, still shaken, then turned to the pale-faced Sejuani, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Thank you, War Mother, he thought, unable to conjure more words to express his feelings. Olaf, too, was left in a state of bewilderment. What kind of power could restrain the movements of this savage bear? The earlier confrontation between Kael and Udyr revealed a glimpse of the former's formidable strength. Sejuani, observing the fleeting silver mark deep within Udyr's wrist wound, recalled the discussions among the star spirits regarding the beast's spirit shackles. The star spirits' beast marks, legendary methods of enslavement aimed at the beast spirits. Were the beast spirit walkers ensnared by their shackles? Was it the beast spirit walkers who had erred, or were the beast spirits behind them at fault? Must they become steeds for the star spirits? In a palace somewhere within Freljord, a luminous blue ice crystal mirror floated before Lyssandra's throne, vividly reflecting all that transpired on the frozen ground. Kael, exchanging wounds to repel Udyr, Sejuani, refusing to retreat, Ash, extending an olive branch, Sejuani unleashing her icy power to forcibly stabilize Udyr's chaos, and the star spirit beast mark deep within Udyr's wrist wound. Lysandra, concealed within the icy mist, curled her lips into a chilling smile. Excellent. Quite splendid. Her gaze pierced through the icy mirror, landing upon Kaelvissa, fixating on his contorted left arm and the warm shards nestled in his embrace. Pain serves as the finest whetstone. Armed with your wounds and fury, venture forth to Lax Stark. There lies the answers you seek, along with the next whetstone prepared for you. Her frigid eyes shifted towards the unconscious Udyr reflected in the mirror. Beast Spirit Walker, Udyr. A pitiable pawn, secretly branded with the Beastmaster's mark by the Star Spirits. Yet, this is far from sufficient. Your anguish and rebellious spirit shall be the most effective means to tear apart the veil obscuring the Star Spirit's Beast Spirit Lock experiment. Her gaze fixed upon Gwen's pale visage. And you, little seamstress, can your needle mend the fractures of the soul? Can it also heal the wounds of the world? I await with bated breath. Harem. Lysandra turned her attention to this loyal servant. Yes, my lord. Activate the 7th zone of the Ice Scar, guiding Ash's team safely to the outskirts of Lax Stark. Understood. Additionally, Lysandra's fingertips delicately tapped the armrest of the throne. A droplet, imbued with the essence of terrifying frost, oozed forth, suspended in midair. Through the Ice Scar network, this icy marrow shall be stealthily infused into Udyr's wounds. What? Harem's once cold voice quivered for the first time. My lord, the icy marrow will provoke his beast spirit, heightening the chaos. It may even. Indeed, it must, Lysandra interrupted, her voice steady. The deeper the pain, the purer the will to resist shall become. When he awakens, the soul tormented by the dual afflictions of icy marrow and the void, burdened by the shame of the Star Spirit's brand, shall transform him into the most ferocious beast, ravenous to tear apart the Star Spirits. And this beast, Lysandra's icy gaze transcended space, resting upon the distant giantess peak, shall lead us to the precise coordinates of the Beast Spirit Lock Laboratory. The grand performance has only just begun. Harem fell silent for a moment, bowing his head, as you command. Within the ethereal blue ice crystal mirror, the image gradually blurred, ultimately fading to reveal only the eternal snowstorm and the land of the northern realm shrouded in darkness and frost. Upon the frozen throne, Lysandra's figure remerged into the spectral blue mist. Only her icy eyes remained, akin to stars in the abyss, glimmering with calculation and anticipation. Chapter 117. Welcome to Lax Stark. As the blizzard swept into the domain of Lax Stark, it was abruptly severed by an invisible barrier. The howling winds morphed into a low lament, and the once dense snowflakes became sparse. The air remained piercingly cold, yet devoid of the soul-rending ferocity it once held, replaced by a tranquil aura steeped in ancient frost. Kaelvissa lifted his gaze, his deep violet irises reflecting the legendary city that stood resolutely upon the eternal tundra. Lax Stark is not a grand stone fortress, but rather a marvel constructed from countless immense crystalline ice blocks harder than steel and dark frozen wood. The towering walls of crystalline ice are not smooth and uniform, but rather an irregular stack of frozen icy prisms. The surface of these ice walls flows with natural azure veins, refracting a mesmerizing halo in the pale daylight. A colossal ice sculpture of a wolf's head and a majestic ice phoenix totem are embedded atop the walls, serving as guardians of faith, upholding a sanctuary within the frozen realm. Inside the city, dome-shaped ice houses and spire-tipped wooden stone structures are arranged in harmonious disarray. Their roofs blanketed with thick layers of snow, while wisps of smoke, imbued with the scent of pine resin, rise from chimneys, bringing a touch of warmth to this frigid abode. Most striking is the city center, where an unimaginably vast tree, entirely composed of translucent azure ice, reaches skyward. Its gnarled branches twist like dragons, cloaked in eternally frozen frost. The enormous crystalline leaves shimmer like the purest sapphires, exuding an inner radiance under the faint light. The tree's canopy envelopes nearly half the city, emanating an ancient and protective aura, the sacred tree of Avarosa, the source of power and spirit for Lax Stark. Welcome to Lax Stark. Slayers of gods, brave warriors, and slumbering travelers, Ash, the host, proclaims in her welcoming address. Return to your homeland. Let the hearts of your team find solace. She dismounts her wolf, her ice-blue eyes sweeping over Kael and her companions. This is one of the last sanctuaries of the icy bloodline. Ash gestures for the warriors behind her to disperse, as the power of the sacred tree can shield them from the external chill and most prying eyes. Follow me. Your wounds require tending, and your conditions are precarious. She leads Kael and Gwen through the heavy, exquisitely carved ice gates adorned with soaring phoenix patterns. The gatekeepers are exclusively female iceborn warriors, clad in silver and blue armor, wielding frost-covered longbows or swords, their gaze is sharp as eagles. They offer Ash the highest salute, their eyes surveying Kael and her entourage. They are met not only with the respectful glances of Ash's subordinates, but also with more scrutinizing, curious, and even unabashedly doubtful stares. The people of Freljord revere strength, and the relatively delicate frames of Kael and her companions, coupled with an almost ethereal air, stand out starkly here. What has the Battle Mother brought back? A little bug crawling out from the warm southern nest? A rough voice calls out, laced with unabashed mockery. The speaker is a remarkably imposing warrior, clad in heavy fur armor, bearing a ghastly scar that runs from his forehead, across his left eye, to his chin. He stands with arms crossed, muscles bulging, resembling a human mountain blocking the path. His name is Asir, a renowned warrior of Laxstark and the loudest voice of dissent. Ahri furrows her brow, her 9 ethereal tails twitching restlessly behind her as she whispers, "The welcome here is rather fervent, indeed." Her usual retort teeters on the edge of her lips, but, upon meeting Kael's calm gaze, she swallows it back. Kaelvissa merely emitted a soft murmur, his gaze traversing past Asir to settle upon the ordinary Freljordians in the distance, their faces etched with frost and worry. He sensed an unsettling tremor emanating from the depths of this land, resonating ever so faintly with the void energy that lay dormant within him. This resonance brought him discomfort, yet heightened his vigilance. The scenes within the city starkly contrasted the desolation beyond its borders. The streets were paved with meticulously cut ice bricks, pristine and orderly. Residents, wrapped in thick furs, engaged in the trade of pelts, frozen fish, and steaming bowls of broth. Children frolicked in the snowdrifts, their laughter ringing clear. The air was imbued with the sense of burning pine resin, simmering meats, and a subtle, crisp fragrance emanating from the sacred tree. Everything appeared orderly, a testament to the resilience and hope struggling to survive in a harsh environment. Wagwin poked her small head out from the backpack, her amber eyes curiously surveying her surroundings, temporarily forgetting the chill and her earlier fears. What a beautiful ice house. That great tree is enormous, even colder than Grandpa Tree. She instinctively sensed the aura radiating from the sacred tree was in stark contrast to that of Awan, one warm and vibrant, the other cold and protective. Awan's roots were anchored in the land of life. Awan's fragmented whispers came through, clearer than before, evidently less hindered by the sacred tree's aura. The Avaloran sacred tree embodied the principles of frost and the will to safeguard. Its power could temporarily suppress the void's encroachment and the agitation of the star spirit's imprint, benefiting Ahri and Kaelvissa. Kaelvissa walked silently, his deep violet eyes sweeping over the streets, the houses, the residents, ultimately fixing upon the immense sacred tree at the city's heart. He could feel the tranquil yet vast power of the ice law emanating from the tree, serving as an invisible barrier that significantly quelled the turmoil of the void energy within him, even alleviating the sharp pain in his left arm. The shards of Lux in his embrace also conveyed a sense of serenity. Yet, he remained cautious, from the moment he stepped through the city gates. It seemed as though an elusive gaze was upon him, emanating from the smooth ice walls, drifting snowflakes, and even the luminescence flowing from the sacred tree. It must be Lysandra. Her eyes are everywhere. Ash led the group towards the base of the sacred tree, where a magnificent structure resembling a soaring ice phoenix was constructed, the Avaloran Council Hall, an essential sanctuary for healing. The interior of the hall was considerably warmer, with walls embedded with ice marrow stones that radiated a gentle white light. Several elder iceborn shamans clad in white robes, exuding a gentle aura, awaited their arrival. They were the most adept healers of the Avaloran frost healing arts. First, we must attend to our injuries and settle down, Ash instructed Kaelvissa, her gaze lingering on Ahri, laden with deep concern. We need to discuss the Blood Oath, the Icebrand project, and everything you wish to know in detail. But before that, she turned to Kaelvissa. I need to confirm one matter. As Ash stepped into the center of the grand hall, a towering block of ethereal blue ice, smooth as a mirror, stood before her. She extended her hands, gently pressing her palms against the icy surface, and began to chant in the ancient, melodious tongue of Freljord. With her incantation, the pure power of frost infused the ice mirror, causing its surface to ripple like water and emit a soft glow. This was the mirror of antiquity, a conduit to the memories of the sacred tree. Ash turned her ice-blue gaze towards Kaelvissa, explaining, it reflects the imprints deep within the soul, tracing the origins of lineage. Slayer of gods, place your hand upon the ice mirror. I must ascertain whether you are indeed the one foretold in the prophecies of frost, and what your connection is to the bloodline of the Light Shield and the shackles of Demacia. This is pivotal for Averosa to bestow upon you her complete trust and power. Kaelvissa's deep purple eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed the immense power of law contained within the ice mirror, capable of probing into the very soul. Without hesitation, he understood that the truth demanded a reciprocal exchange. Chapter 118. Within the mirror, he stepped forward, the movement tugging at his wound. A sharp pain radiating from his still-healing left arm. With his uninjured right hand, he pressed firmly against the cold surface of the mirror. Buzz! The brilliance of the ice mirror surged instantaneously. A gentle white light swelled, transforming the entire hall into a sea of white. The mirror's surface thrashed with violent waves. Yet, Kaelvissa's reflection did not immediately appear. Instead, an endless expanse of cosmic deep space, ablaze with cold starlight, materialized. Countless colossal chains, woven from starlight and cold metal, coiled around the unimaginable silhouette of the colossal dragon, the star-forged dragon king Aurelion Sol. The scene mirrored the projection Kaelvissa had witnessed outside the chamber of the White Cliffs. Yet it was far grander. Swiftly, the image zoomed in, focusing on the realm of runes. The markers of Demacia were magnified. At the Well of Silence, countless tiny souls, radiating a warm glow, were being drawn forth like fuel, feeding into the celestial chains. Among them, several particularly bright points of light pierced the eyes of Ash and all present, Lux, Grayson, and Shiryu. Finally, the image crystallized upon Kaelvissa. The reflection within the mirror was not that of his current self. Instead, it revealed the ethereal form of an infant, pierced by numerous chains that shimmered with starlight. A golden-white emblem of a light shield was vividly imprinted upon the infant's chest. At the heart of the infant's silhouette, a swirling chaos vortex was forming, ravenously tearing at the starlight chains that penetrated it. Deep within the vortex, a fragment emanating the ancient power of star creation was vaguely visible. Simultaneously, a minuscule purple soul imprint flickered at the infant's brow, the resonance of the chaotic vessel, the light shield imprint. And the origin fragment elicited a gasp of astonishment from an elder iceborn shaman, their voice filled with awe. The instinct to devour shackles. The prophecy is indeed true. The prophet of the frozen bloodline awaits, embodying both the prison and the key that can devour its shackles, a vessel of chaos. Ash's ice-blue eyes fixated on the ethereal image of an infant, pierced by chains, reflected in the mirror. The enormity of the revelation left her momentarily speechless. It was far more brutal and burdensome than she had ever envisioned. Particularly haunting was the chaotic vortex, ravenously gnawing at the starlit chains situated at the heart. Alongside the violet mark upon the brow, suddenly, an anomaly erupted. The image of the infant Kaelvissa within the mirror distorted violently. A viscous, deep purple light, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, instantaneously emanated from the depths of the mirror. This was the taint of the void. Subsequently, the once flowing azure veins on the mirror's surface were abruptly cloaked by a layer of even darker ice. A vague silhouette of a woman, adorned with an ice crown, flickered amidst the void's purple radiance and the somber frost. This was the projection of Lysandra, using the corrosion of the void and her own icy powers as a conduit. She forcefully intruded upon the ancient mirror's reflection. The haunting resonance of Lysandra's voice, imbued with a strange cadence, echoed within the minds of all present in the hall. The shackles and pain you bear have not yet reached their conclusion. The image within the mirror shifted once more. This time, it revealed a terrifying abyss, shrouded in towering azure ice, where the depths were unfathomable, a howling chasm. At the very bottom of this abyss, beneath the ice, a colossal, writhing purple shadow could be discerned, the essence of the Watcher. Moreover, on the ice wall at the core of the abyss, a massive door, sealed by flowing runes upon a heavy blue ice chain, was distinctly visible, an eternal ice vault. Above this door, 3 uniquely shaped keyholes shimmered faintly. Lysandra's voice, infused with a morbid fervor, echoed, "Within lies the key to shatter the cycle." The focus sharpened upon the 3 keyholes of the ice vault, revealing that one bore a fragment of azure ice crystal exuding the essence of Ash's bloodline, nestled within the hole representing the key of purity. Conversely, the other 2 holes surged with chaotic purple-black void energy and Lysandra's distinctive dark icy power. They clamored violently, eroding the sealing runes at the edges of the holes. "Ash, your shard of the pure key is the final barrier." Lysandra's voice turned frigid, but how much longer can it endure? Sejuani's wild key has long succumbed to the void's corruption, falling into my grasp, while my eternal frost key yearns to return to its core. The image within the mirror receded once more, revealing the frozen mass of purple flesh resembling a mountain deep within the eternal ice vault, alongside a colossal metallic chain that extended from the flesh, piercing the ice and exuding a dual taint of starlight and void. When the 3 keys are returned, the ice vault shall open. Lyssandra's voice dripped with the allure of destruction, to command the primordial flesh and manipulate the tainted shackles. The prison of the star spirit shall be torn asunder from within. The feast of the void shall herald a new dominion. This is the sole path to shatter this damned cycle. Madness. Aish's complexion turned ashen as she exclaimed with a fierce tone. You wish to unleash the power of the Watcher. You seek to control the Pollution Dragon King. You will bring ruin to Freljord. You will devastate the entire Rune realm. Destruction and rebirth are intrinsically linked. Lyssandra's voice was cold and indifferent. Your compromises and cowardice have only led to a slow demise. Slayer of gods, Kaelvissa. Her thoughts abruptly locked onto Kaelvissa. Your power can sever the chains. Join me. With your chaos, devour the pollution and power enshrined in eternal ice. Together, we shall rend apart the fate of the Rune realm, dominated by the star spirits. Lyssandra's seductive voice penetrated Kaelvissa's very soul. The reflections in the mirror rife with twisted temptation. Dominate fate? Kaelvissa's voice echoed mockingly. I merely wish to sever the chains of the star spirits. As for your frozen sanctuary, his deep purple eyes fixated on the writhing mass of tainted flesh and chains within the mirror, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. To join you? I shall shatter it myself. Stubborn fool. Lyssandra's voice brimmed with a hint of vexation at his rejection. Pain will make you yield. Suddenly, the vision in the mirror vanished. That chilling will receded like a tide. The ice mirror regained its tranquility, leaving behind a profound silence and heavy breaths in the hall. She has been watching. Aish's voice trembled with fear and anger. Her brother, Gwyn, tugged at Kaelvissa's sleeve, her small face etched with concern. That cold, wicked ant. She desires that dreadful mass of flesh. Kaelvissa offered no reply, his gaze fixated on the now tranquil ice mirror. His deep purple pupils harbored a chilling murderous intent. Lyssandra's mad scheme surpassed even his darkest expectations. The eternal ice vault must never be opened. Chapter 119. The Outsider Aish. Kaelvissa's voice was frigid, drawing the attention of all present. Do you possess the shard of the pure key? And the wild key, is it with Sejuani? Lyssandra's eternal frost key, is it within the frozen throne? Aish inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart, and nodded. Indeed. The core shard of the pure key has been safeguarded by generations of the frost mothers of Avarosa, infused into our bloodline. A portion resides within me. According to ancient records, the core shard of the wild key was lost during a tribal conflict long ago, likely falling into the hands of Sejuani's grandfather, the previous frost mother of the Winter's Claw, and became part of the legacy of their power. As for the eternal frost key, it is undoubtedly in Lyssandra's possession, the source of her might. Without all 3 keys, the ice vault cannot be opened? Kaelvissa inquired. Theoretically, yes. Aish's expression grew grave. The 3 keys embody the distinct icy principles of our ancestors, jointly forming the bloodline seal necessary to unlock the ice vault. The absence of any key, or insufficient power from the shards, will render the core seal impenetrable. However, Lyssandra's icebound plan involves her forcefully extracting the powers of the earth and the icy bloodlines that permeate Freljord, in an attempt to bypass the bloodline seals and directly breach the ice prison. Although progress is slow, she is indeed weakening the seals. Moreover, she seems to have discovered a method to utilize the tainted fragments of the wild key alongside her Everfrost key, simulating some of the missing laws to expedite this process. Thus, it is imperative to prevent her from gathering the keys and energy, Kaelvissa concluded, or to destroy the keys. The thought of destroying the keys flashed a moment of pain in Ash's eyes, as it would mean a complete abandonment of the possibility of reinforcing the abyssal seals, equating to relinquishing the final barrier secured by the lives of the 3 ancestors. But if they were to fall into Lyssandra's hands, hey, outsider, rather audacious of you, demanding the destruction of the final barrier secured by the lives of our ancestors. Kaelvissa turned to see one among the mocking crowd at the city gate. Ash turned to face her kin, her voice clear and authoritative. Asir, mind your words. Kaelvissa is a guest from afar, possessing special powers that we may need. She carefully chose her words, refraining from directly mentioning the void, as it remained a distant and terrifying legend for most of the Freljordians. Special powers? Asir sneered, striding forward, almost invading Kaelvissa's personal space, the heavy scent of beasts and sweat wafting over him. I doubt he could even best the weakest child of our tribe. War Mother, have you been deceived by some southern sorcery? Now even the most insignificant creatures dare to covet our Avarosan's ancient wisdom? Gwen could not help but step forward, positioning herself protectively beside Kaelvissa. Hey, big guy, Mr. Kaelvissa. Kaelvissa raised a hand, gently resting it on Gwen's shoulder, silencing her words. He lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Aster's oppressive stare, his voice low yet resonant, clear to all. A powerful warrior judges their opponent. Is it merely by the eye that one measures the dimensions of strength? Aster paused, then erupted into an even louder laugh. Huh, listen to that. What a flowery expression. Boy, in Freljord, strength is everything. You're right. It's not just about looking, but also about feeling. He thumped his solid chest, producing a dull thud. So, are you brave enough to spar with me? Let me gauge your special powers. The surrounding warriors joined in the raucous uproar, the atmosphere growing tense. Ash furrowed her brow, wishing to avert conflict from within, especially given Kaelvissa's unique prophetic status. Yet, she understood that in Freljord, to earn respect, one must exhibit corresponding strength. Heavy-handed repression would only foster dissatisfaction in the shadows. At that moment, a cool and somewhat languid voice chimed in. Oh dear, truly a typical case of brawn over brains. I assent it. Ahri gracefully stepped forward, her delicate fingers curling around a strand of silver hair, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. My Kaelvissa is certainly not a toy for you to weigh and measure. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, her enchanting gaze sweeping over Ethos and the raucous crowd behind him. If some insist on humiliating themselves, we wouldn't mind engaging in a little exercise. Her catchphrase was undeniably irksome. Though unspoken, her eyes and tone conveyed this sentiment vividly. Kaelvissa cast a resigned glance at Ahri, recognizing her ploy to gain the upper hand. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs, momentarily calming the void energy within him. He understood that a confrontation seemed inevitable, yet it must not devolve into meaningless brute force. Ethos the Brave, Kane spoke once more, his voice maintaining its steady cadence. I comprehend the traditions of Freljord. Pure wrestling is not my forte. I suspect you would find victory rather tedious. Instead, shall we engage in a contest that better showcases the skills of a hunter? Ethos raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray elaborate. Kane's gaze drifted towards the archery targets set up in the training grounds, and further away, obscured by the snowstorm. The moving small targets and wind chimes suspended beneath the icy cliffs. How about archery? At this suggestion, not only Ethos but also Ash and several seasoned hunters around them displayed expressions of astonishment. Ethos, in particular, reacted as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Archery? Boy, do you even know who stands before you? The champion of the Lack-Stark Triad joint hunting competition, 3-time archery victor. You wish to challenge me to a contest of archery? It is precisely because I am aware of your exceptional prowess that I propose this duel, Kane replied nonchalantly. Defeating one who lacks skill in archery holds no significance. Only by triumphing in the domain where your opponent excels can one earn true respect. Would you not agree? His words bore an imperceptible hint of arrogance. Ethos found himself momentarily bested, his face flushing with indignation, laughter bubbling forth from his anger. Very well, bold indeed. I shall compete with you. Should you lose, you will promptly depart from Lack-Stark, returning whence you came. Agreed, Kaelvissa nodded. And if fortune favors me, speak. Ethos interrupted, gesturing grandly. I demand that you and all who question me treat me with respect henceforth, and unconditionally assist Mother Ash in the face of the impending crisis. Kane's gaze swept over the assembly, aware that the true threat did not stem from internal tribal disputes, but from the darkness lurking beneath their land. He deliberately emphasized the term darkness, while summoning a fleeting sense of void, allowing a chilling aura to pervade the air momentarily. In an instant, all who sensed this presence, including Ethos, involuntarily shivered, their expressions of mockery and disdain freezing in place. It was a fear rooted in primal instinct. Ash regarded Kaelvissa with profound insight. He had not only accepted the challenge, but had elevated the significance of the contest to the very survival of their tribe. Humph, conjuring phantoms. Ethos forced down his unease, defiantly lifting his chin. Very well, how shall we proceed? Chapter 120. Bullying the newcomer. Kaelvissa pointed towards the training grounds outside, stating, I noticed a training area while passing by just now. Why not we compete there? You may choose the manner of the contest, traditional targets, moving targets, or that. He gestured towards a cluster of ancient wind chimes dangling precariously beneath the icy cliffs, their forms obscured by the fierce winds. The victor would be determined by who could strike the wind chimes more accurately and frequently. These chimes, remnants of ancient trials from the land of Freljord, posed a formidable challenge due to their great distance and diminutive size, heavily influenced by the elements. Even Isis had only managed to hit them a few times during his finest moments. A serious expression crossed Isis's face, yet the words had escaped his lips, unrecallable. Very well, let us compete for the wind chimes. Allow you, a southerner, to witness the prowess of Freljord's archery. He dismissed any notion of bullying the newcomer. They agreed to meet 3 days hence at the largest training ground in Laxstark, granting Isis time to rest and familiarize himself with the arena. Thus commenced a contest of archery, laden with stakes of dignity, trust, and future prospects, amidst the frigid wilderness. Yet, what secrets lay hidden beneath Kaelvissa's calm exterior? If he did not excel in archery, how could he possibly contend with a 3-time champion? All answers would be unveiled at the moment the arrows were loosed. 3 days swiftly passed, and the day of the contest arrived. The largest training ground in Laxstark was now teeming with spectators. News of a 3-time champion facing an outsider in an archery contest spread like wildfire throughout the tribe. Curious, skeptical, and those merely seeking entertainment among the people of Freljord crowded the venue. In the center of the arena stood Kaelvissa and Isis, facing one another. Ash positioned herself between them, serving as both judge and overseer. Not far behind Isis stood Ahri and Gwen. Ahri appeared relaxed, though her fingers were slightly tense, while Gwen wore a worried expression, murmuring, "Is my brother really going to be all right? That big fellow seems quite skilled at archery." Isis warmed up his wrists and accepted his signature longbow from an attendant, crafted from the horn and tendons of a colossal ice beast. The bow was adorned with ancient patterns and emanated an icy aura. He cast a taunting glance at Kaelvissa, saying, "You can still concede, lad, to avoid embarrassing yourself in front of everyone later." Kaelvissa disregarded Isis's taunts, his gaze falling upon the standard longbow provided at the side. He picked one up casually, weighing it in his hand before gently pulling back the string. It was a rather ordinary hunting bow, adequate for Freljord hunters, yet nowhere near the heirloom quality of Isis's weapon. "Is this all you intend to use?" Isis scoffed. While the quality of tools certainly mattered, what truly counted was the skill of the one wielding them. Cain responded calmly, reflecting his usual rationality and focus on essence. He selected several arrows, inspecting their tips and fletchings. Sharp-tongued indeed. Ahri spoke no more, turning to Ash. "Mother of War, may we commence?" Ash nodded and declared in a clear voice, "First event. Fixed target, 300 paces, 5 arrows. This is intended for warm-up and calibration. With no regard for victory or defeat, yet a demonstration of fundamentals is required." As the horn sounded, Ahri stepped forward first. He held his breath, focusing intently, drawing back his bowstring with fluid and powerful movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows flew in rapid succession, almost seamlessly connecting, striking the bullseye of the target 300 paces away with precision. The arrowheads penetrated deeply into the target, their fletchings vibrating violently, producing a harmonious hum. Cheers erupted around him. Ahri, pleased, lowered his bow and glanced at Kaelvissa. Kaelvissa approached, his demeanor lacking the explosive energy of Ahri, appearing rather casual instead. He did not even take the time to aim deliberately. He simply raised his hand, drew his bow, and released the arrow. His movements were unhurried, yet imbued with an odd rhythm. Whoosh thud. The first arrow grazed the edge of the bullseye, barely skirting the line. Whoosh thud. The second arrow landed in the same position, nearly parallel to the first. Whoosh thud. The third, fourth, and fifth arrows followed suit. 5 arrows, neatly arranged along the edge of the bullseye, formed a tight semicircle, with none truly penetrating the innermost area. The raucous cheers transformed into hushed whispers. This performance, while not poor, perhaps even commendable, paled in comparison to Ahri's 5 arrows that had all struck deep within the target. Is that all?" The disdain on Ahri's face deepened. Ahri pursed her lips and murmured, "What an unpleasant comparison." Yet her gaze toward Kaelvissa was filled with unwavering trust. Gwen anxiously clutched the hem of her garment. Kaelvissa's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. He lowered his bow and nodded at Ash. A flicker of doubt crossed Ash's eyes, but she said nothing, announcing, "Second event, moving target. Release 10 snow hares, with the quantity and speed of hits as the criteria for evaluation." As the gate opened, 10 white hares dashed out like bolts of lightning, darting erratically within the designated area. Their petite forms and fur that almost blended with the snow made aiming exceedingly difficult. Ahri once again showcased his prowess as a premier hunter. With keen eyes, he moved swiftly along the edge of the field, the bowstring singing. 1, 2. 3 arrows found their mark. In a brief span, he accurately felled 7 hares, each arrow striking vital spots, delivering a swift death. Only 3 remained. Ahri inhaled deeply, preparing to seek his next target when he noticed Kaelvissa finally stir. Unlike Ahri, Kaelvissa did not run. He merely stood still, slowly raising his bow. His gaze turned vacant, as if he had lost focus. Yet beneath that emptiness lay an intangible perception that spread forth like mercury. This was neither sight nor sound, but a sense of existence itself, bestowed upon him by the void energy within. In his perception, the frenzied snow hairs transformed from indistinct white shadows into 3 remarkably clear points, each radiating faint life vibrations. He did not deliberately aim at the hairs themselves. Instead, he directed his arrows toward the positions where those points would appear in the next moment. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, tracing a peculiar arc, penetrating the wind and snow, and precisely embedding itself into the neck of a hare that had just leaped from behind a snowdrift. Whoosh! The second arrow was released almost simultaneously, piercing the heart of another hare that was making a sharp turn. Whoosh! The third arrow targeted the furthest and swiftest of them all. It darted through the storm as if it possessed eyes, ultimately pinning the creature to the ground just as it was about to dive into another hiding place. 3 arrows, 3 hares, all struck true, cleanly and decisively. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 121. The sound of the wind chime. If Ahri's archery represented a perfect amalgamation of strength, skill, and experience, then Kaelvissa's 3 arrows embodied an inexplicable and uncanny essence. His movements were not particularly swift, and his aiming technique was unprecedented. As if he had foreseen where the hares would run, Ahri's expression darkened for the first time. He had hit 7 hares, while Kaelvissa had only 3, giving him a numerical advantage. Yet Kaelvissa had shot after him, targeting the remaining 3 that were more elusive, and achieved an astonishing 3 for 3. More importantly, the nonchalant manner of his seemingly prescient technique weighed heavily on Ahri. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with chatter. Doubts diminished significantly, replaced by astonishment and speculation. How did he accomplish that? Was it merely luck? It didn't seem so. Look at him. He hardly even watched the hares. How peculiar. A flash of understanding sparked in Ahri's eyes as she gazed intently at Kaelvissa, her expression laden with meaning. Ahri finally broke into a smile, her foxtail swaying joyfully. See, I knew it. Gwen also breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming loudly, "Brother is amazing." Kaelvissa lowered his bow and turned to the ashen-faced Ahri, remaining composed. For the final challenge, the ice cliff wind chime. Ahri clenched his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure. Humph, moving targets are simply a trick. The wind chime 1T move, it relies on true strength. Distance, wind force, target size, each is crucial. Let us see how you manage. The 2 approached their positions facing the ice cliff. The howling wind whipped around them, swirling snowflakes that nearly obscured their vision. Hundreds of meters away, beneath the ice cliff, ancient bronze wind chimes swung violently in the gusts, producing distant, sporadic tinkling sounds, appearing to the naked eye as mere indistinct dots. Each participant was allowed 10 arrows, with the goal of striking the wind chimes and eliciting a clear sound. Ahri announced the final rules. Hitting the body of the chime was not difficult. The challenge lay in accurately striking the clapper amidst such distance and wind conditions to make it resonate. Ahri took a deep breath, clearing his mind, and entered a state of profound focus, oblivious to all else. He is the finest archer of Lac Stark, bearing a sense of pride. Drawing his bow, nocking an arrow. His arm is as steady as a rock, subtly adjusting the angle according to the wind and distance. In this moment, he is no longer the reckless brute, but a focused artist. Whoosh! The arrow slices through the snow and wind, tracing a long parabola. Ding! A clear and melodious chime pierces through the howling storm, resonating distinctly. Bravo! Cheers erupt once more. Ahri, invigorated, continues to draw his bow. Ding! Ding! In a single breath, he looses 8 arrows, 6 of which successfully trigger the chimes. This is an astonishing feat, far surpassing his usual prowess, evidently drawn forth by the pressure of Kaelvissa. Beads of sweat form on his brow as he gasps for breath, casting a glance at Kaelvissa, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly confidence. It's your turn now, lad from the south. Let me witness if your unique powers can aid you in striking this Freljordian chime. All eyes are fixed on Kaelvissa. The weight of expectation looms over him like a mountain. Kaelvissa slowly raises the ordinary hunting bow. He realizes that relying solely on his own archery skills, he could never surpass Ahri's current achievement. He must resort to trickery. Closing his eyes, he once again taps into the perception derived from the void. This time, however, he executes it with greater subtlety and precision. He extends his awareness like a delicate thread, traversing hundreds of meters, entwining the chimes that dance wildly in the wind. In his perception, the world morphs into lines composed of energy and trajectories. The wind is no longer an impediment, but a flow of data ripe for interpretation. The swaying of the chimes is no longer random, but possesses a discernible rhythm. He envisions in the next moment which chime will sway to what position, and at what angle the clapper will rest. Concurrently, the dormant void energy within him is meticulously coaxed out, attaching itself to the arrowhead. This energy is not intended to augment destructive force, but to subtly adjust the arrow's trajectory during flight, countering the unpredictable minute turbulence, ensuring it follows the optimal path he has calculated. This process is immensely taxing, and his complexion visibly pales at an alarming rate. Ahri keenly senses the fluctuations in his energy and the subtle changes in his state, her heart tightening slightly. Kaelvissa opens his eyes, and deep within those orbs, a fleeting glimmer of eerie violet light flickers. He draws his bow, nocks an arrow, his movements still appearing casual, lacking the prolonged aim of Ethos. Whoosh! The first arrow is released, swaying in the tempest, heading toward the icy cliff. 1 second, 2 seconds, ding! The clear chime rings out like celestial music. The crowd stirs with excitement. Without hesitation, Kaelvissa draws his bow once more. Whoosh ding! Whoosh ding! Whoosh ding! His rate of shooting surpasses even Ethos's by a noticeable margin. With each arrow released, a crisp chime resonated. There was no pause, no error. 7 arrows, 7 chimes. The sounds were clear and continuous, akin to a symphony echoing across the icy plains. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Isis. His mouth fell agape, as though he had encountered a ghost. How could this be possible? Under such conditions, even he could not ensure a 100% accuracy, let alone such rapid consecutive shots. Kaelvissa seized the 8th arrow. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. This delicate manipulation exerted immense strain on his mind. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. Just as he was about to release the 8th arrow, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A hum. The trace of void energy he had infused into the arrow seemed to resonate ever so slightly with a presence deep within the ice cliff. A malicious awareness, sharp as a needle, pierced into his mind. Kaelvissa's body jolted, his movements experiencing an almost imperceptible distortion. Whoosh! The 8th arrow veered off course, grazing the edge of a wind chime before embedding itself into the ice rock behind, silent as the grave. Isis seemed to clutch at a lifeline, unable to suppress a short, mocking laugh. Indeed, he couldn't hold on any longer. A complex sigh of regret and relief rippled through the crowd. Yet, Kaelvissa appeared oblivious to it all, his entire focus immersed in that fleeting moment of reverse perception. What was that? There was something within the depths of the ice cliff. An ancient, slumbering presence. Was it a watcher? Or something else entirely? Ahri also sensed Kaelvissa's momentary anomaly, along with that fleeting, frigid malice. Her smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Kaelvissa forced down the tempest of emotions surging within him. He understood that this was not the time for investigation. Taking a deep breath, he centered his mind, precisely infusing the last 2 threads of energy into the final 2 arrows. Whoosh ding! Whoosh ding! The final 2 arrows, without a hint of suspense, once again stirred the wind chimes into sound. 10 arrows, 9 chimes. A performance that utterly surpassed Isis's 10 arrows, 6 chimes. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Only the howling wind and snow remained. Chapter 122. The ice of 100 feet high. The mocking expression on Isis's face froze, morphing into disbelief, then pallor and despair. He had lost. In the very realm he prided himself upon, he was defeated by a frail youth from the south wielding an ordinary hunting bow. The loss was complete. Kaelvissa slowly lowered his bow, gazing at Isis, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness, yet still clear. I concede. He then turned towards the equally astonished Aishi, as well as the silent people of Freljord, and solemnly declared, Now, do you all believe that I am not without merit? And that the darkness I sensed is indeed not mere hyperbole? His gaze was cast upon the profound, icy cliffs. Just moments ago, as I loosed my arrow, I sensed its presence lurking beneath our feet, deep within the ice. It has awakened. This proclamation reverberated like thunder across the silent expanse of Lax Stark. Ash's complexion shifted dramatically as she stepped forward. Kaelvissa, clarify your words. What did you sense? Kaelvissa met Ahri's eyes, both recognizing the weight of foreboding reflected therein. He spoke slowly, a will, cold, ravenous, ancient, immense. It appears to have been stirred by the energy I wielded moments ago. The outcome of the archery contest was already determined, yet a far greater crisis loomed. one that threatened all of Freljord and indeed the entirety of the Rune lands. Unexpectedly unveiled by this contest, Kaelvissa's words fell like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring turbulent waves within the hearts of those gathered in Lac Stark. The extraordinary yet eerily strange display of archery was instantly overshadowed by this more profound revelation. An ominous will beneath the ice, stirred from its slumber? Could he truly be speaking the truth? Was the ancient legend indeed real? It seemed unmistakable. He had triumphed in the contest, thus there seemed no reason for deceit. The crowd stirred, fear and anxiety permeating the air. Even Esthus, who had just suffered a crushing defeat, abruptly lifted his head, casting a bewildered glance at Kaelvissa and then at the abyssal cliffs that seemed capable of consuming all. Ash, the matriarch of war, approached Kaelvissa with urgency, her face devoid of its earlier calm, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. Kaelvissa, can you be certain? Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Though she refrained from uttering the name, her eyes betrayed the unspoken truth of the Watcher. I cannot ascertain with absolute certainty what it is, Kaelvissa confessed, his pallor lingering as the toll of mental exertion and the sudden shock left him feeling weakened. Yet, I can perceive its essence, akin to the void energy that I harbor, yet more pure and ancient. It indeed reacted to the energy I employed a moment ago, albeit faintly. But that icy malice is unmistakable. Ahri stepped forward, standing beside Kaelvissa, her ethereal tails flaring slightly, revealing her inner turbulence. I sensed it as well, though fleeting. That moment of chill was profoundly unsettling. This time, she articulated her usual refrain in its entirety, her tone laden with gravity. When edged closer, her voice a whisper, it seems something beneath the earth is indeed stirring, albeit subtly, but my magic can detect the unease. Ash's gaze swept over the faces of Kaelvissa, Ahri, and Gwen before she inhaled the frigid air deeply and made her decision. Turning towards her still-stunned kin, she declared with clarity, "You all heard it. The ancient prophecy is not mere folly. The crisis is upon us. Now is not the time for infighting or doubt." Her gaze sharpened as it fell upon Esthus and the warriors harboring skepticism towards her decisions. Esthus, and all those who question my resolve. The outcome of this contest, along with the ominous clouds looming in the unknown sky, is it sufficient to cast aside your prejudices? We are comrades facing a common foe. Isis's expression shifted, and ultimately, he struck his chest with fervor, bowing his head, a gesture he rarely made. To Kaelvissa, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I, Isis, acknowledge your strength and prowess. I concede, wholly and sincerely. Henceforth, you, Kaelvissa, are a distinguished guest of Lac Stark. For the survival of our tribe, I, Isis, shall have no further objections. The warriors behind him, who had previously harbored doubts, also bowed their heads in agreement. The demonstration of power remains the most direct and effective form of communication. Kaelvissa nodded, not allowing victory to breed arrogance. Warrior Isis, your archery is commendable. What we require is not submission, but unity. Observing the internal discord momentarily quelled, Ash promptly commanded, heighten vigilance in all directions of Lac Stark, particularly near the Wailing Abyss and any areas with fissures in the ice. Any suspicious findings must be reported immediately. Additionally, dispatch the swiftest messenger to contact the Winter's Claw, Sejuani, and the Frostguard's Citadel's Lysandra. Inform them that the prisoners beneath the ice may no longer remain docile. Freljord requires our collective guardianship. A hint of complex emotion colored her tone as she mentioned Lysandra. The orders were swiftly disseminated, and the atmosphere in Lac Stark transformed from festive exuberance to the gravity of impending conflict. The crowd gradually dispersed, each attending to their duty. Yet murmurs of disquiet lingered in the air. Many young women privately extolled Kaelvissa's handsome visage and formidable prowess. Ash addressed Kaelvissa, Ahri, and Gwen, "Please, follow me. We need to discuss in detail everything you perceived moments ago." She cast another glance at the profound ice cliff, adding, "And regarding the ancient records within the Avarosan sacred city that may pertain to this matter, they are all chronicled in the core chamber." Kaelvissa nodded in agreement. Aware that the archery contest was merely a prelude, the true challenge was only just beginning. The whispers of the void within him, intertwined with the echoes of that ancient will beneath the ice chasm, seemed to form a strange harmony, heralding a storm that would engulf all of Freljord. Soon, they would enter the core chamber of the Avarosan sacred city to examine the concealed secrets about the three sisters, the Watcher, and the ancient war. The void energy Kaelvissa exhibited during the contest would undoubtedly serve as the key to unlocking these long-buried histories. The echoes beneath the ice were quietly guiding them toward the endless darkness of the Wailing Abyss. Chapter 123. The Hall of Ice Speech at the Heart of Lax Stark. The Avarosan Sacred City is not merely an imposing structure. It resembles a living monument, sculpted from ice, stone, ancient wood, and the passage of time. Following the battle, Mother Ashe, Kael, Vayne, Ahri, and Gwen traversed the heavy ice gates guarded by bow-wielding sentinels, delving into the innermost sanctum of the Holy City, a chamber known as the Hall of Ice Tongue. The atmosphere within the hall was eerily tranquil, isolated from the tumult and tempest outside, with ancient ice crystals embedded in the walls casting a gentle white glow. The immense bookshelves were not crafted from timber, but were instead sculpted directly from the ice itself through the art of frost magic. Countless scrolls and tomes, meticulously arranged, were bound in special hides of mystical beasts. The passage of time was unmistakably etched upon these vessels of knowledge. Some stone slabs bore worn edges, while the hues of certain scrolls had deepened with age. "Wow," Gwen exclaimed, unable to suppress her wonder. The shards of rock surrounding her shimmered faintly in response to the profound essence of ancient earth and frost magic, as if the stones and ice were harmonizing in an ancient, timeless melody. Her refrain of "this is astonishing" lingered on her lips, yet the solemnity of the surroundings compelled her to lower her voice. Ahri, on the other hand, furrowed her brow slightly, her nimble fingers brushing gently over a thick tome encased in the hide of a frost wolf, murmuring, "The dust of history, along with countless restless souls." It is quite disheartening. Her sensitivity to spirits was acutely heightened in this place, where the hall had become a reservoir of the memories and obsessions of the ancestors of Freljord. Kael remained silent, attuned to the atmosphere. Unlike Ahri's perception of souls, he sensed within him a more profound force of confinement emanating from the void energy he possessed. The hall itself appeared to be a colossal sealing nexus, suppressing something enigmatic. Ashe stepped toward the center of the hall, where a platform of pure ice crystal stood, adorned with a few of the most treasured relics: a longbow, shattered and then reforged by frost; the lament of Avarosa, a suit of ice crystal armor, marred by fine cracks yet still radiating a faint blue luminescence; and a vast hide scroll, carefully unfurled and inscribed with some luminous ink. "This chronicles the history witnessed by the ancestors of Avarosa and my forebears, the oldest prophetess." Ashe's voice resonated with reverence throughout the expansive hall. Many of these accounts were deemed mythological. Even the eldest shamans of the tribe struggled to interpret them fully. She turned her gaze toward Kael. "What you perceive may perhaps unveil a new window for us." She gestured for everyone to approach the platform, indicating the immense hide scroll. "This is the birth of the frozen wastes, recounting the dawn of the world, how the Triad sisters Avarosa, Cyrilda, and Lysandra led their tribes to establish themselves in the harsh Freljord, ultimately confronting threats from beyond the realm." Kael's gaze fell upon the illustrations adorning the scroll. With bold and vivid strokes, the imagery of three queens emerges: Avarosa, wielding her icy bow, gazes resolutely; Cyrilda, howling towards the heavens, embodies untamed strength, while Lysandra is depicted shrouded in a mist of frost, her eyes covered by a strip of cloth, cradling a crystal that emanates a foreboding purple-black glow. Lysandra's eyes? Ahri keenly notes the detail. According to legend, ashen tones, Lysandra willingly sacrificed her own eyes to gain the power to glimpse fate and truth. She beheld fragments of the future, glimpses of darkness potent enough to annihilate all, and sought ways to counter it. Her fingers traced the section depicting Lysandra, yet the accounts diverged. One faction of the lore regards her as a wise prophetess, sacrificing herself to awaken the world. Another, particularly those from the Cyrilda lineage of the Frostguard, accuses her of betraying her sisters, forging a pact with darkness. A pact? Kaelith seized upon the term, resonating faintly with his previous encounter with Lysandra's specter. "Yes," Ashe nodded, flipping the scroll to indicate another section. This part recounts a cataclysmic battle, where countless tendrils and eyes of purple-black void energy surged forth from fissures in the earth, with the three sisters leading a coalition against them. Yet, at the periphery of the battlefield, Lysandra's figure appeared indistinct. She seemed to channel a formidable icy power. Yet part of that frosty force appeared to envelop her sisters and the coalition. "Look here." Ashe pointed to an ancient Freljord rune, its inscription vague, merely mentioning the frost which binding ice to forge an eternal prison, followed by the fall of the Radiant Age. Later generations largely interpreted this as Lysandra sacrificing the glory of that era to seal away the darkness. However, in conjunction with other scattered records, particularly the fragmented whispers emanating from Lysandra's own Frostguard fortress, she paused, a flicker of confusion and gravity in her eyes. We suspect that the sealing may not have been entirely successful, or the cost far exceeds our comprehension. At that moment, the void energy within Kaelith, previously dormant, seemed stirred by the depictions of void creatures on the scroll and the description of the eternal prison, generating subtle ripples once more. The ripples pointed deep into the hall, to an unassuming corner, cloaked in ice. There, Kaelith instinctively raised his hand, gesturing towards that direction. Something resonated. Ash followed his gaze, her brow furrowed. That was a place of silence, housing ancient relics deemed indecipherable, even dangerous, and long forbidden from being unearthed by the warm mothers and shamans of yore. Ahri's fox ears twitched slightly. I believe I hear something too, very faint, like a sigh frozen in time. Her habitual phrase almost escaped her lips. Yet the uncanny sensation rendered her breathless. Gwen also looked towards that direction, her face paling. The very space there trembled in fear of them. The resonance within Kael'Vi's intensified, compelling him to embark on an exploration. He turned to Ace, the matriarch of war. Ace, I believe we must investigate that place. My powers may decipher those perilous relics. The presence beneath the icy precipice has been disturbed, and perhaps something here can divulge more about it, even how to confront it. Ace fell into silence. To disrupt the stillness was to contravene ancestral edicts. Yet, the looming crisis forced her to weigh the pros and cons. The unique abilities exhibited by the seer Kael'Vis were indeed a rarity. The ancient rules were designed to safeguard their kin. But if those very rules might hinder their chance of survival. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute, for the future of Averosa. For the spirits of our ancestors in Freljord, grant us pardon for our transgression. Chapter 124. The Truth of the Silent Casket, Part 1. She approached the wall on one side of the hall, where a relief of the three sisters was carved. Placing her hand over the heart of the relief representing Averosa, she softly intoned an ancient and obscure incantation. As she chanted, the crystalline patterns on the wall illuminated sequentially. Ultimately, an inconspicuous corner, covered in ice, emitted a series of cracking sounds and slowly slid apart, revealing a narrow entrance wide enough for a single person. A chill emanated from the opening. Follow me. Ace stepped into the passage first, a soft halo of light coalescing in her hands to illuminate the way ahead. Kael'Vis, Ahri, and Gwen followed closely behind. The interior of the silence was not expansive, resembling more of a storeroom. There were no bookshelves, only a few display stands crafted from ice. Scattered upon them were several items. A peculiar black stone that perpetually shifted between solid, liquid, and gaseous states. A fossil resembling a claw of a colossal creature. Shrouded in an everlasting black mist at its tip, a rusted, blood-stained broken sword. And on the innermost pedestal, a square box fashioned from dark metal. Its surface adorned with intricate grooves and runes. The box emitted no light, radiating an overwhelming sense of void, as if it absorbed the very light surrounding it. The void energy within Kael'Vis pointed toward the metallic box. What is that? Ahri felt a pang of trepidation, instinctively taking a half-step back. It felt far more unsettling than all the other objects combined. How unpleasant. Gwen anxiously grasped Kael'Vis's hem. Brother, that box is so dark. Not a hint of light escapes from it. Ace gazed at the box, her expression grave. The appendix of the birth of the ice field contains vague references to it, calling it the Casket of Silence. It was sent by Lysandra after the Night of Shattering, claiming it encases fragments of truth, but warning that no descendant of Averosa must open it, lest they invite true scrutiny. She looked at Kael'Vis, recalling how the matriarchs of war had strictly adhered to this warning. We do not know what lies within. Callista approached slowly, sensing that something within the box was calling out to the void within him. It was not a call of benevolence. Lysandra had warned against opening it, yet she had sent it to Averosa instead of keeping it at her Frostguard fortress. This contradiction weighed heavily on his mind. He extended his hand, fingertips poised to touch the frigid metallic surface. Callista, Ash exclaimed, her voice tinged with worry. Ahri watched him anxiously. Callista's hand halted in midair as he turned to face them, his gaze unervingly calm. If what lies sealed within is the truth related to the void and the Watchers, then uncovering this truth may be more crucial than blindly adhering to a potentially deceptive warning, especially now that we have already stirred them. He paused, feeling the resonance within him intensify, and added, it seems to have been waiting for a vessel like mine. Ignoring the hesitant expression on Ash's face, he placed his palm gently upon the center of the silent coffin. In that instant, a deep hum erupted. The runes on the box glowed with a hauntingly vibrant purple light, as if the abyss itself had opened its maw. A tremendous force emanated from within the box, wildly siphoning the void energy from Callista's body. Ugh, he groaned, feeling as though his very soul was being torn from his body. He struggled to break free, but the pull was insurmountable. Kaelvissa, Ahri cried out, her 9 tails bursting forth in a dazzling display of spirit light, attempting to sever the connection of that energy. Yet the purple radiance acted as a tangible barrier, repelling her spiritual essence. Ash immediately notched an ice arrow, gathering its frigid power, yet hesitated to release it, fearing it might trigger a catastrophic explosion. Just as Kaelvissa felt his consciousness being dragged into an endless abyss, a mysterious bloodline within him, derived from the star-forging Dragon King, seemed to awaken in response to this overwhelming force. A torrent of fiery golden light surged from deep within his heart, fiercely resisting the devouring power of the dark purple energy. The two forces clashed violently within Kaelvissa's body, creating a battleground of chaos. His left eye ignited with golden starlight, while his right eye transformed into a consuming void of purple brilliance. The silent coffin trembled violently, its runes flickering erratically. With a sharp crack, the lid of the box was forced open, a slender fissure splitting it from within. A chilling will surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Pouring out through the crack, it morphed into countless chaotic, fragmented images and sounds, forcibly inundating the minds of all present. Fragment of images, perspective, aerial view. Seemingly from the peak of the giant god mountain. Scene, countless radiant star spirits, including Leona, Diana, and Pantheon, are working in unison to bind immense chains, ablaze with starlight. Around the colossal dragon formed of constellations, the dragon emitted a mournful and furious roar that shattered the stars. Amidst the somber incantations of the celestial beings, a voice resounded. Order requires a foundation. Civilization demands guidance. Your power shall be wielded by us, a grand and wrathful intention. The Dragon King interjected vehemently, usurpers, thieves, you shall ultimately reap the bitter fruits of your own deeds. Fragment of imagery 2, perspective, in the shadowy depths of the abyss of Icarcia. Scene, the primordial void watchers. Colossal entities forged from pure nothingness, their immense violet-black eyes ignited by radiant starlight descending from the heavens, from the direction of the Titan's peak. Once slumbering, they were nearly eternal beings. Chaotic and ravenous whispers echoed, devour the dust. A faint feminine voice, belonging to Lysandra, declared, no, we are all mistaken. They are not calamities, but darkness. Harvesters of civilization. Fragment of imagery 3, perspective, the fractured night. Scene, Lysandra stands at the center of a vast and intricate magical array. Beneath her feet lie the frozen forms of Avarosa and Serilda, their faces etched with shock and betrayal. With her arms raised high, she channels the immense power of the void's icy grasp, merging it with her own essence. From beneath the band that covers her eyes, violet-black tears of ice cascade forth. Her final desperate and frenzied cry reverberates within the minds of all. Only by merging with the darkness can one seize time. Wait. Await the seed of hope that will shatter the cycle. The imagery abruptly halts. Chapter 125. The Truth of the Silent Casket. Part 2. The ethereal purple glow upon the silent casket extinguished in an instant, and the fissure gradually sealed. As if it had never been opened. The pull dissipated, and the stellar energy within Kael'thas lay dormant once more. He staggered, only to be steadied by Ahri. His face pale as parchment, breathing heavily. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, akin to death itself. Ash stood frozen, devoid of color, her hands trembling as they clutched her longbow. The foundational belief in Avarosa lay utterly shattered. The Void Watchers were activated by the celestial beings to harvest civilization. Gwen sank to the ground, her gaze vacant, deeply affected by the horrifying visions. Ahri held Kael'thas tightly, her expression equally grim. The betrayal of Lysandra, the Watcher of the Celestial Dragon, unveiled a truth most disconcerting. Kael'thas gasped for breath, lifting his pale visage to behold the now tranquil, silent casket, the seed of hope. He murmured, echoing Lysandra's final outcry, as she awaited the means to disrupt the cyclical nature imposed by the celestial beings. He paused. Lysandra believed I am that hope. The very seed she has awaited for millennia? Only by merging with the darkness can one seize time. Where shall Lysandra guide the icy expanse? Is it towards salvation? Or another form of annihilation? In the heavy silence, the air weighed down upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe. Ash leaned against the icy wall, striving to process the revolutionary information. Gwen sat upon the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees, trembling slightly as the terrifying images continued to replay in her mind. Ahri, while supporting the weakened Kaelvissa, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, particularly the now tranquil silent coffer. anxious that any further abnormalities might arise. She whispered, "If Lysandra had meticulously orchestrated everything, then her guidance in bringing you to Freljord was not for the purpose of collaborating against the Void, but rather to ensnare you as a component of her grand design, the so-called Seed of Hope." Leaning against Ahri, Kaelvissa felt the weariness and emptiness resulting from the clash of two forces within him. He nodded, his voice still raspy. "It is quite plausible. From the initial spectral guidance to the present revelation of truths, we have likely been ensnared in her machinations all along." He turned toward Ash, the Frost Mother, inquiring, "Are there any additional records regarding the Seed of Hope in the lore of the Freljord, even if just fragments?" Ash forced herself to disentangle from her chaotic thoughts. Shaking her head with a bitter expression, "None, at least within my knowledge. There are no explicit records. The information from the silent coffer remains singular." She paused, her gaze sharpening. "However, if Lysandra's aim is to exploit Kaelvissa to achieve some objective, and this method likely involves immense risk or even sacrifice, we cannot remain passive." At that moment, a dense mist of frost suddenly enveloped the area. On the crystalline platform at the center of the hall, a portion of the relief representing Lysandra emitted a thick fog. The mist rapidly coalesced into a smooth, ice mirror. Within the icy reflection appeared Lysandra's characteristic visage, her eyes obscured by a band of cloth. It seemed that the silent coffer had finally awaited its destined opener. Lysandra's voice echoed through the ice mirror. "My dear niece Ash, and the distant vessel Kaelvissa, along with his little fox companion. It appears you have witnessed some disquieting past events." Her voice resonated with a hollow echo, as if traversing endless epochs. Her appearance was impeccably timed. She had been monitoring, or rather, awaiting this moment. Ash immediately raised her longbow, crystalline arrows forming instantaneously, aimed at Lysandra within the mirror, her voice infused with rage and iciness. "Lysandra, the ancestral records and the images you have betrayed Avarosin and the Seraphine. You have betrayed all the people of Freljord. What do you have to say for yourself?" Lysandra's countenance within the ice mirror remained unchanged, as though Ash's fury was anticipated long ago. "Betrayal?" She gently repeated the word, a hint of indescribable derision lacing her tone. "When you comprehend that the enemy is insurmountable, when you realize that all resistance merely adds needless blood to a predetermined cycle, choosing the path of betrayal requires even greater courage, my dear niece. What you have witnessed is but the tip of the iceberg. An insurmountable enemy? A predetermined cycle?" Kaelvissa pushed away Ahri's support, straining to stand upright, his gaze fixed upon Lysandra within the icy mirror. "You refer to the Celestials and their utilization of the void for the cleansing of civilizations?" Lysandra's eyes seemed to penetrate the fabric, landing upon Kaelvissa. "Oh, you comprehend more swiftly than I anticipated, Seed of Hope. Indeed, the Celestials have sculpted the framework of order in Runeterra, yet they do not permit civilizations to transcend the boundaries they have established. Each time a civilization approaches the moment of grasping the truth of the cosmos, the void, this meticulously orchestrated calamity, arrives as scheduled, toppling all to begin anew. Azir's ascendant empire, the ancient civilizations of Ionia, and even the unified era of Freljord, all have succumbed to this cycle. I have witnessed this recurrence, having made countless attempts at direct resistance, all in vain. I chose to assimilate." Lysandra's voice carried an almost numbing tranquility. "I have siphoned a fragment of the Void's power, achieving a temporary equilibrium with the Watchers. I sealed most of it beneath the howling abyss, at the cost of my sister's honor and the end of that era, in exchange for the survival of Freljord and indeed the entirety of Runeterra for millennia. I have encased the truth in ice, as well as a part of myself, merely to await an anomaly." Her gaze sharpened once more upon Kaelvissa, a vessel capable of harboring both the void and a higher essence of power. "Kaelvissa, you are the hope I have awaited for millennia. Only you possess the potential to truly shatter the chains of the Celestials and bring an end to this endless cycle." Ahri could not suppress her retort. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. Must one sacrifice sisters and countless others for a greater cause? Who knows if your so-called breaking of the cycle is merely another form of horrific destruction? It is an unpleasant scheme. Gwen mustered her courage, whispering, "And why wait until now? Why Kaelvissa?" Lysandra fell silent for a moment, the surface of the icy mirror rippling gently. "Because the time is ripe. The Celestials' control over the Dragon King is waning, and the agitation of the void exceeds all prior instances. This signifies that a new wave of cleansing is imminent, possibly of unprecedented scale. And Kaelvissa," she paused, "your lineage and the power within you, born of the stars, is pivotal to the plan. As for sacrifices," her voice took on a hint of emotional fluctuation for the first time, a complex sentiment of anguish and obsession buried for millennia. When you witness everything you love shatter meaninglessly before a predetermined fate, you will understand that what is termed betrayal is sometimes a means to preserve the last flicker of hope. Avarosa and Serilda believed until their last breath that I had betrayed them. Her voice grew somber. Yet this sin I have borne for thousands of years, merely to await someone who might prove that their sacrifice was not in vain. The images within the icy mirror began to blur and destabilize. Chapter 126. Is the Eternal Ice Vault merely a bait? Part 1. Kaelvissa had little time remaining. The Watchers had been alerted, and the gaze of the Celestials would surely turn towards this place. Come to Frostguard Keep, Kaelvissa. Here, you shall uncover the complete plan, as well as the enigma surrounding your true lineage. It is only here that you can seize the power within you and ultimately confront the celestial beings and the void. Remember, the choice lies with you. Yet, the fate of the Rune Lands may hinge upon a single thought. As the words fell, the ice mirror shattered with a sharp crack, transforming into a myriad of crystalline powder, dispersing into the air. The four within the hall exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. Lyssandra's words were part confession, part temptation. To go, or not to go? Was the Frostguard Citadel a sanctuary for obtaining power and breaking the cycle, or a meticulously crafted deadly trap laid over millennia? Ash sheathed her longbow and turned to Callista, her gaze rife with complexity. She could not fully trust her words. However, regarding the celestial beings and the cycle, Ahri grasped Callista's arm tightly. Callista, do not go. This must be a trap. That woman would sacrifice even her own sisters. Gwen nodded vigorously. Indeed, brother, it feels perilously dangerous. Callista gazed at the place where the ice mirror had vanished, lost in contemplative silence. Within him, the power of the void and the blood of the stars pulsed faintly in the stillness. Lyssandra's words resonated in his mind like an incantation, the true mystery of his lineage, the mastery of power, the breaking of the cycle. He understood that regardless of Lyssandra's intentions, the Frostguard Citadel harbored answers he must confront, not only concerning the existence of the Rune Lands, but also the significance of his own being. He slowly lifted his head, meeting Ahri's concerned eyes, then Ash's grave expression. And finally, his gaze solidified with resolve. We must go, he murmured softly, but we cannot venture forth blindly. Ash, the Frost Mother, we need to unite all possible forces, the Claw of Winter, and even allies from distant lands. Before we journey to the Frostguard Citadel, we must prepare meticulously. The Eternal Ice Vault must not fall into Lyssandra's hands. At the edge of the howling abyss lay a wound within the world. Here, there was no snowstorm, only an everlasting, suffocating cold. Beneath his feet, the sheer azure ice cliffs rose dramatically, their jagged edges resembling the fangs of a colossal beast stretching to the horizon. Deep within the vast chasm, shrouded in roiling chaos and purplish-black mists, lay a realm devoid of light. The frigid air felt as though it were solidified glass, each breath accompanied by the searing pain of tearing flesh. From the abyss echoed whispers that sent shivers through the soul, mingled with the sounds of an unfathomably immense entity stirring slowly. Callista stood at the precipice of the ice cliff, her deep violet eyes reflecting the swirling purplish-black void below. Even with his formidable will, facing the pure essence of annihilation sent tremors of dread throughout his very being. The fractured bone of her left arm, nourished by the mark of Ion and the essence of the sacred tree, had begun to heal, yet the muscles, ravaged by Udur's bear-like strength, remained stiff and painful. In her right hand, she clutched the shard of the dark blue icebound covenant, its chilling touch resonating dangerously with the abyss's call. Is this the place? Gwen's voice trembled noticeably. Her petite form was cocooned in thick fur, clinging tightly to Kaelvissa's leg, her amber eyes wide with terror as they gazed into the abyss below. A chasm reminiscent of hell itself. It was so dark. The sounds were terrifying. Gwen felt as if she might be drawn into it. Standing beside Kael'Thas, Ash's icy blue eyes were fixed intently on the opposing side of the chasm. Within the swirling purplish-black mist, a vast platform of ethereal blue ice emerged, resembling an island suspended in the abyss. Here lay the eternal ice cache. That was the altar of the howling sacrifice, the outer realm of the eternal ice cache. At the center of the altar, a massive ice door, sealed by countless colossal blue ice chains, was clearly visible. The door bore 3 uniquely shaped keyholes, each emanating a faint yet disquieting glow. At this moment, within the keyhole representing the pure key, the power of the icy blue was being forcibly extracted by some invisible force, tugging at it. The essence of the pure key's power flowed ceaselessly along an unseen network of ice traces, deep into the altar. Lysandra, she is forcibly siphoning the power. Ash's voice resonated with fury. She is manipulating the ice traces to simulate the laws of the pure key, combining it with the Everfrost key in her hand and the tainted shard of the wild key to assault the seal. How can we disrupt her assault formation? Kaelvissa inquired. Perhaps, disrupting the ice traces would be the most effective method. Suddenly, the immense door of the ice cache across the chasm trembled violently. The blue ice chains coiling around the door erupted with countless fine cracks. A chaotic surge of purplish-black void energy intertwined with Lysandra's dark icy power seeped through the crevices. The wails from the abyss crescendoed, imbued with a greedy excitement. We must act quickly. If we wait until our next return, it will be too late. Ash's ice-blue gaze darted toward Kaelvissa. We must stop her. Kaelvissa, use your power of the broken chains. Sever the ice trace energies connecting to the altar. Disrupt her. Kaelvissa's deep purple pupils locked onto the altar's edge across the chasm. In the true vision, he could distinctly see countless streams of pure ethereal blue ice energy extending from the icy walls of the abyss, converging beneath the howling altar. It was these energy streams that were ravenously siphoning the ley line energy of Freljord to fuel the assault on the seal. Kaelvissa's cold voice dripped with irritation. Theft. It is not permitted. The shard of the Ice Covenant he clutched in his right hand surged with brilliant blue light. An insatiable hum resonated from the invisible blade deep within his soul. With a single step, he suspended himself above the unfathomable chasm. The emblem of the light shield on his left chest erupted with a golden brilliance, merging with the chaotic power, forming a transient golden barrier beneath his feet as a foothold. Sever it for me, Kaelvissa roared. With her right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, she ignited a conflagration of grayish-white, dark purple, shadowy black, and golden-white luminescence, entwined with the primordial essence of the Icebound Covenant, and struck fiercely towards the most robust strands of energy beneath the altar across the abyss. A resonant hum echoed as an imperceptible, sharp wave cleaved through the massive icy fissures. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of shattering resounded. The surface of the struck ice was instantaneously adorned with a web of fissures. The tumultuous flow of ethereal blue energy within was forcibly severed. Energy erupted forth, creating a fleeting azure luminescence within the abyss. A muffled groan of pain emanated from the distant frozen throne. Lysandra's transmission of power was abruptly interrupted. At the howling altar, the immense ice-laden door suddenly ceased its tremors. The rate of the cracks in the icy chains upon the door significantly diminished. The seepage of purplish-black energy from the crevice also noticeably weakened. It is accomplished. A glimmer of hope ignited in Ash's eyes. My brother is truly formidable. Gwen cheered from the icy precipice. Is it truly this effortless? Kael was somewhat incredulous. Chapter 127. Is the eternal ice vault merely a bait? Part 2. Roar. Intruder, release my spoils. A furious roar erupted like thunder from the icy plains behind them, infused with boundless wrath. The earth trembled violently. Dozens of crimson-eyed Gvask wild boars, encased in heavy ice armor, charged recklessly through the blizzard, emerging at the cliff's edge. At the forefront, atop the colossal beast, Sejuani raised high the bone staff embedded with an ethereal blue crystal, her ice-blue eyes ablaze with flames of destruction. Behind her stood the berserker Olaf and the elite warriors of the Frost's Claw. In her left hand, she brandished a massive shard of a wildly crimson-hued ice crystal, the core fragment of the wild key. The fragment resonated wildly with the abyss's call. Sejuani. Ash's expression changed dramatically. Have you lost your mind? Bringing the wild key here. Lysandra will. Silence. Ash. Sejuani's roar interrupted Ash, her gaze fixated on Kael, who hovered above the abyss. Especially on the fragment of the Icebound Covenant in his grasp, her eyes glinted with a greed that seemed almost tangible. Return my possessions. That boy who devours power. And that shard imbued with the essence of nullification. All these are spoils belonging to the Frost's Claw. Submit, or be fed to the abyss. Sejuani's bone staff pointed menacingly at Kael. The dark crimson glow of the wild key fragment surged dramatically. The frenzied, chaotic icy energy, mingled with her own polar pressure, surged violently towards Kael. Simultaneously, the colossal beast beneath her unleashed a thunderous roar, embodying the essence of annihilation, and leapt forth. The massive icy hooves descended mercilessly upon the golden barrier where Kael stood. The Battle Mother is invincible. Tear him apart. Olaf roared fiercely, brandishing his icy battle axe. Accompanied by the warriors of the Winter's Claw, as they charged after Sejuani towards the precipice where Ash and Gwen stood. The battle erupted in an instant. What a foolish beast. Kaelvissa's deep purple eyes narrowed in alarm. Sejuani's ambush was exceedingly cunning. His strength was caught in a fleeting vacuum. Beneath him, the golden barrier of light trembled violently under the impact of Sejuani's wild key power and the trampling of the colossal beast, teetering on the brink of collapse. Behind him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth and swirling void. Life and death hung by a thread. "You villain, do not harm my brother." Gwen's cry, laced with tears and intense rage, pierced the air. Her petite form erupted with unprecedented radiance. "Bind the villain to the ice." With a hum, a platinum-hued glow of soul energy burst forth from Gwen's palm, spreading wildly through the fissures of the icy cliff. Wherever it flowed, the Winter's Claw warriors and their monstrous steeds at the forefront found the ice beneath them turning viscous. Countless resilient strands of platinum light emerged from the ice, coiling around the warriors' ankles and the hooves of the beasts, anchoring them firmly in place. Their charge came to an abrupt halt. "What in the world is this? We can't move." The Winter's Claw warriors bellowed in shock and fury, struggling desperately but unable to break free from the binding. Olaf roared, furiously chopping at the strands of light beneath him with his battle axe. The axe blade struck against an invisible barrier of laws, sending sparks flying. Yet the strands remained unyielding. "Alas, you have encountered me, Olaf. Control is futile against me." Ragnarok. Flames erupted fiercely around Olaf, tearing apart the very fabric of space, dissolving all restraints within the rifts. However, the colossal beast beneath Sejuani leaped, only to be ensnared by several robust strands of light that suddenly emerged from the void, entangling its hind legs. Its massive body lost balance in midair, plummeting beside Olaf. Gwen's reckless outburst granted Kaelvissa a precious moment to breathe. Yet, it left her small face devoid of color, her body swaying precariously. "Little Tailor." Ash immediately shielded Gwen, drawing her icy longbow to full tautness, unleashing a volley of crystallized ice arrows towards the temporarily ensnared Winter's Claw warriors. A cold glint flashed in Kaelvissa's eyes. He forcefully steadied the crumbling golden barrier beneath him. The blade of broken chains deep within his soul emitted a furious hum. He paid no heed to Sejuani, his gaze fixated on the ominous shard of the wild key in her hand. "I shall take your broken key." Kaelvissa's figure vanished from sight like a wraith. With his right hand ablaze in a spectrum of 4 colors, he transformed it into the sharpest claw of shattered chains, lunging towards Sejuani's left wrist, which gripped the fragment of the wild key. Seeking death, a fierce glint radiated from Sejuani's eyes as the azure crystal atop her bone staff erupted with a beam of destruction aimed directly at Kaelvissa. Simultaneously, her left hand tightened around the fragment, unleashing a tempestuous force that sought to repel Kaelvissa. "Break!" Kaelvissa roared. The shard of the ice covenant pierced brutally into Sejuani's wrist with the edge of his claw. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Ugh! Sejuani let out a heart-wrenching scream. She felt a power that tore apart all shackles. The frenzied connection with the wild key fragment was abruptly severed. The rushing force of her icy bloodline within her momentarily stagnated. In that fleeting moment of chaos, Kaelvissa's claw seized her wrist with an iron grip. A terrifying surge of chaotic power erupted. Splinter. Sejuani's left wrist was crushed with brute force. The dark red shard of the wild key flew from her grasp. "No!" Sejuani cried out in despair. At that instant, Olaf had already broken free. Like a flame, he swung his great axe toward Kaelvissa. Having just finished grappling with Sejuani, Kaelvissa found himself unable to change his posture midair, raising his hands defensively. The axe struck against his protective energy, the force sending Kaelvissa hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the cliffside, creating a massive crater. A cloud of dust erupted in the air. Inside, the fate of the figure remained uncertain. Ash gasped in shock. Without a second thought, she loosed a colossal crystal arrow. At such a close distance, in Freljord, no one could evade it. It was a shot that was destined to hit its mark. Typically, any warrior struck by such an arrow would be left dazed and immobile. Once, a formidable invader, brazenly rampaging across the ice fields, was also pinned in place by this very arrow. Chapter 128. Is the eternal ice cache merely a bait? Part 3. Yet Olaf, the mightiest of berserkers, with the twilight of the gods invoked, bore the brunt of the arrow's impact without faltering. It merely slightly delayed his advance. Just as he prepared to charge the cave and shatter the cliffside to entomb Kaelvissa, the latter's figure flashed like lightning, seizing the axe that radiated a chaotic, frenzied aura. Sejuani, witnessing Kaelvissa clutching the fragment, appeared utterly deranged. "Return it to me," ignoring her shattered wrist. She swung her bone staff fiercely towards Kaelvissa's back with a reckless determination for mutual destruction. Out of my way. Without a glance back, Kaelvis retaliated with a swift punch from his left hand. A fist ablaze with chaotic energy struck violently upon the apex of the bone staff. Boom! A blinding radiance accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Sejuani, along with her staff, was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a meteor, blood spraying forth as she crashed against the ice cliff, creating a profound indentation in the solid ice. She struggled to rise, yet was firmly ensnared by the icy chains conjured by Ash, who had arrived in haste. Sejuani had already been wounded in her essence during her battle with Kaelvissa. Having forcibly summoned magic moments ago, her vitality surged chaotically. The War Mother, Olaf, and the Frostclaw warriors were nearly driven to madness, thrashing wildly. Kaelvissa did not cast even a glance at Sejuani, clutching the searing fragment of the wild key. His deep violet eyes turned towards the enormous ice vault door across the abyss. The fragment trembled violently in his grip, emitting a resonant hum of yearning to return. Harmonizing frantically with the wild key's aperture upon the door, the frigid voice of Lysandra echoed across the expanse of the abyss, "The key you seek, I shall bestow upon you." He summoned his strength, the fragment of the wild key, infused with chaotic energy and the power of severance, transformed into a dark crimson streak, striking unerringly towards the aperture that represented the wild key upon the ice vault door. "No!" Ash cried out in despair. "Brother?" Gwen was equally astonished. The dark crimson streak collided forcefully with the wild key's aperture. Buzz! The entire howling abyss quaked. Upon the ice vault door, the aperture representing the wild key was instantaneously filled with a violent dark crimson radiance. The ceiling runes surrounding the aperture ignited like a lit fuse, radiating a blinding luminescence. Then, under the tumultuous surge of chaotic wild power, they shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. Roar! A feral roar from ancient primordial times erupted from within the ice vault door. It was the residual beastly spirit well within the fragment of the wild key. It assailed the ceiling nodes that rightfully belonged to the wild key with reckless abandon. Cracking sounds, enough to send shivers down one's spine, rang out in rapid succession. The ghostly blue ice chains entwined around the ice vault door, centered upon the wild key's aperture, began to crack and splinter, the fissures spreading wildly. The entire door trembled violently. The violet-black void energy seeping through the crevice, combined with Lysandra's dark icy power, surged tenfold. Foul-smelling, viscous black blood gushed forth from the gap. Ha ha! Lysandra's maniacal laughter enveloped the entirety of the howling abyss. A tall figure crowned with ice silently emerged upon the howling altar across the abyss. In her grasp, she tightly held a translucent, ghostly blue key, the Everfrost key. "Well done." Lysandra's voice resonated with a fervor of annihilation. "I accept your gift. Now is the time for the slumbering power to see the light of day." She raised the Everfrost key high. The key burst forth with a soul-piercing ghostly blue luminescence. No. Aish felt the power of her bloodline tearing apart. A thunderous roar erupted from within the ice vault's gate. The colossal door, forged from primordial ice, shattered under the clash and impact of three primal forces. Countless shards of ice, ablaze with eerie blue, dark red, and purplish-black luminescence, shot forth like a devastating meteor shower in all directions towards the abyss. A torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from the fractured ice gate. First, a purple-black mist poured out, followed by a massive chunk of dark purple flesh. Covered in writhing purple veins and exuding a nauseating aura, the essence of the observer. Finally, an immensely thick chain emerged from the roiling purple-black mist. The chain was composed entirely of cold astral metal, yet its surface was encrusted with pulsating purple flesh and veins. Emanating a horrific aura of dual pollution from the astral and the void, the accursed shackles of the Dragon King. Eternal Ice Vault. Aish was hurled away by that terrifying energy torrent, crashing heavily against the icy wall. Ugh! Gwen was overwhelmed by the aura. Her small body flung backward like a leaf. Kael was suspended above the abyss, bearing the brunt of the onslaught. The surging tide of annihilation collided violently with him. The protective golden light shattered in an instant. He coughed up a mouthful of purple blood mixed with fragments of his innards, his body uncontrollably tumbling towards the swirling purple-black abyss below. "Brother!" Gwen cried out in heart-wrenching despair. However, Lysandra was prepared, erecting a wall of true ice beside her. The air flowed through on both sides. Just as Lysandra thought the situation was under control and all was settled, At the moment Kael was about to plunge into the abyss, the slumbering Ahri on his back erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of purple light. Nearby, Olaf remained entirely unaffected. Still within the twilight of the gods, 9 ethereal tails of light instantly surged, solidifying. The 9 tails fiercely entwined around Kael's falling form. Kael grasped them. Gripping Ahri's tail tightly, the momentum of his descent abruptly diminished. With a single step, he ascended instead of falling. In an astonishing display, Kael and Olaf coordinated perfectly, one below and the other behind, simultaneously launching an attack on Lysandra. Lysandra! Kael's roar, mingled with a fierce growl, resounded. Did you think unleashing this abomination would grant you the power to dominate all? Lysandra, you shall remain forever in this ice vault, becoming eternal. Olaf's axe followed suit. Immersed in delight, Lysandra was caught off guard by their combined assault. She barely managed to block Kael's devouring force, but was struck in the back by Olaf's blow. A wound appeared on her back, instantly solidifying. Lysandra hovered above the surging tide of annihilation, her eerie blue eyes gazing down upon the struggling Kael and Ahri, as well as the rolling abyss below. This is the sole poison capable of shattering the cycle. To unleash it is to taint the celestial spirits and to retaliate against those lofty beings. How could you, mere ants, possibly comprehend this? My servant, with your wings and hooves, break free from this encirclement. Behold, a winged steed gallops from the distant heavens, embodying the essence of the skies. Chapter 129. The sunlit rainbow pony. The crowd gazes skyward. At this moment, a rainbow sweeps across the horizon. As it draws near, Lysandra suddenly plunges the Everfrost key deep into the tainted anchor chain. Buzz! The Everfrost key erupts with an exquisite azure radiance. The terrifying power of primordial frost surges into the polluted anchor chain. The purplish flesh covering the chain writhes maniacally. The perilous tainting energy races along the chain, tearing through the void, rushing towards the very edge of the starry expanse, towards the core of the star chain that binds the star-forged Dragon King. From the depths of the distant cosmos, a haunting and anguished dragon's roar reverberates. It is the lament of the star-forged Dragon King. A madman, a complete lunatic. Ash struggles to rise, her eyes filled with despair as she beholds the apocalyptic scene before her. Yet it is not enough. Lysandra's frigid gaze shifts towards the roiling abyss below. Within the abyss, a massive mass of flesh writhes. The flesh of the Watcher requires an explosive catalyst to unleash its full might. Her gaze lands upon Kaelvissa. You and the fragment of origin within you are the detonator for this ultimate poison. In an instant, Lysandra's figure transforms into a streak of azure light, descending upon Kaelvissa, who is desperately clinging to existence within the cataclysmic tide. The icy brilliance of the Everfrost key aims directly at Kaelvissa's heart. Brother, be cautious, Gwen screams, dashing recklessly towards the edge of the abyss. Kaelvissa. Ash draws her ice bow to its fullest. Yet it is all too late. Lysandra's speed rivals that of teleportation. The sharpness of the Everfrost key, capable of freezing souls, has already grazed Kaelvissa's skin. In this moment of dire urgency, Buzz, the fragment of Kyriel, which had lain dormant in Kaelvissa's embrace, bursts forth with an unprecedented radiance. An ethereal spirit clad in tattered Damatian armor, wielding a shattered greatsword, rises suddenly from the fragment. He raises the broken sword and fiercely strikes at Lysandra's Everfrost key. Damacia, never shall we yield. Boom! The spirit's severed sword collides violently with the Everfrost key. A blinding light and a terrifying shockwave instantaneously consume all. Boom! The light erupts. The remnants of Kyriel's soul, ignited by the final roar of the Damatian spirit, crash forcefully against Lysandra's Everfrost key. Two enraged ancient beasts collide thunderously above the abyss. A terrifying energy storm erupted instantaneously, creating a visible circle of devastating ripples that spread wildly in all directions. Kaelvissa was struck head-on by the invisible waves of destruction, sending him hurtling backward, his mouth spewing forth a mist of purple blood that evaporated in the chaotic energy currents. The luminous tail entwined around his waist, belonging to Ahri, was violently dispersed. Brother, sister Ahri. On the edge of the icy cliff, Gwen's screams were drowned out by the howling energy. Her diminutive form was violently hurled away, crashing against the hard ice wall behind her. Ash struggled to maintain her balance, her frostbow pressed firmly against the icy surface. Her icy blue hair dancing wildly in the tempest, her face devoid of color, her eyes reflecting only the light of annihilation. At the center of the storm, the ethereal figure of Chikliu, clad in illusory heavy armor, rapidly dissolved under the absolute freezing power of the frozen key, fading into obscurity. The colossal sword, forged from will and now shattered, crumbled inch by inch into glimmering motes of platinum starlight. The final echoes of the Damatian spirit bore a sigh of relief. Glory endures. Before the sound could fully dissipate, the entire spirit disintegrated, transforming into a flurry of light that flickered momentarily above the cold abyss before vanishing entirely. The shard of the luminous shield core he had harbored extinguished its brilliance and fell from Kaelvissa's grasp, plummeting like an ordinary stone into the depths of the violet-black chasm. Total annihilation. Chikliu, at the cost of his complete demise, had thwarted Lysandra's lethal strike. The chilling voice of the ant like Lysandra held a trace of hatred. Was it anger or a hint of unexpected surprise? In her heart frozen for millennia, a ripple stirred within as Chikliu's essence erupted one last time. For Kaelvissa and his comrades, this represented their sole glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Now was the moment. In Kaelvissa's deep violet eyes, madness and fury erupted like a volcano, ignoring the excruciating pain threatening to shatter his bones. He poured every ounce of remaining strength into his right hand, which clutched the fragment of the wild key. The dark red shard pulsed violently in his palm, searing hot. Within it, the tainted spirit of the wild beast roared with a desire for destruction. Kaelvissa transformed into a dark purple lightning bolt, tearing through the energy storm. Not retreating, not evading, he boldly lunged toward Lysandra at the moment a gap in her power appeared. At the same time, Sejuani charged in from the side on her boar, moving with unparalleled speed in a savage assault, aiming to shatter the fragile form of the sorceress with a warrior's frontal collision. Alas, I must concede. Your performance was exceedingly convincing, so much so that you lured me here. Moreover, your coordination was impeccable. When did this occur? Was it during your first clash on the ice plains? Lysandra was taken aback, for she had been observing this group through her mirrors all along. From beginning to end, the two factions had only clashed, devoid of any calm discourse. Wait, where are my steeds? Just then, Lysandra's radiant, sunlit pony appeared, adorned with a vibrant rainbow. The path shimmered with colors as its wings propelled it forward. My master, your most loyal mount is at your service. The steed charged directly at the pigwoman, Sejuani. Like two seasoned racers, they collided without any means of halting. Lysandra, the roar of Kaelvissa drowned out the thunderous energy. Your shattered stone, I shall return it to you. His right hand, ablaze with 4 colors of frenzied energy, thrust mercilessly towards Lysandra's frigid core, the very source of her power, constructed from pure azure ice. How dare you? A flicker of shock and rage tore through Lysandra's icy blue gaze, as the eternal frost within her was momentarily disrupted. She sensed the violent chaos unleashed by his hand disturbing the delicate balance of her myriad powers. Attempting to withdraw the Everfrost key for defense, she was hindered by the energy delay caused by the remnants of Chikliu's soul, leaving her vulnerable at a critical moment. The dissonant sound of an exquisite, frigid crystal shattering filled the air. Kaelvissa's hand, fueled by destructive energy, along with the searing fragment of the wild key, forcefully pierced Lysandra's core, where the ethereal ice runes flowed. Lysandra's anguished and horrified scream echoed, a chilling wind that resembled the terrifying roar of collapsing glaciers. Her tall figure arched violently, an unusual pink hue enveloping her. The Everfrost key slipped from her grasp, becoming a fleeting azure light plummeting into the abyss. The fragment of the wild key, forcibly embedded within her core, instantaneously disrupted the fragile balance within her. At that moment, her being was filled with the raw ferocity and void corruption of the wild key's essence, thrust upon her by Kaelvissa. A transparent liquid oozed from her wound, revealing that her true icy blood was a clear liquid tinged with a hint of milky white. With a successful strike, Kaelvissa pressed on relentlessly. The ancient beast confined within her erupted in primal, frenzied combat and consumption. Chaotic forces clashed violently with the potent and tumultuous power of her icy core. Boom, boom, boom. Lysandra's form transformed into an unstable energy bomb. For colors of wild light erupted uncontrollably from her being. The area where Kaelvissa's hand had pierced her chest was instantly covered in terrifying, web-like cracks. From within those fissures, torrents of chaotic energy surged forth like molten lava. Her hands alternated between clenching into fists and flailing in desperation. No, this cannot be. In agony, Lysandra convulsed, her hands desperately clutching Kaelvissa's arm deeply embedded within her core, striving to push him away. His arm felt impossibly massive, resolutely thrusting deeper. In her azure eyes, The icy rationality that had governed her for millennia was utterly submerged beneath waves of pain and an inkling of incredulous terror. The space around her began to twist and collapse. The howling altar beneath her feet disintegrated into powder under the onslaught of this violent force. The swirling purple-black mist from the abyss resembled a startled beast, frantically retreating. "Get away, you wretched creature, you have destroyed everything." Her voice came in broken fragments, each word seeming to emerge from the cracks of shattered ice. The face of Kaelvissa loomed close, his deep violet pupils fixated on Lysandra's anguished and contorted visage, the corners of his mouth twisting into a frenzied, sanguine smile, revealing blood-stained teeth. "You deluded fools who think you can manipulate fate." He exerted a violent force, twisting his embedded hand with ferocity. The chaotic power of destruction surged into the wound, gnawing at the very core of Lysandra's being. "Oh!" Lysandra emitted a more piercing scream. The explosion of four-colored light within her reached its zenith. She could no longer maintain her levitation, her form resembling a fallen ice bird, violently propelled by the terrifying energy erupting within her. A beam of energy, mingled with dark red currents and purple-black void essence, shot forth from the horrific fissure in her chest, piercing the endless darkness of the abyss above. Boom! Where the beam passed, the space groaned under the unbearable burden, leaving behind scars of energy that could not be healed for ages. Lysandra's body tumbled, trailing a chaotic wake of energy, and crashed violently against the ice wall on the opposite side of the abyss. The ancient ice, forged over millennia, was shattered, creating a massive pit, ice shards scattering everywhere. She was embedded in the ice wall, her core fissure a ghastly sight, strands of purple-black void contamination seeping inward through the cracks. The eternal frost began to melt. Her head hung low, half of her icy crown shattered, her long hair in disarray. No longer did she embody the chilling queen who once commanded everything. Only a wounded and disheveled figure remained. The entire howling abyss fell into an eerie silence. Only at the bottom of the abyss, the fragment of the observer's essence, extricated from eternal ice, continued to pulse slowly. The surface of the flesh revealed writhing purple veins. A tainted dragon king's anchor chain pierced through the flesh, extending deep into the starry sky. A wave of contamination surged from the abyss, racing upward along the anchor chain. Did we succeed? Ash struggled to rise from the pit in the ice wall, her ice-blue eyes fixed intently on the distant Lysandra. Kaelvissa's chest heaved violently. The final pulse of energy released nearly 2 decades worth of stored power. Brother has won." Gwen struggled to her feet, her small face marked by tears and smiles. Coughing violently, Kaelvissa found his strength nearly depleted from that last explosion, his legs feeling weak. He looked down at his bloodied right hand, which had forcefully penetrated Lysandra's pristine ice core, the bones and muscles already ravaged by her frigid energy. The air was soothing, yet at this moment, excruciating pain surged through him. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, just when everyone assumed the dust had settled and the taut nerves were about to relax. A sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the icy chasm. It was Lysandra, her laugh low and eerie, devoid of anguish yet imbued with an unsettling calm. Slowly, with great difficulty, she lifted her head. Beneath the shattered ice crown, her face, pale to the point of translucence, bore eyes of a haunting azure, now devoid of vitality. "Do you believe you have triumphed?" Her voice was frail and intermittent. Callista's deep violet pupils contracted sharply, a wave of intense unease washing over him as he warily fixed his gaze upon the woman. "Lysandra, your scheme has already unraveled." Ash forced herself to stand tall, her icy longbow aimed at the chasm, her voice cold and filled with fury. "The eternal ice prison has been breached, the void's corruption runs rampant, and Freljord has plunged into irretrievable despair because of you. What more do you have to say? Failure? Irretrievable despair?" Lysandra's hollow eyes seemed to flicker slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a faintly sarcastic arc. "Ah, Ash, the fledgling of the Avarosan, you remain ever so naive. Have you truly comprehended what we face? It is the cycle," she uttered softly, "an ancient and desperate curse. The merciless cycle." "Cycle?" Callista's voice turned frigid. "Stop speaking in riddles. Clarify your words, or I shall reduce you to nothing this very moment." He moved as if to strike, his shattered right hand twitching, the grayish-white glint of his power flickering uncertainly. "Kill me?" Lysandra seemed to chuckle softly, a trickle of azure energy seeping from the fissures in her chest as she laughed. "I have long surrendered myself to the millstone of this cycle, merely to find that one variable before everything is ground to dust." Her gaze finally locked onto Callista with an intensity that pierced through her hollow pupils. You are that variable, Kaelvissa, chosen by the void, yet breaking free from your shackles. The only being capable of withstanding the corruption of ice. Withstand the corruption of ice? Kaelissa's brow furrowed, the sense of unease intensifying within him. Lyssandra's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a morbid fervor. Within my very being now resides your unique life energy. When this energy hatches into existence, she abruptly raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the endless darkness above. Atop the frost peak, the first cornerstone laid by the Celestials shall no longer be singular. You will not sway the hearts of the people. Ash cried out sharply. Kaelvissa, do not heed her. She seeks to incite a war between us and the Celestials, hoping to reap the benefits. Kaelvissa plunged his body along with the searing fragment of the wild key deep into Lyssandra's swirling core of pristine ice runes. Lysandra let out another piercing scream of agony, her voice growing fainter. Lyssandra's head hung limply to one side, her eyes vacant. Quite serendipitously, the rainbow unicorn arrived. Gazing at the pulsating mass of flesh at the abyss's depths, a sardonic smile graced the centaur's lips. Master, I merely followed your directive and released the toxin in advance. How is it that in such a brief moment, your pristine form has already succumbed to the taint of the void? The eternal frost of Freljord, at last. You have been melted. Chapter 131, The Void Awakens. O exalted deity, your solitude yearns for a spark to ignite it. Henceforth, master, it shall be my turn to ride you. Lysandra, the Frost Witch, one of the three sisters of Freljord, had orchestrated her schemes for millennia, ultimately sacrificing herself to harness the life energy that shackled the polluted star spirit. Yet, she could never have anticipated that the steed beneath her would betray her in this battle. A malevolent aura of purplish-black void energy oozed from her wounds. Above the abyss, an energy storm raged. The ethereal blue light of the primordial ice vanished entirely. The centaur arrived on a rainbow and departed with the witch. The colossal mass of flesh at the abyss's bottom pulsated slowly, resonating with a deep, ominous hum from the chain that pierced the cosmos. Old comrade, after all these years, you must be quite pent up, said a voice. Brother. Gwen observed the vanishing garments of Kaelvissa and could not resist drawing closer. Kaelvissa jolted, abruptly returning from his reverie. He grasped Gwen's small hand, but the sensation was no longer warm. It was a cold, fleshy grip, akin to cradling the dissipating light of the moon. The massive flesh below throbbed once more, sending a wave of scorching heat surging upward. Kaelvissa became increasingly agitated, a force within him yearning to be unleashed. The energy that had originally been vented into Lyssandra's body seemed poised to overflow once again. He suddenly seized Gwen's hands, lifting them above his head. Brother, wake up. Gwen's pleas fell into a void. Kaelvissa began to ravenously consume the energy. No, brother, this is not right, Gwen protested, tears welling in her amber eyes. Be quiet, he retorted. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching Kaelvissa's, her voice trembling yet earnest. Gwen wants to gently channel our memories, to carefully piece them together, just like mending the most cherished fragments. Kaelvissa inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He knew this was the only way. He ceased attempting to roughly inject chaotic power and instead contained his strength, cautiously enveloping Gwen's energy core in an exceedingly thin membrane of energy. Gwen's body was forcibly restrained, while his mental focus sharpened, akin to the most delicate probe, attuned to the faintest fluctuations of Gwen's soul. Yes, Gwen nodded vigorously, her petite face radiating satisfaction. The red-hot needle pierced the icy surface, resembling gentle spring rain falling upon parched earth. The moment Kaelvissa's mental thread made contact with the essence of Gwen's soul, her ethereal form shuddered violently. A muffled groan, laden with suppressed anguish, echoed from the depths of her spirit. That torment directly impacted the very core of her essence, causing even the energy membrane that anchored Kaelvissa's core to tremble violently. Gwen's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her body gradually ceased its trembling. The threads of her spirit took on a life of their own at her fingertips, weaving delicately within her being, intertwining and securing themselves. The first probe descended, stitching the edges of the fissure. Gwen's ethereal form quaked once more, but this time, amidst the suffering, there seemed to blossom a barely perceptible warmth, slowly expanding. One needle after another fell, as time froze at the precipice of this abyss. Only Gwen's diminutive figure and Kaelvissa's frantic movements remained. She murmured unintelligible words, comprehensible only to herself. This moment recalls the first time my brother saw me. This part is painful, a fear of being pursued by hunters. Yet, there is the scent of my brother Kaelvissa nearby. This crack is so deep, wrought by that wicked sorceress, Lyssandra's icy grip. It is so cold. Gwen wrapped it with the warmest threads. With each needle's descent, her ethereal form experienced a violent tremor, releasing suppressed, anguished whimpers. However, after each wave of pain, the areas touched by the probe would momentarily glow with a faint, yet genuine, pink luminescence. Gwen's small body trembled slightly with each needle's fall, her soul's radiance flickering continuously. It was as if she were mending Ahri's shattered soul, stitch by delicate stitch, with her very essence. Kaelvissa's mental energy coalesced intensely, akin to a precise spotlight, laboriously navigating through the chaotic core of Gwen's spirit. He vividly perceived that her soul resembled a vibrant kaleidoscope, each shard infused with distinct memories, emotions, and imprints of power. Meanwhile, Ash concealed herself nearby, gripping her icy longbow tightly. She bore pink splotches across her body, likely a consequence of Lyssandra's magical backlash. Fearful, she hesitated to emerge, trembling with trepidation. She sensed the terrifying presence of Kaelvissa. He resembled a beast devoid of self. This beast would surely rend her body apart, consuming her piece by piece. And,